Chapter 1: Encounter with the Rich and the Poor. This Lamborghini Reventon is a sports car that the show is temporarily lending you. Although we've paid for your third-party liability and supplemental insurance, we still expect you to drive carefully for the next 3 months. Receiving the Lamborghini's car keys handed over by the staff at the fruit counter and looking at the handsome black concept sports car in front of him, Han Haoren's brain hadn't reacted for a moment. As an avid sports car enthusiast, although the most popular sports car is the Bugatti Veyron, Han Haoren, of course, also recognized the Lamborghini Reventon in front of him. The Chinese name of this car is Reventon. It is a supercar under Lamborghini. This sports car has a body designed in the style of the F-22 fighter jet. The Lamborghini Reventon has a 6.5-liter exhaust, up to 650 horsepower and a maximum torque peak of 660 Nm. With the car weighing just 665 kilograms, the Reventon accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 3 seconds. This supercar with a top speed of 350 km per hour was produced in only 21 units worldwide, and one is in a museum. It's safe to say that in today's 2009, the Lamborghini Reventon is a top-of-the-line supercar that can compete with the Ferrari Enzo. Officially launched in 2008, the official price of the Reventon is $1.4 million. However, the limited 20-unit Reventon is not something that the average person with money can buy. It must be selected by Lamborghini from the original Lamborghini owners, as well as professional collectors, and the final selection will be eligible for purchase. This has led to the fact that the Reventon is selling above the used car market at a much higher premium than $1.4 million US and is still in short supply. And this car, there is only one in China. Han Haoren remembered that this was initially bought by a mysterious Chinese rich businessman at a super high premium of 20 million soft dollars. However, at this moment, this global limited edition of 20 units is right in front of Han Haoren's eyes, and the staff at the Fruit Terrace was actually going to lend this car to Han Haoren for a period of 3 months. Han Hong spared a few laps around the brand new, seemingly unopened Reventon here. The only thing I can think of is handsome. Fruit Channel has really put in a lot of money for this program, encountering the really rich and poor, Han Haoren exclaimed. Han Haoren remembered what he had experienced on this day, as if he was still living in a dream. This morning, Han Hong returned from the spring of 2019 to the summer of 2009. In 2009, the year that Han Haoren's life experienced the most setbacks, the most unbearable year. However, and at the same time, the staff of the Fruit Channel also approached Han Haoren, inviting him to participate in a variety show called Encountering the Really Rich and the Poor, a program that they had heavily invested in. Fruit Channel, though a local TV station, has become the dominant local TV station in China with several fist variety shows, including Fast Ben and Every Day. And a few years ago, the reality talent shows of Supergirl and Fast Boy created crazy ratings records. It ushered in the heat of the whole nation's pursuit. And Meet the Really Rich and Poor is a new variety show that the Fruit Channel is pouring all its efforts into focusing on. Despite Han Haoren's memory, even in 2019 Fruit Channel had not launched this variety show. However, one day after being reborn, Han Haoren also realized that there were slight differences between this world and the world before he was reborn, despite the 99% similarity. After listening to the staff of the Fruit Channel and the executive director of this variety show, Han Haoren already knew that Encountering the Really Rich and Poor was a relationship reality show, participated by vegetarian guests. There are 4 male guests and 5 female guests in total, but unlike a reality show for ordinary people, the 4 male guests on this variety show are, in persona, all top-notch tycoons. Every woman has the dream of marrying into a rich family. The show's main gimmick was to match up with the rich and famous, and in the last episode of the show, the matches were made. 4 men and 5 women to record 12 episodes over 2 months. At the end of each episode, the male and female guests will choose their favorite person to send a love message to. There will also be segments with different dates set up by the program. In addition to the 4 male and 5 female vegetarian guests, the Fruit Station will also have 6 special observers outside the field to watch the fact that the male and female guests interact, comment and guess. The special observer wants to guess to whom each male and female guest sends a love message and predicts the correct love connection in each episode of the show. However, it must be said that the director of this variety show has to be very thoughtful and knows how to make the ratings explode. Among the 4 male guests, naturally, there are truly as super rich as they are introduced, but there are also poor people who masquerade as rich people. The female guests need to be careful to make sure that they don't fall in love with a pauper who pretends to be a rich man. The special observers are also required to predict, through one episode after another, who one or more of the paupers are. Hidden among the really rich, obviously, Han Haoren, who is now at the lowest point in his life, is not a rich man. He is a poor man arranged by the program. Star. Chapter 2, the highest prize is $21 million. Han Haoren took Reventon's car keys and tentatively asked the executive director of the fruit station beside him, Director, you guys lent me a luxury car, but rich kids, they should always have a few bodysuits, right? Also, can you lend me a villa to stay in as well? In case I have to invite a female guest to my home for a date. It's not good to go to that rental house of mine, is it? The executive director said politely. Mr. Han Haoran, our fruit table has prepared 2 sets of handmade customized suits and pants for you. The brands are Hermes and Balmain. 4 shirts from Versace, Zegna, Ferragamo, and Prada respectively. 2 ties from Balenciaga, DG, and jackets by Chanel, Fendi, Gucci, Givenchy, Giorgio Armani jeans, and of course the LV and Burberry belts and scarves, Mancunian brogues and Dior leather shoes. It's safe to say that these brands are the world's top-tier luxury brands. These clothes, shoes, ties, and other items are worth more than $500,000 soft currency. It's also considered something that the program team has temporarily lent you. Besides these, there is the most valuable one. It's the Patek Philippe Star Blue 6104G. After all, the rich and famous carry a watch. It's a status symbol. This watch alone is worth over $3 million soft dollars. As a guest of the program's specially arranged pauper, you are able to earn these rewards by completing the program's tasks. Throughout the program, your task is to use your acting skills to convince the female guests that you are truly rich, and to send messages to you during the love message segment. You will be rewarded every time you get a love message from a female guest in the 1st through 11th programs. Getting a message from one female guest in any of the first 11 episodes will reward you with 20,000 soft currency, and getting love messages from 2 female guests at the same time will be 40,000 soft currency. Getting love messages from 3 female guests at the same time is rewarded with 80,000 soft currency. For 4 female guests, it's 160,000 soft currency. And if you get all 5 female guests to send love messages to you together, you'll get a super prize prepared by the program. Not 320,000 soft dollars, but a whole million soft dollars. So that means that the highest theoretical maximum you can get for the first 11 episodes is 11 million soft dollars. And the crucial 12th and final installment, the final female guest's true confession pairing session. Your reward for getting a confession will be 10 times that of the previous one. That is to say, even if there is a female guest who chooses to confess her love to you, a pauper, to be paired up with you, you will get 200,000 soft sister coins. And if 5 people confess to you at the same time, you will receive 10 million soft dollars. So with 12 episodes, the highest prize money you could theoretically win would be 21 million soft dollars. The executive director paused, then changed his words. Of course, 21 million soft dollars is just the theoretical maximum amount. Basically, there will never be a situation where 5 female guests confess their love for the same male guest at all. After all, this is a vegetarian love game, and the female guests are on this show to have the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. So if a male guest has too many people pursuing him, they should choose another male guest with less competition. Moreover, although you are more handsome than many celebrities in terms of looks, you are actually just a poor man pretending to be a rich man. The other male guests, on the other hand, have the presence of real tycoons. So the amount of money that can end up being earned through our program all depends on your acting skills. Of course, in addition to the bonuses that will be given to you at the end of each installment, our program team has additional rewards. As long as your cumulative amount of won prizes reaches $500,000, you don't need to return those designer clothes and shoes that the program has prepared for you. With a cumulative winnings of $3 million, the Patek Philippe Star Blue 6104G is yours. And if you accumulate the amount of prize money you've won to $10 million, that Lamborghini Reventon is yours. As for the villa, with all due respect, although our program does not prohibit male and female guests from dating off-camera during non-recording hours, as long as you have the ability, you can ask the female guest of honor to your house, even to the bed. We will not interfere. But the scenes we shoot for our program don't include your home, and we have a special villa on the show that will be used for recording. So things like renting you a villa that have nothing to do with the show are not available from our program. If you really have the ability to get a female guest into bed, please get yourself a hotel room. Han Haoran nodded. If he were to change to the person he was before he was reborn, it would undoubtedly be very difficult for Han Haoran's straight male cancerous personality to attract the favor of a beautiful goddess-level task. Straight men and scumbags are simply 2 very different species. And now, with an omniscient experience 10 years ahead of everyone's future, plus a system that looks awesome, Han Haoran was still confident about making a supercar for nothing. Star. Chapter 3. Contractual Terms. Looking at the executive director of the fruit table, Han Haoran asked one last question. Director, can you tell me the details of those 5 female guests? After all, knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is the best way to win 100 battles. The director hesitated for a moment and finally said, actually, For any information about the female guest, as a matter of principle, we can't reveal it to you now, just like the information about your male guests, for example, is kept absolutely secret from the female guests as well. But between the fact that you're an actor arranged by our program to be a poor man masquerading as a rich man, I can reveal something to you in advance. One of the 5 female guests comes from a dance troupe and is applying to art school. There's a senior acting student from a prestigious institution, and she's also a third-tier actress who's sort of acted and has some fame. One is an actuary, a graduate of a prestigious foreign university. The remaining 2, a confectioner and a pianist. That's all I can reveal about the female guest. However, one thing I can guarantee is that the 5 female guests have the best of the best in terms of face and body. All of them should be a notch prettier than any of the schoolgirls at your school. After all, the truly wealthy are used to seeing all kinds of extremely beautiful women, and they must have very high standards. That's why, when we select our female guests, looks and body shape come first. They were handpicked from hundreds of thousands of beautiful women. It can be said that each of the 5 female guests, despite their different styles, has looks that can be compared to popular female stars. Out of 10,000 people, you can't necessarily pick one as beautiful as them. The executive director, who looked 30 years old, patted Han Haoren's shoulder. Han Haoren, in short, I envy you. You really have been blessed for several lifetimes to be chosen for this program. These female guests, even from a distance, are a common man's dream come true, and yet you're able to date them on the show and fall in love. Ugh, how I wish I'd quit being this crappy executive director, and how nice it would be to be an actor playing your role. Han Haoren smiled and shook the executive director's hand, saying with a laugh, "Director, it's too early for you to envy me. It's not too late for you to envy me when I've emptied the $21 million jackpot." The executive director was startled. This actor had a big mouth, though the Fruit Channel can still afford to shell out $21 million in prizes. After all, the budget and investment in this show is top-notch, and the sponsors that have been brought in are very wealthy. But to empty the $21 million prize pool, it would have to take all 5 female guests to vote for him all the way through each round from the first installment to do so. The odds are lower than winning the hundreds of millions of dollars in the lotto. Or maybe it's not even a matter of probability anymore. It's a completely impossible thing. The executive director also immediately regained his composure. It was obvious that the handsome young man in front of him was joking. He pulled out an agreement. "If it's okay, sign this agreement. This agreement not only has the terms of your award, but also includes a specific list and rental agreement for the name brand sports cars, watches, clothes, etc. that we loan to you. Again, there's a non-disclosure agreement. Normal wear and tear on the sports car and wear and tear on the clothes are not your responsibility. But if you lose these things or secretly resell them, we are entitled to ask you to charge for compensation. Also, let me remind you as well, you need to remember that your biggest task on this show is to hide your identity and masquerade as a top tycoon. We'll send you the profile card the program designed for you later. It's 23 pages in total, detailing the various characterizations of the person you're pretending to be, including the industries your family runs, your academic background, and the industry you're currently in, and even your fictional ex-girlfriend. You have to memorize every word, everything set out in the 23 pages. Of course, being a senior at a top school like Mizuki University, 23 pages is a lot, but I'm sure you'll be able to memorize it easily. Also, the etiquette of the nobility, such as table manners, knowledge of wine, and even equestrianism, golf. There's no time to learn anymore, but you'd better have some knowledge of that as well. You have to remember that from the first day you join the show, you are not the same Han Haoren that is in front of me right now, but the same Han Haoren that is set up in these 23 pages of persona. You are on this show as an actor, not as yourself. Cutting through it, you can't put your heart into it. I believe that with your intelligence. You should also know that even in the program, there are female guests who like you and have a fling with you. The biggest reason they like you is still this rich guy status we set you up with. Even in the final confession session with you, when they know you are a poor boy, they will only feel cheated and will only regret their choice. They'll just hate you. There's no way they're going to have a happy ending with you. The show's bonus. Making money is what's important, right? The first rule you have to abide by at all times is that you must not reveal your participation in this program and your true pauper status to anyone, not only limited to the female guests, but also to your close friends and relatives, until the final episode of the program has been aired. Otherwise, you won't just not get our bonus, you'll be hounded by us for violating your contract. Well, that's roughly what the contract is about, and you can certainly look at it in detail. If there are no questions, please sign the contract. The official recording of the program will begin the day after tomorrow. Please be at the designated location on time according to your contract. Chapter 4, Safety First on a Million Roads. Han Haoren carefully skimmed the contract. As a senior student of Shuimu University and a former top student of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, Han Haoren had not studied law, but he knew all the terms of the contract very well. After reading the contract and not finding any trap set, Han Haoren picked up a pen and signed the contract in duplicate. After signing, Han Haoren smiled and said to the executive director, "It seems that from the day after tomorrow, I'm going to be a scumbag." The executive director laughed. "Oh, even a scumbag is a happy scumbag. Although you have a license, I'm sure you're not a very experienced driver. A sports car like a Lamborghini is not easy to drive. So let me give you a piece of advice. 10 million roads. Safety first, not regulated. Loved ones 2 lines of tears. Good luck." Han Haoren, director, are you a born-again person too? Why do you know about the 1912 New Year's Eve favorite, Stray Earth? After signing the contract, Han Haoren drove the Lamborghini sports car and returned to his rented apartment in an old neighborhood in the Empire. Driving into the neighborhood, the racy black Reventon was greeted with countless stares. Return rate, 200%, because most people, after turning back, can't help but turn back again and again. You know, this neighborhood is one of the few urban villages in the imperial city. The people who live there are those who don't have the money to rent a better house in the empire. Either they are northern drifters who have not made a name for themselves, students, or migrant workers. The old residential buildings, almost every house, have been partitioned into a dozen cubicles for rent. For each tenant, there was less than 5 square meters of space, and the entire room could only accommodate 1 bed, because there was no other place to land. All I could do when I got home was lie in bed. As for separate bathrooms, of course there are none. A dozen tenants that have to grab a restroom. So for a neighborhood like this to have a sports car drive into the neighborhood is something you wouldn't dream of doing. You know, usually this kind of neighborhood, Villa Lamborghini such a top sports car too. Even cars like Volkswagen and Toyota, which are worth around $200,000, can rarely be seen. Some, even trotted after the Lamborghini Reventon to see who the owner inside this car really was. What building would it be parked under and who would it go to? Han Haoren stopped the car at the building he had rented left behind, stepped out of the car, and immediately felt very embarrassed. There were quite a few people around Han Haoren. One was a female student who had just come downstairs and lived next door to Han Haoren. One is a middle-aged uncle who lives downstairs from Han Haoren, and the older woman from the next building who was passing by. There were even a few panting tenants from other neighborhoods who had followed the car. At the same time, there were a dozen or so people's gazes that focused on Han Haoren at the same time. There were people that Han Hong didn't recognize, but the uncle, the aunt and the female student called Shaolin are all considered acquaintances of Han Haoren. Han Haoren inwardly began to spit up the pitiful program group. Nima gave him a $20 million limo. How come you're so cheap to pay for 3 months rental of a villa? Driving a Lamborghini to his rented neighborhood and being seen by a familiar neighbor. It's also embarrassing enough. Fortunately, these acquaintances of Han Haoren, seeing Han Haoren coming down from the driver's seat of the car, were all caught up in the shock of skepticism and didn't speak. Han Haoren knew that in a few more seconds, when they reacted, what you're bound to be greeted with is a bunch of people surrounding yourself with questions and bleeps. However, Han Haoren, who had just signed a non-disclosure agreement, couldn't reveal all the details of the program, and there was no way to explain where the multi-million-dollar Lamborghini Reventon had come from. So, Han Haoren took the opportunity to take advantage of the fact that everyone was still dumbfounded. First nodding his head in greeting to those who were familiar with him, and then quickly running up the stairs at the speed of a 100-meter athlete sprinting. It was only at this time that those in the neighborhood reacted. Although the rightful owner was nowhere to be seen, the passers-by gathered. The older woman in the next building said, "That one just now, it's Han, right? He actually came back in a car? This car, it looks like it should be very expensive to me, right? Not much cheaper than those BMWs and Autos, right?" The older man nodded and replied, "It is indeed Han, but where did he get this car? Bought? Isn't he still a student? Where does one earn that much money?" The female college student, Xiaolin, was considered the most knowledgeable of all of them, and she was also the most familiar with Han Haoren. "I heard that Han is interning at a really awesome foreign company called something like Buy Deals. Probably made a lot of money, right? Originally, Han, a senior student of Suemu University, would have made a name for himself sooner or later, and he's only renting here because of his poor family, but with his ability sooner or later he'll move out of here." Uncle also chimed in, "Yeah, little Han and us, we've never been the same kind of people. We may be here for the rest of our lives, while Han is destined to become a human being." Big Mom glared at Uncle a bit. "What are you talking about? Shaolin will be a man of honor in the future." Uncle looked at Shaolin and hurriedly apologized. "Shaolin is sorry, I said the wrong thing. Just you. Uncle is the most unproductive person I am suffering from being uneducated. A young man beside him who ran over with Han Haoren's car said, Uncle, Auntie, this car, looking at the license plate, if I'm not mistaken, it's a Lamborghini. Isn't the price of a Lamborghini about the same as a BMW, or an Audi too? This price can be more than 10 or 20 times more expensive than a BMW. This young man was also a student with a strong interest in sports cars despite his family's circumstances. The uncle was dumbfounded. 20 times more expensive than a BMW? BMWs are all nice cars that I can't afford even if I work my whole life, right? So how much does this what's-her-name genie's cost? All eyes were also focused on the young man. The young man pondered for a moment and said, the cheap ones are $5 or $6 million, and the more expensive ones, tens of millions. At that moment, the dozen or so people around them also fell into silence at the same time. Chapter 5, System, Hidden Abilities. Returning to the cramped rental room he had rented, Han Haoren couldn't wait to summon the system. This system, instead of coming late, appeared with Han Haoren on the first day of his rebirth back in 2009. A virtual but very real 3D projection appeared in front of Han Haoren's eyes. It was a cute beauty with at least 36D, wearing a uniform, but with a very pure face. And directly from the void into Han Haoren's eardrums was the nice and pleasant female voice, Welcome Master. The corners of Han Haoren's mouth rose. Next to the 36D uniformed beauty was another panel, and Han Haoren had already roughly studied the words and numbers on this panel before. Name, Han Haoren. Sex, male. Age, 21. Grade, LV. 1. Properties. Strength, 6. Speed, 5. Endurance, 6. Intelligence, 10. Charisma, 9. Eloquence, 7. Leadership, 6. Creativity, 9. Collaboration, 6. Business sense, 5. Stress tolerance, 7. Retrograde force, 7. Lucky, 3. Average for normal adults is 5. Hidden ability, 10 times the attribute bonus. Number of draws remaining, bronze level draws x5. Han Haoren had understood that the system was data mining itself. The average normal adult is 5, which means that himself he has more than normal attributes except for luck, especially intelligence 10, which is twice that of normal people. However, far superior attributes don't mean anything. Han Haoren knew that in the life before he was reborn, he possessed abilities far beyond those of normal people, yet he still accomplished nothing. Perhaps what one lacks is always that little bit of luck. Now, though, nothing is the same. After obtaining the system, Han Haoren had been busy communicating with the staff of the Fruit Channel about the program Encountering the Truly Rich and Poor, and only now did he have time to scrutinize the system. System, what is this panel's hidden ability thing? Han Haoren murmured in his mind, communicating with Miss 36D system. As Han Haoren expected, he soon heard the answer. Master, hidden abilities are special abilities that can be triggered when the master fulfills special conditions. Master only has one hidden ability right now, tenfold attribute increase, but you can obtain more hidden abilities by completing quests at a later date. What's more, completing specific gold level or higher quests not only has the possibility of obtaining hidden abilities, but also the chance to activate hidden attributes. The system's voice was sweet, and it made Han Haoren's mood very pleasant. Han Haoren continued his question. So what are the special conditions? Can you give me an example? Han Haoren understood the meaning of 10 times the attribute bonus. For example, one's current value for the intelligence attribute is 10 points. So 10 times the bonus, that's 100 points. Han Haoren knew that with his IQ, he could win the top prize among hundreds of thousands of candidates in a province. Can Mizuki University such a top school? Every exam is far ahead of other people's grades ranked first, in then absolutely top. If one's own intelligence value is 10, using this as a reference point, then even if Einstein were alive, his intelligence value would not exceed 15. So 100 points of intelligence, that's more than 6 times Einstein, an existence that can easily crush any human. Perhaps 100 points of intelligence would allow one to solve Goldbox conjecture as easily as completing a multiple choice question on one's final exam? However, Han Haoren also noticed what the system said. Special conditions must be met to activate hidden abilities. Therefore, Han Haoren wanted to find out what this so-called special conditions in the end. There are no hints and laws? Unexpectedly, the system replied, Master, I have no comment on this question. It must all be groped by the master himself. Han Haoren also expected that this also had to be a question that the system really wasn't quite able to answer. Stepping back, Han Haoren once again asked, So, are you able to explain what this bronze level draw is all about? Soon the system's pleasant voice rang out. Master, the bronze level draw you have today is the initial reward I attach to you first. All you have to do is say the word raffle to me and the raffle will take place. And there are many rewards, such as attached attribute points, many master level skills, or high-tech items and technologies that are ahead of this world. As for the 5 bronze level draws after the draw, you will need to fulfill specific conditions to get a new number of draws. The easiest way to get draws is to make money. Every time the owner earns $1 million in cash for himself through normal and legal means, he will be able to get a chance at a bronze level draw. And after you earn more than $20 million in cash, that is, after you get 20 bronze level draws, your rank will be raised. And after leveling up to LV2, you'll need to earn an additional 10 million in cash in order to get access to the silver level draw. Similarly, after obtaining 20 silver level draws, your level is raised to LV3, and so on. Level LV3, for every 100 million in cash earned, you can get a chance to win a gold level draw. And after accumulating 20 gold level draws, the level is raised to LV4, and so on. Level LV4, for every $1 billion of cash earned, you can get a chance to win a black gold level draw. And after accumulating 20 black gold level draws, the level is raised to LV5. The grades above the black and gold level are Excellence, Transcendence, and Hall of Fame. The highest level is the LV7 level. And for every $1 trillion of cash earned, you can get a chance to win a Hall level lottery. Of course, this system analyzed the world's richest person in the owner's world. And even the richest person in this world would hardly earn $1 trillion soft currency even after a lifetime. That is to say, the probability of reaching the highest level of LV7 is 0%, which is almost negligible. Chapter 6 Sweepstakes, Practical Rewards. Han Haoran asked a question. System, I have a question. What's the difference between a bronze level drawing and a hall level drawing? $1 million and $1 trillion. That's a big difference. The system replied in a sticky voice. As the level increases, the prizes for the raffle are more generous. The black gold level draw will be able to draw many very treasured skills and items. For example, the technology of instantaneous space travel, which can be considered unthinkable in the master's world. The divine medicine of eternal youth and immortality, and even the ability to destroy the heavens and even recreate the world, are all possible to obtain. Forever young and immortal? Sounds tempting. However, Han Haoran knew that he shouldn't have any chance of drawing such a good thing with the bronze level draw that he had been gifted by the system in his district. With a raffle number, of course you have to draw it off. Han Haoran didn't hesitate and said to the system, System, I've decided to draw a prize now. I'm going to use up all 5 of those bronze level draws. System, yes master. A carousel appeared in Han Haoran's mind, which was divided into densely packed at least several hundred equal parts. The turntable began to spin. The owner chooses to draw the bronze level draw 5 times in a row. Ding! Congratulations master for obtaining a piece of top female celebrity Zhang Hanxiao's intimate apparel. Han Haoran's face darkened. Zhang Hanxiao, she knows, is a first-line actress, but also countless young men dream inside that object. But this systematic drawing of prizes, to not be so unreliable. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining Beethoven's piano technique. With this reward, Han Haoran was quite satisfied. After all, the piano is still capable of flirting with girls when you're about to participate in the show Meet the Really Rich and Poor. Unfortunately, this world, which was 99% overlapping and similar to Han Haoran before he was reborn, also had Beethoven and all of Beethoven's well-known piano pieces. That's why Han Haoran can't pretend that he created Moonlight by pretending that he did it himself. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the Master Chef level cooking skills, direction, Cantonese, Sichuan and French cuisine. The smile on Han Haoran's face grew even wider. Han Haoran had heard the director of the fruit stage reveal that the male and female guests would have a villa that belonged to them. They also stay in the villa for a certain amount of time. And naturally, cooking is a daily thing to do. You can't order takeout from a show like this, can you? A man who can cook is certainly a plus. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for gaining master-level singing skills, direction, pop, hip-hop. Han Haoran was very satisfied. Boys who sing well are very attractive. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for acquiring master-level drawing skills, directions, drawing, oil painting, special drawing. Not sure what the special painting is though. However, musical talent coupled with artistic talent. It sounds like a great all-rounder. Han Haoran found that most of the system's 5 bronze-level draws were helpful for his participation in the program Encountering the Truly Rich and Poor. Han Haoran would believe it if he said it wasn't a coincidence and a deliberate arrangement by the system. However, what Han Haoran doesn't know is the first reward. What does Zhang Hanxiao intimate apparel have to do with this program? Han Haoran didn't think it would be useful for him to have this original flavor. Can't we sell it to Zhang Hanxiao's fans? Indeed. Although Han Haoran couldn't look at this thing, there were bound to be many YYs who were willing to spend a lot of money on this thing for Zhang Hanxiao. For Han Haoran, who didn't have more than 3 digits of money added up on him right now, this was a lot of money. But there was a crucial point. Even if Han Haoran obtained this original flavor, he wasn't able to prove that it was Zhang Hanxiao's original flavor. So in the final analysis, Han Haoren felt that the first of the 5 draws was a bit of a pitiful prize, but being able to draw what he wanted 4 times out of 5, Han Haoren was already satisfied. He even wondered if his poor 3 lucky attribute value had improved a lot today. After Han Haoren drew the prize, he opened his laptop, which he had gotten from the second-hand market and was at least 5 or 6 years old, to surf the internet and search for news. What he wanted to know was the difference between this world and the one before he was reborn. After all, having lived a new life, Han Haoren must not be willing to live a life of mediocrity again. The people who framed Han Haoren in his previous life, Han Haoren will definitely be flawed. What Han Haoren didn't accomplish in his previous life, Han Haoren will definitely achieve in this life. And all of this is closely related to the big events that Han Haoren remembers happening in the next 10 years. However, one piece of bad news was that Han Haoren realized that his rebirth had brought a butterfly effect to this world. There are a lot of things that have changed in tiny ways, like the fact that he's going to be on this show that doesn't even exist in the afterlife. And what Han Haoren wanted to do was to completely summarize all the changes and then avoid the potential risks. After surfing the internet until the early hours of the morning, Han Haoren laid down his bed and went to sleep. The next day, Han Haoren received a line of clothes from the Fruit Channel program team, including the $3 million worth of Patek Philippe Starry Blue 6104G was also worn to Han Haoren's hands. Han Haoren had been an internet addict for another day, and at night, he set an early alarm and went to sleep, because early the next morning was the time for the promised coverage of the program Encountering the Really Rich and Poor. Star. Chapter 7, Program recording begins. Early in the morning of the second day, Han Haoren picked a white Prada shirt from the clothes that the program team borrowed for himself. Han Haoren knew that for his first recording, he had to dress formally to match the status the show had preset for him. Han Haoren put on the most formal Balmain black suit and suit pants, wear black leather shoes from Dior and a tie from Balenciaga. Finally, Han Haoren wore the Starry Blue 6104G from Patek Philippe, which was worth over $3 million, on his wrist. Taking a look at himself in the mirror, Han Haoren realized that his entire body line was also worth about $3 million. Unfortunately, none of this belonged to Han Haoren himself. Going downstairs and driving the Lamborghini Reventon that the program had lent him, Han Haoren arrived at the location designated by the program. This was a set of villas prepared by the mid-levels program team, and when he drove the car into the courtyard gate of the villa, Han Haoren realized that there were at least 3 cameras shooting at him, and outside this villa, there are no less than dozens of staff at the fruit table. This is the team that produces a variety show. Though on camera, there are only 5 women and 4 men and 9 people on this Meet the Really Rich and Poor program, but behind the scenes, the members of the production crew staff who work so hard on this show may just break into the hundreds. Han Haoren's eyes were good, and he noticed that the camera, which was pointed at him to film, had already begun to shoot. It shows that the show is on at this very moment. No wonder the program is lending me a Lamborghini Reventon in particular. It turns out that all the footage of me driving into the villa has to be filmed, Han Haoren secretly said. From the moment the sports car from under Han Haoren entered the state, the whole person's temperament completely changed. It was as if, in his own right, he was originally a genteel young nobleman of the world. Han Haoren smiled as he walked up to the familiar executive director and asked, "Director, has filming started already? What should I do next?" The executive director was very satisfied with Han Haoren's aura today. He also somewhat understood why the chief director and the TV station leader would choose someone who majored in finance from Suwaymu University, instead of someone who majored in acting from one of the 2 film and television schools in the imperial capital to play the role of an imposter tycoon. Han Haoren really can't be faulted for this acting. Totally brings to life the aura and demeanor of a rich young man, no different than a professional actor. If he hadn't signed an actor's agreement with Han Haoren, and if he hadn't known about Han Haoren's family situation, the executive director would have simply thought that Han Haoren himself came from a wealthy family. The executive director even felt that Han Haoren's aura nowadays was more like that of a rich second generation than that. No. 3 male guest on the program, the son of a genuine billionaire, the executive director, who is responsible for interfacing with all the male guests, naturally knows the background of male guest number 3. This could be said to be the top rich second generation in all of China, and the program team had really gone to great lengths to invite him to participate in this program. When his true identity is revealed at the end of the show, it will definitely be the biggest hit of the show. The executive director smiled and pointed the way into the villa. "Please enter the villa and wait. The other male and female guests will arrive one after another." This villa, with the exception of 3 designated marked restrooms, has cameras in all rooms. You have to pay special attention, including that restroom next to the living room, that also has a camera. It's for recording the scenes where the female guests take off their makeup and make up, so please don't undress or wash in toilet in restrooms that are not specially marked. Male guest number 1, welcome to Meet the Really Rich and Poor. A 3-month romantic journey starts from this moment. Han Haoren sniffed and walked towards the villa, and in a studio not far from the villa, there was another team of Fruit Channel crews carrying long guns and starting to record at the same time. In the center of this studio, there is a large long table, and in the chairs around the long table sat 6 men. And now the focus of all 6 eyes is on the studio's oversized LED screen. And what this screen happened to be broadcasting live was the scene where Han Haoren stepped into the villa. These 6 people are the 6 special observers of the program. A reality show that is played out entirely by the 9 men and women on their own certainly doesn't have much variety. Therefore, the 6 special observers play the role of a god's perspective, observing every move of the male and female guests from the outside, all the time. Of course, observers do not know who the rich are and who the poor are. Instead, they are tasked with predicting the male and female guests' heartstrings and figuring out which one, or how many, are really broke. The guest of honor among the 6, sitting in the main seat closest to the screen, takes advantage of Han Hong entering the previously empty villa and being left alone to fret, and begins to see up the flow. Looking into the lens of the camera pointed at him alone, the guest of honor, who was wearing an open-necked evening gown, said, "Welcome, viewers, to our Fruit TV program, encountering the truly rich and the poor. It's a fruity TV, heavily funded, relationship-watching reality show. As the name of our variety show suggests, the male guest who has a significant amount of money, and the female guest who either hopes to marry into a wealthy family, or hopes to fall in love with a sensational relationship and meet the one who was meant to be. They're going to be on a relationship reality show for the next 2 months. Of course, this show may not be so innocent and nice, because the male guests in this program have 1 or more actors who pretend to be who they are and cheat on the female guests' feelings in order to win prizes. How will the story unfold over the course of this 2 months? I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm your special observer, Han Xin Chang. I am an actor and a singer. In this program, I am the host and part of the special observers. Next, we have all of our other special observers introduce themselves. Star, Chapter 8, Love Observer. If Han Haoren was in this studio he would have been shocked, because 2 days ago, the first thing Han Haoren drew in the lottery was actress Zhang Hanxiao's intimate apparel. Zhang Hanxiao can be said to be a first-tier actress in the entertainment industry in China today, known for her hot body and outspoken personality. The Fruit Channel paid a lot of money to hire her as a relationship observer, but also for the heat and traffic of the program. Sitting to the right of Zhang Hanxiao was a bald man in his 30s. He introduced himself to the position of the camera. "Hello everyone, my name is Lu Yiga. I am a writer and a trainer. I am the founder of the Chinese character color study, and I will use my character color theory to determine the love connection and also to identify the actors who disguise their identities." To the right of Louis Jiao was a young beauty in a cute pink dress. If the impression of Zhang Hanshan is sexy and hot, this little beauty is fresh and cute. "Hello everyone, I'm Shanchan Song. It's a violinist. I think that being a relationship observer requires a fine sense of observation, and an artist's way of thinking might bring a different aspect of perspective to the table." Song Shanchan's voice was crispy and nice. Opposite Song Shanchan was a beautiful woman dressed in a red tunic skirt, dressed in bright colors. "Hello everyone, I'm Ouyang Mi, and like Han Su-san, I'm also an actress. Anyone who knows me knows that I'm a very direct person, so for this show, I can't reason or anything like that. I'll just use my instincts." On Ouyang Mi's left-hand side was a man in a suit, literally with glasses. "Hello, my name is Luo Jinhao, and I'm an expert in microexpressions. With Mr. Lo Yiga, it would be considered a peer. I will use logic, and an eye for subtle expressions, to deduce who is rich and who is poor." On Luo Jinhao's left-hand side, which was opposite Zhang Hanxiao, was still a beautiful woman, wearing a white blouse and a black skirt. A pair of beautiful legs were very straight and straight. "My name is Zhang Man, I'm a cartoonist." The 6 love observers have all introduced themselves. As the moderator, Zhang Hanshan said, "Among the 6 of us, there are professional psychologists, actors, cartoonists, and musicians. As relationship observers, all we are responsible for in each episode is observation and judgment." Luo Jinhao interjected, to explain it in simple terms. "If the guests are the contestants of the match, we are the commentators. We are in charge of the off-court." Zhang Hanxiao nodded. "All right. Our number 1 male guest Han Haoren has already entered the villa. The occupations and backgrounds of the male and female guests we will not disclose until the second installment. Of course, if the male guest is the actor who is hiding his identity, all the information made public is a forgery. Both of our boys here are experts in psychology. Can you guys judge whether this 1 male guest, Han Haoren, is an actor, or is he really a young and talented tycoon?" Luigia said in a loud and clear voice. "Although I don't know this male guest, I can make a preliminary analysis from the aura he had when he walked into the villa, and his demeanor in front of the camera lens now. According to my judgment, this number 1 male guest should be a yellow personality color. People in this category are deeply driven by the realization and accomplishment of goals. They are generally forward-thinking and leadership-oriented, and usually have a strong sense of responsibility, decision-making and self-confidence. So, I think this male guest, although he looks young, is likely to be a great leader, and it's unlikely that he's an actor. Luo Jinhao chimed in. I also agree, because there aren't any other guests in the villa at this time. Han Haoren was the first to arrive. If it's an actor, he doesn't have to be when no one else is around. He should be at his most relaxed state of mind, his most relaxed stage. To change your actor's lingo, he didn't have to get into the scene so quickly. So, I think that this state, today, is his true state, and everyone we now observe carefully. Han Haoren, even if he is sitting alone, he is in a seated posture, including the expression he reveals between his brows again at all times. This state is that of a superior being. So, I think the chances of this Han Haoren being a real tycoon are at 99%. The only point, that 1% that keeps me a little skeptical, is that this Han Haoren is too young, and looks like he should have just graduated. Zhang Hanshao said, being young and being rich are not in conflict. It's possible that he comes from a wealthy family. It's possible that he didn't start from nothing, but is a rich second generation. Yang Mi smiled and said, my intuition, on the contrary, is that Han Haoren might be an actor. How can there be an ordinary person that looks that handsome? Most of the male celebrities I've worked with aren't that handsome. Chapter 9, she's familiar after 8 years. Lu Yijiao retorted, Ms. Yang, I don't think you're judging by any intuition or sixth sense. You're totally looking at the face. Why is it that good-looking people are actors? I can say that there are scientific statistics that show that the offspring born to the rich have genes that are inherently better than the average person, and they grow up with the best education and develop unique temperaments and dispositions. I think the number one male guest is the really rich guy. Zhang Man also spoke up. Yang Mi, I wonder if you noticed the car Han Haoren just came in and drove. A Lamborghini. And it's not one of those ordinary models. And this suit and pants that Han Hong is wearing is the latest model from Bulma 2009. These are things that money can't always buy. So, I think it's highly unlikely that he's an actor. Unless the directing team intentionally gave the actors sports cars as well as costumes. But this cost is a little too big. While Yang Mi was arguing up a storm with a few love observers, there was also finally movement outside the villa. A beautiful woman with a delicate figure, dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, smiled coquettishly as she got out of a cab and approached the villa. The observers, who had been arguing about whether Han Haoren was an actor or not, immediately stopped their previous conversation. The screen in the studio the six were in showed the girl's name, Hot D. Yang Mi couldn't help but exclaim, Hot D, so beautiful she is. Zhang Hanshao also exclaimed, look at the collagen on her face. I think she should still be a student. Definitely not in her 20s. Such a great beauty is rarely seen in the entertainment industry. Song Shanshan joked, I think after watching the No. 1 male guest and the No. 1 female guest, I think our show, at least in terms of face value, can be pleasing to the eye. The director's team signaled Hottie to enter the villa. Han Haoren sat directly in front of the door, which was the position he had picked out the first moment he entered the villa. Seeing Hottie push open the door, Han Haoren also got up and stood up. Han Haoren extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner. Hello? Hottie was a little shocked at Han Huang's appearance when he looked up. How come there are such handsome people among the rich? This is more handsome than even the stars, right? However, the moment Han Haoren stretched out his hand, Hot Xiaodi also calmed down from her surprise and hurriedly shook Han Haoren's hand. Hello, nice to meet you. When Han Haoren held Hot Xiaodi's hand, he felt that her hand was very soft and smooth to the touch. Lovingly letting go of his hand, Han Haoren scrutinized Hottie. Hot D had clear, bright black pupils and arched willowy eyebrows. The long eyelashes fluttered slightly, the white and flawless skin showed a light reddish pink, and the thin lips were as delicate as roses. To top it all off, Hot D is not only stunning in appearance, but has a very nice body as well. Long, white, slender legs, although a simple t-shirt and jeans, but her wonderful body perfectly outlined. Excellent. 9 points. Han Haoren had already scored Hot Xiaodi inwardly. However, the more Han Haoren scrutinized Hot Xiaodi, the more he felt that this little beauty had some slight familiarity. Han Haoren sat back down where he had been sitting. Hottie, on the other hand, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, sat across from Han Haoren. Han Haoren smiled and said, although the program team said that they can't reveal any information related to their identity, occupation and background today, but names, hobbies, that kind of thing, should be introduced, right? My name is Han Haoren. Hot D smiled and said, my name is Hot D. You can call me D. Upon hearing Hot Xiaodi's name, Han Haoren snapped. The entire shape of his mouth opened into an O. Hot D? You're that hot, shouty? Han Haoren blurted out, completely oblivious to the fact that what he had said was not even a complete sentence that could be understood by others. Hot Shouty looked at Han Haoren a bit puzzled. What do you mean that hot, shouty? Han Haoren also realized that he was incoherent, and this was really because he was too surprised after hearing Hot Shouty's name. Hot D, that placed in 2019 before he was reborn, was one of the most popular up-and-coming actors in the entertainment industry. Although there is also no classic representative work, but Hot Shouty's looks and body alone, by the countless fans of The Pursuit. But Hot Shouty's rise to fame would have been after he joined Oh Yang-mi's Fengxing studio in 15 or 16 years. Her boss and best friend, Oh Yang-mi, took Hottie and co-starred in a couple of plays, giving Hottie some popularity. Hot Shouty really burst into the limelight and became a first-tier flow actress, but also because in 17 years, she was on a super flow variety show, and also with a South Korean return flow male star, a CP. Now in 09, Hot D has the seductive, dumpy look of that top actress from the latter days, even though she hasn't quite grown up yet. Han Haoren was lamenting in his heart at this moment. No wonder the first time he saw this little beauty, he thought she looked familiar. It turns out that she looked familiar to herself 8 years later. Star. Chapter 10, Analysis by Microexpression Experts. Fruit Channel Studio. Luo Jinhao, the microexpression expert, suddenly raised his volume and said, "Did you all notice how many details you just got?" Male guest number 1, just uttered an incoherent phrase, "You're the hot little D?" I didn't get what that sentence meant. And, there's one more detail. When Hottie introduced herself, Han Haoren's mouth opened wide in surprise. The expression is so obvious that even someone who doesn't understand microexpressions can see that it's clearly an expression of a wide open mouth after being surprised. As if, he was surprised to hear Hottie's name. But I don't get it. Why was he so surprised to hear Hottie's name? Oh Yang-mi analyzed. Maybe it's because Hottie D opened up too nice? Luo Jinhao shook his head. The first time Han Haoren met Hot Shouty, he didn't show any special expression. Even before Hottie introduced himself, I had carefully observed Han Haoren, and there was no fluctuation in his expression. Generally speaking, when males see such an extremely beautiful woman, they will show their adoration, or nymphomania expression. But Han Haoren didn't. Instead it was Hottie, who visibly froze the moment she saw Han Haoren. She was blinking non-stop, and her otherwise natural hands clutched the pockets of her jeans. In the micro-expressions, it's clearly a somewhat heartfelt and somewhat nervous reaction to someone you're meeting for the first time. If you restore Hot D's mindset at the time, I think what she was thinking at that moment was, wow, that male guest in front of me is so handsome, I've got my heart set on it. But on the contrary, Han Haoren's demeanor has always been natural, relaxed, and calm. Maybe it's because of his status. He's surrounded by no shortage of extremely beautiful women at this level. Or maybe it's his culmination that allows him to remain able to be unperturbed by everything. In short, when the two first met, Han Haoren's reaction was not as big as Hot Shouty's, and Han Haoren's perversity appeared the moment he heard Hot Shouty introduce his name. Luijiao rounded out, yes, this reaction from Han Haoren is very strange indeed. Maybe it's because he's heard the name Hot Little D before from someone else. Maybe it was something else. But we're just observers, and we can't walk up to Han Hong and ask him why he's reacting in this perverse way. So let's just keep watching. And that reaction, in fact, has very little to do with this whole program. At the very least, it won't affect my judgment on Han Haoren's identity. Zhang Henshin smiled back and said, yes, it's probably just an inconsequential and strange reaction. Maybe when the show officially airs, this segment including the discussion we just had will be cut. However, through Ms. Luo's analysis just now, one thing we can know is this: the first time we met, Hot Shouty clearly had a crush on Han Haoren. Of course, I don't know if Hot D is the type that would fall in love at first sight. I don't know if that little spark I just felt was a reaction to love at first sight. But one thing I do know is that the female guests of this program, like me, are very appreciative of the face of the number one male guest, Han Haoren. Han Haoren and Hottie had a chat. Because of the program's restrictions, they can't reveal much personal information either, such as occupation, age, and so on. Hot Shouty looked at Han Haoren and asked, can I ask what hobbies you usually have? I don't suppose there's a rule on the program that you can't ask that question, is there? Han Haoren smiled and replied, I don't think so. I have more hobbies, music, art, and I love to specialize in cooking. By the way, I've taught myself a little psychology. In his last life, Han Haoren, though, was a high school graduate and a character with a full IQ, but when he was a child, all his energy was spent on studying. After all, the belief of poor people is that studying well to get into a good university to change his life. And near graduation, to the time after graduation, Han Haoren experienced the biggest setback in his life, and after that, he was busy with entrepreneurship and fighting. So, whether it's music, art, cooking, Han Haoran knows nothing about it. However, after Han Haoran had drawn a large number of skills through the system, he could now have many hobbies. Or maybe it's more than just a hobby. According to the system's explanation, the definition of master level is that even if you are engaged in this industry, you are the best of the top 1% in the industry. As for psychology, it was Han Haoran's hobby that came out of the blue. As a science student, a senior finance major, Han Haoran understands higher math, but he hasn't studied psychology at all. Hottie smiled and looked at Han Haoran. You really are multi-talented. I know some instruments. We can exchange some time. Star. Chapter 11. Han Haoran's segment is very high. Listening to Han Haoran and Hot Shouty's conversation, Yang Mi in the studio said, music, art, cooking, and psychology. If what Han Haoran said isn't a lie, then his hobbies are really quite extensive. Luigia analyzed, if it's from a noble family with a good upbringing, in addition to etiquette, music and art can be considered mandatory. But cooking is something like that. Of course there will be rich people who like to cook for themselves, and for girls, a guy who can cook is definitely a plus. I'm analyzing that this might be the reason why Han Haoran said he likes cooking. Of course, Han Haoran just said his hobbies are music, art, and cooking. It doesn't say how good he is at it. My hobby, it's still singing, but usually when I go to karaoke, my friends won't give me the microphone. As for psychology, we have two observers here who are experts in psychology, and when Han Haoran demonstrated his psychology specialties on the program, we could tell at a glance whether he really knew or didn't. Of course, I think what Han Haoran said about psychology is nothing more than tarot cards, horoscopes, rising signs, and the like. This kind of thing isn't strictly speaking a type of psychology, but it's still good to use them to pick up girls. Song Shanchan analyzed, if Han Haoran plays any instrument on the show, I'll know his level as soon as I hear it. As a violinist who received an international award for playing in the adult category at the age of 15, known as the musical prodigy of the last 100 years, the Fritz Kreisler of China, the most likely young musician to reach the highest level of the Hall of Fame. Song Shanshan has dabbled in all the instruments. The violin was not to be mentioned. Even if it was cello, saxophone, black pipe, piano, or even ethnic music like aro or guzheng, just by listening to a piece, Song Shanshan would be able to know the level of the player. Zhang Man also laughed. One male guest's hobbies are really interesting as well, and they're all bumping into our observer head. Although I'm a cartoonist, I have specialties in oil painting, sketching, and even Chinese painting. I just don't know if this Han Haoran will draw live on the program. Unlike the male and female guests, who are mostly vegetarians, the 6 members of the observatory are all stars who are leaders in their respective fields and have a certain degree of attention. Zhang Man, on the other hand, was the most famous of the 6 besides Zhang Hanshao. Even Zhang Man's fanbase was larger than that of the talented and beautiful musician Song Shanshan, as well as Yang Mi, the Ran star of show business who starred in several popular serials. Zhang Man is regarded as a leading figure in the Chinese comic book industry. Zhang Man's manga, Bog Given, has sold a combined total of over 100 million copies and has been adapted into an anime, a movie, and a serial. It can be said that it's not the Chinese media that is bragging. Rather, industry insiders all over the world agree that the popularity of Insect Gives Birth has reached the level of the popular works of Marvel, DC, and the hottest manga of the East Japan's Jinsha and Kodansha, together with being an extremely beautiful woman herself. This resulted in Zhang Man's number of fans being no less than that of a first-tier popular star. Zhang Hanshao laughed and said, if there's no opportunity, our program team can create one. I'm a little heartbroken for the number 1 male guest right now, because after he let it slip that he had so many hobbies and specialties, the directing team wouldn't leave him alone. Han Haoran didn't realize that the Love Watch was talking about himself. Han Hong was talking to Hottie. The two quickly became acquainted after the initial unfamiliarity. Hot D has cute dimples when she smiles. She just smiled and looked at Han Haoran, gently asking, Han Haoran, you said you're good at psychology. Then wouldn't you be able to know what I'm thinking? Han Haoran guffawed. D, psychology isn't mind reading, but I do know what you're thinking. Hot D's mouth grew very curious. Oh, is that so? So what do you think I'm thinking now? Han Haoran's smile was a bit wry. You are, for sure, thinking of me right now. Hot Shouty didn't expect that Han Haoran would answer like this. It was as if he was asking serious questions while Han Hong began to tease. All at once, Hottie felt her face become hot. Zhang Hanshao exclaimed, no. 1 male guest. He's very good at flirting. This is a higher segment. And the number 1 female guest, as you can tell by her age, is someone with little social experience. I have a hunch that this little sister, Hot Shouty, will soon be captured by Han Haoran. Lu Ejia agreed. Did you guys notice that Han Haoran just called Hot Shouty instead of the full name of her name? Although Hot D said when she introduced herself that she could be called D. But, generally speaking, Nicknames like D should only be called when the relationship has reached a certain point and is very intimate. Let's say Yang Mimi. Would you mind if I called you Mimi? Yang Mi was straightforward and honest. Mind. Luigia continued. But Han Haoren started calling Hot Shouty by this intimate nickname less than 10 minutes after he met her, and Hot D gladly accepted what he was called. This shows that Han Haoren's segment is very high. Chapter 12 Psychology is not fortune-telling, but it is more accurate than fortune-telling. Hottie blushed and said, I wasn't thinking about you. You're not much of a psychologist, are you? Han Haoren smiled as he looked at Hot Shouty. Whatever you say, that's what it is. But in all seriousness, psychology is the discipline of being able to infer a target's personality, preferences, and way of thinking by consulting color vision. Simply put, it's similar to fortune-telling. It's just that most of the fortune-tellers you see today are frauds, and psychology is a science. Hot Shouty instantly became interested again. So, Han Haoren, we've been talking for so long. How much do you know about me now? Studio. Luigi expressed his disagreement with Han Haoren's interpretation of psychology. Psychology is a science that studies human psychological phenomena and the mental functions and behavioral activities under their influence. Psychology consists of two major fields, basic psychology and applied psychology, and its study involves perception, cognition, emotion, thinking, personality, behavioral habits, interpersonal relationships, social relationships, and many other areas. This discipline is very broad in scope. My personality coloring, as well as Mr. Luo's microexpressions, all fall under the umbrella of psychology. That's a big difference from fortune-telling, so I don't agree with Han Hong. I don't think he really understands psychology. Luo Zhenhao defended Han Haoren. At this time, Han Haoren was obviously chatting with someone of the opposite sex that he had just met. He wasn't lecturing in class. So, although his definition of psychology was inaccurate, he managed to get Hot D's attention. At this point, I think Han Hong is successful. However, Hottie now also presents Han with a dilemma when she asks him if he can get some insight into her through psychology. That's a hard question to answer, because Han Hong and Hottie met for just 10 minutes. Even professional psychologists, me, or Mr. Luigia, none of us are able to understand a person in such a short period of time, through the most basic conversation. Yang Mi smiled and asked, so the two teachers think that Han Haoren is going to reveal himself this time? Although Hottie has a crush on Han Haoren right now, but Han Haoren, if he didn't answer this question well, maybe the good feeling will change and Hottie will think that Han Hong is a frivolous, bragging and showing off but without real talent. Han Haoren smiled as he looked at Hot Shouty. Before I get back to you on this, I'm going to have to take a look at your poem as well. Is that okay? Hottie thought for a moment, nodded sheepishly, and went to Han Huang's side, handing his hand to Han Hong. Han Hong held Hottie's hand. In the studio observer's hands-on, palmistry is not psychology, and this Han Haoren is purely picking up girls, right? Han Haoren let go of Hot Shouty's hand. Hottie returned to his position across from Han Hong. Han Haoren looked into Hottie's eyes and said, although I've probably been able to guess your occupation and age, but it seems like the program team won't let us talk about that right now. Then I'll talk about the rest. It's not obvious to me from your looks, as well as from listening to your accent, but I'd say you're from the Northern Territory, right? Hottie's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? I am indeed from the Northern Territory. I'm a Viennese. Han Haoren ignored Hot Shouty's surprised look and continued. Your character should be the kind that's witty and cute, sometimes a bit capricious, but very serious. Although you don't seem to talk much right now, I think in reality you'd be more fun and outgoing, with an inner desire for romance and a curiosity about everything, and you like to do exciting things. So, you're a Gemini, right? Hot Shouty stared at Han Haoren dead in the face as her insides began to beat wildly. Han Haoren's analysis about her character hit all the right notes. Although she started out a bit put out on the show, Hottie is really an extrovert, and the other personality traits Han Hong mentioned match her perfectly. As for Gemini, Hottie's birthday is June 3rd, which is indeed a Gemini. Han Haoren continued, you should have studied ballet, right? That's why the body shape and temperament are good. You must have taken folk dancing too? Your favorite colors would be black, white and pink. You don't seem to like flowers very much. Do you prefer cacti to flowers? Finally, I bet you have a great appetite and eat more than the average person. I'm not wrong about any of this, am I? After Han Haoren finished his analysis with a single beat, Hot Shouty's entire body had frozen. Not a single word could be said. Star. Chapter 13, Song Shinran's Show of Goodwill. Luigia frowned. Hot Shouty's looks. It does look a bit like an ethnic minority. There is indeed a possibility that he is from the southern border side. But Han Haoren said that Hot Shouty is a Gemini and pointed out Hot Shouty's personality. But honestly I don't know how Han Haoren was able to tell. At least I wasn't able to analyze these personalities of Hot Shouty by observing her. And after that, the favorite color? It's a bit of a ripoff. Hot Shouty was wearing a white t-shirt and blue jean shorts, so it would be reasonable for Han Haoren to say that Hot Shouty likes white. After all, the likelihood of a female guest coming over in her favorite dress for a show like this is high. But Han Haoren said 3 colors in one breath. And this thing about Hot D liking black and pink, I don't know how he analyzed it. As for liking cactus and eating a lot, that's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Not to mention that psychology can't tell this much. Neither can a fortune teller. But looking at Hot D's expression, I don't feel right again. Because the look on Hot D's face tells me that Han Hong seems to be right. Luo Zhenhao also added, indeed, it's good to analyze the expression on Hot Shouty's face nowadays. It's one of those, Han Hong got it right, so she's very shocked and thinking, how do you know me so well? Look. So, by the look on Hot D's face, I think Han Haoren mostly said the right thing in judgment. Zhang Hanxiao spotted a tall female guest slowly approaching on the studio's big screen, pulling a suitcase. Oh, the third guest has made her entrance. She looks so pretty. The third guest, still a woman. She looked 23, 24 years old, fair skin, big eyes, wearing a red dress, slowly walked towards the main entrance of the villa. Yang Mi said, the number 1 female guest, Hot D, looks like one of those youthful, very young little beauties. And this one, who just looks so sensible, but very pretty all the same. Zhang Hanxiao nodded and said, I'll secretly tell you all a secret that the program team told me. All 5 female guests were chosen for their looks, specialties, and personalities according to the personal preferences of the male guests, the truly rich and famous. It is said that the program is handpicked from tens of thousands of people, and 5 are handpicked, so the face value of the female guests, that's definitely high. These are the prettiest beauties in all of China for us. After all, rich male guests who are multi-millionaire and talented have a great eye. Hottie hadn't recovered from the shock and hadn't had time to ask Han Hong why he knew so much about everything about himself. Psychology, is it really that amazing? Just as Hottie's entire body was still in a daze, the door to the villa was pushed open again. Han Haoren and Hottie saw the new female guest of honor enter and hurriedly gave a warm greeting. The name of this temperamental beauty was Song Xinran. Han Haoren sized up Song Xinran's looks, who was very pretty, even compared to Hot D. It's a merry-go-round. However, as far as Han Haoren remembered, there were no stars named Song Xinran in the latter days. This one, I think, is a pure vegetarian that the program got. Compared to Hot Shouty's constraints, Song Xinran was quite generous. She sat down next to Hot Shouty and quickly found a topic to chat with Hot Shouty and Han Haoren. Luo Zhenhao analyzed, Song Xinran's character seems to be the kind of person who is very worldly savvy and humane. She was able to break the ice with strangers quickly and have a smooth conversation. I think, purely from my personal experience, that this kind of person's personality is more likely to be favored by a rich male guest. Yang Mi expressed her disagreement. Expert Luo, you're a microexpression expert. You know a lot about psychology, but I think, you don't understand men and women. Most men, I think, look at the face and the body. As for character, hobbies, outlook on life and whatnot, they claim that these are important, but they really don't matter at all. This time, Louis Jia stood on Yang Mi's side, the so-called diet men and women. Let's not talk about falling in love and eventually getting married and having children for the rest of your life. Even making friends, it's a world of faces. Good-looking women, in and of themselves, are able to quickly gain favor with the opposite sex and can quickly close the distance. That's why luxury car real estate sales, flight attendants on airplanes, and even sales clerks at luxury stores are all beautiful women. In a service-oriented industry, people's looks are very important. Beautiful women are inherently more pleasing to the eye. Zhang Hanxiao looked at Luo Zhenhao and asked, you said that Hot Shouty had a crush on Han Haoren the first time she saw him. What about the second female guest, Song Xinran? I saw Han Haoren and Song Xinran's first meeting, and neither of them had any particular reaction. Is it true that these two don't get along? Luo Zhenhao laughed and said, that's not true. In my observation, Song Xinran Han Haoren has a clear favor. Only, she was able to control her emotions. The first thing I noticed was that very bright smile Song Xinran gave Han Haoren, a state that was very different from when she was greeting Hottie. And the seat Song Xinran chose, even though it looks like she's sitting next to Hot Shouty, this seat is the easiest of all the seats to be on all fours with Han Haoren. Han Haoren looks in the direction Song Xinran is today whenever he looks toward the door. So, what I can conclude is that in just the first minute of entering this villa, Song Xinran was secretly making a pass at Han Haoren. Whether it's that smile that belongs exclusively to Han Haoren, or the choice of seat, Song Xinran is already on the move. Some people say Bugs explained that the main character is participating in the recording of a variety show. It's not like it's a live broadcast. I don't know if you know the production process of a variety show. All the episodes are recorded and then the showrunners edit out the huge amount of material to be broadcast before it's aired. Usually by the time the show starts making official announcements, the show has already been taped. Except for the 6 observers who were able to see the live feed in real time, no other relatives, friends or anything else knew about the program. That said, in 2009, there wasn't a live streaming platform per se, was there? Chapter 14, maybe a love triangle is about to happen. Han Haoran chatted with Song Shinran and Hot Shouty for a while. Han Haoran sensed that both Song Shinran and Hot Shouty seemed to have some interest in themselves. Song Shinran didn't need to say that the outgoing one would intentionally or unintentionally pull the conversation towards Han Haoran, not caring very much about Han Haoran in the slightest. Although they couldn't ask questions about age, occupation, or anything else, everything else about Han Haoran was asked by Song Shinran. What impressed Han Haoran the most was that Song Shinran suddenly stared at herself and asked, Han Haoran, do you believe in the existence of love at first sight? Han Haoran felt the sizzle of clear adoration in Song Shinran's eyes. I believe in love at first sight, Han Haoran replied without hesitation. Hot D is also a change from her previous somewhat shy and bashful personality. After Song Shinran entered this villa, it was as if Hot Shouty had become more proactive, as if she had a competitor. Hot Shouty would intervene in Song Shinran and Han Haoran's conversation from time to time, drawing Han Haoran's attention. Han Haoran, you and I are very destined for each other, and I also believe in love at first sight. Obviously it was originally a conversation between Song Shinran and Han Haoran, but Hot Shouty interjected. Watching Song Shinran and Hot Shouty fight it out, Han Haoran knew that at this time he had to break the somewhat delicate situation today. The triangle, though, is one of the most stable structures in geometry, but triangulation, it's not hard to get a second. Han Haoran stood up first and smiled as he looked at the middle of Hot Shouty and Song Shinran. Shall we visit this villa first? After all, we're going to be living in this villa for a very long time. Han Haoran had read the program's rule set when he signed the contract. The female guests, for the 2 months that the show is being recorded, are required to live in this villa. All the female guests, for the time being, have settled in the imperial capital. For the taping of the show, they may go to work or do their own thing during the day. At night, they must return to the romantic cottage prepared by the program, instead of going back to their original homes. As for the male guest, because the male guest is set to be super rich, where can a real rich man do nothing for 2 months of idleness and stay in a set of villa arranged by the show's crew just to record a variety show? So the male guests have the so-called privilege of not having to return to the villa at night if there are special circumstances. Of course, on certain nights, such as the night of the love message, they must gather in the romantic cottage. And usually, if there are no special circumstances, the program team still requires both male and female guests to stay in the villa. This way, the men and women get to interact more and the crew gets more material. For Han Haoran's proposal, neither Hot Shouty nor Song Shinran would refuse. The 3 of them rose as one and began to tour the villa. This villa is on 3 levels. Just now Han Haoran where they are is the first floor. There is a large living room. The decoration is very chic, not the kind of thug style of gold and blue, but very elegant. Han Haoran and the others had just sat down on the chairs at the dining table. The chairs are made of mahogany, which is definitely a lot more expensive than the kind of chairs you get at IKEA. A little further in, there was a row of couches in black cowhide. Han Haoran estimated that if they were closer together, they could just sit down 9 people. Directly across from the couch was a supersized LCD TV of at least 100 inches or more, which in 2009 was definitely something only a rich family could afford. To one side of the living room is a large kitchen, cooktop, super large upright refrigerator, range hood, and all kinds of cookware are available. A bar on the other side of the living room. There was also a wine cooler on the bar, which was full of red wine. And walking up near the stairs leading to the second floor is where the choreographer warns that there are camera lenses for the bathroom. Han Haoran took the lead in walking towards the second floor, and Hottie suddenly quickened her pace and walked side by side with Han Haoran, and Song Shinran beamed and followed alone. Song Shinran didn't expect that Hot Shouty, a soft and weak-looking little sister, would even go upstairs to demonstrate to herself side by side with Han Haoran. Of course Song Shinran didn't want to back down. She was a great believer in love at first sight, and the first moment she saw Han Haoran, Song Shinran felt it was her destiny. Not to mention, the male guests of this program were all rich and powerful. Even if Han Haoran was an ordinary man, an actor pretending to be a rich and powerful man, Song Shinran decided to mothball him. By participating in this show, at least her mindset wasn't to marry into a wealthy family or anything, but just to have a beautiful encounter. What if you get tricked into confessing your love to a fake rich guy on the show? For Song Shinran, liking someone should be defiant. Song Shinran looked at the backs of Hot Shouty and Han Haoran as they walked up the stairs side by side, and her heart also lit up with wariness. Although Hot Shouty's looks and body were superb, Song Shinran was confident that she wasn't a vegetarian either. It's just a competition, isn't it? She's ready for it. Off-field studio, Luo Jinhao said. Everyone pay attention to the way Song Shinran looks at Han Haoran and Hot Shouty's backs. That's an interesting look. It's a fighting look. It's like a look of declared war. Then, at this time, why did Song Shinran have such a demeanor? Undoubtedly because she saw Han Haoren and Hati walking side by side. And let's recall the scene just now. Originally Han Haoren was walking alone at the front of the line, and Hot Xiaodi and Song Shinran were almost side by side. However, Hati suddenly sped up and walked to be side by side with Han Hong, and then as she went up the stairs, Hati continued to maintain the same pace and stride rate as Han Hong. This is obviously a very deliberate act. Hati wanted to walk side by side with Han Haoren, and seeing this scene, Song Shinran was clearly a bit upset. We can find out from these small details on the expressions and actions of the two girls that both female guests have a crush on Han Haoren at the same time. Maybe a love triangle is about to begin to play out in this moment. Chapter 15, Reasonable Speculation 3 Men and 5 Women? Oh Yang Mi smiled back and made her own comment. Though I haven't seen a follow-up male guest yet. But the one male guest, Han Haoren, is so perfect that he is simply every girl's or every woman's heartthrob. I believe there is no one who can resist Han Haoren's charm. So, very understandable for how Hati and Song Shinran are reacting today. In normal life, they meet males who even barely reach the face value of Han Hong, and of course I think it's very, very hard to fulfill that. These boys, too, are basically students and such, and Han Haoren is different. He's a super rich man, such a face, such a body, such a gentle and elegant, fluttering temperament, coupled with a wealthy or rich second-generation background. I'd be Song Shinran or Hati, and I'd have a crush on Han Hong too. Luigia analyzed. Indeed, there is a law in psychology that the first impression is crucial for the future interaction between two strangers. Apparently, both girls have a good first impression of Han Hong, so much so that even without seeing the other guests come out, I was already able to complete the love connection for the first two female guests. Tonight, both of them will vote for Han Haoren, because in one day, I don't see anything happening that would make a huge reversal in their state of mind. What we need to focus on observing and analyzing right now is Han Haoren as a person. He must have sensed by now that the two female guests have a crush on him, but Han Haoren, right now, is not clearly showing his feelings. Who does he like better? That's the bit I'm most curious about right now. The three came to the second floor. There is a home theater on the second floor and an activity room. Inside the activity room, there is a pool table and a ping pong table. The home theater had a professional and expensive-looking set of audio equipment and a huge screen that was bigger than the TV downstairs. Meanwhile, there are 4 pairs of love seats in this room that are obviously for 2 people. There are also 2 separate rows of movie theater-like seats. On the other side of the second floor were the girls' rooms. There are 2 rooms for girls. One room has 2 beds and the other has 3 beds. The design style of the girls' room is pink and cute. It made Hot D's teenage heart suddenly burst. There is a restroom in the center of the 2 rooms with a sign that says no camera equipment inside. This restroom, Han Haoren knew, was one of the few private places in this villa. There could be some whispered conversations. Maybe it's possible to do something unspeakable in there. On the 3rd floor are the rooms for the male guests. The male guest room girls' room is a different design style compared to the male guest room. Han Haoren paid special attention to the fact that there were 3 rooms on the 3rd floor that could be opened, and there was only a single bed in each room. Hati couldn't help but say, "Wow, you boys have separate rooms." Han Haoren smiled and looked at Hot Xiaodi. "How's that? Are you envious?" Hati shook her head. "Not really, I really like our girls' room." Song Shinran interjected. "Han Haoren, have you noticed that there are a total of 3 rooms on the 3rd floor, while there are 5 beds on the 2nd floor? Does this mean that the show has 5 female guests but only 3 male guests? Also, we just saw a room that was locked and couldn't be pushed open. What kind of a situation would that room?" Again? Han Haoren was a bit surprised, because on the day he signed the contract, Han Haoren clearly remembered the executive director saying to himself that the program was for 4 men and 5 women with 9 guests. Perhaps, because he was an actor in the program, he knew this detail in advance. Perhaps for these female guests, they are ignorant of the number of guests. But Song Shinran's analysis was somewhat reasonable. 3 beds in 3 rooms, so where does the one remaining male guest stay? Hati beamed. "I thought there were supposed to be the same number of female and male guests. So it's different." "Studio," Zhang Hanshao exclaimed. "I found that the second female guest, Song Shinran, has a higher EQ and IQ. The power of observation is also very strong. She judged the ratio of male to female guests by the number of beds inside the room. Although I didn't really know that there were several male and female guests each. Song Shinran's analysis is quite reasonable. If it's really a 3-to-5 ratio, then this is an interesting show. This means that there will definitely be more than 2 female guests pursuing the same male guest. Conversely, there are bound to be female guests who will not get a love message during the love connection segment." Li Aiga said. "Though I don't know if I can say something like that on such a show. If it's not suitable for broadcast, the director will cut it for me. Actually, this ratio of male to female guests is just like the society we live in. Rich, or successful people, are just going to be pursued by a lot of people. There's obviously going to be a big gap between the percentage of ordinary people who fall in love with beautiful women, and the percentage of billionaires who fall in love with beautiful women. This is a show where the really rich and famous are a rarity, and the relationship between the male and female guests, probably from the beginning from the way the rules of this show are set up, is unequal. Chapter 16, Strange People. Han Haoran and Hot Shouty, Song Shinran were outside the locked room studying why this mysterious room was the only one locked in the three-story grand villa when they simultaneously heard a commotion coming from downstairs. There should be guests coming, Hottie said with a smile. Han Haoran nodded. Then why don't we go down and meet the new guests? Guess, is there a male or female guest here now? Hot D casually guessed. I assume it's a male guest? Song Shinran smiled and said, actually, it doesn't matter to me whether it's a male or female guest that comes now. In the studio, Luijia said again. Pay attention to Song Shinran's sentence. It's obvious that Song Shinran is hinting with no. One male guest Han Haoran again. It doesn't matter if the next guest is a man or a woman, what does that mean? Song Shinran is politely saying to Han Haoran that after seeing you, I'm not half as interested in the rest of the male guests that will follow. I will only ever care about you alone, so no one else matters. On the contrary, Hot Shouty, I guess that she should be very young. Although this answer was just her unconscious answer. But it's obvious that this answer is not as brilliant as Song Shinran's. This time, it was also Hottie who grabbed and went downstairs side by side with Han Haoran. Song Shinran didn't visibly show an unhappy expression this time. The trio walked downstairs and saw a male guest wearing a beige trench coat and casual suit pants. Although this male guest's hairstyle and everything is carefully designed, but just by looking at the face, it's not the same type as Han Haoran at all. If Han Haoran is the kind of big handsome guy who will have little fangirls staring at him when he walks down the road, this male guest is kind of like an older man with an older man vibe. The looks are not very handsome, but if you look at them for a long time, they still have a unique flavor. Han Haoran estimated the age of this guest on the opposite side of the room, and also estimated that he was in his early 30s. Han Haoran first went up to shake hands with the male guest. Hello, I'm Han Haoran. Hello, my name is Li Feng. After shaking hands with Han Haoran and greeting the two female guests, Li Feng turned silent in his chair. Han Haoran walked towards the kitchen, which was integrated with the living room, and first poured himself a glass of water. Then Han Haoran asked, do you guys need a drink, coffee or hot water? Hot D laughed softly and said, hot water, please. Song Shinran was also not willing to show weakness. Then it's been hard on you. I'd like a cup of hot water, please. However, Li Feng unexpectedly said, I'm not thirsty for now, thanks. Inside the studio, the 6 observers also started discussing about the new guest who came in. Song Shanchan analyzed. It seems that this second male guest, Li Feng, belongs to the type that talks very little. He hasn't initiated a word other than hello. Luo Zhenhao also said, indeed, and as we observe Li Feng's sitting posture, he is slightly restrained. It means he's a little bit nervous. But the male guests invited to this program are clearly not supposed to be people who would be formal on such occasions. They're the pride of heaven. They're rich. It's a model of success for men. And they should also be used to cocktail parties, or more confirmed social occasions. There's no reason to be uptight because of a, blind date show like this. Zhang Man revealed a smile. So, our microexpression expert feels that there is a high possibility that this second guest, Li Feng, is an actor? Luo Zhenhao shook his head. No, I don't think so. If he's an actor, and that's how he acted at the beginning of the program, then it wasn't an instant exposure, was it? I don't think the show would hire an actor like that. Do you? But the second male guest, Li Feng's behavior is abnormal is all. And I think that this behavior of his makes it so that he won't get the number 1 and number 2 female guests at all. After all, with this comparison, it's anyone who likes Han Hong. Luijia also picked up the conversation. Yes, and did you all notice when Han Hong asked the 3 guests if they wanted something to drink? Hot D and Song Shinran both politely said they wanted water and said thank you to Han, and Li Feng simply refused. Think low, everyone, if we were in this situation, a situation where you are confronted by a stranger, but a stranger that you are bound to need to come into contact with at some time in the future, who kindly wants to pour you a glass of water, will you choose to refuse? I don't think so. That's why Li Feng, this person, is really strange. Let me put it this way. I'd like to ask each of the 4 ladies here if each of you would fall into the category of having a lot of successful, handsome, and sweet men chasing after you. No. 1 male guessed Han Haoran and no. 2 male guessed Li Feng. Which type would you guys prefer? Chapter 17, Techniques in Language. Oh Yangmi was the first to raise her hand and replied, even though I suspected that Han Haoran was an actor, I haven't hidden my fondness for Han Haoren since the beginning of the show. So, of course, it's Han Haoren. Zhang Hanxiao also smiled and said, I'm also a shallow woman, when I don't know the two in depth, simply by looking at faces and personalities. Of course I like Han Haoren. Zhang Man also immediately said, I prefer Han Haoren at the moment. If I were the female guest of honor in this romantic hut, I would start a conversation with Han Haoren through common hobbies. For example, if Han Hong said he likes art, I would draw closer to Han Hong by talking about Chinese painting or oil painting. Seeing everyone's eyes converging on her, Song Shanshan hurriedly said, 4-0, I choose Han Haoren. The vote was closed and the observers once again focused their attention on the romantic lodge. Han Haoren poured a cup of water for both Ha Xiaodi and Song Xinran before taking his own and sitting down in his original position. While Han Haoren was pouring the water, Ha Xiaodi felt that the space she herself and Song Xinran, Li Feng were in, was going to freeze over. Not a single person spoke up, and the scene was very awkward. Luckily, after Han Haoren sat down, he naturally found a topic of conversation. Li Feng rarely inserted himself into the conversation. Although there were 4 people now, the scene was similar to when there were 3 people before. It's all hot little D, Song Xinran and Han Haoren chatting, but perhaps with the presence of a 4th person, there was less of that tit-for-tat atmosphere between Hadi and Song Xinran. It didn't take long for Han Haoren to hear the wheels of the suitcase dragging on the floor again. The door of the villa was pushed open, and what met Han Haoren's eyes was another big 9-point beauty. This beauty was wearing a beige jersey with a short black skirt with black stockings underneath. The heels of the high-heeled shoes on her feet were at least 7 centimeters or more, making the height of Su Siyu, who was already not short, exceed 175. Overall, Su Siyu's whole outfit was slightly sexy and mature. However, Han Haoren looked at her appearance and felt that although this beauty was dressed more sexily, she should be younger than Song Xinran in terms of age. Everyone smiled and gestured to the new female guest of honor. This beautiful woman who was dressed in a mature manner unexpectedly had a baby voice. Hello everyone, my name is Su Siyu. It's nice to meet you all. This voice is different from a sweet, crisp voice like Hot D's, because of her young age. Su Siyu's voice was very whiny, belonging to the kind of voice that could make one's body tingle when she opened her mouth. Han Haoren was a bit curious and wondered if that was how she originally sounded or if she was deliberately faking it. But the combination of this baby voice and the mature dress made Han Haoren impressed. Compared to Hadi's youthfulness, Song Xinran's drop-dead gorgeous, Su Siyu seemed a little cold. After the 5 of them sat down, Su Siyu was the one who talked the least among the other 4 besides Li Feng. Su Siyu rarely took the initiative to insert herself into the middle of a conversation. Only when Han Haoren could ground throw the topic to Su Siyu would Su Siyu join the conversation. Of course, Li Feng, the cold uncle, was one of those who belonged to the category of people who would talk to him and he would talk back depending on his mood, and would even choose to ignore it. So gradually, even Song Xinran, who was well versed in human affairs, stopped talking to Li Feng. After chatting for a while, Han Haoren noticed Su Siyu's eyes drifting to the cup that Ha Xiaodi had picked up to drink from, so Han Haoren took the initiative and looked at Su Siyu and asked, have something to drink. Do you want water or coffee? Su Siyu had planned to find some water to drink on her own, but she didn't expect Han Haoren to be so gentlemanly, so she hurriedly said in a whiny voice, water would be fine. Thank you. Louis Jia smiled and looked at the few observers and said, did you all notice that behavior Han Haoren just did? It's actually not the first time. I noticed when Han Haoren helped the other 2 female guests pour water earlier. The original words Han Hong just said were, do you want water or coffee? Not are you thirsty? Would you like a little something to drink? We can appreciate the difference when we compare the 2 statements. If Han Haoren directly asked do you want to drink a little something? Generally speaking, female guests who are still strangers to Han Haoren might politely decline and answer no. But just now, Han Haoren only gave Su Siyu 2 choices, water or coffee, and although it seems like he's letting the other person have a choice, he's making a choice within the range he's set. Of course, on today's occasion, it doesn't mean much. However, when it comes to the stage of getting along with real boys and girls, Han Haoren's personality, which is good at negotiation and persuasion, will be very dominant. Let's assume another scenario, such as the stage where a guy invites a girl on a date. The first statement, which is basically what the average boy would say, is, do we want to go out shopping today / do we want to go out to the movies / do we want to go to the amusement park? If the girl doesn't have a very favorable opinion of him to the point of liking him very much, it's all possible that she'll reject it for one reason or another. But to use the kind of context and statement that Han Hong has just made, to ask like this, are we going to have dinner together later or are we going to go to a movie together? As long as the girl isn't terribly offended by the guy can successfully ask the girl out on a date. And the options he gives the girl to choose from are nothing more than whether to have dinner or go to the movies later. And for a guy, whether it's dinner or a movie, it's in line with his desires. Ouyangmi smiled at Luigia and said, I really didn't pay attention to this kind of detail before. It seems that the popular male guest in all of our hearts also knows how to pick up girls. Star. Chapter 18, The Paradoxical Complex. Zhang Hanxiao smiled softly at the other observers and said, Everyone, the third female guest has also made her appearance. The two experts in cardiology and microexpressions. Can you analyze whether this third female guest, Su Siyu, has any feelings for Han Haoren? Luo Zhenhao scratched his head. Su Siyu is saying very little right now, and her perverse microexpressions are also relatively rare, so it's hard for me to judge as well. But I noticed the facial expression on Ciyu's face when she took the water Han Haoren handed over. That smile at Han Haoren. Analyzing from this smile, I think that Su Siyu has a crush on Han Haoren. At least Su Siyu's attitude towards Han Haoren is different from her attitude towards the other male guest, Li Feng. Of course, it's clear that her favoritism towards Han Haoren isn't as obvious as the two Song Xinran and Hot Shouty exuded. It might have something to do with her personality, being more quiet and introverted. It's also possible that she also noticed Song Xinran and Hot Shouty's favoritism towards Han Haoren, so she feels that there will be a lot of competitive pressure on Han Haoren's side, so she wants to take a look at the other male guests again. Luigia expressed his agreement with Luo Zhenhao. The third female guest, Su Siyu, is clearly a blue personality in personality coloring. Their personality traits can be summed up in a few words: subtle, introspective and deeply emotional. They are not good at saying what they need directly. They are used to expressing it politely and assume that the other person must know it by heart, and in many cases, they simply don't express it. People with this kind of personality live in their own world, and it's hard for outsiders to get inside them. A blue character is bound not to love at first sight. His delicate thoughtfulness won't be open to most people, and what's at the bottom of his heart won't be readily shown. It's very difficult to judge the direction of these types of people's emotions, so I'm not really sure if she has a crush on Han Haoren. Zhang Hanxiao summarized. Indeed, I also have a hunch that this Su Siyu's emotional line should be the one that gives us the most headache in the succeeding program, right? She seems like the type of person who is used to hiding her feelings and not showing her true inner thoughts. But it's okay, at least the show hasn't had a situation where all the female guests like the number one male guest, Han Haoren, and then frantically compete for their favor so far. Then, if we go by Song Xinran's previous analysis, there are 5 female guests and 3 male guests on this program. There are still 2 female guests and 1 male guest who have not appeared. And what kind of people would they be? Han Haoren realized that all 3 female guests were sitting across from him. Hot Shouty was directly opposite while Song Xinran and Su Siyu were on the left and right. Looking at the 3 that were the very best beauties with 9 points or more, Han Haoren also felt somewhat pleasing to the eye. Han Haoren was very impressed with all 3 female guests. Hot D is, not to mention, a popular actress in the latter-day entertainment industry. Nowadays the youthful, not yet entered the showbiz dystopia Hot Shouty, but also very fresh and lovely. Being able to sit with such a future big star, and even being able to feel the somewhat adoring glances Hottie was casting at him, Han Haoren felt a sense of accomplishment. The second female guest, Song Xinran's generous character and sensible mannerisms are also appreciated by Han Haoren. Han Haoren just felt that talking to Song Xinran made him relaxed and happy. Moreover, Han Haoren found that he and Song Xinran hit it off. Although he couldn't talk about topics related to his career or background, Han Haoren realized that he and Song Xinran shared many of the same hobbies during casual chit-chat. The third female guest, Su Siyu, was quiet and didn't talk much, but Han Haoren found this beauty very interesting as well. She dresses in that very sophisticated and sexy style, black silk. Not everyone could handle it, but Su Siyu took this attire and wore it with seduction. However, Su Siyu's character, which was very different from her dress, was particularly introverted. Han Haoren himself summarized that Su Siyu is one of those nightclub dresses, but obediently blushes when talking to the opposite sex. The contrast, too, is really big. It can actually appear in the same person. Coupled with that whiny baby voice of Su Siyu's, Han Haoren really felt that Su Siyu was really a very strange and contradictory combination. Think of the professions of the 5 female guests as revealed by the executive director earlier. Hot D, not to mention, must be what the executive director said, a student from a dance troupe who was applying for an art school. Han Haoren had originally known that the big star of the latter days, Hottie, had studied dance and had joined a local dance troupe before she made her debut. By talking to Song Xinran, Han Haoren was able to tell that Song Xinran was someone who was very sensitive to numbers and very logical, definitely a science student. So Han Haoren was then also able to be roughly certain that Song Xinran should be the actuary. It was rumored that she had graduated from a prestigious foreign university, and Han Haoren was curious as to which school it was. As for Su Siyu, Han Haoren, a third-tier actress, can be ruled out. Among pianists and confectioners, Han Haoren speculated that there was at least a 70% chance that Su Siyu was a pianist. After all, Musicians and artists are more delicate, and it's those who are immersed in their own world that are more introspective. Chapter 19, Even Icebergs Will Melt. Han Haoren felt that the atmosphere inside the house had become a bit more subtle again now. Han Haoren, Hot Xiaodi and Song Xinran, the three male and female guests who entered the villa first, formed a circle chatting. On the other hand, Li Feng and Su Siyu were both silent. Even Song Xinran and Han Haoren were like opening up the topic to the two of them, leading them to join the chat. Su Siyu was fine, and would politely chat for a few moments. Li Feng, however, had been very cold. Han Haoren was a bit curious about Li Feng's character. Knowing his identity, Han Haoren knew that it was more likely that Li Feng was a rich man. But why would the show pick such a boring person for the show? You know it's hard to create program effects with people like that. Is it true that real rich people are really too hard to find? Finally, it didn't take long for the awkwardness to break. The door to the villa was pushed open once more. This time it was still a female guest. She wore a black knee-length chiffon dress and had a pretty face that was unrivaled in its beauty. White skin, cherry red lips, watery eyes that seemed to speak. She was not tall, looking half a head shorter than the 168 Hot Xiaodi, but her legs were still snow white and slender. The proportion of the whole person's body was very harmonized. Han Haoren was already used to the setting that all the female guests were extremely beautiful, so he wasn't too surprised by this female guest's appearance anymore. After all, there were so many beautiful women in all of China, and it wasn't that much of an unbelievable thing for Fruit Stage to find 5 of them. As soon as this beautiful woman entered the door, there was none of Hot Xiaodi's rawness or Su Siyu's shyness. She took the initiative to walk over to Song Xinran, who was closest to him in the position directly opposite the door. "Hello, my name is Qi Yuhan." With that, Qi Yuhan went to each person, one by one, shaking hands and greeting them. When Han Haoren shook Qi Yuhan's hand, Qi Yuhan's body leaned forward slightly. Han Haoren went up and down, just in time to see Qi Yuhan's slightly exposed ditch. Big 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 big. That was Han Haoren's impression. At the same time, due to the close proximity of their bodies, Han Haoren smelled a nice odor on Qi Yuhan. I just don't know which light-flavored perfume it is, or if it's Qi Yuhan's own scent. From Qi Yuhan's move of looking for everyone to shake her hand, Han Haoren realized that this female guest should belong to a very sociable character, probably more emotional than Song Xinran. Qi Yuhan sat down next to the 3 girls. As the number of people in the room grew, Han Haoren realized that everyone's words were getting fewer and fewer. It wasn't just Li Feng and Su Siyu who were the 2 stuffies. For a while even Hot Xiaodi and Song Xinran didn't know what to say. It's not uncommon. After all, when 2 people are alone, it's easy to talk together if they're in a good mood for each other. With 3 people, if you're going to take care of each other, you have to pick a topic that interests all 3. And the more people there are, the harder it is to talk to so many people. However, it had to be said that Han Haoren realized that Qi Yuhan was a person who was very capable of driving the conversation. She doesn't just shake hands with everyone, she talks to everyone. Even for the 3 female guests have given up taking care of Li Feng. But on the contrary, Qi Yuhan is the one who chats the most, and Li Feng, who originally rarely spoke, became slightly more talkative under Qi Yuhan's tireless attempts. Zhang Hanxiao said happily, "I think I've captured the signals of Li Feng's heartbeat. He clearly has a crush on the number 4 female guest. Qi Yuhan, I feel like in these 5 minutes, he said much more than from the time he entered the villa to the time Qi Yuhan came in." Luijia said he had a different opinion. "We can't really say that right now. Maybe it's because Qi Yuhan is too enthusiastic too." Song Xinran, Hot Xiaodi both tried to strike up a conversation with Li Feng, but due to Li Feng's lack of response, they both gave up. And there's also the crucial point that before Li Feng arrived, both Hot Xiaodi and Song Xinran were already attracted to Han Haoren, who was their original target. They were only talking to Li Feng out of politeness, and Li Feng's lack of response was exactly what they wanted to happen. Their inner thoughts were that it was Li Feng who didn't want to take care of them, so they were even more content to isolate Li Feng afterward and only chat with Han Haoren. And this number 4 female guest Qi Yuhan is different. We can all now decide that this female guest has high emotional intelligence, is very good at reading people's faces, and has extremely strong communication skills. She's supposed to be of the red character color. These people are sincere and proactive, articulate and infectious, very, very outgoing. People with this kind of personality can actually open up the atmosphere quickly and talk to anyone. So, it's possible that Li Feng started responding to Qi Yuhan and started chatting with her because of the reason of Qi Yuhan's character. Look at such a beautiful big beauty, and so enthusiastic and chatty, even an iceberg would melt. Star. Chapter 20, The Husband of the Nation. As the 6 guests split into 2 waves of idle chatter, the villa door was pushed open again. Han Haoren had been mentally calculating the time. Each of the previous guests arrived at like 20 to 30 minutes apart. This time, however, it was only less than 10 minutes before the arrival of female guest number 4. Plain t-shirt, a pair of gym shorts, flip-flops. Such a young man, dressed in a style completely at odds with the other guests in the villa, pushed his way in from outside the villa. Song Shinran frowned slightly. Chi Yuhan also revealed a slightly surprised look. Han Haoran, on the other hand, was startled. If anything, Hot Xiaodi only reacted to who she was after she introduced herself and said her name before Han Haoran reacted. The male guest, who had walked into the villa, recognized who he was the first time Han Haoran saw him. He's cocky and loves to argue with people. But because he's rich, most people praise him for being straightforward. He loves Netflix and changes girlfriends a few times a year. But because he's rich, beautiful women still flock to be her newest girlfriend. He's not a star, but has made more hits and headlines than a star. The future generation of national husband, Wang Songson. Vegetarian guests. Male tycoon. Reality TV in the romance genre. Lots of beautiful guests. Han Haoran scratched his head. He should have expected it. How could Wang Songsong's character miss out on a program like this? Wang Songsong himself is probably worth a few $100 million or so, but if you count the huge family fortune he's going to inherit, it's not a small amount. Wang Songsong's dad was once the richest man in China, but Han Haoran was also surprised that an internet celebrity like Principal Wang wasn't a vegetarian. Who in all of China doesn't recognize him? It's obvious that he's a real rich man. This is a show that, in theory, shouldn't be inviting such a talent because of his identity, which was revealed on the first day of the show. Also, wouldn't it be a disaster for the other male guests if the show hired someone of Wang Songsong's caliber? It's hard for a young and promising person to compare his worth with a rich second generation of the level of Wang Songsong, isn't it? How can anyone else play when Wang Songsong is on the scene? Quickly, Han Haoran noticed the expressions of the other female guests as they looked at Wang Songsong. There was dislike, disgust, and surprise, but there wasn't that look, the one where you see a super rich kid and then your eyes sparkle. Han Haoran pondered a little, and finally came to a realization within himself. Owners are overlooking a very important point. It's 2009. If it is said that in 2019, there are few people in all of China who will not recognize Wang Songsong, but in 2009, Wang Songsong was still an unknown. Now in 2009, Weibo is just coming online. League of Legends, the game, isn't even online. Nowadays, in China, there is not much of an esports industry, and the IG team are not even established yet. At this time, Principal Wang has not yet made a big splash through the platform of Weibo and become a top internet celebrity. Even Principal Wang is not Principal Wang now, and he hasn't even entered the esports industry yet. That's why it makes sense for the four female guests to look at Wang Songsong's expression. Though this is a variety show of a relationship reality show, but the director's team also reminded everyone to attend in formal attire. And Wang Songsong's novelty of coming over in big pants and slippers will indeed be disliked by the female guests. If we knew how much Wang Songsong was worth, this behavior would be called real and unpretentious. However, when the female guest didn't know how much Wang Songsong was worth, even if you know that this young man may be a rich man with a good income and a young and talented man, you still think that Wang Songsong's dressing like this is a bit impolite and disrespectful to them, just as Han Haoran had speculated. At this point, Wang Songsong was indeed an unknown character. Born in '88, he has just turned 21 and graduated from UCL, the Venerable University College London. Song Wang was sent abroad as a child, attending elementary school in New Jiapo and high school and college in Eagle Country. Even now, after graduating from university, he is a mysterious figure in Yida Group, and many people have never seen him, but that's normal. In China, in fact, most of the second generation of the rich, before formally entering the elders of the enterprise, to take the position, are not known. For example, Han Haoran's most famous Ma Yun's father in the latter part of China. While everyone calls Ma Yun's dad, few would know that Ma Yun really has a daughter and is an adult. There are reasons why the top tycoons don't divulge information about their offspring until they reach adulthood. One is that they want their offspring to grow up as normal people, and another is that they are afraid of being kidnapped. At this time, Wang Songsong had just taken a sum of 500 million soft currency from his father and set up his own investment company. At this time, Wang Songsong, even most of Yida's executives, didn't know his identity, let alone ordinary people. After hearing about this program on the Fruit Channel from a rich friend, Wang was so impressed that he took the initiative to contact the executives of the Fruit Channel, and the general director of the program at the Fruit Channel. After double-checking Wang Songsong's identity and confirming who Wang Songsong's dad was, didn't hesitate to send an invitation to Wang Songsong. It's a big gimmick when the identity is revealed. Wang Songsong's identity. Star. Chapter 21, Han Haoran's goal. Wang Songsong saw the dress of the others in the villa, especially Han Haoran and Li Feng, and realized that there was something wrong with his dress. Wang Songsong came in dressed like this, and it wasn't something he did on purpose, except that the executive director who was in charge of interfacing with him didn't tell him to wear formal attire. either. Otherwise, he had a few sets of formal clothes from his studies in the Eagle Kingdom. Chi Yuhan's surprised expression flickered as she quickly greeted Wang Tsongtsong, and all the guests in the villa knew Wang Tsongtsong's name. After Wang Tsongtsong sat down, Ha Xiaodi and Song Xinhuan still chose to chat with Han Haoren, and Chi Yuhan chatted with Wang Tsongtsong. Lu Ijia looked at the villa, divided into two circles, and commented, "This number 3 male guest's dress is a bit alternative. He seemed to be, dressed in his own home. It also doesn't matter to say that there are so many camera lenses here pointed at him to shoot. From this, I can analyze that Wang Tsongtsong is a person who does what he wants and doesn't care what others think. So, I do think that despite the way he's dressed, it's rather likely that he's a very rich guy. In Wang Tsongtsong's eyes, how he dresses is his own business. He just needs to be comfortable and doesn't care about other people's feelings." Luo Xinhao agreed. There was a subtle change in Wang Tsongtsong's expression the moment he walked in the door. After seeing the other guest's eyes, it means that he realizes that there seems to be something a little bit off about the way he's dressed today. But very quickly, he turned back into his godly self, which shows that he is not a man who will be swayed by others. Such a very strong aura of popularity. Zhang Hanshao summarized. That's why our two psychologists, we believe that Wang Tsongtsong is also a rich man, not an actor. But, according to everyone's analysis, Han Haoren is rich and Li Feng is also rich. So, which male guest is the poor guy masquerading as a rich guy? Luo Xinhao said. Actually, the show has just started, so it's a normal thing that we can't tell who is the actor pretending to be a rich man. I'm sure as time goes on, sooner or later, even the best actors will show signs. Ouyangmi changed the topic. According to the rules of the program, in the first few issues, we are guessing nothing more than love connections. As long as we can determine who the male and female guests like the most and which member of the opposite sex they will send a love message to, so we don't have to discuss the question of who is really rich and who is not right now. That can come later. I would say that with the number of guests in this villa, instead, the scene becomes a bit boring at this point. Everyone is being very polite and chatting about what's there and what's not. It's been a long time since we've seen a situation where Hadi or Song Shinran have previously unleashed their love signals on Han Haoren. Luijia hurriedly used his specialized knowledge to explain, this phenomenon is an inevitable phenomenon. It is important to realize that although man is a pack animal, but between a man and a woman, it's only when they're alone that their relationship heats up in a hurry. And in public, in front of so many people, unless it's a boyfriend and girlfriend or a couple who have formalized their relationship who will be openly spilling the beans. Usually people will be very considerate of others. Most people don't release ambiguous signals when a group of people are together. It's because they're afraid the others will find out. So, with the increasing number of men and women in this villa, it's really hard to see the scenes we were expecting to happen again. I'm looking forward now to spreading out once the men and women have arrived and everyone has gotten to know each other. Pairs who each have feelings for each other will make the switch and look for a chance to chat alone. This is the time to be able to analyze the spark of love. And right now, I think we can all take a nap and rest for a while. Han Haoren realized that in this villa, only he knew Wang Tsongtsong's identity. However, Han Haoren did not want to get close to this national husband. Even in his last life, when he was even poorer and darker moments, Han Haoren had never deliberately tried to please anyone. In Han Haoren's eyes, Wang Tsongtsong is just a competitor for his own $21 million prize. Han Haoren's goal has always been to get a unanimous vote. After all, according to the contract he signed, for each round, getting 4 votes, he could only get 160,000 soft dollars, and a unanimous vote is 1 million soft dollars. It's only a 1 vote difference, and taking 1 full vote yields more than taking 4 votes 5 times. This is a very simple arithmetic problem. Chapter 22, Accumulating Wealth in 10 Days. Although 160,000 soft sister coins was quite a lot for Han Haoren, who was now penniless, but Han Haoren, who wanted to accumulate wealth quickly after his rebirth, had to raise the startup capital as soon as possible. Han Haoren again does not remember any lottery numbers, although he remembers the scores of important matches in recent World Cups and European Cups, but in 2009, there were no major tournaments. Bitcoin is still simply unknown today, and its value will not skyrocket until at least 5 years from now. Han Haoren, who majored in finance, naturally knows the stocks that will insanely rise dozens or even hundreds of times in the next few years. Han Haoren is also aware of the volatility of the futures market, commodity futures, for several years, and the closest profitable opportunity to make a crazy amount of money in the futures market today is coincidentally just 10 days away. However, whether it is the stock market or the futures market, a certain amount of capital is required. If it's just a few tens of thousands of dollars or $100,000, you can only barely open an account on one of the 4 major futures exchanges, and you can't turn over any water at all. To do 1 lot of stock index futures you need about 100,000 soft dollars, and a minimum of 2,000 to 3,000 000 soft dollars a lot to do commodity futures. If you only have $100, 000 in capital, even with 20 times leverage, you don't make much money. However, 10 days later, that fluctuation in the futures market, but 2009 to 2012 3 years, Han Haoren impression of the most profitable, can reap the greatest benefits of an opportunity, with the butterfly effect brought about by Han Haoren's rebirth, crude oil, gold, the original Han Haoren memories of profitable opportunities in several commodity futures, now exists a great risk. However, Han Haoren, who had been observing the data and fluctuations from the day he was reborn until now, concluded that volatility 10 days later is bound to happen again, as it has throughout history. Han Haoren knew that he had to catch this wave. After this again, it will be hard to get another great opportunity like this. So, within 10 days, Han Haoren needs to accumulate his principal as much as possible. There's another reason why Han Hong wants a unanimous vote. Because of the system, when he earns $1 million cash, he is able to get a chance at a bronze level draw. And by getting a unanimous vote, Han Haoren was just able to make $1 million. The previous 5 complimentary lucky draw opportunities, except for the one that Han Haoren had yet to receive, Zhang Hanxiao's intimate apparel. The other rewards were all very practical, and Han Haoren had tried out the buggy parts of his masterful painting skills and singing skills. It can be said that Han Haoren, who was not much of a singer, is now a professional singer level. Han Haoren believed that his present-day self would be able to break into the finals if he went to any program like Fast Boys. Bronze level rewards are just so awesome. What about silver? What about gold? So nowadays, Han Haoren was eager for more chances to draw and more rewards. Han Haoren's heart was clear. The votes of the 2 female guests, Hot Xiaodi and Song Xinran, who had just arrived, would definitely be on his head if there were no surprises. As for the 2 female guests who came in afterward, Siyu and Qi Yuhan, Han Haoren was unsure. Quickly getting Hottie and Song Xinran interested in themselves is both a good thing and not all that good. Hot Xiaodi and Song Xinran's competition to chat with themselves as if they were favorites had been noticed by the other female guests. This didn't just give Han Haoren no chance to get in touch with other female guests during this time. Moreover, Han Haoren was also clear that both Su Siyu and Qi Yuhan already knew that he was popular. Will they turn to rip off other male guests because they are already favored by too many female guests? This was something Han Haoren wasn't sure about. However, Han Haoren felt that the current 2 male guests didn't pose much of a threat to him for the time being. Principal Wang is even richer. But on this show, he didn't make a great first impression on the female guests when he came out. Moreover, Han Haoren understood Wang Songsong's character. A character that wouldn't be very pleasing to girls if he didn't have the aura of being the son of the richest man. Li Feng, on the other hand, was too high-strung. Generally speaking, a person with such a personality can easily become a single dog. Even if this kind of guy is good, most girls simply can't be bothered to knock down his defenses, get inside his head, and see what makes him tick. Han Haoren decided to wait for the guests to arrive and see if there was any free time to get in touch with other female guests he didn't know well alone. Though attracting the favor of 5 female guests is hellishly difficult task, but Han Hong must try to finish. Han Haoren thought about things while idly making small talk. Soon the villas were pushed open once more. A girl with a cute smile walked in. The female guest, who looked to be 23 or 24 years old, wore a white backless halter dress that showed off her entire perfect figure and temperament. Her face was full of tenderness, and when she smiled, she had 2 dimples, and her vaguely visible baby tiger teeth added a bit more cuteness. Like seeing Wang Songsong at first glance, Han Haoren also recognized who the female guest was at first glance. Obviously, she was the 3rd-tier actress who had acted and had some fame in the executive director's mouth, Tong Yaya. Han Haoren also knew that a few years after graduating from the Imperial Drama Academy, Tong Yaya, after filming a TV series called Palace, was no longer a 3rd-tier actress. She was definitely considered a 1st-tier female star in China. Han Haoren hadn't thought that there were actually 2 future popular stars in what he originally thought would be a program with vegetarians in 3rd tier. Not so celebrities. Star. Chapter 23, Privileges and Catfish. Tong Yaya had just entered and put her suitcase aside. Before Tong Yaya could introduce herself, the on-set PD in charge of encounters with the really rich and poor came right up to the group. Although it is a love observation variety show where the guests are mostly left to their own devices, the show still needs to control the scene at the necessary points in time. The on-site PD said to the villa, many of the guests who had been sitting there for a long time, ladies and gentlemen, at the moment, all 3 of our male guests and all 5 of our female guests have arrived. In the following session, you can formally introduce yourself to everyone. Of course, due to the rules of the program, you are not allowed to disclose information about your background related to occupation, age, education, etc. For the time being, for the next 2 months, you're all going to be spending time with each other. and once everyone has introduced themselves, the flow of our program is just the dinner portion before the final love message is sent. The rest of the time, everyone is free to move around. I will now introduce to you the dinner segment. This program, in principle, for each day, requires 2 guests, a man and a woman, to prepare dinner for everyone. The female guests will prepare dinner in a rotating order of 5. While the female guest responsible for preparing dinner each day can invite the male guest to assist and the two will complete the dinner preparation session together. The male guests, on the other hand, have a special privilege where they can decline the female guest's invitation to prepare dinner together. In that case, the female guest can only prepare dinner for everyone alone. This behavior, of course, is very ungentlemanly, so I would advise male guests to use this privilege with caution. When the director's team said this rule, Su Siyu and Chi Yuhan frowned at the same time. From the number of 5 female guests, 3 male guests set up. The female guests have to share 2 rooms and the male guests have separate rooms. To the extent that male guests are privileged these days, the show is inherently unfair when it comes to its rule set. Male guests are privileged. Although the selling point of the program is that the male guests are the best in their careers in their respective industries and are rich, but since they agreed to be on this show, their female guests are not purely trying to marry into a wealthy family and come to this show simply to catch a lucky man. After all, with the influence of the Fruit Channel, this program was broadcasted, and it might even be watched by hundreds of millions of viewers. Trolling for kaiju in front of hundreds of millions of viewers, even your own family and friends. No one would do such a stupid thing, right? Every woman who participates in the program for a genuine encounter. Chi Yuhan felt that her appearance, ability, and even background were equally excellent, so it could be said that she felt that she should be a good match for the male guest. But the flow of the show is designed to be so unfair. Although Song Shinran is also a bit dissatisfied with this male privilege, but the emotion, quickly, flickered away. Song Shinran looked at Han Haoren triumphantly. Her earlier prediction of the number of male and female guests by the beds when she visited the villa was correct. Han Haoren saw Song Shinran's gaze and deliberately smiled as he gave Song Shinran a thumbs-up gesture. Song Shinran smiled brightly. She who had been keeping an eye on Han Haoren saw Han Haoren's gesture, and she who had reaped Han Haoren's praise was in a very happy mood. Han Haoren was still interacting with Song Shinran on the surface though. Inside, however, he began to think, it's not right. Han Haoren clearly remembered that the executive director didn't know whether he had intentionally revealed it or slipped up and told him that the program had 4 men and 5 women with 5 guests. But why didn't the last male guest wait for the scene and now the live PD says the guests have arrived? Is it possible that the last male guest who was scheduled to come had some kind of accident and missed his appointment? Han Haoren remembered the 3rd floor, the room that was locked and couldn't be opened in any way. Another possibility occurred to Han Haoren. Could it be that this 4th male guest will, at some point afterward, suddenly shine? The catfish effect. This male guest, at some point, will be like a catfish being put into water full of sardines, break up all the original circumstances and muddy the waters? However, Han Haoren knew that in this kind of program, those who came out later would gain everyone's attention the moment they appeared though, but guests who come out later are at a relative disadvantage, because before that, the others had already familiarized themselves with each other and even all had a crush on each other. It's easy to be isolated by everyone when you're suddenly joined by strangers. Of course this isolation was not deliberate, it's just that when one develops one's comfort zone, one is very reluctant to disrupt it. If this mysterious person who appeared afterward was not a person with exceptional emotional intelligence, and appearance, with a very high segment, it is very likely that you will not be the catfish, but will become cannon fodder instead. Star. Chapter 24, The Magic That Makes People Fall in Love with Him. After the field PD left, Tongya smiled and stood in a position where everyone could see. It looks like I'm the last one here. Then I'll start by introducing myself to everyone. My name is Tongya, and I'm a Leo, from the northern border. I'm a member of the Shibwa minority, height 164, blood type A. It seems like so much else can't be revealed, so I'll talk to you all about it later. Lastly, I've been enjoying studying cooking more lately, so if you all don't mind, I'll make this dinner for you today. You guys can also taste my handiwork. Hot Shouty smiled and looked at Tongya. You just look like you know how to cook, unlike me, who only eats. I'm so envious of people who can cook. Han Haoren smiled as he looked at Tongya and said, I think you look a bit familiar. Where do I seem to have seen you before? Tongya was a little nervous. At this point in her life, she can't introduce her profession, so it doesn't really give away the information that she's an actress. The youngest and most handsome-looking of the 3 male guests said he thought he looked familiar. Had he seen the serials in which he had appeared? However, the few dramas that I have starred in have not been released or are not very hot either, and she plays all the roles of the 3rd and 4th female with very few scenes. Tongya felt that no one would recognize herself as an obscure actress, right? Tongya somewhat nervously flashed a smile at Han Haoren without answering. The studio's Lo Yiga began to analyze. I think you look familiar. It's a phrase that can bring strangers closer together. So I don't really think that the no. 1 male guest, Han Haoran, really knows or has met the no. 5 female guest, Tong Yaya. It's just a way for the high segment to bring him closer to his female guests. Both Zhang Hanxiao and Yang Mi are much higher in curiosity than Tong Yaya nowadays. They also don't know Tong Yaya, a person who is sort of obscure in the acting world. Therefore, Zhang Hanxiao also smiled and expressed her agreement with Lu Yijia. I also think that this is Han Haoran's pickup routine. Han Huang is really good at flirting. And I found it hard to tell who Han Huang's favorite of the 5 female guests was, though it seems like Hadi and Han Huang's relationship is heating up the fastest. But that's also because Hadi and Han Huang were the first ones in the house, and the two of them had almost half an hour of alone time. Zhang Man also nodded. Apparently, Hot Shouty likes Han Haoran, but I can't really tell who Han Haoran likes. After Tong Yaya's introduction, Hadi volunteered and stood up. Hello everyone, my name is Hadi. Hot Shouty's eyebrows kept staring at Han Haoran. Coincidentally, I'm also from northern border, and I'm also an ethnic minority, but I'm a Uyghur. I'm 168 and a Gemini. Your favorite colors are black, white and pink. I'm a big fan of keeping cacti, although I'm not much of a cook. I like to eat, and I have a good appetite, so you don't have to worry about not being able to finish your meals. And what you can't eat, I can take care of all of it by myself. Studio. Before Hot Shouty could finish speaking, Luo Zhenhao's mouth opened wide in surprise. In a demented costume, Liaiga also got up from his chair and rubbed his bald head without saying anything, and the two actors, Zhang Hanxiao and Yang Mi, could no longer control their expressions. Yang Mi gripped her hair so hard that she didn't even realize that her hair was messed up. Song Shanshan and Zhang Man also had unbelievable expressions. Hot D did the introductions. It's almost exactly the same as what Han Haoran said earlier. It's almost like repeating what Han Hong said again. When Hadi finished, Luigia finally couldn't help but say, all in, what Han Hong said before. For Hot Little D hometown, horoscope, favorite color, even cacti that eat a lot. All of these judgments. I don't think that I should be an expert on this psychology anymore. Compared to Han Haoran, I'm really ashamed of myself. I think I should go back and study hard. Let Han Haoran sit in my position and help analyze the problems in psychology. Yang Mi smiled and said, though my instincts tell me that Han Haoran is the actor, but I have to give credit to the show. Where did you guys find such a perfect actor? Han Haoran is simply the template for all teenage girls' dreams. Okay? Handsome, well-built, talkative, chatty, and with so many one-trick ponies. If I were in Hadi's position right now, I wouldn't be able to resist Han Huang's charms. I think that Han Haoran simply knows magic. Magic that makes others can't help but fall in love with him. Luo Zhenhao pondered for a long time before saying, when Han Haoran said that his hobby was psychology, most of us were skeptical. We felt that he merely might know a little bit about astrology. But a man who was able to decipher so much information about everything from a stranger through just 20 minutes of contact on the ground. It's something that can only be done by the most top-notch gurus of psychology, those who have been specializing in psychology for decades. But I can think of one other possibility. Star. Chapter 25, A Modest Answer. Luo Zhenhao looked at the crowd's eyes on himself. So he continued, do you all remember? At the very beginning when Han Haoran and Hadi met, when Hadi introduced her name, that clip that we found very strange? Han Hong said something like, you're the hot little D. Does this mean that there is a possibility that Han Haoran knew Hadi before? Han Haoran said Tong Yaya looked familiar. It's his pickup line, but there must be a reason. A story. For that off the cuff, you're the hot little D. Observers were discussing Han Haoran at the same time. Chi Yuhan began to introduce herself. Hello everyone, my name is Chi Yuhan. I think that girls' height and weight are secrets. Constellations. I don't want to talk about them for a while either. I can't say the rest right now. So just remember my name. Everyone. Han Haoran looked at Chi Yuhan with more interest. She felt that this girl who was very good at socializing had prepared special lines for her self-introduction. It amounted to nothing, but it was interesting. In this case, everyone remembers her name as well. And originally, this kind of self-introduction between strangers, who would remember your blood type, hobbies, unless they are very interested in a person? It's pretty impressive to be able to remember names. Song Shinran also stood up after Chi Yuhan finished. My name is Song Shinran, 169 centimeters, Aries. I believe in love at first sight. A smile appeared at the corner of Han Haoran's mouth. Song Shinran said this last sentence. Staring at him, Han Haoran remembered that when there were only 3 people in the villa, Song Shinran had once asked herself if she believed in love at first sight. After Han Haoran said yes, he didn't have time to ask Song Shinran the same question back before he was interrupted by Hot Shouty's sentence. I also believe in love at first sight. Han Haoran certainly knew that Song Shinran's words at this moment were Song Shinran's response to himself. It wasn't just Han Haoren who realized this. Hot Xiaodi also seemed to have realized it as well, and looked at Song Shinran solemnly and thoughtfully. The somewhat shy Su Siyu is the only female guest who hasn't been introduced yet. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Siyu stood up and said, "My name is Su Siyu." Han Haoren wasn't surprised at all by this self-introduction of Su Siyu. With a character like Su Siyu's, she really couldn't say otherwise. After the female guests introduced themselves, Wang Song was the first to stand up. I feel like the more we get to the back, the simpler the female guests introduce themselves. My name is Wang Song. My hobby is playing games. I'm a very straightforward and real person, and I'm very happy to meet you all. After Wang Song's introduction, Han Haoren repeated the lines he said when he first introduced himself to Hot Xiaodi. My name is Han Haoren, and my hobbies are music, art, and cooking. Han Haoren purposely didn't say anything more about psychology. For Hot Xiaodi, Tong Yeye and Wang Song, although Han Haoren met them on the first day, he knew them very well, but the others, including Song Shinran, Su Siyu and Qi Yuhan and the indifferent male guest Li Feng, aside from the executive director's previous vague revelation of their occupations, Han Haoren didn't know any other information about these people for the time being. After Han Haoren finished speaking, Su Siyu, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke. You like music? So do you have any instruments you're good at? Or just like singing? Su Siyu's question was also of great interest to both Hot Xiaodi and Song Shinran. The two looked at Han Haoren with interest, waiting for his answer. As soon as Su Siyu opened her mouth, Han Haoren confirmed his judgment of her occupation. This introverted, but hot beauty, and one who doesn't shy away from putting her body on display, would be the pianist the executive director was talking about. It was only for this reason that Su Siyu suddenly opened her mouth to ask after hearing that her hobby was music. Han Haoren looked at Su Siyu and answered truthfully, "Piano. I can play the piano." After Su Siyu heard Han Haoren say that he could play the piano, a hint of curiosity arose within her about Han Haoren. Su Siyu pursued, "Oh, then do you usually play the piano when you have time, or have you reached a professional level? Have you ever taken a piano rating?" At first, when he heard this question, Han Haoren was a bit hesitant and didn't know how to answer. This Su Siyu, who seemed a bit introverted, was suddenly a bit aggressive. Could it be that the level of one's piano is that of Beethoven? In that bronze level draw, Han Haoren had drawn 3 master level skills, and the skills also included different directions. For example, there are 3 categories of master chefs: Cantonese, Sichuan and French. The piano, however, is Beethoven's piano technique. In Han Haoren's opinion, it was obvious that Beethoven's piano technique must have been a notch, if not several notches, stronger than that of an ordinary virtuoso. Han Haoren was analyzing at that time. If anything, the 3 master-level skills were the normal level of rewards for a bronze-level draw. Drawing Zhang Hanchao's sticker is drawing thunder, and Beethoven's piano technique, that's definitely a stroke of luck. Possibly, it's a reward that can only be drawn from a normal gold, or even higher-level draw. Master-level skills, according to the system explanation, were at the top of the professional level. Then Beethoven's piano technique. I'm afraid it might actually be possible to restore Beethoven's piano technique. Thinking for a moment, Han Haoren decided to be a little more modest. I didn't take the piano exam, but I feel to myself that I'm at a higher level than 99% of the pianists in this world. I suppose the protagonist's character is set up in a way that is necessary for the plot to be set up. We are now in a world of tycoons. One high profile in Irma, one low profile, not all equally rich. Outside of this program, there are other heroines, too, who will be making their debut soon. Star. Chapter 26, The Frustration of the National Husband. When Han Haoren finished speaking, Su Siyu frowned. More than 99% of the world's pianists? This is a big mouth. Su Siyu noticed Han Haoren's wording. Han Haoren is saying that he is more than 99% of pianists, not 99% of people who play the piano. A pianist implies, at least professionally, that someone who performs piano as a career is qualified to be called a pianist. In Su Siyu's mind, even those piano students, or even teachers who teach others to learn the piano, are not worthy of the name pianist. Only masters who can give piano recitals in recital halls are qualified to be called pianists. If Han Haoren said that his level exceeded 99% of those who played the piano, Su Siyu would only think that Han Haoren was bragging, loved to show off, and exaggerated. However, it is not arrogant for Han to say that he is better than 99% of pianists. In Su Siyu's opinion, this is an insult to the profession of pianist. A piano amateur who is not even certified and doesn't look like he's played in front of a professional audience says he's above the caliber of a professional pianist. It was still 99% pianist, which instantly made Su Siyu feel a slight sense of disgust towards Han Haoren, because Han Haoren's seemingly offhand words insulted what Su Siyu loved so dearly. Not only Su Siyu, even Song Shanshan, who originally had a favorable opinion of Han Haoran outside the arena, frowned. My opinion of Han Haoran has changed because of this sentence. Although Su Siyu was somewhat introverted, she was likewise a very direct person. She also ignored the atmosphere at this time and looked at Han Haoran and said, "There's a piano right in the living room of this villa. Is it possible for me to appreciate what the level of a pianist who is more than 99% of the population is really like?" The delicate-minded Song Shinran instantly detected the hostility towards Han Haoran in Su Siyu's tone. Although Song Shinran herself felt that Han Haoran was bragging a bit about saying this, it was a bit unusual for Su Siyu to react so strongly. What Song Shinran didn't know was that the reason Su Siyu was a bit overzealous was because Su Siyu was a pianist herself. Sensing this subtle atmosphere, Song Shinran felt like rounding off the conversation. "Han Haoran, I also want to hear you play the piano, but everyone is still introducing themselves now. In the evening, after dinner, we'll all have a good earful." Han Haoran also realized that his own words, which were already very modest, had attracted Su Siyu's resentment. However, Han Haoran had no regrets. Keeping a low profile and being humble wasn't his character, and Han Haoran, himself, had the capital to be high profile. Song Shinran gave Han Haoran a step down. By the end of the evening, naturally, she wouldn't mention playing the piano. If Han Haoran was bragging when he said he was great at piano, then just let the matter go that way. Song Shinran very thoughtfully changed the topic. "Right, Han Haoran, you said you still like art. You must be pretty good at drawing. Then, can you paint a portrait of all 5 of our female guests?" Han Haoran replied indifferently. "I don't paint people easily, and I've never scratched a portrait. But if I really like someone, I'll paint it for her." Although Han Haoran had sort of politely rejected his request, Song Shinran was not angry. "Han Haoran, I'm looking forward to the day you paint me." After Song Shinran finished speaking, Hot Xiaoti's demeanor suddenly became a bit overwhelmed, and Chi Yuhan, Tanyaya including Su Siyu all felt the meaning of these words. This Song Shinran is also too brave, Tanyaya thought secretly in her heart. Wang Songsong also looked at Han Haoran curiously. He was the penultimate entry. For everything that had happened before, Wang Songsong knew nothing. But, according to the program, even the earliest people who came to this villa didn't come for long, did they? How come Song Shinran has this attitude towards Han Haoran? This confession is also the obvious. Wang Songsong was instantly very curious about Han Haoran. Simply by looking at her appearance and figure, Song Shinran was Wang Songsong's favorite girl out of the 5. But after all, I had just come to this villa, and so many people were together. Wang Songsong Wan, the young master, hadn't figured out how to hit on Song Shinran yet, but this girl, whom he had some good feelings for, directly confessed her love for another male guest. This left Wang Songsong dumbfounded. It's as if, you haven't even gotten to the starting line to stand still. Han Haoran then held the female guest's hand and reached the end of the line. Although Wang Songsong was a bit lost, yet, it did not have too many negative emotions. Song Shinran was just the person he had the most eyeballs on, and wasn't really a target for him to raid, and the show's just getting started. Wang Songsong felt that if he was really interested in Song Shinran, he would be done chasing. He's warped quite a few corners, not to mention the likes of Song Shinran and Han Haoran, which don't even count as digging, do they? However, Wang Songsong was still curious as to how exactly Han Haoran had managed to attract Song Shinran in a short period of time. Is it really because of good looks? For the first time in his life, Wang Songsong had a slight sense of frustration. He touched his face. He thought, he doesn't look so bad. Chi Yuhan felt that if this went on, the atmosphere between a few people would become more and more delicate, so she hurriedly looked at Li Feng and said, "Li Feng, there's still you left to introduce yourself." Li Feng stood up, still expressionless. "Didn't you introduce me to all of them? My name is Li Feng. Introduction's over." This introduction was just like Su Siyu's. Chapter 27, An Invitation to Help the Chef. Seeing that everyone was introduced, Tanyaya smiled and said to the guests, "It's not too early now. If it's okay with everyone, how about I prepare today's dinner for you?" Hati was the first to raise his hand in favor. "Yeah, bravo, tough luck." The other female guests did not object, although Song Shinran also wanted to show off her cooking skills in front of Han Haoran. But at least it was Tanyaya who opened her mouth first. Song Shinran couldn't say anything more. Is it hard to say? No, I want to cook with Han Haoran? Chi Yuhan looked at Tanyaya and said, "You can choose a male guest to cook with you. Who are you going to pick?" With Tanyaya's cooking skills, one person is actually enough. But it's a rule set of the show for male and female guests to work together. And Tanyaya also wants to take the opportunity to cook together to reach out to the male guests. Though what was on his mind was that he wanted to cook with Han Haoran. However, Tanyaya was too embarrassed to show it too obviously, so Tanyaya smiled and inquired, "3 gentlemen, is there anyone who would like to help me cook together?" Han Haoran's expression was calm, his heart fluctuating nothing. Wang Sonsong's eyes looked to the other side. In Song Xinran's direction, Li Feng was the most desperate and directly shook his head. At once Tong Yaya felt very aggrieved. She had the feeling of being rejected by all three male guests at the same time. Chi Yuhan saw Tong Yaya's expression and quickly rounded up. If you ask like this, I am the male guest. Even if I want to help you cook, I will not say anything out of shyness. Tell you what, ya, you just pick a boy. Tong Yaya smiled and looked in Han Haoren's direction. Han Haoren, can you help me cook together? I remember you said your hobby was cooking, and I'd love to learn from you. Han Haoren's original intention was not to initiate, not to reject. Tong Yaya had directly named herself, so Han Haoren couldn't refuse any longer. So he nodded. Song Xinran was a little jealous inside. If she had been a little more proactive, she would have been the one preparing dinner with Han Haoren today, right? Hot Shouty, however, didn't think much about it as Song Xinran did, and said happily, I'm blessed with a mouthful today. Although Su Siyu had been silent the entire time, she carefully watched Han Haoren's side. Hearing that Han Haoren is going to cook, Su Siyu decides to observe in secret. After all, when Han Haoren said hobbies just now, cooking was one of them. Su Siyu was curious if Han Haoren could cook or not. If Han Haoren couldn't cook at all, then Han Haoren must have been bragging when he said he could play the piano. Studio. Zhang Hanshao smiled and said to the camera, our 3 men, 5 women, and 8 guests have gathered. We also saw a couple of signals during the introduction session just now. For example, Song Xinran's confession to Han Haoren. This one is just too sweet to snore. Oh, Yang Mi agreed. Yeah, Han Haoren said he only paints for people he likes. And Song Xinran just said she looks forward to the day when Han Haoren paints for her. Song Xinran is also too brave and direct. It's me, who simply doesn't dare to express my liking so directly with Song Xinran. Luo Jinhao said. What you girls are paying attention to is the romance between Song Xinran and Han Haoren. However, I noticed a detail when Song Xinran uttered those words. A micro-expression from a number 3 male guest. Wang Sonsong skimmed his lips and frowned, only to revert to his previous expression after a few seconds. This detail is very important. I think we can analyze the relationship line of the third male guest from this detail. He had a great affection for Song Xinran in front of him. That's why, after Song Xinran showed her love so bluntly, there were those reactions and expressions that couldn't suppress his inner emotions. Lu Ijia also spoke up. I agree with that. At the same time, I think everyone can clearly feel, through that time just now, the attitude of the third female guest, Su Siyu, towards Han Haoren. Unlike female guest number 1 and number 2 who have a clear crush on Han Hong, after Han Haoren utters a sentence that, to our ears, sounds like exaggerated bragging, I'm at a higher level than 99% of the world's pianists, Su Siyu is visibly upset. Her expression, for a moment, changed. Anyone could detect her unhappiness. At this time at the side, Song Shanshan suddenly said, I think I know the reason why Su Siyu is unhappy, but that's a reason I can't tell you now. Oh, Yang Mi was a little curious. Why can't we talk about it now? Although it is said that we have to compete with each other to guess the love connection of the male and female guests, the first couple of episodes were team battles, right? We should just cooperate with each other. Lu Ijia smiled and explained. I think it has something to do with Su Siyu's occupation. Su Siyu previously looked as if she had no interest in any topic the guests chatted about and didn't want to join the discussion. However, when Han Haoren chatted about music, Su Siyu suddenly spoke. This means that Su Siyu must be very fond of music, or even she should be a pianist herself, right? That's why she, as a pianist, found Han Huan's braggadocio's words offensive to her. Song Shanshan, you actually know Su Siyu, right? Song Shanshan smiled noncommittally and said, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question at the moment. Star. Chapter 28, Bronze to take the king to the top. As the host, Zhang Hanshao suddenly looked at the general director who was on the set. General director, I have a few questions I want to ask. Is it okay? The chief director was a little surprised. You observers are chatting, but why are you suddenly talking about the director? However, Zhang Hanshan's curiosity forced the chief director to be polite. Yes, Zhang Hanshao asked with a delicate smile. I want to know 2 questions. The first question is, are these male and female guests aware of the existence of our 6 relationship observers? Would there be a possibility that the male and female guests would have known each other originally? The general director shook his head. They don't know that relationship observers exist, and we've done careful background checks and verifications, and between the male and female guests, there is no connection whatsoever. Zhang Hanshao nodded. Then the second question. Besides watching in front of the screen, do we have the opportunity to personally contact the male and female guests? The face-to-face kind. The general director nodded. Although there is a little bit of alleged drama with this one, but my answer is yes. You will meet with the men and women, but it's nowhere near time. Oh, Yang Mi's eyes lit up at once. Really? We get to meet the male guests too? Zhang Hanshao looked at Ouyang Mimi with a smile and joked, Mimi, why are you so excited all of a sudden? Can't you wait to have a face-to-face in-depth conversation with Han Hong? Ouyang Mi also realized that her reaction was too real, and that it was a little inappropriate to be seen by her fans like that. Ouyang Mi's response was quick, I do want to meet with Han Haoran nice. However, I do want to go in front of Han Haoran and reveal his actor's true colors. Besides, he's so handsome and has such good acting skills. I think he's well suited to really come into show business as a real actor. Luijiao chimed in. We would also like to meet this one male guest. I'd like to ask how he deduced so much information about Hottie. Although Han Haoran just showed that much. With this, I can be sure that he's definitely a master in psychology. Luo Zhenhao agreed. In that case, then I'm quite looking forward to chatting with Han Haoran as well. Exchange cuts with each other. Song Shanshan laughed and said, I don't think you two are normal. With so many beautiful female guests, you guys don't want to chat. You two big men, what do you have to talk to Han Haoran about? Can't you let us have Han Hong? I'd love to talk to Han Hong about music and life. Provided, that is, in the event that Han Hong doesn't brag and he does no music. Tong Yaya opened the refrigerator. It was found that the show was really attentive and prepared very many ingredients for them. Tong Yaya took a little look at the ingredients in the fridge and decided what she was going to make. Looking at Han Haoran by her side, Tong Yaya didn't really hope that Han Haoran could help much. Cooking for 8 people, 5 of whom are still girls, Tong Yaya can do it all by herself. Han Hong, it's not long now until dinner time. Let's just keep it simple together and make a few light and appetizing ingredients, and then 2 or 3 meat dishes. Do you think that would work? Han Haoran nodded. Is there anything I can do to help? Tong Yaya thought for a moment. Is it okay to wash and cut vegetables? Han Haoran smiled and replied. Small case. The original chef's skill was more than just final cooking. From the preparation of the food to the knife work and even to the final plating, it is a craft that top chefs must know. And Han Haoran, who had learned master-level cooking, naturally mastered the full set of things a top chef learns. Tong Yaya planned to make a cucumber scrambled egg, so she asked Han Haoran to help her wash the vegetables, plus cut the cucumber. And Tong Yaya, herself, picked up a kitchen knife to chop onions. For novice cooks, onions are not easy to cut. In particular, onions have a pungent flavor when you cut them, so Tong Yaya planned to cut the onions herself first and let Han Haoran cut the cucumbers. Anyway, together, we get all the ingredients ready to prepare the dish first, and then finally, we officially put it in the pot. Tong Yaya skillfully chopped the onion. Bam bam bam. The extremely rhythmic sound of kitchen knives and tabletops clashing rang out. Tong Yaya turned back curiously, her whole body shocked to the core. Tong Yaya only saw the kitchen knife prepared by the program team flipping in Han Haoran's hands. This knife work, Tong Yaya only saw it on TV, and in just a few seconds, the cucumber was neatly sliced. The pose, this demeanor, this line of maneuvering, Tong Yaya felt that Han Haoran at this time was not only very skillful and professional, but also particularly handsome. Tong Yaya could no longer care about the onions in her hands and couldn't help but walk over to Han Haoran, because Tong Yaya said the cucumber is most thinly sliced. Therefore, each slice of Han Haoran's cucumber was sliced very thinly, and most importantly, each slice was sliced very evenly, with exactly the same degree of thickness. It was like it was cut by a machine. Watching Han Haoran's movements, how could Tong Yaya not know that Han Haoran was an absolute master? Tong Yaya is an actress and cooking is just her amateur hobby, and as a not much popularity as a third-line starlet, Tong Yaya has to cook for herself in order to save money. Having seen Han Haoran's knife work, where did Tong Yaya not know that Han Haoran was definitely a great chef? Such knife work is definitely something that a top chef can only practice over a decade of days and months. Seeing Han Haoran's young and unusual face, even Tong Yaya thought, is this Han Haoran cutting more than 10 hours and thousands of cucumbers every day to be able to practice such a knife work? Tong Yaya's pretty face blushed slightly when she thought about how she had been trying to get such a chef to give her a hand before. It was as if he, a bronze, was going to take a king to score points. What a big talk this is. Chapter 29, as if seeing a monster. When Han Haoran saw Tong Yaya staring at him, he asked, the cucumbers are cut. Is there anything else I can do to help with the hands? Tong Yaya spat out her tongue, showing a very cute expression. Han Haoran, don't make fun of me. You must be a top chef, right? You're the owner of one of those restaurants that makes tens of thousands of dollars a day and is super hot, right? Your knife work, I thought it was only done on TV shows. It doesn't exist in reality. Seeing you, I realized that reality is even more amazing than the TV show. Han Haoran was amused by Tong Yaya's adoring eyes. His cooking is only masterful. It's still a long way from being a god of cookery. In reality, while there are not many chefs who can reach this level, they are definitely not unique. Chefs who are able to reach the level of a chef at a Michelin restaurant should have mastery of the art of cooking. In the culinary world, it's a mountain out of a molehill. Of course Han Haoran's cooking skills, in all of China, definitely belonged to a level that made everyone look up to him. In China, for every cuisine, the number of chefs who can reach the level of a master chef must be in the single digits. Even in the whole of China, there are not more than 20 chefs who can reach the level of master. Han Haoren laughed and joked. Yeah, you're lifting me up too much. Actually, I only know how to chop vegetables. I've been chopping vegetables for as long as I can remember, but I've never spooned. Yeah, what else do you have to cut? I'll cut it up for you. Tong Yaya was stunned at first, then she read the laughter in Han Haoren's expression. Tong Yaya, a big square, laughed. Han Haoren, you're kidding. You must be a great chef. With a chef like you, why would I even bother talking myself out of cooking? I'm completely afraid to offer myself now. From now on, you're the chef and I'll give you a hand. Just make me available anytime you want me to do anything. Han Haoren smiled and said, honestly, cooking is just my hobby, but today is the first day we've all met. In order to be able to start the meal early, I've decided to follow your advice, but just this once. You know, a chef has to have a chef's rack. I don't really cook for just anyone. Tong Yaya nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Chef is relying on you. Han Haoren opened the refrigerator again to look at the ingredients. Yeah, do you like Cantonese food? Cantonese, Sichuan and French are the three cuisines that Han Haoren specializes in. Cantonese and Sichuan cuisines are the top 3 of the 8 major Chinese cuisines. French food, on the other hand, has always been regarded as the best of all national cuisines around the world. With the ingredients in the fridge today, making French food is definitely not an option. Sichuan food is rather spicy. Han Haoren can't make sure that every guest can eat spicy food. Therefore, Cantonese cuisine became Han Haoren's first choice. Tong Yaya continued to nod her head frantically. Love. I like whatever you do. Han Haoren looked at Tong Yaya and asked, Yeah, as I recall, don't you northern border people eat pork? Then I'll make more cow sheep chicken and so on for this meal. Tong Yaya only introduced where she came from during my introduction, and I didn't expect Han Haoren to remember it at once. Although Tong Yaya was not religious, she could actually eat pork. However, Tong Yaya was still very touched by Han Haoren's attentiveness. Han Haoren took out the white radish from the refrigerator and put it on the cutting board. In Tong Yaya's curious eyes, Han Haoren picked up the cleaver he had originally used to cut the cucumber, and after thinking for a moment, took the cleaver Tong Yaya had used before in his left hand. Tong Yaya stared wide-eyed, wondering what Han Haoren wanted to do with the 2 kitchen knives. Han Haoren certainly felt Tong Yaya's eager gaze. All he had to do now was show off. Of course, Han Haoren's right hand, which was grasping the cleaver, slapped the table, and the white carrots on the cutting board flew up into the air. Han Haoren then swung his 2 knives, each outlining a gorgeous curve, as if painting in the air, dividing the white radish into pieces. Tong Yaya's already closed mouth immediately opened even wider. If just now, Han Haoren sliced the cucumber and made Tong Yaya feel that there really was someone with such good knife skills in this world. Today Tong Yaya's sentiment is shock. The slices of finished cut white carrots whooshed down. Han Haoren put down the chopper and picked up a plate on the side. One by one, all of the sliced white carrots falling from the air landed on the plate. Tong Yaya's eyes were all infatuation as she looked at Han Haoren at this moment. For any human woman, you can't resist a man who can cook. Han Haoren didn't pause for a second. Once the preparation of the food was complete, he added oil to the pot and began to cook formally. For the next half hour, Tong Yaya's eyes showed shock again and again. White cut chicken, steamed ribs with black bean sauce, radish and beef brisket casserole, pan-fried hibiscus eggs, white burnt shrimp, dry fried beef river, pineapple goulash, piped cabbage, fried 3 shreds. One by one, the food comes out one by one. The only thing that Tong Yaya, who originally claimed that she would listen to Han Haoren's call to play second fiddle, did was to take Han Haoren's dishes out of the pot and plate them up, serve them to the side, and fasten the lid to keep them warm. Finally, the fish head and bean curd soup is finished, which is the earliest to be cooked, but the last to be served. Han Haoren stretched and said, "Great job." At this moment, Tong Yaya looked at Han Haoren as if she had seen a monster. Chapter 30, A Secret Between the Two of Us. While Tong Yaya and Han Haoren were preparing dinner, the other male and female guests went up to the second floor, came to the rec room. They began to get together and talk. Gradually, a few of them came together in pairs. Wang Songsong found an opportunity to ask Song Xinran to play billiards. Although he knew in his heart that Song Xinran had a favorable impression of Han Haoren's existence, and at the same time, he felt that the other female guests were all good-looking, but young Master Wang was not one to give up lightly. Hottie had been on the second floor for more than half an hour, and was a little restless. Even when he was chatting with the other guests, all that kept going through Hottie's mind was Han Haoren. Hottie wonders why Han Hong is so aware of himself. Due to Song Xinran's entrance, Hot Xiaodi hadn't been able to ask the questions she was holding in her heart, and with more and more guests, Hottie never got a chance to have a single conversation with Han Haoran. However, Hot Xiaoti's heart had been holding back a great deal of irritation. Hot Xiaoti very much want to find an opportunity to ask Han Haoran why Han Haoran will be on their own character preferences to understand so detailed. Why does Han know that he likes cactus? Finally, Hot Xiaoti pretended to say that she went downstairs to make coffee, ended the conversation with Chi Yuhan, and walked downstairs. When Hot Xiaoti came downstairs, Han Haoran had just finished the last dish and leisurely picked up a cup of coffee that Tong Yaya had just brewed for him to savor. Tong Yaya, the chef, is responsible for washing the pots and pans. Hot Xiaoti descended the stairs, her eyes naturally focusing on Han Haoran first. Seeing that Han Haoran also saw herself, Hot Xiaoti was slightly shy, but she still smiled at Han Haoran. Han Haoran also nodded hello to Hottie. Hot Xiaoti didn't dare to speak to Han Haoran directly, and squirmed as she walked over to Tong Yaya, who was struggling to wash the pots. Sister Yaya, can I help you with anything? Tong Yaya hastily shook her head. No need, you go about your business. Hot Xiaoti thought Tong Yaya was being polite and said, Sister Yaya, although I'm not much of a cook, I'm still good at chopping vegetables and washing dishes and whatnot. Why don't I wash your pots and pans so you can catch up on your cooking? Hot Xiaoti saw a Han Haoran who was like a grandpa, standing to the side and leisurely drinking coffee, and thought that Han Haoran was not willing to help. So Hot Xiaoti wanted to take Han Haoran's place and help Tong Yaya with a favor. Consider it a favor for Tong Yaya instead of Han Haoran. And with this look, she had a chance to stay by Han Haoran's side. Even if there was no chance to whisper alone with Han Haoran, it was good to just look at Han Haoran. Tong Yaya naturally wouldn't let Hottie help wash the pot. Are you kidding me? Han Haoran finished the table of dishes. And what did she herself do for the last half hour or so? Half-cut onions, served a couple of plates. Washing pots and pans was the only thing Tong Yaya could do right now to make him feel like he had some involvement in the preparation of dinner. With Hottie's help again, Tong Yaya really kind of didn't do anything. Tong Yaya looked at the very enthusiastic Hot Xiaoti beside her and said, Xiaoti, actually, we're almost done with dinner, and there's really nothing I need help with. Can you go upstairs and tell everyone to come down for dinner in 10 minutes? Hot Xiaoti's beautiful eyes were full of astonishment. So little time, and it's all done? It's been less than an hour, hasn't it? Yaya sis, you're awesome. Tong Yaya was a little embarrassed by Hot Xiaoti's compliments. She knew herself that she wasn't good at all. Today's dinner, it can be said that all of it was made by Han Haoran. However, when Han Haoran was cooking, he had instructed Tong Yaya to pretend that all the dishes were made by Tong Yaya her alone. At that time, Tong Yaya was very puzzled and asked Han Haoran why. Han Haoran said in a matter-of-fact tone, the reason is very simple. If you tell the others that I cooked this meal, won't all the female guests in the future ask me to cook dinner for them? In this case, wouldn't I become the cook of this villa, specializing in cooking for everyone? I'm not one to cook lightly. This time, it's special circumstances. Hottie heard that dinner was fixed and ready to go, and without even brewing her coffee, she walked self-consciously to the second floor. Just now, because Han Haoran had to help with the cooking, Hottie couldn't find a chance to chat with Han Haoran. Hot Xiaoti believed that after dinner, she could always create an opportunity to chat with Han Haoran alone. Although she wasn't hungry, Hottie couldn't wait for dinner to start soon. Hot Xiaoti walked upstairs, and Tong Yaya also happened to finish cleaning all the kitchenware. Tong Yaya looked at Han Haoran and confirmed once more. Han Haoran, you really don't want me to tell everyone that you actually cooked this meal? Han Haoran nodded vigorously. Of course, it's a secret between the two of us. Originally, the pretty face of Tong Yaya, who had a very outgoing personality, once again had a faint blush. Earlier, Han Haoran said that helping her cook this time was a special circumstance, and that he didn't want to help other female guests cook. Is this not Han Haoran treating himself differently? Now Han Haoran said that this matter was a secret between the two of them. Tong Yaya couldn't help but float away. Tong Yaya found that the scene when Han Haoran had just cooked had been deeply reflected in her mind, and she was afraid that she wouldn't forget it for a long time. Star. Chapter 31 Encountering an Absolutely Perfect Man. Studio. From the moment Han Haoran started cooking, the expressions on the faces of all the female observers were different. Bu Yangmi smiled and said, boys who can cook are really handsome. Not to mention that Han Haoran is handsome in his own right. This is simply the perfect man. I'm so envious of these female guests. Zhang Hanshao found herself mesmerized by Han Haoran as well. Such a perfect person. Even if he's penniless, I'm willing to fall in love with him. What's more, it's not easy to make money with this cooking skill alone. Go to any fancy restaurant and be a sous chef, right? Zhang Man joked. You two are popular stars and actors. There are countless young boys who see you as dream girls. Falling in love will affect your popularity. I'm different. I'm the one who draws comics, and I have a lot of girls among my fans. So, the task of rating Han Haoran is better left to me. Lu Yijia bristled. Don't even think about it. All of you. You're just an observer. Even if this program does have time for observers and guests to interact, it won't necessarily be your turn to interact with Han Haoren. Zhang Hanshao pouted, revealing a very cute look. The program team won't let me date Han Haoren. I won't record this program. You guys get another moderator and observer. Luo Jinhao also smiled and said, having watched the live broadcast for almost a day now, I feel that this program, even though it says that there are 3 men and 5 women with 8 guests, but Han Haoren is the absolute main character. The other 7 are all supporting roles to set up Han Haoren. Song Shanshan also said, I think this program should be renamed. Don't call it Encountering a Really Rich Man and a Poor Man. Change the name to Encountering an Absolutely Perfect Man. Luijia finished his joke and began to analyze seriously. When Han Haoren, he said that his hobbies were cooking, music, art, and psychology, the first feeling of most people here was disbelief. Just like me. However, when today, Han Haoren showed off his cooking and psychology prowess, we discovered that Han Haoren really wasn't bragging. This level is no longer simply a hobby, or being good at it. It's definitely professional, and it's considered one of the best in the profession. So, Han Haoren has 2 other, temporarily unshown hobbies, art and music. Do you all think that these 2 hobbies of Han Haoren will be as amazing as cooking and psychology? Han Haoren has said that he plays the piano at a higher level than 99% of pianists. Could this statement not be a joke, but a fact? As the world's recognized 100-year music prodigy, Song Shanshan said, if an hour ago, I would have thought that Han Haoren was bragging when he said that his piano playing skills were higher than 99% of pianists. Even if Han Haoren really does play the piano, I think this claim that he's better than 99% of pianists is too exaggerated. But now, I somehow have a premonition in my heart that what Han Haoren said might actually be true. I'm looking forward to the fact that Han Haoren will really be able to show more than 99% of the pianist's level, just as he said he would, because if it's really at that level, it's capable of ascending even to the world. Seeing Song Shanshan say that, Zhang Man also said, I also look forward to the fact that, in the program, Han Haoren will be able to show his talent for art. Director's team, can you set us up, like arranging an encounters with the really rich and the poor first painting contest on a certain day or something? Lu Yijia smiled and said, let's get back to the point. From the very beginning of the show, after Hot D and Song Shinran quickly fell for Han Haoren, it seems like there's another female guest that's going to fall into Han Haoren's love net. Men who can cook are very attractive. There's no doubt about that. Even our 4 observers, they all said in a row that they fell in love with the one who can cook, Han Haoren. Then, Tong Yaya, who is right next to Han Haoren watching Han Haoren cook. She is undoubtedly the one who bears the brunt of Han Haoren's charms, the one who is most likely to be captured by Han Haoren's charms. Besides, Han Haoren is helping Tong Yaya cook. Such a meaning is even more unusual, and in this half hour, through Tong Yaya's eyes as she looked at Han Haoren, as well as Tong Yaya's many times facial expressions of small shyness, small ambiguity and small delight that she couldn't hide, I can assert that Tong Yaya's favor for Han Haoren has exploded. So tonight, there's no doubt that Han Haoren will be a big winner. At least, Han Haoren can get 3 out of 5 votes. Song Shanshan laughed in agreement. I told you, this program is called Encountering an Absolutely Perfect Man. These 3 votes are deserved by Han Haoren. I'd also like to say that Han Haoren got more than 3 votes today because I cast my vote for Han Haoren as well. Lei Jiao looked at her like a little cutie, like looking at Song Shanshan. You're not the guest of honor. You're not the guest of honor. How can you vote? Yet a few seconds later, Lo Yiga felt as if she was the cutie. Oh Yang another one for Han Haoren's votes. Zhang Hanshan, +2. Zhang Man, +3. Congratulations to no. 1 male guest, Han Haoren, for getting 7 votes. Luo Jinhao. His reaction was the same as Lu Yiga's. What the hell is all this? This group of observers who look like they can't wait to get in the TV screen are crazy, aren't they? Star. Chapter 32, The Finest Taste of Humanity. 8 guests, seated at the living room table, and on the dining table, it was already filled with the dinner that Han Haoren had just made. At the same time, Tong Yaya had thoughtfully taken out red wine and drinks and had already arrived in the cups, and the placement of the 8 men is quite mysterious, because Han Haoren Moncler Outlet was the first one to take his seat with his coffee. After informing all the guests that dinner had begun, Hati, who was the first to come downstairs, immediately sat on Han Haoren's left. Song Shinran also decisively chose the position to the right of Han Haoren. Wang Song, who had come downstairs with Song Shinran, naturally saw Song Shinran impatiently grabbing a seat. Wang Song, who was very depressed inside, still chose to sit on Song Shinran's right side. Tong Yaya came back after preparing red wine and drinks for everyone and realized that the seats on both sides of Han Haoren were occupied, so she had no choice but to sit opposite Han Haoren. The most sociable Chi Yuhan picked up the red wine in her hand and said to everyone, "Let's all clink our glasses first. This is the first day we all met. May we all become close in the days to come." become important people in each other's lives. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses. Cheers! Seeing the gazes of the crowd towards her, Tong Yaya, who was mistaken by everyone as the main chef this time, could only say, "Everyone, let's eat." Okay. Hot Shouty was the first one who couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks in his hand, and pinched the fried 3 shredded pork in front of him. Stir-fried 3 shredded pork is a dish found in most of the 8 major Chinese cuisines. As the name suggests, this dish is made by pairing 3 brightly colored dishes, and it's up to the chef to decide what to pair it with. Han Hao Ran served with shredded pork, shredded dried tofu and shredded carrots. Of course, the shredded meat is not pork, but shredded chicken instead. Hot Shouty saw the dish in front of him. Flawless knife skills, exquisite into the art of general plating, cannot help but appetite. Except that no one had set down their chopsticks before, and Hot D could only drool on the sidelines. And when the meal was officially started, Hottie naturally couldn't wait to pick up a chopstick and put it in her mouth. A fusion between delicious flavors that ignite the taste buds with top-notch taste. Hot D couldn't help but rave. "It's so good. You're too good at this too. Yeah, sister. I've never had such a delicious stir-fried 3 shreds before. I really want to eat your cooking every day. If you were a man, I'd marry you." While Hot Shouty couldn't help but marvel, Song Shinran was also attracted by the rich aroma overflowing in front of her. The extreme fish flavor was accompanied by a light fragrance. Fish head in tofu soup. Song Shinran couldn't help but scoop up a spoonful. The color is bright and looks clear and transparent in general, without any extra impurities. The strong aroma of fish, mixed with the light flavor of all kinds of ingredients, carries a hint of the ultimate delicious flavor. Song Shinran's eyes widened, and all she felt was a sense of refreshment, all over her body. The tofu melted in her mouth like snow. The deliciousness that made Song Shinran incredibly. Patting herself on the back was like a flash flood, overwhelming her taste buds in an instant. A look of contentment and happiness appeared on Song Shinran's face. So good it makes you wanna cry. Chi Yuhan looked at the pipe cabbage in front of her. The golden heart of the cabbage is covered with clear broth and dotted with shrimp, making it very appealing to the palate. Chi Yuhan didn't choose to go and pinch the food, but instead scooped a mouthful of soup into her mouth. A moment to himself, Chi Yuhan's eyes also revealed an unbelievable look. Fresh, in the mouth. The broth explodes with extremely fresh flavors. With a shocked expression, Chi Yuhan picked up the cabbage. Chi Yuhan's eyes widened once more, and her face froze for a long time. Chi Yuhan herself has been exposed to many top chefs, even Michelin chefs, yet Chi Yuhan had never eaten such delicious cabbage before. Chi Yuhan had never even imagined that such an ordinary cabbage could be made so delicious. "I'm so envious of you." Chi Yuhan looked at Tong Yaya and praised her heartily. "So good looking and such delicious cooking. I think all men will fall in love with you. It feels like today I'm going to get no love messages and obviously all the male guests are going to vote for you." As the crowd began to taste the food on the table, Tong Yaya immediately became the center of attention for all of them. Even the silently Feng and Su Siu. All of them couldn't help but praise Tong Yaya's cooking skills. And Wang Songsong also stared at Tong Yaya dead in the face, and he had already begun to consider inwardly whether or not he should change the object of his strategy. Shift the focus of flirting from Song Shinran to Tong Yaya. Not to mention Tong Yaya's perfect temperament and pretty body. Tong Yaya's cooking skills alone made Wang Songsong feel that this was the perfect girlfriend and wife in his mind. If he had such a wife who cooked him 3 delicious meals every day, he would simply be the happiest man in the world. Tong Yaya naturally tasted her cooking. He was also blown away by the deliciousness of the food Han Hong made, although there was a prediction in his heart that what Han Haoran made must be delicious. However, when the food was actually in her mouth, Tong Yaya still felt that she had underestimated how delicious this was. Hearing everyone praising herself, Tong Yaya felt more and more embarrassed. Her heart was very much in the wrong place. There's no way that food this delicious is something she can cook. At this moment, Tong Yaya was very torn inside. She wanted to tell everyone the truth that all these dishes were made by Han Haoran. But Tong Yaya also always remembered the agreement between Han Haoran and the two of her. Tong Yaya didn't want to violate this agreement. Chapter 33, I must marry you. Don't say Tong Yaya. Han Haoran himself was shocked by his cooking skills. It turns out that cooking for yourself is so delicious, but it's just a master skill. It's a big ticket item that can be drawn from a bronze level raffle. If anything, master chefs, they're all so awesome. Then Han Haoran concluded inwardly. He drew the highest level of rewards, Beethoven's piano technique, and what effect will be achieved. Studio, Luo Zhenhao lamented. Perhaps I can understand why the 4 beautiful women around me are so infatuated with Han Haoran. While watching Han make a great meal, I wondered if maybe Han was just very good with a knife, a great cook, and a beautiful presentation. Maybe the food isn't as good as it seems? However, seeing the expressions of each of the 8 guests, nowadays, I can't wait to rush into that villa to taste how delicious Han Haoran's cooking is. This contented expression is definitely the look you get when you've eaten the world's most delicious delicacy. Yang Mi also raised her hand and looked at the general director. General director, after we wrapped up today, you originally said you'd treat us to a big meal at a Michelin restaurant. Can we change places and go straight to this villa? Even if it means eating the leftovers they have left over. Zhang Hanshao agreed. Chief director, I think the dates for the observers and male and female guests to meet can be moved up a bit. After all, it's only through face-to-face contact that we can better analyze their emotional threads and determine who is the actor masquerading as a rich man. Pick a day. Why don't we all take a trip to the villa today? Anyway, this villa is also in the imperial capital. Counting the time spent in traffic jams, we'll be able to get there before the night is over. Zhang Man laughed and said, though I think that all these dishes that Han Haoran made will all be quickly snatched up by the guests as if they were windfalls with nothing left. But I didn't really want to go to a Michelin restaurant for dinner either. I wanted to go to this mysterious love shack too. Seeing the expectant eyes of the observers, the chief director shook his head decisively. Are you kidding me? Big name stars with big names are terrific? The best-selling cartoonist in China is terrific? The most famous violinist in China is marvelous? Is that a reason for you to change the flow of the show's setup at will? As Zhang Man had predicted, although Han Haoran had to cook a larger portion of food than 8 people, and there were 5 other female guests in the villa who originally said they had to lose weight and couldn't eat too much dinner. However, Han Haoran didn't even have enough to eat himself, but he realized that all the dishes had been snatched up, and there wasn't a single one left. And the main force grabbing the food is not Wang Songsong nor Li Feng. These two are still trying to remain rich gentlemen in front of so many cameras. Desperately scrambling for food were the 5 female guests who had previously claimed to be on a diet. Hot D, in particular, as she introduces herself, eats at a really high rate and a lot of meals. Han Haoran estimated that at least a quarter of the dishes had all fallen into Hot Xiaoti's stomach. Looking at the empty plate on the table, Hottie patted her stomach contentedly, barely 6 points full. Then, Hot Xiaoti looked at Tong Yaya with a concerned expression. Sister Yaya, can you teach me how to cook? As dumb as I am, if only I could learn a tenth of your cooking skills that would be great. Ugh, how I wish you were a man. Then I must marry you. Tong Yaya heard everyone's praises throughout the entire meal, even the embarrassment cancer, and hearing Hot Xiaoti say several times that she wants to marry herself, Tong Yaya immediately felt a sense of crisis. She sneaked a few glances at Han Haoran with her afterglow. This meal was actually made by Han Haoran. So it's actually Han Haoran that Hottie wants to marry. Is it not your own competition? Tong Yaya made up her mind not to tell everyone about the fact that the meal was made by Han Haoran, although Tong Yaya didn't feel, nowadays, that she was just in love with Han Haoran. But Tong Yaya knew that Han Haoran was the first person of the opposite sex who had developed a good feeling about her people living up to now for more than 20 years. Despite being in the entertainment industry, Tong Yaya stubbornly maintains her innocence. She still had her precious first time, having never even been in a relationship before. And now, Tong Yaya cut her teeth and felt a thumping sensation in her heart. Tong Yaya didn't know how this sudden sprouting feeling of being in love came about. Maybe it's because of this meal. Maybe it's because of a look. Maybe it's because of that pact that belongs between the two. After finishing dinner, Song Xinran, Su Siyu and Shi Yuhan immediately took the initiative to start cleaning up and washing the dishes. Wang Songsong and Li Feng also rushed over to help. The dishwashing line was seen filling up the sink, clearly overstaffed. Hottie didn't come forward to help again either, but pulled Han Haoran to the side. Chapter 34, Once again, I've fallen. Han Haoran followed Hottie up to the second floor. Since most of the guests were packing up on the first floor, there were only 2 people on the second floor, Han Haoran and Hot Xiaoti. Han Haoran smiled and looked at Hottie. Hot Xiaoti finally couldn't hold back her inner curiosity and asked the question she had been holding for a long time. Han Haoran, why do you know so much about everything about me? Is it really because of psychology? Is psychology that amazing? Han Haoran looked at Hot Xiaoti with a smile. Of course, psychology is a very amazing discipline. Would you like me to explain it to you specifically? Hot Xiaoti hurriedly nodded her head, looking at Han Haoran with expectant eyes. Han Haoran smiled and said, but, this is my unique secret. No one else will know it. Isn't it a little too much of a loss for me to just tell you? Unless, Hot Xiaoti looked at Han Haoran selling the story and was very anxious inside. Unless what? Han Haoran said, I've suffered so much, so aren't you going to give me a little compensation, or a little reward, too? Hottie said with some hesitation. What kind of reward? How about I sing you a song? Han Haoran shook his head. Just singing a song is not enough. Hottie pouted and slapped Han Haoran's hand. So did you say anything about a reward? Han Haoran looked at Hot Xiaoti with a smile. I haven't thought of it yet, so why don't you owe it first and I'll talk to you when I think of it. But when I make a request, you must keep your promise. No cheating. Without thinking, Hottie nodded and said, Okay, I promise. Han Haoran looked at Hot Shouty somewhat wryly. You're just going to agree? What if my request is for you to be my girlfriend? What if I have to abduct you? Hearing that Han Haoran said he wanted him to be his girlfriend, a shy expression spread across Hottie's face. I naturally won't agree to a request that's too much. Anyway, you tell me first. Han Haoran deliberately showed a hesitant expression. Why do I have a hunch that you'll look like you're going to back out? Hot D pouted. I won't. You hurry up and say it. Zhang Hanxiao looked at the interaction between Han Haoran and Hot Shouty and couldn't help but say, this image makes me feel a bit like a young couple. It's wonderful. Although Luo Zhenhao was a psychologist, he was also a straight man. I'm more anxious to know Han Haoran's answer now than this. How did he infer that information by psychology? Han Haoran made it to the couch. Hot Shouty sat next to Han Haoran. Han Haoran didn't sell out anymore, but patiently explained. Actually, it's easy to analyze everything. It's just psychology at its simplest. Hearing these words, Lu Yijia, who was just drinking water, couldn't help but spray the water in his mouth, and he coughed as he picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. Is it easy to analyze everything? Easy as hell. After studying psychology for so many years, he felt that doing all this belonged to the unbelievable, and he might not be able to do this in his entire life. Han Haoran actually said it was easy. Do you still want to give him, the founder and the first person of personality coloring, some face? Luijia just said that Han Haoran is not psychology, it's magic. Han Haoran, however, immediately said that it was just simple psychology. Isn't that a slap eye? And the face? Luijia was supposed to rely on this with popular stars as observers. The Fruit Station Ace variety show to hit his popularity, but when Han Haoran came to this, it felt like his signboard was going to be smashed here. It's really out of the box. Luo Zhenhao didn't react as much as Luijia, but he was also staring at the big screen with bated breath. Without blinking, Han Haoran looked at Hot Shouty's face and explained with a smile. The first time I saw you, I thought you were very pretty. I've only seen such a pretty beauty like you on TV. Hot Shouty lowered her head in embarrassment, and she suddenly didn't dare to look Han Haoran in the eyes. Han Haoran continued, but you also look different from all those actresses I saw on TV. I have friends from the northern border. Although she's not as good looking as you, but temperament-wise, she gives off a similar feeling to you. That's why I thought you were from the northern border. The horoscope part. Your personality is that of a standard Gemini. It's so obvious it's easy to tell. I said you'd studied ballet because of your body shape and temperament. Your legs are very long and straight and your body is very well proportioned. Like a ballerina. One of my favorite actresses is Audrey Hepburn. And the first time I saw you, I thought you had Audrey Hepburn's temperament. And Audrey Hepburn studied ballet. So I just guessed that you studied ballet, because only people who study ballet have such a unique aura, and I'm guessing it's even easier if you've learned folk dancing. Minorities, especially girls from the northern border, learn a little folk dancing, right? Zhang Hanxiao couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Where is Han Haoran explaining analytical psychology? It's obviously a compliment. From the first moment I saw you, I thought you were very beautiful and you have the air of Audrey Hepburn. Oh, Audrey Hepburn. How I wish someone would compliment me on looking like Audrey Hepburn too. Look at Hot D's pouty little expression. It's obvious she's fallen once again. Star. Chapter 35, I have penetrating eyes. Han Haoran continued. I'm guessing your favorite colors are black, white, and pink, because you're wearing a white t-shirt. I think coming to this show, you always come in your favorite outfit, right? So you like white. As for black and pink, seeing Han Haoran suddenly selling out, Hot Shouty hurriedly pressed. What's with the black and pink colors? I'm not wearing black and pink today. Han Haoran locked eyes with Hot Shouty and stared straight into Hot Shouty's eyes. Actually, I have a pair of see-through eyes. I can see through your t-shirt and jeans and see the underwear you're wearing underneath. I can't believe it's still lace. D, you're quite the lover. Hottie's face, which was only slightly flushed, turned flushed all of a sudden. So shy. If Han Haoran could see through his outerwear, it didn't make sense that he couldn't see through his underwear either. Doesn't it mean that he's seen himself naked? Hot D thought hard about what kind of lingerie she was wearing this morning. Ah, like I'm really wearing pink and black? Seeing Hottie's face, Han Haoran was taken aback. This look, could it be that everything he had made up was a crock of? As Hot Shouty frowned and thought, Han Haoran chuckled and said, Shouty, are you being silly? I'm kidding. How can anyone in this world really be able to see through? What are you still seriously pondering for so long? Is it hard to believe that I really guessed right? You're really wearing black and pink underneath. Or lace? Looking at Han Haoran's promising gaze, Hot Shouty glared viciously at Han Haoran. Han Haoran said squarely, I guess the reason you like black is simple. It's because most people who like white will like black. After all, black and white, these two colors, although they are two extremes, are the most harmonious, unified and easy to match colors. Pink is even easier. What teenage girl doesn't like pink? Hottie nodded thoughtfully. Okay, Constellations, colors you can guess correctly are all good. How did you know I like cactuses? And how did you know I eat a lot? Do I look fat? Han Haoren grabbed Hotti's hand. Hot Shouty's heart was beating wildly and her hands were at a loss. She didn't know why Han Haoren suddenly grabbed her hand, but she didn't break away from Han Haoren. Han Haoren smiled and stroked Hotti's fingers, which were bent from nervousness. Straight, look at your ring finger. Right here. There's a little cut. This would be the wound from the cactus stabbing, right? But you're really stupid too. Who in their right mind would touch a cactus? Hot D's mouth dropped open. Han Hong was right. It was the very same wound she had gotten from the cactus the other day. Still, Hot D was stiff-lipped. But cacti aren't the only things with thorns. Roses have thorns too. Han Haoren felt that it was already remarkable that he was able to make up so much nonsense. Shaking hands and being able to notice Hot Toddy's wounds was really attentive on his own. Going through the process of analyzing and explaining the difference between a rose and a cactus prick was really going to drive himself crazy. It's not like he's a botanist. How would Han Haoren know if Hottie was stabbed by a rose or a cactus? Han Haoren knew that Hottie liked cacti, and even knew Hottie's preference because she had unintentionally read a story about Hottie. And Han Haoren, whose system rated his intelligence as high as 10, has had a knack for forgetting things since he was a child. Even after one life, when he was reborn and came back, all the information he had ingested in the afterlife was fresh in Han Haoren's mind. Although he wasn't a fan of Hot Shouty either, Han Haoren just coincidentally took the information about Hot Shouty and memorized it. Han Haoren knew he had guessed correctly when he looked at Hot Shouty's expression. This wound, Hot D, was inflicted by a cactus. So, Han Haoren said with a straight face, I say a cactus is a cactus. Whether or not you were stabbed by a cactus, you know best in your heart. At the end I said you eat a lot. Purely a wild guess. Because I personally prefer a girl who loves food and has a good appetite. So I can make her delicious food myself. But I just saw you wolfing it down at the table. I think it's pretty obvious I guessed right too. Hot Shouty heard Han Haoren say that he liked girls who loved food. And the flushed red color that had just faded from her face flushed up again. Is that a confession? Han Haoren, I would love to try your cooking, even if it's hard to eat. I'll eat every bit of it. Han Haoren laughed. What makes you say that the food I cook will be difficult to eat? What if I'm a chef? After eating Tong Yaya's food today, Hot Shouty decided that there was no one in this world who could cook better than Tong Yaya. Hearing Han Haoren's complaint, Hot Shouty hurriedly explained. I'm just making an analogy. I still believe in my heart that you are a great chef. I think your cooking can be as good as Yaya-san's. Anyway, I really want to try your cooking. Han Haoren couldn't help but feel a little amused when he heard Hot Shouty's explanation. Hot D says she believes her cooking is as good as Tong Yaya's. That's not true. This dinner today was meant to be homemade. Chapter 36, The First Heart Attack. Inside the studio, the two heartologists, Luijia and Luo Jinhao, were both in a contemplative state. After a while, Luijia sighed and said, though when Han Haoren tells us all about the reasoning and analyzing process, we will feel that it's nothing more than that, not that subtle. However, by peeling off the cocoon of observation, meticulous and bold inferences, and finally judging this information, it can be said that Han Haoren is indeed a master of psychology. It's important to realize that psychology is not mind reading. Psychology is a science. It's the logic of speculating on the other person's behavior through a scientific approach, as well as a professional way of observing and extrapolating logic. I think Han Haoren is very powerful. Even if he goes to the psychology program at the top university colleges, Han Haoren is qualified enough to be a professor. Luo Jinhao also chimed in. From the conversation between Han Haoren and Hot Shouty just now, I can also tell that Han Haoren's ability to read the subtle expressions of the other party to the conversation, as well as analyze them, is not below me. For example, when Hottie said roses have thorns too with an obviously stiff upper lip look, Han was stabbed by a cactus because he could tell through Hottie's micro-expressions that Hottie had been stabbed by a cactus. And Han's line, you're not really wearing black and pink, are you? Was also because Han caught it. Hottie was reminiscing and had a slightly flustered expression. That expression that Hottie had at that moment was clearly the kind of expression one would have when one's secret is revealed. This expression that only stayed on her face for a fraction of a second was also captured by Han Haoren. I feel as if Han Hong is better suited for this observer position than I am. Zhang Hanxiao smiled and said to Luo Jinhao, if Han Haoren becomes an observer, then what's the point of this program? I think Han Haoren is better off as the male guest. Oh Yang Mi quickly voiced her opposition. Sister Han Shurao, I'd rather Han Haoren be the observer so he can be closer to us. That way he's not in the screen, but in front of us. I also happen to be able to exchange contact information with Han Hong. I'd really like to have a contact of Han Haoren then. I don't have such an attractive male by my side. Oh Yang Mi suddenly turned her head sideways toward the chief director. Chief director, can you send me Han Haoren's cell phone number in private? Jung Man also raised her hand. I also want Han Haoran's contact information. In exchange, I can forego all of my notice fees for this issue. The observers joked around for a while, and Zhang Hanxiao, who was the host, said formally, the first installment of the program is just about to come to an end. The director just told me that he's decided to call this first installment of Heads Up the first heartbeat. The guests are meeting for the first time, and for each other, they are still strangers to each other. By 10 p.m., the guests will have to return to their rooms, and then the men and women will have to send their love messages for the first time. When key information about their careers, ages, educational backgrounds, families, etc., are not disclosed to each other, the choice of male and female guests is purely a matter of first impressions at first glance. I will now formalize the rules for sending love messages. Male and female guests can only choose one person of the opposite sex to send a love message to. The text length of a love message must be limited to one text message. Of course, sending a word or an emoji is fine. At 10 o'clock, after everyone's love messages have been played, the guests will receive love messages sent to them, and the love messages they receive are sent anonymously. So the male and female guests don't know who it is that is sending them love messages. They can only surmise, based on the content of the love message, who sent it to them, and who sent love messages to whom can only be seen by our 6 observers. And the task of our observers is to speculate on who each of the 8 guests, before the results are announced, has sent the message to complete the love connection. All of the connections are judged correctly before the challenge is considered successful, and the one who succeeds in the challenge gets a glory coat of arms. Until the final episode, the guest who earns the most heraldry of glory and correctly determines who is an actor is this season's glory of encounters with the truly rich and poor observer. Depending on the final number of heraldry of glory he obtains, this observer is able to receive generous rewards from the sponsors. In the first installment, we were team battles. That is, everyone works together to complete the love connection. If the judgment is correct, everyone will receive the heraldry of glory. If we fail, all of us will have recorded this installment for nothing. Well, after the introduction of the rules, let's finally turn our attention back to the big screen. Let's see if a new story, a new heartbeat will arise in the final moments of the day. Star, Chapter 37, The Choice of the Hero? Hot D is a little melancholy. Her chance to be alone with Han Haoran didn't last long before the light bulbs came up the stairs in droves. The men and women gathered again in the rec room, and unlike last time, Han Haoran was obviously surrounded by a lot of female guests. Song Shinran, Tang Yeye and even Chi Yuhan also came up from time to time. Su Siyu kept looking in Han Haoran's direction, and she kept remembering Han Haoran's comment that his piano level was higher than 99% of pianists. However, Su Siyu, who had already regained her composure, also knew that at this time, if Han Haoran didn't mention it, she couldn't forcibly drag Han Haoran downstairs and drag him to the piano, so that Han Haoran could play a piano piece to test his level, right? Several times she wanted to open her mouth, but the introverted Su Siyu didn't say anything, only looking at Han Haoran with a murderous gaze from time to time. Han Haoran naturally noticed Su Siyu's gaze, although Han Haoran didn't mind showing his hands, but if Su Siyu didn't mention it, Han Haoran couldn't take the initiative to raise it himself. Letting everyone go downstairs to listen to me play the piano, right? That's too much of a point dropper. Moreover, Han Haoran was already 80% sure that tonight, he would be able to get this vote from Su Siyu. Chi Yuhan invited Han Haoran to play billiards for a while. One by one, the guests returned to the room as the time to send the love message drew nearer and nearer. For the guests, coming to record this program does not and cannot delay their original work. Most people have to get up early tomorrow to go to work and finish their jobs. Even Hot Shouty, Song Shinran, although there were many things she wanted to say to Han Haoran, but seeing Han Haoran surrounded by a group of people forever, they lost their original interest. What they look forward to is the opportunity to be alone. Instead of everyone getting together, Han Haoran also returned to the single room that belonged to him. The room was quite large and very elegant in terms of decoration. The only thing that made Han Haoran a little upset was the camera in the room. Of course, Han Haoran also asked the program, after the recording of the love message segment, before going to bed, the guests can use a cloth to block the camera, so the guest of honor is still able to retain the last bit of privacy. One by one, the guests returned to their rooms, and the studio observers began to discuss the love connection. Zhang Hanxiao spoke first. Let's discuss the female guest first. Let's connect the simple ones first. Hot Xiaodi voted for Han Haoran, Song Shinran voted for Han Haoran, and Tang Yeye voted for Han Haoran. There's no doubt about these 3 lines, right? No objection was expressed. Yang Mi just added, although the third male guest, Wang Song, seems to like Song Shinran and has created opportunities to be alone with Song Shinran. But Song Shinran is also acting too obviously. She only pays attention to one person at all times, and that person is Han Haoran. Evidently, my Han Haoren charm is really big, Zhang Hanxiao teased. Mimi, when did Han Haoren become yours? So, 2 more lines. Those 2 lines, I think there's some difficulty. First of all, who will COCU vote for? Luigi analyzed. All I know is that there's a high probability that COCU won't vote for Han Haoren. The reason is still that obvious look of disgust that COCU showed when Han Haoren said at the time that his piano level was higher than 99% of professional pianists. Maybe Han was just rambling, and even as we analyze it now, it's possible that Han was still telling the truth. But COCU doesn't think so. She obviously misunderstood and thinks Han Haoren is a bit arrogant. Unfortunately, tonight, we didn't wait for Han Hong to play the piano either. So, this misunderstanding will remain at least for tonight. Now the question is, there are 2 more male guests. Who will COCU vote for? She has always been quiet and shed so little information. Zhang Hanxiao suggested, let's vote. The minority obeys the majority. In the end, with a 4:2 favorability rating, Zhang Hanxiao took COCU's line and connected it to Wang Songsong. Zhang Hanxiao said, the last female guest who didn't connect, Qi Yuhan. Who she would send the message to is equally puzzling to me. Luo Jinhao said, indeed, Qi Yuhan and COCU. They both have the word rain in their names, but their personalities are 2 extremes. If anything, COCU was the one who didn't have much interaction with any of the 3 male guests. Qi Yuhan is the opposite. She has contact with all 3 male guests. Even the most popular male guest, Han Haoren. Qi Yuhan actually found a chance to invite him to play billiards. But I personally feel that Qi Yuhan will vote for Li Feng, because Qi Yuhan could obviously feel that Wang Songsong had a special liking for Song Xinran, and there's too much competitive pressure on Han Huang's side. In itself, Qi Yuhan and Li Feng interact well. Qi Yuhan is the only person that Li Feng would actively reach out to and actively find topics to chat about. The crowd discussed for a while, and finally Zhang Hanxiao hammered out, we've decided. It's decided that it's Li Feng. Reanalyzing the male guest's connection, Wang Songsong will still send it to Song Xinran for now, and Li Feng will naturally send it to Qi Yuhan. There shouldn't be any doubt about this, right? No one objected, and Zhang Hanxiao continued to connect the 2 wires. Finally, Zhang Hanxiao looked at the crowd and asked, now comes the most crucial question. That's what I'm most curious about. Which girl does our absolute leading man of this episode, the man of all eyes, Han Haoren, have his heart set on? Who will Han Hong transmit the message of love to? Chapter 38, Thinking of the Future. Who Han Haoren will send his love message to is the one that the 6 observers have been discussing for the longest time, and it is also the one with the most controversial opinions. The 2 psychologists, Luo Jinhao and Lui Jia, coincidentally said that Han Haoren would send it to Hot Xiaodi. This is because Hot D is the female guest that Han Hong has interacted with the most alone, and there were more than a few little moments of ambiguity between Han Hong and Hot D. Luo Jinhao even explains the law of attraction to prove it, showing that while Hot Xiaodi is attracted to Han Haoren is also attracted to this cute little girl. Zhang Man and Zhang Hanxiao think Han Haoren will choose Song Xinran, because Song Xinran is the most direct and courageous female guest to express her love for Han Haoren. She thinks that for the sake of this bravery, Han Haoren should also send a love message to Song Xinran. Otherwise, this would hurt Song Xinran's heart too much. Song Shanchan thinks Han Haoren will vote for COCU. Even Song Shanchan analyzed that Han Haoren would arrogantly say that he was better than 99% of pianists in order to attract COCU's attention, although the end result seemed to have been a botch. Yang Mi, on the other hand, thought Han Haoren would vote for Tong Yaya, who had shared a meal with him. The reason, intuition. And Yumi thought some of the interactions between the 2 as they cooked were sweet. Zhang Hanxiao stroked her forehead helplessly. The current vote is Hot Xiaodi 2, Song Xinran 2, COCU 1, and Tong Yaya 1. Still a tie vote. I'm curious. It's obvious that Han Hong will only choose between Hottie and Song Xinran. What the hell kind of logic are you guys insisting that COCU and Tong Yaya's people are? Yang Mi smiled. Not logic, but a woman's 6th sense. Zhang Hanxiao looked at Yang Mi and said, but we can never discuss a result like this. We've all been arguing for half an hour. I want to finish connecting and see the results quickly. I won't try to convince the 2 psychologists. But Mimi, I'd like to try to pull your vote to bring this argument to a final conclusion. First of all, it's true that Tong Yaya likes Han Haoren, but I didn't find out in the slightest that Han Haoren has any special affection for Tong Yaya. At least, not that I can see at the moment. And Mimi, I don't think anyone will run away and vote for Tong Yaya. So for us to have a final discussion, you might as well make a choice between Song Xinran and Hot Xiaodi. Yang Mi agreed with Zhang Hanxiao. They're just an off-site observer. What's the point of arguing for so long? It's not like Han Hong would actually vote that way for whatever they chose. After thinking for a while, Yang Mi said, Sister Hanxiao, this time, I'm on your side. I'll change my vote to Song Xinran. Staying in his room, Han Haoren realized that he had suddenly gone from a noisy loud house full of people yakking and talking to him to a quiet space. And it was only at this time that Han Haoren was able to think quietly, to think about himself. Han Haoren organized his recent situation and also recalled what he would experience in the next 10 years. In the life of the original one, the words looking back to the future would be recognized as a sick sentence by a language teacher. Yet for Han Haoren today, there was no more accurate term than this one. Although he had only just returned from being reborn, Han Haoren's situation as of that moment of rebirth in his two lives had not changed. A week ago, Han Hong experienced the biggest setback of his life. Han Haoren, who interned at McKinsey, was fired from his job when he had already received an early offer to officially join the company. In later life, years after the incident, Han Haoren realized that it was his Shuemu University classmate, Chen Yuzhou, who had set up his own internship at McKinsey through his connections. Han Haoren internship direct supervisor Su Fei received Chen Yuzhou 500,000 hard work, deliberately designed a seamless let Han Haoren cannot defend the plot. When Han Haoren was about to finish his internship, he was notified by McKinsey to the whole industry for violating the confidentiality agreement and intentionally disclosing key information of clients, which was a serious violation of professional ethics. In the financial industry, such a notice signals the end of one's career in the financial industry. Whether it's Wall Street in the United States or the Imperial Financial Street, there won't be any company that will hire employees who seriously violate their professional ethics. Not to mention interns like Han Haoren who haven't even stepped on the threshold of finance yet. Even top investment banks, brokerage firms and consulting firms at the level of president and partner, once heralded as the pride of the financial industry, are shut out of the entire industry if they are notified of a breach of professional ethics. After Han Haoren was expelled from McKinsey, he also instantly became the object of many people's contempt during his last year at Shuemu University. The original Han Haoren was the top student of the college entrance exam, with all full GPA grades in all of his major courses at the university. Along with his handsome looks, he was undoubtedly the man of the hour at Shuemu University. However, after the incident, Han Haoren fell directly from the top of the clouds. He lost the national-level scholarships, but also lost the qualification of the most outstanding graduates of Shuemu University. And these honors were all taken for themselves by Chen Yuzhou, who had been dead set against Han Haoren from freshman to junior year. Han Haoren graduated from the finance program of the best school of economics and management at Shuemu University with the best grades in the university's history, and he could never set foot in the finance industry. Chapter 39, The First Small Goal, 100 million in 10 days. After graduation cannot be engaged in their own professional-related industries. Han Haoren began to teach themselves programming. He founded a company of internet technology. He accurately judged the internet industry upward trend. However, Han Haoren, who comes from a humble background, without any background or foundation, has also experienced a painful failure in the blue sea of the internet, developing an operating system that belongs to Chinese people themselves. An operating system that can replace Windows is Han Haoren's goal. However, looking back from the perspective of Han Haoren in 2019, the goal that Han Haoren set when he started his business in 2010 was wrong from the beginning. Any elite team, or even a Fortune 500 tech company, would be overreaching to try to stand up to Microsoft. For Han Haoren's small team, the difficulty of developing an operating system was too great. The amount of R&D Microsoft has spent on Windows in the last decade or so is astronomical. That's what makes the Windows operating system what it is today. And Microsoft has not stopped investing in the research and development of the Windows operating system, because this system is the foundation of Microsoft's $100 billion market value. Han Haoren has never given up on developing a Chinese operating system. With just a team of a few people, Han Haoren has pushed the overall progress to 50%. Unfortunately, the subsequent research and development will require a tremendous amount of money. Without the favor of any investors, Han Haoren's team had to figure out how to raise money in a different way on their own. While developing the operating system, Han Haoren and the team developed a perfect search engine. In the algorithm, this search engine has innovation. Han Haoren thinks this engine can redefine the pattern of search sites. If Xiaodu turns to this search engine for development, it may be able to allow Xiaodu to enter the world and grab a share of the European and American markets with Google. When Han Haoren contacted Xiaodu and wanted to sell the algorithm of this perfect search engine to Li Yanhong Li boss, he didn't even meet Li Yanhong's face before he was rejected by Xiaodu's senior manager in charge of business cooperation. Han Haoren still remembers today what that Xiaodu senior manager said. Right now Xiaodu doesn't need an engine that allows users to search more precisely for what they want to search for. Your search engine's improved algorithm doesn't bring any profit to Kodo. It doesn't create any value, so it's worthless. In a fit of pique, Han Haoren decided to launch this search engine Read, but it is clear that there is no capital support, and nearly a decade behind the small degree, Read is simply not possible in small degree to seize users. In 2019, Everyone opens Xiaodu and searches for any keyword, and at the top of the list will always be the content of the bidding search. Even countless people have been deceived because they clicked on those bidding pages in front of Xiaodu's page. The search engine read is more excellent than Xiaodu or even Google, and no one asked for it. Its developer, Han Haoren, is poor. The development progress of the Chinese operating system Dragon has also stopped at 50%. There is not enough money on the company's books to pay the team's employees, and Han Hong himself is afflicted by illness. When there was a possibility that in a few days, the death of the cold scholar was going to be on the front page of the society section, Han Haoren realized that he had been reborn back in the past. Han Haoren, who was equal to living a new life, had undergone a metamorphosis in his personality. In his previous life, Han Haoren was passionate, but he was stubborn and did not know how to adapt, and time again failed to make Han Haoren itself completely lost the original sharpness. However, failure was also the mother of success, and the failures of his previous life had given Han Haoren countless valuable lessons. Today's Han Haoren was incredibly confident. He is confident that with his abilities he can change the world. In his previous life, whether it is to promote Reed search engine, or the development of Dragon operating system, Han Haoren failed, and in this life, nothing is the same. In Han Haoren's brain, a dense mass of words, lines, and numbers had unfolded. In these few days, Han Haoren already had a new plan for the next 10 years, and having the advantage of a decade of foresight coupled with a system, Han Haoren was confident that he would be able to realize every one of his small goals, short-term goals, long-term goals, and ultimate vision. Han Haoren's short-term goal is to make enough money to make 100 million in 10 days. Yes, not a million, 2 million, but 100 million. This is a goal that Han Haoren must achieve. Han Haoren envisioned that a capital of 100 million is the basis for being able to make a little wave in the futures market. This is the lower limit of the amount of capital required. In order to use high levels of leverage, you have to have a huge amount of money to back it up. A few $1,000,000, for the average person, may be more money than they can make in a lifetime. But with a few $1,000,000, it's impossible to find a suitable placement in the futures market without capitalization and leverage. Even if all the funds are invested in the futures market, even if you take advantage of that 10-year windfall, you will be able to multiply your earnings by 10 times at most. 10 times earnings in a few days. Even for the top manipulators, this is beyond their reach. They are in the top tier of the industry if they can double their yield for a year even in a very good market. But for Han Haoren, it wasn't enough. A million doubled 10 times is only 10 million. $10 million was still a bit too little for Han Haoren. Han Haoren, as a senior majoring in finance at Suweimu University, knew that $100 million was just the basic threshold for him to enter a game of excitement where he could make a few $100 million a second, or lose all the $100 million in 1 second. Only after accumulating $100 million in cash would Han Haoren be able to maximize his gains in 10 days. That once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 40, The Result of Love Connection. Just at the moment when Han Haoren was planning his life, the clock finally reached 10 o'clock. Even Han Haoren, whose mind had been very calm since the moment he entered the villa, had some inner fluctuations, although there was at least 90% certainty in his mind. Yet when the results are not revealed, everything is uncertain. The cell phone on Han Haoren's desktop began to vibrate. Your cooking is delicious. The first message of love. A smile appeared at the corner of Han Haoren's mouth, even though it was anonymous. Looking at the content, Han Haoren knew that the message came from Tong Yaya. Everyone else thought that Tong Yaya had cooked this dinner. Only Tong Yaya herself knew that the real chef was Han Haoren. Looking forward to eating what you cook for me. Han Haoren hadn't even turned off Tong Yaya's message when he received a second message. This one, obviously, is from Hot D. Han Haoren put down his cell phone, and in less than 10 seconds, it vibrated once more. Han Haoren picked up his cell phone. Looking forward to the day you paint me. It was obvious at first glance that this love message came from Song Shinran. This was what Song Shinran had said to Han Haoren earlier in front of all the guests present. Han Haoren didn't put down his cell phone. In the eyes of the 6 observers, one can only get 3 votes. However, in Han Haoren's own mental prediction, it was 5 votes. Han Haoren didn't have to wait long. It was a pleasure to meet you. Looking forward to creating more memories with you in the future. 4th text message. Zhang Hanxiao in the studio had opened her mouth wide in surprise, which meant that their prediction had failed. Han Haoren still didn't put down his cell phone, but silently kept track of the time. I'd like to spar with you on the piano tomorrow. At the corner of Han Haoren's mouth, a bright smile finally appeared. This message was definitely from Su Siyu, and the last one. It was sent by Qi Yuhan. Han Haoren knew that his analysis and judgment of Su Siyu and Qi Yuhan hadn't made any mistakes. These two, indeed, have sent love messages to themselves, especially here in Su Siyu. Han Haoren knew full well that he only had to play a piece of piano, and Su Siyu just couldn't get away with this vote. However, Han Haoren didn't go about it that way. It was because Han Haoren had long since realized that he had overstated himself with his previous boast. When Su Siyu asked herself about her piano level, she should have laughed it off. Han Haoren sorted through the events of the day, and he found that his newly reborn and spirited self had become unable to control his emotions at times. Many subconscious approaches are not optimal solutions. It has to do with the sudden shift in mindset between the two lives, but it's always good to be able to identify problems with your mindset early on. Now on this show, there are a few minor missteps that are completely compensated for. For example, the vote for Su Siyu, but in the crisis-ridden futures market, the slightest misstep is all that matters. Han Haoren didn't want to show off too much of his talent among all the guests on the first day of the program. This was also the main reason why Han Haoren had asked Tong Yaya to keep it a secret and not reveal that he was the chef who had completed this dinner tonight. Being too bright in a crowd is not always a good thing. This is the life lesson of Han Haoren, who is the brightest of the brightest in Suweimu University from the moment of his enrollment. Han Haoren even thought that if he hadn't been so sharp, Chun Yujo wouldn't have tried so hard to frame himself. Though not a low-key character per se, Han Haoren's plan was to lay low for a few days during the show, encountering the really rich and poor. Han Haoren wondered during dinner how he could get that vote from Su Siyu, who was currently not impressed with him, without showing his piano skills. And soon, Han Haoren figured it out. After analyzing Su Siyu's character and behavioral logic, Han Haoren was certain that he didn't need to do anything deliberately. As long as you don't do anything and don't say a word to Su Siyu after dinner, you will be able to get Su Siyu's love message. And the result was just as Han Haoren expected. Other rooms in the love shack. Wang Songsong scratched his head in some depression. Although he had long had this anticipation, his mood was still a bit low at this time. Tong Yaya and Song Shinran, who had chosen to stay together in the same room, looked at each other in dismay. They read the loss in each other's faces. A big smile broke out on Hottie's face. After watching this scene, the image of the big screen in the studio disappears and the screen goes dark. Zhang Hanshao let out a long sigh, then said, "The first male and female guest choices. There are absolute big winners, and yet there are losers. Though the first contact between them, the favorable feelings that have arisen so far are not necessarily fondness, much less to the point of love. But we were able to see that so many ambiguous seeds had been planted. We misjudged 3 lines in this love connection prediction. 1. A line where Han Hong sends a message of love. There are 2 more lines of messages sent to Han Hong. As much as we like Han Haoren, this time, we are truly planted in Han Haoren. Let's all say what we feel." The 5 female guests, all of them chose to send love messages to Han Haoren. It's something we couldn't, before, have predicted at all. Why is that? Are we still underestimating Han Huang's charm? Luigia rubbed his bald head and said, "It's not that we underestimated Han Haoren. Rather, the discussion we just had left out a lot of important details. Let's review the plates. First of all, Han Hong sent it to Hot D, something that Luo Zhenhao and I always thought was a nail in the coffin. But you few beauties, you're all too emotional. There's no rational way to analyze Han Haoren's heart. The reason why Han Hong voted for Hot D is something I've made clear before. Law of attraction. Of Han Haoren's chats with the 5 female guests, it was with Hot Xiaodi who was the most in-depth chat. Han Haoren fired countless ambiguous signals, which shows that Han Haoren himself has a crush on Hot Xiaodi. Star. Chapter 41, The Reason for Connecting. Zhang Hanshao looked at Lu Yijia and graciously admitted, Han Haoren's emotional line. It's true that we're too emotional. Han Haoren's choice of Hot Xiaodi makes sense and is the most normal. It's us who thought about it in a complicated way. However, I still can't understand even now about Chi Yuhan and also Su Siyu's message of love. Would it be possible to ask our 2 observers, who understand psychology, to analyze it? Lu Yijia smiled and said, "Didn't I intend to analyze it right away? First, Chi Yuhan's connection. We knew from the moment Chi Yuhan stepped into this villa that Chi Yuhan was a sociable character. She interacted with all 3 male guests, even maintained a good relationship with the other female guests. It's fair to say that Chi Yuhan is the most proactive person in this villa in terms of building a circle of contacts. On the contrary, our favorite, Han Haoren, he's not really very proactive, including building a bond with Song Shinran, including helping Tong Yaya cook, including finally playing billiards with Chi Yuhan. He was that passive party, and the only 2 times Han Huang's initiative has been taken, it's happened to Hot D. That's why I said that Han Huang's line is very well connected. It must be Hottie." Oh Yang Mi smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, you're off topic again. We know Han Haoren's connecting the dots, and we're wrong, but even if this line connects right, the end result is still the same. All we want to know now is why Chi Yuhan and Su Siyu also voted for Han Haoren." Luigia took a sip of water, then replied, "People of Chi Yuhan's character have a distinctive feature. Competitive. Chi Yuhan believes that she is the best of the 5 female guests at communicating with the male guests and then building a good relationship. Even, Chi Yuhan sees herself as a dominant figure in this villa, the one who guides the atmosphere. With such confidence, and even a bit of ego, do you think Chi Yuhan would choose to settle for second best and choose to send love messages to other uncompetitive male guests just because of our previous analysis that Han Haoren is too popular? Just to complete the linkage pairing? Song Shanshan nodded and said, I have some understanding. Chi Yuhan believes that she is the most popular of the 5 female guests, so she must also choose the most popular male guest to pair up with, so as to match her status. So, Chi Yuhan voted for Han Haoren, because Han Haoren is obviously exactly that most popular male guest. Li Aiga nodded. Yes, you're right. What's more, in fact, don't you all think that Chi Yuhan herself, her favorite person, is Han Haoren? So it's a logical thing for her to send a message to Han Hong. Oh Yang-mi nodded in realization. So, Mr. Lu, Chi Yuhan sent a message to Han Haoren. We can understand it now. But what about Su Siyu? Why would she send a message to Han Haoren? Wasn't all of our previous analysis of everything based on the fact that Su Siyu had a slight aversion to Han Haoren? Could it be that this inference? This analysis? We have been wrong from the earliest beginnings? Su Siyu doesn't resent being averse to Han Haoren. Instead she likes Han Haoren? Luigia shook his head. Our previous analysis was correct. The expressions that Su Siyu exuded several times were too obvious. It's simply impossible to be wrong. So the question arises, why did Su Siyu send the love message to Han Haoren when she clearly had feelings of revulsion towards him? The reason is simple when I think about it now. Everyone can tell by looking at the content of the message sent by Su Siyu, I want to spar with you tomorrow about piano playing skills. Though our session, it's called Love Connection. Although this text message is called Love Message, but the fact is that it's not really only possible to send a message if you're in love with someone. Even if between Han Hong and Hati, they sent messages to each other. They had a crush on each other. But that's not talking about love so fast, is it? They're just people who just met and got to know each other on the first day today. The mistake we just made in our analysis was that we took the message of love literally and misinterpreted the flow of the show. Actually, it's just a simple texting session. The difference is because of program restrictions. You can only choose one person to send a text message to. And why did COCU send it to Han Haoren? Because it just so happens that she has something to say to Han Haoren. She's an introvert, extremely passive, and the line from the text message, she's too embarrassed to tell it to Han Haoren's face in person, and she really wanted, again, to spar with Han Haoren on the piano, or rather, to see if Han Haoren was really as good a pianist as he said he was. This sentence, Su Siyu had held it in for a night, but she didn't dare to go and say it to Han Haoren face to face. She didn't know how to open her mouth and couldn't muster the courage, so she wanted to say it through texting. This is the reason why Su Siyu chose to send a love message. It's not really complicated at all, is it? Chapter 42, Psychologists Feel the Chill. Luo Zhenhao borrowed the words of Luigia and said, Mr. Li's analysis is consistent with my thoughts. In this world, there are extremely extroverted people like Chi Yuhan and introverted shy people like Su Siyu. Some people might think it's an exaggeration, but there are just people who, not to mention confessing, they would agonize for a long time over whether or not to even open their mouths for even a mundane conversation, and they don't always dare to actually express it. There are times when they are afraid to be explicit in the face of their loved ones, their friends, let alone strangers they meet on the first day. And Su Siyu is such a character. But there's an interesting subject I'm working on right now. It's the shy introverted person who's on the internet, or in a scenario that's not face-to-face. They're often able to make moves that they would never make when they're face-to-face. Some people, on the internet and in reality, are completely different personalities. This, in many psychological terms, can be explained, but I won't expand on it for now due to time. Su Siyu didn't dare to say these words in front of Han Haoren, so she chose to express it by sending a text message. Although the sender was anonymous, Su Siyu knew that Han Haoren was able to tell that the message was sent to him by her through the content of the text message. Zhang Hanxiao's puzzled expression finally disappeared. I see. So everything makes sense. Zhang Hanxiao had wanted to just record a lip sync of the end of the first installment of the show, and the recording of this installment would be over. Unexpectedly, Luo Zhenhao continued to speak. After analyzing the motives of the male and female guests connecting, I also observed a very important point that must be said. That's probably the best part of this episode. Mr. Luigia, I don't know if you've noticed, but it's my occupational disease to observe everyone's micro-expressions. And the person I've been watching the most is Han Hong. Just now, after Han Haoren received the 5th text message, which was COCU's love message, Han Haoren revealed a smile. That smile, I've seen it on Han Hong 3 times in the whole day today. I named him Han Huang Smile. Luo Zhenhao paused, then said, the point is coming soon. This smile, and Han Huang's demeanor and expression at the time, if translated into words, would be, I knew it would be like this. Yes, after receiving 5 love messages, that is, knowing that he had gained the favor of all of the female guests, Han Haoren didn't show any expression of surprise. The look on his face, his smile, that Han Haoren smile, tells me that Han Haoren himself had, long ago, anticipated everything. Han Hong has known for a long time that all 5 female guests would vote for him, and he takes it for granted that it's something that's not worth being surprised or celebrating. Once again, Yang Mi's mouth was wide open, so that's why, when we, the 6 observers, watched everything from a god's perspective, we ended up connecting 3 wrong lines, and Han Haoren himself in this game, who is supposed to be that authority figure, easily predicted what would happen. Luo Zhenhao said with a straight face, as much as I don't want to admit it, I'm 90% sure that this is exactly what happened. Don't forget that Han Haoren's segment of psychology is higher than mine. It's definitely at the master level. Han Haoren had predicted that all 5 female guests would vote for him, although I don't know everything Han Haoren did before. Whether or not everything he did was to induce the result that all the last 5 female guests chose to vote for him. It's a hypothesis that I'm afraid to think about much, because when I think about it carefully on a deeper level, I get a creepy, unnerving feeling. So, I'm going to rule out, for now, the possibility that from the very beginning of entering the villa, it was Han Haoren who was laying the groundwork that finally led to the current result. However, what I can determine is that Su Siyu's vote went to Han Haoren, and Qi Yuhan's vote went to Han Haoren. Both of these results are things that Han Haoren predicted with certainty beforehand. In this program, Han Haoren's segment is not just higher than all the other male and female guests. His segment, too, is higher than even the observers sitting here, watching them from a god's perspective. In my entire life, I've never seen someone like Han Haoren, so I want to thank the program for inviting me to be an observer. Maybe after this Encountering the Really Rich and Poor program is recorded, I can write a report on a topic specifically about Han Hong. Lu Yijia, who had been silent and pondering for a long time, finally spoke up as well. I agree with Mr. Luo Zhenhao's analysis. Han Hong is awesome, really great. I've always thought that there simply can't be perfect people in the world, but from what we've seen all day today, Han Hong is a perfect to the point of being scary. I can't wait until tomorrow so I can find out Han Huang's age, occupation and identity. I'm curious as to what he's really like. Star. Chapter 43, $1 million in the bank. Luo Zhenhao and Lu Yijia both looked very serious. Zhang Hanxin smiled as she prepared the camera that was specialized in taking close-ups of herself and said, Alright, with the reveal of the love connection, and we've come to the end of our encounters with the Truly Rich and Poor program. The next installment is going to be even better, because in the next installment, the careers of the male and female guests will be revealed, especially the male guests. We know that they are the elite in their respective industries and that's why they have huge fortunes, but I think a lot of people are curious as to what they actually do. In the next installment, everything will be revealed, including their age, occupation, income, and educational background, to name a few of the most important information in the reality of dating. The excitement is more than that. The next Love Connections segment will be slightly different than today. Next installment, it's not sending anonymous messages to each other anymore. The next installment of Love Connection, however, is even more important, because it will determine the pairing of our male and female guests on their first date. Yes, this weekend, our Meet the Really Rich and Poor program will win a first date. If anything, today was just a day where everyone had a brief encounter and knew each other's names. Tomorrow, everyone has a better understanding of each other's careers and ages. Dating, then, is certainly a way to quickly heat up a relationship between a man and a woman. If, one male guest, Han Haoren, is clearly the absolute star of the show. The 5 female guests unanimously voted for Han Haoren for the first time in a row. And will that change starting with the next installment? Will Li Feng and Wang Songson, the 2 male guests who didn't receive a single love message today, get another reversal when their career information is made public? All this will be revealed in the next installment. Tape the show. The 6 observers had a dinner with the general director and several of the program's directors, as promised, and at the dinner table, the topic of everyone's conversation was all about Han Haoren. Yang Mi adopted a pampering tactic to the chief director. Chief director, just do me a favor and satisfy my curiosity. Tell me what Han Haoren is really like. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep today. It won't look good on camera if you have dark circles under your eyes from tomorrow's taping. This will affect the ratings. The straight director was unfazed. It's okay, our program has a very professional post. He was in movies before. Don't talk about covering up your dark circles. I'll give you a new head. Yang Mi was speechless. Why could this kind of straight man be the chief director? If it wasn't for the fact that this program had Han Haoren, she wouldn't even want to record it anymore. turn off the cameras in the room. Han Haoren took out his laptop that he had bought from the second-hand market and began to get busy. For that futures market opportunity in 10 days, Han Haoren had to analyze a lot of information every day. Different from the speculation of stocks. See the understanding of what curves. Know what is the K-line, averages. Know what is the indicator class. Technical analysis method is enough. The most important thing about stocks is the big market and insider information. And futures, so much more complicated. There is a law of 2 or 8 in the futures market, where only 20% of people make a profit and 80% lose money. And it's the 20% of the profitable 20% that really make a lot of money on futures. And all of these profits were made by the most specialized institutions with hundreds of billions of dollars and the top financial predators in the world. Don't play futures without capital. This is common sense in the financial world. The average retail investor, entering the futures market, has only one possibility of being swallowed up by predators. All the predators are in the game, and all the money they make is retail investors' money. It can be said that the risk of the futures market is much higher than the risk of the stock market. The slightest mistake is a total loss. And Han Haoren, to play in such a terrible market, and the amount of money is thousands of times their own top institutions. Naturally, to be prepared for everything, even if Han Haoren possessed the advantage of being a reborn person that no one else in this world possessed. Han Haoren knew he couldn't afford to be prodigal, much less take it lightly. Did 2 hours of homework? Han Haoren's cell phone suddenly received a text message. Instead of a love message from the female guest of honor, it's a text message from the bank. User with tail number 3512. Your Huaxia Bank savings card has received a fund credit of 1,000,000 soft currency whole. Current balance 1,000,054.73 soft coins. Congratulations, you have been upgraded to a 5-star VIP user of our bank and can enjoy VIP rights. 1 million. Han Haoren knew that it was the bonus promised by the program group of encountering the really rich and poor that had arrived. Although the previous executive director communicated with Han Haoren and also said that the prize money would be paid out after each installment. But Han Haoren didn't expect the money to come so quickly. It's nighttime. You can see that the fruit table has a lot of energy and is able to transfer money in real time during off hours. Star. Chapter 44, Ways to Maximize Revenue. Han Haoren was very moved. It is important to realize that before receiving the million, the balance of his bank card was 54.73 soft dollars. You could say it's almost at the end of the mountain. Although 1 million was only 1% of Han Haoren's small goal of 100 million, Han Haoren was still very happy. At least, everything was being practiced a little bit towards his expected plan. With a thought, Han Haoren opened the system. Since $1 million was transferred into his account, wouldn't that mean that one had finally made the first $1 million of one's life? This way, there is a chance of a bronze level draw rewarded by the system. Han Haoren opened his personal panel. Name, Han Haoren. Sex, male. Age, 21. Grade, LV. 1. Properties. Strength, 6. Speed, 5. Endurance, 6. Intelligence, 10. Charisma, 9. Eloquence, 7. Leadership, 6. Creativity, 9. Collaboration, 6. Business sense, 5. Stress tolerance, 7. Retrograde force, 7. Lucky, 3. Average for normal adults is 5. Skills, drawing techniques, directions, drawing, oil painting, special drawing, singing skills, directions, pop, hip-hop, culinary arts, orientation, Cantonese, Sichuan and French cuisine, Beethoven's piano technique, hidden ability, 10 times the attribute bonus, number of draws remaining, X1 bronze level draws. Han Haoren laughed. Sure enough, the system's pretty badass. Han Haoren didn't actively log into the system, and the system wouldn't prompt that he had obtained a bronze level draw. With the number of draws, Han Haoren naturally wouldn't keep it unused. Anyway, the system doesn't say there's any guaranteed 10 draw deals or anything like that. Being able to quickly improve your abilities through the lottery is naturally the sooner you can use it, the better. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Drawn to a special state. Activating the hidden ability, 10-fold attribute increase. Master, please choose the ability with 10 times the attribute bonus within 60 seconds. At the Master's current level, the 10-fold attribute bonus time is 3 minutes. Han Haoren. What's the situation? When he first acquired the system, Han Haoren was still puzzled about how he could use the 10 times attribute increase skill that he was born with, which seemed to be attached to the system. I didn't realize that it would come so suddenly. Han Haoren was clueless with a capital C. What the hell? Originally, Han Haoren's preconceived idea was to think about whether or not he could pull out another master-level skill to use, such as psychology or something like that. In that case, Han Haoren wouldn't worry about blowing out his awesome and not being able to round it off. Han Haoren found that the skills that the system had drawn were really good in the program encountering the really rich and poor. he thought that even if he couldn't take psychology, it would be good to learn some other musical instruments, or to learn dancing, tea ceremony, equestrianism and other skills. But what the hell is activate hidden ability 10x attribute increase? Now that it was the middle of the night, Han Haoren didn't need any tenfold attribute bonus. The system introduces that the 10 times attribute bonus time is 3 minutes. This is not an ability that gives permanent bonuses to attributes, but rather has a time limit. However, Han Haoren was completely unaware that in the current situation, what was the use of 3 minutes, even if his attributes had a tenfold increase? Is it hard to not power up 10 times and then violently beat up Chin-Yujo, who set himself up and caused him to be fired from Mackenzie? Han Haoren had read an article that the maximum punching impact of an average male was 100 kilograms, and heavyweight boxers such as the previous champion Tyson, who at his peak had a heavy punch impact of about 450 kilograms, can reach a maximum of 600 kilograms. That makes even the world boxing champion's strength just 6 times the strength of an average person. According to the normal human strength is 5 calculation, peak Tyson's maximum strength is 5 times 6, is 30. Han Haoren's original strength was 6, multiplied by 10 times, that would be 60, that is to say, theoretically calculated. Han Haoren swung a punch that was twice the power of Tyson's, which was a power that could KO any professional boxer with a single punch. Even the average ordinary person would be killed by such a heavy punch of 1,200 kilograms, or 2,400 pounds, with 10 times the power bonus. Han Haoren was confident that he could defeat anyone, even an active instructor of the special forces. Of course it's a case of simply physically sparring with punches and kicks. However, nowadays, Han Haoren, within 3 minutes, definitely couldn't go to where Chen Yujo was. Although tomorrow, MWU has a class on college and career statistics, most of the seniors and internships will be returning to school, but that's for tomorrow. Today's Han Haoren has no target for revenge, and nowadays, in a society governed by the rule of law, it is necessary to pay for the death of a person. Even if Chen Yujo was right in front of Han Haoren's eyes, Han Haoren wouldn't choose force as the stupidest way to retaliate. Han Haoren furrowed his brow as he pondered in his head about ways to maximize his gains. Chapter 45, Tenfold Attribute Enhancement. Han Haoren was clear in his heart. Obviously, strength, speed, endurance, intelligence, charisma, eloquence, leadership, creativity, collaboration, business sense, stress resistance and retrograde force. Even if 10 times the addition, the effect is not too great for himself. What he needed nowadays was a lucky bonus. Han Haoren's original lucky attribute wasn't high, only 3, but even if the base wasn't high, it was 6 times that of a normal person after it was added through 10 times. What's the concept of being 6 times as lucky as a normal person? In Han Haoren's estimation, this meant that if Han Haoren entered the casino, he would definitely make a fortune. If you buy a lottery ticket, you are not alone 6 times more likely to win than the average person. Rather, it is almost guaranteed that you will win. Even if the grand prize is a very high probability of winning, it's also very understandable. If it was a lottery based purely on luck, then the winner would be among the people who had the best luck at the time, i.e., the highest luck value, and 6 times as lucky as a normal person. Han Haoren is the one with the highest luck. Of course, all of this has to be based on a premise. At the casino, Han Haoren had to play a game that was a complete competition of probability and luck. For example, the blackjack in the God of Gamblers, the pokies, or the most popular Texas Hold'em in the casinos in the United States of America. This kind of play is not purely a competition of luck, but by psychology, by calculation, he is not always sure to win. And if he wants to win the lottery, Han Haoren must also make sure that the lottery draw is completely free of shady practices. Casinos, at once, were passed over by Han Haoren, and the nearest legal casino that Han Haoren knew of was in Macau. And 3 minutes, not to mention going to Macau. Even if there was a casino right next to the villa, Han Haoren wouldn't be able to make it in time. As for buying lottery tickets, Han Haoren wasn't sure that the so-called welfare lottery was completely fair and impartial, especially when Han Haoren purchased a lot of bets in duplicate to empty the prize pool of the Fortune Lottery Center. Han Haoren felt that even if he knew that he had memorized the winning numbers of the lottery on a certain day before he was reborn, he would buy dozens or even hundreds of bets on that number in duplicate. Maybe by then, the lottery numbers will have changed. Of course, the crucial point now is that even if the welfare lottery is completely fair and free of black box operation, 3 minutes, and Han Haoren wouldn't have time to run from this program's villa to the nearest welfare lottery outlet. And at this hour, the outlet should be closed, right? In 2009, there were smartphones, although there were laptops in front of them as well. But because of the lottery in China, it's actually a state-controlled program. There is simply no app or website where you can quickly buy lottery tickets online. To buy lottery tickets, you can only go to welfare lottery or sports lottery outlets. Han Haoren furrowed his brows in contemplation. What should he do at this moment? 3 minutes and counting. Han Haoren was almost certain that if he didn't make a choice within 3 minutes, this 10 times attribute bonus should fail. Han Haoren, who was frowning, suddenly had a flash of insight. During Han Haoren's past few days, collecting information about this world and analyzing the year 2009 of the world before he crossed over, which was different from today's world, Han Haoren once found a point as well. This world's 2009, although Sina microblogging went live as promised. However, in order to publicize the event, the official Weibo has launched a strange activity that is definitely not found in the original world, the Super Lucky Draw. And the Super Sweepstakes drawing day is just a day away. That's tomorrow at noon. Twitter Sweepstakes Maserati. Somewhere to empty 1,000,000 shopping carts. Koi of the year. These terms that were big in 2019 flooded Han Haoren's mind once again. Han Haoren at the same time is also recalled. In 2018, now in the next room of the national husband Wang Songsong celebrated the battle team won the championship to draw a cell phone case to send iPhone. Now in 2009, the official Twitter sweepstakes is by far the hottest topic of conversation in the country. Han Haoren knew that his rebirth had brought some butterfly effects to this world. For example, this sweepstakes from Twitter. However, the previous Han Haoren thought that there was no connection between this lottery and himself. Even Han Haoren didn't even retweet that sweepstakes tweet in passing. After all, coming from 2019, Han Haoren knew even the winners of the welfare lottery may be played by actors from the lottery center. How can a Twitter sweepstakes not be shady? Even if there is no blackout, so many people want to be the one who is the luckiest. The chances of winning this are definitely lower than the lottery. Although a day ago, Han Haoren still thought that this lottery was bull ***** and a gimmick. Now, however, everything is different. Han Haoren quickly opened the laptop in front of him and logged on to the Sina Weibo page. Chapter 46, the most correct way to open? Han Haoren searched the official microblog of Sina Weibo and found the page for the microblog sweepstakes. At the same time, the 60-second timer was about to pass on that timer in front of Han Haoren's eyes. I choose to add the lucky attribute, Han Haoren said inwardly to the system. Congratulations master. Hidden ability, 10 times attribute bonus activated. Lucky attribute multiplied by 10. At the same time as the system's words fell, Han Haoren realized that on top of his character panel, the attribute of luck had indeed changed to 30. Han Haoren did not have any hesitation. Read the rules of the lottery. Very skillful set of retweet, comment, like, follow package, all arranged up. Han Haoren's some regret is that at this time is 2009, microblogging sweepstakes are not popular at all. There are no other sweepstakes on Weibo other than the official Sina Weibo sweepstakes. So, there isn't really another sweepstakes or anything that you can forward along. So once 3 minutes of lucky bonus time, the opportunity amounted to 2 minutes and 50 seconds wasted. Han Haoren also had no idea what he should do for the next 2 minutes or so. Internet betting? It hasn't started to catch on in China even nowadays. Although it is true that there are European and American peripheral betting sites, but Han Haoren more than 2 minutes time just to register an account and associate a bank card. The helpless Han Haoren could only browse up the details of this Weibo lottery. This sweepstakes is Sina's first official sweepstakes, which also aims to attract more people to sign up for Weibo. So, the rewards are pretty generous. $999 in cash, plus a spot at the Weibo Star Charity Gala. This is an official reward from Sina Weibo. And on top of that, Weibo has joined forces with a number of Chinese companies to sponsor prizes, making the prize pool very attractive. Gree sponsors the latest model of air conditioners. Skyworth is sponsoring a new 52-inch color TV. Lenovo gave away top-of-the-line cell phones and ThinkPads. Chow Tai Fook sponsored the pendant and necklace in gold. And one of the most valuable rewards was a diamond ring worth 100,000 sponsored by the largest jewelry brand in China. Other vendors sponsored things like watches, refrigerators, furniture, cookware, clothes, sneakers, food, and more. For the sponsors, they naturally didn't hesitate to give Sina their latest and greatest products for free for the raffle. They know how much traffic and publicity Sina Weibo has been getting lately. In order to promote microblogging, Sina has burned hundreds of millions of dollars in promotion costs in just a few months. Sina paid a very substantial fee to invite more than half of the top traffic stars in the entertainment industry to open a microblog. Together with online platforms, TV commercials and traditional paper media promotions and advertisements, Sina is burning money like crazy. The Super Lucky Draw, another big trick to attract users to sign up for Weibo, will undoubtedly get a lot of attention. It's reasonably clear to most sharp-eyed sponsors that they have to join the list of Twitter sweepstakes sponsors, even if they're paying for advertising. Participating in such a highly publicized event, that in itself is great advertising for them as brands. As a result, The number of sponsors of Weibo's Super Sweepstakes quickly exceeded 30. The total value of all the prizes, as advertised on Twitter, is over $600, 000, prizes valued at more than $600, 000, nearly $100, 000 in cash, plus an invitation to the Weibo Star Charity Night including round-trip airfare and accommodations, and all of these prizes, which add up to nearly $1 million worth of prizes, all go to one person. Although these rewards, worth nearly $1 million, are dream rewards for the average person, but for Han Haoren, it was no longer enough. Not to mention that his small goal is $100 million in 10 days. Even if he just got 5 love messages, Han Haoren earned $1 million in a second, or cash. And even if these sponsors' prizes are worth nearly $1 million, it still takes time to sell them to cash in, doesn't it? Han Haoren was, right now, somewhat unwilling to waste time on this. In 2009, when lucky draws were not yet popular, this super lucky draw naturally attracted the attention of countless Chinese people. After all, even if you know that the probability is very low, everyone always enters the lottery with the idea that they are the one and only lucky winner. In the months since Weibo announced its Super Lucky Draw campaign, the number of new Weibo registrations has exceeded 10 million. The number of people who participated in the Super Sweepstakes on Weibo has reached 3 million. The so-called effective number of people is through the microblogging real name identity verification microblogging account, so as to eliminate a person to open a lot of small number of lottery situation. Seeing the number of participants in the raffle, Han Haoren rested his chin again. 1 chance in 3 million. Would the goddess of luck favor herself? A person whose lucky attribute had increased tenfold? Even if he did draw himself, this gain, it didn't meet his expectations. Han Haoren is a little hesitant. Is it that he did not use the most correct way to open this time 10 times the attribute bonus? Chapter 47, Additional Reward, Drawing a Villa. Han Haoren refreshed the page. He found that the official Sina Weibo had retweeted this Super Sweepstakes a few seconds ago, and the retweet caught Han Haoren's eye. Announcement: since the announcement of the Super Lucky Draw, it has not only attracted the enthusiasm of many microblogging users, but also a lot of sponsors of national brands that Sina had not contacted before have expressed their desire to join the event. We are thrilled to announce that we are adding the following 11 sponsors to the original prizes. New Oriental offers lifelong training program. Phoenix Bicycle. 1 Geely Yingluan TX4 Classic Business Car. Vank offers 1 villa in the Imperial City's Wanjing Mansion. Jackpot value has risen from millions to over 10 million. Also, winners don't have to worry about taxes. Sina will contract your windfall income tax for this win. The draw time remains the same, still tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Good luck to all. The previous additional prizes were considered chicken ribs to Han Haoren. New Oriental? Free lessons for life? Han Haoren is not interested in learning English or learning to cook, but the last 2 prizes surprised Han Haoren a bit. Geely's business car is probably worth something in the $200, 000 to $300, 000 range. Of course, for Han Haoren, who owns a Lamborghini Reventon, Geely's business car, Han Haoren can't see much. Although, that said, the Lamborghini was just a loaner from the show. But for 1 episode, Han Haoren received more than the bonus amount to reach $500,000. According to the contract, all of the designer clothes and shoes have been bagged by Han Haoren. Although Lamborghini is more demanding, Han Haoren still has some confidence in earning a Lamborghini Reventon for nothing. Geely Yingluan TX4 Classic Business Car. This additional prize, Han Haoren did not pay too much attention. What made Han Haoren care the most was the last additional prize, the Villa of Vank. That's not the level of hundreds of thousands of soft dollars. A villa in the imperial capital, that's worth a lot. Although it's 2009 and home prices haven't reached the prices that have since exploded. But the price of a villa in the imperial capital is at least a few $1 million, right? It may even be worth millions. Han Haoren searched his memories about his later life. Even in the year 9012, there hadn't been such an expensive prize as a villa drawn on Weibo. Had there? A house and car were really drawn, but Han Haoren wasn't sure if the rewards were honored in the end. However, the official Sina Weibo campaign, coupled with Marvel's reputation, Han Haoren believed that the rewards of this lottery would definitely be honored in the end as well. What Han Haoren couldn't figure out was that Mr. Wang of Vank didn't know what PY deal he had with Sina. Other people draw a refrigerator color TV and so on painless. Vank's Wang will actually think of drawing villa so generous. And Sina official is not empty gloves but blood money. It is important to know that the tax on lottery or lottery tickets, such accidental gains, is not low. According to the Chinese tax, it is 20% of the value of the accidentally gained items. So that means, according to Weibo officials, they'll have to help the winners with $2 million in taxes on goods with a total prize value of $10 million. That's not a small amount of money. Although I don't know what Sina and Vank draw the wind. but Han Haoren is clear. When this news is announced, the next night time, undoubtedly the focus of the whole country, are in the microblogging and Vank. Maybe Weibo is going to set another record for new user registrations in a single day. 3 minutes passed. Han Haoren realized that the luck attribute on his panel had turned back to 3. Although the increase in rewards means that more people are bound to be attracted to the draw, perhaps, by the time the drawing is held, the number of participants in the drawing will be much more than 3 million, and may even break 5 million. Han Haoren, however, was much more confident about whether or not he would be drawn. The reason for this was also very simple to answer. The official of Weibo. The additional rewards were announced during the 3-minute period in which Han Haoren had activated the 10-fold luck bonus. Han Haoren speculated that there was a correlation between the fact that he was completing the steps of the sweepstakes retweet, staying on Weibo's sweepstakes page, and Weibo's announcement of a new list of prizes. That said, it's very likely that you participated in the event, and that this 10 times lucky edition of your own is what gave the Twitter pool so many more prizes in a suite. Since this was the case, it proved that Han Haoren's previous speculation was completely correct. 10 times lucky after yourself. You can draw any prize you want. A lucky number that is 6 times more than normal does not just increase his chances of winning the lottery by 6 times, but may actually make him the only luckiest person. So it should be pretty obvious who the final winner is. The prizes, worth nearly $1 million, are considered appetizers. However, a villa in the imperial capital, whose market value today might exceed $10 million and whose future value was bound to be in the hundreds of millions, was still very attractive to Han Haoren. It was getting late into the night. Thinking that he had to make a trip back to Suweimu University tomorrow morning, Han Haoren closed his laptop. As Han Haoren went to bed and turned off the lights, all the lights in the love shack went out. Chapter 48. I hope I can have your breakfast every morning. 2 mornings. Since he didn't have to go back to school too early, Han Haoren sort of slept in. Opening his eyes, Han Haoren looked at the time 8:40. Han Haoren got up and dressed completely, and when he went downstairs, he found that Li Feng's room was no longer occupied, and the door to Wang Songsong's room was still closed. Han Haoren searched. Wang Songsong, such a young master. No important things. Do not sleep until noon, will not wake up. After all, at his old man's level, he could make money lying down. Walking downstairs, Han Haoren didn't see Song Shinran and Hot Shouty, but met Tong Yaya. Tong Yaya wore a loose t-shirt and smiled when she saw Han Haoren coming downstairs. The only people in the living room at this time were Han Haoren and Tong Yaya. Thus, Tong Yaya had no qualms about saying to Han Haoren, "Chef, worked hard yesterday. I made breakfast. Although the cooking is certainly a world away from yours, but if you're in a hurry to get out the door, how about a little of the breakfast I made?" Han Haoren smiled and nodded. "You're really too sweet. I originally thought I'd have to go out hungry. From the moment you offered to volunteer to cook for everyone yesterday, I knew you must be one of those good wife and mother types." Tong Yaya was a bit embarrassed by Han Haoren's words. "Actually, there isn't any. I was really humiliated yesterday. Although the other guests don't know, the people on the show must be laughing at me. Knowing your cooking skills, how could I not have been so outspoken?" Tong Yaya made omelets, pancakes, sandwiches, and porridge. Han Haoren ate with gusto. Tong Yaya's cooking skills were still very good, at least making Han Haoren, who was used to eating in cafeterias and fast food restaurants, feel that these breakfasts were very delicious. Tong Yaya had already finished her breakfast a long time ago, but now that she hadn't received a play, she actually didn't have much to do these days. Tong Yaya just sat on the side, quietly watching Han Haoren finish his breakfast. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Han Haoren said sincerely to Tong Yaya, "You made a delicious breakfast. If only I could eat your breakfast every morning from now on." Tong Yaya's pretty face was slightly red. Han Haoren said those 2 words, half as a courtesy and half because he kinda wanted to have someone on this show who could make him breakfast. Although he has master-level cooking skills, Han Haoren still hates the trouble of cooking by himself. Being able to not do it himself, Han Haoren definitely wouldn't take the initiative to cook. And knowing that he was going to spend 2 months here with the guests, Han Haoren naturally wanted someone to specialize in making breakfast. However, Tong Yaya was somewhat mistaken. Han Haoren's original intention was that he hoped that in the next 2 months, during the time that we all lived together, Tong Yaya would be able to cook breakfast for herself. However, Tong Yaya took this as the rest of her life. Tong Yaya thought Han Haoren meant that she would be able to make him breakfast for the rest of her life. Who can make a man breakfast for the rest of his life? Undoubtedly the man's wife. Although Tong Yaya was a bit shy, subconsciously, she felt as if she was happy to cook Han Haoren's breakfast for the rest of his life, because it's morning and most of the guests are away from the villa in the morning and at noon, so the 6 observers are not yet at work. Of course, when they rendezvous in the studio to officially begin their taping, they'll be treated to the show's edited highlights of the episode's content. So, although the camera faithfully recorded an ambiguous scene that the 6 observers were expecting to see. But so far it hasn't drawn a big whoop from the 6. Han Haoren didn't realize his speech problem. He looked at the time, and it was time for him to leave. After going upstairs and grabbing his bag, Han Haoren walked out of the villa. The black Lamborghini drove towards Mizuki University. Originally, Han Haoren, before he was reborn, was still resistant to going back to school after he was expelled from Mackenzie. After all, the fact that Han Haoren had been expelled from Mackenzie had spread throughout the school. However, having just earned $1 million yesterday night, Han Haoren's mind was already very calm at this time. That previous experience with Mackenzie was just a small twist in his life. Of course, although he drove out in the Lamborghini, Han Haoren didn't put on the luxury clothes that the program had lent to him, or should be considered to have given to him by now. The Patek Philippe, too, was placed in Han Haoren's room in the villa. Obviously, faced with mostly pretty normal classmates who were all pretty good to him, Han Haoren didn't want to rely on designer clothes and watches to act tough. Just like the previous years when Han Hong never shied away from wearing worn-out clothes to school. And it's also very difficult to explain why you, at the bottom of your life, suddenly have it all. Han Haoren wore the most ordinary, his usual clothes. However, anyone who was familiar with Han Haoren would be able to detect that although it was the same set of clothes, Han Haoren's essence at this time was completely different from the previous days. Chapter 49, Within 6 months, you'll lose everything you own. Mizuki University. Han Haoren greeted his classmates naturally, as if the incident in which he was expelled from Mackenzie had not happened at all. Until a Chen Yuzhou appeared in front of Han Haoren. Han Haoren, I admit that you do have a high IQ, the top student of the college entrance examination in the entire province of Jiangnan, and you've managed to maintain a perfect 4.0 cumulative score for 3 years at a prestigious top 2 school in China like Shuimu University. Still, I want to share a very valuable life lesson with you. When you get out of school and enter this society, IQ, academic performance, all this is not important. The most important things are connections, background and money. That's why I was able to get into Morgan Stanley and you screwed up your first internship. This was actually the first time Han Haoren had seen Chen Yuzhou after being reborn. But Han Haoren felt that the Chen Yuzhou in front of him, as he remembered, was still as annoying as ever. Chen Yuzhou was able to get into Morgan Stanley purely because of his family's background. And it wasn't because of Chen Yuzhou that Han Haoren was fired from Mackenzie. Chen Yuzhou in his last life had been the object of Han Haoren's revenge. And now, Han Haoren only felt that Chen Yuzhou, who was bouncing around in front of him, was like a tiny flea. Let's not talk about Chen Yuzhou. Han Haoren was confident that even if it was Li Yanhong, he would be able to break bread with him in time. Even Xiaodu is now China's top internet company. Han Haoren has a plan to make it no longer become the latter-day bat in the bee. Chen Yuzhou looked at Han Haoren, who was completely ignoring himself and towering over him. A little confused and also a little angry, however. Given the situation of the two of them today, the one who is towing the line should clearly be himself. He spent a lot of effort and money to finally get Han Haoren fired from Mackenzie, and also completely cut off all of Han Haoren's future paths in the financial industry. Chen Yuzhou was naturally aware that after being notified industry-wide for violating professional ethics, there wouldn't be any large formal company in the financial field that would recruit Han Haoren. Unless Han Haoren started his own company, he wouldn't pass an interview with any company in a finance-related industry. However, Han Haoren, who was framed by himself and landed in today's situation, should not be hysterical at this time. However, at this moment, Han Haoren did not reveal the demeanor that Chen Yuzhou expected at all. At this moment, Han Haoren was still incredibly confident. As usual, the demeanor that flowed from Han Haoren was still the same kind that had made Chen Yuzhou hold a grudge since freshman year. The demeanor that towered over him. This caused Chen Yuzhou to completely lose the pleasure of mocking Han Haoren. Chen Yuzhou felt that even if Han Haoren hysterically retorted a few times, quarreled with himself or even made a move, it would be better than the current situation. Now Han Haoren's reaction was somewhat out of Chen Yuzhou's expectations. Chen Yuzhou had a feeling as if Han Haoren didn't care at all about this matter of him being fired by Mackenzie. But, it doesn't make sense. The depression in Chen Yuzhou's heart also rose to the top. Thus, after making up his mind, Chen Yuzhou stared dead in Han Haoren's eyes and said, Han Haoren, I don't understand. At this time, why are you still laughing? Well then, let me tell you another secret. Su Fei is my friend. Seeing Han Haoren's gaze, finally looking squarely at himself, the smile on Chen Yuzhou's face became even more intense. Although he had told Han Haoren about the things he had framed him for, Chen Yuzhou wasn't the least bit afraid of Han Haoren's retaliation. Chen Yuzhou wasn't afraid that Han Haoren would use force out of excitement. On the contrary, Chen Yuzhou was quite looking forward to this matter. If at this time, Han Haoren makes a move on himself and uses violence, Chen Yuzhou believed that with his father's connections, he could make Han Haoren carry a big punishment. This way, Han Haoren not only can't enter the financial industry for the rest of his life, but he won't even be able to get a diploma from Shuai-Mu University. What surprised Chen Yuzhou was that at this time, he surprisingly didn't read anger or hatred on Han Haoren's face either. It was as if Han Haoren didn't want to waste words with himself in the slightest. Han Haoren said blandly to Chen Yuzhou, "Chen Yuzhou, my time is limited, so I'll keep it short. I heard your father is in real estate, worth $10 billion? You have a great uncle who's the president of a bank? And you have a beautiful girlfriend who's a sophomore at the drama school next door?" Chen Yuzhou smiled and nodded. Nothing Han Haoren said about Chen Yuzhou's family history was a secret. Because of this, Chen Yuzhou had always believed that he was superior to most of his classmates. Chen Yuzhou also determined that when graduated from Shuai-Mu University, his future must be bright. Chen Yuzhou smiled and said, "Han Haoren, you're absolutely right. My family has a real estate company with tens of billions of assets. You, on the other hand, are just an orphan. I've been above you since birth. I'll be able to get into Morgan Stanley after I graduate, and when I've accumulated contacts and experience, I'll inherit my father's company. My goal is to become the richest man in China within 10 years. And you, from birth, are destined to be a loser." Looking at Chen Yuzhou, who kept beeping in front of his eyes, Han Haoren couldn't help but interrupt. "I know that you've been hating on me since the first day you enrolled in school. I also know that the reason you hate me is that deep down, you also think I'm better than you, father of a $10 billion chairman, bank president's uncle, and a beautiful girlfriend. Do any of these things you've been bragging about have anything to do with you per se? It's just that you have a good fate and have been cast in a good berth. But I'm sorry, but your luck ends here. Let's make a good bet. Within 6 months, you'll lose everything you have." Chapter 50, System Tasks Released. After saying this, Han Haoren no longer paid attention to Chen Yuzhou, because all of a sudden he heard the voice of the system. System Mission Revenge on the Rich Kids released. Mission difficulty, Silver level. It is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation to honor one's word and report defects. In the face of repeated provocations from your opponent, there is no need to endure anymore. Mission objective, 1. Make Chen Yuzhou's father, Chen Ting's real estate company go bankrupt. 2. Have Chen Yuzhou's eldest uncle, Chen Xiao, step down from his position as head of the Jiangnan Bank. 3. Let Gu Xiaoyu, Chen Yuzhou's girlfriend, leave Chen Yuzhou. Duration of the mission, 6 months. Quest reward, draws of excellence level or higher, as well as other hidden rewards. Han Haoren immediately began to think. The appearance of this system task must not be a coincidence. It must have something to do with the bet that he had just made with Chen Yuzhou. Han Haoren told Chen Yuzhou that within 6 months, Chen Yuzhou would lose everything he had. Then the system released this quest. Though I don't know about the other hidden rewards, though the system doesn't say there's any punishment for not completing the quest. For this mission, Han Haoren was still determined to do his best to complete it. The mere draw of an excellence or higher rank made Han Haoren very tempted. It was important to know that according to the system, for every $10 billion in cash earned when the system level reached the LV5 level, Han Haoren would only be able to obtain a chance for an excellence level draw. And if you're lucky enough to draw a reward of a superior level or higher, the requirements for getting a draw of a superior level or higher are even more demanding. Even the $10 billion needed for the excellence level draw wasn't such a good deal. It was 100 times more than even Han Haoren's small goal of 100 million. You should know that in 2009, the richest man in China, the old man Li Ka-shing of Shangjiang, was also worth something like 150 billion soft dollars. And the world's richest man, Microsoft's chairman Gates, is worth $40 billion dollars. The equivalent in soft currency is just over 300 billion, $10 billion. It's a huge amount of money for this world. You know, Chen Yuzhou father's real estate company, also known as 10 billion assets only. For a real estate company, the cash flow from tens of billions of dollars of assets in circulation isn't going to be much. They have accumulated such huge assets only by mortgaging their original properties and then continue to buy land and build buildings. In fact, tens of billions of dollars in assets represent tens of billions of dollars in liabilities at the same time. Such companies claiming tens of billions of dollars in assets may have only a few hundred million, or even less, in cash flow. It's just that most real estate companies have a good relationship with the government and the banks, which allows them to get a steady stream of loans, so the capital chain doesn't break. So making $10 billion is predictably difficult, and earn $10 billion to be able to obtain the excellent level of the draw of the privilege of being able to directly obtain through the mission. Very attractive for Han Hong, not to mention the tantalizing system rewards. Simply making Chen Yuzhou lose everything was itself something Han Haoren had in mind. In Han Haoren's opinion, it wasn't difficult for him to accomplish this task nowadays. Not to say you have a system anymore. Even with the ability to know what was going to happen in the future with foresight, Han Haoren was confident enough to accomplish this task. The only difficulty might be that the time limit of half a year was a bit tight. After all, within half a year, letting a real estate company with assets of over $10 billion close down was not something that could be done easily. Getting the head of a bank head office to step down must also be done by special means. However, when the system set up the task, there was one sentence that matched Han Haoren's thoughts. Flaws will be repaid is Han Haoren's character. Even in his previous life, Han Haoren, who had been experiencing failures, was of this character. There are favors to be paid, but whoever offends Han Haoren will surely his whole family. In his previous life, Chen Yuzhou also did not become the richest man in the world as he wished. On the contrary, Chen Yuzhou's days were even worse than Han Haoren's. His father, Timothy Chan, was imprisoned for bribery and embezzlement. The $10 billion company collapsed in a matter of moments as the chairman was arrested and the financial chain was broken. And Chen Yuzhou lost everything he originally had. The reason for everything was a whistleblower report that Han Haoren had spent 5 years gathering information and finally sent to all the major media outlets around the world to randomly post to all social media platforms. Even Han Haoren in his previous life, through 5 years of stoicism, was able to manage to leave Chen Yuzhou with nothing. In this life, it will be 100 times easier to realize this. Han Haoren didn't say anything, while Chen Yuzhou angrily turned on the mocking mode again. But Han Haoren was completely uninterested in listening to what Chen Yuzhou had to say anymore. As he closed the laptop on his desk, put on his backpack, and stood up to get ready to walk out of the classroom, the moment Han Haoren got up, a very nice voice came from behind him. Han Haoren, wait for me. Chapter 51, The Sudden Favor of the Schoolgirl. Han Haoren was certainly very familiar with this voice. He Ji Kite, the schoolgirl of the School of Finance at Mizuki University, absolutely talented and beautiful goddess-level character. Han Haoren knew that even though she hadn't officially graduated yet, Hijichi had already joined Bosai. After 6 years, Hiji Kite even became the most famous beautiful trader in all of China, and even appeared on the cover of Fortune magazine. The relationship between Han Haoren and Hijichi in his previous life wasn't too good. Of course, it was also at that time that Han Haoren's subconscious mind was acting up, and he felt that he and Hiji Kite, who had a very good family background and was smart and beautiful, were people from different worlds. Even long after graduation, there was an alumni meeting at Shuei-Mu University, where Hiji Kite offered to invest in Han Haoren's startup company, all of which Han Haoren flatly refused. It can be said, Hiji Kite was Han Haoren's term, the most perfect goddess of Shuei-Mu University. Han Haoren turned his head and saw Hiji Kite, who was leading a Chanel satchel and trotting to his side. Schoolgirl Hiji Kite was wearing a white shirt and a short black skirt today. Although she didn't wear stockings, Hiji Kite had long straight legs similar to those of a model and didn't need to wear stockings to outline her legs. The iconic melon face, small, yet high nose, and blown-out skin whiter than snow. She is like a branch of snowy cold plum, standing in the quiet valley. The entire financial college of other beautiful women and her comparison, all are eclipsed. At least 1/3 of the male students of Waterwood University, all adored Hiji Kite. Everyone felt that whoever could have the favor of such a beautiful woman of the city and the country, it was really worth it for the rest of their lives. Of course, none of these huge admirers of Hiji Kite succeeded in wooing Hiji Kite. There was rarely even a chance to talk to Hiji Kite. Due to Hiji Kite jogging over, she was still a bit out of breath at this point. The tight shirt couldn't even wrap around her. Hiji Kite's appearance by Han Haoren's side caused the class to gossip. The focus of everyone's eyes all converged on Han Haoren and Hiji Kite, and the poor Chen Yuzhou who was on the side became a background plate. Originally, Han Haoren and Hiji Kite, a school bully who had always ranked first in the whole year, and a school beauty with excellent character, had been the focus of everyone's attention. However, for more than 3 years in college, Han Haoren and Hijichi didn't have too many encounters. Han Haoren looked at Hijichi and asked, "Jichi, what are you looking for me for?" Hijichi knew that Han Haoren had been avoiding everyone since he was fired from Mackenzie. If it wasn't a school rule that he had to come this time, Han Haoren wouldn't even show up at Waterwood University. Hiji Kite expected that the blow that Han Haoren had endured should have been very great. And now, Hiji Kite realized that Han Haoren was looking at her with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Hiji Kite smiled and said to Han Haoren, "Han Haoren, are you leaving? It just so happens that we're on the way. Why don't we go together?" "On your way?" Han Haoren was a bit surprised. Hiji Kite didn't even know where she wanted herself to go. How come she was on her way with her? Now his residence is that villa in Fruit Terrace, and there was a Lamborghini tentatively belonging to Han Haoren parked in the parking lot 500 meters outside of Shuei-Mu University. Chen Yuzhou on the side was also dumbfounded. Chen Yuzhou naturally adored Hiji Kite, so at this moment, Hiji Kite's attitude towards Han Haoren made Chen Yuzhou hate his guts. Chen Yuzhou couldn't figure out how Han Haoren, the punk who had been fired by McKinsey, could be able to receive the favor of Hijichi. As a top-rich second generation, Chen Yuzhou knew the background of He Jikite's family, and it could be said that it was an existence that even their family had to look up to. After knowing He Jikite's background, Chen Yuzhou had also long given up the intention of using special means to get He Jikite. Usually in the class He Jikite itself has a kind of airy atmosphere, so no matter whether it is a boy or a girl, it will be difficult to get close to He Jikite. So Chen Yuzhou hadn't heard that He Jikite had become friends with anyone in particular. In Chen Yuzhou's eyes, such a goddess as He Jikite is destined to be a passerby in the lives of all the students in this session of the finance program at Shuemu University. Just a beautiful memory for everyone. He Jikite took the initiative to find someone to talk to for the first time in several years. Although Han Haoren didn't know what kind of drug He Jikite was selling, the rest of his eyes swept up Chen Yuzhou's hateful gaze. Anything that could make Chen Yuzhou furious, Han Haoren was happy to do. Han Haoren's mind moved and took He Jichi's hand. At this instant, Chen Yuzhou's face turned pale. Han Haoren, the beggar, had actually taken his goddess's hand, but despite being furious, Chen Yuzhou still held the attitude of watching the show. He Jikite's hand, is it that easy to hold? Chen Yuzhou felt that the next moment, He Jikite would shake off Han Haoren's hand and slap him, and all the objects of He Jikite's affection would be in a group to violently beat up Han Haoren, who had molested the schoolgirl. Even the people of He Jikite's family, knowing that Han Haoren dared to slight He Jikite, might directly let Han Haoren vaporize. However, things didn't go as Chen Yuzhou had hoped. The things that happened next made Chen Yuzhou, and made the glass hearts of the male students who were now in the class who adored He Jikite break all over the place. Although He Jikite's face flushed a bit, she didn't shake off Han Haoren's hand. Instead, he naturally clasped his fingers with Han Haoren. Under the murderous gazes of the boys in the class, Han Haoren walked out of the classroom holding He Jikite's hand. Chapter 52, The Hidden Rich Bitch. Walking out of the classroom and down the stairs to the campus walkway, Han Haoren let go of He Jiran's small hand. Although the feel when holding He Jikite's small hand was very nice, Han Haoren and He Jikite weren't boyfriend and girlfriend either. Han Haoren's sudden holding of He Jikite's hand was also just to irritate Chen Yuzhou, and at that time, Han Haoren just had a sixth sense that he wouldn't be rejected if he held He Jikite's hand, and in the end it was just as Han Haoren had expected. He Jikite carefully organized her words, then asked, Han Haoren, how are you feeling right now? It seems to me that with your talent and ability, it's Mackenzie's loss if they don't want you. You'll be in good hands wherever you are. Mackenzie? Who the hell is Mackenzie? Can a graduate, working hard for a year at Mackenzie, make $1 million? Han Haoren he spent a day yesterday and made $1 million. Looking at the schoolgirl who was comforting herself, Han Haoren couldn't help but want to tease her. But I'm now on an industry-wide notice for leaking client information. Not just Mackenzie, but all the investment banks, brokerage firms, funds, consulting firms, and even firms in the financial industry won't want me anymore. He Jikite's beautiful eyes dimmed. Indeed, she also knew that it should be impossible for Han Haoren to find any job in the financial industry nowadays. A high school student who graduated with a finance degree from one of the best universities in Huaxia, but could not enter the financial industry. Such a blow would be unbearably big for anyone. He Jikite comforted in words. The financial industry. It's just that. Now that the internet industry is developing so fast, and there are some cutting-edge industries, these industries, they are all opportunities. I believe you'll succeed in whatever you do. Han Haoren looked at He Jikite's effort to comfort herself, and couldn't bear to tease her anymore. Jikite, I know you want to comfort me. In fact, you don't have to do this. I already have plans for my future. As you said, whatever I do, it will work out. Han Haoren was telling the truth. Han Haoren's planning was very detailed, and in Han Haoren's plan, it was all just a matter of time before he sat down as the richest man in the world. He Jikite was still a bit unconvinced, although she really couldn't read any frustration or chagrin on Han Haoren's face right now. But could Han Haoren recover so quickly after having just endured such a huge blow? He Jikite pondered for a while, then said, Han Haoren, it's like this, we're also graduating soon. Let's find a place and go have a few drinks. Alcohol isn't a great thing, but it's helpful for soothing and de-stressing. Get drunk and tomorrow is a brand new day. Han Haoren was a bit confused. He Jikite, the schoolgirl, was too concerned about herself, right? Drinking together? It was important to realize that Han Haoren and He Jichi, before, hadn't even eaten alone. But Han Haoren also knew that he was at the lowest point in his life at this time, and had nothing to show for it. He Jikite is like this nowadays, but it's also because she cares about herself. Han Haoren looked at He Jichi with a smile and said, drinking? The two of us? It's better to forget about it. I'm a little afraid that we'll have something happen after drinking. He Jikite's pretty face blushed. I'm not even afraid. What are you afraid of? Let's buy some wine and just drink it at my house. Han Haoren carried a case of Budweiser and followed He Jichi to her home in the imperial capital. When he arrived at He Jikite's home, Han Haoren was just stunned. He Jikite's home is a villa, and the location is very good. In the third ring of the imperial capital. Such a villa is much more luxurious than the love hut prepared by the Fruit Channel for both male and female guests, and the location is also much better than the villa of Fruit Channel. In fact, the villa in Fruit Terrace was already considered good. At least top government officials like Wang Songson were accustomed to living there. When Han Haoran saw the villa, he estimated the conditions of He Jiqi's family. In his last life until he was reborn, Han Haoran didn't know that He Ji came from such a rich family. Han Haoran estimated that the market price of such a villa, even in 09, would start at $20 million. In 10 years' time it'll be sky high. You can't even beat 200 million. It's more expensive than any soup can. He Ji returned home, went to the kitchen and fried some small dishes, took out 2 bottles of red wine from the wine cellar, and then sparred with Han Haoran. When he opened the wine, Han Haoran paid special attention to the sign. Although Han Haoran failed to start his own business in his previous life, he was still knowledgeable about red wine due to his frequent appearances at business occasions and wine clubs to pull sponsorship. Romane Conti, though not a breakout good vintage like 99, the price of a bottle, though, is also at least 10,000, if not 100,000. Looking at the Romane Conti, Han Haoran immediately despised the fruit table. Han Haoran had looked at the villa's wine cabinet, and the most expensive was the class of Lafite Rothschild, which was way cheaper than Conti. Han Haoran skillfully opened a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of dollars, as if he had opened a bottle of beer at a barbecue stand. He poured the red wine into the sober, then grabbed 2 Budweisers he just bought at 711. Conti needs to sober up for a while, and let's not waste the beer I just bought. Chapter 53, The Flower Blossom Must Be Folded. He Ji looked at Han Haoran, not in the least bit like a rich young lady, and directly picked up the beer bottle and took a big gulp into her mouth. Han Haoran, let's have a chat. The two talked about college life, their aspirations, and their future. After 3 rounds of drinking, He Ji originally fair face became slightly drunk and red, becoming unusually attractive. Han Haoran and He Ji were originally sitting shoulder to shoulder on the sofa. He Ji suddenly twisted her head, her entire body plastered in Han Haoran's arms. Han Haoran, you know what? I like you. Han Haoran stared at He Ji, and he realized that at this moment, He Ji's eyes had stars in them. Han Haoran was slightly stunned. He Ji liked herself? How is this possible? He is a poor boy. He Ji a rich girl whose family has a 3rd-ring villa. Usually the two do not have any interactions, and He Ji must not know about Han Haoran's rebirth and the changes that had occurred in Han Haoran in the past few days. Han Haoran was a bit puzzled. Was this because of the effect of the 10 times luck bonus? Or was it because He Ji had always had love for him? In any case, Han Haoran felt as if everything was a dream, but although he couldn't figure out why, the schoolgirl confessing her love for him was supposed to be a beautiful thing. The blossom can be folded and must be folded. Do not wait until there is no flower empty branch. Without the slightest hesitation, Han Haoran embraced He Ji into his arms. The temperature in the room rose steeply. He Ji's entire face turned red, seemingly to ease the awkwardness. He Ji picked up the red wine glass. Han Haoran, let's drink another toast. Han Haoran was just about to open his mouth to advise He Ji that he couldn't drink too much mixed wine or drink too fast. He Ji however, had already downed an entire glass of Romane Conti. Then, He Ji fell straight down on the sofa. Han Haoran shook his head, knowing that He Ji was completely drunk at this point. Han Haoran gently picked up He Ji and carried her into the bedroom. Looking at He Ji who was lying adorably on the bed, Han Haoran helped He Ji take off her shoes. He Ji's feet were small, and her white feet were very cute. Han Haoran said, at this time, even if he wants He Ji, he can give easy success. However, Han Haoran had no interest in picking up corpses in either life, even after knowing He Ji's fondness for himself. But it's better for two people to have an intimate relationship when they're both sober with each other, right? Han Haoran decided it was better not to be in such a hurry, although the He Ji on the bed at this time was tempting. However, it's not time to pick yet. Anyway, Han Haoran was pretty sure that He Ji would definitely become his woman now, so there was no rush. He thought he'd better wait for a more suitable occasion so that he could make the best memories for both of them. Looking at the greatly intoxicated He Ji, Han Haoran looked at the time. I didn't realize that so much time had passed since I drank with He Ji. By now it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Han Haoran still needs to go back to Suweimu University and drive the Lamborghini parked near Suweimu University back to the Love Hut. The director's team notified all the guests yesterday and told everyone to go home early, because in the evening, there will be an important disclosure session. Moreover, the director's team informed Han Haoran to prepare 2 gifts for the female guests. Therefore, Han Haoran couldn't stay in this villa of He Ji's either. Han Haoran, who was planning to leave, suddenly felt as if there was something left undone. It turns out that He Ji is still quite a girly girl. Of course, at this time, The focus of Han Haoran's realization was still on Hijichi's. It's not good to sleep in a dress. The bed gets dirty. Han Haoran helped Hijichi cover the quilt and left Hijichi's villa. Han Haoran estimated the time. Hijichi's villa, not far from Waterwood University. Counting the time spent picking out gifts, he was able to get back to the villa by 6 o'clock as agreed by the show. The female guest in charge of cooking today is said to be Chi Yuhan. As for whether Chi Yuhan could find a male guest to help him along, it had nothing to do with Han Haoran. Han Haoran wasn't even at the villa at the time Chi Yuhan needed to start preparing dinner anyway. By the time Han Haoran returned to the villa, it was almost time for dinner. Then to finish all the processes of the day and end the show, it's something like 9 to 10, and 9 p.m. also happens to be the time of the Twitter draw. Han Haoran immediately had a feeling that he seemed to be even busier today than he was yesterday. Chapter 54, The Two Most Pathetic People of the Day. Returning to the villa, Han Haoran realized that he was one of the last to arrive. He just happened to arrive a few minutes before the time set by the program. Han Haoran went back to his room to change into the clothes the program had gotten for him, put on his Patek Philippe watch, and went downstairs. As Han Haoran expected, Chi Yuhan had already prepared dinner. Han Haoran's arrival meant that dinner could begin right away as well. Hot Shouty saw Han Haoran change his clothes and go downstairs and posted up. Han Haoran, all day today. What did you do? Are you happy today? What he had done. Han Haoran naturally couldn't tell Hottie. Could it be that he went to the beautiful schoolgirl's villa for a drink and then almost couldn't resist putting the schoolgirl to sleep? It's a wonder Hottie isn't jealous. Han Haoran then smiled and said, work hard to move bricks and make money. Seeing you just now was the happiest moment of this day for me. Hottie blushed. Tong Yaya, who happened to be passing by, heard Han Haoran's words and her heart sank. Tong Yaya did not receive a text message yesterday, so she knows very well that Han Haoran did not send a love message to himself. As for who Han Haoran sent it to, Tong Yaya felt that 90% of it was Hot Shouty, and it just so happened to coincidentally hear Han Haoran to Hot Shouty said love words. Tong Yaya very jealous. How she wished that the words Han Haoran had said to herself. Tong Yaya sniffed Han Haoran's body. Han Haoran, you've been drinking, so how did you just get back? By car? It's not safe to drive after drinking. Han Haoran actually didn't drink too much. The amount of alcohol is amazing. This amount is simply a small case, and Hijichi was too undrinkable. So Han Haoran had no room to play. After walking to Suweimu University, Han Haoran's drunkenness was completely gone, so he drove himself back. Han Haoran smiled and looked at Tong Yaya. Thanks for the concern, but I just drank a little bit. It's fine. In the studio, the 6 observers have already watched today's episode clips and are now catching up and watching it live. As celebrities, they naturally don't watch live broadcasts all the time, and the more uninteresting time slots allow them to take a break. But the show's post-production will edit the show so that the 6 observers have been tuning in live in real time. Zhang Hanshao sighed. The unanimous opinion of our observers is that during breakfast, Tong Yaya was wrong about Han Haoran's sentence. It would be nice to be able to eat breakfast made by you every morning in the future. Would have misunderstood. And now Han Haoran's words of love to Hot Shouty are overheard by Tong Yaya by chance. She must be devastated right now. I'm quite distressed about Tong Yaya now. Oh, Yang Mi also lamented. It can't be helped. Who made Han Hong too popular? However, I know that Tong Yaya is also the kind of person who is very brave and will go after her own happiness on her own initiative. So, I don't think Tong Yaya will give up and admit defeat, much less fulfill someone else. I look forward to the reversal that will follow. Hot Shouty, Song Shinran, and Tong Yaya. I'm looking forward to seeing the explicit fight between these 3. Song Shanshan changed the subject and said, Han Haoran this one, the most popular and sought-after male guest in the house first. I do feel quite sorry for the number 4 female guest, Chi Yuhan. Yesterday we were analyzing it, and Chi Yuhan thought she had become the most popular person in the villa, the guide of the atmosphere. As it turned out, it was time for her to prepare dinner today. Han Haoran never came back, and the 2 male guests, Wang Songsong and Li Feng, both seemed to be chatting quite well with Chi Yuhan yesterday. Today, however, they both didn't hesitate at all and refused Chi Yuhan's request to prepare dinner with them. Lu Yijia nodded. I now have some confusion as to what this male guest, Li Feng, is thinking. He even sent love messages to Chi Yuhan yesterday. It means he at least has a crush on Chi Yuhan. Today, Chi Yuhan was the first to invite him to help her prepare dinner together. This is such a good opportunity for the 2 of them to get along and can enhance their goodwill towards each other. This Li Feng actually chose to reject it. More than Han Haoran. I want to know now, what does Li Feng do? It doesn't matter if a man is a little introverted. Some girls just like that kind of personality and find it honest. But Li Feng's character, I think it's all to the point of being somewhat abnormal, right? Why would you reject an invitation from a girl you have a crush on? He doesn't realize that Chi Yuhan just wants to accompany her while she cooks, and doesn't really need Li Feng to hit the ground running. Li Feng only needs to stand to the side and chat while Chi Yuhan cooks, but he actually rejected it out of hand. How did someone with his emotional intelligence become rich? Zhang Hanshao summarized. Maybe it's because everyone knows the session that's going to follow. They all ate this meal very quickly. Chi Yuhan and Tong Yeye. These are by far the two people we observers feel most sorry for today. What occupation will they be? What will be the occupation of Han Hong, the one we all care about the most? It's about to be revealed. I'm looking forward to it. Star. Chapter 55. Busy business. Expedited processes. After eating, washing the dishes and clearing the table, all the guests gathered on the couch in the living room. We all know what the ensuing link is. Everyone's occupation and age will be disclosed. The director of the scene also ended up explaining the rules again with everyone. Follow female guest number 1 through female guest number 5. Then it's male guest number 3 to male guest number 1 in that order. When it's a guest's turn to disclose his or her identity, the other guests can express their opinions or just guess the occupation. Knowing that someone has guessed, or is close, the guest of honor can reveal his or her occupation on his or her own. And on that oversized screen TV, a detailed introduction of that guest, prepared in advance by the program team, is projected. The crowd's eyes looked down at Hot D. There was much speculation about Hottie's occupation. Han Haoren was a bit anxious. There's something about this batch of guests that's a little unreliable. What's with all the wild guesses? I can't believe none of them came close to the answer. Han Haoren looked at the Patek Philippe on his hand. Although the guests had eaten this meal in a controlled manner and quickly, but with the addition of dishes and cleanup, it still dragged on a bit. The time today is 7:30 p.m. There is only an hour and a half left before the Twitter opening. Han Haoren felt that he had to speed up the process a bit. After all, if, as he expected, the lucky winner of the super lucky draw on Weibo was himself, Han Haoren still has a lot of things to do. I don't think you have a job yet. Instead of being jobless, are you a prospective student preparing to take an exam for an art college? Han Haoren was very grateful to the executive director for making him very clear about the occupations of all the female guests. The other guests, who had been guessing nurse, singer, kindergarten teacher, were stunned. Tong Yeye looked at Hot Xiaodi and said, "No way? A prospective college student? Is Xiaodi's sister so young?" Hottie heard Han Haoren say the correct answer, and a wide smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. "You really guessed right." Han Haoren heard the deeper meaning in Hot Xiaodi's words, "You really do know me." Luo Xinhao said to the other observers. Actually, Hot Xiaodi's identity is kinda hard to guess. Guess what student? Hottie hasn't been accepted into the school yet. Not technically a student. If we let the other guests keep guessing, we might not be able to guess by the end of the day. But Han Haoren is really Han Haoren. This master of psychology, he really didn't let us down. That's a very precise and to the point answer from Han Hong. Oh Yang Mi nodded her head in agreement. My woman's intuition tells me that Han Haoren is able to easily guess everyone's occupational information. Lui Jia laughed. Indeed, it's actually not hard to guess the occupations of most of the female guests. I was able to guess a few, not to mention Han Haoren. In my opinion, there are two female guests whose occupations are harder to guess. Let's see if Han Haoren can guess, Chi Yuhan said to the crowd. So let's guess how old Hot Xiaodi's sister is. Not yet in college, so must be very young. I guess 18? Hottie shook his head, but kept his eyes on Han Haoren. Han Haoren knew what Hottie meant, and was trying to make himself guess. So, Han Haoren said faintly, it should be 17, right? I think you're a monkey. 92. Gemini. With a birthday around Children's Day? June 3rd? Wang Songsong sat on the sofa and spat. It's good to guess a few years old at this age, right? There's no need to give out your birth date and date of birth, is there? Where is it possible to guess in such detail? Hottie nodded happily. Han Haoren, how do you know everything? How did you know I was born on June 3rd? I definitely didn't disclose any of this to you. Wang Songsong was hit in the face for a second. You can do that? Hot Xiaodi, this is not Han Haoren's trust, right? Is it true that whatever Han Hoin says is true? You can guess all birthdays? At this point a personal message from Hot D appeared on the TV screen. Hot D, 17 years old, graduated from Northern Border Arts Academy High School with a degree in dance performance. Former dancer in the Northern Territory Song and Dance Troupe. Provincial third prize in the first ethnic minority new song competition in Inlam Province. Now preparing to enroll in the Imperial College of Music. Tong Yeye couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Di, I didn't realize you were so much younger than me, and I'm kinda in love with you. Seeing that the female guests are about to start gossiping mode, Han Haoren, who had a tight schedule today, took the initiative to take control of the process. Alright, let's guess again what the second female guest, Song Shinran, does. I'll guess one first. Song Shinran, I think you must be a science student. Must be a school teacher too. I'm guessing you work with numbers, so you'd be an actuary, right? Wang Songsong had originally just been punched in the face and had yet to recover his color. But when it came to Song Xinran, Wang Songtsong naturally wouldn't be silent. As soon as Han Haoren's words fell, Wang Songtsong sharply retorted, Song Xinran is an actuary? I can tell by the looks of it that it's absolutely impossible. Song Xinran is so graceful, she must be studying art to be. Star. Chapter 56, I'm afraid this is a trick show. When Wang Songtsong finished, Song Xinran politely spoke. I thought you guys would guess for a long time. I didn't expect my occupation to be guessed right at the beginning. Han Haoren, how did you guess that I am an actuary? I've been chatting with you and talking more about finance, futures and such. Why didn't you guess that I'm a consultant? Or a trader? Wang Songtsong, Lightspeed facepalm second wave? You said Song Xinran has temperament, and you flattered the horse's foot again? God, actuaries. Although Wang Songtsong studied philosophy, his alma mater, UCL, is a prestigious school with a very famous business school. Wang Songtsong also knows what kind of career an actuary is. Actuary is a commercial profession that deals with financial risks. Actuaries are specialized professionals who analyze risks and quantify their financial impact. The expertise they need to have is high, such as using math, statistics, economics, finance and financial management expertise. Suffice it to say, actuaries are a very high bar and a very high profession. Actuaries do not have a lower status or income than senior analysts at investment banks. Wang Songtsong had sort of had individual contact and chats with Song Xinran. Although in Wang Songtsong's opinion, he had exerted half a day's worth of charisma, it was all a unilateral release of favorable signals, and did not obtain the slightest response from Song Xinran. But Wang Songtsong felt that he should at least somewhat understand Song Xinran. She's just because she's one of those girls who studied art with a good temperament. An actuary? How is that possible? Wang Songtsong's investment company, although it has been fully established, but there is still no professional full-time actuary. This is because it is very difficult to recruit very powerful and professional actuaries, and they are definitely in short supply in the job market. Even though Wang Songtsong's company had $500 million, in an investment company, $500 million was considered relatively small. An investment company at a level like $500 million could not afford to hire a full-time actuary. This shows how powerful a professional actuary is. Song Wang has also consulted with actuaries who have done industry risk analysis. Wang Songtsong knows that 99% of the actuaries in this industry are men. After all, men are naturally more sensitive to numbers and to statistics than women. The actuaries' demand for numbers, for specialized knowledge, precludes most women. In Wang Songtsong's mind, even if there really are female actuaries, they probably look just about the same as the funny posts on the internet. The class flower of the computer engineering major. But I never thought that a super intellectual beauty like Song Xinran was actually engaged in a profession like an actuary. Han Haoren didn't care about Wang Songtsong's depression. Directly guessing, he said, Xinran, I'm guessing you're 24. After all, it's not enough to be able to take the actuarial exam and officially pursue a career as an actuary. Fresh out of college, Song Xinran opened her mouth in some surprise, then nodded and said, You guessed right again. Song Xinran's personal information appeared on the TV screen. There's a lot more text than there was in Hot Little D's day. Song Xinran, 24, graduated from Mizugaki University, major in math, minor in statistics, MBA graduate of Harvard Business School, minor in actuarial science, senior actuary, Goldman Sachs Asset Management, recipient of the highest level of scholarship at Waterwood University and the highest dean's level at Harvard Business School, CPA, certified actuary, chartered financial analyst, CFA, ACPA. Seeing Song Xinran's string of titles, Wang Songtsong directly froze. It's nifty, oxymoronic, 25 years old, MBA graduate, and passed so many professional exams, and working at Goldman Sachs in asset management. This is definitely the rising star of the financial world, the pride of heaven. The future is unlimited. The original UCL graduate, Wang Songtsong, still has a sense of superiority about his education. After all, when asked by others, Wang Songtsong would not usually say that his specialty is philosophy. UCL sign, it's still very loud, but compared to Tsuweimu University and Harvard University, two of the top institutions in China and Rice, UCL is a younger brother. Think of the 2 times in 10 minutes that you've been punched in the face. Wang Songtsong began to doubt life. This show, it's not exactly a relationship-type reality show, is it? This is a trick show, isn't it? The other male and female guests are, in fact, actors, accompanying them to screw themselves, right? Wang Songtsong still couldn't believe it now. How could Song Xinran be an actuary? In the studio, Luo Zhenhao explained for the other observers and viewers, Song Xinran's degree. It really suddenly makes me stand in awe. And what surprised me most was her titles. Chinese Certified Public Accountant, Certified Actuary, Chartered Financial Analyst, CFA, ACPA. The four most difficult professional exams in China are the judicial exam, the actuary exam, the chartered financial analyst exam and the CPA exam. And Song Xinran actually passed 3 of the 4 different field exams. It is important to realize that these exams, obtaining each certificate, is a long process. One has to pass a lot of subjects, and the average person may not be able to pass all of them even if they take them for 3 to 4 years. And in Rice, the CFA Chartered Financial Analyst, and the AICPA Rice Certified Public Accountant. These are also the most prestigious and very difficult certificates to obtain in business. However, Song Xinran passed all of them, and what surprised me the most was Song Xinran's age. She's only 24, the average person, 24 years old, shouldn't be just out of graduate school too, right? Not even graduate school yet. Yet an MBA, especially an MBA from Harvard, is a much more prestigious degree than any other program at a top university. And Song Xinran has made it to the position of senior actuary at Goldman Sachs, the world's top investment bank. This is not a position that can be held by a recent graduate student who has just graduated. I presume that to be able to get to this position, Song Xinran has been working at Goldman Sachs for at least 3 years. Song Shanshan also couldn't help but praise. I have to say, Song Xinran's information announcement was the one point that shocked me the most today. She's really good. Chapter 57, The Perfect Woman. Hadi was surprised to see the message from Song Xinran projected on the TV. At once Hadi had a sense of crisis. Since yesterday, Hot Xiaodi knew that Song Xinran also liked Han Haoren. So, even though the two were still on good terms, Hot Xiaodi already viewed Song Xinran as a great competitor. Last night, Hadi was happy to get a love message from Han Haoren. However, today when the information about himself and Song Xinran was released, it's a big difference in comparison, isn't it? Hot Xiaodi realized that she, who was still taking exams and hadn't been accepted to any university, was so far from the excellent and unreal Song Xinran's resume. Looking at Song Xinran, Hot Xiaodi felt a little ashamed of herself. Hot Xiaodi was a little worried that Han Haoren would turn to like Song Xinran, who was way better than herself. Qi Yuhan was also very shocked by Song Xinran's resume. Song Xinran, this resume of yours? If we didn't know it was you. With a resume like that, it's more than enough to be the male guest on this show, isn't it? You are definitely a very successful business elite. A little rich girl who makes millions of dollars a month on her own. Song Xinran laughed and said, $1 million a month? I don't make that much. Wang Songsong hastened to say in order to show off his insights. I also have an understanding of the profession of actuaries. A senior actuary position should be in the $4 million to $6 million a year bracket. On average, the monthly salary is $400. 000 almost. Hadi said in surprise. Wow, that's a lot too. Song Xinran looked at Wang Songsong with a smile and said, Mr. Wang, your so-called understanding may be for the actuaries of insurance institutions, or actuaries who specialize in providing consulting-type services to institutional clients. They do make $4 million to $6 million a year, but our senior actuaries at Goldman Sachs probably make a little more per year. Hot D said childishly, so Sister Song Xinran's income is higher than $6 million? Haha, I told you. Your own Wang Songsong also said that Song Xinran's sister is definitely not an actuary. Now you're making it look like you know the industry very well. The star is not reasonable. Wang Songsong, not only did he fail to sell himself, but he was disliked? Wang Songsong felt that he must have had a brain fart before to come to this program. Han Haoren looked at Song Xinran and said, You're 24 years old, yet you managed to graduate with an MBA from Harvard and were able to make it to a senior actuary position at Goldman Sachs. I probably know Goldman Sachs, and their internal promotion system is so draconian that positions are not promoted without the requisite number of years of service. So you graduated from Harvard with an MBA at 21? So, how old were you when you graduated from Mizuki? Song Xinran looked at Han Haoren with a smile and explained, I just skipped a few grades when I was studying. At Waterwood, a 4-year program took me 2 years to complete. I didn't graduate early from the Harvard MBA program. After all, in the MBA program, in addition to learning knowledge, you can also build your network. But I got my CFA to level 2 while at Harvard, also passed the AICPA. Song Xinran smiled and told everything as if she was describing a very common thing. Ouyangmi finally couldn't help but open her mouth and spit out. Originally, for Song Xinran's obsessive feelings for Han Haoren, I didn't think it was a big deal. After all, not all genuine likes can be exchanged for each other's. Han Haoren likes Hot D. I feel sorry for Song Xinran, but after knowing Song Xinran's background, I suddenly want to scold Han Haoren. Such a wonderful girl likes you, and it's gotten to the point where she's so active, and you haven't responded even a little bit. Is this still a man? Han Haoren, you're too cruel. Zhang Hanshao explained for Han Haoren. Mimi, you really can't blame Han Haoren for this. Actually, there are a couple of details I don't know if you noticed. During dinner, Han Haoran would voluntarily move his chair out for Song Shinran. Han Haoran would make coffee for Song Shinran and would also find topics to chat with Song Shinran from time to time. I think that Han Haoran is still taking the initiative to be nice to Song Shinran, but the two have only known each other for a day or so on this show. How else would you have Han Hong respond? Besides, we all know that Han Haoran received a unanimous vote on the first day. Song Shinran isn't the only female guest who likes Han Haoran. And what do you think Han Hong is going to do? Cut himself into 5? Zhang Man smiled and said, I've heard Sister Han Xiao's preview, and in the next installment, it's going to be a dating session. Don't know the detailed rules though. I'm so looking forward to seeing Han Haoran and Song Shinran's team dating. Lu Ijia is a bit strange. I feel like the beautiful observers on the field. You guys are all on Song Shinran's side in Han Haoran's polygamous relationship? Could it be that a girl of Song Shinran's type would really be favored by the same sex? By the way, yesterday's vote too. You guys insisted on giving Han Haoran's love connection to Song Shinran. Don't you guys think that the female guest that Han Haoran has the most crush on in this villa is hottie? Oh, Yang Ni was very outspoken and said bluntly, compared to Hot Shouty, of course I like Song Shinran, Hot D, it's just a little sister. It probably gave Han Hong a sense of protectiveness, but I think a sensible, beautiful, talented woman like Song Shinran is more suitable for Han Haoran. Love Shack. Han Haoran began to act as a host. He resented the other guests for being too inked. Tonight, Han Hong had a feeling he would be busy. It wasn't just because of the Weibo sweepstakes. Han Haoran estimated that at this time, the previously drunk He Jiqi should be awake, right? After all, so much time has passed. It's time to wake up hungry. In case He Ji-kite woke up and sent a message to herself, but she was late in replying because she was recording a program. That would be a bit bad. Han Haoran was afraid that He Jiqi would misunderstand that he had run away. Chapter 58. The White Rabbit Su Siu. If Han Haoran had seen the clip of Yang Mi commenting on Hot Shouty in such a way, he probably would have felt bad for Hot Shouty. Yang Mi, you'll be a good boss and best friend to Hottie from now on. How come you're on someone else's side? Han Haoran looked at Hot Shouty, who was a bit hesitant, and slightly guessed Hot Shouty's mood, probably thinking that she herself was useless compared to Song Shinran, but Han Haoran knew that in a few years, Hot Shouty would turn from the somewhat inferior little girl she was today into a shining, big star who was sought after by countless people. But, not necessarily. Now his own rebirth has triggered many different changes in the world, like Hot D, for example. Is she still going into acting? If he really let Hot Shouty become his woman, would Han Haoran still let Hot Shouty enter the entertainment industry and throw her weight around? I don't think so, do you? However, what Han Haoran wanted to do at this time was to quickly end this guess the identity session. Han Haoran looked at Su Siu. Does anyone want to guess what Su Siu does? If you guys won't guess, I'll guess. Tong Yaya smiled and shook her head. I'm not guessing, I want to know you. If you can guess what Su Siu does. Although Wang Songsong didn't say anything, he kept an eye on Han Haoran. In Wang Songsong's previous life experience, although his identity as Yida's young proprietor has not been made public, he has undoubtedly always been the center of attention, no matter in which occasion. Wang Songsong is a figure surrounded by countless people, but when it came to this program, Wang Songsong realized that his limelight was completely stolen by this Han Haoran. It's not just Song Shinran, who he has his eye on, who likes Han Haoran. It was as if all the female guests had a special favor for Han Haoran. This made Wang Songsong a little upset, but Wang Songsong was also clear that Han Haoran was someone who was really capable. Wang Songsong, who was educated by his father to be kind to others since childhood, naturally would not act rashly without knowing Han Haoran's details. Although Wang Songsong is the young owner of Yida, still, in this world, there were many people he couldn't afford to mess with, and through this day or so of observation, Wang Songsong also felt, Han Haoran, no matter what his learning, culmination, temperament, and origin background will not be weaker than himself. Such a person, naturally, cannot be messed with. Wang Songsong looked at Su Siu while looking at Han Haoran. Although he knew that he couldn't provoke Han Haoran, Wang Songsong was still curious. Did Han Haoran guess Su Siu's identity? After all, the first 2 times, Han Haoran once guessed the identity of Hot Shouty, this reserve college students. It also judged the profession of the actuary that contrasted so much with Song Shinran herself. Wang Songsong felt that it was hard to guess the occupation of Su Siu, who hadn't said a few words to the other guests at all. Although she was introverted, there are no valid leads or information at all. But maybe, Han Haoran could actually guess Su Siu's occupation? Han Haoran also realized that after he guessed the identities of Hot Shouty and Song Shinran in one go, the other guests gave up on the you-know-what guessing session. Everyone focused on themselves. However, this was exactly what Han Haoran had intended. It's less time-consuming. Han Haoran looked at the crowd and inquired one last time. You guys don't guess? Then I'll guess. The observer, Zhang Hanxiao, couldn't help but burst out laughing. When I heard Han Haoran's tone, I felt as if Han Haoran was saying, "You guys don't guess, then I'll announce the correct answer." Same thing. Liiga smiled and said, "It does announce the correct answer. Su Siyu's identity is too good to guess. Even we can guess it. Not to mention psychology master Han Haoran." Han Haoran looked at Su Siyu and said, "Siyu, I apologize for the sentence I said yesterday. I should be at a higher level than 99% of the pianists in this world. That wasn't my intention. So sorry. You're supposed to be a musician, most likely a pianist." Su Siyu nodded. "You guessed right. I accept your apology. But I still want to spar with you." Listening to Su Siyu's tone, there was no forgiveness in the slightest. Song Shinran came to a realization. Finally, she knew why Su Siyu was so abnormal yesterday. Han Haoran laughed helplessly and awkwardly. Chi Yuhan didn't know the results of yesterday's female guest voting connection, but knowing the reason why Su Siyu hadn't been kind to Han Haoran, Chi Yuhan couldn't help but laugh out loud. It turns out that Han Haoran isn't liked by all the female guests either. Look, didn't this offend a female guest just because of one comment? Han Haoran saw Chi Yuhan, who was gloating and looking at himself. "What are you laughing at? I've guessed her occupation. Shouldn't it be your turn to guess the age?" Chi Yuhan, blindly blindfolded at 23 years old, actually masked the right. Once again, Su Siyu's profile appeared on the TV screen. Su Siyu, 23 years old, graduated from Berklee College of Music with a degree in composition. Pianist. First prize in the Chopin International Piano Competition. Winner of the Tchaikovsky International Music Competition. Gold medal. Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. First prize in the Leeds International Piano Competition. The hot little D-kids couldn't help but do an ah when they saw each of the women's resumes. Having just seen Song Shinran's resume as such, now seeing Su Siyu's resume was even more so. It was important to know that Hot Xiaodi had taken piano lessons, so she realized how amazing these titles that Su Siyu had taken were. "Sister Siyu, you're also awesome. I'm not even in grade 10 piano yet, and you've won first prize in the Chopin International Piano Competition. I heard about it back in the day. I think there was a Chinese American who got the first prize in the 2005 Chopin International Piano Competition. However, the mystery winner didn't give any interviews to anyone. It also disappeared afterward. I didn't realize that this winner was actually you. You know what? I've always been your idol." "Nope, I was too nervous. You've always been my idol." Although Hadi had no intention of becoming a professional pianist, Hadi was thrilled for a very long time when he first learned that a Chinese American had won the first prize in the Chopin International Piano Competition. Li Feng looked at Su Siyu and also said, "No wonder you look familiar to me. I should have seen your name in a report. It's not a Chinese newspaper. It seems to be a foreign one, and there are no photos." Su Siyu just nodded and didn't say anything. Star. Chapter 59, The Genius of 1,000 Years. The studio, and the 6 observers let out a roar of approval. Ouyang Mi said, "Su Siyu is a pianist as we expected. It's just that Su Siyu's origin seems to be a bit big." Shan, you knew Su Siyu a long time ago, didn't you? You didn't say anything yesterday. Probably for this part now. Can we always talk now? Seeing that everyone had turned their gazes to themselves, Song Shanshan also spoke up. "Of course I know Su Siyu. The first moment I saw her, I was just shocked. I didn't expect such an introverted and low-key person to come to a variety show on a TV station like this. I even suspect that the fruit table kidnapped her." Zhang Hanshao looked at Song Shanshan and said, "Although we know a little bit about the Chopin International Piano Competition and the Tchaikovsky International Music Competition, but of course, you, a very famous music talent all over the world, know more about these competitions, and you know more about Su Siyu. Why don't you introduce us to Su Siyu?" Song Shanshan smiled and said, "Of course I know Su Siyu, because she is the most gifted, talented musician I have ever seen in my life. In fact, within our classical music circle, Su Siyu is even more famous than me, because she's stronger and more talented than me. If she hadn't been so low-key, never giving interviews to the press or giving recitals, I think she would have said a world-famous pianist long ago." Zhang Man looked at Song Shanshan with some surprise. "So Su Siyu is even more powerful than you? But that's impossible. You're the one that the world's media called a 100-year prodigy of the music world. It's you who's too modest, isn't it?" Song Shanshan smiles and explains, "It's really not that I'm being modest, but what I'm saying is the truth. If I'm a prodigy in the music industry that doesn't come along in 100 years, the nickname we give Su Siyu in our circle is a genius in the music industry that doesn't come along in 1,000 years. But Su Siyu is really too low-key. Even if she took the grand prize of the 4 most prestigious piano competitions in the world, accomplishing an honor that no other pianist in the world has achieved, yet she's never been interviewed by anyone. After the Chopin International Piano Competition, she at least kept a name of her own, and that was followed by the Tchaikovsky International Music Competition, the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition, the Leeds International Piano Competition. She won the top prizes for all of them, but was the one who signed a non-disclosure agreement with the organizers to keep her name from being released to the public. So that's why, except for the people in our circle, most people, they haven't even heard of Su Siyu's name. And yet, she was the first person in the history of mankind to win the laurels of all 4 major international piano competitions at the same time. Until now, I still haven't figured out why Su Siyu would come to participate in such a variety show. If I can get a chance to meet with the guest of honor, I'll be sure to ask her in person. Zhang Hanxiao was also clearly shocked by Song Shanshan's words. She thought of Su Siyu coming from a big place, but didn't think it was that big. A musical talent that makes even Song Shanshan marvel at herself. That's how good she has to be. Zhang Hanxiao looked at Song Shanshan and asked the one question she wanted to ask the most. Shanshan, this question of mine may be a bit offensive, but the media is saying that you are the most promising musician in all of China who can become a Hall of Fame musician. If it's really as you said, if Su Siyu is so talented and gifted, wouldn't she be more hopeful than you to be able to become a Hall of Fame musician? Song Shanshan sighed then explained. Theoretically yes. If we go by the level of playing, Su Siyu would definitely be able to enter the threshold of the Hall of Fame earlier than me. However, there are many other important criteria to be met in order to become a Hall of Fame musician. Besides musical skill, first and foremost is to complete 100 individual, ticketed performances in 12 of the most specialized and largest music recital halls in the world. And Hall of Fame musicians have an obligation to contribute to the promotion of classical music. Each Hall of Fame musician must sponsor regular tours and lectures around the world and participate in promotional activities organized by the World Association of Classical Music. These are not things that Su Siyu wants to do. I, for example, have completed 77 recitals that meet the criteria World Classical Music Association. But Su Siyu, however, has not held any recitals, not a single one. In the last few years, she's been practicing on her own, except for competitions, and never appearing in public. Even in our classical music world, musicians who have not reached our level do not necessarily recognize Su Siyu. Oh Yang Mi exclaimed, Su Siyu really is a mysterious person. Why would someone like that choose to throw their weight around and participate in our program? I think that someone who can reach such an achievement at Su Siyu's age, if she wants to be famous, if she wants to merit fame and fortune, it's all one thing that can be achieved very simply, right? So, meeting a rich man and marrying into a rich family may be the dream of many women, but I'm sure that it's certainly not Su Siyu's dream. In this day and age, if one does become a Hall of Fame musician, concerts, endorsements, all sorts of activities, she is able to easily earn money that many people can't earn in their entire lives, and she's able to become rich on her own. Song Shanshan also spoke up. Perhaps, Su Siyu and I belong to two categories of people. Siyu she, apart from for her own advancement in musical attainment and realm, does not have any other pursuit of fame and fortune, because she is afraid of being disturbed. Merit and fame, it's about as good as dirt to her. That's why she was able to have her heart in the right place, and she was able to achieve such excellent musical attainments at such an early age, I guess. And I'm different. I went down this path of music from the age of 4, and from the moment I started to have a small success, I set a goal that I would become a Hall of Fame musician. Star. Chapter 60, You're all in cahoots. Song Shanshan knew that several of the camera lenses were locked on her today. The observers also looked to themselves. Song Shanshan continued, You should know that although we have many excellent musicians in China, there has never been a Hall of Fame musician in hundreds of years. Many foreigners feel that we, a large country like China, can never produce Hall of Fame musicians. After all, the piano, the violin, the guitar, all these instruments are foreign instruments, and the pipa, the erhu and the guzheng, such national musical instruments of China, not only have not become popular in the world, but on the contrary, even in China, they are about to be gradually lost. As you all know, I am a violinist, but I also love Chinese national instruments just as much. The goal I've been working toward now is to become a Hall of Fame violinist and change the world's perception that China doesn't have a good musician. Then, the influence of the Hall of Fame will be utilized to promote the ethnic musical instruments of China. And Su Siyu, it seems like she's traveling a different path. Although our goals are the same, she doesn't think about it at all. Anything commercial, doesn't want to be famous at all. She's always diving in to improve herself. That's why she was able to make such a surprising breakthrough in attainment. Luijia hadn't spoken for a long time, and at this time, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, But I really don't think that Su Siyu, who has such a character as you said, came back to take part in such a program. Is it her character? Suddenly, that has changed in a special way? Or did she come to the program? What's the special purpose? Song Shanshan said with a firm gaze. Although I don't know why Su Siyu appeared in this program, but what I'm trying to say is that the simple and kind-hearted Su Siyu definitely doesn't have any particular agenda. She's the purest-hearted person I've ever seen. Song Shanshan looked at the chief director. Director, can we meet with the guest now? I want to talk to Su Siyu face to face. Although the general director kept a warm smile on his face, his attitude remained resolute. I can't. Zhang Hanshao suggests. Shanshan, it doesn't really have to be a face-to-face chat. Do you have Su Siyu's contact information? The director's office won't let us meet the guests right now. We'll just go through our own private way. Oh, Yang Mi also nodded frantically. Yeah, right. And by the way, ask Han Haoran out too. The chief director said with a stern face. Please ask the 6 observers to abide by the program's rule set and not meet with the guests in private. Looking at Zhang Hanshan, who was glaring at him with her beautiful eyes, the chief director compromised. This time the situation is special. Song Shanshan, you can call Su Siyu when she's resting alone, but you can't disclose that you're an observer and that you're taping the program encounters with the really rich and poor. Zhang Hanshao was finally slightly satisfied and put away her threatening gaze. Although Han Haoran had acquired Beethoven's piano skills, he was not a member of the classical music circle after all. Han Haoran didn't realize that Su Siyu's title was that amazing. He thought that Su Siyu belonged to the kind of pianist whose level was not as good as his own 99%. That's why he was so agitated yesterday and holds a grudge to this day. Han Haoran looked at Chi Yuhan. Alright, does anyone want to guess Chi Yuhan's identity? No one's talking. Chi Yuhan looked at Han Haoran with a smile. With you around, we don't even dare to open our mouths freely. I'm afraid that we've been guessing blindly for a long time and we're 100,000 miles away from the answer. And you're right on the first guess. That would make us look stupid. So it's better if you guess first. Before Chi Yuhan could finish, Han Haoran said without hesitation. You're a confectioner. Chi Yuhan's entire face was filled with question marks in capital letters. She had never talked to Han Hong about anything about her career. How could Han Haoran even guess that he was a dessert maker? That's amazing, isn't it? Chi Yuhan looked at Han Haoran somewhat inarticulately. Originally very atmospheric. A lot of words she could not speak for a moment. Han Haoran smiled as he looked at Chi Yuhan. By the look on your face, I knew I guessed right. Luijia scratched his bald head hard. No way. Even if Han Haoran is a master of psychology, Han Hong was able to guess by Hot D's age that there was a chance she hadn't gone to college yet. He was able to guess that Song Shinran was an actuary through those financial topics Song Shinran talked to him about yesterday. Even Su Siyu is a pianist. This is very judgmental for Han Haoran. But how did Han Haoran guess Chi Yuhan's identity as a dessert chef? Chi Yuhan originally had very little communication with Han Haoran, and the identity of this dessert chef, even if I, the god's perspective, had been watching the content of Chi Yuhan's chat with the other male guests, I can't even guess. How did Han Haoran, who only had a handful of communication and conversation opportunities with Chi Yuhan, see it? Oh, Yang Mi looked at the chief director and asked, Director? It can't be you guys who messed up, right? Han Haoran is the actor you hired. And you deliberately gave Han Haoran all the information about the female guests. You're simply conspiring together. It had to be said that Yang Mi's woman's sixth sense was very accurate. The chief director said firmly, even if it's an actor pretending to be a tycoon, we won't divulge any information to him, including the identity of the female guest. Please don't question the professionalism of our directing team. Next to the chief director, the executive director who had momentarily slipped up and revealed vague information about the female guest to Han Haoran immediately broke out in a cold sweat. At that time, he didn't think too much about it and blurted out the information he knew about the female guest. In his opinion, Han Haoran belonged to his own people anyway, and after learning about Han Haoran's situation and upbringing, the executive director kinda likes Han Haoran. He felt that if he didn't say anything, and Han Haoran didn't say anything, no one would know about this. But the executive director hadn't expected Han Haoran to be so powerful. Not only did he memorize all the information he said, but he also perfectly matched the female guests corresponding to those identities from his mere words. The executive director at this time, naturally, couldn't admit his mistake and say that he had revealed this information to Han Haoran. Otherwise in a minute, he'd be out of a job. The director general just said that the professionalism of the directing team. The executive director could only stand to the side while breaking into a cold sweat. He was very sorry inside at this time. Why did he say more in the first place? Just sign the agreement with Han Hong as usual. Why are you talking so much? The executive director prayed in his heart that Han Haoran could lay low a little bit in the succeeding time. Never speak out of turn again, and never reveal anything. His little heart can't take all this. Star. Chapter 61. Wang Dishao's mind is active. Changing targets. Song Shinran guessed Chi Yuhan's age correctly. 24 years old. Just the same as Song Shinran. On the screen of the TV, Chi Yuhan's profile appeared. Chi Yuhan. 24 years old. Dessert maker. Founder of the chain brand Meet Happiness. Currently Neat Happiness has 32 stores throughout China, an owner of 32 stores. While that title is also impressive, didn't generate much discussion among the 6 observers. After all, Song Xinran and Su Siyu had brought them too many surprises before. Quickly, the flow also moves towards the last female guest, Tang Yeye. Tang Yeye looked directly at Han Haoran and asked, Han Haoran, guess my occupation. You guessed the professions of the first 4 female guests correctly. If you just guessed mine wrong then I'll be very angry. Tang Yeye threatened. Han Haoran confidently looked at Tang Yeye and said, do you still need to guess your identity? Looking at the puzzled Tang Yeye, Han Haoran explained, your identity. I knew it the first time I looked at you. At that time, didn't I tell you that I felt you looked familiar? Because I've seen you on TV. Big star. Tang Yeye's mind suddenly sped up. Except for her family and friends, no one even knew she was a star. An actress. Tang Yeye, who has not yet graduated from the Academy of Performing Arts, has taken on a lot of plays, but they all starred in roles that were not very important. Usually, even if someone has seen the show, they can't remember her as an insignificant actor. However, what Tang Yeye didn't expect was that Han Haoran remembered himself and recognized him at a glance. Moreover, Han Haoran said that he was a big star, which made Tang Yeye ashamed, realizing that she had become the center of everyone's attention. Even Wang Songsong and Li Feng were staring straight at themselves. Tang Yeye hurriedly explained, I'm not a big star. I'm an acting school student, also appeared in a few plays, but they were all supporting roles without much to do. Wang Songsong revealed an expression that looked like that. When Han Haoran said that Tang Yeye was a big star, Wang Songsong was still shocked. Such a beautiful and graceful star. Wang Songsong, how could he not recognize? So it's an unknown third-tier actor. Wang Songsong began to have a lively mind. Song Xinran looks like she really likes Han Haoran. Wang Songsong tried for a day and found that he couldn't pry Han Haoran's wall at all. Therefore, Wang Songsong also had the intention of changing the target of the raid on the spot. Wang Songsong waited for the professional identities of the 5 female guests to be made public this time and switched a target to get down. Among the self-absorbed pianist, the little girl mesmerized by Han Hong, the senior actuary, the dessert store owner, and the third-tier actress, Wang Songsong clearly has a special preference for actresses. Moreover, yesterday, Tang Yeye's top-notch cooking skills would have made Wang Songsong very impressed with her. Although yesterday, Tang Yeye chose Han Haoran to help cook, but Wang Songsong had also observed the interaction between Tang Yeye and Han Haoran. Ordinary, not much special. This makes Wang Songsong think that Tang Yeye, nowadays, should not have a male guest that she is convinced inwardly that she likes. Therefore, the moment Wang Songsong heard about Tang Yeye's identity, he planned to change the target of the raid. In Wang Songsong's opinion, those third-tier actresses or netizens who are not popular are the best people to deal with, because they want to be popular. A third-tier actress has to find someone to hold her up if she wants to be popular. It's either a big-name director or a top-tier actor. Of course, no matter whether it's a big-name director or a first-rate actor, it doesn't work as well as the capitalist. And Wang Songsong, his family is loaded with money. Investing in a movie and a couple of serials is still doable. And with all the relationships in the entertainment industry, Wang can quickly untangle them. After all, Yida Group's main business was real estate. Yida also owned more than 1/5 of the movie theater lines in China, which made every large entertainment company want to flatter Yida Group. If it's still reading, Wang Songsong's identity is not yet public. But now, Wang Songsong can gradually begin to inherit the family business, and his dad has recently tried to place Wang Songsong on the board of directors of Yida. Getting on the board is what it's all about. It's pretty obvious that the lesser owner is taking over. So Wang Songsong was very confident that it was still not difficult for him to rip off Tang Yeye, an unknown actress who should have little background. However, now confident Wang Songsong does not know. Yesterday the female guests occurred love message in the end to whom also did not know that Tang Yeye actually also has a heart. And the target, or Han Haoran. Quickly, everyone also guessed Tang Yeye's age correctly. After all, it's just a few numbers. You can always guess them all. A message from Tang Yeye was displayed on the screen. Tang Yeye, 25 years old, actor, senior in theater school, former dancer with the Northern Border Song and Dance Troupe / Hua Song and Dance Troupe, third prize for Northern Border Song and Dance Troupe performance, 50th anniversary parade, outstanding contribution, first runner-up in the Miss Northland pageant, gold medal in the National Film and Television New Talent Selection Competition. Wang Songsong looked at Tang Yeye's resume, revealed a smile, cabaret performer, Miss Pageant, gold medal in the New Talent Selection Competition for Film and Television, plus perfect cooking. This is very much in line with Wang's preferred tone. Hot Xiaodi also looked at Tang Yeye with surprise. Sister Yeye, you also stayed in the Northern Border Song and Dance Troupe. Tang Yeye smiled and nodded. That's why when I saw your profile, I said we're destined for each other. But there's too much difference in our ages. so by the time you arrived at the song and dance company, I should have long since come to the imperial capital to develop, so we haven't met before. After the identities of the female guests were all announced, Shi Yuhan looked at Han Haoran with a smile. Han Haoran, you must be a fortune teller. How else could one guess be right? Han Haoran smiled and didn't say anything, and Hot Shouty answered for Han Haoran. Sister Yuhan, Han Haoran isn't a fortune teller, he's a master of psychology. Hot Shouty realized that among these 5 guests, he was the youngest. Tongya were all 7 years older than himself, so naturally, Hottie added a sis to every female guest's title. Han Haoran didn't want the female guests to start chatting idly, so he said, the identities of the female guests have all been revealed, so let's hurry up and reveal the identities of the male guests now. Chapter 62, Annual Income of 500 million. Tongya smiled and looked at Han Haoran. Han Haoran, it feels like you're in a hurry. Is it something important to do later? Hottie smiled back and said, speaking of which, I remember. I've got something going on later too. Today is when the Twitter Super Sweepstakes draws. I want to stay in front of the computer to see if that luckiest person in all of China is me. I'm going to get rich overnight and it's all about this. Tongya smiled and said, Shouti's sister is really cute. A lucky draw with 0 chance, and you have to stay in front of the computer to watch it. Then Tongya looked at Han Haoran. But, Han Haoran, I'm sure your business is very important, so let's speed up the process a bit. Han Haoran looked at Tongya and wondered if he should praise her for understanding. Han Haoran looked at Wang Songsong. Wang Songsong, I feel like you should have just graduated not long ago, right? In an industry that's investment-based? Of course, despite saying so, in Han Haoran's mind, Wang Songsong's occupation was rich second generation. Only Wang Songsong life is better, is considered to be the best of the rich second generation. Wang Songsong smiled bitterly and said, right answer, but I'm not at all happy to have a man guess who I am. This session, too, is really boring. The TV screen showed a profile of Tsong Wang. Wang Songsong, 21 years old, graduated in philosophy from University College London, chairman of an investment company, annual revenue $500 million. Note, male guests will not be shown specific company names due to the program's setting, which requires their professional information to be kept confidential. Wang Songsong was a little smug to see his identity revealed. Annual revenue $500 million. Bull or not? Awesome or not? Although he could not announce his identity as Ida Young Master, Wang Songsong felt that once he went up with a salary of 500 million per year, the program would not have a male guest worthy of being called his opponent. After all, Wang Songsong, as the one at the top of the circle of rich second-generation Chinese, certainly knew that there were not many rich second-generation people in the country who were richer than himself. With an annual income of $500 million, Wang doesn't feel like he's making it up. This is his first year right after graduation and his dad just gave him $500 million of pocket money to invest. That's not $500 million a year. The goods are genuine and as fake as they come. Income. Who says that pocket money from home is not income? The smug Wang Songsong couldn't be happy all of a sudden, because he found that no matter whether it was his new target, Tong Yaya, or the original target of the raiders, Song Shinran, there was no special reaction to his annual income, and the other 3 female guests didn't have much of an expression. Wang Songsong was a bit depressed. Is it possible that these female guests didn't see the line annual income $500 million a year? It's tricky, okay? Wang Songsong naturally pointing to the TV screen annual income $500 million line for female guests to read. He had wanted to say a few words, but he didn't expect Han Haoran to suddenly say, alright, the next reveal is Li Feng's identity. Wang Songsong, brother, I'm not finished yet brother. How did you just cut off my only chance to play hard to get? Han Haoran didn't know about Wang Songsong's inner fluctuations. He just knew that the process would soon end off work. To be honest, it's hard to guess Li Feng's identity, because I haven't spoken to him much. His personality, though, is somewhat of an IT guy. Li Feng nodded and said, you're right. The introductions of the male guests were relatively simple compared to the female guests. Li Feng, 29 years old, founder and chairman of IT company. The company has secured Series C funding and is preparing for a Hong Kong IPO. Annual income $18 million. When Wang Songsong saw Li Feng's annual income, he knew that this guy was not his opponent. 18 million, and many of Yida's executives make more than that. Moreover, Li Feng's character was very strange, and he was not competitive at all compared to himself, and was a complete cannon fodder. It must be said that Wang Songsong, who was very inflated after announcing his identity and annual income, used Li Feng as cannon fodder without realizing a tragic fact. Last night, both he and Li Feng had 0 votes. In the eyes of the female guests, he and Li Feng are actually on the same level. Wang Songsong focused all his attention on Han Haoran. Wang Songsong knew that this young man was a very powerful person. almost just perfect. Wang Songsong thought that he seemed inferior to Han Haoren in terms of looks, emotional intelligence, and talent. So Wang Songsong felt that the only thing he could do was to deaden Han Haoren on the point of family background. Wang Songsong waited for the moment when Han Haoren's identity was revealed. It was Han Haoren's turn to speculate on his identity, and the female guests, who had been silent for a long time, were once again talking in tongues. They were all very interested in what Han Haoren was. Hot Shouty raised her hand first and grabbed the answer like a student. Han Haoren, I guess you're a psychologist. Han Haoren shook his head. Like I said, psychology is my hobby. Chi Yuhan guessed, are you in real estate? Han Haoren still shook his head. Song Shinran smiled and said, Han Haoren, I'm guessing you're in the financial industry. Chatting with you yesterday, I realized that your knowledge and insights in this area of finance are outstanding. An outsider can't tell you these doorways, so you're definitely an insider. I'm guessing you work in an investment bank too? Or a fund company? A securities firm? I haven't seen you at Goldman Sachs. Let me guess which firm you were at. Morgan Stanley? Deutsche Bank? Merrill Lynch? Lehman Brothers? Boston Consulting? McKinsey? Han Haoren didn't think that Song Shinran could really guess McKinsey. But it's normal. There are only a few giant companies in the financial industry. However, the Han Haoren at this time is not the Han Haoren who was fired by McKinsey. He had memorized all 23 pages of that personal profile card, and he was going to play that character in the profile card. Star. Chapter 63, Han Haoren's Super Fantasy Persona. Han Haoren smiled and said to Song Shinran, you guessed right a little bit. Everyone keep guessing? Hot D started talking about careers she knew, civil servant, accountant, fitness instructor, lawyer, judge, videographer, magician, tailor, stylist, presenter, director, screenwriter, writer, doctor, pilot, navigator, sniper, spy, assassin. After all I've said, there's always one I can guess, right? Han Haoren realized that the few professions that Hot Shouty had started to guess were still considered normal professions, but the practitioners of these occupations weren't considered rich, were they? And starting with Voyager, the picture is a little off. What the hell is a spy or an assassin at the end? Are there spies and assassins who would throw their heads in the sand to show up for a show like this? Han Haoren smiled and looked at Hot D. D, your imagination is really a bit rich, but why don't you guess that I'm a wizard? Hottie was still very naive. So, Han Haoren, you're a wizard? Wow, there's really a wizard profession in this world? Seeing Hot Shouty like this, even Su Siu, who was quietly at the side, couldn't help but smile. Tanya stroked Hot D's hair and smiled. Of course not. He tricked you. Han Haoren swept his gaze around the other guests before saying, it's harder to guess my occupation, so it's better to just look at the TV screen. The director's team is bothering to publicize the answer. Live PD. Are you on the show, or am I? Who's really in charge about the process stuff? Why are you, a male guest, directing me, a PD, to do things? Still, the live PD put Han Haoren's profile on the projection of the TV set. Han Haoren, 24 years old, graduated from Mizuki University with a degree in finance, graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, in Rice with a degree in computer engineering, philosopher, poet, music producer, screenwriter, producer, counselor, attorney, angel investor in high-tech industry, creative director, for a advertising agency, independent director of a Fortune 500 IT company, partner at leading global venture capital firm, Venture Capital, vice president of private equity, a leading global private equity firm, annual income confidential. Seeing Han Haoren's biographical profile, Wang Songsong's face drooped. At 24, that's only 3 years older than Wang Songsong, but so many titles. It is obvious then he Wang Songsong, chairman of an investment limited company a cut above it, and MIT, as the top college in the United States, on the reputation in the international arena, higher than Oxford Cambridge it, not to mention Wang Songsong want to pretend to be UCL. Wang Songsong thought he was coming to this program. He is just highly educated. But what I didn't expect was that first came a female guest from Harvard Business School. Another MIT graduate male guest appeared and his own UCL was completely outclassed. The only piece of annual salary that Wang Songsong feels he can outperform Han Haoren. Han Huang's annual income is actually confidential. This also made Wang Songsong extremely depressed. Wang Songsong saw Han Haoren's string of titles and made a decision while envious. Wang Songsong decided that he would also make some titles for himself and make himself look like Han Haoren with a brand name as well. For example, Wang Songsong planned to hurry up and get his old man Wang Yida to quickly arrange a directorship for him on Yida's board of directors. This would be equal to the title plus one. By the way, esports are more popular abroad these days, so you can set up an esports team yourself, with a +2 title. Start another entertainment company and sign some artists to both make money for yourself and keep you company to relieve boredom. Title +3. Wang Songsong began to plan up what he was going to do in the future. Through Han Haoren's inspiration, Wang Songsong made up his mind and did not want to be a common rich second generation. To be a rich kid who has many titles, is involved in different fields, talks about himself as if he is great, and has distinguished himself in all areas. Song Shinran looked at Han Haoren with a smile and said, "No wonder I find you very congenial. We're both alumni of Mizuki University then. So sorry I didn't get to know each other when I was in school. I was in the math department and wasn't social, so I didn't get to know each other. You say I'm a genius, but you're 24 years old and you're also a graduate student at MIT, so you must have skipped a lot of grades while you were studying too, right? And I'm just certified in quite a few things. And you are the one who actually has so many titles. Partner in a venture capital firm, vice president of a private equity firm. These are positions that are way above me as a senior actuary. I may not reach the position of vice president after struggling for 5, 10, or even 20 years. Han Haoren didn't blush or skip a beat as he kept smiling at Song Shinran. It's as if he's not just an intern who got fired from McKinsey, but really a partner at a top venture capital firm and a vice president at a private equity firm. When he first got the 23 pages of personas prepared by the program, Han Haoren was dumbfounded. The show doesn't have to be so dopey. This pitiful persona is so fake, isn't it? How can there be such a perfect person in this world? Even at the age of 24, being a vice president of one of the world's top private equity firms is exactly like a fictional TV show persona. Vice president, not an assistant director, much less an assistant manager. What company doesn't have vice presidents in their 40s and 50s? And philosopher, poet, music producer, screenwriter, producer, consultant, lawyer, creative director, independent director of IT companies. That's too big a span, isn't it? How can anyone cross so many industries? Don't say 24. Even at 240 years old, no sane person would have the ability to enter so many career fields, right? However, after 2 days of mental construction, Han Haoren had now completely substituted himself into this persona. At this time, Han Haoren was very confident. In this world, there are just such incredibly amazing people, and this amazing person is him, Han Haoren himself. Star. Chapter 64, The Genius Who Changed the Landscape of the World. Chi Yuhan also smiled at Han Haoren and asked, Han Haoren, I have a question. Why is your annual income a secret? Han Haoren searchingly then began to emotionally put out the answer he had originally prepared. Because in many of the industries I'm involved in, the income is variable, and the exact figures are kept secret, like private equity, like venture capital. I can't even tell you in public about the salaries in this area. After all, this is a variety program on the Fruit Channel, which could be watched by hundreds of millions of people. I can't announce my earnings to so many people. Song Shinran immediately opened her mouth to help Han Haoren prove it. This is something I can attest to since I'm also in a finance-related profession. It's true that a lot of our revenues in this segment are actually tied to the profitability of our clients, which are uncertain and private to the industry. Hot Shouty looked at Song Shinran and asked, Sister Shinran, you said your annual salary is over $600,000. You said again that your rank isn't on the same level as Han Haoren. Wouldn't that make him more than twice your annual salary? Song Shinran couldn't help but laugh. Twice? You're also underestimating this financial industry of ours. Underestimating Han Haoren, vice president, is in the whole company, is the top level, second only to the president. His income, simply from that one job as a vice president of a private equity firm, should be more than 100 times what I make. Hot Shouty broke his fingers and did some math. 100 times? Isn't that $60 million? Song Shinran smiled and said, it's definitely more than $60 million. And, if the two firms are in the same bracket, a partner at a venture capital firm would actually make more than a vice president at a private equity firm. After all, the partner himself is the boss, and the profits earned by the venture capital firm are all his. I conservatively estimate that Han Haoren's annual income will not be less than $500 million, originally on the side of the melon, and planners of their future career development direction of Wang Songsong shot for no reason. 500 million? Isn't that one's annual income? Song Shinran is doing this on purpose, right? Is she implying that Han Haoren's income is more than her own? Wang Songsong was a bit depressed. It's fine for you, Song Shinran, to brag about Han Haoren. Why bring me into it? Don't I want to lose face? However, Wang Songsong knew from looking at Han Haoren's resume that this was definitely a top-tier rich second generation as well. A partner in a venture capital firm at 24, and a vice president in a private equity firm. Obviously, This is a position that can never be reached simply by your own struggles. This kind of position is like Wang Tsongson. He went to be a director of Yida and then a vice president. Obviously, this is a rich kid taking over the family business. Only, there are not many world-class private equity and venture capital firms in China. Wang Tsongson furrowed his brows and began to speculate about Han Haoren's background. Studio. Zhang Hanxia was already surprised and couldn't close her mouth. She couldn't help but sigh. In this world, could such a perfect person really exist? Knows top-notch cooking, is talented, and understands psychology. 24 years old with so many titles. Philosopher, poet, music producer, screenwriter, producer, consultant, attorney, creative director, independent director, partner, vice president. Novels aren't even that dramatic, are they? Oh, Yang Mi smiled and said, that's why I said on the first day, Han Haoren must be the actor that the program team found. There is no such perfect man in this world. So the background is just the persona. This is a little too fake. Zhang Man expressed his disagreement, even if these personas are fake. But let's look at Han Haoren himself. Isn't he already a perfect man with the way he's been acting these past 2 days? Lu Jia frowned and said, though I myself don't want to believe that there could be the existence of such a perfect person in this world. But has anyone thought about one thing? If Han Haoren is an actor found by the show, then why did the show make up such a bull ***** profile for Han Haoren? Wouldn't it be better to be ordinary and not arouse too much suspicion? Also, Han Huang's background says he's a philosopher, poet and counselor. That would explain why Han Haoren can read people so accurately. It's not just something that psychologists can explain. It's actually closely related to the different industries and backgrounds that Han Hong is in. So that's my personal opinion. As far-fetched as it sounds. But maybe there are just such perfect people in this world. Luo Zhenhao also analyzed. I still support Mr. Li's point of view. Let's just single out what Han Hong has exhibited before us. Psychology and cooking. It's all at a level that the average person immersed in this industry might not reach in a lifetime. But Han Haoren is reaching such high attainments at such a young age. This shows that Han Haoren is the genius. And we saw how Song Xinran and Han Haoren chatted. What kind of person is Song Xinran? She is a genius. She's at the elite, the top of the financial world. Perhaps Song Xinran's position level is not high today, but the Harvard Business School MBA graduation alone surely makes her insight far superior to that of an ordinary financial practitioner. But Song Xinran, she has expressed that she has learned a lot from Han Haoren and asked for advice during the chat. What does this indicate? It shows that Han Haoren's experience and attainments in the field of finance are more than Song Xinran's. And a partner in a venture capital firm, a vice president position in a private equity firm, explains it all. Zhang Man saw that everyone was on fire analyzing. She also said, it's actually very simple to identify everything. Han Hong said he also has musical, artistic hobbies. We just need to let Han Haoren show his attainments in this area to prove everything. If one is, in every way, talented, perhaps, at the age of 24, achieving excellence in so many different career fields, while unbelievable, is not an impossible thing. Perhaps, we, China, have produced such a genius who will surely shock the world in the future and change the pattern of the world? Star. Chapter 65, Decision Rules for First Dates. Han Haoren raised his hand and glanced at his watch. 8:45. He took out his cell phone again, and for the time being, He Ji Kite hadn't called or texted himself. 15 minutes to go and it's time for the Twitter opening. Han Haoren was already looking forward to the moment when he would become that luckiest man in all of China. Although these rewards from Weibo, except for the villa, Han Haoren didn't look at them too much. However, the identity of the luckiest one in all of China is closely related to Han Haoren's next plan and deployment. It's also tied to the small goal of making $100 million in 10 days. The PD, who was on the set, ran over and started announcing the final process of the night. There's only one last process left today, but it's also one of the most important parts of the day. It will determine how the men and women will be paired up for their secret dates over the weekend. When Hati heard about the secret date, she gave Han Hong a death glare. She really wants to date Han Hong so badly. Song Xinran and Tang Yaya were not as obvious as Hotshouty because of their age, but their intentional and unintentional gazes were also detected by the perceptive Han Haoren. Han Haoren sighed inwardly. Being liked by so many people is really a blessed annoyance. 2. What if the director's team allows him to choose only one female guest? Just like sending a love message? The PD continued to explain. Male guests, you've prepared all the gifts that our directing team asked you to prepare earlier, haven't you? Wang Songsong smiled and said, it was ready long ago. Li Feng also nodded. Han Haoren pointed a finger upstairs, indicating that the gift he had just picked out at the mall this afternoon was upstairs. If it had been yesterday, Han Haoren would have gone to ask the executive director who was in charge of interfacing with him and knew his identity if the money to buy the gift could be advanced. After all, before yesterday, Han Haoran's entire fortune was no more than $100. But now since he had received $1 million in his bank card from the fruit station, Han Haoran was still very generous about buying gifts for his female guests. And it occurred to Han Haoran that the directors group had asked him to buy 2 different gifts. Does this indicate that one is about to date 2 female guests? After all, 3 men and 5 women today. Excluding cases where the directors team has a bad taste in pairing 2 female guests for a date. There may indeed be cases where a male guest is dating more than one female guest. Seeing the 3 male guests' affirmative answers, the PD continued. The male guests will give the gifts to the directors team after they return to their rooms later. Your taping is over for the day and you're free to go. And female guests, who you're going to date is up to you to choose. The flow of messages of love has changed for this installment of happenings. First of all, no one needs to message each other today. Even the male guests don't need to participate in the session. And female guests, our directors team will call you alone into a secret room and ask for the names of the people you want to date. You will be allowed to choose 2 male guests and rank them, your first choice and second choice respectively. And your first in line is the person you send your love message to. Of course, since no messages will happen, the male guests are completely unaware of your choices, so you can tell us from the heart, without fear, who you'd most like to date. Chi Yuhan looked at the live PD and asked, PD, since the male guests won't even know about our choices, what's the point of our choices? Naturally, PD wouldn't tell Chi Yuhan that there's such a thing as an off-site relationship observer. The PD then explained, the choices you make have to do with the pairings for subsequent dates. When everyone has made their selections, it will be time to pick out the gifts. We will be placing the gifts selected by the male guests on a table in the rec room, and you will both go into the rec room and choose the gift that you feel is the one you have in mind and want to date. Of course, not everyone gets to pick their favorite gift. The order in which our female guests pick their gifts is determined by a lottery. The first one to choose, naturally, can choose anything. The one at the end would have no choice at all but to choose the last remaining gift. And then, it came down to the nitty-gritty. We will not announce which male guest the gift you have chosen belongs to, but the female guests will be told the results of their pairing separately. Is it success or failure? The pairing is successful if, for example, you choose a gift from the first choice and second choice male guests you previously selected. Instead, pair up and fail. For those who are matched successfully, our director team will communicate with the male guest before telling the female guest when and where your date will be. You are in private and cannot discuss the issues involved. So, only on the day of the date, when the female guest goes to the agreed meeting place, will the male and female guests know about their respective pairings. Song Shinran quickly realized the problem. So, PD, it's possible for a pairing failure to occur? The live PD nodded. Of course, if you choose a gift that belongs to a male guest you didn't choose, then naturally the pairing fails. Your date is out of the question. Song Shinran continued to ask, but it's not right. We have 5 female guests, but only 3 male guests. The numbers are not equal. The on-site PD gave a pleased look. You're very observant. Yes, the number of male and female guests is not equal. So, we have special rules set up. In yesterday's voting, there was one male guest who got the most love messages. He picked 2 gifts. So, theoretically, he has 2 dates. If the women who picked his gift had picked him as their first choice or second choice, out of the 5 gifts, there was another gift that was picked out by our director's staff. So, female guests, you need to pray that you are choosing a gift that is not picked by our director's team, because the female guests who chose this gift, no matter who your first or second choice was, you lost your date. Well, that's it for the rules. Do you guys have any other questions? Han Haoran realized that the session actually didn't have much to do with himself, and it wasn't even his choice who to date. This was just what Han Haoran wanted, and the female guest understood the rules and said there was no problem. When the on-site PD left, Song Shinran smiled and said to the group, it seems that this secret date is not for everyone who wants to date the person they want to date. There's even bound to be a female guest that doesn't have a date. Chi Yuhan also exclaimed, I don't like this rule at all. Han Haoran looked at the time again, 8:55 p.m. So Han Haoran prepared to go upstairs. Before Han Haoran could go upstairs, Su Siyu, who had been silent on the sidelines, suddenly said, it's still early, and I agreed with Han Haoran yesterday to spar with him on piano skills today. Is everyone interested in coming and listening? Chapter 66, Su Siyu's invitation to a dissolving session. Hearing Su Siyu suddenly CUE to herself, Han Haoran's mood at the moment was very confused. Han Haoran, Miss, when did I make an appointment with you? It was clearly you who unilaterally sent me a message, but I didn't agree to it. Hot D was the first to applaud. Yes, good. Sister Siyu is a professional pianist and has won so many awards. Her level must be very high. I've been practicing the piano since I was a kid, but my level is so far from yours. I'd love to learn from you too. Song Shinran also smiled and looked at Han Haoran. Han Haoran, I'd love to hear you play the piano too. Although Chi Yuan and Tong Yaya didn't speak, they were both smiling as they looked at Han Haoren. Han Haoren knew that he would not be able to escape this robbery. As for the Twitter sweepstakes, the prize would have been drawn anyway, whether or not he was manning the computer. We'll see if we're better off on our own then. So Han Haoren smiled and nodded. Since everyone is so interested, then let's cut a deal. But as promised, I have something to do later, so I'm going to play just one piano piece and I'm going upstairs. Han Haoren had already started searching for the piano sheet music inside. Which piano piece is shorter? Su Siyu sat down in front of the Yamaha piano specially prepared by the program team. Then I'll go first. Yamaha, which is considered a very famous piano brand. The program group of this piano, the market price of more than 100,000 soft sisters dollars, is considered a professional level piano. Of course, the brand of piano that Su Siyu uses most often is not Yamaha, but Steinway. But for a piano master at the level of Su Siyu, the kind of piano used would not affect her caliber. Among the guests, the eyes of Hot Shouty, who knows the most about piano besides Han Haoren, lit up. Wow! I'm going to hear the first prize pianist of the Chopin International Piano Competition play the piano today. I'm going to hear my idol play the piano. I'm going to call my sister who told me to take piano lessons later to show off. There was also a reason why Su Siyu chose to play first, because she wanted Han Haoren to see what a real pianist was. What a professional, top piano master in the world was. Perhaps Hottie only knew that the first prize of the Chopin International Piano Competition was impressive, but she didn't exactly know how awesome the first prize was. The Chopin International Piano Competition is held every 5 years, and each time the best pianists from around the world sign up. First prize is the highest honor in this competition, and not every winner of the competition gets first prize. In fact, before Su Siyu, this first prize title had been vacant for 4 terms, or a full 20 years. For the organizing committee of the Chopin International Piano Competition, unable to select the best talent, they would rather leave the first prize vacant. Su Siyu, on the other hand, was unanimously recognized by all the judges, i.e., the Hall of Fame musicians, and won the first prize. This was still something that happened 4 years ago. During these 4 years, Su Siyu's piano attainment had improved every year. What Han Haoren's level was, Su Siyu didn't know. But Su Siyu's attainment in piano is really more than 99% of the world's pianists, even, except for a few over half 100 years old or even old. In the World Association of Classical Music belongs to the honorary vice president of such a level of Hall of Fame pianists. Su Siyu is known as the pianist whose level is closest to the Hall of Fame level. However, because Su Siyu doesn't hold separate recitals or cooperate in any association activities, she can't obtain the title of Hall of Fame even if her technical level reaches the Hall of Fame level. But if you simply will piano skills and levels, it could be said that in China, Su Siyu's piano level was number 1, and of the hundreds of thousands of pianists around the world, Su Siyu's level ranks in the top 10, if not the top 5. Therefore, strictly speaking, Su Siyu is not the 99% of pianists who are not as good as him. As Han Haoren said, Su Siyu's level is higher than that of 99.9% of the world's pianists, 1 in a million. So to speak, Su Siyu thought, if Han Haoren wasn't good at his own level, he would be cowed by hearing his own playing. After all, the attainment of piano playing at the level of Su Siyu was too different from that of an ordinary general pianist. Even a layman who doesn't know anything about piano can hear the obvious difference. Although at this time, there was no longer the antipathy towards Han Haoren that he had felt before, but Su Siyu still wanted to defend the dignity of a pianist in front of the camera, in front of future viewers who would be tuning into this program. The caliber of the profession is the caliber of the profession. It's not like an amateur can clamor that he plays better than a pro. Although Su Siyu felt that she seemed to be bullying the small with the big by sparring with Han Haoren. However, Su Siyu was the kind of person who would not change what she had decided within her heart. It was also this character trait that made Su Siyu what she is today. Su Siyu adjusted her mood and began to play. Today's Su Siyu was not dressed as sexy as yesterday. However, Su Siyu, who was wearing a white evening gown that felt like a wedding dress, exuded a stunning aura as she sat at the piano. Han Haoren looked at Su Siyu, who was quietly getting into the mood, and had to admit that even if Su Siyu seemed to have a problem with herself, but today's Su Siyu is really beautiful. Sustained slow movement, rising C minor, 2 halves beat. From the beginning of Su Siyu's playing, Han Haoren knew the tune Su Siyu was going to play. It's not just Han Haoren, it's even Hottie. Even Song Shinran, Tong Yaya and Wang Songsong knew the name of the tune Su Siyu was playing, because this piano piece is so famous. The original title of the piano piece, Piano Sonata No. 14 in ascending C minor, is probably unknown to Wang Songsong, Tong Yaya and others, but the other name of this piano piece, the Moonlight Sonata, is very familiar to everyone. Chapter 67, The Charm of Classical Music. The moment he heard Su Siyu play this Moonlight Sonata, Han Haoren smiled. If Su Siyu played another piano piece, Han Haoren would still have trouble choosing which piano piece to play in response. However, Su Siyu actually chose this piano piece. Wasn't this right on Han Haoren's gun? Moonlight Sonata, an heirloom work composed in 1801. This piano piece is, pretty much, one of the most famous piano pieces in the world. Piano lovers don't have to go out of their way to say that even those who don't know how to play the piano haven't heard the melody of this piano piece. And the original author of this timeless piece was none other than Ludwig van Beethoven. Studio. As the talented musician among the 6 observers, Song Shanshan is naturally responsible for the narration. I don't think there's anyone who hasn't heard this song before, right? Piano Sonata No. 14 in ascending C minor, or, rather, the Moonlight Sonata. This piano piece is one that Beethoven composed in 1801, inscribed to the object of his passion at the time, Giulietta Guicciardini. It's definitely an heirloom piece, and chances are every pianist practices this piano piece. And while every pianist will play such a piece, the level and grade will vary. And Su Siyu, as a pianist who has been hailed by pianists as the closest thing to a Hall of Fame in terms of technique and strength, her interpretation can be worlds apart from the average pianist. It's not a long piano piece, so let's listen to it in peace. Luo Jinhao hesitated, but he couldn't help but say, "I'm sorry, interrupting everyone to listen to this masterful piano piece. It's just that I've noticed a phenomenon that doesn't spit." When Han Haoren heard Su Siyu start playing, an expression passed over his face for half a second. It's a smile, the same smile that we named Han Huang's smile earlier. As if Han Haoren wasn't shocked by Su Siyu's playing skills. As if this smile, it makes me feel as if Han Haoren is winning this cut. However, Song Shanshan has also said several times before that Su Siyu's piano level is the first in China and the top 10 in the world. And other than true Hall of Fame pianists, there is no one whose level is higher than Su Siyu's. But I'm curious, if Han Haoren is an expert pianist, he should have known Su Siyu's strength the moment she played the first syllable. Why? Does he still have that winning look on his face? Zhang Hanshao smiled and said, pretending to be a man of the world. So maybe Han Huang isn't a piano player? Maybe he's like me. He only knows that Siyu plays beautifully, but he can't hear how good Siyu is? Luigi analyzed. I don't think that's going to be the case. I'm a piano amateur, but I just listened for that short period of time, and I can also hear that Su Siyu's level is much better than the level of those pianists who played in front of the piano in the Western restaurant I was in before. Han Hong is not so bad that he can't hear it. Even if he can't hear it, looking at Hot D's heartfelt expression right now, Han Haoren should know just how strong Su Siyu's playing is. Anyway, I also think it's strange there's something fishy about it, but it doesn't matter. In time, when it's Han Haoren's turn to play the piano, all the doubts will be revealed. Now, let's just listen to Su Siyu play in peace. The Moonlight Sonata is divided into 3 movements. The first movement is the most famous. The first movement is nearly 6 minutes, the second about 2 minutes, and the third about 5.5, for a total of about 14 minutes. It fits well with Han Huang's request for a shorter playing time for the tune. Beethoven did not give the Moonlight Sonata its name. It was due to the fact that Ludwig Lerstab, the poet and music critic of the day country, said after hearing this piece, "Listening to the first movement of this work reminds me of Lake Lucerne in Switzerland and the bright moonlight on the lake with its rippling waters." The record publisher then gave the sonata the name Moonlight and it passed on. It could be seen that Su Siyu had studied this piano piece intensely. She expresses the melancholy and poignancy that Beethoven nurtured in his piano music. The last syllable fell. The originally silent villa resounded with thunderous applause. Not only all of the guests, even the staff members of the program who were present were madly applauding for Su Siyu. And Hot Shouty's eyes were already very wet, and a few crystallized teardrops fell from Hot Shouty's beautiful eyes. If anything, Su Siyu's playing only sounded good and wonderful to some people. Hot Shouty, a person who had studied piano for many years, completely entered into the mood expressed by Su Siyu. So Hottie, who was so moved by the piano music, couldn't hold back and cried. Su Siyu politely bowed to the crowd, then smiled and walked over to Han Haoren. Han Haoren, it's your turn. The 6 observers listened to the piano piece in silence. Luigi couldn't help but say, "I suggest to the program, don't edit it, and play this one complete piano piece all the way through. Although 10 minutes is a bit long, but I think it's important to present such a beautiful piano piece in its entirety." If Song Shanshan said before that Su Siyu was at a high level and #1 in China, I wouldn't have believed it. But after hearing this piano piece, I believe it. Song Shanshan agreed. You know, even in our circle, it's rare for most pianists to hear Su Siyu play. She rarely played piano music in public. I don't think I need to comment and praise in professional terms anymore after Su Siyu's performance. I believe that everyone who listens carefully to this piano piece will be able to hear what is close to Hall of Fame level. The ability to evoke memories and drive emotions in everyone is hallowed. That's the charm of classical music. Star. Chapter 68, Su Siyu's Shock. Infinitely close to Hallow level? Zhang Hanshao looked at Song Shanshan and said, I'm a little worried about our perfect leading man, Han Haoren. I think the average person wouldn't dare to sit at the piano again after Siu played such a perfect piano piece, right? Because he's dealing with a very direct comparison. It's easy for the listener to hear the gap. Han Haoren is under too much pressure now. The feeling is like that of an amateur soccer player playing on the same field as Lionel Messi. Luo Jinhao analyzed. I haven't seen an anxious, worried look on Han Haoren's face for now. He's still pretty calm. However, our 6 observers have been looking forward for a long time to Han Haoren being able to show 2 hands to show his piano attainments. This wish is finally coming true. Song Shanshan, what level do you think Han Haoren will be? Song Shanshan smiled and said, my expectation? What I'm expecting is that Han Haoren's level might actually be better than 99% of pianists. As said, although it will still be weaker than Su Siyu, but with this kind of strength, not only will it be able to diffuse Su Siyu's hostility, but it will also impress Su Siyu. After all, Han Haoren isn't at a professional level, and for an amateur to be able to achieve better than a professional pianist is already very impressive. Of course, that's just my highest expectation, and it's possible that Han Hong is really just an amateur level. If this happens, it's not just Su Siyu who will not have any favorable impression of Han Haoren. In the eyes of the other female guests, the impression score of Han Haoren will also be reduced. Han Haoren saw the way Su Siyu had been looking at him. Moonlight. Beethoven. I finally realized today what the first prize in the Chopin International Piano Competition is all about. Su Siyu smiled and replied, thanks for the compliment. I'm done playing, and I'd like to see what you're capable of. Which piano piece would you like to play? Han Haoren said to Su Siyu indifferently. Then I'll play Beethoven, the Moonlight Sonata as well. A surprised expression appeared on Su Siyu's originally unperturbed face. After playing at 90% of his own level and finishing the Moonlight Sonata, Han Haoren actually said that he was going to play the Moonlight Sonata as well? Doesn't Han Haoren know that playing the same piece of music is the easiest way to compare and see the difference? Su Siyu originally thought that if Han Haoren had a certain level of skill, when he chose a sad and lyrical tune like Moonlight Sonata, Han Hong would have chosen a rousing, upbeat piano piece. It's a great contrast between the 2 tracks this way. Therefore, even if Han Haoren did not express and interpret the emotions he expressed in playing the Moonlight Sonata, as long as Han Haoren completes a piano piece in its entirety, it will also make the layman think that Han Haoren plays well too. In this way, the average layman wasn't able to hear that there was a significant gap between the 2 men's levels. Yet Han Haoren also plays the Moonlight Sonata, the same piano piece, played by 2 people. That's the most visual comparison. Is Han Haoren really not afraid of losing face? Song Shanshan was also very surprised. Han Haoren actually chose to play the Moonlight Sonata as well? I find that I can't read Han Haoren a little bit. If I were Han Haoren, I would have 999 other choices, none of which would be to play the Moonlight Sonata again. Oh Yang Mi smiled and said, is it possible that Han Haoren thinks he can play better than Su Siyu? Song Shanshan shook her head decisively. It's impossible. In this world, there do exist Hall of Fame pianists with higher piano skills than Su Siyu, but Han Hong is clearly not one of them. I think Han Haoren is a bit out of his depth for doing this. Su Siyu looked at Han Haoren with a cold face. In Su Siyu's mind, if Han Haoren was a little more low-key and humble at this time, she would still give Han Haoren a step down at that time. Even if Han Haoren's playing wasn't up to par, she wouldn't reveal it to her face. However, Han Haoren actually said he was going to play the Moonlight Sonata. In Su Siyu's opinion, this belonged to the category of dead wrong and provocation. Since Han Haoren is such an attitude, Su Siyu doesn't mind criticizing Han Haoren a few times when the time comes. Hot Shouty also looked at Han Haoren slightly nervously. As someone who had studied piano since she was a child, she could naturally hear Su Siyu's level, and Han Haoren still wants to play the Moonlight Sonata at this time. Isn't this looking for death? Hot Shouty couldn't help but worry about Han Haoren. Wang Songsong wrapped his arms around himself and held an expression of watching Han Haoren. Wang Songsong felt that Han Haoren was clearly going to screw up with this one, and obviously, if Han Haoren messed up, the impression score of all the female guests on him would go down. Then he, Wang Songsong, will become the most popular person on this program, the focus of everyone. Han Haoren ignored Su Siyu's change in expression. It's now past time for the Twitter sweepstakes. Han Haoren felt that he needed to get a grip. Han Haoren walked blandly to the piano and sat down. It didn't take 2 or 3 minutes to adjust her emotions like Su Siyu did, nor did it turn over the sheet music that Su Siyu hadn't turned over, because the moment Han Haoren sat down, he had a mysterious feeling. At this moment, he is Beethoven. Having mastered Beethoven's playing techniques, Han Haoren's piano skills today are the level of Beethoven at his peak. Does Beethoven need to read sheet music when he plays his own compositions? Han Haoren struck the first note. Su Siyu she was because she had practiced countless times, so naturally she didn't need to read the score. Su Siyu was slightly shocked when she realized that Han Haoren hadn't turned over the sheet music either. At the very least, Su Siyu had already looked much higher at Han Haoren inwardly. Maybe, he really has the caliber of a professional pianist? Su Siyu thought. Han Haoren's fingers struck the keys and the first note was struck. Su Siyu's pupils were steeply dilated. How is that possible? How is this possible? And just by listening to a small section of the front, for about 10 seconds, Su Siyu's face was horrified. If you ask the average piano enthusiast, or the average pianist, to distinguish between a good and a bad piano piece, it will take them a certain amount of time. But at the level of Su Siyu, listening to the first few notes, Su Siyu knew how good or bad the player was at playing. This is the basic quality of a pianist, a master pianist, and after listening to the small section that Han Haoren began to play, Su Siyu felt as if she saw a bright moon rising into the sky, showering silver light onto the forests and mountains. She quickly sensed that Han Haoren was at a very, very high level. Previously, Han Haoren said that it is higher than the level of 90% of pianists is still modest. Su Siyu decided that Han Haoren's level was almost at his own, the top level of all piano masters, even infinitely close to Hall of Fame level. But how is that possible? How can such a pianist, who is infinitely close to being a Hall of Fame caliber pianist, be just a piano enthusiast? Although Su Siyu is young, she started learning piano at the age of 3, and for 20 years, Su Siyu has been practicing for more than 12 hours a day. Yes, 12 plus hours of practice. Not a day goes by without a break. Even if he went abroad to participate in the competition, Su Siyu used the time on the plane to sleep. As soon as I got off the plane, instead of resting, eating, or touring, I looked for a place with a piano to practice. It was also because of this kind of night and day never stopping hard practice that Su Siyu had reached this close to the hall level at this point in time at this age. Chapter 69, Touching the Whole House. This is the caliber of the hall. Su Siyu had read Han Haoren's resume and knew that it was impossible for Han Haoren to spend so much time practicing his piano playing. However, the piano is such an art that requires time to practice, emotion to sink in, and a lot of hard work to get a reward. Talent? Every piano virtuoso has, and diligence and hard work have recently determined the accomplishments of each. Moreover, Su Siyu her own talent was something that made countless masters, even piano masters who had already reached the hall level, TSK inside of themselves. Therefore, Su Siyu couldn't understand why the Han Haoren in front of his eyes was able to present a superior memory. If she was blindfolded and didn't look at the person at the piano, Su Siyu would even think that it was a Hall of Fame pianist playing this classic piano piece now. The second theme of the first movement enters in B major, as if attempting to dispel the obscure gloom of the triplet background. The middle triplet is singing alone, again and again, singing clear, transparent high notes, only to have to return to low bloom. Han Haoren's playing moves into the second movement. The second movement is a minor allegro, very briskly paced. The tunes become light and lively all of a sudden. The bouncing notes have gentle caresses, as well as teasing smiles and constantly changing expressions. Su Siyu seemed to see naughty elves playing in the moonlight. Su Siyu had been completely immersed in the music, as if she felt the silence of meditation, the sadness of wanting to speak, the sweet memories and dreamlike fantasies. Su Siyu felt as if she had entered a situation, as if she had traveled back to the time of Beethoven 200 years ago. It was as if she saw an old piano in front of the window in the faint candlelight, and a girl of 16 or 17 sitting beside it, with a clear face, but blind. The moonlight fell silently on this hut, giving it a silver veil that made it seem extraordinarily tranquil, and Beethoven, being at the piano, by the clear moonlight, pressed the keys and was playing this moonlight. Once again, Su Siyu's mouth opened wide in surprise. She realized that perhaps her earlier judgment had been wrong. Han Haoren is not playing at the same level as her. Han Haoren is at a higher level than himself. If one were to say that one's previous performance was just immersing oneself in the atmosphere in which Beethoven created this piano piece, soundly expressing all the emotions that Beethoven wanted to express through this piano piece, what Han Haoren expresses, however, is more subtle, more profound, and more to the point than himself. Su Siyu realized that although in terms of piano playing skills, Han Haoren and herself were neck and neck, both were equally perfect and overwhelming, but the emotions that Han Hong expressed, the empathetic feelings that he was able to bring to the table, were even more on point than he was. At Su Siyu's level, her piano playing skills had already been perfected and reached the top. There is no longer any room for improvement. The only criterion for judging whether one's piano skills can reach the Hall of Fame is whether one is able to express one's inner emotions to the fullest extent when one's technique is already absolutely perfect. The work of a Hall of Fame pianist can make an ordinary person feel the mood of the pianist. It can make all listeners smile, cry, cheer and feel sad together. A Hall of Fame pianist once brought more than half the audience to tears with the progression of emotions in a piano recital. Those are the 3 words hallowed, the weight they represent. Su Siyu knows that he is far from the Hall of Fame. There was not the slightest thing that could be done to improve her playing skills. The only gap is in the emotions. But all this year, she's been stuck at this threshold, not budging an inch. But, looking at her side, once again, Hot D was in tears. Tang Yaya who was already looking for a tissue to wipe her eyes. Chi Yuhan who was crying with her head covered. Even the eyes of Li Feng, who usually kept silent, were red. And Su Siyu knew that she was just forcibly holding back the tears that were spilling out of her eyes at this point. Maybe the next moment, one will not be able to tense up. Su Siyu knew that the Moonlight Sonata she had just played had only managed to make the sentimental hot shouty cry alone. However, Han Haoren's playing, before reaching the halfway point, made most of the people in the repertory, including himself, enter into the situation, and all fell into tears. Didn't this just show the gap between Han Haoren and himself? A thought popped up in Su Siyu's mind. Is it possible that Han Haoren is a Hall of Fame pianist? But how is that possible? Inside the studio, Luijia couldn't help but take out a tissue and wipe her tears. The emotional Ouyang Mi and Zhang Man are even crying over their makeup, and Zhang Hanshan wiped away her tears. Song Shanshan's eyes were also red. Ouyang Mi couldn't help but look at Song Shanshan with a sobbing voice and asked, Shanshan, why do I feel that Han Haoren's piano piece touches me more? I really just couldn't stop crying all of a sudden. I just find it hard to suppress it inside. Luo Zhenhao was the only observer who looked normal, although I didn't cry. I was moved by the emotion of this piano piece by Han Haoren. Song Shanshan, although it hasn't been played yet, can you comment on the level of this piano piece played by Han Haoren? Song Shanshan was listening intently to Han Haoren's playing. She had been completely immersed in the mood created by Han Haoren. Even with countless accomplishments and glories in the classical music world, he has come into contact with masters of all shapes and sizes, even Hall of Famers. It wasn't often that Shanshan Song could hear such skillful playing. It made Song Shanshan hold her breath, not wanting to be distracted. However, the other observers didn't have the sense to let Song Shanshan listen to an entire piano piece played by Han Haoren in peace and in its entirety. Though Song Shanshan was upset that her own immersion into it was interrupted by other observers, it was like sinking into a dream, only to be suddenly awakened, which made it hard for Song Shanshan to return to the emotions she had just felt. But Song Shanshan was able to understand, not being from within their circle, and indeed not realizing that it was a rude thing to talk to someone while they were listening intently to a performance. Song Shanshan quickly gathered her emotions and decided to ask the director for a video or audio of Han Haoren's performance and go back to listen to it slowly. Han Haoren's level? Because Han Haoren's level is beyond my realm. I can't judge it very well. But one thing I can confirm is that Han Haoren's level is a notch above Su Siyu. Star. Chapter 70. This is not the Hall of Fame. This is Beethoven. Though there had been some anticipation about Song Shanshan's comment, because he, a person with a different tone, felt that Han Haoren's playing was more capable of impressing people than Su Siyu. But hearing Song Shanshan say this, Luo Zhenhao was still surprised and couldn't control his expression. Luo Zhenhao continued to pursue. Then you said earlier that Su Siyu's piano playing level is infinitely close to the Hall level. And then you said that Han Haoren's level is a notch above Su Siyu's. Then wouldn't. Song Shanshan nodded. You guessed right. Though I'm still far from the threshold of the Hall level. But I can at least hear what kind of playing when it's Hall of Fame caliber. Han Haoren's playing is just Hall of Fame caliber. That is to say, if Han Haoren happily accepts the World Classical Music Association test, does not refuse to fulfill the World Classical Music Association's obligation to promote classical music, and then organizes 100 qualified piano recitals concerts then, yes, Han Haoren is the Hall of Fame. Zhang Hanshan exclaimed in surprise. No way? Didn't you say that we don't have a Hall of Fame musician in China yet? Didn't everyone say that you, Song Shanshan, are the most likely to become the first Hall of Fame musician in China? How is it that I came to this program and saw one? Su Siyu, whose level is already infinitely close to the Hall of Fame level, and one, Han Haoren, whose level has already reached the Hall of Fame level. Why do I feel that everything is as unreal as a dream? Song Shanshan looked at Zhang Hanshao and said, there is no need to be skeptical. In fact, the one who is the most skeptical about life right now, the one who feels that everything is unreal, is me. Right, there's also Su Siyu, who's by Han Haoren's side right now, because only the two of us, with our musical attainments today, can tell that Han Haoren's playing level is absolutely hollow. Alas, when Han Haoren first said that his hobby was music and that he could play the piano, I was still in the mindset of watching to see the caliber of Han Haoren's piano. My highest expectation just now was that Han Haoren was at the level of a master, and I was thinking that 90% of this was impossible. How could an amateur piano enthusiast's level reach the master level? But now, I'm going crazy. I actually heard a Hall of Fame pianist play. This is not a New Year's Eve extravaganza at the Golden Concert Hall or a networking event organized by the World Classical Music Association. Instead, it's on a real-life relationship watch program called Meet the Really Rich and Poor. And playing hallowed piano music is not some long-established legendary pianist, but a male guest who is only 24 years old and is not a pianist by profession himself. I'm sorry, but I still want to say, can someone punch me in the face? Wake me up, Luigia murmured. No wonder Han Haoren still had that confident smile that he felt like he had a sure win after listening to Su Siyu's performance earlier. Because his own level is higher than Su Siyu, Han Haoren's playing to the third movement. This movement is belatedly in sonata form. A series of arpeggios make up the main theme like waves in a storm, one after the other. At the peak of the wave's crest is a powerful accent, a boiling passion, an out-and-out rage. 16th notes rolled in the distance like thunder in a storm. Against a background of restlessness, Han Haoren's right hand plays a rigid and powerful melody. The music rushes and whistles toward the vast and turbulent ocean. Hot Xiaodi doesn't have the same level of appreciation as Su Siyu. She just perceived that this one soft and lyrical piano piece shifted to light and cheerful and finally to angry. Even though she herself had played this famous piano piece, and even though she had just listened to Su Siyu complete a very high-caliber performance, but every time Han Haoren struck the keys and made a sound, it made Hottie's insides tremble with it. The original Hot D, still immersed in sadness, wept silently. Nowadays, Hottie was but for an instant agitated. The whole person was boiling with blood. Han Huang's piano piece came to an end. The boiling enthusiasm reaches its zenith when it suddenly falls silent. A short section, like a flashy upstroke, terminates in a heavy bass octave. Su Siyu, Hot Xiaodi, Tong Yaya, Song Xinran, Qi Yuhan, Li Feng, Wang Song, even all the staff present. It was as if they all had a picture in their eyes. They saw a rough sea illuminated by the moonlight. The pupils of Su Siyu, who had already accepted that Han Haoren was of Hall of Fame caliber, dilated once again. Her inside shook wildly. It's not right. No, it's not hallowed. It's not hallow level anymore. It's Beethoven. This is clearly Beethoven. I haven't heard Beethoven himself play a version of Moonlight, but that's Beethoven. It's exactly what I imagined. Beethoven's Moonlight. This is Beethoven. Han Haoren finished playing, but he didn't win the thunderous applause that Su Siyu had gotten when she finished playing earlier, because everyone froze. For one, they weren't mentally prepared in the slightest that Han Haoren would be at such a level. It seemed to be a more perfect and impressive level than Su Siyu. Mostly, everyone was reminiscing about the short 14-minute Moonlight Sonata that Han Hong had just played. They hadn't come out of the mood they had just entered. Wang Song was the first to react. At this time, Wang Song had already left behind his preconceived notions about Han Haoren and applauded desperately. Li Feng was the second. Generally speaking, men are still a bit more rational than women. What's more, Li Feng was a science guy. Hearing the applause from Li Feng and Wang Song, the others finally reacted. Everyone clapped their hands together desperately. Han Haoren's playing just now really gave them countless surprises. Han Haoren expected that these people, when they reacted, would definitely ask themselves why they had such a high level of piano playing, especially Su Siyu, who would surely pester himself that. But Han Haoren, he really has an arrangement today himself. So, Han Haoren grabbed the lead and said to everyone, well, the piano is done. I really have something very important to do. So good night everyone. See you tomorrow. Without waiting for anyone to reply, Han Haoren quickly ran up the stairs. Chapter 71, Weibo Jackpot. Traffic is king. Upstairs. Since the recording of today's male guest had already ended, Han Haoren decisively turned off the camera. Han Haoren's heart could not help but thump. Thump, 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 thump faster. With a tenfold luck bonus though. But will this lucky winner, who is nearly 1 in a million, really be himself? Is Sina really not going to be shady? Han Haoren turned on his computer and logged into Weibo. In an instant, Han Haoren's pupils abruptly dilated. One's own tweets that originally didn't add many people at all. The number of tips for likes, comments and retweets all turned into 999 plus. This made Han Haoren anticipate everything. In the Weibo official interface, Han Haoren saw the latest tweet sent by the Weibo official. Congratulations to the one user of Familiar World Strange Self for winning a super prize worth $10 million. Familiar World Strange Self is the ID of Han Haoren's microblogging. Almost at the same time, Han Haoren received a private message from Weibo's official microblog. It took Han Haoren a few seconds to skim the entire contents. Sina official. Let Han Haoren private letter reply to his cell phone number. The specific matters of receiving the award, Sina staff will communicate on the phone. Han Haoren did not hesitate to give the official blog his cell phone number in a private message. Han Haoren confirmed once more that the camera was off. Although the room is equipped with cameras, there is an option for guests to turn them off in special circumstances if they need privacy. After a few minutes, Han Haoren received a call alert from an unfamiliar number. The Weibo staff first verified Han Haoren's information, and after confirming that the lucky draw was valid, they officially talked to Han Haoren about the rules for claiming the prize. Han Haoren only need to provide their specific address, contact information, bank card number and ID number and other information to the microblogging official. All the physical rewards from this event, except for the car and villa, would be shipped free of charge to the address provided by Han Haoren. The official Weibo reward of 999 yuan will be credited to the bank card provided by Han Haoren. After confirming that Han Haoren is currently located in the Imperial City, and that he has a driver's license, Sina's staff said that Han Haoren can use his ID card to pick up a car at any Geely store in the Imperial City. Of course, although he will go to pick up the car, but this car, Han Haoren cannot be used for the time being. As for the villa with the highest value in the Imperial City's Wanjinghao Yuan, the bank side will work with Sina to complete the transfer of property rights and the transfer. Han Haoren only needed to provide his personal information and wait for a dozen days before he could move into this villa in the imperial capital with a handbag. After speaking about the villa transfer, the Sina staff member with the nice voice said in a sweet voice, "Mr. Han Haoren, finally, as the lucky winner of this super lucky draw, we invite you to attend Weibo's first celebrity charity gala. The gala will be held on the 12th of next month at the Royal Peninsula Hotel in the imperial capital. At that time, many popular celebrities invited to stay at Weibo, such as Zhang Hanshao, Lu Yifei, Ouyang Mi, Lu Shishir, Han, Zhang Man, Song Shanchan and others will be present. May I ask if you have the time to attend this charity gala?" Han Haoren knew that for Sina itself, inviting the super lucky winner of the $10 million prize drawing to the charity gala was also a form of marketing. Exposing the winners to the public will also prove that there is nothing shady about the raffle itself. But for Han Haoren, attending this charity gala could also bring him a lot of benefits for himself. "Alright, thank you for the invitation. I'll definitely be on time," Han Haoren replied cheerfully, promising to attend the charity gala. Han Haoren didn't do it to meet the big stars that the microblogging official said he would. At this time the fairy sister Lu Yifei is in full swing. Whether popularity or face value are at its peak, is the goddess in the hearts of countless young men, and with Immortal Sword and Sorcery 3 only just starting to air, Ouyang Mi is still considered a budding star at this point. These stars were people that Han Haoren could never have come into contact with in his previous life. However, Han Haoren knew in his heart that in this life, everything was different. Hot Xiaodi and Tong Yeya both have a good feeling about themselves. Han Haoren didn't accept the invitation to the charity gala to meet the big-name celebrities, but for other purposes. In those few days after his rebirth, Han Haoren had figured out a lot of things. Is it true that the winners of Weibo's Super Sweepstakes will receive only the prizes provided by the sponsors? Honestly, without that last villa edition, these prizes seem generous, but most of them are actually useless. Things like furniture, cookware, messy classes, and free hotel suites may seem like good value, but is that really all most people need? Even if it was that British TX4 classic business car, Han Haoren wouldn't really drive such a car out even if he didn't have the Lamborghini here now. Although Han Haoren has a strong ethnic complex, but Bugatti is Han Haoren's ultimate dream. Han Haoren will not go for goods of significantly lesser performance quality just to support products made by the Chinese themselves. In his previous life, Han Haoren developed the Dragon and Reed. In Han Haoren expected, are better than Microsoft's Windows operating system, as well as Google. Small degree of search engine more excellent. So, until Han Haoren develops his own luxury car with performance and quality better than Bugatti, better than Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini, Bentley, Ferrari, he will still choose Bugatti. Sure, a Lamborghini for nothing can be driven for a while. Han Haoren refreshed the Weibo page. He realized that in just a few minutes, the followers of his microblogging account had risen from less than 100 to 100,000, and his own retweet of the sweepstakes got tens of thousands of comments, retweets and likes. Sure enough, everything was just as Han Haoren expected. For Han Haoren nowadays, the prize worth $10 million was secondary. What he valued most nowadays wasn't the prize, but the traffic. White obviously better read. Cannot fight small degree search? Because everyone knows small degree, but do not know read. In the era of traffic is king, traffic represents everything. Han Haoren knows that this microblogging super sweepstakes, if properly operated, can undoubtedly bring him the traffic he needs. Although Han Haoren's traffic was bound to explode when the program Encountering the Truly Rich and Poor aired, Han Haoren knew that it would be a long time before the program officially aired. And today, it's still up to this wave of Twitter traffic to quickly build up capital in 10 days. Chapter 72, Forward this koi. Han Haoren has already thought about what he should do if he is really the lucky one. That was why Han Haoren was in such a hurry to get upstairs. Looking at his number of followers, which was rising by tens of thousands every minute, Han Haoren quickly began editing his microblog. Whether it's the picture accompanying the microblog or the content of the microblog, Han Haoren has already prepared it in advance, so it didn't take much time for the microblog to finish editing, and Han Haoren chose to send. Thus, many onlookers who saw the results of the Weibo sweepstakes and clicked through to Han Haoren's Weibo page with envy and jealousy in their hearts for Han Haoren saw the latest Weibo posted by Han Haoren. Retweet this koi and you'll be able to be as lucky as me. I've had countless times in my life when I've been favored by Lady Luck, and these days, when my life is at its lowest point, I am once again favored by Lady Luck. I want to share my good fortune. Just retweet this tweet of mine and maybe you'll be able to be as lucky as me. I'm the koi of the year for this Twitter sweepstakes. Retweet this koi and maybe you can publish an SCI without doing an experiment. Retweet this koi and maybe you will not have to work, your boss will give you a bonus. Retweet this koi and maybe the stock you bought will go up. Retweet this koi, and maybe you'll be the lucky winner of the next Twitter super sweepstakes. Take over time. The girls' dormitory of Magic City University. Wei Kai Wei, a junior student, said to her roommates in the dormitory, "Sisters, I found that the winner of that super sweepstakes on Weibo is quite interesting. Koi." He describes himself as a koi and says that retweeting him will bring us good luck. Finals are coming up soon. Let's all go forward and dip our toes in the water. Inside a residential building in Lingnan City, at the dinner table, the newlywed wife said to her husband, "Did you hear about Weibo's koi of the year? Don't you have a title rating coming up? Go ahead and retweet it. It might bring good luck." In a CBD office in the deep city, a department manager said at a staff meeting, "This year, it's a matter of life and death for our company. All of us have to give it our all." After the meeting was adjourned, we all went to Twitter and retweeted a tweet called Familiar World Strange Self sent out as koi of the year. We're not looking for anything but a good mental note. Han Haoren finished his retweet of the koi and went offline. Han Haoren believes that the mentality of Chinese netizens is pretty much the same whether it's 2009 or 2019. Even if you know that the lucky draws in koi are not real, everyone is willing to spend a few seconds to retweet the koi. And sweepstakes blogs, as long as the rewards are substantial, are retweeted hundreds of thousands or even millions of times. This amount of retweets is often higher than the retweets of the most popular celebrities' tweets. And after Han Haoren went offline, there were still things he needed to prepare to do. Han Haoren, who was about to start getting busy, suddenly received a text message from Hijichi. "I have a good body, right?" Han Haoren knew that at this time when everyone else was going to sleep, Hijichi finally woke up. Han Haoren fired back at, "Not bad, it's good for 90 points. Hijichi, what 90 points? Can you even talk? It's clearly 100 points. To make amends, you treat me to a movie tomorrow night." Han Haoren replied, "It depends, I'm busy." "Hijikite? You are busy. This big miss asked you to watch a movie and you still dare to refuse?" Han Haoren, "I don't dare to dare. Let's make an appointment when the time comes." All Han Haoren had to prepare for after he got offline was a lottery. Aside from the villa and the cash, Han Haoren planned to raffle off all the other prizes he had drawn. Han Haoren knew that in the latter days of Weibo, there were many marketing numbers that relied on sweepstakes to accumulate popularity. Why are so many people willing to work tirelessly to post sweepstakes? Is it really too much money to spend? The reason for this, of course, is that the benefits that the raffle can bring them far outweigh the prizes themselves, and Han Haoren was even more different this time. For one thing, the prize was originally drawn by Han Haoren, and he didn't need to have any costs or expenses. Another point is that Han Haoren will be the first person, besides the official, to draw a prize through Weibo before people realize the hidden mysteries of the Weibo lottery. Han Haoren's phone rang as he pondered over the specific copy and details. The caller was Feng Yimin. If Chen Yuzhou was Han Haoren's enemy in school, Feng Yimin was the best friend and companion Han Haoren knew at Shuimu University. In his previous life, Han Haoren turned to the IT industry to start his own business after he was blacklisted from the industry in the financial sector. Feng Yimin, a fat man who has also been with Han Haoren, taught himself programming to join Han Haoren's startup team. Even though he had experienced setbacks and failures several times, Feng Yimin had always chosen to follow Han Haoren. Han Haoren team started the business at the beginning of the startup capital of $500,000, but also Feng Yimin asked the family to borrow. Han Haoren also realized very late that Feng Yimin's family background was not much worse than Chen Yuzhou. Feng Yimin, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, was actually a top official second generation, only in order to follow Han Haoren's business venture. Fong Yimin's relationship with his family hadn't been too good. In a previous life, if there is no Fong Yimin, Han Haoren's team cannot even hold out the Reed search engine on the line. Han Haoren instantly guessed the reason for Fong Yimin's call. Fong Yimin, Han Haoren's best friend from college, was one of the few people who knew Han Haoren's microblogging ID. Han Haoren quickly picked up the phone. On the other end of the phone was Fong Yimin's startled voice. Han, that koi on Weibo is you, isn't it? I was just dumbfounded when I saw this winning ID. $10 million. You won $10 million in one drawing? Han Haoren heard Fong Yimin's staggering voice and replied with a smile. It's me, right? Star. Chapter 73. The next moment is the moment to witness a miracle. Fong Yimin froze for a moment, then immediately said happily, "That's great, brother Han. I've never believed that you would divulge your client's secrets. I believe in your character, and more than that, I believe in your intelligence. And our first class in college was about professional guidelines in the financial industry. How could you possibly go and do something so stupid? Brother Han, really congratulations. This time it's really considered to be the best of all possible worlds. With this $10 million, so what if McKinsey fires you? So what if you can't go back into finance? With this start-up capital, we can start our own business." Han Haoren naturally knew that Fong Yimin hadn't offered to follow him into business because he had won this prize worth $10 million. When Fong Yimin approached him for a drink right after he was fired from McKinsey, he brought up the idea of starting a business together. Fong Yimin belonged to the kind of brother who was willing to share Han Haoren's suffering. Han Haoren smiled and asked, "Fatty, do you really want to start a business with me? You've just gotten an offer as a consultant from Deloitte, which isn't as good as McKinsey, but at least it's one of the big four accounting firms in the world. And Deloitte's consulting business is ranked as the top of the big four accounting firms, stronger than PricewaterhouseCoopers, which is the number one firm of the big four. And the direction of my business venture is not necessarily related to finance." Fong Yimin on the other end of the phone quickly replied, "Brother Han, what are you talking about? Didn't I tell you everything before? To follow you to start a business. That Deloitte offer. Didn't I just go to Deloitte for an internship for nothing and they made me an offer? But I know my own qualifications. It's far worse than you. Even if you get to Deloitte, the fastest you can rise to manager level is 3 years, 5 years to senior manager, and it takes at least 8 years to rise to partner level. I don't like that business of counseling. I feel like it's pure fluff. I think it would be more fun to start a business with you. You can't abandon me just because you won a big villa and so many prizes." Han Haoren himself felt guilty about the 10 years of misery Fong Yimin had followed him through in his last life. This time, Fong Yimin wanted to defect to himself, so Han Haoren naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, even people like Ma Yun, Bill Gates, and Steve Jobs, they all need help. Han Haoren said to Fong Yimin over the phone, "Fatty, if you really want to follow me into business, so, we're going to get down to business in the next few days. I need to make our first pot of money quickly." Fong Yimin questioned, "First bucket of gold? I've inquired about it. The imperial capital Wanjing Hao Yuan villas, even the smallest one of them, can be sold for around $10 million. Even if we can't sell it at market price because we're in a hurry. But you sell all the other prizes in the others, and together we can have a small $10 million in startup capital. $10 million in startup capital is enough to sustain a small team for a long time for a startup. Once we make the product, we can raise funds, attract investors, go from angel investment to Series A, Series B, then attract PE and VC investment, and finally find brokerage firms and investment banks for IPO listing. We studied finance, not this. Make a nice PowerPoint and shop around for investors. Stuff that you and I are pretty good at. With a startup capital of $10 million, we'll be able to rely on financing enough to grow the company to over $1 billion and then successfully go public." Han Haoren knew that Fong Yimin was right. In his previous life, Han Haoren had intended to follow such a path. Unfortunately, whether it is Reed this search engine, or Dragon operating system, are not favored by investors. After all, even if Han Haoren's products were impeccable, their opponents were too powerful. Whether it was Xiaodu or Microsoft, it was a giant that was impossible to shake. Therefore, in his previous life for so many years, Han Haoren did not even find an angel investor, let alone the subsequent B round of financing. This time, however, Han Haoren wasn't going to finance it. While outside funding can allow a company to grow quickly, but financing also means that the original founder's equity is diluted. For example, Ma Yun Boss's Beaver, after several financing by SoftBank and East Japan Yahoo, Ma's own equity in Beaver diluted to less than 10%, although Boss Ma is still the nominal owner of Beaver. Most of Beaver's annual profits are distributed to foreign investors. Han Haoren said to Fong Yimin, "Fatty, I don't intend to sell the villa. I estimate that the price of villas in this location in the imperial capital will increase several times or even 10 times in a few years. It's too much of a loss to sell now to get $10 million in cash. even those refrigerators, washing machines and even that car. I'm not going to sell them for a discount. The idea is to raffle those prizes off again. Phony mean on the other end of the phone. His naive face was a look of surprise. Send it out? Phony mean, as Han Haoren's best friend, of course knew the situation of Han Haoren's family. For Han Haoren, who relied on a scholarship from Suemu University to be able to get by, not to mention a British TX4 classic business car worth about $300,000, even a recent ThinkPad laptop would be enough to cover Han Haoren's living expenses for half a year. After all, the laptop that Han Haoren had on hand was one that Han Haoren had plucked from the second-hand market for $2,000, and it took a few minutes to turn it on, so Han Haoren usually seldom turned it on and off, always leaving the computer in standby mode. Cars, computers, gold jewelry, diamond rings, refrigerators, air conditioners, color TVs. Han Haoren is actually going to put out a raffle with all these prizes that add up to over $1 million worth of prizes? Not to mention Han Haoren, for Phony Mean's family, 1 million RMB was a huge sum of money. $1 million in 2009 would have bought a suite in the biggest city in the country. That's more money than the average family could earn if they struggled all their lives. Han Haoren's words made Phony Mean very puzzled. Between Phony Mean and Han Haoren, they all had something to say. Brother Han, you want to draw out all the prizes? Why really want to share the luck? If the villa isn't going to be sold either. So, how are we going to get the start-up capital? The most I can ask my family for here is $500,000. But $500,000 of startup capital is not at all the same level as the projects that can be done with $10 million of startup capital. If it was anyone else, after hearing Han Haoren's decision like this, they might have to break into a rage. But Phony Mean still offered that he was able to provide $500,000. Han Haoren replied, Fatty, don't worry, I have full confidence that we don't need to sell the villa either. My goal is to raise $100 million in 10 days. You just need to wait patiently. What follows is the moment to witness the miracle. Chapter 74, The Guests' Hot Debate. How high is Han Haoren's level? Although Phony Mean had always trusted Han Haoren, he was still a bit puzzled by what Han Haoren had just said. Phony Mean asked curiously, without selling the villa, you can still accumulate $100 million in startup capital? Or within 10 days? How can this be done? Han Haoren smiled and replied, it's less than 9 days in fact. I have a plan in mind on how to go about it. I can only tell you that, by and large, it's by lottery. To make $100 million, counting on the show's rewards is certainly a drop in the bucket. Before the final installment, even if you get 5 female guest votes per installment, you will only be able to get a mere 1 million. Han Haoren set a goal of $100 million in 10 days and naturally didn't bother to hit the fruit table. Phony Mean was able to get into Suemu University. He must be an academic level character. But at this time, Phony Mean was confused in his heart. A raffle? Don't you give money away in a raffle? Still making money? Is there really a connection between the two? Phony Mean continued to pursue the question. Han Haoren swore, we give the prizes to the lucky users, and naturally the exact process will not change, but we can still make money through this. Phony Mean scratched his ear on the other end of the phone. I just don't understand this. How do you make money when it's obvious that the raffle is giving away money and gifts? In response to Phony Mean's question, Han Haoren patiently explained, Fatty, your thinking has entered a dead end. You have to jump out and think differently. Haven't you ever wondered why Twitter raffles off prizes? And make such a big prize all at once? Are they really doing it to give back to their users? And almost all the leading manufacturing companies in China. Why would they all sponsor to Weibo merchandise? Phony Mean quickly replied, I will answer this question. Naturally they're not about giving back. They're about publicity. It is said that the number of registered users of Weibo has doubled in just 1 month after Weibo started the sweepstakes. And after Twitter announced the villa draw, registered users plummeted again. And on the Marvel side, I'm sure these are the points where there's been a big increase in transactions on their properties. Sina and Vank spend all this money to draw prizes. It seems to us that they are spreading money, but in fact, they achieve the effect of publicity, far more than spending the same amount of money on television or media advertising to get 10 times more 100 times the effect. It didn't surprise Han Haoren in the slightest that Phony Mean could see this layer. With regard to Phony Mean's ability to think logically, his outlook on the big picture, as well as his outstanding analytical ability, Han Haoren knows very well about Phony Mean's ability to think logically. His outlook on the big picture, as well as his outstanding analytical ability, Han Haoren understands very well after working with him for so many years. Phony Mean does not understand why the lottery in turn can make money. Only Phony Mean less Han Haoren's unique foresight of the future, precognitive ability. Han Haoren continued to answer Phony Mean's question. I'm going to raffle off the money for essentially the same reason as why Sina is going to raffle off the money. We give gifts to lucky winners, and we do give money away, but we can make money from our sponsors. Fatty, think carefully. when Marvel raised a villa. All anyone mentioned was that Twitter was smoking Marvel's villa. Originally other sponsors, such as Geely, which gave away a business car, and the brand that gave away the highest value diamond ring at a previous event. They got the limelight from Marvel all of a sudden. They're sponsoring this super sweepstakes itself for publicity, right? So, if we can help them publicize it, they wouldn't mind. Compared to that, sending us some advertising money, right? A few seconds of primetime TV advertising today costs millions or even tens of millions of dollars. If, for example, we can help these sponsors to achieve better publicity than the TV commercials, do you think they will give us a portion of their marketing dollars? Phony means seem to have gotten the general idea. You mean, we earn money from those sponsors? But how do you help them achieve the publicity they want? Han Haoren smiled and replied, Fatty, what do you think about me doing a review along with the raffle? Phony mean was very smart. He immediately comprehended Han Haoren's meaning. You are really too smart. I sometimes wonder what the structure of your brain is. Are you even human? The most a normal person would do if they won this prize in the lottery would be to accept the prizes that the sponsors give you. And you're going to have to earn these sponsors' money. Phony mean and Han Haoren talked on the phone for about half an hour or so. Han Haoren hung up Phony mean's phone and concentrated on writing the copy. A staff member from the show comes over in the middle of the show and asks Han Haoren to take away the 2 gifts he was going to give to the female guests. And at that moment downstairs, even though the main man, Han Haoren, had bailed out early, there was still a ruckus among the other guests. Everyone was talking about the amazing move Han Haoren had just made. Hottie finally pulled out of the emotions she had dipped into earlier. Due to her original favorable impression of Han Haoren, Hottie had been listening to Han Haoren's performance with full attention. Therefore, Hottie was also the first person to be infected by the emotions expressed by Han Haoren. Moved to tears by Su Siu. Without even drying his tears, Hot Shouty cried again. Hottie suddenly wondered if the piano piece Moonlight Sonata was toxic. Myself today, I listened to this piano piece twice and cried twice. But Hottie had heard the Moonlight Sonata countless times before when he was learning piano. Yet she never cried. Hot Shouty didn't know what was wrong with her today. Han Haoren had run away now, so Hot Shouty could only bring up the questions in her heart to Su Siu. Hot Shouty looked at Su Siu and asked, Sister Siu, Han Haoren's piano level, isn't it quite high? I can only know that Han Haoren, his level, is so much higher than mine, and because of that, I can't tell. How good is he? To the level of a professional level pianist? Sister Siu, you've taken the first prize in the Chopin International Piano Competition. I think you should be able to judge Han Haoren's level. Su Siu smiled helplessly. Actually, I don't know. I'm not sure how high Han Haoren's level is right now. Hottie's eyebrows flicked up. How is that possible? You're the first prize winner of the Chopin International Piano Competition. There aren't many people in the whole world who could be given such an honor. Star. Chapter 75, A Level Above the Temple. Su Siu frowned and said, I'm really not good at judging Han Haoren's level, because I'm actually in a similar position to you right now. Han Haoren's level is far superior to mine. For people whose level is close to mine, or even slightly above mine, I'm able to evaluate their caliber. But Han Haoren, he's already reached a level that I can't even look up to. Say, if you were standing at the foot of a mountain, looking at a high mountain whose top you couldn't see through the clouds, would you be able to tell how high the mountain really is? Hottie's mouth opened wide in surprise all of a sudden, and the words he had intended to say were held back. Hot Shouty had originally thought that even though Han Haoren had perfectly interpreted that piano piece just now, even though he had moved her to tears, even though he had shown super skillful technique, he was definitely weaker than Su Siu, the first prize winner of the Chopin International Piano Competition. But now, Su Siu frankly admitted that Han Haoren's level was higher than hers, and it was still high enough to, well, leave her high and dry. How is this possible? There was simply no one in China who had won the first prize in the Chopin International Piano Competition before Su Siu. Due to Su Siu's low profile, it is only known that there is a person called Xiaoxu who won the first prize of the Chopin International Piano Competition in 2005. No one has ever seen Su Siu's real face, and everyone guesses that Siu is a Chinese-American genius. It was only today that Hot Shouty really knew that the sexy beauty Su Siu in front of her was the Xiaoxu she had admired for so long. Therefore, Hot Shouty knew very well that Su Siu's strength, even if it wasn't Hall of Fame now, it could definitely enter the Hall of Fame someday in the future. Yet such a world-class pianist actually said that she was far below Han Haoren's level? Hot Shouty, who knew Su Siu's personality, knew that Su Siu wasn't joking. So, wouldn't this mean that Han Haoren, who was at a higher level than Su Siu, had stepped into the Hall of Fame? Everyone froze, not just Hottie. Song Shinran said in surprise, Su Siu, I just read the introduction that you are the first prize winner of the Chopin International Piano Competition. Although I don't know much about piano, I've heard of this competition, this award. I read a report that said, basically, The person who can win this award must be a master in the piano world and will become a Hall of Famer in the future. But you're saying that at your level, you can only look up to Han Haoren? Li Feng also said. Su Siyu, you don't need to be too modest, right? Su Siyu said with a very solemn expression. I'm not being modest. When I was listening to Han's performance of the first movement, when I heard the first few syllables, I knew that Han was at a very high level, on par with me. However, as the first movement reached its emotional climax, I realized that I had underestimated Han Hoen at first, and that he was above me. At that time, I determined that Han Haoren's level had definitely reached the hall standard. However, when I listened to this performance of Han Haoren in its entirety, I realized that I still underestimated Han Haoren. Suddenly I think that maybe he's not at a Hall of Fame level. But, Su Siyu didn't continue and said in a different way. However, this is just my feeling. At my level, it's not enough to judge. Studio. Zhang Hanshao looked at Song Shanshan and asked, what does Su Siyu mean by that? I don't seem to have understood it. Han Haoren's level has reached a point where Su Siyu can look up to mountains? Did Su Siyu say the opposite? Isn't Su Siyu herself the #1 pianist in China? A man of this caliber would still be high on someone else's mountain? Song Shanshan looked serious. Su Siyu didn't say the opposite. While Han Haoren was playing, I judged that Han Haoren's piano playing level might be even higher than Su Siyu's. My original expectation was that Han Haoren was at the hall level. Although my attainment on top of the piano is not bad, it's still not as good as Su Siyu's. So, like everyone else, I'm waiting for Su Siyu to comment on Han Haoren's level. Hearing Su Siyu say that, I have the same feeling as Su Siyu. Han Haoren's level may not be Hallow level. Oh, Yang Ni was very puzzled. Not hallowed? Why do both of you say that? But if Han Haoren's level hadn't reached the hall level, how could he make Su Siyu, who was already infinitely close to the hall level, evaluate herself as far inferior to Han Haoren? Now I'm a little confused as to what the hell is going on. I find that I can't watch the show anymore. Song Shanshan explained. I didn't say that Han Haoren's level didn't reach the hall level. From that piece of playing alone just now, I was able to conclude 100% that Han Haoren's level must be more than Hallow level. I mean, Han Haoren might be more than just hallowed. Have you heard that in the classical music world? There are other ratings above the Hall of Fame and the consistently universal ratings? It's true that classical music has been in decline for almost 200 years. Not a single more talented musician has emerged. So, 200 years on, Hall of Fame is what everyone recognizes today as the highest rating for musicians in classical music. Piano, violin, cello, saxophone, black pipe. In the different fields, a total of 28 Hall of Fame masters exist in the world today. And we, in China, don't have a hallowed master. Hall of Fame is my goal. But really, Hall of Fame isn't really the highest one rated. Perhaps most of the general public doesn't know this, but the fact is that there is another rating above the Hall of Fame. That is, Legend for the Ages. Beethoven, Mozart, Tchaikovsky, for example, their excellence goes far beyond the Hall of Fame. The later generation's evaluation of their musical attainments, they are all pianists of the Legend of the Ages level. That guess within Su Siyu's heart. And my guess today, Han Haoren's level may have reached that of a wilderness legend. Chapter 76, the legendary pianist who was delayed by making money. Zhang Man's mouth grew wide in surprise. Absolute legend? Am I to understand that this is the comic book equivalent of Stan Lee? The Jin Yong of the martial arts novel world? Song Shanshan said with a straight face. But this is actually just my personal deduction. How can I, a violinist who hasn't even reached the Hall of Fame level, casually judge the Legends for the Ages level? But Su Siyu's vision and understanding are higher than mine. If she thinks it's possible for Han Haoren to reach the standard of an absolute legend, maybe it's not certain that Han Haoren has really reached the level of an absolute legend. Liaiga interjected. Wait, I want to double-check what I'm hearing. Han Haoren, the man who, an hour and a half ago, we thought was just a piano enthusiast who would be viciously disgraced by cutting his teeth with the best pianist in all of China. Su Siyu, he's at the level of a wilderness legend that I've never even heard of before? Since there are no legendary musicians or pianists in this world. So, Han Haoren's piano attainment surpasses that of all pianists in the world, which means he's the best pianist in the world? But, looking at Han Haoren's many titles and his other attainments, I can be sure that Han Haoren is not a pianist. As he says, the piano is just his hobby. And such a person, who is not even a professional pianist, is actually the best pianist in the world, and a notch above the second best pianist? Luo Zhenhao also asked the question he was most concerned about from the sidelines. Song Shanshan, if anything, the best pianists today are all just Hall of Fame caliber. In that case, who's going to judge whether Han Haoren has reached the level of absolute legend? It's like if one day the highest rank in the Go Academy is 8 Dan, then who is going to judge whether or not a talented player has made it to the rank of 9 Dan? Song Shanshan patiently explained. The World Association of Classical Music actually has a long-standing guideline for judging whether or not to award an outstanding musician with the title of Legend of the World. To enter the Legends for the Ages level, a Legends for the Ages level advancement recital must be held. 20 Hall of Fame musicians, 200 professional musicians, and 1,000 randomly invited listeners. They will make a choice, based on their own inner judgment, whether or not this performer has reached the level of legend for the ages, only with the unanimous approval of 20 Hall of Fame musicians, along with over 99% approval from 200 professional musicians and over 95% approval from 1,000 randomly invited listeners. It is only after meeting such harsh conditions that one can advance to the absolute legend level. In the last 50 years of recorded history, a total of 6 outstanding Hall of Fame musicians, who were absolutely the most outstanding and cutting edge at the time, have applied for advanced recitals at the Legends for the Ages level. Without exception, they all failed. Oh, Yang Mi's eyes widened. That hard? Song Shanchan replied, yes, and for each person's lifetime, there is only one chance to apply for advancement to the absolute legend level. Therefore, after the failure of these 6 outstanding Hall-level masters, they completely lost all hope of advancing to the absolute legend level for the rest of their lives. However, I don't think the focus of our discussion right now should be on whether or not Han Haoran will be able to advance to absolute legend, because it's obvious that even if he reaches the level of legend for the ages, he's not going to be a legend for the ages pianist. As I've said before, the criteria for advancing to the Hall of Fame level, Han Haoran wasn't even able to meet the criteria for advancing to the Hall of Fame level, let alone the legend for the ages. Lu Yijia nodded and said, that's true. I don't think Han Haoran ever wanted to become a pianist either. Even the performance just now, where he sat before the piano, was perfunctory in his demeanor and in his mind. I think at that point his idea was to try to muddle through and hurry upstairs to do his business. However, what I didn't expect was that Han Haoran's casual performance had performed into a legend for the ages. Zhang Hanshao smiled and said, so, Han Haoran will become a legendary pianist who has been delayed by cooking, psychology, philosophy, writing poetry, writing lyrics, producing, consulting, defending, designing, IT, finance, making money and filming variety shows? It's fine if I don't say it. After saying this whole string, I realized that Han Haoran is really versatile. Zhang Hanshao looked at Ouyang Mimi. Mimi, nowadays, do you still suspect that Han Haoran is an actor found by the program? The Fruit Channel program team. Can they find a piano amateur whose piano level far exceeds that of the #1 pianist in China, surpassing the Hall of Fame level, to be a performer? And, this piano lover, who is a top-notch cook, knows psychology? Ouyang Mi said to the camera, but is there really such a perfect man in this world? Okay, I'm going to say this to the camera. Han Hong, I don't know if you'll be watching this program. If, at the end of the day, you're not an actor and all of your identities are real, I'll say sorry to you here in advance. I sincerely apologize. It's me who has been mistaken. I was the one who was too insular to think that there could be no one as perfect as you in the world. Sorry. And finally, I want to say something very, very sincere and very, very important to you. I love you. I want to marry you. Han Xin Zhang. Zhang Man? Shanshan Song? Lu Yiga. Luo Jinhao. What the hell is a sudden confession? Chapter 77, Gift Selection Session. Song Shinran's Tangled. Su Siyu was reluctant to say more in the face of the guests' chirpy inquiries. If Han Haoran is only Hall of Fame, Su Siyu feels that with his own piano attainments nowadays, he can comment and say a few words of respect. However, when it comes to the legend of the world, Su Siyu's current level is not qualified. Even Su Siyu wasn't sure if Han Haoran's playing had really reached the legend of the world. However, Su Siyu has listened to the world's best Hall of Fame pianists in the Golden Hall in Vienna, at the headquarters of the World Association of Classical Music. In Su Siyu's inner mind, the playing standard of these hallowed masters was far inferior to that of Han Haoran. Not inferior. Rather, it's far worse. Even for masters who have truly stepped into the Hall of Fame, their playing is just a re-expression of the original author's state of mind. Through their own understanding, and listening to Han Haoran's playing just now, Su Siyu had a feeling that Han Haoran was Beethoven. Han Haoran played it as if Beethoven was playing the Moonlight Sonata. Although, of course, it was impossible for Su Siyu to have heard Beethoven play 200 years ago. As a leader in this field, Su Siyu just had such an intuition. The male and female guests also knew Su Siyu's character, so they didn't ask any more questions. During this time, the show's staff led each female guest individually to a private room. Wang Songsong and Li Feng know that the female guests' tonight's message of love and the selection of gifts has already begun. The gifts are given out. There is nothing more to do with them. The two went back to the room to rest. After all, with 5 big beauties, all the talk just now was of Han Haoran. Han Haoran. Han Haoran. They didn't have much interest in chatting further, per se. Finally, The 5 female guests were led to the rec room by the director's team all together. They saw the 5 gifts laid out on the round table. The live PD looked at the 5 female guests and began to announce, 5 guests. There are 5 gifts placed in front of you now. 4 of them, from male guests, and 1, handpicked by our head director. So, female guests who have drawn our general director's gift and would like to spit, please know who you're spitting at. And now, the most intense part of the day, the drawing of gifts, is about to begin. 5 guests. We will now draw lots. PD has a box in his hand with 5 small balls in it. Quickly, all 5 female guests drew a small ball. PD smiled and said, 5 of you, break the balls in your hands to see the order of your choices. Hot D was the most impatient and violently broke the little ball in her hand. Wow, I'm number 2 ugh. Song Shinran's face instantly lost its smile. I'm 5. And Tanya laughs nightmarishly. I'm 1. Su Siyu and Chi Yuhan opened the balls in their hands at the same time. In fact, after both 1 and 2 were chosen, neither of them had any expectations for the numbers they drew. Combining their votes, and the information that the other female guests had revealed, they were all able to judge that the male guest with the most votes last night must be Han Haoren. However, even the male guest with the most votes only gave 2 gifts. Su Siyu is 3 and Chi Yuhan is 4. The PD watched as the female guests opened the small balls in their hands and said, okay, the drawing of lots is finished. We now ask the female guests to draw their gifts in order. You will start choosing according to the numbers from largest to smallest. First we have the female guest who drew number 5 to come forward. Tong Yaya, what the hell? Wasn't 1 the first to pick? Why is this reversal so unexpected? Tong Yaya stomped viciously at PD. PD, you shady. Hot D? So number 2, the penultimate choice? Hottie joined the crusade. PD, do you believe I'll hit you? Even Song Shinran, who drew ball number 5, felt that everything happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that she didn't know what to say. PD said with an innocent look on his face, I never said I'd start picking from the female guest who drew ball number 1. Why am I shady? Tanya and Hot Shouty's objections ultimately had no effect. Song Shinran was the first to walk up and look at the 5 gifts that were placed on the round table. A very nicely packaged box of everlasting flowers, a string of Cartier necklaces, a pair of Tiffany's earrings, a handmade, seemingly carved bauble from wood, as well as a book. Song Shinran pointed at the book and said, this book, the director must have picked it. Song Shinran frowned and thought carefully. The first pick, naturally, has the biggest advantage. However, if you can't pick out a gift from the one you desire, then this luck of drawing the 5 ball and being the first to pick doesn't make any sense. Song Shinran naturally wanted to pick Han Haoren's gift. So, Song Shinran pondered, which 1 or 2 of these 5 gifts were from Han Haoren? Song Shinran, who graduated from Shuimu University and entered Harvard University for further study, is of course a schoolteacher. Song Shinran, who had obtained so many certificates that other people simply couldn't obtain in their entire lives, was naturally very good at taking tests and solving problems. However, at this moment, Song Shinran felt really nervous about picking out this problem of picking out a gift from Han Haoren and solving it. Song Shinran felt that at this moment, the speed of her heartbeat, the degree of nervousness inside her, was even more nervous than when she was in the college entrance exams, when she took the GMAT exams, and when she had already taken the various certificate exams with the lowest pass rates in the world. Song Shinran circled the round table again and again. The other female guests also knew Song Shinran's tangle. If they were the first to choose, they would also be very torn. So, no one is rushing. Song Shinran inwardly began to reason. 1 gift was chosen by the director's group. The rest are the male guests. And the male guest who received the most votes yesterday gets to pick 2 gifts. I voted for Han Haoren in yesterday's poll. D must have voted for Han Haoren too. Of Tong Yaya, Chi Yuhan and Su Siyu, as long as one of them votes for Han Haoren, then Han Haoren will definitely be the one who gets the most votes. The probability, more than 95%, so Han Haoren should be the one who gave out 2 gifts. Yesterday, the director's team notified the male guests to go gift shopping. Han Haoren left the house early in the morning, arrived home at the latest, and was in a hurry to go upstairs after dinner. Definitely today he was busy and had pressing work to deal with. This shows that Han Haoren doesn't have much time to prepare his gifts unless he prepares them in advance. Preparing 2 gifts in advance is also not possible at all. So, I'll take this one. Song Shinran picked up the Tiffany's earrings on the table. I like the color Tiffany blue. That's why I chose this earring. Star. Chapter 78. A very easy choice. There's still this kind of operation? Chi Yuhan's second pick. While Song Shinran was torn, Chi Yuhan had actually decided on her choice. Song Shinran didn't pick away the gift Chi Yuhan intended to choose. Therefore, Chi Yuhan quickly walked to the round table and picked up the book. I can't believe that the general director would choose a book, so I'm choosing this book. The title of the book, The Way I Like You, is just great. Su Siyu did not have any hesitation in choosing the Cartier necklace, and Hottie was torn between the perpetual flower box and the wood carving for a long time. In the end, Hottie chose wood carving, and Tong Yaya was helpless. She didn't have any choice but to pick up the everlasting flower box. Turning to the camera, Tong Yaya consoled herself by saying, "Immortal flowers? This is the first time I've heard that flowers can live forever. I love this gift." Of course there was one more thing Tong Yaya didn't say. As for this person who gave her the gift, whether she liked it or not, that she didn't know. Tong Yaya was just holding on to the expectation that she, the one who had no choice, could have a big reversal at the end and pick the person of her choice, which was Han Haoran's gift. The PD saw Tong Yaya choose the last gift and said, "Please ask the female guests to enter the room where you just chose the first and second place in the order of no. 1 to no. 5. We will announce the results of the pairings." Tong Yaya was once again annoyed by this PD. "PD, you're doing this on purpose. I drew number 1. I wasn't allowed to pick first when I chose my gift. What's the point of letting me be the first to know the results when the pairings are announced?" Hot Shouty expressed the same hatred with Tong Yaya. "Sister Yaya, I have long seen this PD is not happy. Why don't we beat him up?" Naturally, Tong Yaya and Hot D would not engage in the behavior of violently beating up the PD in front of the camera lens. While the female guest of honor draws her gift, the 6 observers also started the final love connection pairing session of the second installment. Zhang Hanxiao smiled and said, "This installment, our task is relatively simple. Team battles, and it's as long as you complete the 5 female guest connectors and judge them completely correctly. I feel that the Herald of Glory beckons me." Luigiao chimed in. "I also think that this is really quite a good choice. First of all, nothing important happened on this day today, and the only high point was the moment when COCU and Han Haoran played the piano. First of all, I don't think that the connection between Tong Yaya, Hottie and Song Shinran will change. What girl doesn't like a guy who can play an instrument? Han Haoran is more than just knowing a musical instrument with this hand today. Han Haoran's playing has brought these female guests to tears." Oh Yang Mi agreed. "Yeah, Han Haoran's performance today is really a plus. It's not good to talk about the female guest anymore. Such a handsome male guest, sitting in front of the piano, playing such poignant and nice piano music. I'm going to have a heart attack." So, Tong Yaya, Hot Shouty and Song Shinran won't choose anyone else. It's definitely still Han Haoran. Luo Jinhao said, "I don't have a problem with it, and I think that Su Siyu will also vote for Han Haoran." Then Luo Jinhao looked at Song Shanshan. "As Su Siyu's friend, what do you think?" Song Shanshan replied firmly, "Of course I voted for Han Haoran. Does that even need to be asked? We artists, we're more likely to be attracted to talented men, not to mention Han Haoran, which can't be described as talented anymore." Luigia also explains, "And Su Siyu will realize that she's been misunderstanding Han Haoran all along after he demonstrates his piano skills. Han Haoran said yesterday that his piano level is higher than 199% of pianists, which is not an exaggeration. It's not bragging, it's the truth, and Han Haoran said it in a very humble way too. According to what we've seen today, Han Haoran's piano level is higher than all the pianists in the world. Not 99%, but 100%. So, holding on to the guilt of having misunderstood Han Haoran all along, Su Siyu would naturally choose Han Haoran. Moreover, there's one more thing. Even we're curious as to why Han Haoran has such a high level of piano skills, and Su Siyu, herself, must be even more curious than we are. She is incredibly looking forward to going on a date with Han Hong and also being able to have more interaction with Han Hong during the date. Therefore, Su Siyu's first choice must be Han Haoran. Zhang Hanxiao looked at the crowd and asked, "Then the last female guest, Chi Yuhan, what kind of choice will she make? Isn't this one a bit harder than the previous connection?" Oh Yang Mi replied affirmatively. "I don't think it's difficult at all. It's definitely still Han Haoran. You are Chi Yuhan." Among the 3 male guests, Han Haoran, Wang Song, and Li Feng, who would you most like to date? Is there even a 1% chance that you would choose Wang Song and Li Feng? Zhang Man raised his hand. "I agree Nimi. Luo Jinhao, I'm also in favor of it. Li Yiga, I. Song Shanshan I." Zhang Hanxiao smiled and connected Chi Yuhan's thread to Han Haoran's here. On the love connection board prepared by the program, all 5 of the female guests' connecting lines were connected to Han Haoran's avatar at the same time. Zhang Hanxiao smiled and said to the crowd, "This time the choice was easy yet. There's hardly any controversy. That's why the female guest's first choice for a date is always Han Hong. I think that if there are viewers who haven't seen the previous show, who just turned on the TV, they're going to think we're crazy. But, in fact, I'm now confident that we'll get our first Herald of Glory in our program." Oh Yang Mi also smiled and said, "Go Han Haoran." Tong Yaya followed PD and entered the secret room she had just been in. PD smiled and looked at Tong Yaya and comforted. "Don't get too angry first. Maybe this gift of yours is what you chose for the first male guest you want to date?" Tong Yaya looked at PD coldly. "Didn't you already know the result?" Hurry up and announce it. PD was so disliked by Tongya that he didn't know what to say for a while, and he tore down the question board in front of Tongya. Let's take a look at Tongya's previous choice for the male guest of honor for her date's parade. First in line, Han Haoren. Ha, Tongya, how come you didn't fill in the second place? Ah, Tongya replied blandly, because there's only one person I want to date. Your program doesn't say you have to fill both out, right? The PD was full of black lines. There's such a thing? He realized that it seemed to be because he had just said. It was never stated that the female guest of honor would be chosen from the woman who drew ball number 1, so Tongya quickly disliked it again. Star. Chapter 79, A Romantic Sense of Picture. PD looked at Tongya, who was a little nervous. Despite being disliked twice by Tongya, the PD was still a bit reluctant to open his mouth. However, it is the job of the on-site PD to announce the results of the pairings. Though a bit intolerant, he finally said in a tone of heartfelt regret, I'm sorry Tongya, your pairing was unsuccessful. Tongya didn't dislike PD this time. Holding all her negative emotions in, Tongya walked out of the room forlornly. Zhang Hanxiao saw the camera had been chasing and shooting close-ups of Tongya's facial expression and exclaimed, so cruel. This crew is really annoying. Why can't every guest date their favorite person? Gotta play this one. Liaiga joked. That's not how it's said. If we let all the female guests date their favorites as you said, then won't Han Haoren be busy? Where does he find the time to go on a date with 5 female guests? Hot D entered the room second. PD quickly solved the question board that Hottie had just written. First in line, Han Haoren. Second in line, Han Haoren. PD. You female guests are all better than each other, aren't you? It looks like the rules will have to be written clearly and in detail in the future. With Tongya's previous experience, the PD didn't really ask Hot Shouty again why she chose so. The PD couldn't help but begin to sympathize with the other 2 male guests. Not only did they not become the first choice of the 2 female guests, they didn't even qualify to be chosen in the second slot. The female guests would rather be empty and write Han Huang's name twice than choose them. What did Wang Songsong and Li Feng do wrong? The PD looked at Hot D and said, unfortunately, your pairing was unsuccessful. Hottie lost it and left. The 6 observers also exclaimed, oh my god, Han Huang's first date was not with Hottie. This is too unexpected, isn't it? Luigia started to turn into a diva analyzing. I think that this date pairing is going to be a major twist in this show yet. Originally, in Han Haoren's mind, Hot Shouti's position was ranked first among the 5 female guests. It was evident from the first time Hot Shouty and Han Haoren connected with each other. But this time, Hottie didn't get to date Han Hong. Will the other female guests be able to seize the opportunity and bend the rules to win Han Haoren's favor? This show, it's gotten a lot more interesting. Luo Jinhao smiled and said, I'm quite worried about the other 2 male guests. The 2 front runners, Tongya and Hot Shouty, both of whom chose only Han Haoren, were not paired up. This also means that they lost the chance to go on a date with a male guest over the weekend. But it also means that the other 2 male guests lose the chance to date both of them as well. It's not like at the end of the day, the other 2 male guests give out gifts and no one dates them, is it? Luigia analyzed. I think it's very likely, even assuming one of Hot Shouty and Tongya drew a gift prepared by the director's team. But the other one must be a gift from one of the 2 Li Feng and Wang Songsong. But it's obvious that one of them has failed to pair up. If the gift from the general director hasn't been drawn out yet, then both Wang Songsong and Li Feng have failed in their pairings. Zhang Hanxiao immediately turned her gaze to the general director. General director, you said, which gift are you preparing? You don't really give books away that dirt, do you? The general director, of course, had a poker face and didn't answer. For betraying himself and telling everyone that the director's gift was prepared by himself as a live PD, the chief director decided to fire him after recording the program. Su Siyu's question board was revealed. PD realized that the question board was exactly the same as the previous Tongya one. If the handwriting hadn't been different, PD would have wondered if the staff had gotten the wrong one and brought up Tongya's question board again. First in line, Han Haoren. Second in line, blank. The PD meant to get to the point where it actually became pretty clear who to pair up with in the event that the female guest didn't choose a second choice. But at this point, the program can no longer change the rules. The PD could only say helplessly, Su Siyu, congratulations on your successful pairing. Based on the fact that you only wrote one option, so you already know your date. But according to the rules of our program, you're still not allowed to disclose any information about the pairing with anyone. When the time comes, our program will tell you the date, time and meeting place chosen by the male guest who has been successfully matched with you. Please be on time for your appointment. A happy smile appeared on the shy Su Siyu's face. Thank you. Song Shanchan was also very happy for Su Siyu. Great. I'm so happy. A 2 out of 5 chance. Su Siyu did it. Yang Mi's point of concern didn't seem to be the same as everyone else's. Cartier's necklace. Han Haoren's gift is actually this. Chi Yuhan's title board. First in line, Han Haoren. Second in line, Song Wang. PD was moved to tears. I'm so moved. You're the only one of the female guests so far who has followed a normal routine. Chi Yuhan was a bit puzzled. PD, what are you talking about? The PD couldn't reveal the choices of the other female guests and quickly pulled away from the conversation. I'm sorry Chi Yuhan, your pairing was unsuccessful. Chi Yuhan's face was filled with surprise. Unsuccessful? So this book is from Li Feng? Such a romantic thing. Did Li Feng do it? Or is it the general director? Chi Yuhan did not hesitate to pick this book called I Like the Way You Look. Of course not because she liked reading books. This was because Chi Yuhan thought that the male guest who gave this book must be very romantic. And the only one of the three male guests who knows how to be romantic is obviously Han Haoren. In Chi Yuhan's mind, there was a high probability that this book was sent by Han Haoren. Even Chi Yuhan had an image inside of her. A candlelight dinner. Han Haoren handing himself this book. As Chi Yuhan picked up the book, Han Haoren read out the title of the book. I Like the Way You Look. Isn't this a romance explosion? But now, Chi Yuhan felt that she was struck by the merciless truth. Chapter 80, Song Shanshan's dialogue with Su Siyu. Starting life over. Eventually, Song Shinran walked into the secret room. She also only has the first in line on her question board, Han Hong. The PD smiled and announced, Song Shinran, congratulations on your successful pairing. Please be on time for your appointment. As the PD explained the process, Song Shinran was secretly glad. Once again, he had guessed correctly. From the college entrance exams, to the GRE and GMAT exams for studying abroad in the U.S., to the exams for various certificates, Goddess of Fortune has always been on Song Shinran's side, and this one is no exception. Of course, it was the same as Song Shinran being able to pass so many exams, which could not be explained by luck. Song Shinran started analyzing the 5 gifts on the table as soon as she saw them. She surmised that Han Hong, who was very busy but had to buy a gift, or 2 gifts, was only able to rush off to one place to buy a gift, most likely a shopping center with a high concentration of luxury stores, and a necklace from Cartier and earrings from Tiffany. Both of these boutiques, almost always open together. After all, both brands, in jewelry and accessories, are high-end brands, so these 2 gifts would most likely be the 2 gifts that Han Haoren bought at the same time. Studio. All the guests applauded. Zhang Hanshao said, congratulations on our successful connection. Everyone receives a heraldry of glory. Zhang Hanshao looked at the pairing results again and sighed. Alas, as expected, the other 2 male guests were not paired up. Even for 2 episodes, they didn't have much of a presence. I do have some sympathy for the 2 of you. It's actually not that Li Feng and Wang Tsongtsong aren't good. Looking at their background information, they would both be very popular with women. Only, they met Han Haoren. Ouyang Mi said, we found that apart from Chi Yuhan, all the other female guests coincidentally wrote only one option. I think originally the show was trying to keep the dating couples a mystery until the moment of the date. However, they didn't expect this from the female guests. I think next time, the show will have to be more rigorous in its rule set. Well, now we all know who the 2 teams are dating this weekend. Han Haoren and Song Shinran, and Han Haoren and Su Siyu. It feels like Han Hong is going to be very busy. Luo Jinhao added. I'll add that we know about the 2 dating pairings, though, but Han Haoren, himself, doesn't know who he's going on a date with. All he knows is that he's busy and has to prepare for 2 dates. Where would Han Hong choose to go on a date? How will Han react to seeing the person he's dating? Song Shinran and Su Siyu are the 2 female guests that Han Haoren would most like to date? It's still not going to be revealed until the next installment. Zhang Hanshao looked at Luo Jinhao and said, Mr. Luo, I feel like you're stealing my job as a host recording program ending. However, even though the results of the connection are revealed, we're not officially done with this episode. Shan, we're all waiting for you to call Su Siyu, the chief director urged again from the side. Song Shanshan, you can talk to Su Siyu, but it must be on a private basis, and it must not reveal anything about your observer's identity or the program in question. Song Shanshan nodded. Got it, chief director. You're so nagging. Song Shanshan found Su Siyu's phone number in her cell phone and put it on speakerphone, so the observers were very conscious of holding their breath. At this point in the studio, there was silence. Do, da, the sound rang a few times, and eventually Su Siyu picked up the phone. The voice of Su Siyu coming from the other end of the phone was slightly different from the usual Su Siyu's voice. At this moment, Su Siyu is clearly more lively. Shan, you haven't called me in a long time. Song Shanshan smiled and said, yeah, I just recently finished 2 traveling violin recitals, and I just returned home yesterday. Song Shanshan was absolutely right. She had just returned to China yesterday and immediately joined the taping of the program Encountering the Really Rich and Poor. As the female guests had already returned to the room, there was no longer any picture on the screen in the observation room at this time. All the observers didn't dare to say a word, listening to the conversation between Su Siyu and Song Shanshan. Su Siyu naturally wouldn't doubt what Song Shanshan said. So what's the matter with you calling me, asking me out for dinner? But I've been in the imperial capital lately, so maybe you'll have to come to the imperial capital if you want to find me. Song Shanshan replied, good, I'll be coming to the imperial city recently, so I'll make an appointment then. But, Siyu, why have you suddenly settled in the imperial capital? Su Siyu didn't hide anything from her bosom friend. I'm recording a program. Recorded programs? A TV program? Song Shanshan's surprised tone wasn't a disguise. It was the truest expression of her heart. Up to now, Song Shanshan didn't really know why Su Siyu wanted to participate in the recording of the program, encountering the truly rich and poor. Su Siyu also knew why Song Shanshan would react like this. It's a TV program. But this program, it has nothing to do with the piano. Song Shanshan raised her tone. Whether it has anything to do with the piano or not, I don't think you're one to throw your weight around. After you won first prize at the Chopin International Piano Competition, you didn't even give an interview to the official media of the event. TV programs, ugh. It's going to be seen by tons of people when it's on TV. Are you ready to step into the public eye? On the other end of the line, it was quiet for a few seconds. Then Su Siyu replied, yes, Shan, I'm learning piano for a hobby. Of course, but, actually, I do have a goal. Just like you, I want to be able to fight for my country, and I want to be able to become a Hall of Fame presence. I didn't give any interviews before because I was afraid that it would affect my practicing because of outside distractions. For the past 23 years, chances are I've been playing the piano except for the time I eat and sleep. But nowadays, I can't get any more refined in my skills, so I decided to start my life over. Chapter 81, this must be the man who can shock the world. Song Shanshan couldn't help but ask, starting life over? Su Siyu said, yes. Shanshan, actually you must know, a musician, it doesn't matter if it's a pianist, or a violinist. In terms of skill, it's really at the pinnacle, at the very top, where everyone is at about the same level. And what remains, the most crucial point that distinguishes whether or not it reaches hallowed status, is the expression of emotion. Does your playing, does it move the audience? And I've recently come to realize that my previous 23 years of such ascetic-like practice and total lack of communication with the outside world characterizes me. Even though my skills have reached the highest level, I am now at a bottleneck. 3 more years of practicing, 5 more years, 10 more years, and I'll be stuck at this bottleneck unable to break through. I wasn't able to adequately convey the emotion in the piano piece. A lot of piano music that tells the story of its creator. There is pure love and happiness, the sadness of lost love, and the indictment of life and the struggle with fate. And how can I, having never experienced these emotions myself, play piano music that moves people? Song Shanshan smiled and said, I see, so you decided to participate in a program to experience life, and you're not shying away from the fact that you've been outed, because, when you're moving toward that goal of Hall of Fame, exposure to the public is an inevitable process. Su Siyu's voice carried a smile in it. Yes, you're right, but Shan, you'll never guess what kind of program I'm in to record. What Song Shanshan thought in her heart was, how could I not know? I know it clearly, because I'm in this program too. However, over the phone, Song Shanshan could only say, see you, I can't guess, you come and tell me. Su Siyu smiled and said, aha, don't laugh at me if I say it. I'm participating in the recording of a relationship reality show, but the specific name and content of the program, I signed a non-disclosure agreement with the crew, can't tell you. You'll be able to see it when the show airs. Song Shanshan pretended to be surprised. Oh my god, a reality show about relationships? Su Siyu, you've really grown up. It's not just life you want to experience, it's love you want to experience. Su Siyu said unapologetically, of course, there are so many piano songs about love in this world. The only way I can express myself better emotionally is to go through the various processes of love. And in 23 years, I haven't even spoken to the opposite sex, let alone had a relationship. But in my heart, I still long for love. Song Shanshan didn't expect Su Siyu to say all her inner thoughts so directly. Inside her original mind, she had still thought of a few sets of plans on how to set up Su Siyu's words. However, the simple Su Siyu didn't even wait for Song Shanshan to condescend and told everything. Now, Song Shanshan also completely understood the reason why Su Siyu participated in this program. Song Shanshan understood why Su Siyu wanted to participate in the recording of this program. But today there was another question in her mind that she really wanted to know. So, Song Shanshan decisively asked, so Siyu, from the way you said it, you're already recording. So, the romance genre, you should have seen the male guests already. Is there anyone among the male guests who strikes your fancy? Song Shanshan had thought that Su Siyu was going to hesitate for a while and wouldn't even say the answer. What I didn't expect was that Su Siyu said without even thinking, "Of course there is." Han Haoran's shadow immediately surfaced in Song Shanshan's mind. Song Shanshan found that her best friend, too, had been captured deeply by Han Haoran. However, the pressure of competition that Su Siyu is also facing is also very great. Song Shanshan continued to latch on. "So Siyu, the person you like, must be especially powerful. What does he do?" Su Siyu replied, "This question, I'm not sure if I can say, but Sean, you know what? I just, heard someone play a Moonlight Sonata. I know you won't believe me when I say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. His level, I think, far exceeds mine, far exceeds the hall level, and possibly, reaches legend for the ages." Hearing him play the Moonlight Sonata gave me a strong feeling that the person sitting in front of me repeatedly playing this piano piece was Beethoven. That's why I'm internally convinced that only the playing of a pianist of unparalleled legend can reach such a level. But this person is not a Hall of Fame piano virtuoso or even a professional pianist that we know. Can you understand how I feel right now? I know it still feels like I'm dreaming. Ugh, forget it. You can't understand even if I say that. Those who didn't hear this performance live in person can't know the shock I felt inside at that time. Song Shanshan wanted to say that she actually understood. Although not on the spot, even the sound of the live recording was enough to blow her away. And to be able to make myself, who was not there and simply tuned in live, resonate so much that I even wept. What is this level of performance if not legendary? See you, is this person who played the Moonlight Sonata for you, the same person as the one your heart desires? Song Shanshan asked, although she already knew the result inside. Su Siyu quickly replied, "Yes, Sean, I really have a lot to say to you right now, but I'm still at the place where the program is being recorded, and there are other girls next to me. There's so much that's not convenient to say. You come to the imperial capital soon. We'll talk in person then." I have a feeling that after this episode airs, it might be able to shock the entire classical music world. Song Shanshan and Su Siyu had a few words to chat before hanging up the phone. Although the phone was hung up, but the hearts of the 6 observers could not be calmed for a long time, because they realized that what Su Siyu said was right. Once the program is aired, Han Haoran will surely be able to shock the world. Star, Chapter 82, Epic Traffic. Han Hong didn't know who had chosen his gift. He also didn't know that he was now the hot topic of discussion among all the guests, observers and the entire staff of the program. Han Haoran didn't even know that he was considered a legendary pianist by Su Siyu after playing one piano piece. Han Haoran, who has acquired Beethoven's technique, should be in the realm of legend of the world, but only when he plays Beethoven's piano pieces. It's also very understandable. If Beethoven were to play Mozart's piano music, I believe Beethoven could interpret it very well, but Beethoven couldn't play like Mozart. Han Haoran tapped away at his laptop for a long time before finally closing it. The next day, Han Haoran woke up early. Although he woke up an hour earlier than the day before, Han Haoran still met Tong Yaya in the living room. At the same time, Han Haoran also saw Song Shinran, who was already wearing an OL uniform and had almost finished breakfast and was ready to go to work. Song Shinran happily greeted Han Haoran. "Good morning." Han Haoran felt that Song Shinran seemed to be even more enthusiastic about herself than yesterday. Tong Yaya was thoughtful enough to help Han Haoran serve his meal. Han Haoran casually complimented, "Yeah, you feel like you belong to the type of a virtuous wife and mother. Whoever marries you is definitely blessed." Tong Yaya smiled sheepishly. Song Shinran suddenly realized, "I see, Sister Yaya, you made this breakfast specially for Han Haoran, didn't you? Was I lucky to rub it in?" Tong Yaya hastily retorted, "Where is it? It's just that I haven't gotten a play in a while, so it's actually kind of empty compared to you busy people. So wanted to help out with breakfast so you guys could have it too and then hint at work." Song Shinran hurriedly said, "Sister Yaya, you're so beautiful. You'll definitely be able to receive a play right away. Or the female number 1. Tong Yaya's eyes dimmed. It was actually a long time ago that she entered the acting industry, and she participated in countless competitions just to get more opportunities. The reason for the admission to the Tudor Theatre Academy is to have a better career in the path of an actor. Unfortunately, so far, Tong Yaya still hadn't received any good jobs, and her fame, too, belonged to the state of obscurity that not many people had heard of. But Song Shinran's good wishes, Tong Yaya naturally had to express her gratitude. "Thank you, I borrowed your good wishes." Song Shinran quickly finished her breakfast and looked at the time. It was time to leave. Song Shinran looked at Han Haoran and asked, "Han Haoran, which direction are you going later? Let's see if we're on the same path. Can we join together?" Although she knew she had a date with Han Haoran, Song Shinran still wished she could have more alone time with Han Haoran to communicate. Han Haoran smiled and looked at Song Shinran. "I know where Goldman Sachs is. You work in the direction of Financial Street, right? It's one south and one north from me, rather out of the way." Song Shinran nodded. "Then I'll go to work. Han Haoran, bye-bye." "Yeah, bye. See you tonight." During the meal, Han Haoren saw Li Feng coming downstairs. As for Wang Songsong and the other female guests, I don't know if they have already gone out or are still awake. Han Haoren quickly finished his breakfast, said goodbye to Tong Yaya, and immediately left the house. The place Han Haoren was going to was still Suemu University. Although there were no class activities today, Han Haoren felt that he couldn't stay at the villa in Fruit Terrace and do the right thing, right? And Waterwood University had many small classrooms that students could borrow. Han Haoren happened to be a student at Waterwood University now. Suemu University. Han Haoren opened his laptop in front of him. At this time, 12 hours had passed since Han Haoren posted that retweeted Koi tweet. Han Haoren opened his Weibo and realized that he had reached 470,000 followers. Although he didn't know the historical data of Weibo, Han Haoren felt that even if big-name celebrities entered Weibo on the first day, their fan growth should be nothing more than that, right? Han Haoren skimmed through his retweeted Koi tweets again. The retweets of this tweet had broken 100,000 in half a day, and Han Hong looked at the big names he was following. Even at this time, Zhang Hanxiao, who was known as the queen of microblogging topics and one of the most famous actresses in Huaxia, had just over 10,000 retweets on her latest few microblogs, and a lot of big names. Their tweets have even only 2,000 or 3,000 retweets. Seeing such data, Han Haoren was confident about taking over his own plans. Today's fledgling microblogs don't have marketing numbers or big V's as such. The ones with the most followers, the ones with the most traffic, are the stars who bring their own fans to the table, and Han Haoren simply this microblogging traffic exploded countless popular artists. 100,000 retweets in half a day is epic traffic. Sitting inside Waterwood University, Han Haoren received a text message from Ijichi. Yesterday we had an appointment to have dinner together in the evening and watch a movie on the way. Han Haoren thought about it for a moment. Although the program group did not have a hard and fast rule that the male guests had to meet the villa every night, but when he thought of the 5 great beauties waiting for him at home, Han Haoren felt that it wasn't good to just abandon the 5 beauties and date Hiji Kite. So Han Haoren replied, "I've been busy at night for a while now. If Miss He must want to have dinner and a movie with me, how about this afternoon?" Bosai is in the building next door to Goldman Sachs. At this time, Song Shinran had just arrived at Goldman Sachs' 17th floor office, and Hiji Kite also happened to be texting with Han Haoren on the 17th floor of the Bank of China International, where she could look away from Song Shinran with the window open. Hiji Kite sends a message. "Alright, you're a busy man. I'll work with your schedule. I'll take a half day off this afternoon. We'll have a lunch at noon and then go to the movies in the afternoon." After sending the text message, Hiji Kite held her cheeks, still contemplating. She didn't know why yesterday she became so proactive and actually dared to confess to Han Haoren. Maybe it's because Han Haoren gave himself a different feeling yesterday than even before? It seemed more handsome. Or maybe Hiji Kite knows that if she doesn't confess, then with graduation, she's really going to miss out on Han Haoren. Yesterday's drinking and chatting with Han Haoren in his own home was also Hiji Kite's happiest moment. She suddenly realized that even in the underestimation of life, even if she was notified by the entire financial industry that she was banned from practicing, Han Haoren was still so full of confidence. This is the kind of person she likes. Hiji Kite expresses her dissatisfaction with Han Haoren taking off her outer clothes, looking at her naked body, and then leaving. What Hiji Kite was dissatisfied with was why Han Haoren didn't have a little something going on with himself. Is it because you don't want to? Even if it's because you're drunk, at least take off all your clothes. Wasn't her own body so perfect, half as attractive to Han Haoren? That's why Hiji Kite intends to use the excuse of watching a movie to further draw closer to Han Haoren. Star. Chapter 83, The Marketing Guru. At the same time Han Haoren and Hijichi sent messages. Not far from Financial Street is the China World Trade Center, Sina head office, the vice president of Sina Group, the marketing director, and the director in charge of microblogging, as well as the staff of microblogging's marketing team gathered in the same conference room. They were conducting this emergency meeting because of Han Haoren. The vice president of Sina Group sat at the main seat in the center of the conference room, and inquired to the marketing director beside him. "So, a microblog, less than 12 hours, 100,000 retweets. It wasn't brushed?" The 30-year-old, but still flamboyant, marketing director replied, "Yes, our technical team has verified that. The 100,000 retweets were not duplicate retweets of the same ID or from the same IP. It's safe to say that this data is true. Also, a point of interest is that only 55% of those 100,000 retweeted Koi microblogging accounts participated in our super sweepstakes event. The remaining 45% are the ones who didn't participate in our sweepstakes. Yet, they retweeted this Koi tweet. Most of the accounts are authenticated by their real names. So that means the 100,000 retweets in 12 hours are real and valid." The vice president was still a bit in disbelief. But, since our microblogging has been online. Even the most popular stars, they're microblogging, not to mention 12 hours. Even with the accumulated data, has a single microblog ever seen such a large amount of retweets? An employee specializing in Weibo data statistics quickly replied, no, a single microblog with 100,000 retweets has actually been considered to have broken the retweet record of other accounts besides the official blog since the launch of Weibo. The official blog also surpassed 5 million retweets because of this super sweepstakes. However, this is the number of retweets accumulated in more than 30 days. If converted into 12 hours, it can be said that most of the time, even the official blog's sweepstakes blog, the number of retweets in 12 hours did not reach 100,000. The previous record for retweets on Weibo was held by Zhang Hanxiao, who currently has the highest number of Weibo followers. Her most popular tweet had 53,000 retweets, compared to the 100,000 retweets. The number of retweets is only half that. And it's worth mentioning that familiar world strange self is also the lucky koi named Han Haoren who was contacted by our staff yesterday. The rate of growth of retweets on that koi tweet of his didn't slow down. It went up exponentially and rapidly. The tweet, which took 8 hours to top 50,000 retweets and then reached 100,000, took just over 3 more hours. Of course, there's also the reason that those 3 hours are the time in the morning when everyone wakes up. According to our real-time detection, the number of retweets per minute of this tweet today is around 500, which means that in an hour's time, this tweet will increase by 30,000 retweets. This is the time period when Twitter has the most users online, so we're expecting to break 200,000 retweets on this tweet probably by 12 noon today. The vice president couldn't help but exclaim, 200,000, this popularity, it's even higher than a big star. It seems that this lucky user we drew is not only lucky, but also has a good head on his shoulders. The microblogging staff member who was previously responsible for contacting Han Haoren took over the topic. Vice President, indeed, we previously verified this lucky user's profile. He's still a student, yet he's enrolled at Suweimu University, the best top-ranked school in China, and his major is still the best finance major at Suweimu University. Likewise, I looked up Han Haoren's previous information, and I found out that he was the top science college entrance exam student in Jiangnan province, and he scored very high on the college entrance exam. Out of a possible 750 points, he got 733 points, which is a full 30 points higher than the second place in their class. It can be said that Han Haoren is a genius. Sina's marketing director also spoke up. Academic performance and all that is off the table for now. I have to say, this Han Haoren is an untutored genius when it comes to marketing. Koi. I don't know how he came up with that term, but I think the term koi is going to be the buzzword of the year too. Maybe. Han Haoren capitalized on the human subconscious wish to become lucky and packaged himself as a koi carp. The truth is, we all know that you can't get lucky by retweeting a tweet. Just as many people will go to the temple to petition for a return, many people are superstitious that this will bring them good luck. And retweeting a tweet costs nothing and takes just a few seconds. Most people also retweet the tweet with the mindset that they have nothing to lose by trying to retweet it. And everyone else, seeing their friends on the front page retweeting the tweet, joined in with the mentality that retweeting would be good luck. This is also why so many users who didn't participate in our Weibo's super lucky draw also retweeted this koi tweet from Han Haoren. In terms of our most advanced theories in marketing, Han Haoren's koi microblog corresponds to the most popular viral marketing in Europe and the United States today. Use your status as the lucky one in a million chance of being drawn for subsequent packaging and marketing of yourself. It can be said that although Han Haoren is a senior majoring in finance, but this time of his marketing for his ego can even be selected as a case of genius marketing in the marketing course. And the most unexpected thing is that from the time Han Haoren won the lottery to the time he sent this koi tweet, it was less than half an hour apart. To be able to come up with such a brilliant idea in half an hour, he really is an unabashed genius. If there's a chance, I'd like to talk to Han Hong in person. And I think this one koi tweet is just the beginning. Han Haoren has taken his own account and packaged it to have higher traffic than a big-name celebrity. And there's sure to be a follow-up. As soon as Sina's marketing director spoke, a nearby Weibo team operation spoke up. Director, your prediction is exactly right. This Han Haoren posted another tweet. Chapter 84, the Vice President's Appreciation. Traffic represents money. The Vice President hurriedly ordered. Quickly, project Han Haoren's new tweets onto the screen in the conference room. A few seconds later, Han Haoren's microblog page was projected on top of the conference room's LED screen. This tweet exceeded the word limit for tweets. However, Han Haoren very cleverly chose the method of writing the text on his cell phone's memo and then taking a screenshot to upload it. This unique and novel approach alone, which can be said to have set a precedent for microblogging to publish beyond the text limit of microblogging, made everyone on the microblogging team TSK, posting tweets as blogs, and actually doing that. Everyone in the conference room began to read the latest tweet posted by Han Haoren. I just logged on to Twitter and was really flattered to see the number of retweets of my last koi tweet and the number of new followers I've added. As I said, I am a lucky man and I want to share my luck with all of you. I also feel that sharing happiness alone is not as much fun as sharing it out. When I was very young, I learned the saying that it's better to be alone than to be happy. So, to give back to all of you who follow me, I decided to share my good fortune. I'm announcing that I'm going to be giving all the prizes I've won back again through a raffle. Except for the villa. Of course, I know. With so many sponsors sending me prizes, it seems a little disrespectful for me to just forward them out again. So I'll be trying out the prizes myself and writing a detailed review to post on my Twitter feed before I pass them on. Also, a post of my review will be the sweepstakes blog itself. I'll draw one lucky winner out of all the followers who retweeted the review and share the luck with everyone. I spent a couple hours making a table counting all the prizes I drew and am about to share. There were 61 prizes sponsored by 44 sponsors, including the Geely England TX4 Classic business car. I will be giving these gifts back to those who follow me through a raffle for the next 2 months. In closing, I would like to say to all those who read this tweet, my philosophy of life. It is more joyful to give than to take. For those who retweet this tweet, I will draw one lucky person to receive $999 in cash exclusively. This prize was originally offered officially by Weibo, opening in 10 days. There was a minute of collective silence in Sina's conference room. In the end, it was the marketing director who couldn't help but marvel once again. Wizards, this Han Haoren is definitely a wizard in the marketing world. The director of microblogging operations was a bit puzzled. Mr. Su, this Han Haoren drew out the 100,000 cash raffle we gave him. So why do you say he's a wizard in the marketing world? There are other sponsors' rewards. Even if Han Haoren has no intention of giving the villa away, but including the business car, the diamond ring, the gold jewelry, the furniture, the appliances, all of that adds up to a value of over $1 million. Even if Han Haoren chooses to sell them at a discount, he'll still make at least $1 million, but raffle them all and give them away again, and the $1 million is someone else's. With this 1 million, at most, I'll exchange it for some fans' attention, and some retweets. Is that worth it? We, Sina, officially, don't have rewards for the number of microblog retweets, either. No matter how many fans Han Haoren has, no matter how many people retweet his microblogs, he can't gain any benefits. The vice president looked at the director of microblogging operations and said, "You're still thinking one-sided." Han Haoren dared to raffle off this $1 million prize, naturally because by doing so, he was able to gain more. Now, I agree with what Director Su said. This Han Haoren is truly a genius without compromise. It's hard to imagine that he's just a student. The director of microblogging operations looked at the vice president with a smile on his face and said, "President, forgive me for my stupid qualifications. Can you explain to me why Han Haoren was able to gain more revenue by giving away his prize instead?" Instead of answering this question, the deputy director looked at the marketing director and said, "Director Su, you answered this question for me." The marketing director said to the crowd in the conference room, "The reason is simple. Retweeting koi is Han Huang's first genius marketing for himself. Yes, some people market products, some people market brands, some people market their work, but Han Haoren markets himself. But as brilliant as this marketing program is, it's not going to last very long. Maybe this koi fever will fade in a month, or even less. And this sweepstakes is Han Huang's second marketing." Let's take a closer look at this tweet of his, and there are 2 key points. The first keyword is to take the 61 prizes and draw them over a 2-month period. 61 prizes, which means that Han Haoren will have to draw the prize 61 times for 2 months. A little bit of calculation and we'll realize that this frequency is maintained at just 1 prize draw a day. In my opinion, Han Haoren will definitely put the most valuable business car worth $300,000 on the last day of the draw. This means that through the lottery, Han Haoren will be able to maintain his heat for at least 2 months. In these 2 months, the number of visits to his microblogs, as well as the number of retweets, comments and likes for each microblog, may be higher than that of a top popular star. The director of Twitter operations nodded, then asked, "Yes, the words are correct. But what does a student like Han Haoren need so much traffic for? Only stars need traffic. Could it be that he wants to move into the entertainment industry?" The marketing director shook his head. "No, not really. Everyone pay attention to the second keyword in that tweet from Han Haoren, and that is review. For Han Hong, traffic represents money, far more than a few, if not dozens, of times $1 million. And reviews, that's how he makes his money. He's hitting on those sponsors of ours. Star, Chapter 85, he is the key to everything. To be able to promote to the level of director of a top domestic internet company like Sina, no one is a jerk. The director of microblogging operations immediately reacted. So, Han Haoren is planning to make money from sponsors? Writing reviews for these sponsors' merchandise is just a name. In reality, the reviews are just advertising in disguise. Retweeting product review tweets for a sweepstakes. Doesn't that equate to, well, driving a lot of traffic to the sponsor's product? Of course, the sponsors hope that Han Haoren will put in a good word in the review, and Han Haoren will be charging advertising fees for these sponsors? But, these are almost the top brands in China. Will they just pay Han Haoren for advertising? The VP sighed. 12 hours and over 100,000 retweets. It's a volume that no traffic star ever can reach. This means that Han Haoren's tweet can almost be seen by most of the active users above Weibo. And no one knows as well as we do ourselves that most of the registered users of our microblogs are young users who have just graduated and have some spending power. And those are the consumer groups that happen to be the target customers of those sponsors we've chosen. Which of these sponsors, which ones aren't in traditional media, have hundreds of millions of dollars in advertising each year? As long as Han Haoren can guarantee that his succeeding sweepstakes microblogs will be able to maintain the current amount of retweets, I think I'm a sponsor who would be happy to go to Han Haoren for cooperation even if it costs him a few $1 million. Alas, we at Sina found these sponsors just to expand the prize pool and create a gimmick with so many prizes from top domestic manufacturers. Not a penny of advertising money was asked of them. I didn't realize that one of the lucky subscribers we drew was putting attention to earning advertising dollars from us. The sponsors. Late bloomers. It's really the latter. The project manager of the microblogging team looked at the vice president and asked, Vice President, it seems like Han Haoren's practice of working through our platform for his own benefit is out of line, doesn't it? Do we need to do something? Like disqualify him as a winner? Or ban his account? Without waiting for the vice president to speak, the director of operations for the microblogging team glared viciously at the project manager and scolded, Disqualify the winner? On what grounds did we disqualify him from winning the lottery? He didn't cheat in the raffle. We drew him out of millions of users. Depriving him of his qualifications will only draw the public's suspicion and accusations against our microblog. Let the reputation of our Sina's brand be tarnished. Banning accounts? Just because he's going to redraw the prize he won? Just because he's going to tweet about writing a review? We're going to ban him? What kind of reasoning is that? On the first day we set up Twitter, we announced to the public that Twitter is a public, open platform where everyone has the right to share any of their opinions, moods and attitudes. It's not like Han Haoren has committed any violations, so why should we ban him? The project manager buried his head, not daring to speak. He made the suggestion to block the account simply because he felt a bit sour. Why should Han Haoren, a student, not only win a jackpot worth $10 million, but also earn extra advertising money through Weibo? I didn't expect to be met with a scolding from the superintendent. The vice president of Sina also said, Microblogging is a product that we saw the success of Twitter abroad and took the lead in introducing into China. And as far as I know, not only us, but Tencent, Netwing 163, and Sohu are a few companies that have paid some attention to the explosion of Twitter. Such a huge business opportunity, they won't miss it. They've all started their Twitter programs. They're just behind us. Han Haoren was able to profit from our tweets on his own. Besides, this just proves that this platform of our Sina Weibo has a lot of traffic, so that Han Haoren has room to make a profit. In my opinion, the traffic users of Weibo should not just be limited to those celebrities. Anyone, an ordinary person like Han Haoren, can be a Twitter traffic body. Everyone can become a microblogging V. That's where our microblogging will go in the future. This microblogging platform of ours. If we only limit ourselves to inviting some celebrities, posting selfie pictures and sharing their moods on our platform, and then the fans only pay attention to their idols, pointing and liking, and retweeting and commenting a little bit, then we won't be able to grow to the scale of Twitter. Our goal is that every Chinese netizen registers for Weibo, shares their moods by tweeting, and allows all ordinary netizens to interact through Weibo. Weibo shouldn't just be a microblog for traffic stars, shouldn't just be a platform between stars and fans. Twitter should be everyone's Twitter. Everyone can stand on the stage of Weibo. Ordinary people, if they have good ideas and write good original content, they can be stars too. This is the discovery of our development, and I think what Han Haoren did gave us new ideas. Before Han Haoren, all of the top 100 on our various Weibo lists, whether it's the number of followers or the number of retweets, comments, and likes, are all celebrities. And Han Haoren, a student from Suweimu University, has set a precedent. We shouldn't try to crack down on this kind of behavior from Han Haoren. Instead, we should encourage it. How about this? Let's use our official microblog and retweet this sweepstakes blog of Han Haoren to show our support for Han Haoren. Also, you guys try to reach out to Han Haoren. I'd like to have a chat with the genius who has, in his head, so many whimsical ideas. I have a hunch that Han Haoren is the key to our Sina microblog. To take out Tingshuan, Netwing 163, and Sohu, the soon-to-be launched followers of our competitors. Star. Chapter 86, Ginger Fishing for a Fish, and whoever wants it takes the bait. During a meeting between most of the executives of Sina and all the heads of the microblogging team, Han Haoren finished posting his first sweepstakes blog and began to plan out his date options for the weekend. Although he didn't know who the female guest was, there wasn't anyone out of the 5 female guests that Han Hong didn't want to date. After all, the face value of all 5 people is top-notch, and it's a plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum, each with their own characteristics. Han Haoren's vision of microblog marketing is indeed similar to the analysis of Sina's executives. However, there are still some differences. Han Haoren does not intend to take the initiative to seek sponsors to ask for advertising money. Han Haoren left his contact information with the microblogging official. He just wanted to wait for the sponsors to come to his door by themselves. As the saying goes, Zhang Taigong fishes for the willing. In Han Haoren's opinion, although he had a plan of $100 million in 10 days, but if he goes from one sponsor to another to sell a marketing program, he's falling short. Han Haoren is confident that as long as the first evaluation microblogging, the rest of the sponsors will be scrambling to contact him. Han Haoren didn't have to wait long before the first fish took the bait of its own accord. And this fish is a really big fish in terms of size. Lenovo. Since 1996, Lenovo's computer sales have been at the top of the domestic market in China. In 2005, Lenovo Group acquired IBM's personal computer division. Lenovo Group, today, is the world's 4th largest computer maker and is starting to enter the industry in the smartphone mobile business. Lu Chuanji, the chairman of Lenovo, is also a well-known and popular figure. Of course, it is natural that the one who contacted Han Haoren would not be Lu Chuanji, or even the highest level of Lenovo Group's president-vice president level. After all, it's just a normal marketing pickup. Zizi Liu is the manager of Lenovo's advertising business unit. Lu Zizi has followed Han Haoren's Weibo account since he posted the retweet of the koi. She found the lucky winners of the online Twitter sweepstakes very interesting. Lu Zizi was also the first to see that latest tweet from Han Haoren. Sweepstakes? Evaluations? Lu Zizi looked at Han Haoren's recent several microblogging retweets. With professional marketing literacy, she realized that this is a good opportunity for cooperation. Lenovo spends hundreds of millions on advertising every year. However, recently, their advertising business department found through research that Lenovo Group's advertising investment in traditional media such as TV stations or newspapers is difficult to receive the expected results. The growth of Lenovo's sales for the fiscal year saw a slowdown. The whole group also came to a conclusion through analyzing the report. Whether it was the advertisements on TV stations or the advertisements in newspapers, magazines and other paper media, the effect was really not good. The reason is also very simple. Unlike some fast-selling daily products or food and beverage, Lenovo sells computers. And generally speaking, today's potential Lenovo customers are basically internet users who own a home computer or laptop themselves. Even if they don't have a computer, they surely love surfing the internet or gaming and will go to internet cafes and other places to access the internet. Such a consumer group will rarely watch TV or newspapers anymore. They want to log on to the major portals on the web, such as Sina or Tingxuan or Sohu to view news advisories. And with video sites like Oilbank, Tudo coming online, there are also resource sites for major episodes. Netizens are also accustomed to catching up with dramas online instead of being glued to the TV set to catch up with dramas every day. Therefore, excessive advertising in newspapers or TV stations is no longer in line with Lenovo's market position. That's why Lu Zizi actively contacted Sina Weibo and got Lenovo to participate in the Super Lucky Draw event as a sponsor. Today's microblogging, although there is a web version of the client, mobile app, multiple login channels, but because today's smartphones are not popular, most people still log into microblogging through the computer. And whether it's a computer or a smartphone, all of these are Lenovo's main products today and upcoming products. Obviously, every user of Weibo is a potential consumer of Lenovo. Unfortunately, since Marvel has ramped up a villa, so the traffic has been stolen by Marvel. When people talk about the Sina Weibo sweepstakes, all they talk about is the Weibo sweepstakes for villas. Sweepstakes for villas. No mention will be made of the other sponsors' prizes. But this time, the draw for the lucky koi of Familiar World Strange Self was different. Instead of drawing everything out at once like Sina, he writes reviews and draws each prize individually. The microblogging account Familiar World Strange Self is not a celebrity's account though, but judging from the growth rate of followers and the number of retweets and comments on the tweets posted, the traffic is much higher than those of first-tier stars. Of course, Lu Zizi knows that whether it's a koi or a retweet sweepstakes, these are all trickery. Most people who retweet Familiar World Strange Self tweets aren't doing so because they're fans of the person, but for Lenovo, their own purpose is simply to get their products seen by more people. And assuming that Familiar World Strange Self posts a Lenovo review blog, Each additional retweet means that this Lenovo product is seen by all of that person's friends on their homepage. Lou Zizi believe that they only need to provide the blogger with a certain marketing fee to change the evaluation of a Lenovo advertising department's own soft text up. For Lenovo, this will be an extremely cost-effective, even more promotional effect than a month of advertising on CCTV. So, after figuring out the key to this, Lou Zizi reported with her top boss and took the initiative to come and contact Han Haoran. In Lou Zizi's mind, Lenovo and Han Haoran working together will be a win-win situation. Chapter 87 opens at $8 million. And so it was that Han Haoran received a call from Lou Zizi. Lou Zizi though felt whether it was too proactive to contact Han Haoran in such a hurry, but she keenly judged that for this familiar world strange self raffle, it was obvious that the prize of the first sponsor to participate in the raffle was bound to receive the most attention. Who knows how long the koi fever will last? Who knows if there will be people who, having failed to win themselves in a few draws, realize that the probability of such draws being too low is itself not very reliable and stop participating in the retweets? Lou Zizi felt that she must grab the first one. Han Haoran picked up the phone. Lou Zizi first said somewhat apologetically, "I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Han. I'm the head of the advertising department of Lenovo Group, and I got your contact information from Sina. I wonder if it's convenient for you to talk." When Han Haoran heard that there was a fish on the hook that quickly, he naturally wouldn't put the fish in the water and quickly replied, "Of course it's convenient." Lou Zizi opened the door and said, "Mr. Han, this time I'm here to discuss with you the matter of business cooperation. We have a collaborative program." As soon as Lou Zizi opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Han Haoran. "Lenovo Group? Congratulations on being the first sponsor to contact me. I've only just posted my tweet not more than a few hours ago and you guys are calling me. So it looks like your marketing department has a good nose for business. But in the interest of saving each other's time, let me explain a few of my packages to you. Zizi Lou." At this moment, Lou Zizi was a bit confused. She was interrupted before she could open her mouth to say the main topic. Then Han Haoran said a bunch of things. And listening to Han Haoran's tone, Han Haoran had anticipated that there would be sponsors to talk to him about cooperation. And even, Han Haoran himself had already thought of all the options for cooperation. Package? What the hell is this? How come it feels the same as a telecom sales office? Lou Zizi had a premonition that the program she had previously negotiated with her superiors, as well as the offer she had made to Han Haoran, seemed to be useless. The original Lou Zizi also wanted to try to interrupt Han Haoran's words, to regain the initiative of the conversation. After all, Lou Zizi is a professional marketing talent. Eloquence in the industry also belongs to the top level. And Han Haoran was just a student at Suemu University. But Lou Zizi found Han Haoran this coy eloquence is really good. So Lou Zizi completely unable to insert words. Moreover, Han Haoran's eloquent content, each sentence was logical and clear, very well organized, allowing Lou Zizi to gradually gaze and listen. 10 minutes later, Lou Zizi hung up the phone, except for a final word with Han Haoran. "Okay, thanks, bye." Other than that, Lou Zizi hadn't interjected a single word since the beginning. Yet Lou Zizi didn't feel Han Haoran was overbearing and dictatorial at all. At this moment, she was still inwardly pondering the scenario Han Haoran had told her. Have to say, according to Han Haoran said the most expensive package program, Lenovo can achieve the effect of publicity, will be explosive. The most premium package includes not only the review tweet that was retweeted for a prize, but also the ongoing promotion. Even Han Haoran said that his most high-end package, in addition to the evaluation, he will be for a Lenovo product, tailored to a set of advertising programs. However, Han Haoran's demands were also harsh. The first is the so-called sponsorship fee. Han Haoran's most upscale package costs $8 million soft dollars, and according to Han, he got a 20% discount because he was the first customer to contact him. The original price for this top-of-the-line package was $10 million. Then, Han said that he will not publish the soft copy provided by Lenovo in his review, but rather, Han himself will personally pen it. But Han Haoran guaranteed that the copy he provided was definitely more relevant than the one from Lenovo's public relations department, and could also achieve the effect of publicity. Han Haoran's eloquent speech made Lou Zizi feel that Han Haoran was the top talent in the marketing and advertising industry. She herself, the senior manager who had just taught new Lenovo employees about marketing and advertising in front of them, was a recent graduate. In front of Han Haoran, he didn't even have room to interrupt himself. Lou Zizi does not doubt that Han Haoran's program will be able to bring Lenovo more than the expected publicity effect. She even also felt that Han Haoran's copy might indeed be better than the one prepared by her own team. Even, Lou Zizi was very much looking forward to seeing the tailor-made advertising program for Lenovo products, as promised by Han Haoran. However, the one thing that Lou Zizi was hesitant about right now was that Han Haoran's offer was really a bit high. $8 million soft dollars. That marketing expense could run an entire page of advertising in the largest newspaper with national circulation. You can also cooperate with major department stores, or Suningom, to run 10 promotions in several major cities. Even if you advertise on TV sets, with 8 million soft dollars, you can have a short advertisement for half a month, in non-prime time, just the platform of Weibo, an account that is not a celebrity, to send a soft advertisement for a review. This is going to cost $8 million? You know, lose easy to Han Haoren before the call, and the higher-ups to ask for instructions. This time the cooperation of the sponsorship fee, the upper limit is 500,000 yuan. Lu Zizi originally thought, 500,000 soft sister currency, let the other party to send a soft provided by their own company. Basically, the other party could not refuse. But today, Lu Zizi didn't even have a chance to present her original proposal before she was fooled by Han Haoren and couldn't find her way out. 500,000 and 8 million. A full 16 times difference. Lu Zizi felt that even if he decided that the $8 million spent would be worthwhile, but his superiors, the director of Lenovo's marketing department, would agree to spend $8 million to advertise on microblogging platforms like this? Lu Zizi pondered again and again, and finally gritted her teeth, found her superior's number in her cell phone's address book, and dialed it. Chapter 88, signing completed. Your mouth is sweeter. There was still an hour and a half before the time he and He Kite agreed to have lunch at noon. Han Haoren realized that he had received a text message from Lu Zizi on his phone. The text message was simple, asking Han Haoren to go to Lenovo's headquarters in Imperial City to sign the contract. After the signing of the contract, as long as Han Haoren is promised in the microblogging Lenovo ThinkPad T400 review, Lenovo will pay Han Haoren 3 million soft sister money advertising in full. As for the advertising program for one of Lenovo's newest products that Han Haoren said came with it, Lenovo didn't put much stock in it. They only asked if Han Haoren could provide a set of advertising programs for their upcoming iPhone. Yet there was no stipulation on the progress of Han Haoren's provision of the program, even before Han Haoren provided the advertising program. As long as Han Haoren completed the review and promotion of ThinkPad T400, he could receive the cost of promotion. For the desire for money, Han Haoren was more eager than anyone else. The headquarters of Lenovo's imperial capital is not far from Waterwood University. It was also not far from where Han Haoren and Hijichi had agreed to have lunch. Han Haoren calculated the time to grab the contract and finish signing it, still in time for lunch with Hijichi. If first and Hijikite date to watch a movie, this look do not know to get down a few points can give the end. For Han Haoren, the most important thing today was to send out the first sweepstakes blog and make a name for himself. So, Han Haoren immediately messaged Lu Zizi back saying that he could leave now to go to Lenovo to sign the contract, and before the night is out he'll be able to post ThinkPad T400 review tweets. Han Haoren's only request was that Lenovo would be able to give him a ThinkPad T400 to try out when he signed the contract, because the prizes from the Weibo raffle have not yet been sent to Han Haoren inside the house he rented. Although it had been a few days since he had returned to that rented house in the middle of the city village, the address Han Haoren had left was still there. After all, he couldn't have someone else send the prize to that villa on Fruit Terrace, could he? Before going out, Han Haoren also logged into Weibo and looked at his data. First of all, the number of followers of the account has exceeded 1 million, which can already be compared to the number of followers of a first-tier celebrity. After all, the celebrities with the highest number of Weibo followers today don't have followings in the tens of millions. As for Han Haoren's Koi blog, the number of retweets has surpassed 250,000 and is pushing 300,000, and the latest tweet that extracted 999 cash had 150,000 retweets in 12 hours. The microblogging officials, too, had added the Golden V certification to Han Haoren's account. The certified title is 2009 Weibo Koi of the Year. Han Haoren knew that the fact that Lenovo's side was able to accept his offer without any hesitation had something to do with the rapidly growing popularity of his microblog. The fact that Sina officials were able to complete the certification for themselves so quickly also represented that Sina's side was encouraging their behavior mainly. For Sina official, this reaction is also exactly in Han Haoren's expectations. Later Sina has also been for advertising number. Marketing of Big V, Netroots number are holding a tacit attitude. You'll be fine as long as you don't tweet links to Sina's competitors' sites. Lenovo Imperial Headquarters. Signing the contract didn't take long. The original PR promotion agreement was much simpler than a sales or other service contract, and Han Haoren spent 15 minutes quickly skimming through the contract, feeling that there were no problems, and signed both contracts in duplicate. Taking a ThinkPad T400 gifted to him by Lenovo, Han Haoren beautifully went to the restaurant he had agreed with Hijichi. The ThinkPad T400's general review has been conceptualized by Han Haoren. All that's needed is a final trial of the laptop and Han Hong will be able to post a review blog as promised. Han Haoran arrived at the restaurant on time, and at that moment, Hee Kite was already sitting inside the restaurant. Today's Hee Kite is wearing a white dress, and she doesn't look like that kind of high and cold model, but is very cute and moving. Hee Kite, you're as pretty as ever today as well, Han Haoran complimented. Hee Kite laughed happily. Han Haoran, I haven't realized in all these years that your mouth is actually that sweet. Han Haoran smiled and looked at Hee. Oh, you haven't tried it. How do you know I have a sweet mouth? Hee Kite instantly realized what Han Haoran meant. You little cutie. I obviously tried yesterday, but it's good to try again. Hee Kite very actively and quickly approached Han Haoran, her pink lips kissing Han Haoran's mouth. The two men's lips met. Half a minute later, Han Haoran smiled and said, Hee Kite, I think it's still your mouth that's sweeter. The waiter who had been about to come up and order for the two was rather embarrassed. He wondered if he should come back in a little while. Luckily, Han Haoran noticed the waiter who didn't dare to make a sound to disturb him in the corner in time, and the two of them ordered their meals. Hee Kite chose exactly a Hong Kong-style restaurant. The food came up quickly, and Han Haoran realized after a few bites, this well-reviewed, well-reputed, and expensive Hong Kong-style restaurant tastes like it might as well be homemade. Han Haoran had a new understanding of the system's master-level skills. Hee Kite did think that these dishes were very much to her taste. Looking at Han Haoran who didn't move his chopsticks much, Hee Kite asked, Han Haoran, why don't you eat? Han Haoran smiled and replied, my mind is no longer on the food. I'm already thinking about our subsequent dates now. Hee Kite was a bit strange. Isn't it just going to the cinema to watch a movie? Han Haoran looked at Hee Kite and said, going to a movie theater? Hee Kite, I thought you were going to invite me to your house to watch a movie. And by the way, make up for yesterday. Hee Kite immediately remembered what yesterday's regret was. Although she was a bit shy, Hee Kite still smiled and replied, it's not impossible. Chapter 89, How can you let your girlfriend pay for dinner? Just when Han Haoran was about to propose, what else to eat? Let's go home and do our business. Hee Kite smiled and said, but unfortunately, my relatives are here today. Han Haoran was a little disappointed. Hee Kite's so-called relatives were naturally not relatives like the 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts. Rather, they were relatives who prevented him from having a deeper level of communication with Hee Kite. After finishing his lunch, Han Haoran grabbed the bill first. This caused Hee Kite, who had run off to buy some, to frown. Han Haoran, why are you grabbing the bill with me? I chose the restaurant. I asked you out, so naturally it's my treat. Hee Kite naturally knew about Han Haoran's family situation. From the beginning of her freshman year of school, Hee Kite knew that Han Haoran was not wealthy, and later, Hee Kite even inquired about Han Haoran's family situation. For this Chinese meal, although Hee Kite didn't choose to go to a very expensive restaurant, this restaurant wasn't affordable either. The meal they ate would have cost at least 2,000 soft sister coins. For Hee Kite, this amount of money was nothing, but for Han Haoran, Hee Kite knew that it could be a month's living expenses. Besides, Hee thought that Han Haoran, who had just been fired by McKinsey, would have a more difficult life without his income. That's why Hee Kite pretended to go to the restroom and sneaked off to pay the bill before the two finished eating. However, the waiter tells Hee Kite that the order has already been bought by the man with her. Hee Kite took out her wallet. Han Haoran, how much is this meal? Let me give you the money. Han Haoran smiled and looked at Hee Kite. How can you treat your girlfriend to dinner and have her pay for it? Hee Kite blushed a little at Han Haoran's girlfriend title, but for Han Haoran to pay the bill, Hee Kite felt that Han Haoran was puffing up his face. Hee Kite looked at Han Haoran seriously and asked, Han Haoran, where did you get the money? You don't want to be unable to eat for the next month because you have to buy me this one meal. Han Haoran looked at Hee and asked, Hee, do you think that with my ability, I would not be able to afford to treat my girlfriend to even one meal? Do you think that I, as a person, even if I struggle all my life, will remain unproductive and make little money? Hee Kite hurriedly said, of course not. It's just that you haven't graduated yet. You're still a student. I've always believed that with your abilities, you'll be able to make a name for yourself. It just takes a little time. Han Haoran smiled and said, Hee Kite, remove that still needs a little bit of time. I've made a name for myself now. A look of surprise appeared on Hee Kite's face, but she was still a bit hesitant. Didn't Han Haoran just get fired from McKinsey? How is it that within a few days, he, who couldn't even work in the finance industry, has already made a name for himself? Han Haoran see Hee Kite still do not believe. Helpless, think can only take the program group lent to their props to pretend to be. Hee Kite, you don't usually drive by yourself, do you? I'll drive you home today and we'll go to your house to watch a movie. Han Haoran took out the keys to his Lamborghini. Although she didn't know much about cars, Heeji's family naturally recognized the Lamborghini logo. There's a Lamborghini in the parking garage of her villa. Hee Kite, who knew the price of a Lamborghini, widened her beautiful eyes. Han Haoran, is this car yours? Han Haoran smiled and nodded, holding He Ji-kite's hand. She came to the parking lot and sat inside the racy black Lamborghini Reventon before He Ji-kite finally reacted. Han Haoran, you really got rich? How did you do that? He Ji-kite asked in surprise. Although, no matter if Han Haoran was a penniless student or a young and promising tycoon, He Ji-kite liked Han Haoran all the same. However, the person he likes can be capable of buying a 10 million level sports car? He Ji-kite is still very surprised. Han Haoran smiled and replied, it's a secret for now, but Ji-kite, what I want to tell you is that my goals are very ambitious, probably so big that you think I'm pie in the sky. He Ji-chi quickly replied, no, even if your goal is to become the richest man in the world, I think you can do it. Han Haoran laughed, oh, my girlfriend sure knows me well enough. He Ji-kite did open her mouth wide in surprise for once. She's just saying it off the top of her head. So Han Haoran's goal is really to become the richest man in the world? With a huge family fortune and a plan to take over the family in 5 years, He Ji-chi knows how difficult it is to become the richest man in the world. The apparent richest man in the world today is Bill Gates, but the fact is, whether it is the Mitsui Foundation in the East, or the Rockefeller family in the United States of America, the Rothschild family, the aristocrats of several European countries, or the Russian military-industrial consortium, the oil barons of the Arab Middle East, the mine owners of South Africa, they all have much more wealth than Bill Gates. It's just that since their wealth is not in the hands of a single person, and since these families want to keep a low profile, they are not included in the list of the rich and powerful. He Ji-chi felt that nowadays, after missing a lot of great opportunities to make money, even if you want to accumulate wealth more than Bill Gates, it's just something that can't be accomplished in 10 years or more. Not to mention being the richest man in the world in the true sense of the word. After all, the world today has been monopolized, both in terms of resources such as oil and gold, and technology. This will only make the bigger families richer and richer, and the others will see no hope of catching up with them. But at this time, He Ji-kite naturally wouldn't pour cold water on Han Haoran. Well, I believe you can become the richest man in the world, and I'm the richest lady. Han Haoran laughed again. Mrs. Richest man? You're that impatient to marry me? Ha! The two of them put on their seatbelts and the Lamborghini Reventon drove towards He Ji-kite's villa. Because he had already been there once yesterday, Han Haoran's unforgettable original naturally knew how to go. In the car, Han Haoran said to He Ji-chi, let's not talk about this matter of the richest man for now. In 8 days, next Friday, I'll be putting a lot of money into the futures market and fighting a vicious battle. I need a team of 5 to 6 people, most professional and best manipulators. As you know, Ji-kite, I don't have a very good reputation in the financial industry today. Are you able to help me find a professional team? He Ji-chi nodded. BOC International has a department in charge of futures, and we also have licenses issued by the 4 major futures exchanges in China, and we are their highest-ranked member. We have a specialized pass-through remote trading terminal that can be operated. As for the team, leave it to me. I'm sure I can help you find the best trader. Although at BOSI, He Ji-kite is still in the stage of internship today, but He Ji-chi's family is very close to the top bosses of BOSI. Calling on a little resource is a breeze, though I don't know what Han Haoran is going to do and how much money he can mobilize. But for what Han Haoran was going to do, He Ji-chi was bound to give her full support. Chapter 90, Where is the movie as good as you? Han Haoran revealed a smile when he heard He Ji-chi's certain answer. Although to complete basic futures trading can be done by opening an individual account, but what Han Haoran was going to do still required a team of professionals. There are good traders and traders. Complete the delivery, so that the money back quickly, so as to ensure that Han Haoran in the fleeting opportunities, ever-changing futures market, to get the maximum profit. Of course, besides He Ji-kite, Han Haoran knew many people who had similar channels, such as Fatty Fongyimin, but obviously, knowing the latter part of the world in just a few years, He Ji-kite has become the queen of finance, all of China's top beauty trader. Han Haoran then realized that the background of He Ji-kite's family was absolutely terrifyingly large, and there was no doubt about He Ji-chi's ability. Driving to He Ji-kite's villa, Han Haoran and He Ji-kite went upstairs. He Ji-kite then literally took Han Haoran to the home theater in the villa. Looking at the playback equipment that was no worse than today's movie theaters, Han Haoran still couldn't help but want to spit. Could it be that He Ji-chi felt that she really came to her house just to watch a movie? However, He Ji-kite had also said that her relatives were coming, so Han Haoran was content to watch the movie with He Ji-kite. However, when it came to choosing a movie, Han Haoran refused He Ji-chi's request to watch romantic and animated movies. He Ji-kite also said with a red face that she didn't have any action romances that Han Haoran wanted to watch at home. Why is it that you men, all you think about is that kind of thing all day long? He Ji-kite complained. Han Haoran smiled and replied, because men are all big piggies. Hee Kite was instantly captivated by Han Haoran's super novel vocabulary from 10 years later. She pondered for a moment, then said fiercely, "That's right, Han Haoran, you're the big pig's hoof." In the end, Han Haoran made a compromise suggestion. "Let's watch a ghost movie." Not even half an hour later, Hee Kite's entire body curled up into Han Haoran's arms. "It's so scary. Han Haoran, let's watch a different movie." Han Haoran felt Hee Kite's perfect 360, smelled the nice odor coming from Hee Kite's body, and stroked Hee Kite's hair. "Don't this is a good plot. I still want to see the ending." Like an ostrich, Hee Kite covered her ears and buried her entire body into Han Haoran's chest. "Don't listen. Don't look." This was the only method Hee Kite could think of. Han Haoran felt that having a warm and soft jade in his arms was still a good feeling. Their bodies were close together, and Han Haoran's hands were restless. Hee Kite didn't know how long she had been lying in Han Haoran's arms, although being touched all over by Han Haoran was a bit shy. Deep down, Hee Kite had more of a sense of happiness. Han Haoran patted Hee Kite's head, pulled up Hee Kite's hand that was blocking her ears, and said towards Hee Kite's ear, "Coward, the movie is over." Hee Kite perked up her ears, and indeed she didn't hear the sound of the movie anymore, so she straightened up and opened her eyes. As a result, on the screen, there happened to be a horrible ghost with a bloody mouth. Pouncing, Hee Kite screamed as she flung herself into Han Haoran's arms. Hee Kite knew why she hadn't heard a sound just now, because ghost movies, the scariest scenes are preceded by that all-consuming build-up. And just now, it was that moment. Han Haoran only felt like his ears were going deaf. Hee Kite's screams are simply more frightening than ghosts. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have intentionally teased Hee Kite. Hee Kite flung herself into Han Haoran's arms, and it took a long time before she was able to ease her mind. Still, Hee Kite wasn't relieved and bit down hard towards Han Haoran's arm, but despite her anger, Hee Kite controlled herself and didn't mean to let Han Haoran get hurt. Just as Hee Kite was about to drop her mouth, she realized that she was being picked up by Han Haoran. Han Haoran just hugged Hee and walked out of the room. Hee Kite's heart was beating wildly, so this was how it felt to be hugged by the man he liked. "Han Haoran, didn't you say that the plot was good and you wanted to watch it all?" Hee Kite questioned. Han Haoran carried Hee downstairs and put her on the sofa in the living room, close to Hee Kite's face. Han Haoran said, "Where does the movie look as good as you, idiot?" Looking at Han Haoran's gentle gaze, Hee Kite couldn't help but say, "Han Haoran, actually my relatives didn't come today?" A smile appeared at the corner of Han Haoran's mouth. If this was still not enough to see Hee Kite's hints, then he could really be injected. Han Haoran once again picked up Hee Kite in a hug. This time the destination was Hee Kite's bedroom. Hee Kite's perfect figure was unreservedly revealed in front of Han Haoran's eyes. Hee Kite said shyly, "It's my first time, I have some fear." Han Haoran replied softly, "Hee Kite, I'll be gentle." The temperature in the bedroom heated up quickly. 1 hour later, Hee Kite and Han Haoran snuggled together on the bed. Hee Kite knocked Han Haoran a few times with force. "You're gentle as hell. I definitely won't be able to get out of bed today." Han Haoran finally asked the question he'd been wanting to ask. "Hee Kite, when did you start liking me?" Han Haoran knew that the odds were that Hee's answer would not be in the next 2 days. This also indicated that it was likely that Hee Kite had liked herself before she was reborn and faded. Sure enough, Hee Kite leaned against Han Haoran's chest and replied, "When? It's probably been a long time. Maybe it was at the freshers party when I was the girls' representative and you were the boys' representative and we first met. Or maybe, by chance, when I went to volunteer at the orphanage, only to see you with those kids, happily playing. Maybe, on Christmas when everyone goes on dates and I see you reading in the library. Maybe it's, time and time again, seeing your ranking, steadily appearing at the top of the class for the entire year. Maybe it's when you're deciding on one girl after another, who confesses their love for you and says you have more important things to do in college than fall in love. Maybe it's time to see you get an internship offer from McKinsey for your hard work. Maybe it's watching you look the whole school in the eyes of a freshman and openly state that your goal is to change the world. Maybe it was the first time you shook my hand and said, "Hello, my name is Han Hong." Actually, I'm not sure exactly when, but what is very clear to me is that I like you a lot, and I've liked you for a long time. Chapter 91, this time changes everything. Han Haoran looked at Hee Kite's eyes. "Hee Kite, you know, we were really that close to missing each other." In his previous life, he had indeed missed out with Hee Kite. Even the Han Haoran of his previous life didn't know that Hee Kite was fond of him. But luckily, in this life, it won't be missed. After chatting with Han Haoran for a long time, Hee Kite suddenly saw the time on the wall clock. Hee Kite marveled. "So it's already 5 in the afternoon. Han Haoran, aren't you have something to do in the evening? Don't you be late." In Hee Kite's opinion, Han Haoran was able to own a Lamborghini in a short period of time. It must also mean that Han Ho has put in energy that she probably can't even imagine. As the person in this world who wanted to see Han Haoren succeed and realize his heart's desire the most, Ji Kite naturally wouldn't want to delay Han Haoren's career because of herself. Han Haoren hesitated slightly. He did have things to do. He and Lu Zizi agreed that he would post a tweet of the review by this evening. Besides, he couldn't afford to miss the taping of Encounters with the Really Rich and Poor without a good reason. Although he had known Ji Kite for 4 years and the relationship had skyrocketed in the past 2 days, but Han Haoren himself knew very well that after he was reborn, the first girl who knocked open his heartstrings and gave himself a heartfelt feeling wasn't Hijichi. Men, indeed, really are just big pig's hooves, Han Haoren said in his heart. I'll stay with you until 6, then I'll go about my business, Han Haoren replied. Ji Kite suddenly hugged Han Haoren. Then let's seize the moment and do it again. It was almost 7 o'clock when Han Haoren returned to the villa in Fruit Terrace. Han Haoren pushed open the door and Hot Shouty, who was still washing dishes in the living room, smiled at Han Haoren and said happily, "You're back, we just finished eating. I saved you dinner, so eat it while it's hot." Han Haoren nodded. There was still business to be done, but the meal was still to be eaten. After Hot Shouty finished washing the dishes, she sat down next to Han Haoren and chattered about the events of the day. Han Haoren, I realized that you've been so busy these past few days, haven't even talked to you much, Hot Shouty finally said. Han Haoren looked at Hot Shouty somewhat apologetically. Shouty, I'm sorry, my really busy these days, fill up a little, I'm about to go upstairs. Hottie said knowingly, aha, work is important, so go upstairs when you're done eating, I'll help you wash the dishes. Han Haoren went upstairs and still turned off the camera, opened the laptop. The director's team at the Fruit Channel was depressed. This Han Haoren has been arriving home at dinner time for the past few days, and turning off the camera when he gets back to his room, which has left them completely out of material. However, the guests do have the right to turn off the cameras at night, at times when they need privacy, so there's not much the director's team can do about this Han Haoren approach. Han Haoren had previously scrutinized the contract signed with Lenovo. The payment terms of the contract made it clear that as soon as Han Haoren sent out the evaluation microblogging, Lenovo would immediately pay 50% of the advertising fee. The remaining 50% will be paid 14 days after the evaluation tweet is sent out. After confirming that there are no surprises, such as Han Haoren deleting the tweet, Han Haoren in the signing of the special emphasis on his first time to get the 50% down payment, the legal director and marketing director of the Imperial Capital branch, who were responsible for signing the contract with Han Haoren, also swore to Han Haoren that once Han Haoren fulfilled his promise to send out the evaluation microblog, they would have the finance department expedite the process. Therefore, Han Haoren quickly sat down in front of the computer and struck the keyboard. Very quickly, a large portion of the ThinkPad T400 review tweets have been edited. Although he had never been in the business of reviewing, Han Haoren was no stranger to those review articles. Twitter reviews, in particular, aren't supposed to be too specialized with data and don't really need to be written in longhand. In fact, just describe the benefits of the product in the simplest and easiest to understand words and you'll be okay. For all this, Han Haoren's writing skills were considered to be a breeze. And Han Haoren knows that Lenovo's ThinkPad is positioned for the business crowd. For example, at McKinsey, where he previously interned, the company was equipped with ThinkPad computers. So, in the review, just highlight the ThinkPad's strengths, portability, practicality, and stability. Quickly, Han Haoren finished editing the last paragraph and checked to make sure there weren't any problems. After writing the review tweet, Han Haoren quickly began to write the ad copy for iPhone. With the attached ad copy, Han Haoren naturally didn't take much time and quickly typed a few lines. Finally, Han Haoren tweeted out the ThinkPad T400 review, then also sent the iPhone ad copy to Lu Zizi. By the way, Han Haoren also urged Lu Zizi to settle the money quickly. From the time you turn on your computer, it takes no more than half an hour for the big job to be done. If Lu Zizi knew that Han Haoren had taken care of everything so quickly, he would have sent out a sigh of relief from the inside. 8 million is really easy to earn. However, in the mind of Lu Zizi, who had just received Han Haoren's email, 8 hours had passed since the signing of the contract. Han Haoren accomplished this sort of very efficiently, but at least she was okay with it. The ad copy for iPhone that Han Haoren sent over was simple. The core content is the one sentence of the slug. This one changes everything. It sounds simple, but the more Lu Zizi mulled it over, the more she realized that the slogans were very subtle. Although in Lu Zizi's opinion, this ad copy was originally just a bonus for Han Haoren, but nowadays, Lu Zizi felt that this slogan of Han Haoren could totally be the slogan of iPhone. Even if they spent $50 million on a customized slogan from a 4A-level advertising creative agency, it was completely inferior to this one that Han Haoren had sent over. iPhone this product. Han Haoren listened to the name. Know that this is Lenovo. See today's iPhone in the market hot. So follow the trend of launching smartphone products. The iPhone's strongest slogan. Apple has redefined the cell phone. has long been used by the first generation of iPhones. Therefore, Han Haoren sent Lu Zizi the slogan "Change Everything Again," which was used when iPhone 4 was launched a year later, with one word changed. I also wonder if Apple's marketing team, which just released the iPhone 3GS, has come up with a slogan for the iPhone 4. No matter what, Han Hong won't feel guilty about Steve Jobs in the slightest. It's more important to make your own money. Chapter 92, a gift worth over $100 million. Although it was already evening, Lu Zizi still called a meeting with all the departments. Everyone in the department agreed that the slogan, "This time changes everything," provided by Mr. Han was the most suitable slogan for iPhone. It's really so much better than that original slogans that cost $50 million. At this point, Lu Zizi couldn't help but spit out that for a level advertising creative agency that ranked in the top 2 in the industry. So what's that stupid slogan? It's some kind of After the meeting was adjourned, Lu Zizi decided that she would immediately contact her top boss's supervisor, the vice president of the marketing department. Even before agreeing to Han Haoren's offer and granting Han Haoren $8 million for advertising, Lu Zizi didn't even report it to this level of vice president. Her department, for advertising expenditures under $20 million, has pass-through authority, however involves a product that Lenovo, this year, wants to spend maximum effort promoting. It even relates to the company's first step from the computer market into the smartphone market. Lu Zizi did not dare to slack off. Even she could not wait until tomorrow, but rushed to report like the vice president. Half an hour later, Lu Zizi hung up the phone with a solemn expression. The vice president, though, said the matter of replacing the slogan still needs to be reported to the board of directors and Lenovo's president, Lu Chuanji. However, listening to the tone of the vice president, Lu Zizi knew that Han Haoren's slogan 90% will replace the slogan that Lenovo spent 50 million yuan to find a professional media advertising company to customize. This is still unbelievable to Lu Zizi now. It is important to realize that this advertisement copy of Han Haoren is merely a review of the tweets that got attached to it. Originally, Lu Zizi was interested in the traffic of Han Haoren's microblog and the follow-up publicity plan under Han Haoren's Wild Ideas. However, Lu Zizi realized that Han Haoren's attached slogans would be worth much more than $50 million to the company. At least Lu Zizi thinks that even spending $100 million in exchange for such a slogans is worth it. After all, a good advertisement, a good slogan, is vital to the promotion of a product. At this point, nearly 2 hours have passed since Han Haoren sent Lu Zizi the text. Lu Zizi realized that he had not been able to board the microblogging. See, Han Haoren sent that lucky draw blog. It's just because the slogan that Han Haoren sent over is just too shocking to her. Lu Zizi quickly opened her microblog, and she realized that Han Haoren's latest microblog with a review about ThinkPad T400 already had 30,000 retweets. 30,000 retweets in just 2 hours. The traffic on Han Haoren's microblog is really terrifying. Lu Zizi once again contacted the company's financial, confirming that the financial has been 50% of the down payment remittance. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Zizi then instructed the finance to remit the remaining 4 million final payment to Han Haoren as well. Even if Han Haoren really deleted the evaluation blog right now, that ad copy that Han Haoren provided to Lenovo would be worth much more than $8 million. Looking at the time, it was already after 10 p.m. After considering it for a moment, Lu Zizi still dialed Han Haoren's number. At this hour, Han Haoren should still be awake, although it was a bit bad to call someone at night, but nowadays Lu Zizi couldn't care less about that, because Lu Zizi realized that Han Haoren was a gem of very high value. Scooping up this gem to Lenovo is what Lu Zizi thinks is the most important thing right now. Han Haoren quickly picked up. Lu Zizi first smiled and said, "I'm sorry Mr. Han Haoren for bothering me so late. The first thing I'd like to inform you of is that the $8 million in cash agreed upon in the contract has been wired by our finances in 2 installments. Because it's a real-time transfer, it will arrive today after the bank processes it." Han Haoren smiled and said, "Thank you then." Han Haoren was originally expected to get 4 million. I did not expect Lenovo was quite on the road. All of a sudden paid the full amount. Lu Zizi quickly got to the point. "May I ask Mr. Han if you came up with the iPhone slogan you sent me all by yourself?" Han Haoren said without changing his face. "Of course, I also deliberately went to learn about the product iPhone, and I designed the slogan especially for you based on the positioning of this product of yours. How's that for a good giveaway? More than good? This giveaway is literally worth $1 billion. Lu Zizi immediately extended an invitation to Han Haoren. "Mr. Han Haoren, I wonder if you're interested in coming to work in the marketing department of Contact? You are not a fresh graduate of this class. If you come to our company, I can directly give you the position of marketing manager. This is a position 3 major levels above the average recent graduate, starting at $50,000 a month, with performance bonuses and year-end awards. for the average recent graduate, even a Mizugaki University graduate. Their entry position should basically be staff, and the monthly salary, to be able to break 10,000 is considered high, and at $50,000 a month. Basically very few people in all of Mizugaki University get that annual salary, even if Chen Yujo got an offer from Morgan Stanley. But the new analysts at Morgan Stanley make just over $300,000 a year and less than $30,000 a month. However, Han Haoren never wanted to help people work. Excuse me, Manager Lu, I won't be joining Lenovo, and of course, I won't be joining any company, because I already have a complete plan for my life, Han Haoren replied. Hearing Han Haoren's reply, Lu Zizi felt some pity. However, it was something that was fully understandable that Han Haoren, who was so capable, was unwilling to work for others. Lu Zizi replied, in that case, I won't force myself, only if I can take the liberty to ask one more time, whether we, Lenovo, can follow up and have the opportunity to further cooperate with you, like the promotion of our new products, and the brand as a whole? Han Haoren knows that he copied the slogan of the future Apple iPhone 4. Lenovo must be very satisfied. Opportunities for cooperation? Of course I did. The unforgettable Han Haoren not only remembers the slogans of iPhone 4 onwards, to iPhone XS, there are also marketing programs for Xiaomi, Huawei, Oppo, Vivo. You know, in the era when Han Haoren was reborn, Lenovo, such a giant level of big companies, in the field of smartphones, was hung by these national brands. Han Haoren smiled and replied, follow-up cooperation? Of course, but for now, would Manager Lu be able to do me a favor? Chapter 93, Deposits approaching the 10 million mark. Lu Zizi knew that this time, after spending $8 million, buying a soft advertisement for Han Haoren, and obtaining such a high-value slogans, she had earned a big bargain. If it wasn't for the fact that the contract had already been signed, Lu Zizi felt that she should have paid Han Haoren even twice as much. Hearing Han Haoren's words, Lu Zizi knew that whether it was from the level of making a good relationship with Han Haoren and seeking subsequent cooperation, or the level of returning to Han Haoren for this favor today, he could not refuse. So Lu Zizi quickly said, what favor does Mr. Han want me to do for you? As long as I can do it, I'm absolutely obligated. Han Haoren smiled and said, it's actually very simple. I want Manager Lu to help me with a small advertisement in the industry, especially these companies that participated in the Weibo sweepstakes. I haven't had a client come through my door since signing this deal with you, although Han Haoren knows that with the distribution of this Lenovo review microblogging, a short time to obtain such a high number of retweets, other companies, invariably, find the doorway and will come to them. But for Han Haoren at this moment, the most valuable thing was time. Going door to door to sell by himself, Han Haoren is determined not to do it. It's too pricey. So, the task of helping himself with advertising fell to Lu Zizi, who had just had and done with himself. In Han Haoren's opinion, Lu Zizi mixed in Lenovo to the position of senior manager, means that she is in the advertising and marketing industry, accumulated a rich network. A senior manager at Lenovo, in any other company, would surely be at the level of director or above. The other companies, especially those in the Weibo sweepstakes, are the top famous companies in China, and there is still a certain amount of cooperation and communication between these companies. So, let Lu Zizi help himself to sales, advertise a little, use the word-of-mouth effect. Customers are not a steady stream of door. Moreover, since Sina itself has screen sponsors, basically these sponsors are in different industries and produce different products. This means that there are no Lenovo competitors among them. Zizi Lu helps herself to advertise and introduce clients, and there is no need to fear introducing herself to Lenovo's competitors. Sure enough, it was just as Han Haoren had predicted. Lu Zizi quickly replied, okay, I'll do this favor. Those 44 sponsors that participated in the Twitter sweepstakes, I'm in touch with the heads of the marketing departments of 2/3 of those companies. I can advertise for you. But, Mr. Han, most of these manufacturers are different from us at Lenovo. They are traditional manufacturing industries, so they will be more inclined to advertise and promote in traditional paper media or on TV. So your Twitter review won't appeal to them much, unless you can provide a similar level of very high-level ad copy to these vendors as well. It's going to be very attractive to them. In Lu Zizi's opinion, the value of the ad copy that Han Haoren gave away was much higher than the Twitter promotion itself. But Lu Zizi thinks that even if Han Haoren is so talented that he can write such a perfect slogan for Lenovo's iPhone, but these sponsors span different fields, and each product has different characteristics and involves a lot of specialized stuff. Even the world's top advertising copywriting team can't design perfect marketing copy for all brands, right? What's more, Han Haoren was merely a person. Han Haoren was not the least bit worried about Lu Zizi's doubts. He has in his brain all the best programs for advertising and marketing in the world for the next 10 years. Besides, even selling these companies the slogans they will use in a few years ahead of time. It's also a win-win situation. Han Haoren smiled and replied, Manager Lu, if I want you to help me advertise, naturally I want to sell the most expensive one. Ad copy will come naturally if the money is there. Manager Lu, I'll trouble you again to pass on these companies for me. The first 10 companies that sign a contract with me, I can still package the highest package for $10 million. After that, I'll raise the price. As soon as these words were spoken, Han Haoren suddenly remembered the identity that the program had designed for himself. One of the items in this unbelievably false identity is creative director of a 4A advertising agency. And just now, Lu Zizi patted him on the back and told him that he thought his slogan was even better than the one designed for them by the creative director of a 4A advertising agency. So the show made up the title for himself and he sort of realized it in a sense? Lu Zizi thought for a little while, then immediately replied, Since you are so confident, I will immediately send a message to the friends I know in the industry first thing tomorrow morning. After hanging up Lu Zizi's call, Han Haoren realized that he had also received a few text messages on his phone. In addition to the Lenovo transfer, the second installment of the Fruit Table's $1 million bonus arrived. Being chosen by all 5 female guests as the male guest they most wanted to date was well within Han Haoren's expectations. User with tail number 3512. Your Huaxia Bank savings card has received a fund credit of 1,000,000 soft currency whole. Current balance 1,987,456. 73 soft coins. User with tail number 3512. Your Huaxia Bank savings card receives a fund deposit of 4,000,000 soft currency whole. Current balance 5,987,456. 73 soft coins. User with tail number 3512. Your Huaxia Bank savings card receives a fund deposit of 4,000,000 soft currency whole. Current balance 9,987,456. 73 soft coins. All of a sudden, found that his savings will soon step into the 10 million mark. Han Haoren mood secretly happy. Han Haoren couldn't wait to open his system. And sure enough, he found that his system's personal panel had 9 more times of bronze level draws. Han Haoren had looked at the system before after he became the winner of the Weibo sweepstakes. However, what made him a bit surprised was that the number of draws from the system was still 0, not increasing once. Even though Han Haoren's rental house had received the prizes drawn from the raffle one after another, the number of raffle draws still hadn't increased. Han Haoren realized then that he might need these prizes to actually cash in order to increase the number of draws. But Han Haoren analyzed it carefully, and it was reasonable. For example, that villa you won is worth $10 million today, and in 5, 6 years, it could be worth $100 million, or even more. However, as long as one didn't actually sell the villa, the money didn't arrive. Then how much the villa was actually worth was actually irrelevant to Han Haoren himself, regardless of the value. To Han Haoren, he was just a residence. It won't make Han Haoren have a better living experience just because the value is on the field. Again, for example, a stock, maybe a week, his value will double. But it could be another month before he could fall below the issue price. But when Han Haoren hadn't actually sold the stock, the system naturally wouldn't calculate his income based on the current value of the stock and give himself additional draws. And with $9 million in the bank, the rapidly increasing number of draws allowed Han Haoren to verify that his previous analysis was right. Chapter 94, the identity of the creative director of 4A advertising agency is confirmed. With 9 chances for bronze level draws, Han Haoren naturally wouldn't save them. Han Haoren realized not to talk about those skills. Even the last time, he got the buff that triggered the hidden ability, 10 times the attribute bonus, which brought in too many benefits. Without that 10x luck bonus buff, Han Haoren wouldn't have become a Weibo Koi, wouldn't have become a Big V, and wouldn't have been able to sell his ad copy ideas and Weibo review articles in a package so easily. The owner has chosen to draw the bronze level draw 9 times in a row. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining a lucky attribute value of +1. Han Haoren, luck is an attribute that can still be increased? So that means all self-attribute values can be increased? Soon, Han Haoren's guess was verified. Ding! Congratulations to the master for gaining +1 to the leadership attribute value. Ding! Congratulations to the master for gaining +1 to the collaborative power attribute value. 3 draws, 3 attributes +1. Although Han Haoren knew that it was also for the growth of his own strength. But what Han Haoren wanted to see the most was for him to draw useful skills. Perhaps the lucky attribute that Han Haoren had just increased had played a role. Han Haoren's inner expectations were heard. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the master language ability, directions, French, German and Spanish. Han Haoren felt that this skill was okay. The original Han Haoren only knew one foreign language, which was English. This way, he is considered to be fluent in 5 languages. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the master photography skill, direction, portrait. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining master magic tricks, directions, close-up magic, mentalism magic, and supersensitivity magic. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for acquiring master-level songwriting skills, direction, pop music, hip-hop. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining a lucky attribute value of +1. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the master-level tracking counter-tracking technique. Although he was a bit unfulfilled, Han Haoren knew that the 8 bronze-level draws had already been drawn. Open the personal panel again. Name, Han Haoren. Sex, male. Age, 21. Grade, LV. 1. Properties. Strength, 5. Speed, 6. Endurance, 6. Intelligence, 10. Charisma, 9. Eloquence, 7. Leadership, 7. Creativity, 9. Collaborative power, 7. Business sense, 5. Stress tolerance, 7. Retrograde force, 7. Lucky, 5. Average for normal adults is 5. Skills, drawing techniques, directions, drawing, oil painting, special drawing, singing skills, directions, pop, hip-hop, culinary arts orientation, Cantonese, Sichuan and French cuisine, master language proficiency, orientation, French, German and Spanish, master songwriting techniques, directions, pop, hip-hop, master photography tips, direction, portrait, master magic tricks, directions, close-up magic, mentalism magic, master tracking counter-tracking techniques, Beethoven's piano technique, hidden ability, 10 times the attribute bonus. Harvesting 5 mastery skills was naturally an unexpected blessing. However, there was other good news for Han Hong. The first piece of good news is that one's luck attribute has reached the regular standard for normal people 5. Another good break was that Han Haoren found that his personal attributes could be improved through the lottery. Although this one doesn't have much of an auto boost, but Han Haoren knew that with cumulative improvement, he would turn himself from an ordinary genius into a Superman. Imagine yourself with various attribute values reaching 99. That's even more fierce than Superman, isn't it? After drawing the prize, Han Haoren and Hijichi made a phone kanji and went to bed. Early the next morning, Han Haoren chatted with several of the guests he had met in. Even though 2 days had passed, the topic of conversation was still the amazing piano piece that Han Haoren had played earlier. After breakfast, Han Haoren came to the study room of Suemu University early again. Since Lu Zizi promised to help himself to advertise, Han Haoren also believed that Lu Zizi's network, he only need to wait for the customer doors. Likewise, since it's already Friday, Han Hong must plan his 2 dates for the weekend. The director's team asked Han Hong to send them the time and place of the date by tonight, due to the relatively uneventful nature of what has happened at the villa over the past 2 days. Therefore, the directing team purposely told Han Haoren that they hoped he would craft a date. This way, there will be enough material for the 3rd installment. Originally, the Fruit Channel wanted to do a show where every guest shot was pretty much the same. A relationship variety show where there's a lot of explicit fighting and preferably a lot of dogged love triangle crossovers. But from the moment Han Haoren stepped into the villa, the program became Han Haoren's one-man show. The 3rd installment of the main dating segment also saw most of the female guests fail to get paired up because they were only willing to go on dates with Han Haoren. The only pairings that worked were the 2 dates with Han Hong. So, the program has changed tactics. That being the case, the show shouldn't intentionally schedule everyone's shots pretty much the same. Main event Han Hong is done. Anyway, the directing team with rich experience knew that Han Haoren was the breaking point of this program. How hot this show ended up being when it aired and how high the ratings were. It was all on Han Haoren's shoulders. Han Haoren plans for one date to be set on Saturday and the other on Sunday, so that he won't be in too much of a hurry and may be able to find time to accompany Hijichi after the date is over. The day went by fast. Lu Zizi's connections are really powerful. Han Haoren, in the afternoon, had run through 3 companies to complete the signing. All of them are $10 million top-level packages. And because of the review sweepstakes tweets, Han Haoren can only send out 1 a day. So it's only this evening that Han Haoren can send out a second review blog. But in the terms and conditions signed between Han Haoren and these companies, all that was needed was for Han Haoren's ad copy to satisfy the other party. And even if Han Haoren hadn't yet happened to measure the tweets, he would be able to get the full amount of the contract in advance. This made Han Haoren completely realize that his position as the creative director of this 4A advertising agency was not going to be ceded soon. Han Haoren was pondering, why don't we just register an advertising agency now? Don't sign contracts with those companies on a personal basis. In the future, there are tax advantages to signing contracts directly in the company's name. Returning to the Love Shack in the evening, it was a rare occasion when Han Hong didn't immediately lock himself inside. Thus, Han Haoran was quickly surrounded by 5 female guests. Han Haoran, it's going to be my turn to prepare dinner again soon. Can you help me out? This was Tong Yaya. Han Haoran, can you play some more piano songs for me? This was Su Siyu. At the same time, Su Siyu's proposal drew the support of countless people. Han Haoran, would you like to have some of the dessert I prepared specially for you? This was Chi Yuhan. Han Haoran, the price of U.S. crude oil has been fluctuating a bit lately. Can you point me in the right direction? Is it Soros and these predators controlling the market again? This was Song Shinran. Han Haoran, will you accompany me out for a walk? It's hot shouty. The 6 observers are pretty much free these days. They just need to take a little time to watch the highlights and record the spoken word. Despite feeling a bit flat these past few days, after recording today's program, Zhang Hanxiao said professionally to the camera, the time passed quickly, and the day at the Love Shack was so spent again. And tomorrow, it's finally the day of our long-awaited secret date. Who will Han Haoran date? Will there be a spark of love between the two? We stay tuned. Star. Chapter 95, First Date. Early in the morning on the second day, Han Haoran arrived early at the place where the date was agreed upon. Over the past few days, each female guest has kept her mouth shut, leaving Han Hong unclear as to who the person who drew her gift to go on a date with her was. The entire camera crew from the fruit channel is out in force. This caused the passers-by near Han Haoran to stare at Han Haoran in droves. Seeing Han Haoran's handsome looks, they decided that Han Haoran was a big-name star, but they couldn't remember who the star was. There were some student-looking young girls who just crowded around and didn't go away, whispering to each other, "There's no way I wouldn't be impressed with such a handsome star. Could it be a newcomer who hasn't debuted yet? I don't know. What are they shooting now? A serial? It's the first time I've seen someone make a serial. Why don't we watch it here for a while? But I have a feeling this handsome guy is still waiting for someone. Maybe the leading lady hasn't arrived yet. A female lead? I'm looking forward to who the female lead is. Zhang Hanshan? Lu Yifei? We should find out in a little while." Han Haoran also realized that the number of onlookers around him seemed to have increased. He's complaining a bit about the show's crew. To make such a fight out of it would make people think they were making a movie. But one is clearly dating. The date was not only filmed by so many cameras disliking his face, but also surrounded by so many passers-by. Han Haoran somewhat regretted the location he had chosen. Without waiting long, Han Haoran heard footsteps coming from behind himself. Turning back, Han Haoran saw a smiling Song Shinran wearing a strapless blue dress. Han Haoran's observation skills were very good, and he noticed that Song Shinran was wearing the Tiffany's earrings he had given her above her ears. I have to say, it really does go together. The smiling Song Shinran was very adorable, and today her dress could be seen to have been specially prepared, perfectly attached to her temperament, making Han Haoran feel quite stunning. Song Shinran originally wanted to scare Han Haoran behind him, but she didn't expect Han Haoran to turn around suddenly, which in turn scared Song Shinran. Han Haoran looked at Song Shinran with a smile and said, "Shinran, today you're even more beautiful than usual, and these earrings are perfect for you." Song Shinran quickly calmed down. Looking at Han Haoran, Song Shinran's eyes showed delight. Although she knew her date, but seeing Han Haoran, Song Shinran still felt a deer in the headlights and her heart fluttered. Song Shinran adjusted her emotions and said to Han Haoran with a smile, "Han Haoran, thank you for giving me the earrings. I didn't realize you were quite good at picking out gifts." Han Haoran, I didn't think you'd choose an amusement park as our first date location. Han Haoran looked at the nearby passers-by who were excitedly eating melons and scratched his head. If I had known that I would be surrounded by so many people watching, I definitely wouldn't have chosen to be at an amusement park. The passers-by also got excited after seeing Song Shinran. The leading lady is here. So pretty and graceful looking, but I still don't recognize who this heroine is? I guess it's a couple of couples shooting a movie, right? But it looks like it's quite a big battle. So many cameras, so many people. Are they going to shoot a movie inside the amusement park? We just happened to finish going to the amusement park today as well, so let's just follow them and take a look. Han Haoran and Song Shinran walked into the amusement park side by side. Han Haoran's tall and perfect figure was matched with a black outfit. Song Shinran was also wearing a cute blue dress with a bright angel-like smile, and a pair of black high heels, making the two walk side by side and look great together. Shinran, you look so good in your clothes today. It's really special and beautiful. I wore it for you on purpose. Ha, so you knew it was me you were dating? Yes it is, because when the director's team asked me about my choice of male guest for the date, I only wrote down your name. The two were walking side by side and chatting, but the group of staff members following the program were eating a mouthful of dog food. Han Haoran suddenly asked, Shinran, are you afraid of heights? Want to go on a roller coaster? Song Shinran actually didn't really like sports that were too exciting. However, she thought for a moment that it would be a rare experience to be able to do a roller coaster with Han Haoran, so she said to Han Haoran, if you like riding roller coasters, I'll accompany you. Han Haoran nodded. Then let's just go for an exciting one. Just that longest and most exciting vertical roller coaster. Song Shinran was slightly scared when she heard the longest and most exciting, but she couldn't back out of a fight when she had already said she would accompany Han Haoran to play. The crew had bought passes that allowed them to cut in line, so Han Haoran and Song Shinran were saved from waiting in line. What made Han Haoran happiest was that the onlookers who were following them and were clearly growing in number were all being held back because they didn't have passes. But they don't leave either. Far below the roller coaster, picking the best spots to watch, Han Haoran and Song Shinran sat side by side, and Han Haoran, who had thought that he would finally have a chance to be alone with Song Shinran, discovered something that left him dumbfounded. The two big brothers of the program's cameramen sat directly across from them, and after tying up the safety measures, they directly pointed their cameras at them. One camera shoots at Han Haoran and one shoots at camera Song Shinran, and the crew took two GoPros and adjusted them just enough to be able to get close-ups of the two. Even the neighboring seats and a few seats next door were packed with camera-wielding camera brothers. Han Haoran was a bit confused and looked at the cameraman across from him and said, "We're riding a roller coaster. Do you guys have to work so hard? You guys aren't afraid of risking your lives?" The cameraman smiled. "That's what we do." Han Haoran knew that even if he objected, it didn't really work. Han Haoran looked viciously at the cameraman and said, "The next time I get a date, I'm going bungee jumping. Go play skydiving. See how you guys are going to film it?" The roller coaster started up quickly. The speed of the roller coaster wasn't very fast at first, but Han Haoran could still feel the stinging sensation of the wind hanging onto his face. The roller coaster climbed to the mid-air. Han Haoran to look at the bottom. It is really a little high. At this time, Song Shinran had already closed her eyes, but she hadn't let out a scream yet. After all, Song Shinran knew that there was more than one camera pointed at her today, so one couldn't do anything too humiliating. However, Song Shinran had already secretly resolved that in the time that followed, if Han Haoran invited herself to do any other roller coasters, she would absolutely and decisively refuse. Han Haoran loved exciting sports, so he felt high. Seeing the cameraman on the opposite side of the room, who himself was already shaking his legs in fear, but was still working with the camera with great dedication, Han Haoran couldn't help but feel a little amused. The roller coaster climbed to its highest point, and Han Haoran knew that it was about to reach the most exciting stage. Sure enough, Han Haoran felt like he was plummeting, and his entire body felt weightless. Beside her, Song Shinran began to scream wildly, and Han Haoran's hand was instantly pinched by Song Shinran. Chapter 96, Heartbeat. As her body was rapidly falling downwards, although she knew that nothing would happen to her with the safety measures on her body, Song Shinran couldn't suppress her inner emotions. Song Shinran wanted to find a sense of security, so Song Shinran thoughtlessly held Han Haoran's hand beside her. The two of them clasped their hands together, and Song Shinran seemed to have gained strength, and although she still couldn't restrain herself from screaming over and over again, she gradually settled down inside. Perhaps, even if something unexpected happens, Han Haoran will be beside me, holding my hand and protecting me? Song Shinran thought so. Finally, that sharp 90-degree drop reached the bottom, and then the coaster climbed back upward, although she had stopped screaming. However, Song Shinran's tight grip on Han Haoran's hand never let go. Holding his hand really does give me a heartwarming feeling. Song Shinran thought so, and not only did she not let go, she instead gripped Han Haoran's hand even tighter. Studio. Zhang Hanxiao smiled brightly. "You know what, everyone? I've been really bored these past few days, because nothing has even happened to thrill me, but now it's good. A first date. I haven't slept well since last night, guessing which date location Han Haoran will choose, how the story will happen between Han Haoran and the female guest. But the playground, it's really corny. Did Han Haoran think that the female guest who chose him for this gift was hot shouty? I think out of the 5 female guests, Hot D should also be the only one who still likes to go to places like amusement parks." Yang Mi chimed in. "I didn't sleep well yesterday either. Say, do you all know about the Weibo koi that's been very popular on top of Weibo lately? I just retweeted it yesterday, so I'll have good luck today. I'm going to win today's individual battle. I'll take the crest of glory." Zhang Man raised a crucial question. This seems to be the first physical contact between Han Haoran and Song Shinran, other than shaking hands after their initial meeting, right? This is the first time they've held hands. Luo Jinhao said. "That's right. Other than Hot D, Han Haoran has not had very intimate physical contact with any other female guests, whether it's Song Shinran, who obviously liked him from the start, or Tong Yeye. Han Haoran and them chatted happily with each other and had nice interactions, but there was no physical contact. It's understandable. After all, a few people have just met and it's in a house with cameras all around. It's hard for male and female guests to have a chance to have intimate contact with each other." Song Shanshan smiled and said, "But this time, Song Shinran was on the roller coaster, and it was normal to pull up Han Haoran's hand. It didn't feel out of place in the slightest. instead it made me feel sweet. It's wonderful. It's romantic to imagine two people who have a crush on each other holding hands for the first time. And did you all notice that Song Shinran held Han Haoran's hand and hasn't let go since? Lu Yijia smiled and said, how many of you think that coming to the playground for a date is a special place chosen by Han Haoran because he thinks that the female guest is hot shouty? Oh, Yang Mi was the first to raise her hand. Zhang Hanxiao was the first to voice this opinion, and she naturally raised her hand without hesitation. Others are not responding anymore. Zhang Hanxiao asked with some confusion, isn't that so? Luo Zhenhao snatched the first reply, naturally not. Han Haoran was clear about the rules before. The female guests are randomly picking gifts from the male guests and then completing the pairing, and Han Hong didn't have any chance at all to pry into the female guest's mouth before the date. So, Han Hong is completely unaware of who is going to date him. Although Han Haoran knows that there are two female guests who chose their gifts to pair up successfully, he doesn't know exactly who they are. According to probability, the probability of any female guest drawing this gift for a matching playground date is 1 in 5. This simple probability is known even to me, not to mention Han Haoran, who is very sensitive to numbers. Naturally, he didn't choose the playground because of the hot little D that only has a 1 in 5 chance of making it to the appointment. Lu Yijia turned the topic. Mr. Luo is right. Here, I'd like to popularize a psychological term for you called the drawbridge effect. The drawbridge effect is the involuntary increase in heart rate when a person crosses a drawbridge with fear. If, at this time, he happens to meet a person of the opposite sex, then he will mistakenly interpret the acceleration of the heartbeat caused by this situation as a physiological reaction to the other person's heartbeat, and thus develop feelings of love for the other person. Actually, biologically and psychologically, we fall in love because the brain secretes phenylethylamine and dopamine. It causes a deer in the headlights, heart-racing reaction, and similarly, walking on a suspension bridge, or riding a roller coaster or something shaky like that, produces the same reaction. It can create the illusion that one is reacting that way because one is doing it because they like the person next to them. Many scientists have done experiments to prove the drawbridge effect, and for this physiological response of increased heart rate, the experimenter will want to explain it, and they will argue that this increased heart rate is not due to the fact that they are feeling nervous or scared, and then the only possibility that makes sense is that their heart rate is increased because they are attracted to the experimenter of the opposite sex around them. So, I think Han Haoran's first date venue is set at an amusement park, and the first one to offer to ride the most exciting roller coaster in this amusement park has this consideration. Han Haoran is a master of psychology. He wouldn't even understand the drawbridge effect. Oh, Yang Mi nodded in realization. So that's it. Looks like Han Haoran is really good at flirting with girls, isn't he? But it seems to me that originally Song Shinran was very fond of Han Haoran, so even if Han Haoran doesn't use this, he can still quickly capture Song Shinran's heart, right? Luo Zhenhao nodded. It's like this, the good feeling itself, plus the drawbridge effect. I think now, Song Shinran's liking for Han Haoran has increased quite a bit. Look, the roller coaster is already slowly gliding to its initial position. It's about to stop, and Song Shinran still hasn't loosened her grip on Han Haoran's hand. That move is so obvious. It can't be because she's still scared. She just wants to hold Han Huang's hand. Star. Chapter 97. Hold your hand tightly and never let go. Lu Yijia looked at Han Haoran holding Song Shinran's hand and pulling her out of the roller coaster and exclaimed, Han Haoran, this holding Song Shinran's hand and pulling her out is a plus. That's very gentlemanly behavior. Well, I'm looking forward now to the second entertainment Han Hong chose. I think if we go by the drawbridge effect, Han's next choice would be a haunted house, or a pirate ship or jumper that's more exciting than a roller coaster. I'd like to close with a message to our viewers who are tuning in to our program. If you guys are single right now, if you have a girl in mind but you don't know how to get in her good graces, Han Haoran is the example for you to follow. A lot of his behavior and actions on the show can be good references for everyone. Zhang Hanxiao laughed and said, so this program of ours is not just a relationship program. It can also teach people to fall in love. Why don't we just change the name of this program to Han Haoran Teaches You to Fall in Love? Oh, Yang Mi expressed a different opinion. But honestly, I don't think Han Haoran was able to make such a perfect goddess-level female guest's heart flutter because he could tease. Han Haoran is the one who impresses the most, no matter his looks, temperament, and talent. Song Shinran likes Han Haoran, and it's not because of the drawbridge effect either. She's liked Han Haoran for a long time. Besides, I don't think that a different person, such as you, Mr. Lu, going up there and using the same moves as Han Haoran, would necessarily have the same effect as Han Haoran. Lu Yijia said vainly, of course I can't. If I go as a male guest nowadays, I guess I'll be treated like Wang Songsong. But what I just expressed was that people can see how Han Hong gets along with girls, but it doesn't mean that you should just copy Han Huang's way exactly. If you don't have Han Haoran's looks and abilities, there's a good chance you'll draw a blank. After getting off the roller coaster, Song Shinran finally let go of Han Haoran's hand reluctantly. After all, there were so many cameras recording at her, and Song Shinran didn't want Han Haoran to think she was casual. Han Haoran looked at Song Shinran with a smile and asked, "Shinran, where are we going next? Still riding roller coasters?" Though after pulling Han Haoran's hand, Song Shinran felt like she wasn't so scared, but the weightlessness of that rapid descent still made Song Shinran uncomfortable. Song Shinran then replied, "Let's change the program first." Han Haoran saw the director's team that was closely following him, as well as the group of onlookers that had gathered around him again, and pondered what ways there were to get rid of them. Finally Han Haoran had a bright idea. "Shinran, are you afraid of ghosts?" Song Shinran instantly thought of where Han Haoran wanted to propose going. Haunted house. Although Song Shinran has never been to a haunted house before, and watching ghost movies or scared never finished. However, Song Shinran rationally knew that there were no ghosts in this world, and the ghosts in the haunted house were people pretending to be ghosts. Besides, after entering the haunted house, Song Shinran also had another chance to grab Han Haoran's hand and not let go. So Song Shinran smiled and said, "I'm a bit scared, but going to a haunted house is kinda exciting. Han Haoran, you have to protect me." Han Haoran assured without hesitation, "No problem. I'll hold your hand tightly when the time comes and never let go." Song Shinran continued to press. "Then what will you do when a ghost comes to scare me?" Han Haoran laughed and said, "That's staff law. I'll scare it back for you. Even if there really are ghosts in this world, I'll protect you and won't let them hurt you." Song Shinran happily took Han Haoran's hand. "Han Haoran, I believe in you. Let's hold hands now and preen. Look, let's say that cameraman in front of us is a ghost. What would you do?" Han Haoran suddenly took Song Shinran's hand and rushed to the cameraman, making a scary face for him. The cameraman who was closest to the duo taking close-ups of Song Shinran Han Haoran and recording in passing couldn't stand it at once. His name is Lu Dun, and he's still a bachelor. He heard all the dog food that Song Shinran and Han Haoran were spreading clearly, and he just couldn't handle it a bit. Spreading dog food is just that, and calling yourself a ghost. Han Haoran even ran over and startled himself. It was important to realize that Han Haoran's expression was still very grim just now. Lu Dun was originally taking a close-up of Han Haoran, but he was really taken aback when Han Haoran suddenly came up and made a face. It was as if a hideous, evil spirit was actually lunging at him. Lu Dun's hands almost shook so much he couldn't even grab the camera. Originally, Lu Dun thought that the job of taking over the camera of a one-point relationship reality show would be very easy. Because the director's team has introduced the variety show, most of the shots are done indoors, and it's aided by dozens of fixed camera positions. So, Lu Dun thought he would take it easy and have a good time for 2 months, similar to a vacation. Even with the outtakes, the amusement park is considered a good place to be in Lu Dun's opinion. However, Lu Dun did not expect. He today not only rode on the roller coaster he originally dared not ride alone. Strapped to the seatbelt shivering end of the camera work to shoot close-ups. It's hard to get off the roller coaster and walk nicely on flat ground filming a close-up of the male guest, and he's surprised by Han Haoran playing a ghost face, and the ensuing conversation between Han Haoran and Song Shinran makes Lu Dun feel even more sad. Song Shinran slapped Han Haoran's hand and said, "Han Haoran, you're so childish, playing ghost face to scare the camera master." Han Haoran replied calmly, "Who made them follow us so closely even when we're dating? Especially this guy in front. On the roller coaster, he was sitting right across from me, probably because he wanted to record me being scared." Lu Dun was very speechless. He was really tasked with capturing close-ups and expressions of the guests' faces. If there is a very exaggerated look of fear, then naturally it may be cut into the main movie to create a programmatic effect. But Han Haoran on the roller coaster, obviously not panicked at all, calmly a force, especially that sharp right angle drop with Han Hong smiling and posing. He wanted to record Han Haoran's fear, but he didn't capture it. Just as Lu Dun was getting sad, Han Haoran and Song Shinran finally arrived in front of the haunted house holding hands. Han Haoran looked at the group of program staff and said, "It's so dark inside this haunted house, your cameras shouldn't be able to capture anything, right? Song Shinran and I are both going into play, so you guys can wait outside until we come out." Trying to get rid of the show's crew is what Han Hong chose the haunted house for. In Han Huan's opinion, most haunted houses are off limits to filming, and the show can't follow them in. Chapter 98, a good place to get closer. A closer encounter. However, the showrunners quickly let Han Hong down. The head of the camera team laughed and said, "It's true that most of our equipment is not equipped for photography in extreme darkness with absolutely no light at all, but we just procured new camera equipment from Rice that they just developed. Photography can be done in the complete absence of any light. Of course, the picture quality certainly isn't as clear as it is where there's light, but it's barely watchable. Besides, even just recording the sounds of your screams is great fun." Song Shinran was a bit angry, seeing Han Haoran's calm behavior on the roller coaster. Song Shinran naturally knew that the camera head's so-called screaming voice specifically referred to himself. Song Shinran pouted. I'm the one screaming in fear. I have Han Haoren to protect me. Right in the presence of Han Haoren and Song Shinran, the person in charge of the amusement park communicated with the program's staff for a while before agreeing to their request to enter the haunted house for filming. Sure enough, the fruit table is still very much energized. But it's a good thing that the Fruit Terrace camera crew has only 2 pieces of equipment capable of filming in the dark. So, the only ones who followed them in this time were Lu Dun and another most professional cameraman. The rest of the staff, they are waiting outside. Han Haoren had no choice but to hold Song Shinran's hand and enter the haunted house. Without going inside for long, Han Haoren realized that Song Shinran was even more timid than he thought. The two of them were not in a state where they were holding hands and walking together like this anymore. Song Shinran's voice was already hoarse at this point from screaming, and her entire body was curled up, snuggled in Han Haoren's arms. At this moment's scene, Song Shinran was like a person who was seriously injured and couldn't walk. Han Haoren was almost half assisting and half carrying Song Shinran forward. In the unintentional many times of contact, Han Haoren felt that he had touched Song Shinran several times, and the nice smell of Song Shinran's body made Han Haoren can't help but feel a little relaxed. A white shadow drifted by between them, and once again, Song Shinran was so frightened that she buried herself into Han Haoren's arms. Han Haoren suddenly realized that this time, Song Shinran's face was so close to his own that if Han Haoren lowered his head just a little bit more, he would be able to kiss Song Shinran on the mouth. Thinking that at this time, there were still 2 cameras shooting at him, Han Haoren was very angry. If it was a normal day, with such an opportunity, he would have kissed it up long ago, and the ghosts in the haunted house have a tacit understanding with the show. They never came out to scare the 2 photographers. All of it was directed at Han Haoren and Song Shinran. The haunted house is temporarily closed to visitors for this period of time due to the taping of the show. That's why all the ghosts' attack targets were all Han Haoren and Song Shinran. Song Shinran had endured several times the shock of a normal person coming in, and that's why she became the way she is now. Han Haoren had a bright idea and saw a corner, pulling Song Shinran's hand and ducking into it. The 2 cameramen were very confused for a moment. They lost Han Haoren and Song Shinran in their shots. But the road is not going this way, so the clueless Lu Dun walked in Han Haoren's direction to see what Han Haoren was doing. Unexpectedly, at this time, Han Haoren was no longer at the corner, but crouched and ambushed on the road that must be traveled. Ah, ghosts! The sound of a miserable man screaming came from the haunted house, the decibel even higher than Song Shinran's scream earlier. Lu Dun sat on his butt on the ground. Luckily, the camera was specially fixed on him and didn't fall on the ground. Song Shinran and Han Haoren both high-fived in celebration. Song Shinran looked at the startled Lu Dun and said, "Ha ha ha, so you're also afraid of ghosts?" Han Haoren said to another cameraman. "This clip must not be cut. It must be released in the main movie. Ha ha ha, I'm creating an effect for your show. Didn't mean to trick you guys. Oh, after all, it's not much fun filming just the 2 of us." Luigia couldn't help but sigh. "I'm quite heartbroken for the program's cameraman. Isn't this the camera that Han Haoren played a ghost face to scare before? I think if the show airs, maybe he'll be a hit too." Luo Jinhao chimed in. Actually, Han Haoren did give the program a lot of material with these unexpected moves. Han Hong is right, he did do it for the sake of the show. Of course, the main thing is that Han Haoren's move has simultaneously eased Song Shinran's tension. Moreover, by scaring the cameraman together with Song Shinran, he has also to a certain extent revitalized the relationship between him and Song Shinran. Oh, Yang Mi laughed and said, "You 2 boys really have a different point of observation than us girls. I've just been counting the number of times that Han Hong and Song Shinran have been close. Holding hands is never apart. There were 13 times when Song Shinran hugged Han Haoren, 4 times when Han Haoren initiated to put his arms around Song Shinran, and 2 times when the 2 of them had their heads pressed together. There was also 1 time when Song Shinran curled up in Han Haoren's arms and it took more than a minute to separate. Unfortunately, I was wide-eyed but didn't see the kiss. It's safe to say that this is the kind of intimacy that only couples can have." Song Shan also smiled and said, "Yes, did the boy in front of the TV see that? The haunted house really is a great place to be. The ability to quickly close the distance between 2 people. Han Haoren and Song Shinran's physical contact is making me feel a little flushed. If you have a girl in mind, asking her to a haunted house is a great option. Of course remember it has to be the 2 of you, no extras, and only if you're not afraid of ghosts," Wu Yang Mi added. Of course, if any of the girls who tune into the show want to progress further in their relationship with the boy of their choice, but you're shy and don't know how to take the initiative, you could also ask him to go to a haunted house. Zhang Hanshao smiled and said, "Alright, I think we can officially change the name of this program. The 3rd installment of Mr. Han Haoren teaches you about relationships. Mr. Han Haoren teaches you how to go on a first date with a girl you've known for a short time. Star, Chapter 99, 3, 2, 1, run." Han Haoran held Song Shinran, who was relying on his arms, and walked for a long time. Finally, Han Haoran realized that they had come to the end when he noticed the light in front of them. Song Shinran, who had been in a state of shock and trepidation, finally let out a sigh of relief. And the two photographers, too, let go of the fear that had been keeping them on their toes. They started the second half of the journey, and all the way there, they were afraid that Han Haoran, who didn't follow the rules, would make some kind of inexplicable behavior and startle them again. Luckily, at the end of the walk, nothing happened. After walking outside the haunted house, the red-faced Song Shinran finally left Han Haoran's embrace reluctantly, although she knew that she had been humiliated along the way. Recalling what she had just experienced, Song Shinran still felt that hiding in Han Haoran's broad chest was still very secure. Han Haoran looked at Song Shinran and couldn't help but laugh. Shinran, I thought a highly intelligent goddess like you would rarely be able to reveal such a little girl side. Song Shinran smiled brightly. All girls, in front of the person they want to rely on, are children. Yang couldn't help but stand up. That's so sweet. Why is it that the pair of Han Haoran and Song Shinran are so lovey-dovey with each other? I'm going to stand for WRAN CP. Lu Yijia was very confused by Yangmi's jargon. Psychological terminology. Lu Yiga knows it well, but what the hell is WRAN CP? Lu Yijia has no idea. Lu Yijia looked at Yangmi and asked, what is the WRAN CP? What's with the letters and the writing? Yangmi found that she was finally able to be a teacher and give Lu Yijia a lecture. This made Yangmi very accomplished. CP is a buzzword that has just recently become popular in the rice circle, especially over in South Korea and East Japan. Mr. Lu doesn't care about the entertainment industry and doesn't understand normal things. CP, which stands for coupling in English, originally meant homoerotic pairings with a romantic relationship. In other words, it means that the two of them are very married. The CP in the rice circle, though, is complicated and strange. There are CPs between men and women, and even more so between men and women. WRAN CP. W is the abbreviated pronunciation of double in English. WRAN, that is, Song Shinran and Han Haoran's last names are both Ran. So in short, WRAN CP means the combination of Han Haoran and Song Shinran. What I'm going to stand for WRAN CP means is that I'm very optimistic that Han Haoran and Song Shinran and the two of them can be paired together. It was as if Lu Yijia had opened the door to a new world. This expression, CP, is still quite interesting. It's the same as when we hypothetically pair up people who are not, in fact, a pair. Yangmi smiled and replied, that's roughly what it means la. But, Mr. Lu, don't you think that Han Haoran and Song Shinran really go well together? Both are alumni of Mizugaki University, high school seniors, both studied at Rice, one at Harvard and one at MIT. These two highly intelligent pairings really go well together. And did you all notice that only when she's with Han Haoran, Song Shinran looks like a little girl? Luo Xinhao supported Yangmi's point of view this time. Indeed, Song Shinran just showed this little girl trait in the roller coaster, and especially in the haunted house, that none of us have ever seen before. Every person, in fact, has a side that only shows up in front of certain people, and Song Shinran showed a very different side from her original appearance right in front of Han Haoran. It's clear that in this relationship between the two, Song Shinran is in deep. But one thing I don't know is the mindset and thoughts of Han Haoran today. Have the scales inside him been tipped in favor of Song Shinran, with whom he has such close contact and whose relationship has skyrocketed? Or maybe, Han Huang's scales are still tipped toward Hadi's side? Although Zhang Man rarely talks, he still has a sense of humor. At this moment, she interjected, I think that it's not the scales in Han Haoran's mind anymore. There are only two ends of the scale, yet Han Haoran has 5 girls who have a crush on him, and all of them are first in line. At the same time, Han Haoran himself doesn't have any girls he's particularly sure he has a crush on. He's clearly hesitant to touch anyone. I think it's a little more apt that Han Hong has an electric fan or propeller in mind. Zhang Hanshan was poked for a laugh. A propeller? That's too many paddles, isn't it? Song Shinran also realized that it was a little weird that she and Han Haoran kept holding hands. It was clear that the two were not yet in a relationship with each other as a couple. So Song Shinran let go of holding Han Haoran's hand and asked, Han Haoran, where are we going to play next? Lu Yijia was listening with bated breath, expecting Han Haoran to say jumper or pirate ship so that Lu Yijia could prove that his previous guess was completely correct. However, Han Haoran said to Song Shinran, it's a secret. But, Shinran, let me ask you a question. How's your stamina? Song Shinran froze for a moment, then replied, it's not bad. I still like sports more. Normally, I also run to lose weight. Han Haoran took the initiative to pull Song Shinran's hand tightly. Shinran, in the succeeding time, you have to hold my hand all the time. Don't let go of it. Oh. Song Shinran didn't know why Han Haoran took the initiative to hold himself. She was red in the face, but inside she still had a sweet happy feeling. Okay, I won't let go, Song Shinran replied. Han Haoran gripped Song Shinran's hand hard before saying, Shinran, listen to my command. 3, 2, 1, run. Star. Chapter 100, The Shocked Program Crew. Stunned observers. Unexpected situation. In front of the camera lens, a beautiful girl, and a handsome boy, holding hands, ran happily. Lu Dun hastily captured the shot without letting go of a single frame. Wow, this shot is really beautiful. It would be even better if it was evening at this point, with a little sunset, but it doesn't really matter. It can all come later. Just as Lu Dun sighed, the fastest reacting director within the program realized the problem. Don't freeze, don't go after, yet, only to see the two of them, Han Haoran and Song Shinran, running faster and faster. Song Shinran was already an athletic type, and even though she was wearing high heels, she showed her athletic strength by being held by Han Haoran. Han Haoran, not to mention the fact that at this time, he was scattering and running fast, and the poor program team, who had been confused by Han Huang's unexpected accelerated run, by the time he reacted to go after them, he was already far behind. What's even more irritating is that although Song Shinran is wearing high heels, both Han Haoran and Song Shinran are actually lightly dressed, and even Song Shinran's satchel has been given to the program team, and the programmers are a different story, not to mention photographers carrying very heavy camera equipment. Even the other crew members were carrying radios, reflectors, lights, props, a bunch of stuff, and big bags in the back. Very quickly, Han Haoran and Song Shinran left all the program staff far behind. The staff at the fruit table chased after them for a while and realized that Han Haoran and Song Shinran had already disappeared, so they finally stopped helplessly, all of them looking at each other. What's going on? What's Han Haoran running for? How are we going to record when they're far away? You're stupid. He's just trying to get rid of us. No way? So what do we do now? What can we do? Call Han Haoran, call Song Shinran, and split up to look for it. Honestly, I've been coming to Fruit Channel for so many years, and I've recorded a lot of programs, and this is the first time I've seen a guest as difficult as Han Haoran, but I have to say that a guest like Han Hong really can create a lot of effects for the show. Actually, the bits we just recorded are enough material to cut into an episode. Even if it's enough, we have to find Han Haoran too. We have to keep following the movie. Maybe there's more and better material? Director. We called Han Haoran's phone and he turned it off. And Song Shinran's phone. It's in her bag. And her bag. Our assistant is holding it for her. So that means we can't reach two people? It's like this. Then split up and look for. I don't believe it anymore. Such a playground. Can't find two people so conspicuous. In the studio, the 6 observers are the most clueless of all. Zhang Hanshin said nastily, so, we have a program where the male and female guests run away? Oh, Yang Mi nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Wow, this situation is really too unexpected. In front of so many camera lenses, straight away he took the female guest's hand and ran away. So romantic, Luo Jinhao analyzed. Actually, I've paid attention to many of Han Haoran's microexpressions during the date. Han Haoran is displeased that the show has been filming against them. He felt that these personal cameras, they were interrupting his appointments. But I just thought at that point that Han Hong was just disgruntled. I never expected that Han Haoran would immediately make a move to respond. He directly took Song Shinran and ran away. Song Shanchan asked, so Han Haoran did what he just did because he wanted to date Song Shinran alone undisturbed? Le Yiga rubbed his bald head. Apparently, it's like this. I don't know when the director's team will be able to find Han Haoran and the others, but before that, Han Haoran did get what he hoped to have. Some alone daytime with Song Shinran undisturbed and unrecorded by camera lenses now. Oh, Yang Mi said with a curious face. As the #1 fan of WRAN CP, I'm curious about what they'll be doing during this time. Will there be the kiss I've been waiting for? I think Song Shinran would definitely want to kiss Han Haoran if Han Haoran took the initiative. Before the haunted house, Song Shinran purposely came close to Han Haoran, just waiting for Han Haoran to kiss her. Right. Unfortunately, Han Haoran was not able to let go in front of the camera lens. Zhang Man exclaimed, it's useless for us to speculate anything now. We'll just have to wait and see when the show can catch these 2 eloping lovebirds. The staff at the fruit table had thought that their dozen or so people spread out, each responsible for an area, would easily find Han Haoran and Song Shinran. But, after most of the hour, they were disappointed. After an hour or so, disappointment turned to despair. The amusement park was just too crowded. Their eyes were going blind, and they still hadn't seen any sign of Han Haoran or Song Shinran. And at that moment, Song Shinran and Han Haoran were holding hands, wearing the couple's t-shirt they had just bought at the souvenir store. And Song Shinran was holding a cone in her hand as she fed it to Han Haoran. Han Haoran was thoughtful enough to also buy a pair of flat shoes for Song Shinran. And Song Shinran's high heels, including the outfit the two of them were wearing before, were all put into a bag by Han Haoran and carried in his hand. Song Shinran was also very happy to be able to actually be alone with Han Haoran hand in hand and not have to face the camera lens. Now that's a date. It's a date that's not staged and is genuinely natural. Song Shinran fed Han Haoran a mouthful of the cone in his own hand, then without the slightest bit of avoidance, licked a mouthful of the cone himself. If W Ran CP's #1 fan, Oh Yang Mi, was here, she would be screaming that this was an indirect kiss. Unfortunately, Oh Yang Mi can only play with her cell phone in the studio at the moment. Oh Yang Mi really can't wait to drive to the amusement park right now and join the search for Han Haoran. Song Shinran looked and asked Han Haoran, how much longer do you think they'll be able to find us? Although she had already been on a solo date with Han Haoran for over an hour, Song Shinran undoubtedly wished that this period of solitude had been longer. Han Haoran was very confident at this point. If you put it in the first few days, it's not easy to say. But yesterday, he just drew a master tracking counter-tracking technique. It could be said that nowadays, Han Haoran's ability to detect and counter reconnaissance was top-notch when he entered the special forces. So many tourists at the amusement park were natural cover for Han Haoran and the others. With a change of clothes, it's like two little lovers. Wouldn't it be easier for Han Haoran to play hide-and-seek with the group of directors and cameramen carrying equipment? Han Haoran smiled and replied, let's play for as long as you want. We'll go back when you're tired of playing. Just that director camera gang. I don't want them to find it. They'll never find us for the rest of their lives. Star. Chapter 101, Nothing is as beautiful as you. Han Haoran and Song Shinran lined up to get on the Ferris wheel. Although for this program, the thrill-loving Han Haoran was not interested, but Song Shinran wanted to ride the Ferris wheel with Han Haoran once. Han Haoran thought for a moment that a typical Ferris wheel lap was another half hour. The two were in the air for most of the hour, and it would be strange for the director's team to be able to find them. So Han Haoran held Song Shinran's hand and went to the Ferris wheel. Originally, Han Haoran and Song Shinran were sitting face to face, the two of them chatting while enjoying the scenery. The Ferris wheel rose high enough for the two to see the blue sea in the distance, and the green mountains, and the original swimmers in the playground under the Ferris wheel shrunk a little, and finally turned into a small black dot. Song Shinran suddenly pointed ahead and called out, Han Haoran, look at, it's so beautiful over there. Han Haoran then sat to one side with Song Shinran. The view from the Ferris wheel is truly beautiful, but nothing was as good as having Song Shinran by her side. Han Haoran looked at the sky for a while before focusing his eyes on Song Shinran. Shinran, all the scenery is not as beautiful as you. Song Shinran turned her head and saw Han Haoran's clear gaze. Involuntarily, the two embraced. Song Shinran pouted and closed her eyes. Han Haoran naturally knew what Song Shinran was expecting and hoping for, and kissed him directly. The blue sky, the golden sun, the clear sea in the distance, and the slowly turning Ferris wheel. Everything is so beautiful. The Fruit Channel's filming team urgently calls for backup 2 hours after Han Haoran and Song Shinran went missing. At least half of the staff who had been recording the 6 observers in the studio, as well as those who stayed at the Love Hut to film the other guests' daily routines, have been drawn to the playground. Even the general director, who had been responsible for holding down the studio, came to the playground. However, even though the staff searching for Han Haoran and Song Shinran reached 40 people, they still found nothing. The chief director looked at the fact that by now the sun was beginning to set and was very anxious inside. The two of them, they're not missing, are they? The chief director dialed Han Haoran's phone again, and it was still off. 40 men, half of whom are responsible for always being stationary and squatting at the entrances to the rides. The other half spread out and milled about. The chief director felt that not to mention 2 male and female guests who were otherwise outstanding in looks and temperament, even a dog can find it, right? However, with so many 40 of them, they turned around and still hadn't found Han Haoran and Song Shinran's silhouettes. The general director and a few of the core of the program got together and began to discuss the follow-up. They still wondered if Han Haoran and Song Shinran had already left the amusement park. Otherwise they wouldn't have been able to find anyone for so long. The topic of their deliberation was what they should do if they waited until the sun went down. If they waited until the amusement park closed and they still hadn't found Han Haoran and Song Shinran. Just as a group of people, anxious as ants on a hot pan, Han Haoran and Song Shinran held hands as they made their way to the small scene of the band at the amusement park. Song Shinran was also carrying a hydrogen balloon in her hand, and at a glance, she knew that she had bought it at the amusement park. There was a band that the amusement park had hired that was singing. Song Shinran looked at Han Haoran with a smile and asked, Han Haoran, you play the piano so well, so you must know how to sing, right? Do you want to go up there and show me your hand? Han Haoran nodded and said, it can be, but have you had enough fun for today? Go up there and sing, make more noise, and the director's team and the others will find us. Ha! Song Shinran actually felt that it wouldn't be long before they eloped and the director's team would find them. Even if they change into a souvenir amusement park t-shirt, they'll always be found wandering around the amusement park. But to Song Shinran's surprise, after a long time, when she and Han Haoren had played with almost all the items, they still hadn't been found by the director's team. Song Shinran is a bit skeptical. Is the director's team so angry that they close the stall and go back? Hearing Han Haoren's words, although a little reluctant, Song Shinran knew that today's date had already held too many memories, and it was about time to go back. Even if the director's team had withdrawn, Song Shinran planned to return to the villa with Han Haoren and the two of them. Well, I've had a great day already. My only wish now is to see you sing a song. Song Shinran replied. Han Haoren nodded and chatted with the band's management. Quickly, the band's management agreed to Han Haoren's request to go up and sing. It's rare, but not unheard of, for tourists to want to sing a song to their girlfriends for the occasion. Just don't create any chaos. Moreover, Han Haoren's attitude was so good and his speech was so pleasing that the managers could not bear to refuse. So, he promised to replace Han Haoren up there when the band finished the song. After negotiating everything, Han Haoren gave Song Shinran an okay gesture. Quickly, one of the band's songs had ended. Han Haoren walked onto the stage with a microphone. The crowd that had been milling around saw the band come off the stage and a big, handsome guy in a commemorative amusement park t-shirt walk on stage, and knew that a special show was about to happen. Sure enough, Han Haoren picked up the microphone and just looked in Song Shinran's direction and said, "Today is a very important day for both me and the beautiful and generous and pretty little Miss Song Shinran. So, I want to sing a song dedicated to her." Song Shinran's mouth opened wide in surprise. She just wanted Han Hong to sing a song. Song Shinran's little selfishness was that the show's cameras weren't around at this time, so it could be argued that this song was Han Haoren's song to her alone. For Song Shinran, it had been very unique, a memory she wanted to cherish for a long time. However, Han Haoren's words caused Song Shinran to blush in shame all of a sudden. But inside, there was a bit of sweetness. Today, a big day for both of them? Yes, of course it is important, because today was the day of her first date with Han Haoren. Moreover, Song Shinran had given Han Haoren her first kiss. Chapter 102, The Happiest Man in the World. Without an accompanist, Han Hong sat down in front of the keyboard that the previous band had left on the floor. Although keyboards and pianos aren't really the same thing, but the level of piano, even Su Siyu have to marvel at Han Haoren. Playing the keyboard can only be said to be a breeze. When Han Haoren played the first syllable, the owner of this keyboard, the band's keyboardist's eyes glowed. This is definitely a masterclass master. Coffee on the left bank of the Seine. I savor your beauty with a cup in my hand. The mouth that leaves a lipstick. Who misspelled the name of the florist's rose? Confession balloons wind up across the street. Smiles fly in the sky. Good to hear. That's what everyone thinks. The song isn't too high-pitched to require much skill though, but Han Huang's voice was perfect and the rendition was heartfelt. Everyone who has ever been in love remembers the beautiful images of their first love. Song Shinran trembled wildly inside, unconsciously releasing the hydrogen balloon in her hand into the sky. You said you were a little hard to follow, trying to get me to back off. You don't have to pick the most expensive gift, as long as the leaves of the champs are falling. Wow, a romantic date. Not afraid to screw up everything. You're the world's best friend. Song Shinran pondered her entire song library and had never heard this song. The lyrics began with the banks of the Seine, but Song Shinran knew that the attraction in this amusement park, where she and Han Haoren had previously walked side by side, was also called the Seine. And, creating a romantic date, isn't that what Han Haoren did all day today? As for, you said you're a bit hard to chase. It was also what Song Shinran said jokingly to Han Haoren after they got off the Ferris wheel. So the song was written on the spot by Han Hong for himself. If I own you, I own the world. Is this Han's confession to himself? Song Shinran's face turned even redder. The original audience on the scene was in the mindset of watching the show. Young handsome guy, confessed to his girlfriend, no matter how well he sang, dared to sing in front of so many people, has been a very brave thing to do. They had planned, no matter how well the handsome young man sang, to offer sincere applause after he finished, wishing the young couple could be happy all the time. However, as soon as Han Haoren opened his mouth, whether it's the harmonies from the beautiful keyboards or the already heavenly voice of Han Huang's singer, it all makes everyone think that this is a big-name star concert-level performance, right? At least the top 10 singers in the school performed and definitely didn't sing as well as this little handsome guy. The previous performances of this fairly small band were overshadowed by Han Haoren's little fresh love song. Thus, everyone listened to Han Haoren's performance in peace and quiet. A student-looking girl with 2 ponytails pressed against her boyfriend's ear and said, "Look how romantic people are. His girlfriend must be dead happy. Still handsome and young and good in singing. You learn more from others." The little boy next to the girl with the double ponytails was a bit depressed. But, not to mention the singing, I lost in looks. Han Haoren didn't realize that he was singing to attract the attention of everyone in the field again. His gaze, which remained locked on Song Shinran began to be a little shy, and there was a little bit of avoiding Han Haoren's gaze. And by now, Song Shinran had begun to bravely confront Han Haoran. Song Shinran felt that her mood at the moment was as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Darling, I've loved you since that day. Sweet and easy. Honey, don't do anything with your eyes. I'm saying I do. Song Shinran held back and closed her eyes. Is it really so obvious that you're showing it? Do your own eyes really say I do? The general director was supposed to be anxiously discussing options with some of the program directors. Suddenly, he got the call. Found. Did you find Han Hong? Where is he? He's at the Fairgrounds Live House? And blatantly went on stage to sing a love song to Song Shinran? There are hundreds of people around now? What the fuck? Do we have any cameras in that neighborhood? No? What? My current location recently? The chief director hurriedly greeted the staff and cameramen around him. Turn the camera on. Full speed ahead. To the Live House. So the group of people hulked up and ran at a 100-meter sprint looking at what looked like a very heavy piece of equipment. Han Huang's romance continues. Song Shinran's eyes, which had closed out of shyness, reopened. Han Haoran, however, was still eyeballing Song Shinran's direction. For many people, playing the keyboard that way without looking at the keys may take a long time of practicing to become proficient at a piece. But for Han Haoran, it couldn't be easier. Darling, I've loved you since that day. Sweet and easy. Honey, don't do anything with your eyes. I'm saying I do. Darling, in love with you, love diary. Memories of gossamer water. A whole bottle of dreams with you in it. Blend. Honey, don't do anything with your eyes. In saying I do. Song Shinran's eyes shed teardrops like diamonds. Song Shinran knew that she wasn't a little girl. Her tear point wasn't low at all. Earlier, when she heard Han Haoran play that song Moonlight, her eyes were red, and it all made Song Shinran feel unbelievable. But looking at Hot Shouty, who broke down crying, Song Shinran then also felt that her performance was okay. At least she didn't bawl. And that song Moonlight really hits home. And today, Song Shinran's state of mind was completely different, because she knew very well that Han Haoran sang this song for himself alone. Even Han Haoran's eyes kept gazing tenderly at himself during the song, thinking about everything that happened today. Thinking back to the haunted house, Han Haoran had been attentive to his care. Thinking of Han Huang's thoughtfulness in buying and changing his shoes. Think of the romance on the Ferris wheel. Song Shinran finally broke down and cried. It turns out that liking someone really makes you cry uncontrollably and laugh without a care in the world. So I actually have moments when I'm moved to tears, still being felt by the same person, twice. Although her eyes were filled with tears, Song Shinran felt that she was the happiest person in the whole world at this moment. Star. Chapter 103, Breaking the Rules All the Time. When the director's team arrived, Han Haoran's performance came to an end. Memories of gossamer water. A whole bottle of dreams with you in it. Blend. Honey, don't do anything with your eyes. In saying I do. This song, Farewell Balloon, is dedicated to my most special person, Han Haoran said. In the studio, among the snoozing observers, it was Song Shan who had the sharpest eyes. There's a picture. The person singing on this stage. It seems to be Han Haoran. It's really Han Hong. Oh, Yang Mi also looked up quickly. Wow, Han Hong is singing? Listen well. How come it's gone? Finished singing. I just listened for 5 seconds and it's gone? Can you guys on the show not joke around? Can you give a? Luigia analyzed. I think it's possible that the crew rushed over because they heard that Han Haoran was singing on stage, so naturally they didn't record the full clip. Song Shanshan couldn't help but spit out. I think, are the program staff all blind? Turned around all day and didn't find 2 big live ones. It also took Han Haoran to take the stage and sing in front of hundreds of people before they finally locked onto Han Haoran's trail. Zhang Hanshao hurriedly rounded up. Actually, the program team is also working very hard. Anyway, just find Han Haoran and Song Shinran. The show's second camera crew has also finally arrived. They locked the camera on Song Shinran. At this time, Song Shinran had not yet calmed down from being moved. The eyes were still red and the tear stains hadn't dried. Oh, Yang Mi got excited. Song Shinran is crying. Was he moved to tears by Han Huang's love song? I think back to the lyrics. A whole bottle of dreams all with you stirred in is really romantic. As a big star in movie, TV and singing crossover, Chang Hanshan was quick to notice the difference. Everyone, I wanted to ask if you've heard this song before? Only listen to the end though. But I find that there doesn't seem to be a song that I can remember that has an ending section like that. Zhang Man's eyes widened. So, Han Haoran wrote this song himself? Song Shanshan nodded. I think it's possible. After all, Han Hong has such a unique musical talent. And classical music and modern music are connected. I've helped quite a few singers write tunes, so it doesn't surprise me at all that Han Haoran can write songs. With another shock, Oh Yang Mi said. The two changed their clothes and wore amusement park t-shirts. Couples model. Wow. It really goes well together. Luo Jinhao said. Well, it's not actually a couples model anymore. This amusement park souvenir t-shirt is probably the only one that's the same for both men and women. but the two changed their outfits, which certainly made it more difficult for the show to find them. You know, this amusement park, there are at least a couple thousand people, all wearing souvenir amusement park t-shirts, all around. Onlookers and passers-by were applauding wildly. It was from the bottom of their hearts that they expressed their admiration for Han Haoren's performance. Han Haoren first waved and greeted everyone to show his appreciation, then got off the stage and held Song Shinran's hand. Wu Yangmi was once again excited. Holding hands, so natural. The more you look at it, the better it looks. The two spotted the vast array of cameras and the director's crew and held hands as they made their way to the general director. The chief director glared viciously at Han Haoren. You're happily singing? Do you know how long so many of us have been looking for you? Song Shinran saw the look in the chief director's eyes and knew that the atmosphere was a bit unfavorable at the moment. It was indeed wrong of them to leave such a large number of the show's crew behind and go on a date with the two of them by themselves. After all, the two of them were taking part in the taping of a variety show. And Song Shinran also remembered that among the earliest wave of staff that followed him, there was no general director. Obviously, the chief director had come from somewhere else because his own two were missing. Song Shinran took Han Haoren's hand and explained, I'm sorry, chief director. The two of us got lost. We were trying to find you guys too, but even we didn't run into you. It's okay if Song Shinran doesn't explain. As soon as it was explained, the general director immediately said in exasperation, Lost? Can't find us? 40 of us were spinning for 6 hours. You told me you couldn't find us? I see you guys are playing hide and seek with us. Does it make you feel good to keep breaking the rules of the show? What Han Haoren was thinking was, breaking the rules is fun for a while. Keep breaking the rules is straight up cool. At this point, though, the words in your heart can't be spoken outright. Han Haoren blocked Song Shinran behind him. Alas, hide and seek, get lost, it's all pretty much the same thing. The most important thing is that we're back. Look, director, it's just about time for the sun to go down. Sunset, sunset, how beautiful. Let's do some makeup shots and then call it a day and go home. What do you think? Han Haoren knew that his breath couldn't be rushed at this time. Just playfully muddle through and forget about it. The original dating process would have had several locations, but Han Haoren and Song Shinran had spent the day at the amusement park, so naturally, they couldn't switch places again. Han Haoren looked at the chief director's locked brow and added, Chief director, everything is my fault. It has nothing to do with Song Shinran, but as you all saw, I was the one who pulled Song Shinran and ran, and I was the one who pulled Song Shinran along the way to keep her from coming back to you. If you want to punish, just punish me alone. How about this? I'm the one who violated the rules of this variety show's process. It's fine for you to find me, I'll quit this program. I won't shoot anymore. Song Shinran was very touched by Han Haoren's defense of her, but when she heard that Han Haoren was quitting the program, she quickly blurted out, Han Haoren, you can't leave. What I didn't realize was that before Song Shinran, the chief director of the program, and an assistant director also said in unison at the same time, Han Haoren, you can't leave. Star. Chapter 104 Han Haoren is the master. Although he hated the present-day Han Haoren with a passion, but the chief director knew that Han Hong was a guarantee of ratings for this program. It's going to be a long time before it's booked and officially aired though, but after recording the first few episodes, all the guests' limelight was all stolen by Han Haoren alone. Not to mention Han Huang's top-notch cooking skills, the piano piece that was recognized by the best pianist in China, Su Siyu, as a legend above the Hall of Fame. The chief director knew that simply this one clip, this one gimmick, could make the program Encounters with the Truly Rich and Poor make history and break countless ratings records. Whether it's the ACE program of CCTV, the biggest in China, or the FIST program of other major local TV stations, the director-in-chief is confident that Encounters with the Really Rich and Poor can hang with them. Yet all the confidence was built on Han Haoren. If Han Haoren quits the show, it could be a big loss for them. Moreover, the general director is one of the few people in this program who knows that Han Haoren is an actor. Such a powerful actor. The original program group is prepared to promote the son of Wang Wanda Wang Songsong's popularity are covered, which is so that the general director never guessed. There will undoubtedly be more explosions later in the show as long as Han Hong is still around. How could the director-in-chief let Han Haoren, the biggest guarantor of ratings, leave? The chief director knew that Han Haoren was saying these things to himself, not to admit his fault, but to threaten. What do you mean? I'll quit the show if I'm punished. Did one of them on the show ever say anything like that? Although angry, the chief director had to admit that Han Haoren's threats were effective. Indeed, at this time, Han Haoren's position and status was very different from the Han Haoren before entering this program. In just a few days and a few episodes, Han Haoren has become the most important character in the program. It could be said that this Encountering the Really Rich and Poor program could be done without him as the chief director, and not without Han Haoren. Without Han Haoren, or if Han Haoren quits in the middle, the show's ratings plummeted, that's for sure. the entire fruit table will be cursed by those angry viewers to the point of skepticism. Although the show hasn't officially aired yet, the director's team knew it by the reactions of the 6 observers. Han Hong is the only bright spot in this show. Almost 6 observers, not a word out of Han Haoren's mouth. Even if the two of them, Hot Shouty and Tong Yaya, were sitting and chatting, observers will also talk. Han Haoren fell more like Hot Shouty, or Tong Yaya. That's why the crew decided to tilt all the filming focus towards Han Haoren after 2 installments. The other male guests, even Wang Tsong-song, the program decided they could be dropped. As rich and gimmicky as Wang Tsong-song's dad is, this is something that the show puts on the final episode before it can go public. But since the show is on its last episode and it's going to be released, what's the point of the showrunners wanting this ratings and this pop? Is it hard to count on ratings for reruns? And the chief director now knows that even if Wang Tsong-song has this gimmick, it's not as good as Han Haoren in the first 2 installments in terms of explosiveness. And the son of a billionaire participates in the show, but is crushed by a poor actor dressed as a billionaire and doesn't get a single vote. Wouldn't that be the best selling point? As for whether it will offend Wanda and Song Wan, a real estate mogul and a top TV station, only Wang Wanda pleases their fruit table. Otherwise a couple of scandals about your company break every week and it's still a stock price crash. The smart general director realizes that Han Hong is the big man these days. He lost his temper with Han Haoren earlier. Wasn't he looking for death? So the chief director was also quick to make up for his previous mistake. Han Haoren, what are you talking about? You're the most crucial person in our program. You're gone and not recording. The 5 female guests shall not kill me. This time, our director's team is also at fault. They didn't follow you closely. I'll go back and scold them properly. Okay, everyone, now grab some time, make up some footage, and we'll call it a day and go home. The chief director also has a high emotional intelligence. Naturally, he can't truthfully say that it's our program group. It's me as the chief director who can't leave you, the grandpa who guarantees the ratings. So the general director brought out the female guest of honor. Han Haoren hadn't originally planned to actually quit the program. He was merely preparing to back off and make the chief director realize who was the big man. That's why even if Han said he would launch the program, the reason was to accept the punishment. Without directly saying this in a threatening tone, the 2 men, both with high emotional intelligence and taciturnity, hooked up and chatted. Director, this time it's really my fault. The punishment can't be nothing at all, right? How about this? After recording the program, I'll pay out of my pocket and treat everyone to dinner. Everyone is tired after a hard day of shooting. Let's all have a good meal, Han Haoren said. Although I wanted to throw up inside when I heard Han Haoren's shooting for a day. Obviously it was only an hour of filming. Han Haoren, you ran away. But the general director piled a smile on his face and shook his head in a hurry. How can I let you break the bank? Our program team has its own catered meals, and we can also apply for expense reimbursement. This meal is on us, the program group, so you and Song Shinran should come and eat with us with your honor. There's no other part of the Love Shack tonight, either. We'll finish the segment and send you back. Han Haoren and Song Shinran changed back into the clothes they wore earlier and started recording. Song Shinran and Han Haoren played a few more items they hadn't played before. At a later date, the director's team sent someone to specifically squat in front of these popular items, which was quickly discovered by Han Haoren, who possessed detection skills. Song Shinran and Han Haoren couldn't get close, so they skipped the programs. This time, taking the opportunity to record the program, they stopped by to play these last few items. The sun finally went down and the day's taping of the program was officially over. Sunset. Han Haoren and Song Shinran walked underneath the Ferris wheel, hand in hand. The picture is very nice at this point. Feeling the warmth of Han Haoren's hands, Song Shinran knew that she would never be able to forget this memory of today for the rest of her life. Star. Chapter 105, a boring date? Not necessarily, Zhang Hanshin exclaimed, although there were twists and turns in the middle. But watching the two on a date really makes you feel good. Today was the happiest issue I've ever felt. I felt like the whole screen was overflowing with bubbles full of pink. Oh, Yang Mi also beamed. I think that something must have happened to Han Haoren and Song Shinran during the time they disappeared. Ah, I'm so upset. Why weren't you able to get a shot? And the song, it's only 5 seconds. 5 seconds. I'm so sad, Luigia analyzed. It's true, a lot of stories must have happened between the two, because obviously, the two came back as a much closer relationship. They have a lot of unintentional couples antics, even if they didn't do anything special or go to a very exciting heart-racing program either. We both feel that the two of them walking together is just wonderful, Luo Jinhao said. So, do you all think that whatever is inside Han Haoren, whether it's the scales or the propellers, will change? Song Shinran was supposed to be the one who first competed with Hot Shouty for Han Haoren. Together with this installment of the date, Song Shinran is undoubtedly a lot closer to Han Haoren. In contrast, the female guest who was Han's heartthrob at the beginning of the show was left alone without a date with Han. I suddenly have some sympathy for Hot D. Zhang Hanxiao laughed and said, actually, let's not forget, Han Haoren has another date with Su Siyu tomorrow, and then it will go on to our third installment of Love Connection. At least for today. I think Han Haoren's inner thoughts are definitely Song Shinran, but the interesting thing about our show is that every day there's a new change happening. So, I'm looking forward to it. Tomorrow's story. Oh Yang Mi interjected. As the number one WRAN CP fan, I stated that it's actually hard for the two of them, Su Siyu and Han Haoren, to call each other. COCU is too introverted, and as we can see from the previous shows, COCU is not Han Haoren's type. Even if Su Siyu has a crush on Han Haoren, it's not like Su Siyu's character would take the initiative. At this time, Han Haoren's heart is more in favor of Song Shinran and Hot Xiaodi, and he shouldn't take the initiative on Su Siyu anymore. I have a feeling tomorrow's date should be pretty boring. Zhang Man smiled and said, it's boring? I think, not necessarily. Oh, guys, when have you ever seen a scene with Han Haoren in it where the atmosphere would still be boring? Even if it's true that Han Haoren isn't the type to like Su Siyu, but this is supposed to be a show, and Su Siyu is a female guest, or a great beauty. I don't think Han Haoren would make a date boring. The best thing Han Ho Young can do is create an atmosphere. Just look at Han Haoren's date with Song Shinran today. We know how sweet it is between the two. Song Shanshan, as Su Siyu's best friend, is naturally on Su Siyu's side. Mimi isn't wrong when she says that Su Siyu is an introvert, but I think Su Siyu's introversion is only superficial. When faced with people she's not familiar with and has little contact with, Su Siyu does tend to be rather shy and non-verbal. However, in my usual interactions with Su Siyu, I don't find her to be a very boring or introverted person at all. Thoughts. I think Su Siyu has a lot of unique charms, and there is a connection. There is a conversation between Su Siyu and Han Haoren. It's music. It's piano. In fact, I think Siyu is now the most concerned about Han Haoren and the most eager to learn about him among the 5 female guests, because Han Hong really gave her a great shock. You will never understand the weight that a Hall of Fame, or even a legend for the ages, carries in the mind of a musician. I'm looking forward to Han Haoren and Su Siyu's date tomorrow. I'm looking forward to seeing more of Su Siyu other than her introverted shyness. I'm also looking forward to the fact that tomorrow Han Hong will be able to reveal a little bit more about him. For example, who did his pianist ask to learn? Why is he so accomplished? Luigia also said at the same time, yes, I think we're all curious as to why Han Haoren has such piano attainment. We were able to see that Su Siyu would practice piano for a long time in the evening, or during the day when no one was home. That's what a pianist has to do in order to keep his or her skills at the top all the time. But what about Han Haoren? He never sat in front of the piano again except for that piano song that shocked everyone that night. That's strange in itself. Song Shanshan also analyzed. Yes, Han Haoren doesn't look like a pianist at all, but he himself says that he is a piano enthusiast, not a professional pianist. And as a matter of fact, in the past few days, I have checked the Professional Piano Association through my connections, and for the record of professional pianists on file, I really didn't find Han Haoren's name. Yet a piano enthusiast who doesn't train every day has demonstrated skill beyond the Hall of Fame level. That's something that puzzles me. Han Haoren is like an enigma that draws me everywhere to solve the mystery that is him. That, to any girl, is a fatal attraction. So, I think Su Siyu has now fallen into Han Haoren's mystery. You guys think COCU is introverted and won't take the initiative, but I think that tomorrow Su Siyu might be very active. Oh Yang Mi smiled and said, I think each of us has something to look forward to tomorrow. Although I'm still reminiscing about how good today was, I'm also curious about whether or not sparks will fly between Han Haoren and Su Siyu. Seeing that everyone expressed play opinions, Zhang Hanxiao summarized, well, this is the end of the sweet date between Han Haoren and Song Shinran, unfulfilled. We look forward to what will happen tomorrow. While it may be true that we all have our own opinions, it will naturally be determined tomorrow. Why exactly does Han Haoren have such great piano skills? Perhaps the answer to this will be revealed tomorrow. Star. Chapter 106, a steady stream of people giving money. After dinner with the director's team, it was already evening. Han Hong returned to the villa and wandered around for a bit before heading back upstairs to post tonight's review blog. Because his cell phone was turned off at the amusement park, Han missed a lot of calls. And back at the villa, after Han Haoren reopened his cell phone, a steady stream of calls came in. The callers were all the heads of marketing departments of sponsors who wanted Han Haoren to evaluate their brands. These people, Han Haoren uniformly known as send money people. Of course, from the point of view of these people, their main purpose is Han Haoren's review package complimentary copywriting business. In the afternoon of the previous day, Han Haoren had already sent the copy of several sponsors who had signed contracts. Naturally, it was a big hit. Due to its own circle of Lu Zizi, the circle of the advertising industry are all interconnected. Originally, when Lu Zizi alone was trying her best to advertise for Han Haoren, people would still wonder if Lu Zizi was acting as a trustee for someone. But when Skyworth, Chow Tai-fook and 7 Brand Clothing, 3 marketing directors or senior managers in completely different industry sectors, simultaneously publicized Han Haoren in their circles of friends, everyone's initial skepticism turned into shock. Is there really such a thing as a marketing geek in this world? Even the included ad copy is better than a 4A creative agency? And for $10 million? So, even on weekends, everyone picked up the phone in droves and dialed Han Haoren's phone number that Lu Zizi and the others had left behind. However, on this day, Han Haoren turned off his cell phone, just when everyone thought that they had missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because they had hesitated for a day. Han Haoren turned the machine back on. So Han Haoren received a steady stream of unbroken phone calls. Each company invited Han Haoren to sign a contract at their branch office in the Imperial City as soon as possible. And the most important thing was to send the advertisement copy to them as soon as possible. None of the companies had half a bargain for the $10 million offer. Moreover, they had no problem with Han's request that they must pay the full amount by next Thursday if they were satisfied with the ad copy. Since the next day was Sunday and he had a date with an unknown female guest waiting for him, Han Haoren scheduled all the signings for Monday. As for the exact time, it would depend on Han Haoren's progress. Looking at the detailed addresses of the 19 companies densely recorded on his paper, Han Haoren felt that he had his hands full on Monday. Those sponsors want copy that's very simple, because basically a slogans, a few simple jingles, and you're done. Han Hong said he only needed a minute for this. For Han Haoren, signing the contract was rather a physical job. However, the contract must be signed. Otherwise Han Haoren is afraid that the other party received the paperwork to cheat. Also, the other parties are large companies, and without a signed contract, the approval of payments is difficult to get through. Han Haoren quickly opened the map and searched for the exact location of each company. Planning a complete route and saving as much distance as possible was the most urgent thing Han Haoren had to do nowadays. After finishing everything, Han Haoren opened his bank account. Han Haoren realized that the balance of his bank card nowadays had turned into 29,983, 568, 73 soft currency. That's almost 30% of your own small goal. The $20 million that arrived came from Genworth and 7 Brand Apparel. Meanwhile, Chow Tai-fook's marketing director also said that the process of remittance to Han Haoren has been done. As soon as finance starts on Monday, you can pay immediately. Knowing that he had gained so much more money in one day, Han Haoren immediately opened the system. Sure enough, he had upgraded his level to LV2 and had gained 10 bronze draws as well as 1 silver draw. Out of the 20 million, 10 million of them came in soft currency, giving Han Haoren 10 bronze draws, while the remaining 10 million soft coins came in. It only allowed Han Haoren to have 1 silver lottery chance. Han Haoren knew that this system setup was also reasonable. After all, it's very difficult to make $1 million when you're broke, but when one has millions of dollars, making another million is a breeze. So it makes perfect sense that the amount of cash you need to earn to get a draw grows by a factor of 10 with each level up. Han Haoren went to the restroom and washed his hands before starting today's lottery. Master chooses to draw the bronze level draw 10 times in a row. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining the endurance attribute value of +1. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining a lucky attribute value of +1. Ding! Congratulations master for gaining +1 to the speed attribute value. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for gaining +1 to the retrograde force attribute value. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining the intelligence attribute value of +1. Although the increase in attribute value was good, Han Haoren still looked forward to having new skills. However, combining the previous draws, Han Haoren realized that as he drew the bronze level draws more times, the increase in the attribute values he gained became more. The probability of gaining skills, on the other hand, becomes smaller. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining a strength attribute value of +1. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining master legal knowledge defense skills, direction, business law, civil litigation. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a value of +1 for the commercial sense of smell attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the master for gaining the charm attribute value +1. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining master advertising planning skills, direction, new media, video. That last bronze draw finally showed Han Haoren what he wanted. These words, copying the latter-day copywriting and planning ads to those sponsors, that's much more palatable. Looking at the one remaining silver level draw, Han Haoren gritted his teeth and chose to continue, though 10 bronze draws and only 2 skills were drawn, making Han Haoren wonder if he was a bit unlucky today. However, Han Haoren deeply believed that his previous 10 bronze draws were all to pad his knife with a silver draw. Master chooses to draw 1 consecutive silver level draw. Hearing the system's pleasant voice, Han Haoren revealed a smile. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for acquiring Freud's psychology ability. Han Haoren naturally knew who Floyd was. Austrian psychiatrist, psychologist and founder of the School of Psychoanalysis. Freud broke new ground in the study of the subconscious mind and contributed to the development of dynamical psychology, personality psychology, and psychopathology, arguably the number one person in psychology. Apparently, Freud's psychological abilities are top-notch skills on the same level as Beethoven's piano skills. Chapter 107, A Little Secret Between Us, Freudian Psychology. If the previous Han Hauren, through the latter's understanding of the hot shouty, as well as the executive director undoubtedly revealed the identity of the female guest, to disguise himself as a psychology master words, this time, Han Hauren's identity as a master of psychology is well deserved. As the pioneer of many psychological disciplines, Sigmund Freud is undoubtedly the godfather of psychology. With such a foundation, coupled with the ability to not forget, Han Hauren just need to read a few books to read a few papers on psychology. Naturally, for all the knowledge of psychology, but also able to integrate. Han Hauren browsed through his character panel once more. Name, Han Hauren. Sex, male. Age, 24. Level, LV. 2. Properties. Strength, 7. Speed, 6. Endurance, 7. Intelligence, 11. Charisma, 10. Eloquence, 7. Leadership, 7. Creativity, 9. Collaborative power, 7. Business sense, 6. Stress tolerance, 7. Retrograde force, 8. Luck, 6. Average for normal adults is 5. Skills. Master drawing techniques, directions, drawing, painting, special drawing. Master singing techniques, directions, pop, hip-hop. Master culinary arts orientation, Cantonese, Sichuan and French cuisine. Master language proficiency, orientation, French, German and Spanish. Master songwriting techniques, directions, pop, hip-hop. Master photography tips, direction, portrait. Master magic tricks, directions, close-up magic. Mentalism magic. Mentalism magic. Master legal knowledge defense tips, directions, business law, civil litigation. Master advertising planning tips, directions, new media, video. Master tracking counter-tracking techniques, Beethoven's piano technique. Freud's psychological abilities. Hidden ability, 10 times the attribute bonus. Wisdom is raised to 11, and charisma is raised to 10. The most important attribute was the lucky value. Han Hauren's lucky value had risen from 3 points, which was below the average for normal people, to 6 points. That's already a little luckier than normal. And although many of the various master techniques in the string were not utilized by himself for the time being, Han Hauren knew that there probably wasn't even a more all-round person in this world than himself. A deposit of 30 million soft dollars is just the beginning. Han Hauren slightly calculated. Although the sponsors who called today, Han Hauren have not yet raised the price. The uniform price are 10 million. With 19 companies, that means one is able to reap $190 million by Thursday. Together with the $10 million from Chow Tai Fook that hadn't yet arrived, Han Hauren would be able to account for an additional 200 million soft dollars. So even if no more sponsors take the bait after that, Han Hauren will have 230 million soft dollars in cash before this important battle on Friday. The original Han Hauren also planned to take out a mortgage from the bank when the villa arrived, if it was too late. But for one thing, Vank and Sina's transfer procedures are relatively slow. And for another, Han Hauren is now no worse off than those funds that can be pledged for such a set of villas. Moreover, if all of the 200 million soft dollars in cash arrived as planned, Han Hauren would be able to obtain another 19 silver draws and have his system level quickly raised to LV. 3. System, do you think I'm awesome? Han Hauren leered with a smile. The system, at this time, naturally ignored such a boring host and didn't answer. Early the next morning, after finishing the breakfast made by Tong Yaya, when Han Hauren was ready to go back to his room to pack up and just head to today's date, he was called by Tong Yaya. Yesterday, Han Hauren and Song Shinran were not in the love hut for a day, and all the guests guessed that they must have gone on a secret date. And when Han Hauren and Song Shinran would villa, it was already very late. Han Hauren didn't stay downstairs for long and went back to his room alone. This made Tong Yaya not find a chance to talk to Han Hauren all day yesterday. And Tong Yaya knew in her heart that Han Hauren had a date today. Tong Yaya was afraid that Han Hauren had gone out and she wouldn't see him again this day, so she called Han Hauren before he went upstairs. Tong Yaya's beautiful eyes fluttered as she looked at Han Hauren and asked pitifully, Han Hauren, starting Monday, it's another round of female guests preparing dinner. Will you help me again when it's my turn to cook? Actually, it doesn't really matter if people know about the fact that I'm not a very good cook, but I'm afraid that if you don't help me, I won't be able to keep my secret with you anymore. Han Hauren nodded. He had basically not been back to the villa before dinner for the last couple of nights, so naturally neither Chi Yuhan nor Song Shinran pulled him along to cook. Since Tong Yaya had never cooked except for a simple breakfast for the crowd, the secret that the first perfect dinner was made by Han Hauren had not been revealed now. Han Haoran thought about it briefly. It's better to give Tong Yaya alone a job as a helper cook than to be pestered by 5 female guests who have to help everyone cook every day. So Han Haoran smiled and said to Tong Yaya, I'll let you know any day next week that I can give a little earlier time to come back. Let's prepare dinner together. Tong Yaya looked at Han Haoran happily. He had thought that Han Haoran, who had been incredibly busy every single day for the past few days, would reject his request. I didn't expect Han Haoran to actually agree to it. This made Tong Yaya's entire heart beautiful. Tong Yaya knew that Han Haoran hadn't helped any of the female guests with dinner. And isn't it just an accident that Han asked her to keep it a secret and promised to make dinner with her again? That she's special? At least on the point of preparing dinner together, Han Haoran treats her special. It was different from all the other female guests. And breakfast. After Han Haoran and Tong Yaya said they wanted to eat breakfast made by her all the time, Tong Yaya wakes up early every day to prepare breakfast for everyone, even though she doesn't have much work during the day. Although Tong Yaya thoughtfully said that breakfast was for everyone, but Tong Yaya knew very well that she was there to quasi-keep her agreement with Han Haoran. And Han Haoran, no matter how busy he was and how much he was in a hurry to go out, would eat Tong Yaya's breakfast before leaving. Tong Yaya felt that this was actually considered a little secret between the two, right? Chapter 108, A Date with Su Siyu. Han Haoran went out and quickly arrived at the date, because Han Haoran had been in the habit of arriving some time earlier for appointments. At this time, the female guest had not yet arrived. Several heads of the directing team have been rambling around Han Haoran. Master Han, don't make any mistakes today, okay? It was really hard yesterday with so many of us, running around in the big sun. We're just making hard money. It's not easy for everyone. Han Haoran smiled and replied. All said, sorry about yesterday. Absolutely no problems today. Absolutely no situation. Besides, today's date place is all indoors. What could go wrong? Big deal. You guys just block the door. The director's eyes lit up. Blocking the door seems like a good idea? Han Haoran didn't have to wait long before he saw Su Siyu, who was wearing a sexy black, hip-hugging dress. This dress was very similar in style to the one Han Haoran had first seen Su Siyu in, and was the polar opposite of Su Siyu's shy and introverted personality. Seeing Su Siyu revealing her sexy collarbone and neck-C wearer's necklace of Cartier that she had given herself, Han Haoran revealed a smile. Han Haoran estimated that Su Siyu's size really wasn't small, and it might be possible that she was a little bit bigger than both Hot Xiaodi and Hijichi. Of course, Han Haoran had only personally witnessed Hijichi's size now. No one else has that opportunity for a while. Siyu, I really didn't expect that today's date would be you. Han Haoran was honest. I thought that the quiet Su Siyu wouldn't chime in, but I didn't expect Su Siyu to smile and ask, are you disappointed to see me? Han Haoran hurriedly denied. How come? I'm also eager to find a chance to have more contact and understanding with you, Su Siyu said in a small voice. Mouth is not the heart. Isn't it easy for you to get in touch with me? But in the villa, which days aren't you a god? It's only on dates like this that I can find a chance to talk to you. Han Haoran led Su Siyu indoors and took the elevator up to a chic room. As soon as Su Siyu entered the door, she saw the romantic and cozy room decorations, as well as a lot of clothes hanging on the coat rack. Looking at the professional lighting props and set panels that were almost as professional as the program, Su Siyu couldn't help but ask, Han Haoran, we're here. We're not here to take pictures, are we? Han Haoran nodded. You guessed it right. It's a photo shoot. Or to put it more professionally, it's indoor photography. Su Siyu was a bit surprised by this arrangement. What kind of guy goes out with a girl in a studio? However, Su Siyu didn't know that yesterday Han Haoran chose the playground as the date location. Oh, Yang Mi also expressed her disbelief about this date location. Is this Han Haoran's plan to take wedding photos with the female guests? Even though he doesn't know who the female guest of honor is, isn't it a little out of place to come on a first date and take pictures? Luigia laughed. Yesterday when we saw that Han Haoran's venue of choice was an amusement park, we also thought that no one other than Hot Xiaodi would like this date location. But what about the result? Han Haoran and Song Shinran's relationship has further drawn closer. And although we didn't see the entire date scene, even if it was recorded on camera, it was the perfect date. So, don't just spit on Han Haoran's arrangement until the last minute. Perhaps this venue was handpicked by Han Haoran. Song Shanshan chimed in. I believe that only two people with a spark together will light up the sizzling flame of love wherever they are. Although Su Siyu was curious as to why she came here while on a date, she didn't have any unhappy emotions. That's pretty good too. At least there will be plenty of chats with Han Hong. Su Siyu had originally gone to the appointment this time because she wanted to have a good chat with Han Haoran. Su Siyu looked at Han Haoran and asked, where's the photographer? Let him come out, right? Su Siyu thinks that Han Haoran asked himself to come to this venue just to take a set of art photos with himself. It's a little strange for a date, but photos do capture memories, don't they? Han Haoran pointed at himself. The photographer is right in front of you. I rented this place and for one day today, I'm your photographer. Su Siyu's expression changed from surprise to surprise as she looked at Han Haorun with a smile. You can still take pictures? Han Haorun nodded. What about my photo-taking skills? It should be better than 99% of photographers. Su Siyu laughed with a pfft. She knew that Han Haorun was joking with himself when he said this stunt. Su Siyu said seriously, Han Haorun, I really didn't expect that there was actually someone in China who possessed such superior zither skills as you. You really are a person who can give people a shock every now and then. The atmosphere in the studio also instantly reversed when Han Haorun said that he was the cameraman. Oh, Yang Ni was the first to exclaim. Wow, so it was me who misunderstood Han Haorun's intent. On a first date, mindfully yourself record each other at their best on camera. That's a really romantic place for a date like that. Zhang Henshin agreed. Actually, taking pictures is for anyone. For example, the staff of the camera crew that is busy documenting their date today. They're probably all better at taking pictures than Han Haorun. But the whole use my camera and document you bit is just so very romantic. Song Shanchan laughed and speculated. Han Haorun's camera level. It's not necessarily true that it's like the photographer's. Oh, of course I'm not saying your Fruit Channel cameraman is unprofessional. I just think it's a normal thing that Han Haorun is such a perfect person that he's good at taking pictures. Right? What he just said. I'm supposed to be better at taking pictures than 99% of photographers. Maybe it wasn't a joke. But it's true? Zhang Man also supported Song Shanshan's statement. Do you all remember that Han Haorun said before that he was good at art? People who study fine art have a good command of composition, set, space, and a sense of picture. So even though painting and photography seem like two very different things, people who study art to take pictures can make a difference. Star. Chapter 109, The Unable Su Siyu. Han Haorun took out Canon's latest 1DS Mark II. This top-of-the-line professional full-frame camera from Canon, released in 2007. Is essentially the highest-end professional videography-grade camera. In China, such a camera is already top of the line. Even the photographer at the fruit table sked and praised the machine when he saw it. Han Haorun, I didn't expect you to be quite professional. The average studio certainly doesn't have equipment like that. They'd be lucky to have a full frame. You brought this 1DS Mark II yourself, right? It costs 40,000 soft dollars to buy to start with, right? And you're a professional with this lens. Han Haorun smiled and nodded his head. Although it's not true that just because the camera is awesome, it's going to take great pictures, but it's Han Huang's masterful photography skills paired with the top-of-the-line cameras that give the best results. As for that bit of money for the camera, Han Haorun was no longer short of the tens of thousands of dollars. Han Haorun finished setting up the scene very professionally and skillfully, with all the light and sets. At this point, whether it was the team that was following Han Haorun and Su Siyu, or the 6 observers and staff in the studio, they all knew that Han Haorun's stance was professional at first glance. Han Haorun looked at Su Siyu with a smile. Why don't you stand in the center first? We'll try 2 shots? Su Siyu pointed at herself. Am I just going to wear my own clothes? Han Haorun nodded. This outfit looks especially good on you. I can tell you usually have great taste. Such a beautiful set of private clothes. Naturally, I want to take a set of photos to record the most beautiful images. When we're done with this shoot, you can pick out the original outfit here. Also, I bought a couple outfits especially for this shoot, so you can see if you like them and wear them too. Su Siyu's eyes instantly lit up. You even bought clothes? Han Haorun nodded. Let's catch the shooting first. Su Siyu froze and stood in front of the set board, but she looked a little restrained. Han Haorun, I've never taken a photo like this before. I don't know what to do. Han Haorun smiled and encouraged. It's fine. Just think of it as if you were going to a tourist attraction to play, and how you would pose at that time. You'll do the same now. It doesn't really matter what the action is, just be natural, and you don't need to deliberately pose to freeze. You trust my strength. I will capture the most beautiful moment of you. Han Haorun had thought he had made himself clear. I didn't realize that Su Siyu was still frozen there. After half a second, Su Siyu said shyly, Han Haorun, I want to talk to you about something. I've been at the piano almost every single day of my life except for eating and sleeping all these years. I haven't been to a tourist attraction. I didn't take any pictures either. Even though I went to Vienna, to Leeds, to Berlin because of the tournament, I didn't go to the famous spots over there. At this moment, Su Siyu looked a bit forlorn. She felt that if it was a different person, if it was Hot Xiaodi, Tong Yaya or Song Xinran, Shi Yuhan, Han Haorun was going to take pictures of them, and they were sure to be able to show the most moving smiles and pose in the best possible way, making it easy for Han Haorun to record them at their best. Yet himself, Su Siyu's didn't know how to smile at this point, didn't know where to swing her hand. Seeing Han Haorun smile, Su Siyu felt extremely nervous instead, and her entire body was a bit at a loss for words. Song Shanchan looked at the overwhelmed Su Siyu in the screen with some heartache. Song Shanchan sighed and said, yes, just as Su Siyu said, She dedicated her entire energy to the piano, to music. I went to Vienna with her for an event, but she preferred to play the piano in the hotel rather than go to the Danube or the Schönbrunn Palace. She's such a beautiful person and she doesn't usually take selfies, let alone go to a photographer or someone else to take her picture. Zhang Hanxiao also felt a bit surprised. Such a pretty girl, can't even pose for a photo? Zhang Hanxiao said with a solemn expression. Honestly, because I'm in the entertainment industry, I see all kinds of people, but I would never have thought that there would be someone like Su Siyu, who devotes her entire time and energy, all of it, to the piano. She exhaustively practiced day after day and year after year in order to improve her skills. This training process must be very boring. She, however, is the one who really doesn't have the slightest recreational and relaxing activities, and even when she goes abroad, she doesn't even take a side trip to a famous attraction just so she can have more time to practice the piano. Her whole life, all of it, was the piano. I want to applaud artists like Su Siyu, the musician. She's a role model for me to follow. Song Shanshan also stood up. Honestly, I can't do what Su Siyu does. That's why I admire her so much. That's why I think it's a matter of course that she has achieved the attainments she has at such a young age. But now that I've seen this date between Siyu and Han Haoren, my chest is suddenly so tight. I'm so heartbroken for Siyu. We all know that Han Haoren was the first member of the opposite sex that Siyu developed a crush on. I'm pretty sure Siyu really wants to make a good impression on Han Haoren on this first date. But, when it comes to this location, Siyu can't even do the simplest. A few natural poses for the camera that every girl does. I think that at this time, Siyu's heart must be very anxious and even lost. Luo Zhenhao analyzed. Actually, Han Haoren has no problem with the choice of this dating place. If any female guest other than Su Siyu were to come, Han Haoren would surely be able to make this date achieve an atmosphere perhaps no weaker than that of yesterday's amusement park. And, something like a photo, when it's printed, is something that can be treasured for a lifetime. It's very memorable. Unfortunately, Han Haoren didn't expect it. The female guest who came this time just happened to be Su Siyu. The location of this date is clearly not suitable for Su Siyu, making Su Siyu feel a bit constrained. Oh Yang Mi lamented. I find that my favoritism towards Su Siyu has risen sharply now. Let's hope that Han Haoren can get along and ease the awkwardness of today's atmosphere. Star. Chapter 110, Super High IQ. Perfect lesson. Han Haoren looked at Su Siyu, who was at a loss for words, and put down the Canon 1DS Mark II DSLR camera in his hand and came to Su Siyu's front. Han Haoren hitched onto Su Siyu's snow-white elbow. It doesn't matter if you can't pose. I'll help you. Yeah, that's it. Right hand in a little bit higher. Han Haoren took a few steps back to observe, then gently held Su Siyu's shoulders at a sideways angle again. Han Haoren looked at Su Siyu with a smile and said, "This pose you're in is very beautiful. Just stay in this position and don't move. Wait for me. I'll be able to take the best picture of you." Although Su Siyu was still very nervous, after hearing Han Haoren's words, she kept the position motionless, and Han Haoren quickly ran to the camera and brought it up again. Wu Yangmi exclaimed loudly, "It's on again." I realized that Han Haoren is getting it on again. How many female guests has Han Haoren made physical contact with? Hot Xiaodi, Song Xinran, and then Su Siyu. Wow, if I were a man, I'd be very jealous of Han Hong, but I'm not. I'm jealous of Seo Siyu right now. And how I wish I had a gentleman with such a handsome face by my side to be so gentle with me. Song Shanshan also laughed. Good job Han Haoren. You didn't let me down. Luo Zhenhao also said. This Han Haoren person's double quotient is all too high. In this case, if it were Li Feng or Wang Songsong instead, I guess the plot wouldn't have developed this way. Han Haoren noticed Su Siyu's constraints almost immediately and responded in the best possible way. Zhang Hanxiao also couldn't help but say, indeed. After diffusing the subtlety of the atmosphere, Han Haoren still didn't forget to say a word of love. This pose you're in right now is very beautiful. I think even now Su Siyu is still nervous, but the element of joy within her should have beaten the sense of constraint. Luigia also analyzed. Well, after you guys are done, it's time for me to share the dry goods. I wonder if you all just noticed. Han Haoren just gently touched Su Siyu's elbow at the very beginning. It's helping her in adjusting her movements though. But there's a term in psychology called the touch effect or elbow contact. The elbow is considered a less sensitive area. Touching each other from the slowest part of the body allows bonds to form without added burden. In fact, some European and American psychologists have studied that a gentle, no more than 3-second elbow contact can establish an instantaneous connection between two people who are originally strangers and bring them closer together. Yet touching body parts above or below the elbow doesn't get the positive results they expect, and in some cases even has undesirable negative effects. Also, if the contact lasts longer than 3 seconds, it's likely to alert the other person, especially if they're of the opposite sex. Han Haoren was aware of Su Siyu's nervousness, and was also clear that he hadn't had any physical contact with Su Siyu before. so the first thing he chose to touch was Su Siyu's elbow, and not other places that might make Su Siyu sensitive and uncomfortable. And following that, Han Haoran touching the advanced places of Su Siyu's body again didn't make Su Siyu have any resistance anymore. Oh, Yang Mi said with great civility. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your analysis. Students who want to follow behind Han Haoran and learn how to pick up girls, remember this lesson. There's a girl you like, and you want to have intimate physical contact with her, starting at the elbow. Han Haoran first took a few pictures of Su Siyu, then said softly, Siyu, don't change your posture, but smile. You have a really nice smile. Su Siyu revealed a smile, and Han Haoran hurriedly pressed the shutter continuously. Okay, that's it. Keep laughing. Be natural. Imagine the happiest thing inside. Great. You're really beautiful this time of year. Okay, now let's change the action. Turn your body sideways some and put your hands on your waist. Very good. That's it. Although Han Haoran still ran to Su Siyu's side from time to time to adjust her movements, it was obvious that Su Siyu's expressions and movements were very much more natural and fluid than before. After a few more consecutive pose changes, Han Haoran finished the set of photos. Han Haoran beckoned Su Siyu to make it to the studio's computer. The photo was displayed on the computer's large screen. Han Haoran pointed to his finished photoshoot and said, although there's still post-retouching to be done, we can preview it first. You are really photogenic. Look how beautiful. Prettier than those big stars in the magazines. Su Siyu had thought Han Haoran was comforting her, but she looked at a few pictures. It was as if Han Haoran had actually captured his most beautiful moment perfectly, just as he had said. It seems like Han Haoran wasn't wrong. This self on the computer screen is really beautiful, so pretty that it made Su Siyu wonder if this was herself or not. Han Haoran, you made me look good, Su Siyu said from the bottom of her heart. Han Haoran hurriedly smiled and said, it's because you're naturally beautiful, that's why I was able to make you look good in the picture. The photos look good, and it's mostly the model's offense that comes through. The professional photographers at the fruit stand also gathered around. The lighting, the composition, the moment of capture. Han Haoran, you are indeed a professional. At least a picture like that, we can't take. Why don't we ask you to take prints for all the visiting big stars on our fruit station in the future? Han Haoran laughed and shook his head. I still pick the people I take pictures of. I'm not going to take a picture of someone I don't like or know well. So you stations visit the big stars. It's better to shoot yourselves. When Su Siyu heard these words, the deer in her heart began to bang around. Han Haoran takes pictures of himself, so he's considered Han Haoran's favorite? Chapter 111, a totally different temperament. Su Siyu and Han Haoran looked at the effect of the photos taken and had a break. Han Haoran looked at Su Siyu and asked, Siyu, do you want to take a look at the sets of clothes I picked out for you? Although I didn't know who the female guest of honor was coming when I bought it, all 5 of you are about the same height, so I bought a size that all 5 of you should be able to wear. A couple of those sets I think still suit you. There's a dressing room inside. Why don't you pick out a set you like and go change? Han Haoran pointed in the direction of the locker room and opened another clothing room. Inside the clothing room were Han Haoran's newly purchased clothes. Su Siyu was curious about Han Haoran's taste. She wondered if the clothes Han Haoran picked out would actually fit her style. Su Siyu is actually quite clueless about the style she wears. She had to get a couple of outfits for the show, all of which were given to her by the showrunners, because Su Siyu has a very good figure. The program team prepared some mature and sexy style clothes for her, but it's true, all these clothes go well with Su Siyu. The dress that Su Siyu wore today was also matched to her by the program team. So, when Su Siyu heard that Han Haoran had also picked out clothes for her, she was very excited. In Su Siyu's opinion, wearing the clothes Han Haoran had picked out and having Han Haoran take a set of pictures was what she was most looking forward to. Walking over to the clothing room and surveying a few pieces of clothing, Su Siyu's eyes glazed over. Although she hadn't tried it on yet, Su Siyu found that Han Haoran's taste was super impressive. The outfits, while not quite the same style, are all very pretty. Su Siyu could already imagine the effect she would have on her body. It must have looked very good. Seeing Su Siyu's gaze fixed on a set of blue sailor uniforms, Han Haoran laughed. This dress is a cute style. Actually, I think you might feel different than you do now if you wear a cute style. Want to give it a try? Seeing Su Siyu nod, Han Haoran took out 2 things in a bag on the side. This is a bow tie and knee socks. It goes with this outfit. Then another shoebox was pulled out. Inside the box was a pair of brown flat leather shoes. The high heels you're wearing now don't fit this outfit. This leather shoes you change into. Probably not quite your shoe size, but it doesn't take more than a few steps to be able to barely fit in them. Su Siyu nodded and took her clothes into the locker room. Oh, Yang Mi exclaimed. Han Haoran is really so meticulous. Even the matching bow tie can be considered. And the shoes and socks are ready for new ones. Zhang Hanshao smiled and said, but I think with this sailor suit, Han Haoran definitely didn't prepare it specifically for Su Siyu. Who do you think, out of the 5 female guests, would look best in this sailor suit? Zhang Man replied categorically, of course it's Hot D. Luijia analyzes, could this mean that whether it's the amusement park or the photo studio? When Han Haoren was preparing for these 2 dates, his first pretend date was Hot D. It's a pity that Hot D was unlucky and didn't get to draw Han Haoren's gift. Here comes Song Shinran and Su Siyu. Oh Yang Mi said unconvincingly, even if what Han Haoren had in mind at the time was hot shouty. But I believe that after yesterday's date, Han Haoren's heart has changed. He has definitely favored Song Shinran's side nowadays. As a WRAN CP #1 supporter, when the show airs, I'm going to watch Song Shinran and Han Haoren's dating clips 10 times. Han Haoren didn't have to wait long. Wearing a blue sailor suit, brown leather shoes, and black knee-high socks, Su Siyu walked out. At this time, Su Siyu's style was also completely different from before. Lovely with a hint of quiet and showmanship. The clear, transparent eyes were like slightly rippling waves of water, and the long eyelashes trembled lightly, and the cute-style sailor uniform did not look out of place at all on Su Siyu. Instead, it gave Su Siyu a cute and youthful air. Han Haoren had a feeling that Su Siyu should have been dressed like this. Su Siyu is more suitable for this kind of innocence and simplicity than her previous mature and flirtatious style. Not only Han Haoren, but the 6 observers also thought so. Oh Yang Mi was the first to say, is it my illusion? Su Siyu seems to be more suited to this style of dress. Oh? Zhang Hanshao nodded. Although the temperament has completely changed for the better, and although both styles are beautiful in their own way, I still prefer the Su Siyu in front of me now. Song Shanshan nodded her head as well. Actually, Su Siyu's dressing style in the program is not what she usually wears. Normally, Su Siyu's clothes are very simple. Zhang Hanshao looked at the chief director. Director, say, the clothes that Su Siyu wore during the program's filming, was it your program's team that forced her to wear them? The chief director had an innocent look on his face. It wasn't because she was forced to wear it. It's because Su Siyu said that her usual clothes are rather ordinary and she doesn't know how to wear them. So before going on the show, she was the one who asked our show's costumer and stylist to pick out her clothes. Luijia looked like she had come to a realization. No wonder I've always felt that Su Siyu's outfit is completely different from her personality. At first I thought she was faking her shy, non-verbal personality. I didn't realize that everything is the pot of your program. Now you guys see for yourselves. Which style of dressing does Su Siyu actually fit into? It's obvious that this sailor suit picked by Han Haoren is more suitable for Su Siyu. In the future, can your directing team give Su Siyu a different style of clothes? Zhang Man also chimed in. Yes. Su Siyu, her character just doesn't fit the styling style you guys gave her before. Is it hard to believe that you guys are trying to get a contrarian? Sexy big sister plus shy little softie? Look guys, how cute and innocent Su Siyu is now. This is the Su Siyu that the viewers like to see, that we want to see. The director-in-chief couldn't stand up to the barrage of observers and finally gave in. Okay, I'll talk to our costume departments tonight. Design a few sets of cute style outfits for Su Siyu. Star. Chapter 112, The Suddenly Active Su Siyu. Han Haoren snapped at the sailor-suited Su Siyu. While taking pictures, Han Haoren chatted with Su Siyu. Siyu, I personally think that although those outfits you had before were beautiful, being able to bring out all your figure, but I think it's still this cute style of dress that suits you better. Is it possible for you to try another style of dress in the future? Han Haoren meant what he said. Although the earliest one, the dress, leaked a bit more, but Han Haoren wasn't the type of person who felt that the shorter the skirt and the less fabric the dress had, the better it looked. Han Haoren's taste felt that the current Su Siyu was even better looking. Su Siyu hesitated for half a day before finally gathering the courage to say, really? If you like it, I'll wear something like this afterward. Yang Mi's mouth opened wide in surprise. Wait, I'm not dreaming, am I? What did I just hear? This sentence from COCU. I don't think it's at all like something Su Siyu would say. Zhang Hanshao also said, yes, in exchange for Hot Shouty and Song Shinran, I think it's considered normal to say that. But Su Siyu, this is too much for me to be surprised. Since when has Su Siyu been so bold and proactive? That statement seems like a confession to me. Song Shanshan, as Su Siyu's good friend, also couldn't help but sigh. Maybe this is the power of love. I think that in any other person of the opposite sex, Siyu would 100% not say something like that. Siyu has really gone deep into it, but as Siyu's friend, I really don't want her to get in that deep, because Han Haoren is too popular. The pressure to compete is really high. Maybe, the deeper in, the more hurt she'll be. After photographing this uniform, Su Siyu couldn't help but pick another white evening gown. Seeing Su Siyu, who had suddenly become solemn and dignified in her temperament, Han Haoren couldn't help but sigh. I've realized that good-looking girls are really pretty in everything they wear. Hearing Han Haoren praise himself, Su Siyu was very happy. It's because you have a good eye for choosing clothes that are all very nice. In the time that followed, Su Siyu picked out 3 more sets of clothes that Han Haoren had bought. and the props clothes for filming in the original studio. Su Siyu didn't pick a single one, though not much time has passed. But at this time, Su Siyu was already able to consciously pose in different pose, and with a full aura. Her hands and feet exuded a distinctive charm. It's hardly even different from professional modeling. Han Haoren was also very surprised. The difference between this and the Su Siyu who was so nervous at the beginning that she couldn't even pose in a single pose was a little too big. Oh, Yang Mi also lamented. I don't know if it's good to say that Su Siyu's perceptions are good, and that she was born with a good talent for modeling, or is Han Haoren really a perfect photographer? He's able to make the model in front of him completely drop her nerves and constraints and give off 100% of her charm. Han Haoren is still really something. Su Siyu changed almost all the clothes Han Haoren had prepared. Still want to shoot the remaining 2 sets though. But when Su Siyu saw the beads of sweat on Han Haoren's hair, she knew that she had been too excited and capricious. Han Haoren had been standing with such a heavy camera and taking pictures for more than 2 hours. Su Siyu was at least able to sit and rest while posing for the sitting shots, and Han Haoren is thoughtful enough to hand her water. And Han Haoren didn't even have time to sit down, let alone take a sip of water or rest. Even though Su Siyu was taking her time off, Han Haoren still had to be busy setting up the scenery and taking the scene, as well as communicating with the stylist if she was fixing Su Siyu's makeup. Although she didn't see fatigue on Han Haoren's face, Su Siyu knew that Han Haoren was definitely tired. It was true that he wasn't very good at communicating with people. If it were someone else, he would have definitely told Han Haoren to take a break a long time ago. So, with a very apologetic expression, Su Siyu said to Han Haoren, Han Haoren, why don't we just shoot here? You get some rest soon. Han Haoren didn't refuse and moved a chair to make it next to Su Siyu, and Su Siyu hurriedly handed Han Haoren the water she was holding. Han Haoren, why don't you drink some water? Han Haoren took the bottle of mineral water in Su Siyu's hand. The bottle of water had already been half drunk by Su Siyu, but since Su Siyu didn't even mind, Han Haoren didn't mind drinking the same bottle of water as a beautiful woman. Zhang Hanqiao got excited. Wow! Han Haoren drank the water that Su Siyu drank. Does that count as indirect kissing? Song Shanshan smiled and replied, I don't think Han Haoren or Su Siyu thought too much about it, did they? Or maybe the relationship between the two has been elevated to an intimate stage, so there's not so much to avoid. After looking at the images from the photoshoot all morning today, I actually think it's sweet. It's not boring at all, but rather interesting. Oh, Yang Mi also nodded her head and said, yeah, I'm looking forward to the moment when Han Haoren prints out the photos and hands them over to Su Siyu. Seeing Han Haoren sitting beside her, Su Siyu realized that the two of them now had just the right opportunity to chat alone. Although there were cameras pointed at them, this was really the only chance for the two of them to have a few moments alone to talk after Han Haoren showed off his piano skills that shocked her. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, Su Siyu also took the initiative to break the silence and open the topic. Han Haoren, I'm really curious. Just how good is your piano? I'm more curious about how you mastered such a skill at such a young age. At the moment, Han Haoren didn't know that Su Siyu's attainments on the piano had reached the point of being the first person in China. But what Han Haoren knew was that his Beethoven's piano skills, playing Beethoven's piano music, must have put on an amazing show in front of Su Siyu. So Han Haoren was honest. Seriously, I don't even know myself how high my piano level is. All I know is that I go and listen to masters who look great or watch piano music on TV. I even think that they might not play as well as I do. Star. Chapter 113, Su Siyu's Unwavering Ambition. Su Siyu nodded and said, a few of the world's best pianists have not come to China to perform at all. Even though there are great business opportunities in China, they think our country is a desert for classical music. Plus the fact that there hasn't been a Hall of Fame musician in China for so many years. That's why none of the top international masters will come to China to give recitals. Only second-rate pianists who haven't even reached the Hall of Fame level will come to China to rake in the money with the title of piano master. So it's a very normal thing for you to think that those so-called masters at those piano recitals are not as good as you. Han Haoren nodded. I see. I'm sorry, I don't know much about the classical music world. I only know that we, in China, don't have a Hall of Fame musician. But I'm slightly unaware that the Western classical music world still has this kind of discrimination against us. I've heard that didn't we have a child prodigy in the music industry that doesn't come along in 100 years in China? The world's media agreed that sooner or later he would enter the Hall of Fame as a genius violinist. What's the name? Song Shanshan? When Su Siyu heard Song Shanshan's name, she smiled and asked, Han Haoren, you still know Song Shanshan? Han Haoren smiled and replied, I've only heard of the name, but I naturally didn't have the chance to make the acquaintance of such an awesome musical talent. Su Siyu remembered the phone call she had with Song Shanshan on the phone a few days ago and smiled. Han Haoren, if it's convenient for you, I'm sure you can make the acquaintance of such an awesome musical talent right away. Song Shanshan should be very interested in you right now. Han Haoren froze a bit. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not from your classical music circle either. Song Shanshan doesn't even recognize me, so how could she be interested in me? The main character, Song Shanshan, suddenly heard her name in the conversation between Su Siyu and Han Haoren. Song Shanshan naturally admitted, Siyu is right. I am indeed very, very interested in Han Haoren. Honestly, I think everyone here is interested in Han Haoren, right? Director's team, please stop stopping me. I'm going to meet with Han Haoren. Su Siyu replied firmly, because of that Moonlight Sonata you played. Honestly, when that piece is released to the public, not only Song Shanshan, but I think Hall of Fame masters all over the world will be interested in you. Honestly, in my opinion, even those Hall of Fame pianists, even the best ones in the world, they are not as good as you. Hearing Su Siyu say such words, Han Haoren was a bit surprised. Is Beethoven's piano technique that impressive? But come to think of it, even those Hall of Fame pianists of today who play Beethoven must not be as good as Beethoven himself, right? However, Han Haoren himself knew that the so-called best ones in the world were not as good as himself and were limited to Beethoven's works. Let Han Haoren him play Chopin. Then maybe he's not even as good as Su Siyu. Seeing that Han Haoren didn't say anything, Su Siyu continued to ask, Han Haoren, have you ever thought about going for the Hall level rating test? Have you ever thought of going on to become the first Hall of Fame pianist in China? Or even, toward the goal of an unparalleled legend that hasn't appeared in the world for 200 years? Han Haoren didn't know how to answer Su Siyu's question. He certainly hadn't thought about becoming a Hall of Fame pianist. Han Haoren was not interested in this at all. Even if you become a Hall of Fame pianist and make a lot of money, does that come in money as fast as buying stock in Apple, Amazon, or Beaver, Tennessee? Is it as fast as buying a house in a first-tier city in China? Has it been a couple years since you started making money fast with Bitcoin? Han Haoren hesitated for a moment and finally chose to tell the truth. Siyu, I'm sorry, the piano is just a hobby of mine. When a hobby, really, turns into a career, then maybe I won't love it so much anymore. Also, I have my career, my goals, my life plan. It wasn't in my life plan to become a professional pianist. Besides, you're asking me to take a Hall level rating test, and I won't necessarily pass. We have so many musicians, pianists and the like in China, and not just one. Song Shanshan is said to have the potential to reach the Hall of Fame level, isn't it? She hasn't even accomplished this achievement? How can I, an amateur, be able to do it? Su Siyu's eyes dimmed when she heard Han Haoren's words. Indeed, although China needs a Hall of Fame pianist to change its current status in the classical music world, even a musician from China whose strength exceeds the level of Hall of Fame and may have reached the level of legend of the world can not only shock the world, but also let the whole world know that there are good musicians in China. And it's also crucial for her, Shanshan Song, and their generation of people who aspire to promote Chinese national musical instruments. Why is Chinese folk music, such as the pipa and guzheng, not recognized as classical music? Is it true that only Western music such as piano and violin is considered proper classical music? Is it possible that in China, the pipa, guzheng, eru, and other ethnic instruments that originated earlier than the piano and guitar, and have been in circulation for thousands of years, are not considered classical music? Not to mention the mainstream music scene in the West. Even in China, most people go for piano and guitar lessons, and the folk music of Orthodox China is all but lost, because learning guzheng, these instruments, not only need to practice day and night, but also learn to be accomplished will find that out of the society. Learning ethnic musical instruments. It is very difficult to mix. Learn piano and become a top pianist giving recitals, not to mention, the income won't be much lower than a celebrity concert. If not, you can take up a residency at a bar or restaurant, or simply become a piano teacher to teach children piano lessons. But what about learning a folk instrument? Couldn't find a way out at all. In fact, both Su Siyu and Song Shanshan were very proficient in ethnic musical instruments. However, even the Chinese media, when advocating for Song Shanshan, only portrayed her as a genius in the violin world, without mentioning that she knew ethnic instruments. Why? Because the national musical instruments of China have declined. Even the Chinese themselves feel that the guzheng, eru just can't compare to the Western piano and guitar. And whether it's Su Siyu or Song Shanshan, if they want to promote folk music, they have to gain enough voice. In all of China, and even in the world of classical music, it has to gain some weight. Becoming a Hall of Famer is the basis for that voice. Starting from becoming a Hall of Fame pianist and violinist, promoting folk music is Song Shanshan and Su Siyu's goal. However, when Song Shanshan had not yet touched the threshold of the Hall of Fame, and Su Siyu could not find the key that would allow her to truly enter the Hall of Fame, Han Haoren came out of nowhere. Chapter 114, A Shocking Story. In Su Siyu's mind, if there is a person who can reach the rating of unparalleled legend appears. In other words, even if it does not reach the level of legendary, it is recognized by the world as being close to the threshold of legendary. What a voice this man should have in the world of classical music. Let the world recognize that there are excellent musicians in China. The World Association of Classical Music recognizes the guzheng, pipa and arrow as Chinese folk instruments that belong to the same category of classical music as the black pipe, saxophone and cello. Then the Chinese national musical instruments will be promoted all over the world. The realization of this goal, which generations of Chinese musicians have worked hard to achieve, is not considered unattainable, is it? However, if she forced Han Haoren to become this person and let Han Haoren fulfill his heart's desire, Su Siyu couldn't do it. However, when Han Haoren said that he couldn't pass the hall level rating test, Su Siyu couldn't help but say, Han Haoren, maybe you yourself don't realize how good you are at the piano. Let's not talk about those second-rate pianists who come to China to make money. Even the best pianists in the world, in my opinion, their piano skills are not as good as yours. If you want to go to the rating test, if you're willing to give 100 recitals, you will surely be able to reach the Hall of Fame level. Even, in my mind, you are a better pianist than all the Hall of Fame piano masters. Although it's hard to judge from my current realm, I think you have the potential to become a pianist on the level of legendary who hasn't appeared in 200 years. You will later be a legend in the history of classical music alongside masters like Beethoven, Mozart, Tchaikovsky, and Chopin. If it really comes true, you will be the pride of all of us in China. If it's simply a rating test, don't mind taking a little time to take a test when you're sure you can pass it. But when I heard that I had to complete 100 recitals, where did Han Haoren find the time? Han Haoren was about to open his mouth, but was interrupted by Su Siyu. Seeing Han Haoren's expression, Su Siyu knew that Han Haoren's reply wasn't what she was expecting, so she didn't wait for Han Haoren to open his mouth before she spoke again. Su Siyu felt that she seemed to have spoken more words today than all the words she had said this year combined. Han Haoren, let me tell you a story. A story about me. You know what? I haven't been to an amusement park or a movie theater since I was born. I haven't played games, been in a relationship, or done anything that would be even remotely normal for other girls. The goal I set from a young age was to become Hall of Fame, then use the influence of the Hall of Fame to promote Chinese folk music. All my life, I've been working with the piano, with the Chinese national instrument. I thought I was able to break through the hallowed threshold. Then, I can go ahead and fulfill the 100 recital requirement of the World Classical Music Association, officially a Hall of Fame pianist. Su Siyu paused and said, in the beginning, my strength progressed quickly, because I can focus all my energy on music and piano without distractions. My skills have improved a lot. Gradually, my original teachers, they were not as good as me. However, in the past few months I suddenly realized that my closed-door approach wasn't enough to get me to Hall of Fame in a short period of time. Although my skills are infinitely close to Hall of Fame, I'm missing one of the most important things from Hall of Fame, and that's emotion. So, I, who usually practiced all the time and hadn't even met a few strangers at all except for my family and a few of my best friends, joined this show, Meet the Really Rich and the Poor. My goal is not to meet rich people or even to find a romantic interest. I merely wanted to find my long-missing emotional turmoil through a relationship program like this. But I know in my heart that it may be a long time before I can step through the threshold of this so-called Hall of Fame. Or, I may not be able to step over it for the rest of my life. After all, in all of China to this day, there hasn't been a single hallowed master to appear. And is hallowed as easy as I thought? Han Haoren finally understands the reason why the introverted Su Siyu is coming to this program. Han Haoren was also a bit surprised, because if it was really as Su Siyu said, her piano level was already infinitely close to the Hall of Fame, then doesn't it mean that Su Siyu is the one who is the closest to the Hall of Fame in China, instead of Song Shan, who has been consistently covered by the media? Han Haoren didn't interrupt, and Su Siyu continued, in fact, this recent bout, my mind is broken. It's as if you realize that the goal you've been working so hard after, when you're about to run to the finish line, there's a very deep and insurmountable gully that you can't cross before the finish line. Perhaps, this goal is something that, in my lifetime, I may not be able to reach. Know that I met you. I heard you play the Moonlight Sonata. I just realized that the gully, the threshold that I could never reach, was crossed by you a long time ago. Han Haoren, you don't need to be skeptical. Although I'm not at the Hall of Fame level, I'm pretty sure that you're playing at a level that completely transcends the Hall of Fame level. You are the most pianistically accomplished pianist I have ever encountered in this world. And yet, of course, you yourself don't consider yourself a pianist. Han Haoren, I know Song Shanshan's level very well, although it's a little bit not nice to talk about others behind their backs like that. I don't think Song Shanshan will be able to step into the threshold of the Hall of Fame in 5 years. If I hadn't heard you play piano music with my own ears, I certainly wouldn't have believed that you were able to achieve such a high level of piano attainment, but it is what it is. Maybe it's a gift? As ironic as it sounds. You, the one who doesn't want to become a professional pianist. You, the one who just treats the piano as a hobby, are indeed the only one in all of China who has stepped into the threshold of the Hall of Fame. Star. Chapter 115, Genius Clause, Han Haoren's Decision. The person who Su Siyu thought was talking behind her back, Song Shanshan, heard Su Siyu's words in their entirety. Noticing the eyes of the other 5 observers looking to themselves, Song Shanshan graciously admitted, Siyu is still giving me face. Or maybe Siyu still overestimates me. The media is blowing me off and I hope no one takes it seriously. Something about stepping into the Hall of Fame in a few years. Something about being the youngest Hall of Fame. More than 5 years? I think I've been very lucky to get to that threshold of Hall of Fame before I'm 40. If Hall level was really that easy to attain, there wouldn't be a single Hall level musician in all of China so far. And I think that even if Siyu is extremely unconfident nowadays, it's much more likely that she will step into the Hall level before me. Zhang Hanshao felt that the topic was a bit heavy at the moment, and immediately changed the topic. Did everyone find out? Su Siyu said more words today than she did before she came to the start of this program until today combined. Lu Yijia smiled and said, I'll repeat what I said before. If a person, in the presence of the opposite sex, expresses another side of his or her personality that is different from the one he or she has in front of other people, very special, there's a high probability that she was extremely favorable to that person. However, I was still moved by hearing Su Siyu's story. I wonder if Han Hong was impressed. Han Haoren looked straight into Su Siyu's eyes. Your goal is really great then. I'm really impressed by you, too. If I can help in any way I can, I'm willing to try. But 100 piano recitals, for me, is a complete impossibility. There's no way I'm going to spend so much on this. So, as much as I would like to help you, there may still be nothing I can do. Although Su Siyu heard Han Haoren's reply of refusal, her eyes suddenly lit up. Han Haoren. So, if there's no need to complete 100 recitals, if the whole process doesn't take as long, you're still willing to help me, to help the Chinese National Music Club? Han Haoren smiled and replied, I'm not interested in anything to save China's national music, I just want to simply help you. Hearing Han Haoren's words, Su Siyu was uncontrollably moved inside, but Su Siyu still quickly calmed down before explaining, Han Haoren, although the general hall level rating tests all require the completion of 100 professional level recitals first, but there are exceptions. It's what's called the special clause or the genius clause. If one emerges who has not only stepped over the threshold of the Hall of Fame in terms of playing caliber, but has gone well beyond, one can apply for the genius clause. Of course there's another condition for the genius clause, which is that the age is below 30, or else a hall level that's over 30 isn't considered a genius anymore. Han Haoren, I think your piano playing skills far exceed the Hall of Fame standard, and you're under 30. You are fully attached to the terms of the Genius Clause and you do not need to complete 100 professional level recitals to earn the title of Hall of Fame. Han Haoren nodded. This Genius Clause described by Su Siyu seemed to be quite economical. So what are the conditions and process for applying for this Genius Clause? Also, what will the test be then? Can I play as many piano pieces as I like? Or do I have to play what the judges, or examiners, dictate, according to their rules? I'm sorry there are a few questions because I really don't know much about this. Su Siyu and Song Shanshan were in the same mood at the moment. As the two beauties who are considered as the genius twin stars in the music industry of China and most likely to reach the level of Hall of Fame, it is hard to believe that such a person who doesn't even know the rules of how to obtain the Hall of Fame rating is actually their hope as well as the hope of the entire classical music industry of China. It was hard for both of them to believe that such a person, who did not even know the rules of how to obtain the Hall level, was actually their hope, as well as the hope of the entire Chinese classical music industry. Su Siyu patiently explained, Han Haoren, if you promise me that you're willing to take the test, I can assist you with the entire process regarding applying for the Genius Clause. It's actually quite simple. Get a letter of recommendation from a Hall of Fame pianist. At the same time, 10 more masterclass musicians will just push for endorsement. Although there are no Hall of Fame pianists in China, Song Shanshan and I both know quite a few Hall of Fame pianists with whom we have good relationships, so writing a letter of recommendation would be a lift. And with the endorsement of 10 master musicians, Han Haoren, you need to know that I, Song Shanshan, and all of our master musicians in all of China are standing behind you. Han Haoren smiled and said, it's great that you know the exact process. What about the content of the assessment? Su Siyu said, piano grading exams, especially up to the master level and above, won't be like our general math and language exams, where the questions are randomized, because it's a very intuitive and obvious thing how good the piano is. There isn't going to be a piano virtuoso who specializes in one piano piece but doesn't really play the others. The attainment of the piano reaches a certain level, such as Hall of Fame, Even an unpracticed piano piece that he has trained for a month or two can be interpreted more perfectly than a master-level pianist who may have practiced the piece all his life. This is the gap in realm. So that's why the rules of the World Classical Music Association. If you choose anyone, familiar piano piece, and complete a piano piece in front of the directors of the World Classical Music Association, in the Golden Hall in Vienna, passing the unanimous any of all the examiners grants the rating of Hall of Fame. So it's okay for you to choose Moonlight or any other tune you're better at. Of course, with the Hall of Fame title, you have to attend some promotional events organized by the World Classical Music Association. But these events don't take up much of your time, and they don't always happen once a year. Han Haoren smiled and nodded, listening to Su Siyu talk about the process. It seems that becoming the first Hall of Fame pianist in China is not too difficult. Just fly to Vienna, play a Beethoven piano piece and you're done. Star. Chapter 116. Enough filming. Shouldn't you guys go out? Han Haoren and Su Siyu talked about the matter of participating in the hall-level examination. As for the legendary legend level of authorization, it could only be applied for after Han Haoren had become a Hall of Fame, so there's no need to discuss it yet. If it was too much trouble, Han Haoren didn't care about this one false name in the classical music world, although it can be recorded in the history books alongside such famous masters as Beethoven and Mozart. But Han Hong is just a very good piano player. He can't write piano music himself. So it is clear that even if Han Haoren became a legend, and Beethoven, Mozart and other real masters, the gap is still far. Originally, Han Haoren was just a person who had mastered Beethoven's piano skills. This allows Han Haoren to be on par with Beethoven, and Han Haoren's skin is not that thick. After resting for a while, Han Haoren looked at Su Siyu and said, "It's time for lunch. Why don't we shoot one last set and just transfer to the restaurant for lunch?" Su Siyu was in a very happy mood at this time. It wasn't just because Han Haoren had granted her request, almost fulfilling Su Siyu's long-cherished wish. It was also because of Han Haoren's words, "I'm not interested in becoming a Hall of Famer. I just want to help you." This gave Su Siyu, who had never known what it was like to be in love, the feeling of being sweetly in love in her heart. The corners of Su Siyu's mouth rose as she looked at Han Haoren, her entire aura becoming brisk. "Han Haoren, if you're tired, why don't we go straight to dinner?" Su Siyu had played with Han Haoren's DSLR camera during Han Haoren's shoot. So heavy. In Su Siyu's opinion, Han Haoren's hands are top-notch pianist's hands, all of which belong to the ones that have to be properly cared for by soaking them in milk every day. After all, a professional pianist requires a great deal of finger dexterity. A pianist can ensure his hands for a lot more than any of those big-name actresses can ensure their faces. Su Siyu felt that if she let Han Haoren take pictures of herself with such a heavy camera, what if she hurt her hand? Han Haoren didn't know what was on Su Siyu's mind. He only knew that he wanted to see Su Siyu wear the set of clothes she was shooting in the most, and Su Siyu hadn't worn them yet. Han Haoren previously held Su Siyu's hand and went to the clothing room. "Siyu, I think there's one more set of clothes that you must try. It will look very good on you, and it will be a very different style than before." Han Haoren pointed to a set, the black maid outfit he had carefully selected earlier. This maid's outfit is not just any maid's outfit. It was a Lo Xiong design, so that the most perfect curves would be exposed as long as the person wearing the outfit bent over a little. The hemline is also very short, plus matching white silk. Han Haoren really wanted to see what style Su Siyu would have in this outfit. Su Siyu actually didn't know the small thoughts in Han Haoren's mind. She just thought that if Han Haoren said she would look good in it, and Han Haoren wanted to see her in it, she must change. So Su Siyu nodded and went back to the locker room holding the pile of clothes. Han Haoren looked at Su Siyu's background and instantly felt that this girl was really naive yet. When Su Siyu changed her clothes, Han Haoren smiled and walked over to the head of the directing team. "How was it? Did you have a good shoot today? Enough material?" To be fair, it doesn't matter if it's a small interaction between the two filmed, or the conversation between Su Siyu and Han Haoren afterward. From Su Siyu's monologue about her piano life, and the final scene where Han Haoren agrees to let Su Siyu take the Hall of Fame piano test, this material is just bursting at the seams, especially when Han Haoren finally agrees to take the Hall of Fame piano test. It's a topic that's been on the news feeds enough. The first person in China who might be able to pass the Piano Hall of Fame test is not Song Shanshan, but a guest on Meet the Rich and the Poor, an amateur pianist. A little editing of this kind of footage would be enough to explode the ratings for this variety show. So the head of the directing team nodded his head very matter-of-factly. "Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Han, you really gave it a go today. Thank you so much for your cooperation today." Han Haoren looked at the person in charge with a smile. "Since the material is enough, why don't you guys go out? Is it possible that a little bit of me in the female guest alone space is not given to me? I have granted you the greatest convenience today. Should you not reciprocate?" The man in charge froze, though the material was sufficient. "But the date is not over yet. They haven't finished filming and wrapped up yet. Just in case there's great material behind it. Besides, This head of the directing team knew that the 6 observers must still be watching the broadcast with rapt attention at this point. But seeing Han Haoran's stern face, the head of the directing team greeted everyone after a little thought. Alright, the shooting of this scene ends here. Let's pack up the equipment and all head out. Tough luck everyone. Then, the person in charge looked at Han Haoran with a smile on his face and said, "We'll wait for you outside. Have a nice day for the 2 of you. And better be sympathetic to the fact that we're such a big number. Finish up a little quicker and let's go to our next appointment." The head of the director's team is not low in emotional intelligence to be able to hang around in this position. He also knew that Han Haoran was not wrong when said, to make things easy for others is to make things easy for oneself. Now Han Haoran has been the big man of the program. They shot almost 3 hours of footage today, which is much better than the amusement park. That's more than enough material. Since Han Haoran needs to have some alone time with the female guest for 2 people, they can't say no. Otherwise, if Han Haoran is pushed to the edge, and Han Haoran elopes with a female guest like he did yesterday, then they will be even worse off. When Su Siyu finished changing into her maid outfit and walked out of the dressing room, she realized that Han Haoran was the only one left in the entire studio. Su Siyu asked in surprise, "Ha, where's the crew?" Chapter 117, Such a Benefit. Of course it should be enjoyed exclusively. Han Haoran kicked the director's team out for a reason, because Su Siyu's maid outfit was indeed a bit revealing. This was supposed to be a cosplay outfit. During the filming process, the big feast for the eyes, Han Haoran alone can enjoy it alone, letting the director's group see it, even letting so many cameras capture it. Then Han Haoran wouldn't do it. After all, in Han Haoran's mind, Su Siyu was already his woman. Su Siyu is horribly simple as a person. For example, when the directing team asked her to wear something more mature, she didn't say anything at all and just accepted it. And when Han Haoran asked her to change into a maid's outfit, Su Siyu was very proactive and even very happy as well. During the shooting, Han Haoran couldn't help but have Su Siyu pose bending over and such. Of course, this set of blockbusters, Han Haoran was going to treasure for himself. Han Haoran was now certain that Su Siyu was definitely bigger than He Jikite's DCUP. Together with Su Siyu's well-proportioned body proportions, it was definitely the best on earth. For this set of maid outfit shots, Han Haoran took longer and pressed more shutters. Han Haoran felt some regret. If I had known that the program would be willing to withdraw obediently, I should have prepared a few sets of real erotic clothes for filming private rooms, like that type of dress that has some fabric but doesn't cover all 3 points. However, Han Haoran thought about it again. There is also no bed in the studio, so it is not convenient to shoot private rooms, and Han Haoran felt that his relationship with Su Siyu hadn't skyrocketed to this point. After shooting the set of clothes he wanted to shoot the most, Han Haoran packed up his equipment while Su Siyu went in to change. It was now past 12 noon, and his stomach was a bit hungry, compared to Su Siyu who was also hungry. It's time to make the transfer to the date Han Hong has booked for lunch. Also, Han Haoran wanted to end his date with Su Siyu early, as he had an appointment to go shopping and have dinner with He Jichi in the afternoon. Han Haoran had politely declined He Jichi's invitation for a date because he was busy with Song Shinran on Saturday. On Sunday, one must take a little time to accompany He Jichi. Su Siyu walked out of the dressing room, and Han Haoran realized that Su Siyu wasn't wearing that sexy black, hip-hugging dress that she had first worn on her date. Instead, she wore the same blue sailor suit that Seo Siyu wore for the first shoot, and knee-high socks and flat leather shoes. Su Siyu looked at Han Haoran with a smile. "I think this outfit looks better. Can I borrow it?" Han Haoran naturally nodded. "All these clothes I bought are meant for you. Why else would I keep all these ladies' clothes when I'm a man's man? As long as you think it's a good fit, I'll load up all these clothes and have the director's team help us get these back to the Love Shack. Seriously, I think you'd look better in these." Su Siyu looked at Han Haoran in surprise. It turns out that these clothes are not just the costume props that Han Haoran needs when he shoots. These clothes were bought by Han Haoran for himself. Su Siyu quickly nodded happily and said, "I want it. I want all of them. The clothes you bought, every single one of them looks great." The Poor Fruit Channel's program staff waited downstairs in the studio for over an hour. They blocked it after determining that it was the only passage. Not afraid of Han Haoran slipping away, they were in a pretty good frame of mind. The nightmare of searching for Han Hong for 6 or 7 hours yesterday was experienced. Not afraid of Han Haoran slipping away today, just waiting downstairs. They still have the patience. A group of people, however, began to gather around and discuss Han Haoran, the male guest. To be honest, this Han Haoran person is really quite individualistic, completely disobeying our process. People are capable. Someone who has the ability to not follow the process and still make us lose our tempers by kicking 20 plus of us out to wait for him in the hallway. Indeed, even though we are only responsible for filming, or part of the work, we can all see that Han Haoran is definitely the sole protagonist of this program, a guarantee of ratings. It's normal for the chief director to offer and coax Han Haoran like a bodhisattva. Otherwise, you guys see if another guest had dared to be like Han Haoran, the chief director would have already sued him with the shooting contract he signed with the guest before. Ugh, I searched for over 6 hours yesterday. I wonder how long I'll have to wait this time. Don't say anything, just be patient. What else can we do? Seeing Han Haoran and Su Siyu walk out, the members of the program team were all smiles. An hour or so is not very long. It's also a time to smoke a few cigarettes and talk together. The attentive staff also noticed that Su Siyu had changed her outfit, which should be the same sailor suit she had filmed in. However, I have to say that the outfit does look bigger with Su Siyu. Han Haoran was carrying several bags, and when he saw the show's staff, he yelled, "You guys didn't take any initiative at all when you saw the male guests carrying so many things in their hands?" A field agent hurriedly trotted over to Han Haoran, who handed him all the bags in his hands. "This is my gift to Su Siyu. Please send one of you to help us send it back to the Love Hut. We both have to keep filming." Venue. What's going on? I am the field service. I'm not a human courier. The groundskeeper, who was carrying a very heavy couple of bags and felt like his hands were going to break, didn't dare to speak. The head of the director's team came over and said to Han Haoran with a smile on his face, "No problem. We'll send it back for you right away." Shooting matters. Shooting matters. The person in charge gave the groundskeeper a wink. "Xiao Wang, you first take a taxi back to help send the guests back. Then you'll take a cab and come straight to the next shooting location. Remember, be quick." Venue. I just picked up this huge pile of very heavy stuff by hand because I was closest. Why am I always the unlucky one? After the delivery, I had to take a cab back to the shoot to work. I'm miserable. Han Haoran didn't have the slightest sense of embarrassment for troubling others. In Han Haoran's opinion, aren't the 20-odd staff members of the program just objects to make use of? Han Haoran and Su Siyu got into the Lamborghini Reventon together and headed to their next appointment. Star. Chapter 118. Maybe this is the love that's carved in your bones. The Lamborghini Reventon only has 2 seats, so the director's team couldn't send anyone to follow the shoot. Only a GoPro could be set up to be inside the sports car. Han Haoran was a little amused to see the worried camera head. The sports car was originally given to Han Haoran by the show's crew. Blame it on the program's lack of foresight. If the show gives a Bentley, or a Rolls-Royce, a car that has a back row and is very spacious, wouldn't it be possible to sit in the back and film? Su Siyu was riding in Han Haoran's Lamborghini for the first time. She looked at Han Haoran with a smile and asked, "Han Haoran, you like sports cars?" Han Haoran nodded. "Yes, men, they always like sports cars, because we pursue that sense of speed. But my favorite car isn't a Lamborghini, it's a Bugatti. That's the model of a sports car." Su Siyu doesn't even know what a Lamborghini Bugatti is for someone who doesn't even know a single photo pose. It was already remarkable that Su Siyu could recognize this Reventon as a sports car. Su Siyu said slightly somberly, "Han Haoran, actually, I'm not very familiar with any of these brands you mentioned." Han Haoran's hand that had been gripping the steering wheel squeezed Su Siyu's hand. "Siyu, do you know why I promised you to go to the Hall of Fame review? Because I hope that you don't carry too much stress alone anymore. You're putting the burden of revitalizing classical music in China on your shoulders alone. You're really tired when you're like this, and it really hurts me to see you like this. That's why I want to become a Hall of Fame. This way, I can stand in your way and help you share the pressure, so that I can do everything I can to help you fulfill your heart's desire, and you'll be able to relax a little. I also wish you, outside of the piano, outside of music, to live your life well. You know what? The world is a big place with so many wonderful things. You can watch the sunrise and sunset with your favorite person, walk through the streets at dusk together, take in the waves of the ocean together, going on hot air balloon rides together, going hiking together, sailing on a cruise ship together, walking on the beach together, even going to a moody cafe for a cup of coffee or to a movie theater is bliss. I want you to go to every place and be able to take in the sights there. And I want to go and experience things that you said you hadn't been able to experience in your previous 20 years of life. I hope every day you have a big smile on your face. I hope that you are truly a happy little woman. See you. Promise me that every day will be a little happier than the day before, okay?" Han Haoran wasn't even halfway through his words. 2 lines of crystal tears flowed down from Su Siyu's eyes. The word touched could not describe Su Siyu's current mood. For the first time in her life, someone had said something like that to her. If it were the past, someone else would have said to Su Siyu, "Stop practicing so hard, take the time out of practicing the piano and experience life." Su Siyu would have disdained it. But now, Han Haoran had spoken these words, but it poked into Su Siyu's heart sentence by sentence. It also made her tear up uncontrollably. Su Siyu took the tissues Han Haoran handed her and choked. "Han Haoran, I promise you, I will. I'll be a happy little woman. Will you accompany me to experience all this beauty of life?" Han Haoran smiled and nodded. "Of course. I'm going to take you to a restaurant that I think is really good." Inside the studio, There were no followers filming the cameraman though, but the scene in the car was still recorded by the one and only GoPro. Zhang Hanxiao's eyes reddened. Yang Mi is wiping her eyes with a tissue, and Song Shanshan even didn't hold it together, so she just bawled her eyes out to the camera. After a long time, Song Shanshan was able to sort of calm down. I'm sorry, I was too moved. Su Siyu has always been my best friend and someone I love and admire. I really couldn't help but be so happy to be able to see that. You know what? I've told Siyu countless times what Han Haoren just said, so that she can get a good grasp of what it's like to be a normal person. But every time Siyu just smiles and refuses. So, when I saw that, Siyu said with a smile through her tears that she would be a happy little woman. I just couldn't help it. I declare that regardless of the subsequent flow of the program, whether or not Siyu will end up with Han Haoren in the end, from today, Han Haoren is my idol. It's not because of how good he is at the piano, but he changed my best friend's life. Yang Mi wiped away her tears and began to exclaim, Han Haoren really is a very perfect person. What he said to Su Siyu actually made me have some heart. Suddenly, I realized that I envied Su Siyu, I envied Song Shinran, and I envied Hot Xiaodi. A man like Han Haoren is really the perfect love interest that every girl can't refuse. Even if it's just one show, I'd love to join them. I don't want to be a God's eye view celebrity observer. I'd love to go as a female guest. Luijiao rationally analyzed what Han Haoren did today, and what he said in the car, touched Su Siyu too much. If anything, before today, Su Siyu's purpose for coming to this program was not to fall in love, as she said, but just to find inspiration to refine her piano skills. After today, I believe Su Siyu has fallen dead in love with Han Haoren. Yes, I'm talking about love. It's the kind of love that's engraved in your heart. Su Siyu's current feelings for Han Haoren are not admiration, not gratitude, but the most valuable feeling in the world, love. This show, I think, has gone from being a relationship show to really being a catalyst for real love between a male and female guest. Chapter 119, Catching Up on a Date. He Kite's scary background. Then the conversation in the car that moved the observers to the edge of their seats. It was a slightly uneventful lunch. Han Haoren brought Su Siyu to a vegetarian restaurant with creative dishes. Every dish in there is made of vegetarian food. However, it has a beefy, porky flavor. Su Siyu ate with gusto. Han Haoren was also very happy. At lunchtime, instead of sitting across from each other, the two sat side by side, and between Su Siyu and Han Haoren, there was quite a bit of natural interaction, even physical contact. Han Haoren would patiently give Su Siyu dishes, and when Su Siyu ran out of water in her cup, Han Haoren was always the first to pour water. This also made Zhang Hanxiao in the studio keep talking about Han Haoren. Gentlemen, Su Siyu and Han Haoren this lunch. I also hope that a lot of men pay attention. Pay attention to all the details of what Han Hong did. Maybe you guys think these details are just a little something insignificant, but as a woman, I want to tell you, these details are very important and determine how a girl perceives you. After taping the restaurant date, the episode is finally over. Su Siyu was still a little bit in love. I think time really flies. Han Haoren smiled and touched Su Siyu's head. There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future. Then Han Haoren said softly to Su Siyu, Siyu, I have very important work later, so I can't send you along with the love hut. The director's team will send you back. By the way, you can tell everyone for me that I might not be back until late and that dinner won't have to wait for me. Su Siyu nodded her head obediently. Okay. Saying goodbye to Su Siyu, Han Haoren drove his Lamborghini Reventon and rushed to his next appointment with Fire. If the date with Su Siyu was just a process stipulated by the program, the date with He Jiqi is the real official date. He Kite stood outside the China World Trade Center and saw Han Haoren, who had hurried over. Han Haoren, you're 47 minutes late. Of course Han Haoren knew that He Jiqi's angry look was feigned. The program was being recorded, and Han Haoren couldn't control the time, so even though he was rushing as fast as he could, he was already a long time behind the time he had agreed with He Kite. Han Haoren scratched his head. There are just too many cars in our imperial capital. It's the weekend, and the road coming to this section is too congested. He Kite didn't really want to make things difficult for Han Haoren, and said with a smile, this is the first time this young lady has waited so long for someone when she's on a date with them. If it had been anyone else for more than 10 minutes, I would have left without waiting for myself. So, to make it up to me for waiting so long for you, are you going to show it? Han Haoren took He Jiqi's hand. No problem. We'll be in your bed at night, and I'll make a good show of it. He Kite was not a person who loved to buy things indiscriminately, though even buying all the merchandise in this mall where the best luxury jewelry stores in the imperial capital were gathered was just a matter of He Kite blinking her eyes. He Kite was just really enjoying the feeling of being able to hold Han Haoren's hand while shopping, even if Han Haoren said that he was going to help He Kite pay for the bill as a sign of apology. He Kite just carefully selected a pair of Christian Louboutin red bottom shoes and didn't buy anything else. In He Kite's mind, Although Han Haoren could afford a Lamborghini, he was still in the startup phase after all. Hijichi didn't want to spend too much of Han Haoren's money. While shopping, Hijikite reported to Han Haoren about what Han Haoren had said earlier about forming a team to complete futures trading on Friday. Han Hong, I've got the best manipulator in the industry. Some of them are from our firm, and a couple of friends from other top Chinese fund companies. Just come straight to our office on Friday. I've applied for the best trading room. Generally speaking, only super VIP clients of our company can use this trading room. Han Haoren casually asked, Super VIP, what is the amount of money they have? Hijikite replied, it's probably above 10 billion soft currency, but Han Haoren doesn't matter. Whatever you have to put in, it's not a problem. It doesn't matter if it's millions, tens of millions. Let's just really experience, on the ground, this treacherous futures market. And I wouldn't recommend putting in most of your money, because futures are just too risky, and it's all an arena for the predators, who are so big that they can manipulate everything, and retail investors are just food for the predators. Han Haoren smiled as he looked at Hijikite and asked, Ji-Kite, if I really just took out a few $1 million to play with the futures, aren't you afraid you'll lose face yourself? That group of teams you're talking about should normally be operating tens of billions of soft dollars up and down, right? Hijichi knew that he had found all the top people in the industry. Tens of billions of soft currency, or Han Haoren said it was less. The amount of money they manipulate is tens of billions of dollars. It can be said that, although not as good as Soros's quantum fund, Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway, those are 100 billion up to the predator. But in all of China, their group was already the highest configuration. Let these people consume a day to operate a few million soft dollars. It does just have an immediate sense of children playing house. However, so what? Since Han Haoren had asked, Hijikite naturally wanted to help Han Haoren find the top team. So what if they people feel like going through the motions? The background of Hijikite's family was something that each of them had to try their best to please. Hijichi not say to find them to do the right thing. In the futures market manipulation and trading, even if they do let them play house with them and dig in the mud, these people did not dare to complain. Hijichi replied with a smile, Haoren, just have fun by yourself. They would never dare look down on you, and they are determined not to look down on me. On that day, it doesn't matter how good a manipulator they were before. On that day, they are your men, doing exactly what you tell them to do. Any task you have, you can give it to them. Chapter 120, it's time for me to eat you. After shopping, it was already evening, and Hijikite offered to have dinner together. Han Haoren had just had an unspeakably intimate relationship with Hijichi, and was still obsessed today. So Han Haoren decided that the next date was not to be placed in the restaurant. Ji-Kite, I'm going to put my old money on the line in order to raise funds. There's no money to buy you dinner. Why don't we go to your house and I'll make it for you? Hijikite heard Han Haoren's previous sentence and was going to say, then it's the same if I invite you. But hearing that Han Haoren was going to cook for himself, Hijikite immediately grabbed Han Haoren's hand in surprise. Han Haoren, you can still cook? Han Haoren smiled smugly. Your man can do anything. I'm telling you, those expensive restaurants out there don't really make anything that tastes that good. Might as well I make you some home cooking. Han Haoren first took Hijikite to the supermarket to purchase a batch of ingredients, and then he drove his car with ease, driving Hijikite back to Hijikite's home. Since he knew that Hijikite's ancestry was from the Sichuan and Chongqing side, Han Haoren naturally stopped cooking Cantonese food and chose to cook Sichuan food instead. Hijikite didn't know how to cook, but she had been watching Han Haoren cook by his side. Seeing Han Haoren's perfect knife work and skillful stance, Hijikite had the same reaction as Tong Yaya did back then. Han Haoren, we've known each other for so long. I didn't even know you were a culinary god. You could make a lot of money even if you opened a restaurant with this craft. Sitting at the dining table, Hijikite was filled with happiness when she pinched her favorite mapo tofu into her mouth. It's not just because Han Haoren's cooking is very good. The most important thing was that it was the person she liked, who had made her dinner with his own hands. This made Hijikite very touched. So, while Han Haoren was pinching the food, Hijikite, who was originally next to him, suddenly ran over and gave Han Haoren a kiss on the mouth. Han Haoren smiled and said, Ji-Kite, it's dinner time. There's no rush for us to do business after dinner. Hijikite's face instantly turned red. She remembered her first time with Han Hong. Although it feels good to be one with your favorite person, not just body but soul as well. But Han Hong is really fierce. However, Hijikite didn't feel the slightest bit rejected by the business Han Haoren had said. But on the contrary, she was still very much looking forward to it. After the meal, Han Haoren went to his familiar bedroom. Han Haoren pretended to be a playboy in a TV drama and said with a smile, little lady, just now you ate my cooking, now it's time for me to eat you. Hijikite winks. You wait, I bought nice clothes especially for you yesterday. Why don't I put them on and show you? Without any avoidance, Hijikite took the initiative to take off all the clothes on her body. all the beauty, displayed in front of Han Haoren's eyes. Then Hijikite found another set of clothes from the closet. Han Haoren's eyes went straight for a moment. Isn't this exactly the kind of model you fantasize about this morning when you're doing a private shoot? I didn't realize that Hijichi was so sentimental. Everything that followed happened logically. This night, Han Haoren sent a text message with the director's team, stating that he was very busy and didn't have time to return to the villa. After all, he had just finished cozying up to Hijikite, only to turn around and go to another villa with 5 great beauties living together. This gave Han Haoren a vague feeling of derailment. Although Han Haoren knew that it was impossible for him to like and be good to only one woman for the rest of his life. But, at least for tonight, Han Haoren wanted to stay with Hijichi all the time, because Han Haoren knew inwardly that if he left, Hijikite would definitely be unhappy inwardly even though she outwardly stated that Han Haoren's work was important. So this time, Han Haoren wanted to make it up to Hijichi. The general director heard the news and his frown never unfolded. The date was pretty good. How come all of a sudden Han Haoren doesn't follow the regular routine again? Why is this actor so unhelpful? Today is the end of the 3rd installment. It's also the time for the 3rd message of love. Both male and female guests have to send each other love messages to the opposite sex. This is a very important part of the program that the director's team asked everyone not to miss. Besides, Wang Songsong, such a big young master, are not so busy to say not to return to the villa. Why are you Han Haoren so bullish? The chief director, who knew Han Haoren's entire background, of course knew that Han Haoren was just a college student. It's not like it's really that identity that the show has molded for him. Now it's a good thing that Han Haoren took himself seriously as all those philosophers, poets, music producers, screenwriters, producers, consultants, lawyers, creative directors, and independent directors of IT companies. Is it really true that you can't come back to the villa because of your busy schedule? Despite the hatred, the director was wooden. So, the director also sent a message to Han Haoren to send today's love message and want to send to the female guests to notify him in advance. As for the footage of the male and female guests sending messages, there had to be no Han Hong. In the love hut, everyone else except Han Hong was converging, and the director's team told them about Han Haoren not being able to come back today. Even though Han Haoren can't come back today due to work, he has already sent a good love message in advance. Others, on the other hand, are doing the message of love session normally. The female guest can choose one of the 3 male guests to send, and the male guest is allowed to choose one of the 5 female guests to send. At 10 p.m., everyone will receive an anonymous message on their cell phones. Hottie sighed in his heart when he heard that Han Haoren couldn't come back again. It had been a long time since she had been able to be alone with Han Hong. The other female guests have the opportunity to date Han Hong, which also makes Hottie very jealous. Tong Yaya, on the other hand, was relieved in her heart. Luckily, the things that you want to ask Han to do, to say to Han, have already been said in the morning. Because of this program, male and female guests were not allowed to leave contact information with each other until the program ended. So the only time Tong Yaya and Han Haoren were able to talk in these days was the short minutes at breakfast. And for these few minutes, Tong Yaya was always the first of all to wake up. She got up and prepared breakfast and waited silently for Han Haoren to come downstairs. It was a bit of a blessing though, and the wait was a bit hard. But Tong Yaya felt that the moment she saw Han Haoren eating his breakfast with a sincere smile, everything was worth it. Chapter 121, The Night of Accompanying Hijikite. Once again, a unanimous vote. In the studio, the 6 observers also learned that Han Haoren would not be returning today. Song Shanshan sighed. Actually, to be honest, I think a successful person always has to put in many times more effort than others. We only see the scenic side of Han Hong. He's elite in every industry and he can do anything. However, his dedication behind having it all is something we tend to overlook. It's like talking about the piano. Even though Han Hong downplayed it as just a hobby, but I will say that it's impossible to reach the attainment he has today with just a hobby, with just a mouthful. We may have seen that Su Siyu thundered around the villa practicing the piano for more than 5 hours, but we didn't see Han Haoren sitting in front of the piano for a minute. However, I believe that as far as Han Haoren's attainment of the piano is displayed, he has definitely invested a lot of time and effort in practicing the piano. Such skillful techniques must have been trained night and day to finally be able to achieve them. Oh, Yang Mi agreed. In fact, we'll find out that apart from Han Haoren, he's the guest who spends the least amount of time in the villa. Even after returning to the villa in the evening, Han Haoren didn't have time to chat with the other guests and promote their relationship, but instead still had to go back to his room to finish his work. You know, Han Haoren is clearly the most popular person in this villa. If he wants to interact with other female guests, none of them will refuse, no matter who Han Haoren chooses. But Han Haoren is really too busy. But come to think of it, look at the occupation Han Haoren is engaged in. This is simply not human. Let's not say Han Haoren's day is only 24 hours like ours. Even if there were 48 hours, it wouldn't be enough. Zhang Hanxiao laughed. Alright, let's get to the point. This is our third love connections segment. How does the mindset of a male and female guest change after experiencing their first date? Message of love has been released, and we need to guess the one that each guest loves the most. Although this match is a personal battle, but we can still discuss with each other before we finish connecting. Even though Han Haoren seems to be the busiest person right now, I think this love connection might be another situation where all 5 female guests choose Han Haoren. Oh, Yang Mi raised her hand. Song Shanchan chimed in. I'm bursting with good feelings for Han Haoren right now. I think the 5 female guests are really blind if they don't pick Han Haoren. Zhang Man also said. All 5 votes go to Han Haoren. Luo Xinhao and Lui Jia did not express a different viewpoint either. Quickly, the 6 observers finished connecting the female guests. Zhang Hanxiao looked at the crowd and said, the male guest's connection may still be a little difficult. Li Feng, this person, is too strange for me to see through. What about Wang Song? Lately he seems to have shifted his target away from Song Xinran. I think he might change his vote to Tong Yaya. As for Han Huang's choice, even though he didn't come back, he still voted. Let's all analyze who Han Huang will vote for. Oh, Yumi was the first to say, I definitely vote based on my emotions. As the #1 fan of WRAN CP, I vote for Song Xinran. That playground date was so sweet. I think Han Haoren has a crush on Song Xinran. Song Shan was the second to say. Then I voted according to my emotions as well. I'm voting for my favorite person that Han Haoren can vote for, and that's Xiao Siyu. Though I know that today's date was mainly because Han Haoren gave Su Siyu countless touches that made Su Siyu fall in love with Han Haoren, but I'm sure that through today's date, Han Haoren also got to know Su Siyu better. I hope that Han Haoren will be able to discover Su Siyu's sparkling points, and I hope that Han Haoren won't let down the heart of Su Siyu, who is so simple and kind. Zhang Hanxiao and Zhang Man were still on Hot Xiaoti's side. Han Xinjiang spoke up. I think that the scene choice for both dates, Han Haoren is mirroring the fact that the date is Hot Xiaoti. I still believe that Han Hong won't change his first impression choice, which is Hottie. Actually, something like feelings is really complicated, but sometimes it's very simple. The first glance of the heart can make one fight to like someone, Lu Yijia reminded, but you have to notice, from the first vote to now, so many days, Hottie just didn't have any interaction with Han Haoren. Instead, it was Han Haoren, who went through a very nice date with both Song Xinran and Su Siyu. Will he still stand by his first impression? His first choice? Zhang Hanshan affirmed. I don't care. I just think it's Hot Xiaoti. Lui Jia connected the line to Song Xinran, while Luo Xinhao connected the line to Su Siyu. Zhang Hanxiao summarized. Han Haoren's choice is very controversial to us. 2 votes each for Su Siyu, Song Xinran and Hot Xiaoti. Luckily, this is a personal station, so we don't have to convince each other. So, let's watch the men and women connect. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Han Haoren and Hijichi ended the second wave of the campaign. Han Haoren wrapped his arm around Hijichi and chatted. Suddenly, Han Haoren's cell phone vibrated. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Finally, everything was calm again. Han Haoren didn't bother to collect the text message, but it was Hijichi who thoughtfully said to Han Haoren, your cell phone is ringing. Go and see if it will be important. When Han Haoren heard Hijichi's words, he also got out of bed and walked over to the cell phone. He received 5 text messages. It feels like it's been so long since I've talked to you, and I miss you a little bit. This tone should be hot, little D. Every piece of clothing you gave me is beautiful. You have to keep your promise. Oh, and accompany me through every one of life's best moments. It's obviously Su Siyu. Let's ride the Ferris wheel together again next time. This is Song Xinran. You didn't come back again today. You must be very busy. Please take care of your health. If you are free any night, please be sure to let me know in the morning. Everyone in this villa, including me, would especially like to eat the dinner you made again. Obviously, it was Tong Yaya. I prepared a special dessert for you. Put it in the fridge. Remember to eat it when you get home. This must be Chi Yuhan. A smile appeared at the corner of Han Haoren's mouth, though no longer cared about that 1 million per episode bonus from the show. However, being favored by all the female guests is in itself a testament to him. It's always a happy feeling to be liked. Hijikite saw Han Haoren smile and asked curiously, who sent you that text message? Han Haoren replied indifferently, I don't know. It's probably a spam message. I didn't even save this number. Chapter 122, Shock. A super reversal of the program's flow setup. Studio. Zhang Hanxiao's mouth opened wide in surprise when she saw Han Haoren's link connect to Song Xinran. How is that possible? Oh, Yang Ni was very happy, and equally smug was Lu Yijia. However, after Han Haoren, Li Feng's connection made both of them dumbfounded at the same time. Lu Yiga. Oh, Yang Mi, how is it possible? Because they found that Li Feng's love message was not sent to his previous favorite female guest Chi Yuhan, nor did they send it to Tong Yaya. who shocked everyone with her cooking skills by making breakfast for the guests every day. A model of a good wife and mother. He sent it to Hot D. However, it was obvious that Hot Shouty hadn't crossed paths with Li Feng for the past few days. Luijiao looked at Luo Zhenhao and said, Mr. Luo, you are a microexpression expert. Have you, in the past few days, observed a shift in Li Feng's feelings? Why does he suddenly like Hot D? Doesn't he know that Hottie must be dead set on Han Hong? Luo Zhenhao shook his head helplessly. I don't think this behavior of Li Feng can be explained by psychology anymore. Maybe we really need to press Li Feng in front of us and ask him to find out what he thinks. Zhang Hanxiao was somewhat gloating at this time. She was upset when she guessed wrong about Han Huang's connection. But for those of you who guessed that Han Ho Ran would send a love message to Song Shinran, you didn't win in the end. Good job, Li Feng. Zhang Hanxiao smiled and said, well, this time again, none of the observers have received our heraldry of glory. Before the third installment officially ends, I have something very important to tell you all instead of the director's team. Oh Yang Mi, who had thought the recording was over and had begun to let go, jerked her head up. The gazes of all the guests were focused on Zhang Hanxiao. Zhang Hanxiao didn't sell anything, so she said, everyone still remembers, from the beginning of the program, that one room on the third floor that was locked, right? The crowd nodded. This room, when Han Haoran, Hot Shouty, and Song Shinran visited this villa, they realized that this room was locked not to be opened. And until now, the room had been in a locked state. A few guests have asked the show in particular, and the show hasn't revealed the slightest bit of information about the room. Zhang Hanxiao smiled and said, a room that has always been locked naturally represents a new and different change. We're going to have another surprisingly big reversal setup for this show. Oh Yang Mi guest, is there a new guest checking in? It's supposed to be a male guest, right? Luo Zhenhao analyzed. If we follow the normal flow of the show, with the relationship between the male and female guests gradually stabilizing and then the new guests that are added, it does create a very different chemistry. But something is different now. I don't think the new male guest has a chance. Whether it's Song Shinran or Su Siyu, it's impossible for them to consider any male guests after a date. They've been locked up by Han Hong. And Hot D, she was pretty sure who she liked from the first second she entered the villa. And that's hard to change. Tong Yaya and Han Haoran have a secret that belongs to both of them. And I think Tong Yaya gets up every day to make breakfast for everyone. But actually it's mainly for Han Haoran. A lot of the tiny expressions of the interactions between Tong Yaya and Han Haoran illustrate this. So, I think the new male guests are just reduced to the same cannon fodder as Li Feng and Wang Songsong. Zhang Man questioned. I agree with most of Mr. Li's analysis, but let's not forget, there's one more. There's also Qi Yuhan. She and Han Haoran aren't really close. She chose to send a love message to Han Haoran only because she realized that the other two didn't give her attraction after she got in touch with the three male guests. So, if another male guest is added at this time and shows his charisma, it's very likely that he'll get this vote from Qi Yuhan. Even, I don't think Tong Yaya's favoritism towards Han Haoran has reached the level of Su Siyu or Song Shinran. This vote of Tong Yaya's is also something that can be fought for. Zhang Hanxiao waited for everyone to finish expressing their opinions and began. Everyone doesn't really need to argue anymore. Not adding a new male guest. Believe me when I say it, many of you will not be able to stop cheering. Zhang Hanshan's words quickly whetted everyone's appetite. Next installment, our encounter with the really rich and the poor. That mysterious hut did win its owner. But this host is not the new male guest. Rather, observer. Before Zhang Hanxiao could finish her words, she was interrupted by Oh Yang Mi scream. Wow, I'm going into the cabin? I'm going on a date with Han Hong? Zhang Hanxiao looked at Oh Yang Mimi and spat. Mimi, are you that horny? I'm not done talking. You don't always get to meet Han Hong yet. It's not just Oh Yang Mi. Song Shanshan and Zhang Man, who also had a favorable impression of Han Haoran, also stared at Zhang Hanxiao. Zhang Hanshan said, in the next installment, the exact time is next Wednesday. One of our 4 female observers, a couple of them stayed at the Love Shack. We are going to be staying at the lodge under the guise of female guests for a week. During that time, we couldn't reveal any information about the observers, so we weren't able to mention to any of our guests what we saw with God's perspective. Also, this observer had to complete a special task assigned by the program. All 4 of us, me, Oh Yang Mi, Zhang Man and Song Shanshan, can voluntarily sign up whether or not we want to accept this special mission and stay in the Love Hut. Out of all the people who have signed up, the program will use the fairest lottery model absolutely. Who is that lucky one who gets to go into the Love Shack for a week? It's worth mentioning, by the way, that the week we stay at the lodge will have the date session that everyone's been waiting for. Chapter 123, Spots Up for Grabs. The observers are tearing each other apart. After explaining the rules, Zhang Hanxiao smiled and said, alright, the voluntary enrollment session will now begin. Then Zhang Hanxiao looked at the chief director and complimented. Chief director, This program flow setup is what I appreciate the most so far. I hope you guys can keep it up. The general director could only laugh bitterly. That's not how their original process was set up at all. That one room was originally reserved for the male guests. After all, with a configuration of 5 women and 4 men, the male-female ratio will not be particularly out of whack, which is more appropriate. Strictly speaking, there won't be too many people falling in line, and there could easily be a lot of pairs paired up. However, the landscape of this program changed completely on the first day Han Haoren entered the program. Things finished moving in a direction that was out of the show's control. What's a pairing? All 5 female guests were sent to Han Haoren, who could only send it to one person at most. This means that for each installment, there will only be one pairing. Han chooses who to send the love message to, and then Han is paired with the female guest. So for the first installment, it's Han Hong paired with Hot D. In the second installment, the male guests were not required to choose, so naturally there were no pairings. In the third installment, Han Haoren is paired with Song Shinran. So far, both Wang Songsong and Li Feng had received 0 votes. It simply couldn't be worse. Li Feng is pretty good-tempered, but has already let his ego fly on the set of the show, completely disregarding the female guests and going his own way. And Wang Songsong is many times in the director team. He wanted to get off the car without recording the idea. When has a young master like Wang Songsong ever been so aggrieved? Normally, where is not a dozen big beautiful women around Wang Songsong alone? The situation in the villa is also one in which all the female guests are gathered around one person. That person, however, was not him, Wang Songsong, but Han Haoren. Even if Han Haoren wasn't in the villa, the female guests' chat topics would all bring up Han Haoren from time to time. Everyone, unapologetically, expressed their fondness for Han Haoren. This made Wang Songsong very upset. The crew could only be kind enough to say that just because a meal is temporary scenery doesn't mean it's going to stay that way. And you, young Master Wang, are so handsome and rich. If you're willing to put in the effort to go after a girl, it's still a handful. Nowadays you just can't let go of your face yet. Both male guests are hard to coax out, although the show has already contacted a 4th male guest to join them. But the general director assessed it. Although this 4th male guest is very good, along with the talent to play the piano and even cook. But these were originally thought by the showrunners to be the advantages that would allow this number 4 male guest to bring a reversal to break the situation even if he joined later. It's not even worth mentioning in front of Han Haoren. Can you cook? It's amazing. But looking at the female guests pestering Tongyaya to let cook every day, the director's team just knew that after Han Haoren showed his amazing cooking skills on the first day, the guests' appetites had been fed. Cooking is no longer a plus. As for the piano, in front of Su Siyu and Han Haoren, it's better not to embarrass yourself. So, the program decided quickly that it was better to change the previous program for a new one. Adding another male guest would not in any way make the other female guests turn on him. Instead of adding another pathetic cannon fodder to the show, the director's team decided it would be better to have a bit of a slam dunk, have the observers themselves come down and join the show disguised as guests, and complete the tasks set by the director's team. Is it fierce? After Zhang Henshaw finished speaking about starting registration, Yang was the first to raise her hand. I'm going. Sisters and sisters, just let me be. Don't all of you sign up, let me go. Yang, who has expressed her desire to become a female guest and date Han Haoren many times in the program, was immediately excited when she heard that they really had the chance to become a female guest and date Han Haoren. This is a dream come true. So Yang was the first to say, without the slightest scruple, that she wanted to go on the program's mission. Song Shanshan smiled and looked at Yang. Me. Sorry, between us good sisters, we can let everything else go, but not men. Yang complexion dimmed as she looked at Song Shanshan accusingly. Shanshan, how did you also become Han Haoren's fangirl? Sandra Song graciously replied, as a musician, it's natural to be attracted to a musician who might be able to achieve a legend for the ages rating. It's like how people would like handsome guys and worship successful people. And since Han Haoren has reached a level of attainment in music that I look up to, it's only natural for me to worship him and be attracted to him. Of course, I actually just have a good feeling for Han Haoren. It's admiration, but it's not a fling between a man and a woman. But I have another good friend in this love shack. I have to go in and use these 7 days to help Su Siyu chase Han Haoren. Su Siyu's character is still too passive. If she doesn't take the initiative, Han Haoren will be chased by those demonic ES sooner or later. Yang beamed. Shan, who are you calling a demonic? I think all the female guests are great, especially Song Shinran. As the #1 supporter of WRAN CP, I want to go and set them both up too. I'm not trying to go on a date with Han Hong by being so aggressive. Song Shanshan and Yang are tossing words because of their rivalry. However, Zhang Man's words interrupted their fight. Zhang Man smiled and said, I'll sign up too. You know, Han Haoren said his hobby is art. It means he's also amazingly talented at drawing. I've been holding my breath for a long time to see Han Haoren's attainments in art. That's why I also wanted to get to the Love Shack to get in touch with Han Hong a little further. Song Shanshan and Ouyangmi, who had been arguing, immediately made common cause. Ouyangmi, what Love Shack are you going to? Song Shanshan, what are you doing? Song Shanshan squatted a bit and added, I remember Han Haoren saying before that he only paints for people he likes. Until now, Han Haoren hasn't even drawn for Hotshouty. Song Shinran, or Su Siu, what can you do when you go to the Love Hut? Is it hard to make Han Haoren fall in love with you and paint you? Zhang Man crossed his arms. Ha, I think that's a good idea you said. Star. Chapter 124, the sixth female guest of honor revealed. Louis Jia saw that the four beauties seemed to be about to hit each other, and hastily eased the atmosphere by saying, You guys, don't argue. Personally, I think you're all going to go into the Love Shack and not be able to restrain yourselves and do things that will make the show get out of control. Why don't you all just stop going? Let me or Mr. Luo go. Louis Jia had stirred up a hornet's nest with that comment. The four beauties' stern eyes all stabbed at Louis Jia in unison. Shut the hell up, Lu Yiga. Who am I offending? I'm telling the truth. Look at these guys. Anyone who goes to the Love Shack is going to make a big mess. Zhang Hanshin said to the crowd. Since everyone is eager to go to the Love Hut to pretend to be this female guest, then let's start the lottery. 4 guys, 25% chance each. Ouyangmi, Zhang Man, Shanshan Song. Ouyangmi finally couldn't help but say, Sister Hanshao, how come there are 4 people? Why did you also come to join in the fun? Zhang Hanshao laughed and said, You're just allowed to be interested in Han Haoren. Ha, I'm also very interested in Han Haoren. Okay, after thinking for a while, Ouyangmi said, But Sister Hanshao, you're a big star. It wouldn't have mattered if a freshly minted newcomer like me had gone over as a female guest. If a big star like you, whom all of China knows and adores, goes over there, it's not going to blow up inside. Besides, if you and Han Haoren have an affair, your fans are afraid that they won't be able to accept it, right? Zhang Hanshao replied, My fans can't stand it, but your fans can? Besides, all 4 of us have fans. It's a variety show and I think the fans will remain sensible. Everyone can treat it as if we're in a drama. There are always love scenes in dramas, right? Ouyangmi scratched her head and realized that she couldn't convince Zhang Hanshao. Instead, it was Song Shanshan who spoke up and said, But Sister Hanshao, you're the host of this program. In case you get into the picture, who will host it? In Shanshan Song's opinion, a 1/3 chance is always better than a 1/4 chance. Being able to convince one person not to stir the pot would also work. Zhang Hanshao naturally wouldn't be moved by Song Shanshan's words. My task as a host is very simple. Each of you can take on the role. Well, cut the crap. The director's team bring up the props and let's draw straws. Soon, the props team brought up a box. Inside this box, there are 3 white balls and 1 red ball. The one who draws the red ball is the one who gets to go into the Love Shack next Wednesday for the week. The order in which the lots are drawn is at your discretion. Zhang Hanshao smiled and said to the crowd, The probability is the same. Which one of you wants to draw first? Ouyangmi couldn't wait to run to the box, and after pounding her hand in the box for a long time, she finally drew out a ball. When she saw that the color of this ball was white, Ouyangmi's face fell. I'm so miserable. I clearly retweeted that Weibo Koi. I'm going to log on to Weibo after the show to report that tweet for writing inaccurate information. Song Shanshan was the second to walk out. Ha ha ha, now the probability of me drawing the red ball isn't 1 in 4. It's 1 in 3. Ouyangmi wasn't very good at math and realized that Song Shanshan seemed to be right. So Ouyangmi looked at Zhang Hanshao. Hanshao, you lied to me. The probabilities are clearly not the same. The one who draws first suffers. Zhang Hanshao looked at Ouyangmi and covered her head. You Ouyang Honey is really a god math ghostwriter. Louis Jia wanted to explain probability science, but felt that it had nothing to do with psychology either, so he shut his mouth as well. Song Shanshan also took a lot of time and finally drew a ball. It's still white balls. Song Shanshan let out a long sigh. It's true that luck isn't on your side either. Su Siu, you can only rely on yourself to take over. The more Ouyangmi thought about it, the more she realized, wow, now that's a 50-50 chance for each of you too. Obviously the further back you draw, the more advantageous and probable it is. I lost a lot of money this time. Luo Zhenhao finally couldn't help but explain. Actually, the probability of each of you drawing a red ball is 25%. It's a simple matter of odds. Elementary school level. Nowadays, Zhang Hanshao and Zhang Man have a 50% chance of drawing because neither Ouyangmi nor Song Shanshan drew the red ball before. With each white ball drawn, the probability of drawing a red ball naturally changes. Let's say, if you, Ouyangmi, drew the red ball on the first draw, then the next 3, they don't have to draw again. Zhang Hanshao looked at Zhang Man and said, looks like that lucky person is either me or you. You smoke first? or do I smoke first? Zhang Man looked at Zhang Hanxiao and said, you do it. I have trouble choosing. Zhang Hanxiao didn't hesitate and quickly walked over to the box and drew out a ball. Red. Zhang Man was filled with loss. Zhang Hanxiao laughed very happily. Well, I now announce that the next special guest to enter the Love Hut is me. The director's team has assigned me a task that will be released when I enter the Love Shack. If I don't complete the task, I'm going to be punished, and if I complete the task set by the director's team, I'll receive 3 Heraldry of Glory. Of course, something like the Herald of Glory doesn't have much value to me anymore. Well, that's it for this installment. I will be out of this studio for a period of time starting next Wednesday. Go guys! Are you guys going to need to analyze my love connection when the time comes? Thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Star. Chapter 125, The Unusually Active Hottie. Han Haoren accompanied Hijichi for one night. The next morning, the two were up early. Hijichi still has to go to work at Bosai, while Han Haoren has to run a day's worth of Empire to sign a contract. On Sunday, Han was also contacted by 2 sponsors, which Han added to the list. In this way, there are 21 companies that Han Haoren needs to visit. However, Han Haoren had already planned out the detailed route, and he was confident that he could get it done within a day if he was more efficient. Han Haoren made a loving breakfast for Hijichi. After the two finish breakfast, Han Haoren thoughtfully offers to walk Hijichi to work. In the route Han Haoren had planned, the company closest to the BOC International building where Hijichi was located was deliberately set as the first stop. Usually, Hijichi had a special driver to take her to and from work. However, this time Han Haoren offers to drive her, and the happy Hijichi naturally abandons her full-time driver. Han Haoren sent one Hijichi off on a busy run. Han Haoren realized that even though he was driving a Lamborghini, it was really tiring to drive and park, go up and down the stairs, and run around like this without even wasting a minute of time. Han Haoren suddenly felt a bit like a delivery man, or a courier, one client after another runs. However, when you think about the fact that you represent $10 million for signing a contract, while a takeout boy delivers a takeout for a few dollars, Han Haoren was filled with fighting spirit again. For money, a little hard work is a little hard work. After all, for something like a contract, it wasn't good for Han Haoren to find someone to sign on his behalf. After all, he was now signing the contract in his personal name. When the time comes, if an advertising agency is really set up and a contract is signed in the name of the company, there will be no need for Han Haoren to be so tired to run it himself. At 8:30 p.m., Han Haoren signed the last contract, and finally dragged his tired body back to the Love Hut. On the way back from the drive, Han Haoren felt that the task of setting up the company should be put into process as soon as possible. Although the business, tax, bank to open a basic account, the process of setting up a company is very complex. But this is not a fat man. Han Haoren pushed all the work to the fat Feng Yimin, and Feng Yimin asked for the name of a company that Han Haoren wanted to set up and the nature of its business. And without the slightest hesitation he agreed wholeheartedly. And Feng Yimin said, business tax side, he has relations, absolutely can through train, with the fastest speed to get it done. Returning to the Love Hut, this time Han Haoren realized that there were actually 4 female guests sitting in the living room. Hot Xiaodi, Song Xinran, Tan Yaya and Su Siyu. While the 4 men chatted idly among themselves, they focused their attention on Han Haoren, who was eating the dinner that the guests had left for him. It was Hot Xiaodi who was the bravest, and she sat directly beside Han Haoren. Han Haoren, you must have worked very hard these past few days, right? It's after 9 o'clock and you're just getting home, and you haven't had dinner yet. Although Tan Yaya didn't take the initiative to sit next to Han Haoren, it was clear that every female guest was listening with perked ears as she also said from the sofa, yes, even if you're busy, you still have to eat your meals on time, or your body will collapse. Han Haoren replied as he ate. Thank you for your concern, today is rather special. I usually eat on time. In fact, Han Haoren himself knows very well that he is not as busy as the female guests think. He did have a busy day, except for today's special circumstances. Usually, on the pretext of being busy and not returning to the villa, most of them were accompanying Hijichi on their dates. When Han Haoren finished his dinner, Hot Xiaodi was afraid that Han Haoren would be busy going back to the house again, so she hurriedly pulled Han Haoren and said, Han Haoren, do you still have a lot of work today? If it's not particularly busy, could stay with all of us for a while? Since coming to this villa, you've rarely even moved around with us. Han Haoren saw Hotti's eager gaze. At the same time, Han Haoren also saw the expressions of Song Xinran, Tong Yaya and Su Siyu. Han Haoren smiled and replied, I won't be working today. I'll do whatever you want. Hottie was the first to say, let's go to the yard. The air is fresh out there today and we can see the moon and stars. Hottie's suggestion was unanimously approved by all. Han Hong and Hottie walked side by side to the courtyard. The other 3 girls followed naturally. Thus, The 5 people who were originally in the living room came to the villa's own courtyard in great numbers. The villa rented by Fruit Terrace, although not as big as Ho Ji Kite's house, was very large, and rather than this being a courtyard, it was more like a garden. Not only are there shady trees and pretty flowers, but there are 2 swings side by side. Hot Shouty excitedly pointed at the swing in the yard and said, "Han Haoran, I want to swing. Can you help me?" Han Haoran accompanied Hottie to the swing, and Hottie sat on it. Han Haoran tenderly said to Hot Shouty, "Shouty, you have to hold on tight. Stay a while. You're going to fly." Hottie smiled brightly. Yes, come on, you push me." Han Haoran pushed Hottie's shoulders very regularly as the swing got higher and higher. Hot D was originally a youthful and young girl, sitting on the swing and being pushed into the sky by Han Haoran. Hot Shouty let out a silver bell laugh, though it wasn't alone with Han Haoran, next to 3 female guests who were smiling and looking at them. But Hottie felt that this moment was the happiest she had been in days. Not having drawn Han Haoran's gift, Hottie was remorseful and sad for a while. Even, she had cried in secret under the covers with one head. Seeing that the other female guests, especially Su Siu, were also close to Han Haoran, Hot Shouty had a sense of crisis. Yesterday, when Hottie sent out her love message, she was expecting to receive a message from Han Haoran. Hottie realized that he had received a message though, albeit anonymously, and Hottie was certain that it was not from Han Hong, so Hottie was alone again, secretly crying a lot. But Hottie was a stubborn person by nature, and wouldn't keep anything bottled up in his heart. She had been sitting on the couch waiting for Han Hong after dinner, and when Han Hong came back, Hottie took it upon herself to say what she wanted to say, sitting on the swing and swinging higher and higher. Originally Hot Shouty's somewhat gloomy mood immediately brightened up. Chapter 126, Life can be full of things that make people happy. Han Haoran looked at Hottie on the swing. Big dark eyes, pink lips, and a little blown out face. What made Han Haoran a little more excited was Hottie's body. While Hottie's face is undoubtedly online, Hottie's body, however, is even more perfect. After a long time, Hottie finally got a little tired. Looking at her sisters who were smiling and looking at her, Hottie was a little embarrassed. The intelligent Hot Shouty of course knew that these 3 sisters in front of her had a crush on Han Haoran just like herself. It was a little lost and a little nerve-wracking, but there was nothing Hottie could do about it. Who makes their favorite person so perfect and popular? Hot D knowingly stepped off the swing and looked at her 3 sisters and asked, "Which one of you wants to come on the swing? I'm telling you, Han Haoran's skills are great. It can really make me fly." Whether it was Song Shinran or Tong Yaya, they were both past the age of Hot Little D. Swinging on a swing, Hot D wouldn't feel out of place up there, but it's a little strange to change them. So although they also wanted to have intimate interactions with Han Haoran, Song Shinran and Tong Yaya were too embarrassed to ask, and Su Siu, the shyest of the 4 girls, was very positive. "I want to. I haven't swung yet." Han Haoran's eyes looked at Su Siu with a bit of heartache. Han Haoran beckoned toward Su Siu. "Siu, sit up. Let me help you swing. Swinging is fun." Su Siu had originally thought that it wasn't dangerous for a person to sit on such a board and then swing so high, but seeing how much fun Hot Shouty was having, and thinking that Han Haoran would definitely protect his safety, he no longer hesitated and sat on the swing. A few minutes later, although Su Siu didn't shout as much as Hot Shouty did before, she was full of happiness on her face. It turned out that it was really like what Han Haoran had said. There really were so many things in life that could make one feel happy, as long as it's, like, with someone you like. Even swinging in the backyard can be so much fun. Han Hong, I'm so happy. Su Siu shouted loudly. Su Siu remembered what Han Haoran had said yesterday. Han Haoran promised her that he would accompany her through all the happy and meaningful things in life, and swinging is the first little thing Han Hong did to fulfill his promise. Su Siu was surrounded by 3 rivals. Although I want to sit on the swing all the time and just let the happiness continue, but Su Siu knew that this was not good. Finally, Su Siu estimated the time, and when it was about the same time as Hot Shouty's time, she landed reluctantly. Han Haoran looked at Song Shinran and Tong Yaya and asked, "You too, are you interested in swinging? If not, why don't we just go back inside?" Song Shinran hadn't swung for at least 5 or 6 years. In Song Shinran's opinion, this was what 15 or 16-year-old girls loved to do, and at this point, she is already a mature and capable senior actuary in an investment bank, the workplace OL. However, seeing Han Haoran ask the question, Song Shinran couldn't help but say, "I want it." Eventually, Tong Yaya, the oldest of the 4, also got on the swing. In Tong Yaya's opinion, if everyone went up anyway, she wouldn't be laughed at if she went up. When the swing reached its highest point, Tong Yaya suddenly felt that her previous coy hesitation was so undeserved. It felt really good to be pushed back into the sky by Han Hong. Gradually, the yard grew darker and darker as it grew darker and darker. Even though there were a few displays of lights, Han Haoran suggested, let's go back to the hut and talk for a while. And it's getting late, so let's talk for a while and then we'll each go back to bed. The 4 girls walked into the villa despite their reluctance. 5 people sat together, with Han Haoran surrounded in the center. Hot Shouty suddenly said, Han Haoran, I remembered something. You're not back yet today. And we were having dinner when the director's office informed us of something. On Wednesday, there's going to be a big surprise. The director's team told us to make sure we're back by 6 o'clock. Han Hong, you're not coming back on Wednesday because of work, are you? Han Haoran thought about it briefly. Contracts have been signed for 21 companies. Back at the house later today, Han Hong needs to post another company review blog. As for the advertisement copy, Han Haoran was even more comfortable in writing it due to his master advertising planning skills. Even if the copywriters from 21 companies were added together, Han Haoran thought he could get them all done tomorrow during the day. And today there were a few new sponsors calling one after another. And Han Haoran pushed all these sponsors to Fatty Fongamin. And, this time, the most expensive package is no longer $10 million. Han Haoran kept his promise and started to increase the price. Directly opened the price of $15 million without counteroffer. If those companies agreed, Han Haoran could also take the time to sign the contract. And Han Haoran knew that after signing contracts with 21 companies, he had actually basically saturated his business. There are not many sponsors for the Twitter sweepstakes itself. The ones that have completed signing with Han Haoran are now more than half of them. Han Haoran knew that getting all the sponsors to come to him was undoubtedly an unlikely thing. So, it's been great to make that money, even in the latter part of 2019. Who can rely on microblogging marketing and make more than 200 million soft money in a month? This has set a record that is unlikely to be broken. Hearing Hottie's question, Han Haoran quickly replied, "Don't worry, I'll arrange the time. I'll be back on Wednesday. But have you ever wondered what this big surprise is?" Song Shinran replied, "We asked the program team before, but one of them refused to say anything. But we speculated earlier when we all got together that there might be a new female or male guest coming." Han Haoran nodded, feeling that this guess was solid. After all, he still had a fresh memory of what the executive director had said to himself earlier. 5 women, 4 men and 9 guests. We're still missing a male guest right now. What Han Haoran didn't know, however, was that due to himself? The program's process setup, all of which had changed significantly. Chapter 127, We've agreed to play fair. Han Haoran smiled as he looked at Hot D and asked, "D, so do you want that new guest to be a male or female guest?" Hot D didn't hesitate at all and said, "The male guest of honor." Of course, fearing that Han Haoran would misunderstand, Hot Shouty immediately explained, "However, there's no way I'm going to be half interested in the new male guest, but I don't want another female guest. If there's another female guest, I'll be able to spend even less time with you." Hot Shouty's words also spoke the hearts of Song Shinran, Tong Yayet and Su Siu. Indeed, Han Haoran himself was very busy. Rarely did he have the time to interact with other guests in a normal manner, and tonight was considered a rare time when Han Haoran could talk and play with everyone. However, Han Haoran had also been surrounded by 4 people. It was too difficult for them to get a chance to be alone with Han Haoran, so they looked forward to the new arrival being a male guest. Otherwise, if there was another female guest, they felt that the time Han Haoran could spend with them would become even less. Han Haoran smiled and said, "D, not all female guests will have a crush on me. In case the new one is a female guest, and she launches a quest for Wang Song or Li Feng, that's also possible." Hottie bristled. "I don't think that's very likely what you're assuming if it's a normal person." The other 3 women nodded empathetically. Han Haoran thought about it and gave an example. "Actually, I'm really not as attractive as you guys think. For example, Chi Yuhan and I don't get along with each other." Song Shinran couldn't help but laugh. "I'll tell Chi Yuhan that you said that, and she'll be very sad." Han Haoran scratched his head. "No way? I don't think she and I have really interacted too much. Other than the first day, we didn't even talk much afterward. And isn't she alone in her room tonight?" Hottie explained. "Han Haoran, don't be too proud to hear that. Actually, all 5 of us have been talking quietly together amongst ourselves. All 5 of us. Our favorite male guest is you, but we're all on good terms, so we won't have a conflict over this, because we made an appointment and we all played fair. It's not that Chi Yuhan doesn't want to come out today, but she doesn't seem to be in very good shape." Tong Yaya also chimed in. "Yes, today I saw Yuhan come back with red eyes. I asked her if she was sick and she didn't answer me. She didn't even eat dinner and went back to her room to sleep. We have medicine for her, and we don't know if she's taken it." Han Haoran chatted for a while longer with the 4 female guests who all had their hearts set on him, and seeing that it was getting late, he excused himself and returned to his room. Han Haoran didn't pay too much attention to what happened to Chi Yuhan. Entering the room, Han Hong found that for once he didn't need to take the initiative to turn off the program cameras. On this day, the crew didn't come in to turn on the cameras either. Han Haoran thinks it's the show's crew who also found out that he basically won't be pending when he's in his room. when Han is in the room. It's a private moment and the camera is deliberately turned off. After posting the regular daily marketing sweepstakes blog and writing copy for a few companies, Han Haoran laid down on his bed and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Han Haoran still woke up on time. When he went downstairs, Han Haoran didn't just see Tong Yaya, who helped himself to a good breakfast every day for breakfast. This time, Han Haoran also had the rare opportunity to see Chi Yuhan. At this time, Chi Yuhan looked slightly haggard, and it was true that as Tong Yaya and Hot Xiaodi said yesterday, she was not in a very good condition. When Tong Yaya saw Han Haoran coming downstairs, she happily took the initiative to serve Han Haoran his meal. At this time, Tong Yaya had already been clear about Han Haoran's meal size and knew what Han Haoran's favorite breakfast was. Therefore, Tong Yaya also deliberately prepared all of Han Haoran's favorite food. Han Haoran said thank you to Tong Yaya, and in passing, he said to Tong Yaya, I should be able to come back a little earlier tonight, so I can help you make dinner. Tong Yaya's black eyes lit up at once, and she gave Han Haoran an unusually bright smile. Okay, I'll wait for you. Let me know what ingredients you need and I'll go out and get them this afternoon. Tong Yaya was so surprised that she didn't notice that she and Han Haoran weren't the only ones in the living room right now. Chi Yuhan was also present. Although at this time, Chi Yuhan was completely different from her usual self because of her state, just eating breakfast silently without saying a word. Han Haoran was naturally more attentive than Tong Yaya, and he said with a smile, Tong Yaya, you're a chef alas. Still asking me this question. You guys can buy whatever dishes you like. I'm okay with all of it. Tong Yaya also realized that Chi Yuhan was still there and quickly nodded her head. After chatting with Han Haoran for a while, Tong Yaya consciously didn't bother Han Haoran, and made it to the distant sofa alone to read a book. Han Haoran looked at Chi Yuhan, who was silently drinking kanji, and couldn't help but ask, Yuhan, is there something on your mind? The first time Han Haoran looked at Chi Yuhan, he knew that Chi Yuhan wasn't sick, or, even if it is a disease of the heart. Just raffled off Freud's psychology is not covered. Chi Yuhan raised her head and looked at Han Haoran with slight surprise. The other guests thought she was sick yesterday when they saw she wasn't in the right state, even went so far as to buy her medicine. Yet Chi Yuhan herself knew that she was not sick. Rather, yesterday, she experienced one of the biggest blows of her life. Chi Yuhan was originally a very independent and good-natured person. Even though she had encountered such great difficulties, Chi Yuhan was unwilling to show her vulnerable side in front of the others, even less willing to tell others what's on their mind. That's why, yesterday, she didn't even eat her meal and hid in her room alone. However, realizing that Han Haoran had seen through her heart at a glance, Chi Yuhan suddenly had the urge to tell Han Haoran all her troubles. Even though Chi Yuhan herself knew that Han Haoran wasn't able to solve the problems she was experiencing, Chi Yuhan was very torn, and finally she made a decision. Chi Yuhan hesitated and finally spoke. Han Haoran, do you have time later? If you have time, sit in my sweet store? In Chi Yuhan's opinion, the odds were that someone as busy as Han Haoran would refuse. If Han Haoran refused, then Chi Yuhan would definitely keep everything bottled up and not say anything to anyone. If Han Haoran really agrees to go to the dessert store with her because she cares about herself, then she will confide everything with Han Haoran. Star. Chapter 128, Chi Yuhan's Trouble. Han Haoran thought a little about today's arrangement. In fact, all Han Haoran needs to do today is to write the copy for all those sponsors who have signed up. With master advertising planning skills, this isn't difficult and won't take much time. Originally, Han Haoran had planned to go to Suemu University as usual. After all, the company hadn't been formally established and hadn't rented office space, so the school was currently Han Haoran's office. Things like writing copy can actually be done anywhere. Thus, Han Haoran nodded and said to Chi Yuhan, no problem, we'll just set off directly from the villa. Han Haoran finished breakfast and went upstairs to change his clothes, then put his laptop in his bag. After having money, Han Haoran's original second-hand laptop naturally wouldn't be used. After all, this old computer has a very low configuration, and it takes a long time to even turn it on. In the spirit of saving, Han Haoran didn't bother to buy a new laptop, but instead went straight to the ThinkPad T400 that Lenovo had given him. The ThinkPad T400 book was the newest ThinkPad model at the time, and was sold at a very high price, with top-notch performance for a business book. Most importantly, of course, the ThinkPad is light, and in 2009, most business people did use ThinkPads. When Han Haoran went downstairs, he found that Chi Yuhan had also put on a little light makeup, changed into a light outfit, and was waiting in the living room. Han Haoran drove the Lamborghini, Chi Yuhan pointed the way, and the two of them arrived at the main store of Chi Yuhan's dessert store Meet Happiness in the imperial capital. Since this was a private matter between Han Haoran and Chi Yuhan, and not a date set up by the program, the director's team did not send a camera crew to follow. Chi Yuhan invited Han Haoran to a quiet seat in the far corner and reluctantly revealed a smile. Why don't I make you some dessert first? I made dessert 2 times at the Love Hut, But you weren't there. Han Haoren didn't refuse. And while Chi Yuhan was busy, he opened his notebook to write the ad copy. After a while, Chi Yuhan brought over 2 plates of exquisite Ono's black tart and lemon tart. I made this myself. Try it. Han Haoren closed his laptop and took a few tastes. Although he didn't particularly like sweets, Han Haoren also felt that Chi Yuhan's made desserts weren't greasy at all, but instead very refreshing. Delicious. Han Haoren praised from the bottom of his heart. This time, for the first time today, Han Haoren saw Chi Yuhan smile from the bottom of her heart. Han Haoren greeted Chi Yuhan and sat across from him, speaking, "Yuhan, tell me what's on your mind, right? Don't worry, I'm a good listener, and I'll swallow everything you say to me and won't say anything to anyone else." Chi Yuhan had originally planned to spill everything to Han Haoren, so Chi Yuhan adjusted her emotions and began to tell her own story. Han Haoren, you know what? Don't look at me now that I've opened a national chain of dessert stores, but I grew up poor. I didn't go to college because I couldn't afford the tuition, but it was good so I could get into society early and make money. I got lucky and went to work as an apprentice at a branch of a French dessert master in China. I was a hard worker in those days, and some of the baking, the concoctions, the dessert chefs in the store were too trivial and troublesome, so they left it all to me to do alone, and I accepted it gladly, because if they were going to make me do things, they had to teach me how to do them first. Every dessert chef specializes in something different, but I've learned a lot of new because I've helped all the dessert chefs in all the stores. Although, that French dessert master doesn't come to the store very often, I am silently observing when he comes to the store to make desserts. For years of other girls dating and falling in love and enjoying life in college, and I was an apprentice in this sweet store for 4 years. Yes, the dessert makers saw that I was a very good make-work apprentice, used to ordering me to do things, and they pressured the store's manager not to promote me to full dessert maker. Even in the later years, I was already better at it than most of the dessert makers in the store. When that French dessert guru came to the store again, and after I had secretly memorized and learned all of his craft, I chose to quit and leave the dessert store where I had been for 4 years. Even though I hadn't saved much money at that point, I also decided to open my own dessert store. That's when I met someone who I considered at the time to be my guinea pig, my best friend in my life. We partnered up and opened the first Meet Happiness. Meet is a portmanteau of rain in my name, and C is her name. Her name is Fu Qingjian. Seeing Chi Yuhan's expression, Han Haoren realized the difference in Chi Yuhan's look when she mentioned Fu Qingjian. So Han Haoren hurriedly asked, "Yuhan, this time your troubles are related to that Fu Qingjian, right?" Chi Yuhan nodded. Han Haoren, you're so keenly observant. It does have something to do with her. When we originally opened the first Little Meet Happiness store, the two of us agreed to be partners. She provides most of the funding, and while I put my entire savings into it, I also do all the work throughout the store. The store was still small and couldn't afford a handyman, so I was the only one in the store. Besides being the dessert chef, I did all the odd jobs, including purchasing. We agreed that she would put up most of the money while I ran the store. We'd split the money we made in half. Han Haoren didn't wait for Chi Yuhan to finish before he realized the problem. "Yuhan, this agreement of yours? It's a verbal agreement, right?" Chi Yuhan realized that anything she hadn't said yet could be guessed by Han Haoren in advance. She nodded. "Yes, that's one of the things I regret the most right now." Chapter 129, Because of Human Greed. Han Haoren didn't open his mouth again, but once again quietly listened to Chi Yuhan. "I'm actually a particular lover of making desserts, and I like to innovate on my own. So, on top of improving the signature desserts of that French dessert store, I did a little bit of my own research to make my own desserts. Maybe because I put my heart into it, my dessert store is doing better and better, with a lot of repeat customers and a reputation of its own. I finally have the money to hire a few helpers, but I'm still the only one responsible for making the main desserts. The store is getting into the swing of things and there's extra profit, and I'm taking the profits from the business and using them to open branches. It's been another 4 years and my Meet Happiness has stores nationwide. For Fu Qingjian, I've always been grateful. It was her earliest funding of more than $100,000 that allowed me to open my first store, even though she never even came to the store and was not involved in the running of any of the stores. When the expansion of the store had been completed and it began to make a lot of profit, I still gave her the 50% share that belonged to her on a regular monthly basis. But yesterday, I got a letter from one of the lawyers. Fu Qingjian is going to take Meet Happiness away from me. Han Haoren instantly understood what had happened to Chi Yuhan yesterday. Han Haoren asked, "Isn't it true that Fu Qingjian provided the court with proof of the capital contributions made by both of you at that time when your first store was established? Because that's when she funded the bulk of it, and you were just a small part of it." So Fu Qingjian is now insisting that according to the ratio, she is the majority shareholder of Meet Happiness. So Meet Happiness belongs to her? Chi Yuhan nodded. "Yes, and I also consulted a lawyer I know yesterday, Because in the beginning, Fu Qingjian and I didn't sign any contract indicating that we were a 50-50 partnership. She provided the capital and I provided the craftsmanship and manpower. So the verbal agreement at the time was not valid, and in the absence of any written validity signed, the court will only divide the shares based on the percentage of our contribution. But at the time I had no money in the first place. The percentage I contributed was only a little over 1%. So that means, if the court rules, Meet Happiness is Fu Qingjian's. I, on the other hand, am not a shareholder with half of the shares of Meet Happiness, but a manager hired by Fu Qingjian. But it was clearly me who took Meet Happiness from a small store and ran it to its current size. How is it that all of a sudden I'm the manager? And Fu Qingjian, except for the funds she gave me in the beginning, she did nothing. By what right? By what right at a time when I've run Meet Happiness to such a scale that it's become the top dessert store in all of China? The person I thought was my best friend is coming with me to steal everything I have? A little bit of me has run this store into what it is now, and I share 50% of the profits with her on time. Isn't she satisfied? The hundreds of thousands of dollars she invested earlier have now brought her hundreds of times the return. I really can't figure out why she did it. We're obviously good friends and sisters. Even a few days before I got my lawyer's letter, we went shopping together. Han Haoren hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Because of greed. Man, always greedy. When this Meet Happiness was still small, Fu Qingjian thought that this little profit, she could not yet see, but as Meet Happiness grew in size, so did the greed within her. Being able to exploit the law and monopolize the store, this is a really big temptation for her. After all, taking a 50% cut, versus 100%, of course she'd choose to completely appropriate Meet Happiness. Or, and I have another guess, maybe she had the idea of appropriating Meet Happiness in the earliest days of your partnership in the store. How else could she easily produce evidence of how much each of you contributed 4 years ago? Qi Yuhan's mouth opened wide. No way? Then Qi Yuhan's complexion dimmed. But none of this matters anymore. It may be a while before the store, Meet Happiness, is mine anyway. Han Haoren looked at Qi Yuhan and said, actually, I'm not very good at comforting people. Qi Yuhan smiled and said, are you trying to say that with such a craftsmanship? I'll open another dessert store when the time comes and sooner or later I'll reach the size of Meet Happiness? But to me, Meet Happiness is like my child. Giving it to someone else makes me really sad. But you're right, I'm just sad for a while. Soon enough, I'll get my together. Seeing Qi Yuhan's tendency to go on and on, Han Haoren hurriedly said, stop. Who said that meeting happiness means giving it away? Qi Yuhan froze and looked at Han Haoren with wide eyes. The lawyer I consulted before said that. He said that with the materials and evidence that Fu Qingjian currently has in his hands, if I really have to go to court, then the chances of me losing are more than 90%. It's hard to win a case with even the best lawyers. So, my attorney advised me to settle. That is to say, having Fu Qingjian pay me a portion of his fee as a reward for all the years I've helped him run Meet Happiness. Yet I have to give Meet Happiness to her. He said it was the best possible outcome for the time being. Han Haoren pointed at himself. An average lawyer. It might not really be possible to win. But did you forget my occupation when the guest of honor was introduced earlier? I have a career that happens to be a defense attorney. After hearing the details of what you said, I think I can help you win your case. Star. Chapter 130 A Warm Dinner. Zhang Hanxiu's Observer's Final Recording. If before the lottery to obtain master legal knowledge defense skills, Han Haoren naturally do not dare to say that he can help Qi Yuhan win the lawsuit. However, with master legal knowledge defense skills, Han Haoren is not far from the top lawyers in China. As for the lawyer's license, since the financial industry and law, especially corporate law, are very much connected, Han Haoren also took the lawyer's license by the way, even if Han Haoren is not attached to any law firm. But Qi Yuhan's like this belongs to the civil lawsuit, do not necessarily need to have the status of the lawyer's defense. Most of these lawsuits do not even have attorneys. It is the plaintiffs and defendants themselves who go to court and make their case. So Han Hao has a lawyer's license and can naturally represent Qi Yuhan in court. At this point, Han Haoren was quite thankful for the persona that the fruit station had given him. Han Haoren looked at Qi Yuhan and said, Yuhan, this case you're talking about, if you find me to represent you to help you appear in court, I guarantee that I can help you win Meet Happiness back. Qi Yuhan stared dead in Han Haoren's eyes. Are you serious? Han Haoren smiled and said, of course, don't you trust me? Qi Yuhan hastily shook her head, then said with a firm expression, I believe in you. Han Haoren and Qi Yuhan again talked about the specifics of the case, but also inquired about the time of the court hearing is in a little more than half a month. This time didn't conflict much with Han Haoren's planning. After asking about everything, Han Haoren bid farewell to Qi Yuhan. Writing copy is still more inspiring within the University of Waterwood. He Kite was very busy these days and could only text and make a phone call with Han Haoren. At 4:30 p.m. Han Haoren finished writing all the ad copy and sent it out one by one. Han Haoren remembers his promise with Tong Yaya, so he drives back to the Love Hut. Tong Yaya had been in the living room on the first floor, and when she saw Han Haoren return, she immediately revealed a look of surprise and said gently, "You're back." Han Haoren instantly felt that Tong Yaya's tone and expression just now was especially like a housewife waiting for her husband to come home. Tong Yaya smiled and said to Han Haoren, "You know what? The girls have been forcing me to make me cook every day these past few days, and also I had to find a reason why the show said they wanted 5 guests to take turns cooking to deal with them. This panic is really going to come full circle if you don't come back." Han Haoren saw that Tong Yaya had already carefully prepared the dishes and said, "Let's see my handiwork today." In less than half an hour, Han Haoren quickly finished cooking all the dishes before the other guests returned. Naturally, he was rewarded with Tong Yaya's sincere and adoring gaze. Tong Yaya smiled and asked Han Haoren, "Can I learn to cook with you?" Han Haoren nodded. "Of course. Why don't you try cooking your specialty by yourself again now? I could come and coach you in your cooking." Master-level cooking skills made Han Haoren not only a super chef himself, but also possessed the eyesight of a chef. So, to say that he was going to instruct Tong Yaya in cooking was not an exaggeration at all. "Yeah, you're a little off on this heat. It should be stir-fried for 15 seconds more. Yeah, you put 3 grams more in the salt portion. Yeah, you shouldn't use star anise in this dish, but it's better to use quexiang." Finally, under Han Haoren's careful instruction, Tong Yaya's own dishes came out of the pot. Hearing that Tong Yaya was cooking today, the other male and female guests came back early. Seeing Han Haoren, who was already watching TV in the living room, they expressed their great surprise. Song Shinran couldn't help but ask, "Han Haoren, aren't you busy today?" Han Haoren smiled and said, "Yeah, I can't be busy every single day and come back late at night, can I? There's no end to work. And what's more important about work than spending time with a beautiful woman and talking?" Tong Yaya was in a nervous mood as she watched the crowd start to put down their chopsticks. Because of all the dishes, there is one dish that she made under the guidance of Han Haoren, and the rest are Han Haoren's masterpiece. Although Tong Yaya had tasted her own cooking, she was still afraid that the other guests would be able to tell that there was a clear difference between her cooking and Han Haoren's flavor. However, looking at everyone enjoying themselves and finishing the dish she made as well, Tong Yaya was instantly very happy. Although this dish was completed under Han Haoren's full guidance, Tong Yaya's cooking skills had also refined a lot because of Han Haoren's guidance. Tong Yaya inwardly admired Han Haoren very much. Not only was he good at cooking food himself, but he was also so good at teaching people. Tong Yaya believed that how to learn cooking with Han Haoren a few more times. Her own cooking skills, although certainly far inferior to Han Haoren's, could at least reach the point of a 5-star hotel chef. When the time comes, it's not bad to be a chef when you can't be an actor anymore. Quickly, everyone gathered after dinner and cleanup. Li Feng had always been out of place with the others and quickly went upstairs. Wang Song also realized that the 5 beauty sites were all on Han Haoren, and it was as if he was heir. This caused young Master Wang to lose interest as well, and he also quickly went upstairs. Han Haoren found himself beside himself, and last night there was pretty much the same situation. The only difference is that there is one more Chi Yuhan. The 6 of them gossiped sky high, and Han Haoren was clearly at the center of the conversation. Studio. Zhang Hanshao looked at this cozy scene and said, "Wow, Han Haoren is really enjoying the blessings of all the people. It makes me happy to think that I'll be able to join them tomorrow." Oudangmi looked at Zhang Hanshao jealously. "Ugh, why wasn't it me who drew the red ball?" Song Shanshan reminded, "Sister Hanshao, when the time comes, don't get so caught up in the fun that you forget to complete the mission." It was as if Zhang Hanshan had completely forgotten about the mission he was sent to Love Hut by the program. "Mission? What mission? By the way, all of you are going to miss me tomorrow when I'm gone." Wu Yangmi laughed and said, "Even though you're not in front of us anymore, you'll be in the screen. We'll spit on you as hard as we can, and then Mr. Lu and Mr. Luo will also analyze your emotional line. For example, Mr. Luo Zhenhao will analyze your microexpressions to see if you have a heart for Han Haoren in that moment." Zhang Hanshan boarded up her face and said, "I realized all of a sudden that being able to enter the Love Hut and pretend to be a female guest isn't a good thing." Star. Chapter 131, Original Flavor Delivery? Wednesday, 1 by 1. The sponsors have been paying the full $10 million for advertising. However, Han Haoren wasn't going to draw any more prizes for the time being. Anyway, it wouldn't take more than a few days. Han Haoren calculated that after all the advertisement fees were paid, his level could be raised to LV3. So, it is possible to make 19 consecutive silver draws. Han Haoren decided it would be better to save a few days to smoke together. He pushed the newly contacted sponsor to Fatty, and almost finished the work at hand. Han Haoren had a very leisurely day. Of course Han Haoren wasn't fuming. He was staring at the futures market at all times. Soros, Rogers, Druckenmiller, Dario, These big players in the global hedge fund industry, as well as the big names in capital operations, seem to be getting a little bit stupid. Because of his latter-day experience, Han Haoren was able to easily discern the flow of their funds. The Great War is about to come to a head. Han Haoren enjoyed a rare moment of calm before the storm and returned to the villa just as early. And when Han Haoren arrived at the villa, most of the guests had already returned. Maybe it's because of the show's reminder to come back early. Maybe it's because they're all looking forward to it, to a new female or male guest. Apparently, the show's hints weren't subtle at all, and everyone predicted the arrival of a new guest. Han Haoren had Song Shinran on his left and Tanya on his right, and had been chatting away, coming back late. Hot Shouty, who lost the chance to sit next to Han Haoren, could only sit across from Han Haoren. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of the villa being pushed open. Generally, the program's film crew is already in the villa, and they don't go in or out of the villa except to close up at night after work, and during the day when they start work. So everyone realized what was about to happen and looked back towards the villa gate. A big, tall, beautiful woman with an aura wearing high heels as well as a white trench coat walked in. Seeing her face, however, so the guests were nonplussed. Hot D was the first to call out. You're Zhang Hanxiao. Oh my god, I'm sure I'm not mistaken. You're Zhang Hanxiao. Tanya also reacted quickly. As a third-tier actor in the entertainment industry, she was naturally very familiar with the super first-tier actor in the entertainment industry, Zhang Hanxiao. So Tanya hurriedly went forward. Sister Hanxiao, how are you? In the showbiz world where seniority is ranked according to seniority, Tanya must remain respectful when she sees a star who is senior to her and much bigger than she is. Tanya did not want to deliberately try to climb the relationship with Zhang Hanxiao, only that this was her basic quality. Song Shinran also stood up in shock. Zhang Hanxiao, I just saw the movie you starred in, and the two male guests, Li Feng and Wang Songsong, are not calm. Li Feng did not have to go into it. An IT technology geek, seeing his goddess, naturally all constrained up. Although Wang Songsong has seen many star netizens, they are all limited to the point of second-rate stars. Even a freshly minted young flower like Ouyang is hard for Wang Songsong to get his hands on. As for a super tier one of Zhang Hanxiao's level, Wang Songsong had never even met him. You know, Zhang Hanxi is recognized as a clean stream in the entertainment industry. Her popularity is entirely based on her own strength. There's no studio behind the hype, much less a godfather or anything. It is said that Zhang Hanxiao has been on the road for so many years and has kept herself clean and not even rumored. Although Wang Songsong had the goal of sleeping with all the beautiful women in the entertainment circle and netizen circle, a star of Zhang Hanxiao's caliber was still something he couldn't even think about. Of all the people, the one who was most surprised was Han Haoren. It wasn't because Han Hong was a star chaser. Rather, Han Haoren remembered what he had drawn in his first raffle. Chang Han Shin's sticker. Han Haoren regularly went to the rental house to collect express delivery in the past few days, where there were prizes sent by sponsors one after another. But Han Haoren didn't find the ladies' clothes. Originally, outside of Han Haoren, this system wasn't malfunctioning when Han Haoren saw Zhang Hanxiao. Han Haoren controlled his facial expression well, but inwardly he was spitting. Hardly. The intimate apparel is going to be delivered to your doorstep this time? While Han Haoren was massing Zhang Hanxiao, he realized that Zhang Hanxiao had also been silently paying attention to himself, which made Han Haoren a bit strange. It was reasonable to say that one didn't have much interaction with this first-tier big star of the entertainment industry. However, the way Zhang Hanxiao looked at herself was clearly not the kind of look that strangers had when they met for the first time. Not to mention Han Haoren, who gained Freud's psychic abilities. Even the previous Han Haoren could tell at a glance that something was wrong. This Chang Han Shin knows himself. However, Han Haoren, who had the ability to forget everything, was also sure that he had 100% never seen Zhang Hanxia. So what the hell is going on? Han Haoren realized that he had encountered his first unsolvable puzzle after being reborn. However, although Han Haoren was tossing and turning inside, he looked very calm on the surface. Han Haoren revealed a warm smile and said to Zhang Hanxiao, "Big star, you're pulling a suitcase here all by yourself, making us all a bit uncomfortable. You're not going through the wrong door, are you?" Zhang Hanxiao revealed what she thought was her most charming smile as she looked at Han Haoren. "Not really. Hello everyone, let me introduce you to everyone. My name is Chang Hanshin. I'm the 9th guest and the 6th female guest on the program Meet the Really Rich and the Poor. Han Haoren, Wang Songsong, Li Feng, Tanya, Song Shinran, Chi Yuhan, Su Siyu, Hot D. A super tier 1 big name actress to be a female guest on a reality relationship show? Is this a mistake?" Hot Shouty suddenly very sad. He would have been competing with 4 other very good beautiful sister Han Haoren pressure. And now another one? And an idol in the hearts of countless young boys and girls. A super tier 1 big star? Chapter 132. I won't be fooled by a 27-year-old woman. Zhang Hanxiao was very enthusiastic and shook hands with everyone to try and get along. When she arrived at Han Haoren, Zhang Hanxiao said one more thing, "Little brother, you're so handsome." Han Haoren? Han Haoren could only show an awkward but not impolite smile, and in his heart, he was even more certain of that assumption that Zhang Hanxiao knew him. Although Han Haoren didn't know exactly how Zhang Hanxiao knew himself for the time being, he believed that with the passage of time, this mystery would always be solved. Zhang Hanxiao finished greeting everyone, and then all the guests gathered around on the sofa that was facing the big screen TV. Zhang Hanxiao's biography was played on it according to the flow. Chang Hanxin, 27 years old, Chinese super-tier actor, singer, and music producer. Movie box office, cumulative $4.7 billion. Record sales, 7 double platinum, 11 platinum. China's first Grammy Award winner, a total of 287 awards, large and small. Since his debut, the crowd was dumbfounded. Han Haoren knew that the Zhang Hanxiao of the latter days had received more honors than now. However, just a few months before Han Haoren was reborn, Zhang Hanxiao, who had become a famous superstar all over the world, committed suicide. Reason unknown. However, when this would happen later, it had nothing to do with the current Han Haoren. Han Haoren is concerned. Isn't this a reality show for vegetarians to fall in love? So what's the connection with Han Xin Chang? She's not a vegetarian. Tong Ya as such, later became a well-known actress, but now is still the showbiz is not popular to catch the drama of the characters, can be regarded as vegetarian. But how can you call Zhang Hanxiao, who not many people in China don't recognize, a vegetarian? It wasn't just Han Haoren who was very skeptical of Zhang Hanxiao's purpose for coming here. The other guests were also in a state of confusion. This was also the first time in her life that Tong Yaya had seen Zhang Hanxiao in real life. After all, although both are actors by profession, the gap between their curiosity is really too big. Tong Yaya said nervously, "Sister Han Xiao, are you really our sixth female guest?" Zhang Hanxiao said without hesitation, "That's natural. Well, let's all introduce ourselves first." So, starting with Tong Yaya, each person began to introduce themselves. The female guest of honor was not too excited and finished with a simple introduction. However, the duo of Wang Songtsong and Li Feng did introduce themselves in great detail in a very expressive manner. Wang Songtsong, in particular, touts himself as a model of youthful exuberance. Originally, Wang Songtsong had already shifted his target to Tong Yaya. However, Wang Songtsong realized that Tong Yaya was also a greasy person, and Tong Yaya seemed to be focusing all of her attention on Han Haoren. Just like Song Xinran, this made Wang Songtsong very indignant. He could only lament when no one was around. Both Song and Ran. How Wang Songtsong wished that there was no such person as Han Haoren in this program at all. So when it was discovered that Zhang Hanxiao had become the sixth female guest, Wang Songtsong felt that his spring had come. What a bite to have. No, it's to be something Tong Yaya. Wang Songtsong knew that men, in general, simply didn't even have the opportunity to come into contact with Zhang Hanxiao. Instead, he had the opportunity to live with Chang Hanxin. Going after Song Xinran and Tong Yaya, Wang Songtsong can't let go of his face. However, Wang Songtsong felt that Zhang Hanxiao was the one who could make him drop his face. Besides, in Wang Songtsong's mind, Zhang Hanxiao was different from all the other female guests. Chang Hanxin has worked with too many male celebrities. Handsome people see too much. Therefore, Wang Songtsong thought that Zhang Hanxiao wouldn't be so shallow as to have a crush on Han Haoren just because he was handsome. Yes, Wang Songtsong summed up these days, why all the female guests like Han Haoren. And the conclusion is Han Haoren is more handsome than himself. Grand Young Master Wang Songtsong was very confident that he was crushing Han Haoren in other aspects, especially since Han Haoren doesn't have a dad named Wang Wanda. Wang Songtsong thought that Zhang Hanxiao must not be a face reader, so he had a chance. It was Song Xinran's turn to cook on this day. After dinner, Zhang Hanxiao went to the room that had been locked since the very beginning of the program's recording. Hot Xiaodi pulled Han Haoren by his side and exclaimed, "So this room is for Zhang Hanxiao. The big star is really pretty." Han Haoren naturally stroked Hot D's head. "D, I think you're still pretty." Hot D smiled and asked Han Haoren, "So are you sure you won't be seduced by this big star?" Han Haoren replied naturally, "Of course not. She's 27. Although it looks good, it's definitely all because of the makeup. Where's your natural beauty? I'm not going to be seduced by a 27-year-old woman." Although he didn't say anything, Hottie was happy in his heart. In the studio, Ouyangmi temporarily took over as Zhang Hanxiao's host and sat in the original position of Zhang Hanxiao. The table that had been for 6 was now seated with only 5 people. Hearing Han Haoren and Hot Xiaodi's conversation, Ouyangmi couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Put, it's a good thing that Sister Han Shirao isn't here, or else she wouldn't just blow up in anger. She would fight Han Haoren to the death, right? A 27-year-old woman laughs me to death." Song Shanchan also couldn't help but laugh. "I think Han Haoren is so deadly. Doesn't he know that several cameras are shooting at him today? Even if the program, there's no observer setup, but the program will eventually be aired. Then, even if Zhang Hanshin can't hear this, it will be heard by countless Zhang Hanshin fans, and he'll be sprayed to death by irrational Zhang Hanshin fans. Zhang Man also nodded. Our sister Han Xiao is also the representative of a goddess of natural beauty. I testify that she really didn't rely on makeup. In fact, Han Shinsan only put on a little bit of light makeup for all her appearances on camera. And what you guys see is pretty much what she looks like in her plain face. It was as if Han Haoren had heard the observers sputtering. He said to the camera filming a close-up of himself, "Could the program please cut out that line I just said? I was joking. Zhang Hanshi is my goddess. Pretty without makeup." Star. Chapter 133, The Secret Mission of the Imposter Girl. Zhang Hanxiao returned to the room that belonged to her. This room has also been secretly renovated by the show. The room's arrangement was very much in line with Zhang Hanxiao's taste. There were no cameras in the room, but there was an instrument that allowed for video calls. As soon as Zhang Hanxiao returned to her room, she opened the video call. The 5 observers, noticing a split screen on the big screen, appeared to be Zhang Hanxiao. Yang Mi smiled and asked, "Sister Han Shirao, how did you feel the first time you saw Han Haoren in person?" Zhang Hanshin replied naturally, "Ha ha ha, the real person is even more handsome than the one in the screen. Oh, Nini, it's too bad you didn't draw the red ball to come here." Yang Mi almost couldn't help but say the phrase 27-year-old woman that she had just heard Han Haoren say, but knowing that this was Han Haoren joking, Yang Mi naturally wouldn't really tell Zhang Hanxiao about this. Still, Yang Mi hinted, "Sister Han Shirao, it looks like Han Haoren isn't a fan of you from our side." Zhang Hanxiao became slightly nervous. "What's wrong? What happened? You guys talk to me." Song Shanshan hurriedly said, "I'm sorry Sister Han Xiao. From today until you return, we can't disclose any of the information we've seen to you. It's the rules of the program. You can blame the general director if you want." Zhang Hanxiao laughed. "If you don't say it, you don't say it. I'm telling you guys, Han Haoren hasn't taken a liking to me and fallen head over heels in love with me yet because I haven't started to show my charms in front of him yet." "Are you kidding? It's not like I'm a little girl like Hot Shouty. With my charisma, it's an easy task to chase after Han Haoren." Yang Mi smiled. "Good, whatever you say. Alright, Hanasia-san, I'm going to give you your first secret task instead of the program." Zhang Hanxiao smiled and asked, "Tell me about it?" Yang Mi picked up the envelope handed over by the program and opened it. Reading the contents of the letter, Yang Mi revealed a wry smile. "Sister Han Xin, listen up. The mission is as follows. Mission 1. Ask imposter female guest Zhang Hanxiao to choose any male guest and make him say I like you in front of the camera lens within 7 days. Task 2. Ask imposter female guest Zhang Hanxin to choose any male guest, sneak into his room, and secretly place an anonymous love letter to create chaos. Alright, these are the 2 tasks for now. Hanasia-san, you now have to choose the male guest that corresponds to the execution of task 1 and task 2. Let me add that I don't think the program group should have given you a choice. Sister Han Xin, if you choose Wang Song or Li Feng, I'll laugh at you." Zhang Man also added on the side, "Sister Han Xiao, we want to see Han Haoren confess his love for you." Lu Yijia also said, "Indeed, if you chose the other 2 male guests as mission targets, it would be neither difficult nor interesting to watch." Zhang Hanxiao smiled. "Well, since you all said so, I'll choose Han Haoren as the mission target for both missions." While Han Haoren and a few female guests were chatting in the living room downstairs, Zhang Hanxiao, who had originally gone back to the house, walked downstairs again. Zhang Hanxiao had changed into her home clothes, yet she still looked very beautiful and dignified. Seeing Zhang Hanxiao come downstairs, the crowd, who originally had a very relaxed atmosphere, suddenly became a bit formal, except for Han Haoren. Of course, in Han Haoren's opinion, Zhang Hanxiao's appearance must be connected to himself, but Han Haoren couldn't guess exactly what the connection was yet, and that's how the aura of a big star works. Han Haoren didn't feel like he should be intimidated. Zhang Hanxiao intentionally or unintentionally sat in the seat opposite Han Haoren, and in this way, she was facing Han Haoren. Although it seemed to be greeting everyone, Zhang Henshin's eyes kept looking straight ahead. "What are you guys doing?" Tang Yeye and Hot Shouty both froze, not knowing how to answer for a moment, or Han Hong replied very directly, "Chat." Zhang Hanxiao smiled at Han Haoren's tone without thinking and asked, "Can I join you?" "Of course," Shi Yuhan hurriedly replied. I have to say that Zhang Hanxiao is very good at enlivening the atmosphere. The original nervousness that everyone felt about meeting a big star was quickly gone. Zhang Hanxiao quickly got into the conversation. Hot Shouty couldn't help but ask, "Sister Hanshin, what would you choose to participate in this program?" Zhang Hanxiao smiled. "My purpose is the same as yours. To find true love." Hot Shouty laughed. "Don't joke about it. Sister Hanxiao, you want to fall in love? Just say the word and the queue can start from this villa to 5 miles away. You're so pretty, so talented, and a big star. It's not easy to fall in love, is it? It's almost as if you have all the men in the world at your disposal. Instead of looking at hot shouty, Zhang Hanxiao's gaze still looked straight at Han Haoren as she replied, "Oh, is that so?" Hot shouty didn't realize that this question was actually asked by Zhang Hanxiao to Han Haoren, and she thought that Zhang Hanxiao was having a conversation with herself. So hot shouty hurriedly said, "Of course, Sister Hanshin, don't underestimate your charm. You go out and get any man hand to hand." Instead of continuing this topic, Zhang Hanxiao said, "I see there's a small karaoke here. Why don't we sing?" In Zhang Hanxiao's mind, no matter if it was for the sake of accomplishing her mission or what she wanted in her heart, she wanted to be able to attract Han Haoren. And although Han Haoren had never been in love, she had been in the entertainment industry for so long and was well versed in the ways of the world. She knew that the first thing to do to attract someone was to show them the best of herself. Zhang Hanxiao thinks that she is not weaker than the other 5 female guests, although these 5 were all overwhelmingly beautiful and young in Zhang Hanxiao's opinion. But Zhang Hanxiao, as a superstar, is very confident in her looks and body, and apart from his looks, Zhang Hanshin has many strengths of his own, like singing. As a music producer and singer, Zhang Hanshin has released more than 20 albums, all of them original and all of them broke platinum sales. In KTV, the hottest songs are always those of Zhang Hanxiao. As for singing, Zhang Hanxiao is very confident, and Zhang Hanxiao had another purpose. It was when Han Haoren and Song Shinran were dating that the show filmed a clip of Han Haoren singing for Song Shinran, but it's only a 5-second clip. From those 5 seconds, Zhang Hanxiao could tell that Han Haoren's tone timbre was perfect. Zhang Hanxiao even felt that professional singers' voices were inferior to Han Haoren's. So, Zhang Hanxiao also wanted to hear Han Haoren sing again. Listen to Han Hong sing a full song. Star. Chapter 134, Sweet Chorus. Heartwarming eyes. The karaoke was turned on, and the crowd naturally handed the microphone to Zhang Hanxiao. Zhang Hanshin also took over the mic without a second thought. The Wang Songsong and Li Feng saw Zhang Hanxiao going downstairs and hurriedly went downstairs as well in an attempt to join the group. But Zhang Hanxiao's gaze still kept looking at Han Haoren. "I want to sing a male-female chorus of emotions. Han Haoren, can you accompany me?" Han Haoren also wanted to know what kind of medicine was in Zhang Hanxiao's gourd for keeping such an eye on him, so he nodded without refusing. Wang Songsong immediately felt that there was something wrong with the aim. He had only just tried to turn his goal towards becoming to start pursuing Zhang Hanxiao. He had just thought in his mind that Zhang Hanxiao was definitely not that shallow to only look at her face. But why is it that it's only the first day? And how come Zhang Hanxiao looks just as mesmerized by Han Haoren as the other 5 female guests? Wang Songsong was curious to know what kind of magic did this Han Haoren have? Wang Songsong instantly felt that he should find a chance to ask Han Haoren for some good advice. In this villa competition, Wang Songsong concedes. Anyway, Wang Songsong didn't worry about not having a beautiful woman to stick up to him. But Wang Songsong really wanted to learn from Han Haoren how to pick up girls without posing as a rich man or dropping money into the love hut. This period of time really is Wang Songsong most skeptical of life days. Starts to like Song Shinran, Song Shinran likes Han Haoren. Then the target turns to pursue Tong Yaya, who likes Han Haoren. Now comes a superstar come Wang Songsong's girl, Zhang Hanxiao, who turns out to like Han Haoren. Is that what's going on? Zhang Hanxiao chose one of the most popular duet love songs today, Dimple. As soon as Han Haoren opened his mouth, Zhang Hanxiao inwardly sighed in admiration for Han Haoren's singing voice. "I'm still looking, a lean and a hug. Who will pray for me and worry for me, getting mad at me for making a scene for me?" Han Haoren sings better than any male singer she's ever worked with. Although the song, being a love song between a man and a woman, is not that difficult to sing, but Zhang Hanxiao could also hear Han Haoren's level from this song. The sound quality is very translucent. The pitch is similar to the original song, very emotionally involved. It's definitely a sound that can mesmerize. Song Shinran had heard Han Haoren sing before, so she wasn't too surprised by Han Haoren's performance. However, Song Shinran was once again mesmerized by Han Haoren's singing. The only regret was that this time Han Hong wasn't singing to her, but looking at the TV screen to read the lyrics, and the other female guests. Hot shouty, Tong Yaya, Chi Yuhan and Su Siyu's eyes lit up all of a sudden. They just realized that Han Haoren actually sang so well. When it came to the part of the female voice, Zhang Hanxiao naturally had competition on her mind without any reluctance. Although the sound quality of this home karaoke is certainly not as good as a recording studio, but Zhang Hanshin's singing prowess, too, was top-notch. And even with clean singing, Zhang Hanshin could perform a song perfectly. Happiness begins to show signs. Fate has brought us closer together. And then the loneliness was swallowed up. Boredom becomes conversation and change. Good to hear. This was the feeling of everyone present, including Han Haoren. After the men and women each sang a verse, it was time for the chorus. Dimples and long lashes are your best marks. The two men's eyes finally met. Looking at Han Haoren's eyes as he looked at himself with a smile, Zhang Hanxiao almost couldn't hold on and was about to indulge into Han Haoren's eyes, but the next line is her subtext again. I miss your smile every day when I can't sleep. Although Zhang Hanxian has never been in love in the theater, he has also acted in romances. As an actor, Zhang Hanxian is able to get into a scene quickly and also use his acting skills to pretend that he is in love with someone. However, Zhang Hanxiao knew that look alone was the glance with Han Haoren. 27 years her ancient heart suddenly touched. Of course, Zhang Hanxiao knew in her heart that she had a crush on Han Haoren, and it certainly wasn't because of the chorus of this love song. Rather, in the previous days of being an observer, seeing such an excellent Han Haoren, Zhang Hanxiao had a little bit of a heart attack. Although she couldn't talk about liking it, Zhang Hanxiao was undoubtedly curious about Han Haoren, and even had some slight admiration for him. And when it came to the formal contact, when the two of them looked deeply into each other's eyes, Zhang Hanxiao suddenly realized that she actually really couldn't help but fall deeply into it. Ah, really shy. The dimples and long lashes are hopelessly charming. I'm slowing down. I feel like I'm drunk. Finally found the beauty of a heart-to-heart. A lifetime of warmth and goodness, I'll always love you to the end of your days. The song comes to a close with the two singing the chorus, and everyone gave the two a round of applause. Sister Han Xin, you really are a big singer. And Han Haoren, you sing beautifully too. Hot Shouty was very cuddly. As soon as Hottie opened his mouth, others blew up the two. This is the most moving chorus I've ever heard, Chi Yuhan said. Zhang Hanxiao first smiled and gestured to the crowd, then looked at Han Haoren and said, Han Haoren, your sound quality is really exceptionally good. You were born to be a singer. How about it? Are you interested in entering the entertainment industry as a singer? I can introduce you to my record label. I can even write a song just for you. Hearing Zhang Hanxiao's words, Wang Songsong, who was already very jealous on the side, instantly went crazy. Zhang Hanxiao wants to write a song for Han Haoren. Wang Songsong naturally knew that as perhaps the best lyricist, composer, music producer, and Grammy Award winner in all of China, Zhang Hanxiao didn't easily write songs for others except for his own record releases. Zhang Hanxiao has written 3 songs for 3 people since his debut. All 3 were loud and clear. Divas whose seniority and fame were even more exuberant than that of Zhang Hanxiao at the time. After this, Zhang Hanxiao never wrote another song for anyone else. In other words, Zhang Hanxiao has never written a song for a male singer. Even when other male singers wanted to cover Zhang Hanxiao's songs, Zhang Hanxiao refused to authorize the copyright. Once Zhang Hanxiao's record company, Black Gold Records, wanted to promote a newcomer to make a debut. The boss of the record company directly visited Zhang Hanxiao and asked for songs, but Zhang Hanxiao refused. According to reports, at the time, Zhang Hanxian was very firm in his refusal, with the exact words, "She doesn't deserve to sing the songs I wrote." Today, however, Zhang Hanxiao had taken the initiative to write a song for Han Haoren. Wang Songsong felt that he was afraid that he wasn't dreaming, right? Star. Chapter 135, Su Siyu, moved to tears for the 3rd time. What made Wang Songsong even more skeptical was Han Haoren's answer. Han Haoren looked at Zhang Hanxiao and politely declined. Thank you, but I have no intention of moving into the entertainment industry. Zhang Hanxiao also expected Han Haoren's reply. Han was a man who didn't even bother to ask for the rating of a legendary pianist. He only agreed to participate in the hall-level examination in order to fulfill his dream for Su Siyu. Han Haoren didn't lack money and didn't want to become famous. How could such a person move towards the entertainment industry? Instead of inviting Han Haoren to sing another love song, Zhang Hanxiao just sang one of her own hits at the invitation of the crowd and handed the microphone over to someone else. Both Tanya Yet and Hot Kitty actually sing very well. The two also sang one of their best songs. Hot Shouty, in particular, chose a love song, and while she was singing, she didn't look at the inscription, but kept her eyes glued to Han Haoren. Hot D's actions were obvious. His own song was directed at Han Hongyu. The content of the lyrics of this song is addressed to you, Han Hong. Wang Songsong purposely sang a song as well just to show off. Although Wang Songsong thought he was playing at a superb level, he did not achieve the effect of a full house that he expected. There were only a few people, sparsely and politely applauding, far less enthusiastic than the applause given to Han Haoren in the beginning. Much less did anyone say he sang well. Wang Songsong immediately shut himself up. He felt that this place was not suitable for him, so he said goodbye to the crowd and went back to his room. And Li Feng had long ago left one step ahead of Wang Songsong. After all, it was especially awkward for him to stay here and neither sing nor speak. Song Xinran also ordered a love song. Although it wasn't as blunt as Hot Shouty, anyone could tell from Song Xinran's eyes that drifted towards Han Haoren from time to time that Song Xinran was singing this song to Han Haoren. The 6 beauties were tired of singing, and all of them looked at Han Haoren as if they were coaxing him to offer another song. Song Xinran also made it a point to say, "People don't know, do they?" Han Haoren also writes his own songs. Han Haoren, sing us a song you wrote. Zhang Hanxiao inwardly gave Song Xinran a few hundred kudos. She was waiting for Song Xinran to mention this. Zhang Hanxiao very much wanted to listen to the last Han Haoren state in its entirety. She only heard 5 seconds of the song. However, Zhang Hanshan could not reveal the fact that he was an observer and had been secretly observing the pairs of male and female guests for over a week. Therefore, Zhang Hanxiao could only expect Song Xinran, the only one besides her who had heard Han Haoren sing the song, to speak up. Han Haoren gave Song Xinran a helpless look, meaning, "Why are you selling me out at a time like this?" In desperation, Han Haoren's brain searched his song library for songs from 2009 onward. The previous song, Confession Balloon, was from the famous Jay Chou, and the song and lyrics were slowly in the style of Jay Chou. However, it was mistaken by Song Xinran as being original. This time, Song Xinran even opened her mouth to mention that she could write songs. Han Haoren is convinced of one thing: a man can't say he can't in front of a beautiful woman. So Han Haoren picked up the microphone and said, "Then I'll clear a song." The girls who had been chattering and coaxing were quiet as they waited for Han Haoren to sing. Han Haoren also adjusted his mood and began to sing with his unique voice. In September, you're looking out the window of a humid car. Outside the window, his hose is in bloom. Chair in a foreign land, leaves have wings. The streets of Shanghai are bordered by snow-capped mountains. You're leaning against the window of my heart. Where we're going. As the most talented master lyricist and composer within the 6 ladies, Zhang Hanshan savored Han Haoren's song. Originally, Zhang Hanxiao thought Han Haoren would sing the song from the amusement park, but with this song, simply by distinguishing the tune that Han Haoren started with, Zhang Hanxiao knew that it was another very different song. It's all one slow song, but it seems like the previous one was sweet, while this one seems a little sadder. Where do you like to go? Shanghai or Sanya, Iceland or Greece? Don't you go to South America? Do you love the desert? I ask too many questions. You know what? The rainy season here is only a day or two. The days are long and short. There are 3 years in the night. Han Haoren's tone is already beautiful, and when he sings this song, he expresses his feelings completely. All at once, all of them quieted down and savored the song. Su Siyu was the fastest moving of the girls. It was because Su Siyu still remembered what Han Haoren had said to herself, promising herself a promise. So when she heard the lyrics, where do you like to go? Shanghai or Sanya? Iceland or Greece? Don't you want to go to South America? Do you love the desert? She thought that Han Haoren was singing this song to himself. Su Siyu thought that Han Haoren was singing this song to himself. Once again, Su Siyu's eyes reddened. She found that she had cried 3 times in just 1 week. The first time was when she heard Han Haoren play Moonlight, and the emotion expressed by Han Haoren made her cry uncontrollably. The second time was when Han Haoren said those words to her in the car. And the third time is now. Su Siyu originally thought that she was a person with a very insensitive or even slow mind. But Su Siyu realized that she had become a completely different person around Han Haoren. She became the happy little woman that Han Haoren talked about. Chi Yuhan also felt more and more that Han Haoren was so perfect. Several times before, Chi Yuhan chose to vote for Han Haoren. Similar to the observer's analysis, she felt that Han Haoren was the best, so she wanted to pursue that best male guest. But today, Han Haoren could see that she was in a bad mood, and while listening to her, he quickly guessed why she was unhappy. Even, Han Hong offered to help herself with a problem she was all set to give up on before. Chi Yuhan's impression of Han Haoren had completely changed within a day. Before that it was probably just faintly favorable, yet now it was an emotion that she couldn't even tell herself. Is it fondness? Is it gratitude? Is it admiration? Is it trust? Or is it a mixture of several feelings? Chi Yuhan realized that even she couldn't quite tell what feelings she had for Han Haoren. Chapter 136, Zhang Hanxiao's song request. You know what today's news says? The bridge on Highway 1 is broken. Are we still going? You want to talk about it again? It'll take a year. Can you wait a year? Are you still going? Do you like it? Su Siyu was the first to be moved to tears because the lyrics really hit home. And after Su Siyu took out a tissue to wipe her tears, Song Xinran couldn't help but cry as well. Song Xinran didn't know why she was so sentimental. She cried when Han Hong sang Confession Balloon earlier. This time, she cried again. Perhaps, emotions are contagious? Perhaps, Han Haoren's singing voice really does have the magic power to move people to tears, doesn't it? As a top Chinese lyricist and composer, Zhang Hanxiao had been savoring Han Haoren's song. When Han Haoren finished singing, Zhang Hanxiao stared at Han Haoren with wide-eyed surprise. You wrote the song? Han Haoren nodded very naturally. Zhang Hanxiao continued to ask, this song, what's its name? Han Hong replied, The Inner Workings of My Heart When I'm Falling for You. Han Haoren said the title of the song, directly hitting the hearts of the 6 girls again. Zhang Hanxiao looked at Han Haoren with even more admiration at this time. No wonder you don't want me to write songs for you. You write your own songs better than I do. This time, Hadi's mouth dropped open a little incredulously. Hadi asked, how is this possible? Han Asia? You're a Grammy winner. Who doesn't know that you're the only female singer in China who writes her own lyrics and music and gets a Grammy for it? Han Haoran's song is good, but aren't you exaggerating a bit when you say it's better than you? Zhang Hanxiao said with a straight face. No, I'm not exaggerating, it is indeed better than me. While the lyrics are stark and moving, they are also clean and pure. I can feel the adorable state of being a deer in the headlights and cautious when one is in love in this song. Han Haoran, this song, it's supposed to be a female perspective song, right? But when you sing it, it's also very good. The structure of the song is also new, the first time I've seen it. The main thing I say about the song being better than the song I wrote is that the song itself has a stronger flow than the song I wrote. I'm certain that if this song is released on an album, it's going to be a huge hit. Han Haoran, since you don't want to be a singer, how about selling this song to me? I'm using it as the lead single for my next album. When these words came out, they gave everyone in the room a bigger shock than when Zhang Hanxiao said she would write a song for Han Haoran, because for better or worse, Zhang Hanxiao did write songs for 3 singers since his debut. So Zhang Hanxiao really appreciated Han Haoran's singing prowess and wanted to write a song for him, which was still an understandable thing to do. But Zhang Hanxiao has never sung a song that someone else wrote the lyrics or composed until now. Every single song on any of the albums released by Zhang Hanxiao is composed and arranged by Zhang Hanxiao herself. That's why they call her a talented musician. Even when Zhang Hanxiao had just debuted, her record company helped her find the hottest composer at the time to invite her to sing a song. Zhang Hanxiao didn't even sing it in the end, still insisting on singing all her own originals. And now, Zhang Hanxiao says she's going to sing a song written by Han Haoran, and it's the same song that Han Hong just sang? It blew everyone's mind. Han Haoran also found it very strange. There's definitely something odd about Chang Hanxin. From the moment he entered the door, Zhang Hanxiao unleashed good feelings towards himself at all times. As in, she wanted to chase herself. But Han Haoran's memories of his 2 lives didn't remember any interactions between him and Zhang Hanxiao. Even Han Haoran hadn't even been to a Zhang Hanxiao concert. Han Haoran stared into Zhang Hanxiao's eyes and said, "Are you sure? Are you sure you want to buy this song of mine, and you're going to sing it yourself?" Zhang Hanxian smiled and said, "That's for sure. And you're a song that was originally written with lyrics from a girl's point of view. Wouldn't it fit the mood of the lyrics if I sang? You make me an offer, or if you need a cut. If the percentage is something I can hammer out, I can call someone over right away and we'll sign a contract." Although Zhang Hanxiao accepts the mission to make Han Haoran say the words "I like you" to her, Zhang Hanxiao already had a good feeling about Han Haoran though. But Zhang Hanxian is still very serious about his music. Zhang Hanxian said this to Han Haoran because it was true that she wanted to sing this song very much. Zhang Hanxian felt that this song suited her very well. As for her never singing about other songwriters and composers, Zhang Hanxiao knew that this was simply because, on her own, she had written enough songs, and they were good enough. Zhang Hanxiao felt that the lyrics written by other writers were not as good as her own, or did not suit her, so naturally, she would not sing them. The song that Han Haoran had just sung was undoubtedly very suitable for Zhang Hanxiao. Han Haoran looked at Zhang Hanxian, and also realized that Zhang Hanxian was serious and determined. So Han Haoran said, "If you really like it, I'll just sell you this song for $1. This time it was Zhang Hanxiao's turn to be surprised. "Such a good song, and you're only selling it to me for $1? What's the difference between that and giving it to me? Han Haoran, maybe you don't understand our pop music scene. A song by a big-name composer-lyricist can sell for a very high price. Even, one could negotiate a split with the record company, where he gets a cut of every record sold. I can help you talk to my record label about this and definitely give you a proper split." Han Haoran laughed. How much can a song be worth? Even if it sells well, the record industry isn't exactly in a slump these days. It's pretty much a given that Chang Hanxin was able to maintain platinum sales, but even platinum only sold a mere 100,000 copies. When you sell 100,000 records, after sales costs, recording costs, you don't get much of a cut to the artist per se, not to mention songwriters whose cut is only a small percentage. Most importantly, the song itself wasn't written by Han Haoran either, but rather he plagiarized it from the future. It wasn't worth much anyway, so I might as well give it to Zhang Hanxiao. After all, although verbal jokes and hot shouty said that Zhang Hanxi was an old woman, as a matter of fact, Han Haoran still liked Zhang Hanxiao as a person, especially since she always had a good reputation in the entertainment industry. Star. Chapter 137 Love Letter from Zhang Hanxiao. Looking at Zhang Hanxiao, not only did she not want to take advantage of herself, but she desperately tried to persuade herself to sell her something more expensive. Han Haoran inwardly felt a few more points of favor towards Zhang Hanxiao, although he couldn't figure out why from the moment he entered this house. This person, Zhang Hanxiao, was strange in paying so much attention to himself, but Han Haoran was also able to know that Zhang Hanxiao had absolutely no ill will towards himself, and instead had always held a good feeling. So Han Haoran also looked at Zhang Hanxiao very seriously. "If I say $1, then it's $1. I think it's enough that the song What Goes On Inside Me When I Fall For You has met the right person to sing it. To be honest, that little draw on the song rights really isn't very much on my mind. Writing songs is just my hobby. I'm not a lyricist or a composer. I would not sell my songs lightly, but if I wanted to, I would only charge $1. Zhang Hanxiao looked at Han Haoren solemnly and said thank you. A couple of people sang a few more songs, and Han Haoren ended up encouraging Su Siyu, who had been smiling and listening to the others sing, to sing a song as well. In the end, Su Siyu couldn't hold back the crowd's coaxing and sang a song, although it was obvious that it should be the first time that Su Siyu sang with a microphone. But it must be said that the musicians have a very good sense of musicality, and Su Siyu's voice is equally sweet and nice. Thus, Su Siyu received a warm applause second only to Han Haoren. It was late, and at Han Haoren's mention, the crowd dispersed and returned to their rooms. In the middle of the night, Han Haoren compiled a review blog and went on to start working on futures trends, and Zhang Hanxian ambled over to the table, writing a letter in earnest. One of her tasks is to go to Han Haoren's place and sneak in an anonymous love letter to create chaos. This task is significantly easier than getting Han to say I like you to him. It's just that Zhang Hanxiao has always belonged to the category of receiving love letters since she was a child. Even the love letters that other people wrote to her, Zhang Hanxiao didn't even look at them and threw them into the trash can. Asked to write a love letter, Zhang Hanxiao found it harder than writing a love song. Early the next morning, Han Haoren went out early as usual. It's already Thursday. The funds on Han Haoren's account had already exceeded 100 million and was on its way to 200 million. And Han Hong knew that Friday was the moment when the futures market would be decided. So, he still had to be completely prepared without any distractions to ensure that nothing went wrong. Otherwise, the loss of the 200 million soft dollars just earned was small, and it would take a really long time to wait for the next once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Han Haoren knows that the year 2009 in which he is now living has changed a lot of history compared to the year 2009 he remembered in his previous life. For example, Twitter started a sweepstakes in '09. Of course this is just a small insignificant thing. Apart from letting Han Haoren rake in his first gold, there's nothing special that comes out of the situation. Of course, there have been very important changes in the world. For example, originally Han Haoren impression of the spring of 2006 began to gradually appear. In August 2007 began to sweep the world of the subprime mortgage crisis in the United States, and this world has not yet happened. Lehman Brothers didn't fail or is still a top 4 investment bank in the world. Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae are thriving. Merrill Lynch was also not acquired by Bank of America. Finance industry, the best industry in the world, and all the students are rushing to enroll in finance-related majors. In this life, Han Haoren's classmates in the finance program were hesitant as they neared graduation. Unlike the sad faces in the previous life, the financial crisis didn't happen, and the impact on the world was just too great. Investment banking, for example, is still the most coveted profession. Chen Yuzhou's offer from Morgan Stanley was envied by countless graduates of Mizunak University's finance program. McKinsey, which had already sent Han Haoren a formal offer to join the company, is also the world's top management consulting firm, whether it's Morgan Stanley or McKinsey. Even rookies entering their first year in these companies receive salaries and bonuses that are more than 10 times the usual starting salary for graduates. These salaries, of course, Han Haoren no longer sees. So, although the impression is that the trend of the futures market that Han Haoren is concerned about at this moment is still exactly the same as in his previous life, but Han Haoren knew that he all but couldn't take it lightly, because this time, he's gaming the futures market against Soros, Rogers, Druckenmiller, Buffett, Munger, Dario. None of it is to be taken lightly. If Han Haoren didn't possess memories of the future, Han Haoren wouldn't have dared to fight these predators at all. And today, Han Haoren must also ensure one thing, that is, what happens in one's memory cannot be deviated even a little bit in this world. Just as Han Haoren was intensely busy, Zhang Hanxiao finally finished writing the love letter. Last night, she wrote until midnight. Waking up early this morning, Zhang Hanxiao continued to start writing love letters, and only at noon did Zhang Hanxiao finish her love letters. Because it was an anonymous love letter, not only did Zhang Hanxiao not sign her name, but she also did not reveal any pointers within the love letter, indicating who wrote the message. Zhang Hanxiao believed that Han Haoren had received this love letter and wouldn't be able to guess who it came from. There was nothing special about this love letter. It wasn't touching at all, but rather a bit raw. No, but it was the last sentence left by Zhang Hanxian within the love letter that was the point. If you want to know who I am, in the wee hours of Saturday morning, don't lock the door and I'll come to your room in my sexiest pajamas. Zhang Hanxiao thought he was too talented. That's a bare-bones hint. What man can resist this temptation? I wonder how Han Haoren will react when he receives this love letter. Zhang Hanxiao guessed that Han Haoren would surely go to guess. From whom did this love letter come? But what Han Haoren would never have expected was that this love letter was just fooling him. Zhang Hanxiao completed the task, then went to her room and reported to the other observers before happily going out. Today, she has an endorsement event to attend. The end is estimated to be midnight, which is why the time agreed upon by Zhang Han-shin is early Saturday morning, not early Friday morning. Star. Chapter 138, A Feast Not to Be Missed. Han Haoren stepped on the spot and returned to the villa just in time for dinner. Though today, he didn't have anything special going on, but he didn't want to be a cook preparing dinner either. After dinner, only Song Shinran walked up to Han Haoren. Han Haoren, are we able to talk alone? Han Haoren was a bit strange, but he followed Song Shinran up to the entertainment room on the second floor. Originally, at this time, several other female guests such as Tongya and Hot Shouty would also join in the fun. Basically, wherever Han Haoren walks, a group of female guests walks in great numbers. But today, things seem to be different. Chi Yuhan and Zhang Hanxiao don't seem to be back yet. On the other hand, Su Siyu, Tongya and Hot Shouty still stayed in the living room on the first floor, as if it was an agreement with Song Shinran to create time for the two to be alone. Han Haoren sat down and looked at Song Shinran with a smile. Shinran, is there anything important you want to talk to me about? Han Haoren felt that Song Shinran must have already made an agreement with the other female guests before, or else no one would have come over to interrupt their solo conversation. This meant that Song Shinran must have something particularly urgent and important to find herself. So Han Haoren just looked at Song Shinran with his full attention, waiting for Song Shinran to speak. Song Shinran smiled and said, actually, there's nothing special law, but a few of us have already made an agreement. If you can come back in the evening, we'll each take turns having alone time with you. I had better luck drawing the first one. Han Haoren, is he so popular already? Why does it sound like the ancient emperor flipping his cards and choosing a noble concubine to serve him in bed? Thursday Song Shinran, Friday Hot Shouty, Saturday Tongya, Sunday Su Siyu, Monday Chi Yuhan? I wonder if Zhang Hanshin has joined. However, it seemed as if Han Haoren himself had no initiative. Instead, the girls assigned themselves. Han Haoren knew that Song Shinran didn't have anything particularly important and urgent to say to him, so he put his heart down. Han Haoren took the initiative to start the conversation. Shinran, working at Goldman Sachs, is it hard? Song Shinran nodded naturally. Han Haoren, you should know, the work of an investment bank, even if I am an actuary, is very busy, but for the past 2 months, I've applied for vacation time with the company in order to film the show, so most of the time I don't need to work overtime for a long time to take care of urgent matters. Normally, it's not unusual to work until 2 or 3 a.m. every day and wake up at 7 a.m. the next day. Han Haoren naturally knew the fortunes of investment banking. If there is no pay, how can there be such a well-paid reward? Han Haoren continued, so Song Shinran, do you like your job? Actually, with your career as an actuary, the job would be a lot easier if you went to an insurance company or something like that. But this place, investment banking, is a place where you're making money with your body? Song Shinran nodded naturally. Of course. You know what, Han Haoren? I actually have a career plan in life. My goal is investment banking or fund, and more than an actuary. My next goal is to become an analyst at an investment bank, and eventually, I want to be a trader at a top hedge fund. Han Haoren remembered what he was going to do every day. Hedge funds? Han Haoren smiled and asked. Song Shinran, the job of a hedge fund trader is quite different from your original job as an actuary. Whether it's stock index futures, commodity futures or options hedging, it's a completely different field. Song Shinran smiled and said, don't underestimate me either. I'm the one who got my CFA certification, still have a great understanding of finance, and I have an MBA from Harvard Business School, too. While I don't specifically have experience in a fund company that has traded futures options, I know a lot about those. When I'm secure in my position as a senior actuary at Goldman Sachs and am able to get another promotion, I'll apply for a transfer as well. Han Haoren listened to Song Shinran's ambition and pondered a little. If Song Shinran really wanted to develop in the direction of a hedge fund trader, then his own daily futures market craziness could be a good place for Song Shinran to participate. Also let Song Shinran experience, in the futures market, a second hundreds of millions of dollars of money gambling. Besides, Han Haoren already knew that he had many opponents. Take, for example, Soros of the Quantum Fund. The predator who triggered the Asian financial crisis on his own is arguably a model in the textbooks of major business schools. Take, for example, Rogers, the original co-founder of the Quantum Fund, who has now gone solo. For example, Druckenmiller, who was once Soros' biggest behind-the-scenes warlord, helped Soros take down the British pound, and now founded Dekena Capital Management. Take for example Dario, founder of Bridgewater Associates, the world's largest hedge fund of funds. For example, Paulson, the founder of the Paulson Hedge Fund, the god of Wall Street emptiness and the first man in hedge funds, after leaving Goldman Sachs. Tepper, who founded Appaloosa Investment Management, Inc. They are all in charge of top hedge funds, the world's top traders. They own hedge funds that are in charge of tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of U.S. dollars. Paulson, in particular, is a Harvard graduate who was a managing director at Bear Stearns, the fifth largest investment bank, and then founded the world's top Paulson hedge fund. David Tepper, on the other hand, got his start at Goldman Sachs and started his own investment management firm. It can be said that Song Shinran's career plan resembles the career trajectory of Tepper and Paulson. In addition to these guys, Berkshire Hathaway's Warren Buffett and Munger look like they want to come in for a plug. So, Han Haoren extended an invitation to Song Shinran. Shinran, are you free for the whole day tomorrow? If you want to get an early taste of the excitement and brutality of the futures market, I think there's a feast tomorrow that you can't miss. Chapter 139, Do-It-Yourself System Reward? Although the program rules state that male and female guests cannot leave contact information with each other, however, the program does not specify that the male guest cannot meet the female guest outside the villa. For example, Han Haoren and Chi Yuhan had arranged to meet at Chi Yuhan's dessert store. So naturally, Han Haoren was able to invite Song Shinran to join him tomorrow at the BOC. Although, Han Haoren felt that having Song Shinran and He Kite meet was something that could go awry, but Han Haoren still extended an invitation to Song Shinran. Song Shinran was a bit skeptical about Han Haoren's words of a feast not to be missed, but for the first time, Han Haoren took the initiative to ask himself to meet outside the villa, which made Song Shinran ecstatic. As for what the job was, Song Shinran all but threw it out of her mind. I'm free. I can take tomorrow off from the company. Han Haoren and Song Shinran agreed on a time for the two of them to depart from the villa tomorrow and head directly to the BOC. The two chatted for a long time more, and finally seeing that it was getting late, Song Shinran reluctantly eyed Han Haoren back to his room, though there is some loss inside, though it feels like there is so much more to be said. But Song Shinran also knew that she could have another solo date with Han Haoren tomorrow morning. This made the loss inside Song Shinran fade a lot. Han Haoren returned to his room and the first thing he saw was a letter sitting on his desk. Han Haoren frowned and opened the letter. Han Haoren quickly read through a love letter that was not particularly beautifully written. The whole letter had little content, but the last sentence, if you want to know who I am, in the wee hours of Saturday morning, don't lock the door. I will come to your room in my sexiest pajamas. It made Han Haoren feel a little surprised. What the hell is this letter? Who wrote it? Female guests? Or is it the director's crew? This one sounds and looks like a female guest. Han Haoren instantly guessed who the letter came from. Chang Han Shin. Han Haoren could tell by elimination that the letter was definitely not from Hot Shouty, Song Shinran, Tong Yaya, Chi Yuhan, and Su Siu. On the contrary, Zhang Hanxiao, in the text of this letter, is a bit of writing lyrics, but then, it's clear that this letter fails if he's a love letter at all. Not a single word of love that can move anyone. That's why Zhang Hanshin is undoubtedly the most suspicious. And what convinced Han Haoren that this letter came from Zhang Hanxiao was the time when this letter appeared. If this letter came from the other 5 female guests, why was it placed on his desk today, and only after Zhang Hanxiao joined? So the answer is simple. This letter came from Han Xin Chang, who just joined. From the first time he saw Zhang Hanxiao, Han Haoren felt that this superstar was not normal. Han Haoren is now beginning to wonder if Zhang Hanxiao is also an actor found by the program. Only his own character is an imposter of the rich and famous. And what about Zhang Hanxiao, the actor, who is obviously there to hype up the show and boost the ratings? If Zhang Hanshin is an actor and entered this program with a special purpose, then it would make sense that Zhang Hanshin recognized himself in advance, because the directors group must have also talked to Zhang Hanshin about everything that had happened before. But would Zhang Hanxiao really come to her room in her sexiest pajamas? Han Haoren didn't believe it. Zhang Hanxiao is known to be clean in the entertainment industry. Don't even talk about yourself as an imposter of wealth. Even when Zhang Hanxiao had just debuted without fame, Han Haoren knew that she hadn't worn the sexiest pajamas to the rooms of big-name male celebrities and big-name directors. Otherwise, Zhang Hanxiao wouldn't have been so well known in the entertainment industry until her accidental suicide. Han Haoren smiled, took a pen and paper from his own table, and wrote a letter as well. Put down the letter. Han Haoren picked up the written letter and tiptoed out the door. The destination is naturally Zhang Hanxiao's room with him, in the 3rd floor of the original mysterious room. Han Haoren knew that Zhang Hanxiao wasn't in the room. When Han Haoren went out in the morning, he saw Zhang Hanshin's high heels in the shoe cabinet at the door, and when I came back at night, the shoes were not there. This means that Zhang Hanshin probably went out wearing these shoes, and for all that time at dinner, including the time Han Haoren and Song Shinran spent chatting, there was no sign of Zhang Hanxiao. Therefore, Han Haoren could conclude that Zhang Hanxiao had gone out. Walking up to the door of Zhang Hanxiao's room, just as Han Haoren expected, the door was unlocked and there was no one inside the room. Han Haoren put the letter on the bed in Zhang Hanxiao's room and slipped out. although Han Haoren still remembered that system reward of his. However, Han Haoren felt that this system wouldn't be so pitiful that it was asking him to sneak into the room's bathroom now to see if there were any surprise gains, right? For example, Zhang Hanxiao's change of clothes has not yet been washed or something like that. Is it okay to do it yourself and get rewarded by the system? Han Haoren was not really interested in the original flavor of the big star. In Han Haoren's opinion, it wasn't as good as an attribute point reward. Han Haoren, who had returned to his room again, was suddenly nervous, because it's finally time for a big moment. That's when it's time to use the number of draws he's accumulated. Han Haoren had already checked his bank card before leaving work, and he now had over $260 million in his account. And Han Haoren's system also had the reward of 19 silver draws. As for the gold level draw, you had to earn 100 million to draw once, and Han Haoren was still a lot away from earning his first gold draw. At the level of 100 million, it's no longer something you can earn by tweeting some advertisement sweepstakes blogs. Han Haoren finished bathing and dressing and started the lottery. The owner has chosen to draw the bronze and silver level draw 19 times in a row. Ding! Congratulations to the master for gaining +1 to the collaborative power attribute value. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining a lucky attribute value of +1. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a value of +1 for the commercial sense of smell attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for gaining +1 to the retrograde force attribute value. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining a lucky attribute value of +1. The first 5 draws are all attribute boosts. This made Han Haoren slightly depressed. Han Haoren thought that when the lottery was upgraded from bronze to silver, it would at least produce some good skills for special items, right? I didn't realize that most of the rewards for the draws were still attribute values. Han Haoren then realized that perhaps his earliest few system-attached bronze level draws before, where he was able to draw so many skills, were the result of a burst of human luck. Star. Chapter 140, Han Haoren's reply. Ding! Congratulations to the master for gaining the charm attribute value +1. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining the intelligence attribute value of +1. Finally on the 8th draw, Han Haoren finally saw what he wanted to see. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for acquiring the manipulative, speculative abilities of George Soros. Han Haoren instantly revealed a bright smile. Han Haoren had now figured out some of the system's routines, and the ability to have its exclusive persona was several notches higher than a mere master skill. For example, Beethoven's piano skills. And George Soros, in a rare case, is not an ancient man who died long ago like Beethoven or Freud, but someone who was alive and still living. And Han Haoren also knew that George Soros was still the most formidable opponent he would meet tomorrow. At once, Han Haoren felt more awe for George Soros. After all, the fact that the system is able to have the name George Soros as a prefix for the trading and speculative abilities shows that George Soros' trading and speculative abilities are not only top in the world today, but are at the top in several eras. Han Haoren certainly knew that acquiring this skill would make it worth it to not draw any rewards for all of his other draws. This ability was too important for Han Haoren, and it came at too good a time, because this George Soros's manipulation and speculation ability did not just turn Han Hong into a top financial giant instantly. The most important point is that Han Haoren now has a complete understanding of George Soros' mindset. At this moment, Han Haoren was like a roundworm in Soros' stomach. To be able to know exactly what your opponent is thinking and know their train of thought in a vicious but bloodless duel is simply too buggy. Han Haoren felt that one of the opponents he had originally been most concerned about, Soros, had become his own puppet on a string. Ding! Congratulations to the master for gaining +1 to the leadership attribute value. Ding! Congratulations master for gaining +1 to the speed attribute value. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a value of +1 for the commercial sense of smell attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for gaining +1 to the creativity attribute value. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining a strength attribute value of +1. Ding! Congratulations to the master for gaining the eloquence attribute value of +1. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining a lucky attribute value of +1. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for acquiring master negotiation skills, directions, recognizing verbal signals, interpreting body language, psychological warfare. Ding! Congratulations to the master for gaining +1 to the collaborative power attribute value. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining a strength attribute value of +1. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining the endurance attribute value of +1. 19 silver level draws and only 2 skills were gained. The rest were attribute points. Generally speaking, Han Haoren is not very happy. However, this time around, Han Haoren was extremely satisfied with the lottery, simply because of the manipulative, speculative abilities of that George Soros he needed most. Han Haoren looked at his new attribute panel. He suddenly noticed a pattern. It seemed that his attribute values increased in a balanced manner. It doesn't say which attribute is being boosted centrally or which attribute isn't being boosted at all. Now all of Han Haoren's attribute points were over 8. Most of the attribute values are pretty average, with the lowest being 8, and the highest being intelligence at 12. Even the weakest luck attribute before had been raised to 9. Knowing that the average of a normal person was 5, it showed that Han Haoren's various attributes had gradually crushed normal people. It could be said that for each of Han Haoren's attributes individually, there was probably someone stronger than him in this world. But in terms of comprehensive ability, Han Haoren was already a monster. At 3 a.m., just when Han Haoren was contentedly entering dreamland, Zhang Hanxiao finally wrapped up her work and returned to the love hut. For a big name like Chang Hanxin, she has a very busy schedule. Even if the Fruit Channel had to record this program encountering the really rich and the poor in order to hire Zhang Hanshine, Zhang Hanshine had to deal with other work at any time during the recording process. This was originally agreed upon when the Fruit Channel and Zhang Hanxiao signed the contract. It's not like Tong Yaya, who stopped taking theater just to record this show every day. Besides working out to stay in shape, it's just a little bit of reading, practicing form, lines and such. However, it's not that Tong Yaya pushed a lot of opportunities to record this program. Originally, Tong Yaya, a third-rate star, couldn't get any plays. Returning to her room, after washing up and preparing to go to bed, Zhang Hanxiao suddenly realized that there was an extra letter on the bed in her room. Zhang Hanxiao's eyes widened in surprise right away. What the hell? Hadn't he already put the letter on the table in Han Haoren's room? How come the letter flew back on its own? Or, did Han return the letter? But it's not right. How could Han Haoren have guessed that the letter was written by himself? Zhang Hanxiao purposely did not use her own handwriting, and Zhang Hanxiao took care that the content and details of the letter would never point to herself. Even, Zhang Hanxiao purposely pretended that the letter came from a very young girl, such as Hot Shouty. Zhang Hanxiao opened the letter with great curiosity, only to realize that the letter was not the one he had originally written. The handwriting on this letter is very nice, and the letter was a poem. All intersections have a green light to let you pass as you please. All compasses point me in your direction. You're the unobtrusive wind. You are the wind that gently sweeps through your body. You're the wind that never shows its face. You're the wind that blows all the time and everywhere. You're my warm glove, cold beer, shirt with a sunny scent, dreaming day in and day out. You're as pure and innocent as glass. You're as pure and innocent as a stream of water. You're pure and naive. Nothing can change that. The sunlight passes through you, but changed their direction. I'll be waiting for you in the wee hours of Saturday morning. Zhang Hanxiao first savored the poem. She felt that the poem was so beautiful, almost more beautiful than the lyrics of a relationship. Zhang Hanxiao opened his computer and searched up the text of the poem online, only to find that it was not searched. In other words, it's an original poem, and the last line of the poem implies from whom the letter came. Han Haoren. I'll be waiting for you in the wee hours of Saturday morning. This is Han Huang's reply to his own letter. Zhang Hanxiao was once again shocked by Han Haoren's talent. This poem is so beautiful. Is it a love poem that Han Haoren wrote specifically for himself? Zhang Hanxiao found that his ancient and unruffled heart was once again touched. However, after Zhang Hanxiao had savored the poem several times, she realized something. Han Haoren had learned that the love letter she had placed on his desk had come from himself. I'll be waiting for you in the wee hours of Saturday morning. This was Han Haoren's reply. But really, when that time comes, should she wear her sexiest pajamas to Han Haoren's room or not? Chapter 141, A Terrible Opponent, Enemy of the State. Zhang Hanxiao found herself insomniac, tossing and turning as she lay in bed. She couldn't for the life of her figure out how Han Haoren guessed that the love letter came from herself. Zhang Hanxin is even more hesitant, already exposed himself whether to fulfill? This sentence, in itself, was a joke added by Zhang Hanxiao herself, teasing Han Haoren, who didn't know who wrote this letter anyway. However, after Han Haoren realized that the letter was written by himself, everything was different. The next day, Han Haoren drove Song Xinran to Bosai. Song Xinran sat on Han Haoren's Lamborghini Reventon, and her words suddenly became more frequent. Han Hong, aren't you a partner in a venture capital firm as well as a vice president of a private equity firm? Why would you even do the hedge fund piece? Bosai is considered one of the best brokerage firms in China. Do you work for Bosai? Han Haoren smiled and answered the curious baby-like Song Xinran. No, my friend works over there. I'm just going over there. There are professional traders as well as remote trading terminals remotely connected to the Magic City Futures Exchange. Song Xinran undoubtedly for financial knowledge is very proficient. Heard the words Magic City Futures Exchange asked, so Han Haoren, you want to trade today is not stock index futures, but commodity futures? Let's see. The Magic City Futures Exchange. Could it be copper futures or gold futures? Song Xinran knew that there were a total of 4 futures exchanges in China. Each futures exchange traded different categories. The earliest established Zheng commodity exchange trades basically agricultural crops, such as wheat, cotton, sugar, rapeseed oil and the like. The other Dalian commodity exchange in the northeast trades plastics, coke, corn and the like. The China Financial Futures Exchange, as its name suggests, trades stock index futures and treasury bond futures. And the Magic City Futures Exchange that Han Haoren is talking about mainly trades gold, silver, copper, aluminum and the like. And the futures market is dominated by gold or copper. It had all come down to a showdown. So Han Haoren naturally wouldn't shy away from anything and answered directly, not copper, not gold either. It's rebar. Song Shinran had never even heard of such a thing as rebar. Song Shinran asked, so rebar is a type of steel? Han Haoren nodded. Song Shinran was a little worried. Han Haoren, did you raise funds to help customers operate? Or did you invest the money yourself? Are you familiar with the rebar piece? Han Haoren smiled and nodded. Familiar. He had been watching the futures market for rebar since the first day of his rebirth. With rebar, of course, he couldn't be more familiar. Han Haoren chose rebar futures for a reason. Futures like gold or oil may sound high-end, but in reality, the volatility of the price of gold is entirely dependent on those capital market hedge fund predators. Every time, gold futures surge or plunge, behind the shadow of capital predators. When these capitals realized that Han Haoren wanted to follow them and drink soup, they would undoubtedly choose to eat Han Haoren first. After all, Han Haoren, who only has 250 million soft dollars in capital, compared to the hedge funds that each have tens or even hundreds of billions of US dollars. If hedge funds are the big fish, Han Haoren's little capital is really not even a shrimp. And today, Han Haoren, the shrimp, did want to break bread with the shark. Han Haoren's bottom card, naturally, is not the capital he possesses, something that is considered to be the most important in the futures market. Han Haoren's bottom line is megatrends. Unlike gold and oil, commodities whose extraction and consumption are fixed, capital can easily control their prices in the futures market with a huge amount of money. The fluctuation of steel prices depends entirely on the construction industry. In China, especially before 2000, there were large steel mills in every city, and it can be said that the capacity of steel was enormous. If it's gold, that's all it's stocked with. Oil. Every country that is able to extract oil has agreed to set up a monthly volume of extraction from each well, which is used to stabilize the price. But in China, or in the world, steel production capacity depends entirely on market demand. Han Haoren knows that, at least in this rebar futures market, even if the hedge fund's money is added together, it can't resist the general trend of the market. And this general trend was currently only predicted most accurately by Han Haoren, a person who had relived his life. In the car, Han Haoren asked Song Shinran, among those top funds of capital predators in this world, who do you admire the most? Song Shinran replied after a moment's thought, I think it's Paulson. He's also an alumnus of mine, and also comes from investment banking. Paulson, he's my target. There's another one, though I can't talk about admiration or fear, but I think he's the best speculator and manipulator in the world. He is Soros. Although because he triggered financial crises in too many countries, he doesn't have a good reputation around the world, except for rice, but that doesn't affect his greatness. Making an enemy of the state is something a few manipulators can do. Han Haoren smiled and nodded. Ha, Shinran, we might meet Soros today. Oh, not that kind of face-to-face meeting, of course, but an encounter in the futures market. And he is, supposedly, our greatest adversary. Song Shinran was instantly speechless with surprise. Against Soros? That's a big mouthful. Soros has been in several classic battles where his opponent, generally, is a country. Han Haoren is using Soros as a pretend rival? And how much money does Han manipulate in his hands? Song Shinran now knew that Han Haoren wasn't someone who spoke in an exaggerated manner, so she couldn't help but worry for Han Haoren. Han Haoren has read many cases of Soros and Paulson. They have made extremely large gains by manipulating gold, oil, and even by manipulating countries' exchange rates. For example, Soros, his most classic case is again in 1992, sniping the pound, resulting in the devaluation of the pound, a direct profit of $1 billion US dollars. And in 1997, Soros set his sights on Asian exchange rates when he sniped the Thai baht and Hong Kong dollar, triggering the Asian financial turmoil. However, due to the intervention of the Chinese government, Soros sniped the Hong Kong dollar, and in the end, it was a big loss. The financial crisis in Asia, however, was still triggered by Soros, a financial crisis that led to the destruction of countless homes. Han Haoren knew that his opponents, whether it was Soros or anyone else, they had no mercy for others. Their aim is to get the most out of it, even if tens of thousands, Hundreds of thousands of people have lost their homes and are desperate because of this. Even a country that went into decline because of them. So this time, Han Haoren had no pity for Soros and Soros buddies. There was no mercy either. The only thing Han Haoren cared about was getting the most out of himself. Chapter 142, 5 of China's top traders. Downstairs at the BOC, Han Haoren met He Jikite, who was wearing a formal suit uniform. He Jikite happily greeted Han Haoren. Good morning, you're here. Then He Jikite saw Song Shinran beside Han Haoren. Although at this time, Song Shinran and Han Haoren maintained a certain distance and didn't seem to be very close, but He Jikite woman's sixth sense immediately perceived that Han Haoren must have an unspoken relationship with Song Shinran, even though nothing had happened between the two yet. He Jikite knew that Song Shinran was a very strong love rival of her own when she looked at Song Shinran's capable temperament as well as her stunningly beautiful looks. He Jikite knew that Han Haoren was excellent. Not only his talent, but his character and appearance were all top-notch. He Jikite is also clear that Han Haoren is bound to have a lot of beautiful women circling around him, which is something that any good man can't avoid. It was just like the dozens of female classmates who appeared around Han Haoren and confessed their love to him when he was in college. He Jikite still gave her first time to Han Haoren without reservation, and He Jikite believed that she had similarly obtained Han Haoren's first time. After all, before this, Han Haoren had been in my studies, striving for his goals, and had not fallen in love. He Jikite didn't mind competing with any of the beautiful women around Han Haoren, and she was confident that she would be the one to win in the end. Moreover, He Jikite wanted to be able to show as much generosity as possible. So, He Jikite gently shook hands with Song Shinran. Hello, I'm He Jikite. Song Shinran smiled lightly. I'm Song Shinran. Neither of them introduced the relationship between each other and Han Haoren, but both of them were well aware of the relationship between the other and Han Haoren. Two beautiful women who also come from top universities and work in the best financial fields meet for the first time and cross paths for the first time without much spark. He Jikite led Han Haoren and Song Shinran to the 22nd floor, which was the super VIP trading hall of Bosai. It says it's a trading hall, but it's really a conference room. There are only terminals that interface with the major futures exchanges. Not only the 4 major futures exchanges in China, but also the major foreign futures exchanges. In fact, the 4 major futures exchanges in China are not able to trade many commodities combined. However, it just so happens that Han Haoren's target, rebar, happens to be traded on the Magic City Futures Exchange. Walking into the super VIP trading hall, Han Haoren saw that there were already 5 people sitting in this trading hall. This would be what He Jikite called the top manipulator. Futures trading, with less money under control, naturally allows you to buy and sell on your own as if you were speculating in stocks. However, when the amount of money reaches a point, it is the need for a trader to trade. After all, the futures market can be viewed as a parlay. For example, some people will bet on crude oil to go up and some people will bet on it to go down. And when the agreed upon price agrees, then the two people have just about reached an agreement. And while the futures market has a very large number of traders, the job of the trader is to quickly get ahead of everyone else and make the match to close the deal. Han Haoren estimated the amount of his initial capital. In fact, one trader plus himself is enough to operate. But Han Haoren knew that today he was going to do the snowballing, roll the money up and up. So at the end of the day, 5 of the top traders isn't always enough. The biggest difference between a trader and a trader is that a trader can operate funds independently and with his own judgment. Traders, on the other hand, are just passive and do as they are told. And these 5 top Chinese traders are all Han Haoren's traders. He Jikite looked at Han Haoren and introduced, Xiao Hongba, Chou Suong, Zhou Xiujie, Qua, Chapter War. The 2 men, Zhou Xiuong and Zhou Xiujie, are brothers. All 5 of them are top-notch traders, from Bosai, IFC, and Oriental Securities, especially Xiao Hongba, who is known as the most promising star trader in China. It took a lot of effort to find him to step up. Han Haoren nodded. He had heard of all 5 of these people. They were indeed the top manipulators in China. Each of them has, at one time or another, manipulated tens of billions of dollars or more of soft money. I wonder how these 5 top traders will react when they hear that they are just their traders. Especially, when one's initial capital is only $250 million. Song Shinran was on the side and was also a bit shocked. Although when Han Haoren said that his opponent was Soros, Song Shinran had predicted that this was no small fight. But the sight of 5 of Song Shinran's previously only in financial magazines to see the famous trader, Song Shinran still startled, though they are still a bit short of being able to arm wrestle with Soros-level predators. But these 5 men, indeed, are already the top of the Chinese manipulators. Basically, the top manipulators don't join forces. Quite simply, in the event that opinions become controversial, who exactly is to be listened to? Song Shinran didn't think that Han Haoren was actually that capable of getting 5 people to come together. but Song Shinran quickly realized one thing. It doesn't seem to be Han Haoren who has a face. Rather, that pretty girl who gave herself a great deal of pressure at the first meeting had a face, right? Song Shinran instantly felt like she was under a lot of pressure. Not only do you have to deal with the competition from the beautiful women in the Love Shack, but you also have to deal with the competition from the beautiful women in the Love Shack. Out there are such high-end opponents. He Kite pointed at Han Haoren and introduced him. Han Haoren, he'll be your boss today. Your task all day today will be to assist him in completing trades in the futures market. I'm sure that shouldn't be a problem for 5 young and talented veteran manipulators. All 5 nodded in unison. As the top manipulators in China, they also naturally have access to the uppermost circles in China, like managing money for the rich and powerful, manipulating or something. They all knew where He Kite came from, and they were definitely high up in the hierarchy. He Kite had brought them here to indeed help a very young and some handsome-looking man to run the business, which made them a bit fanciful. They discussed amongst themselves before He Kite came in, what kind of person would startle the 5 of them, who were almost the top manipulators in China, to come out together. What came out of their discussion was that there were 2 possibilities. First, the person is very rich and has a very large amount of money in his hands, say 10 billion soft dollars or more. To be prudent, it's important to have a couple of top-notch manipulators watching along. The second is that this person has an unspoken relationship with He Kite. After seeing Han Haoren's handsome looks, they felt that the second possibility they had speculated was more reliable. Chapter 143, 20 times leverage. All short selling. Han Haoren finished shaking hands with the 5 people and pointed to Song Shinran and introduced him. This is Song Shinran, a senior actuary at Goldman Sachs. He Kite had been speculating about Song Shinran's identity and origin. Hearing that Song Shinran was employed at Goldman Sachs gave rise to a greater sense of crisis. It seemed that the girl Han Haoren had brought with him was not only very pretty, but also very good. But the 5 high-minded, top-notch manipulators didn't really look at Song Shinran squarely anymore. Xiao Hongbo smiled even more and said, "Actuary? You don't need an actuary in the futures market. The situation in the futures market changes almost instantaneously. Actuaries are great, but in the futures market, you may lose all your money before you can calculate it." Han Haoren said smilingly, "She's just here to take a casual look, and if you guys are too busy by then, Song Shinran also has the ability to be a qualified trader." Chapter War was a little upset when he heard this. He whispered, "With the 5 of us around, we can operate with basically hundreds of billions of dollars. It's not like it was the financial crisis of '97 and you had to play against manipulators like Soros, Paulson, and Tepper." Han Haoren didn't say anything. He didn't feel the need to tell these people about the opponent they were about to face. He Kite also looked at Han Haoren with a smile. "Han Haoren, you can start futures trading as soon as you transfer the funds to our Bosai account in your name." How much money are you going to move?" Han Haoren answered honestly, 2.5 billion. Song Shinran was on the sidelines and was still a bit touched to hear the figure of 2.5 billion. Han Haoren is really quite rich, taking $2.5 billion out to speculate on futures. To be a top trader, that's what she envisioned. Song Shinran knew that $2.5 billion was quite a small amount in the futures market. The top traders are manipulating huge amounts of money. Think about controlling tens of billions or hundreds of billions of dollars playing in the futures market, foreign exchange market or options market. This is Song Shinran's dream. Hearing the amount of money Han Huan's $250 million, He Kite felt in her heart that Han Haoren had more capital than she expected. The fact that Han Haoren can take out $250 million in cash to come out and gamble in the futures market proves that Han Haoren has more wealth than that. In less than a month's time, Han Haoren went from being an intern who was fired by McKinsey to a billionaire with hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. He didn't know what had happened to Han Haoren. However, He Kite was clear about Han Haoren's nature and knew the conditions of Han Haoren's family. So He Kite could be sure that all this money must have been earned by Han Haoren through his own skills. To be able to make so much money in a short period of time, one's man is really capable again. After exchanging a few more notes about the transaction with Han Haoren, He Kite smiled and said goodbye to Han Haoren. At Bosai, Angela Ho also has her own job. Although curious about why Han Haoren suddenly wants to enter the futures market, and also concerned about Han Haoren's operational ideas, but He knew that her presence here might give Han Haoren pressure. Instead of that, it would be better to leave everything to Han Haoren alone. Moreover, He Kite and the 5 traders also inserted eyes. When the end of the day will be Han Haoren detailed trading situation reported to He Kite one by one. He felt that 2.5 billion was quite a lot, yet all 5 traders wore somewhat subtle expressions when they heard the amount of $2.5 billion. Although they didn't say it out loud, they exchanged expressions with each other and understood each other's meaning. It seems that the second guess was right. This Han Haoren just has an unspoken relationship with He. At the same time, They also felt that He Kite had called the five of them together to manipulate such a small amount of money as 250 million soft dollars, which was really a bit of a big deal. Of course, what they were thinking deep in their hearts was something they didn't dare to reveal in the slightest. Han Haoran, good luck with the money you're going to make today. 2.5 billion is able to double, Hijichi said with a smile. Han Haoran smiled back and replied, I take your word for it. In Han Haoran's inner mind, merely doubling the amount was not his goal. After Hijichi left, everything went into combat mode. Han Haoran opened the rebar graph, has been staring at all kinds of data. All present are experts. We naturally know that Han Haoran's vote is to start on the rebar. Speculation in futures is different from speculation in stocks. Even if you buy a few randomly and blindly, as long as the big market in the bull market is good, you can make money. Every trade in futures must be preceded by detailed homework. A week's worth of preparation time is considered little. So, when Han Haoran only focuses on rebar, but not, for example, the futures of other commodities such as gold and silver, everyone has made Han Haoran's goal clear. Han Haoran stared at it with a locked brow for more than 20 minutes. Finally, Han Haoran began to speak. 20 times leverage. All short selling. Through the relationship of He Kite, Han Haoran can control the margin standard of rebar futures at 5%. So that means he can be leveraged up to a maximum of 20 times. The term short selling refers to bearish selling, where short means selling a paper contract instead of a physical commodity. 20 times leverage means that if the price of rebar from the price of reaching a deal to count rose more than 5%, then Han Haoran this 250 million of the margin is not a copy of the remaining, to be forced to deliver. The futures market, that is a place of high risk and high reward. Song Shinran looked at Han Haoran in surprise. She knew that she was just a spectator when she followed Han Haoran here, so she wouldn't say much. Song Shinran knew that a man like Han Haoran probably hated women who pointed their fingers next to him the most, so Song Shinran kept her mouth tightly shut despite being very surprised. But, all funds, maximum leverage. Han Haoran played so big right from the start? Xiao Hongba frowned and said, Mr. Han, are you sure you're not wrong? You're selling short? And it's $250 million all sold short? And 20 times leverage. A little too speculative. If rebar goes up 1%, even if he ends up going down and is down more than 5%, you will also be compulsorily delivered with no pennies left. Guo Qian now felt that Han Haoran didn't understand futures at all. It's probably He Kite's rich little boyfriend who came to play with the family's pocket money, though the $250 million pocket money is enviable to Kwok. Even though he's a top trader, he hasn't broken $1 billion in commissions that he's earned. Despite claiming to have controlled hundreds of billions of soft dollars, it was all clients' money, not his own. But, at this point, when the price of rebar is surging, Han Hong says he's going to sell short? Isn't this nonsense? Chapter 144, Alone with Han Haoran. Guo pointed to the big screen in the room. Rebar recent price graph said, Mr. Han, you see rebar this price. It started in April until today. It's been surging in price. The price of rebar, per ton, has risen from 387 soft dollars to 712 soft dollars. If you look at the line, it's perfectly straight going up. And Mr. Han Haoran, just a little less than an hour from today's opening, the price of rebar alone is up about 2%. This rise is really fierce. While there may be money manipulating in the shadows, I think the general trend in rebar is still up for a short period of time. Aren't you being a little too aggressive in selling short at this time? Guo Qian's tone was quite good at this point. If Han Haoran wasn't a friend of He Kite, then Gui Jie wouldn't have used the word radical, but would have used the word asterisk. In Guo's opinion, if Han Haoran wants to sell short when it's clear that it will continue to rise, it's no different than giving money to the party that's betting against him. In 1 hour, the price of rebar rose 2%. What if it continues to rise? Guo observed the price of rebar. A single day increase of more than 10% is possible. In Guo's opinion, if he really helped Han Haoran sell all of the rebars short, then it was estimated that the 5 of them would be able to leave work early by this afternoon, because Han Haoran's 250 million will surely be able to lose it all in half a day. The 2-star trader brothers, Zhou Xiuang and Zhou Xiujie, also explained, Mr. Han, Guozhen is right. Rebar was originally the focus of our trader's recent watch because he's been up so ferociously. We had helped a client with a big order just the other day, buying long rebar and netting a 77% gain. We recommend you buy long instead of selling short. Although there are so few short sale orders today that it's hard to match the amount of money you have, but with our ability, we can still help you operate a $250 million margin. 10x leveraged by long order. 20x leverage is too much risk. Mr. Han, if you want to make money, how about listening to us? Zhang Zhan also analyzed. Mr. Han, Rebar is the common name for hot-rolled ribbed steel bars, which are widely used in civil engineering construction such as houses, bridges, and roads. It's priced, always, according to market demand. Infrastructure development and the real estate sector have a significant impact on rebar price volatility. And what about today, when the real estate industry is simply booming and countless developers are taking land and building, and the government is encouraging the real estate sector in terms of policy? Also, there is a continuity of production and seasonality of consumption in the steel industry. In winter, steel mills will not stop production, but then, the demand for steel at construction sites is not much, and steel traders will winterize steel, which leads to the price of rebar going down in winter. But it's summer, and steel traders have been selling out of all their stored inventory since May. However, steel production can't keep up with demand, so I think the price of rebar is going to continue to rise on the industry. $250 million margin, 10 times leverage to buy more. In one day, I guarantee 30% or more. Han Haoren just had a headache when he looked at the few people being in front of him. Originally, Han Haoren's realization was to find a few traders, trade for himself and be done with it. But Hijichi got Han Haoren all the best manipulators. Han Haoren thinks that if he can stand in front of a few traders who will obediently do their work, it would be good. Han Haoren looked solemn, clapped his hands and said, "I don't want to repeat my order again. This is my decision, and all you need to do now is carry out my orders and help me close the deal. I think you all say professional traders know the transience of this market. You've just wasted a minute talking to me. I don't want to waste another second of my time. Immediately, fulfill my orders right away. Otherwise, I'll have Hijikite replace me with a few obedient traders." Song Shinran realized that she had never seen Han Haoren like this before now. At this moment, Han Haoren seemed like a different person. The aura is straight up strong as hell. Strong enough that the 5 ace manipulators were dutifully busy, carrying out Han Haoren's orders, although hundreds of grass mud horses raced by inside. However, Guoqian still quickly helped Han Haoren sweep the short-selling order in the futures market with 20 times leverage. In today's market, there are too many people who think that rebar will skyrocket again, so there are almost no short-selling orders. All are buying long orders. Therefore, the operation Han Haoren wanted them to perform was very easy. While quickly maneuvering around, Guoqian inwardly cursed Han Haoren. "Labor is for your own good, because you are Hijikite's friend. I am afraid that you $250 million will hit the water before I kindly advise you. And then you come up here with a bunch of curses. You want to give away money, don't you? You want to lose all $250 million, don't you? I'll make it happen." Almost all of them had this idea in mind, so they operated with particular sharpness. A few minutes later, all $250 million on Han Haoren's books turned into margin. Han Honghan bought a 20x leveraged short sale order at 47.12, 32 to 47.12, 72. Seeing the operation as, Han Haoren also finally breathed a sigh of relief. This price is the highest point of the price of rebar in 2009, as Han Haoren remembers. And what is about to happen is that this price is going to go down as sharply as a roller coaster. Han Haoren said indifferently to the 5 top manipulators, "Tough luck to you guys. The most challenging task has been completed by everyone. All that's left to do is to take your time and wait for the price of rebar to fall and then complete the delivery." Star. Chapter 145, Xiaohongba's Shock. A miracle that life has never experienced before. Down, Guo couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Mr. Han, the price of rebar has been rising for 3 months straight. Even if the price will oscillate in the short term, look at this curve. It's a straight line going up. It's a factor of the market that determines that. You're telling me the price of rebar is going down? There's no chance of it going down at all unless there's a hedge fund giant making a move. However, there really are hedge fund giants that are looking at rebar futures. So Mr. Han, I would say that with the amount of money that you have, it would be better to pull out as early as possible." Xiao Hongba also took the lead. "Mr. Han, perhaps you don't know the 5 of us. What I'm trying to say is that the 5 of us are already the best UPS in Wachovia. When the 5 of us are in agreement that the price of rebar is going to go up, then it's bound to go up. If you back out now, we can still help you now with early delivery as soon as possible to avoid some of the losses. But if you're bent on it, then forgive us for taking our leave. The operation you ordered us to perform, we have completed. I don't think the 5 of us staying here can do much other than watch your measly $250 million margin evaporate into zero. Each of our time is valuable, so excuse us. Of course we'll get you a couple of traders up here who will only obey your orders, and will absolutely obey them even if they're stupid." Xiao Hongba is the most famous and high-minded of the 5. By this time, Xiao Hongba's tone also began to be a bit punchy. Han Haoren ignored Xiao Hongba's cynicism. "Okay, you 5 go out. Remember to bring the door with you." Xiao Hongba snorted coldly and was about to turn around and leave. The other few people were a bit hesitant, but they decided to work with Xiao Hongba. Just at this time, only to hear Song Shinran, who had originally stood aside without saying a word, suddenly shouted in surprise, "It's down, Han Haoren. The price of rebar has really dropped, and the trend, falling fast." Although Song Shinran had absolute confidence in Han Haoren, she was still a little worried for him when she heard that the operation Han Haoren was going to do was completely opposite to the opinions of the 5 top traders. While Guo Qian and Xiao Hongbao were rambling on, Song Shinran had been staring at the big screen, the real-time price curve of rebar. He found that just as Xiao Hongbao threatened to leave, the price of rebar on the big screen took a sharp turn for the worse. Xiao Hongbao stopped dead in his tracks. Inwardly he said, "This is a tease, isn't it? It's falling and it's falling fast? It can't be that pretty friend that Han Hong brought with him and Han Hong lying to themselves in unison, can it? But it's easy to ask for proof. It only takes a second." Xiao Hongbao turned his head and looked at the big screen. All of a sudden, the expression on Xiao Hongbao's face was wonderful, as if I had seen a ghost emoji. Xiao Hongbao knows more about futures charts than Song Shinran. Seeing that sharp turn and discounting of the latest facts, Xiao Hongbao knew that the price of rebar had really fallen, and it's plummeting. All 5 people who were planning to leave stopped in their tracks. They came together in front of the screen. Zhou Xiujie said in surprise, "This drop, it dropped about a point in half a minute, right? There's no need to be so dramatic." Zhou Xiuang realized something, and also we have to complete all the short selling orders as fast as we can. We sold short at about 4,712. And now, it's all 4,678. Zhou Xiuang did a little math. Just half a minute of time. Thanks to Han Haoren's 20 times leverage, he made $50 million on his $250 million. Half a minute and a 20% return. That's a height that even the stock gods can't reach. Zhou Xiuang felt a little fearful just thinking about it. If Han Haoren hadn't sternly demanded that they carry out the order, and they had argued with Han Haoren for a little while longer before, they will undoubtedly miss 4,712 points, that highest level, just by entering the game half a minute late. Han Haoren would have made that $50 million less. And if Han Haoren really listened to their advice and bought long instead of selling short, then Han Haoren's $250 million would now be directly lost to only $200 million. And it was only a half-minute situation. Watching the trend, the price of rebar will fall again, and plummet. Xiao Hongbao was the one with the most solemn look today. The reason is also very simple because he realized that the timing that Han Haoren chose to sell short happened to be the highest point of rebar. After that, the price just took a sharp turn for the worse. What a horrible and precise prediction that would be if it wasn't a coincidence. But if everything was a coincidence, and it was Han Haoren's luck to come in blind, this is also unlikely. Both Han Haoren's previous determination and decisiveness and today's graph of rebar prove that everything must not be a coincidence. Rather, Han Hong really accurately predicted the price of rebar. Xiao Hongbao looked at the price of rebar on the big screen. 4,678, 4,645, 4,589. 4,503. The price will be refreshed every 10 seconds. And this 1 minute, the price of rebar is still falling, and it's plummeting in a cliff-like curve. At the half-minute mark, rebar dropped 1%. And now, it's down over 4% straight away, close to 5%, with 20 times leverage. In just over a minute, Han Haoren's gain was almost 100%. In other words, in 1 minute, Han Haoren's principal of $250 million had doubled to $500 million. Xiao Hongbao has traded hundreds of times more than $250 million in the futures market though, but Xiao Hongbao has never experienced, for a minute, doubling his capital. Let's not talk about doubling in a minute. A 10% rise in a minute would be a miracle. This made Xiao Hongbao simply begin to doubt life. As the top trader in China, this is all a magical operation that makes Xiao Hongbao respectable. Xiao Hongbao is pretty sure that not only him, but even the best manipulators in the world, Soros, Dario, and Paulson can't do this. Chapter 146, I want 5 obedient traders, Xiao Hongbao, Zhou Xiuang, Zhou Xiujie, Guo Yan, and Zhang Zhan. All 5 of China's top manipulators are thinking the same thing at this point. This Han Haoren, where did this monster come from? Looking at the sharp turnaround in rebar prices, they were in agreement. Are you still speculating in futures? Is this still speculation? Is this still gambling? This is a money grab, even if Soros, at the time, spent over a year laying out a country's exchange rate to bring it down. But Soros' rate of return probably won't be more than 100% either. And in just over a minute of Han Haoren's time, his return was over 100%. Of course, this also has something to do with the fact that the tens of billions of U.S. dollars of funds used by Soros and Han Haoren's 250 million soft dollars are not at all the same volume. A few tens of billions of US dollars, all used for manipulation, naturally makes it difficult to get a very high rate of return. Doubling it is completely impossible. and tens of billions of dollars to get the rate of return on the funds even if only 10%, then the return is $1 billion. Just as the five were skeptical, Han Haoren suddenly spoke. 5. Aren't you busy and wanting to say goodbye? Why are you still standing here? Please leave quickly, and then call me 5 traders who can behave themselves. Immediately, the rebar is about to fall more than 5%. I judge that immediately the price of rebar are going to be different. I need to listen to the people. Help me to execute the follow-up operation. Although Han Haoren's words were bad, however, Han Haoren's hand just now made Xiao Hongbo realize that Han Haoren's terrifying interpretation of the futures market, as well as his ability to grasp precise timing. Go? It's impossible. It doesn't exist. How can we go now? Even if Han Haoren were to pull himself and drive himself out the door, Xiao Hongbo would hug the corner of the table and die. Although Xiao Hongbo was high-minded and proud, he had the same great respect for those who were capable, and a man of God like Han Haoren, who almost doubled his funds in 1 minute, is naturally a man of skill. Xiao Hongbo even piled on the smiles and said to Han Haoren, Mr. Han, forgive us for offending with our previous ignorance. 5 traders who can behave. Just count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wouldn't the 5 of us just happen to be 5 docile traders? Blah! Xiao Hongbo, can you be so shameless? You're the one who's been hitting on Han the hardest, aren't you? How can you be considered an obedient trader? Chapter Wars. I started from the bottom as a trader and now I am an ace trader. How come today you're back to being a good, obedient trader? Zhou Xiaowang. Although Xiao Hongbo's level of manipulation seems to be indistinguishable from that of our brothers, it is not comparable. But Xiao Hongbo's cheek is much thicker than our 2 brothers. No wonder Xiao Hongbo is more famous than the 2 of us. So it's because he can lick. Han Haoren heard Xiao Hongbo's words and looked at the other 4 again. Are you sure that you'll be able to execute an immediate action without a word of nonsense when I need you to help me close the deal quickly? All 5 of them nodded their heads as if they were pecking at a chicken. In order to see Han Haoren's subsequent performance in the futures market, they felt that it was worth it even if they were a licking dog. Soon, the price of rebar fell below 5 points from the price Han Haoren bought. 4,488, 4,437, 4,402. It also meant that Han Huan's earnings had officially doubled. Xiao Hongbo looked at the price of rebar while asking Han Haoren with an open mind. Mr. Han, can you help us answer our questions? Why, after 3 consecutive months of rising prices for rebar, would it suddenly plummet? The other 4 lickspittles, too, smiled ingratiatingly and surrounded Han Haoren. Song Xinran didn't say anything though. However, she was also looking at Han Haoren curiously. Han Haoren kept his eyes on the rebar graph. Those hedge fund capitals, for the time being, are not in the game. Han Haoren looked at Xiao Hongbo without any good humor. Losing you as a top trader in China. Don't you understand the most basic common sense? Whether it's stocks or futures, is it possible to go up or down all the time? Is it normal that the price of rebar has risen for 3 months in a row? Compared to the low point 3 months ago, the price of rebar is up more than 40%. As the top trader in China, do you really think that there isn't a bit of foul play in it? That its price will continue to rise? Xiao Hongbo thought about what Han Haoren said was indeed very reasonable, but does not explain why Han Haoren can predict rebar prices can be today. This time node began to plummet? Xiao Hongbo thought a lot in a fleeting moment. Because of the previous conversation between He Zhikite and Han Haoren, he knew that Han Haoren had specifically chosen today to make his entrance. Moreover, Han Haoren's tone was decisive and overbearing when he asked them to execute the deal, indicating that everything had been worked out long ago. Han Haoren in the highest point of short-selling rebar is not temporary, but early planning. That's why Xiao Hongbo was humbly asking Han Haoren for advice on why Han Haoren was able to seize this moment. Xiao Hongbo had a premonition, as if Han Haoren seemed to have opened the eyes of heaven and could see the future. Otherwise, Han Haoren would never have been able to capture this best moment without the slightest deviation. So Xiao Hongbo asked again, but the demand for rebar is really high today. Home prices are increasing all over the world and the real estate industry is booming. And then there's China, which is also increasing its investment in infrastructure in various cities. It all takes steel. Han Haoren realized that Xiao Hongbo was hedging his words. Han Haoren knew that Xiao Hongbo wanted to steal a lesson through the mere words he had revealed. Unfortunately, although Han Haoren has now acquired the manipulative, speculative abilities of George Soros, but this time the rebar market's precise prediction is entirely because Han Haoren clearly remembered this node in his previous life. This number and as it happens, the price of rebar has not changed in any way because of the butterfly effect of Han Haoren's rebirth. What happened in a previous life just happened to happen in this one as well. Chapter 147. Runner's brother Xiao Hongbo, once again surprised by the operation. Xiao Hongbo is still trying to hedge his bets. However, Han Haoren vaguely punctured his intentions. You're just my trader now. It's not like you're my disciple. What's the point of asking this and that? If you don't understand something, go ask your own teacher. If you keep talking so much, get yourself out and get a good, obedient trader over here. Xiao Hongba gave a helplessly awkward smile. Don't ask. Don't ask. Going out in good behavior is not an option. Even if Han Haoran wouldn't answer any of his questions. But by staying dead, watching Han Haoran's subsequent operations, Xiao Hongba can also learn a lot. Xiao Hongba's teacher, long ago, could not teach him anything. Even, Xiao Hongba think, in China, at most, only a few and he the same level of trader, can and he himself cut each other to teach a little. The others, not to mention teaching Xiao Hongba, were no longer on a level above him. And these manipulators who were able to communicate with Xiao Hongba on an equal footing are now in this room. However, Xiao Hongba had now taken the mysterious Han Haoran as an extremely powerful hermit expert, and even simply watching Han Haoran operate was able to give him some insight. The futures market for rebar remains unchanged. Huaxia's top trader dutifully became a tea-carrying minion. Mr. Han, would you like some tea? I've got some fine Longjing here, or frozen top oolong, superb Mao Fong, De Hong Pao, poor I have them all here. Mr. Han, no tea, then would you like coffee? I have top quality coffee beans from South America here. I'll grind a cup for you right now. Mr. Han, if you don't want to drink tea and coffee, would you like to drink a little red wine I have? Here. Oh, you want a Coke? Coke I really don't have here, but it's okay. I'll go downstairs to the supermarket right away to buy it for you. Would you like a Pepsi or a Coca-Cola? Xiao Hongba carried a case of Pepsi and a case of Coca-Cola and waited for the elevator to go upstairs. Those who knew Xiao Hongba greeted him respectfully. Brother Xiao, isn't it time for the futures market to open? Do you still have time to come down and sneak around? This isn't like the usual you. Brother Xiao, it's fine for you to go out for a breath of fresh air. Why do you still go shopping by yourself? Just give us an order and we'll deliver it to your office for you. Brother Xiao, didn't you say that carbonated drinks are unhealthy and you never drink them? Brother Xiao, the drinks are heavy. You give me these 2 boxes of drinks and I'll help you carry them back to your office. Xiao Hongba was embarrassed to say that he, the titular BOC international ace trader, had been reduced to helping Han Haoran go downstairs to buy a Coke. To the group of people who surrounded him with fawning people, Xiao Hongba said coldly, I'll just resist on my own, and press the elevator for me. Don't press my office floor. I'm going to the 22nd floor, the super VIP trading floor. Xiao Hongba got on the elevator. The others didn't ride in the same elevator as Xiao Hongba in order to show their respect for him. Instead, he helped Xiao Hongba press the 22nd floor and came out. The group discussed it while waiting for the next elevator to arrive. Brother Xiao is not right today. He's not going to help someone get a drink, is he? It can't be, can it? Who could have such great face? Even our BOC International's boss couldn't possibly ask Brother Xiao to run errands for him, right? But he went to the super VIP trading hall. Maybe there really is some big shot there? Carrying 2 cases of Coke into the super VIP trading room, Xiao Hongba found that originally, like himself, leisurely sitting and staring at the market. Zhou Xiuang, Zhou Xiujie, Guo Biao and Zhang Battle have already started trading with their hands and feet. What's the big deal about the time it takes to buy a Coke? Xiao Hongba didn't dare to ask Han Haoran directly, but instead asked Gui Jie, who was most familiar with him. What's wrong? Now what are you guys doing? In Xiao Hongba's opinion, since the price of rebar plummeted, then there is no room for any follow-up operation. Just wait for the drop to get bigger and bigger and then just collect the money. And now that he looked at the movement, it didn't seem to be the case. Wei Jia didn't explain in detail, but said, Brother Xiao, you're back just in time. Help us operate together. Sell all your short orders for cash and then buy long with all your money. Xiao Hongba suspected that he had heard wrong. Buy more. Is this rebar still buying up when it plummets? What the is this all about? How is it that I went out and bought 2 cases of Coke and this is a change in the world? The setup. Totally unreadable. But Xiao Hongba also knows Han Haoran's nature at this time. He didn't question it, didn't ask questions, but quickly executed the operation. The money was Han Haoran's money anyway, and any more incredible maneuvers had nothing to do with him. Even if Han Haoran put his 2.5 billion principal, plus just Xiao Hongba just earned more than 250 million soft sister money all lost, but also has nothing to do with Xiao Hongba. If Han Haoran's crazy maneuvers really pay out, this also just showed that Han Haoran's miraculous maneuver earlier was just luck and a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. You've just wasted a little time yourself, so consider yourself carrying 2 cases of Coke for nothing. But if the price of rebar did rally against the trend after Han Hong bought long, then it meant that this Han Haoran in front of him was really a great god, maybe a god who was more awesome than Soros, then Paulson, then Buffett. Since every order Han Haoran gave was against the market, everyone buys long when Han Hong sells short. Now everyone is starting to sell short and Han Hong is buying long again. So even though Han Haoran's funds had rolled up to more than 600 million soft currency nowadays, it didn't take the five of them a few minutes to complete all the transactions together. This time it's 627 million soft dollars on margin, 20 times leverage, all by long. Star. Chapter 148. What kind of scary monster is this? Finally the deal is done. The five men slumped into their chairs to rest in great exhaustion. In order to be able to quickly carry out Han Haoran's orders and make Han Haoran have a favorable impression on them, they were all putting their lives on the line. Looking for 5 obedient traders? Are you kidding me? Do traders execute as well as they do? With 5 other traders, it would take at least twice as long again to complete all the trades. And what matters most in the ever-changing futures market? It's just time. Xiao Hongba finished executing the transaction, and then focused on watching the price of rebar on the big screen. However, Xiao Hongba surprised to find that at this time the price of rebar is still falling. It didn't plummet as much as it did before, though, not by much, but the general trend is still downward. Did Han Hong make an error in judgment? It's not. Was the previous one just good luck? Xiao Hongba's heart still turned over. Song Xinran hadn't made a sound in a long time, but she was still very nervous. Originally, Song Xinran had already determined that Han Haoran was a super expert even in the futures market, at least, to the point where top trader Xiao Hongba has to shyly ask for advice. Doesn't this just show that Han Haoran is at a higher level than Xiao Hongba? Moreover, in less than an hour, Han Haoran had made his initial capital of 250 million soft dollars to 627 million soft dollars. This has more than doubled. In other words, Han Haoran had made nearly 400 million soft dollars in just 1 hour. It's no different than a money grab. Even in the futures market, having such a high yield is an incredible thing. Therefore, at this time, Song Xinran's feelings for Han Haoran were blind adoration. Yesterday evening Han Haoran offered to let Song Xinran accompany him today, and Song Xinran still agreed without hesitation because she wanted to spend more time with Han Haoran. Song Xinran really didn't think that anything special would happen today, nor did she think that she would get to see any big futures market scenes. Today, however, Song Xinran was completely shocked. In less than an hour, make 627 million soft dollars with 250 million soft dollars. What is this if not a big scene? If today's events were to come to light, this would simply be a super classic case that would go down in the textbooks. However, after Han Haoran's second operation order, the price of rebar did not start to improve according to Han Haoran's expectations, but instead is still falling. This made Song Xinran secretly worry for Han Haoran. Is this some kind of accident? However, Song Xinran saw that Han Haoran's expression was still confidently calm, so she wasn't too worried. Super VIP trading room. The air was frozen at this point, and no one spoke. Xiao Hongba, as a top trader, is certainly very composed. It would be most unusual if Han Haoran had just bought long, and then the price of rebar had immediately risen wildly. So, he still decided to pay careful attention to the rebar price curve and see what followed. The other ace manipulators thought the same way as Xiao Hongba. Song Xinran just stayed like that without disturbing the crowd, just watching quietly. Han Haoran was too lazy to speak. Suddenly, the quiet was once again broken by a nice female voice. Song Xinran said happily with a joyful accent, "It's gone up. It really went up." Xiao Hongba and the other 5 people all had a demented expression at this moment, even though they had already decided in their hearts that Han Haoran was a superb expert. But, this is clearly a trend to plummet. The price of rebar, will it really go up? Even after completing the deal, they still felt that Han Haoran had made a very stupid decision this time. It's hard to have all the short sale orders in your hands, and at such a high price. This kind of list, pinch in the hand. A minute to benefit. However, Mr. Han had to take the risk of selling all of his short orders and then choosing to buy long. This is not at all the way normal people think, is it? 5 people. No one thinks the price of rebar will go up in this situation, but now the facts are before them. The price of rebar, which had been falling rapidly, suddenly soared. Yes, it is soaring. 4,352, 4,388, 4,402, 4,433. This rise is nothing less than the speed of the drop in rebar after Han Hong sold short. Xiao Hongba even think, this crazy upward trend, the price of rebar is afraid to rise back to 4,712 this point, right? With all the plunges and wild rises in one day, this graph is very, very unusual. It is simply something that has not happened since there has been a futures market until now. This made Xiao Hongba very confused. First of all, he doesn't know what's going on with this pitiful rebar. Why, today, is the price of rebar experiencing this clearly abnormal and extreme up and down? Secondly, Xiao Hongba was even more surprised as to why Han Haoran was able to make the most accurate predictions and instruct them to execute the most correct trades every time. Xiao Hongba did some mental math. Another short period of less than 5 minutes, due to the wild rise in the price of rebar, Han Haoren's 627 million soft dollars has now surpassed 1 billion. In other words, Han Haoren quadrupled his 250 million soft dollars into 1 billion in 1 hour with 2 short sell and long buy trades in rebar. And, looking at the rise in rebar, this gain is surely only temporary. The amount of money that Han Haoren can earn is something that even Xiao Hongba doesn't dare to predict anymore. Xiao Hongba looked at Han Haoren, his face all horrified. Where the hell is this monster from? 10 Soros, 10 Paulson, 10 Buffett combined aren't as strong as him, are they? Just when Xiao Hongba wanted to fawn and say something to Han Haoren again, Han Haoren pointed to a case of Pepsi and a case of Coca-Cola that Xiao Hongba had just put on the ground and said, I want to drink, not just any Coke. I'd like a cold Coke. Hongba Xiao. Quickly, Xiao Hongba smiled and got up. Okay, ice Coke is it? I'll immediately go down again to buy it for you. Star. Chapter 149, Shock. For the first time, a Chinese is standing alone against Soros. Although he didn't want to explain too much to Xiao Hongba and the others. But at this moment, the corners of Han Haoren's mouth rose slightly. This time the decision to buy more is not because Han Haoren remembered the last life of those figures. In the last life, the price of rebar had oscillated and resisted. But after the high of 4,712, the trend was to keep plummeting. But this life is different, because a few days ago, Han Haoren found signs that Soros and others were joining together to make a deal. And after the price of rebar plummeted like history, Han Haoren noticed the anomaly at once. At the point where Xiao Hongba first went down to buy a Coke, there was a sudden and very unusual turnover. Inside of Soros's manipulation method of Han Haoren, immediately analyzed, Soros behind the quantum fund began to act. And Soros is just a leader who hits the ground running. To pry such a large plate of rebar, the quantum fund of nearly 100 billion US dollars is not enough. So, Han Haoren deduced, Ray Dalio's Bridgewater Associates, John Paulson's Paulson Hedge Fund, and David Tepper's Appaloosa Investment Management all came together, and Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway may be involved. The relationship between this group of people, as the top investors in Rice, is not the kind of tense competitive relationship, but rather on the side of cooperation. Joining together and all making money together is their regular strategy. And the sudden stopping of the downward trend in rebar and then the start of the surge is exactly what these top hedge funds in the U.S. have done. For insurance reasons Han Haoren chose to buy more in advance. That's why there is when Xiao Hongba they finished the operation. Rebar prices are still falling. Han Haoren looked at the price of rebar, which began to skyrocket, and knew that he had succeeded in this venture. He anticipated Soros and his buddies' plans well in advance, and stepped in ahead of them. However, at this time, Han Haoren was not as leisurely as before, but instead stared intently at the price level on the big screen that was refreshed every 10 seconds, while looking at various other data. Because Han Haoren knows that Soros now lifts the price of rebar just to harvest another wave of leaks and swallow the capital of some greedy and brainless retail investors. The general trend of rebar decline is inevitable. Even if Soros and the other top hedge funds teamed up, it's unlikely to change the general trend. So when Soros and the others finish harvesting a wave, sooner or later they are going to sell short, and Han Huan's next operation has to be before Soros. Otherwise, when the hedge fund began to force Han Haoren hands of buy more orders, sell cannot sell, and all his accumulated funds will be lost in blood. Xiao Hongba came back panting. The sweaty Xiao Hongba put a bag of Coke in front of Han Haoren. Brother belt, drink ice broad drop. Han Haoren nodded but ignored it. At this time of year, he didn't have the leisure to drink Coke. Xiao Hongba looked at Han Haoren's undivided attention and also noticed the special condition. He whispered and exchanged words with Guo Qian at the side. Look at this, Han Haoren. He's going to make another move. Is it hard to sell another by long order and then sell short? Guo Zhong nodded. It's possible. And have you noticed, this data, this volume is not normal. I have a feeling Soros isn't making a move. This counter-trend surge is very much the handiwork of Soros. It's hard to analyze, though, what Soros and those forces behind him are really up to. But, I think Han Haoren he's analyzing it at the moment. He probably just wants to grab the biggest piece of fat meat in the mouth of Soros and eat it. Xiao Hongba's mouth opened wide in surprise. But after he frowned and pondered for a moment, he realized that Guo Qian's analysis made sense. This surge against the market really looks like it came from Soros. So, just now actually Han Haoren has already eaten a big piece of fat meat before Soros. If, for example, a day ago, someone told Xiao Hongba, a trader can take food in the mouth of Soros, Xiao Hongba must think that person crazy. After seeing Soros strike, the choice of Xiao Hongba and most of the top traders in China is to hurry up and pull out all the money. Don't play capital games with Soros, don't try to follow Soros to grab food, and don't become Soros' antagonist. These are the three basic industry-wide codes. However, it was obvious that Xiao Hongba realized that the young and handsome Han Haoren in front of him was not going to abide by the three rules. Thus, knowing Han Haoren's intentions, Xiao Hongba shut his mouth and didn't even dare to exhale or inhale too loudly. Xiao Hongba certainly knows how scary it is to play with Soros in the futures market. One must give one's undivided attention without a second's distraction. Therefore, Xiao Hongba naturally knew that he couldn't disturb Han Haoren now even if he had more questions. It's not because Han Haoren is He Jiqi's friend. It's not because he's now Han's traitor. Rather, it is because, for what may be the first time ever, a Chinese person dares to stand against Soros to play Soros head-on in the financial markets. 10 years ago in the Asian financial crisis, China won because of the help of huge government funds, and this time is different. Han Haoren took his 250 million soft dollars of principal, but was playing head-on with Soros and the huge forces behind Soros. 250 million soft dollars against what adds up to more than $500 billion in U.S. dollars in capital. Almost all of the top hedge funds in rice. Xiao Hongba feels that his life has been worthwhile to have the honor of witnessing this. Although at this point, he had already completely recognized Han Haoren's strength. But Xiao Hongba was still worried about Han Haoren. Xiao Hongba believes that if Han Haoren is controlling the same amount of money in his hands as Soros, or even a little less, Han Haoren might even be able to win. But even now, when the price of rebar is still skyrocketing, Han Haoren has accumulated less than 1.5 billion soft money on the books. That amount of money, playing against Soros' massive hedge fund, is the end of blood money if you're not careful. Chapter 150, Unprecedented. Half a day, 80 times the earnings. Xiao Hongba felt that every second of time passed by. The five of them, the top trader, had also been staring at the various data on the screen, analyzing Soros' behavior. However, even though Xiao Hongba's head was about to explode, he still couldn't predict what, exactly, Soros was going to do. He had even less idea what was next for Soros. The price of rebar continues to rise, and has even broken through the previous price level of 4,712 points, still rising at breakneck speed. As for Han Haoren, the funds on his books at this time had already surpassed 2 billion soft dollars. Yes, from $250 million to $2 billion happened in less than a morning. When the price level of rebar reaches the point of 4,977, Han Haoren, who had been paying full attention to the data, suddenly spoke up. Sell all the buy long orders, and then all the money to sell short. If the first time, Han ordered them to sell short, Xiao Hongba's mindset was disdainful, predicting that Han would immediately lose his money. The second time, Han Haoren told them to buy more. Xiao Hongba was skeptical, and this time, as soon as Han Haoren opened his mouth, all five of them ran to the trading terminal without hesitation and began to carry out Han Haoren's orders. Not a second was lost. Although, they have been analyzing and judging in their minds that this is not the time to sell short, but all five knew very well that Han Haoren was more powerful than all of them combined. They can't tell because there is still a big gap between their level and the likes of Soros. They can't see past Soros. However, Han Haoren is clearly a bull on at least the same level as Soros. What they could not see through, Han Haoren must have seen through. And Han Haoren told them to sell short, which means that the price of rebar is about to plummet, and they have to close all their deals before the price of rebar plummets. 3 minutes. Although Han Huang's funds rolled over to 245 billion soft dollars, but the five men still carried out Han Haoren's orders within 3 minutes. They were all sweating profusely at this point, and everyone was very nervous. Xiao Hongba felt that at this time, his heartbeat was much more nervous than the first time he took hundreds of billions of soft dollars to manipulate the funds. Obviously even 245 billion is not even close to hundreds of billions. The deal was done and everyone relaxed. Han Haoren opened the ice cola that Xiao Hongba had bought for a long time, started to leisurely let off steam again. This short sale is Han Haoren's last trade of the day. Han Haoren knows that the price of rebar will continue to fall in the following time, and you don't even need to do much with your own short sale order. Just wait for the futures contract delivery date to expire and then deliver and be done with it. Short-term operations are heart-pounding and exciting though, but futures are still, for the most part, the same as stocks. If the price of rebar continues to fall, it would be in your best interest to keep the short sale order in your hand and wait for the delivery day to collect your money. Xiao Hongba wasn't as relaxed as Han Haoren. The five men were still glued to their screens, watching the price trend of rebar. This is because the price of rebar is still rising at this time. However, after they knew that they were opposite Soros, it was also clear that even if Han Haoren was strong, he couldn't have stuck close to the best time to execute the deal. Having a certain amount of advance is a must. And at that moment, Xiao Hongba's heart began to pray for Han Haoren. Down, down, hurry up and fall. It wasn't just Xiao Hongba. Zhou Xiaowang, Zhou Xiaojie's brothers, Hui Jie, and Zheng Zhan were all thinking the same thing. Song Xinran, included, was expecting that discount that had been going up to suddenly turn down. It was the most anxious 5 minutes in this room. With the exception of Han Haoren, who was calmly sipping his Coke. The others' hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Finally, this time Song Shinran wasn't the only one who exclaimed in shock. Instead, everyone shouted out, "Down, down, it's really down, plunge, the price of rebar is about to collapse." The average price of a short sale executed by Han Horan is 4,980, and the highest rebar has risen to as 4,983, and after breaking through 4,983, the price of rebar plummeted sharply. 4,954, 4,932, 4,878, 4,849, 4,799, 4,756, 4,712. Rebar prices fell below 47.12 and continue to fall. At this time, Xiao Hongba, Zhou Xiuang, Zhou Xiujie, Wu Biao, and Zhang Zhan were also able to judge. At this point the crash in the price of rebar is inevitable. That price should continue to go down for a long time after today. And Han Haoran really rushed to get the heartiest bite of fat before Soros did. Today, Han Haoran's original $245 billion soft dollars has more than doubled with the cliff-like plunge of rebar, turning it into more than $5 billion soft dollars. And as long as the price of rebar continues to fall on subsequent days, as they all presumed, then, when all the futures in Han Haoran's hands reach the delivery date, his earnings will be very impressive figures. 10 billion, 20 billion, or even more? Xiao Hongba conservative estimate. As long as the plummet of rebar prices is the trend of the market, as long as Soros and the huge fund behind him stop screwing around, when all the futures in Han Haoran's hands are delivered, Han Haoran's earnings are guaranteed to be $20 billion. The probability is over 70%. Xiao Hongba was surprised to find that in half a day's time, Han Haoran had earned 20 billion soft dollars from 250 million soft dollars, though the 20 billion soft dollars are not there yet, but half a day, 80 times earnings, and that earnings, snatched from the mouths of financial predators like Soros. Xiao Hongba's inner admiration for Han Haoran knew no bounds. Chapter 151, Han Haoran eats meat, Soros drinks soup. Although Xiao Hongba is known as the best trader in China, Xiao Hongba knows his own weight. In Huaxia, he could indeed dominate. And this title of the top trader in all of China can net Xiao Hongba tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in commissions every year. But Xiao Hongba also knows the gap between himself and the world's capital predators such as Soros. It's almost like the difference between a 3-year-old doll and an adult. The top hedge funds in the world are in rice. The best traders in the world. Make a ranking, from the 1st to the 100th. More than 90% of them are Mizuno, and the rest are also Europeans and even Easterners. And Xiao Hongba knows that he won't be ranked in the top 100. This is the gap between China and rice in the field of finance, speculation, and capital gaming. After all, this futures thing was all invented by rice, and rice has far more decades of experience than China. Soros has always been the object of Xiao Hongba's admiration. Today, however, he saw a figure who was no less than Soros in terms of ability. Therefore, Xiao Hongba's admiration for Han Haoran came from the bottom of his heart. Even if Xiao Hongba knew deep down that he couldn't steal any skills from Han Haoran, but Xiao Hongba still stood up from his heart, looked at Han Haoran with the utmost respect, and applauded. Xiao Hongba's move drove up everyone in the super VIP trading room. Zhou Xiuang, Zhou Xiujie, Hui Jie, Zheng Zhan and Song Shinran applauded at the same time. Han Haoran, who was casually sipping an ice broad drop, was startled. What's with the applause all of a sudden? Of course, Han Haoran knew that the applause was dedicated to himself, so Han Haoran also got up and nodded, then smiled and said, "If nothing special happens, that's the end of the day for everyone. Thank you all for your cooperation." Han Haoran said this from the bottom of his heart. If not for Xiao Hongba, Zhou Xiuang, Zhou Xiujie, Hua Zhang were these experienced trader, then he cannot play so extreme stuck-in-time trading. This will make a lot less money. Xiao Hongba looked at Han Haoran admiringly. Today, it's really the most surprising and happiest moment in my life. Finally, a Chinese, who dares to stand up to Soros, Paulson, Dario, and Tepper, and win big. Mr. Han, you are the pride of our Chinese people. You are a role model for all of us Chinese traders. At this time, Han Haoran was modest. Actually, I earned quite a lot though. But Soros didn't lose either, though the biggest piece of meat was grabbed by me. But they all get to have a little soup and make a little money, too. Xiao Hongba nodded. As the executor of this amazing 3 manipulations today, he was naturally well aware of what happened today. As Soros and the giant crocodiles behind him wanted to start harvesting, they realized the tens of thousands of lots of futures at the highest point of the price level were swallowed first by Han Haoran. So, Han Huang's average buy price is 4,980. And Soros they will undoubtedly average much lower. In other words, Soros worked hard and took a lot of effort to manipulate the market. while the biggest gain was gotten by Han Haoren. Han Haoren's operation today is not to follow behind Soros and drink soup, but Han Haoren eats meat and Soros drinks soup. It is definitely not an exaggeration to say that such an achievement is a big win. Xiao Hongbao even pondered, with Han Haoren's skills, when Han Haoren has such a huge amount of money as Soros, both sides fair head-to-head game. Han Haoren will be able to Soros's quantum fund all swallowed? Guo Qian's face was full of excitement at this moment. Mr. Han Haoren, you're too good. Half a day, $250 million for at least 20 billion soft dollars, 80 times the rate of return. Such a case will be written in the history of the financial world when it is told. What you have shown today is undoubtedly textbook maneuvering. It's a virtual case of what only happens. I thought that in reality such a case would never happen. Until today. I'm so thankful that I get to go through this with you. I will never forget today for the rest of my life. I will tell this story to my grandchildren and great-grandchildren when I am old. There was once a man who used 250 million soft dollars to play with Soros, the world's top predator, in the capital market and ended up with more than 80 times the return. This is really something that wouldn't even be in a movie. Song Xinran does not have the experience and knowledge of Xiao Hongbao and others to accurately predict the future decline of rebar. In Song Xinran's mind, he still thought that the money Han Haoren earned was only the 5 billion or so on the books today. But 250 million, half a day into 5 billion, let Song Xinran feel like a dream. And now, when Song Xinran listened to the most professional and top trader say that he expected Han Haoren to be able to gain, the shock in his heart had expanded a lot. Turns out, Han Hong didn't make more than 5 billion. Rather, it was 20 billion. That's too scary, isn't it? Song Xinran broke his fingers and counted. 20 billion soft dollars. That's the kind of earnings you have to win the welfare lottery's special prize for. 000 times to earn. However, Han Haoren earned it in half a day. And Han Haoren isn't even using 100 billion soft dollars to make that 20 billion. Han Haoren's principal is only $250 million. Han Haoren looked at Xiao Hongbao and said, "Today, I don't think there will be any accidents in this market. Everyone just rest for now. I just looked and all these futures I'm buying have delivery dates between 1 and 2 months. If there are no special circumstances, please deliver it for me when it's due. I'll keep you posted if an emergency arises." Xiao Hongbao nodded frantically and handed over his business card with a curt smile. "This is my personal business card, and my cell phone is on 24 hours a day. You can contact me anytime. Don't worry about the delivery. We are professional manipulators." As the top trader in China, Xiao Hongbao's usual job is to operate huge funds to play in the capital market, buying and selling. Any decision is Xiao Hongbao's call alone. Today, however, Xiao Hongbao has been a trader who can only obey orders for half a day. And this half day is Xiao Hongbao unforgettable in his life. The most thrilling half day. Star. Chapter 152, entering the top 10 of China's richest people. Han Haoren said goodbye to the 5, then made a call to He Zhiqi, indicating that he was leaving. He Zhiqi joked, "Han Haoren, so soon? Isn't there still an afternoon left? You're not going to lose all of that 250 million, are you?" Han Haoren smiled and replied, "Yeah, no return on the blood money. I'm going to rely on you to support me from now on." Hearing Han Haoren's relaxed tone, He Zhiqi knew that Han Haoren was joking. He Zhiqi knew that Han Haoren must have made money, and a lot of it. He Zhiqi said with a smile, "I still have some work to do. Han Haoren, why don't you accompany me shopping tomorrow? As for the rest of the day, go do whatever you like have lunch with that lady friend of yours." Han Haoren knew that He Zhiqi was a little jealous, but it was also clear that He Zhiqi had already acquiesced to the fact that there would be a lot of excellent and beautiful women around him. This is a good thing for Han Hong. After all, He Zhiqi was the first female he had a relationship with after he was reborn. In Han Haoren's opinion, He Zhiqi is the main house. Although He Zhiqi was a little jealous, being able to be so generous was a pretty good thing for Han Haoren. Han Haoren finished his phone call with He Zhiqi and said goodbye to Xiao Hongbao and the others. All 5 men respectfully handed Han Haoren their personal business cards and expressed their willingness to work as Han Haoren's traders again at any time. This time, though, they were just a bystander, a trader following orders. But there is no doubt that everyone learned a lot from this seemingly easy, but actually thrilling game. For them, today was an extraordinarily valuable lesson. If they can follow Han Haoren and learn some more experience, even if it is just watching Han Haoren manipulate the market, it will be a very valuable experience for them. While Han Haoren was leading Song Xinran to eat Chinese food, He Zhiqi called Guo Qian to her office. Although in the BOC, Guo Qian's rank looked to be more than 1 level higher than He Zhiqi. But the scene in the office at this moment was that He Zhiqi was sitting while Guo Qian stood respectfully on the side. This is a mapping of the true status of the 2 men. He Zhiqi looked at Gui Jia and asked directly, "How is Han Haoren's level of maneuvering? Did he make or lose money today?" Guo Zhiqi had wanted to ask He Zhiqi where she had found such a monster that could arm wrestle with Soros, Guo Jiqi had thought that Jiqi's purpose was for their own good, so that the five of them could learn from Han Haoren's maneuvering ability. However, once they heard Jiqi's tone, it turned out that Jiqi didn't know about Han Haoren's ability either. Guo was very straightforward. I think rather than making a profit or a loss, the most important thing I want to say right now is that Mr. Han is so awesome. He's the idol that I, Guo Chuan, admire the most in my life. Ji Kite, idol? The moment she watched Guo Bian say that Han Haoren was his idol with a fluttering brow, Jiqi was puzzled. What the hell? What the hell happened today? Seeing Ji Kite's inquiring gaze, Guo Qian finally answered with a straight face. Eldest miss, your friend here is awesome. Half a day, 80 times the rate of return. Would you say that's a profit or a loss? It was Ji Kite's turn to be shocked by these. Han Haoren has a principal of 250 million. Jiqi is aware of this. 80 times the rate of return. That means Han Hoyun made 20 billion soft dollars? Jiqi suspected that she had heard wrong. 80 times return rate? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Guo Biao's admiration for Han Haoren couldn't be greater at this point, and he replied with a fluttering brow. Missy, I didn't speak wrongly. Although the future's Mr. Han bot won't all be ready for delivery until 2 months from now. However, judging from my experience, 20 billion soft dollars is still a conservative estimate. Mr. Han's gains would have been even greater if the rebar he chose to sell short had fallen a little more. Also, Mr. Han's gains like this were snatched from the jaws of Soros. I just witnessed the game between Mr. Han and Soros, and in the end we won. Utterly and completely finished. Yes, finally a Chinese person who can take on Soros in the futures market and win. Ji Kite naturally knew that Han Haoren was amazing, but Guo Qian's description was completely out of Ji Kite's expectation. Ji Kite said in a hurry, Guo Qian, give me all the details. Thus, Guo Xiaojun recalled everything that had just happened with a fluttering brow. Missy, to summarize, Mr. Han, through 3 perfectly timed sell short, buy long, and then sell short trades, has put the capital accumulated to where it is today. He chooses to sell short and buy long at the most precise points. In particular, Mr. Han also perfectly judged Soros' train of thought just perfectly to complete the operation before Soros did. I know, it's really quite unbelievable to say. If I hadn't witnessed everything with my own eyes, there's no way I would have believed it either. But, it's all really happening. Ji Kite waved her hand, signaling for Guizhen to leave. In an instant, Ji Kite was in deep thought. Ji Kite had just checked Han Haoren's trading account and transaction records. Everything proved that what Guo said was true. Han Haoren really did it with a capital of 250 million, operating in half a day and realizing 80 times the expected return. Of course, the value of these futures in Han Haoren's hands today is only worth 5 billion soft dollars, while 20 billion is what Guo Jia expects. However, Ji Kite trusted Guo Qian's judgment. He said Han Hong ended up making $20 billion, so that's a no-brainer. But as long as Ji Kite knew, the Han Haoren of a few weeks ago was still a penniless man. So, in just a little bit of time, Han Haoren went from a man with nothing to a super rich man with a fortune of 20 billion soft dollars? That's $20 billion, not counting the tycoons of Hong Kong like Li Ka-shing, or if we don't count the powerful families like the He Jiqi family. Han Haoren's $20 billion could be in the top 10 of the Forbes list of richest people in China. In 2009, on the list of richest people, the richest person in China was BYD's Wang Chuanfu, with a fortune of just 35 billion soft money coins. And after that, most of the charts are filled with real estate tycoons like Wang Wanda who can compete with Han Haoren in terms of assets. Characters like Ma Yun, Sesame Vine, and Li Yanhong. Because of today's internet bubble, the valuation of the company is not high, and the assets are less than $20 billion. And if Han Haoren is really on the list, they are all ranked behind Han Haoren. However, even if Wang Wanda, who had more assets than Han Haoren, what they owned was only the shares of their listed company, the amount of money they have at their actual disposal is not going to be much. And Han Haoren's 20 billion soft dollars, when the futures expire, can be all cash. It could be said that in all of China, there wasn't anyone who had more cash than Han Haoren. Star. Chapter 153, a fearful opponent from Huaxia. At a fancy Western restaurant, Song Xinran was not half interested in the food on her plate. She kept staring stupidly at Han Haoren. Today, for her, was simply the most shocking day. First, she met 5 superb manipulators she had heard so much about. However, in half a day's time, the 5 super manipulators became Han Haoren's loyal minions, admiring him to the core. And Han Haoren himself, with a principal of 250 million soft dollars, made 20 billion. That's $20 billion. There aren't many people in all of China who are richer than Han Haoren. Are there? And Song Shinran also knew that Han Haoren was also a partner in a top venture capital firm and a vice president of a top private equity firm. With Han Haoren's out-of-this-world maneuvering ability, Han Haoren's investment vision can't be bad, right? So isn't it possible that by adding up all of Han Haoren's assets, Han Haoren is the richest man in all of China? Song Shinran originally liked Han Haoren, but she felt that even if Han Haoren was amazing and rich, and she was so outstanding, she should at least be equal to Han Haoren. But now Song Shinran was not confident. Han Haoren was too good, so good that she felt she didn't deserve Han Haoren anymore. And Song Shinran saw Hijichi today. This great beauty, as good in appearance and talent as herself, was able to easily make 5 of the top manipulators. Hijichi's background must be very impressive. Just as Hijikite felt a sense of crisis in Song Shinran naturally knew that the relationship between Hijikite and Han Haoren was definitely not just a mere friend. Song Shinran thought that perhaps such an excellent Han Haoren, only someone like Hijichi is really a good match. A real door-to-door match, right? Thus, Song Shinran had been in a somewhat melancholy mood since the moment she left Bosai. Originally, Song Shinran thought that she would be overjoyed to have lunch with both Han Haoren, but now, Song Shinran felt as if she couldn't be happy. Everything today made Song Shinran realize that Han Haoren was excellent and perfect, more perfect than she had imagined. However, the more perfect Han Haoren was, the more pressure Song Shinran felt, making her feel the huge gap that existed between herself and Han Haoren. This gap made Song Shinran gloomy. Han Haoren quickly realized that something was wrong with Song Shinran. Han Haoren was naturally able to guess Song Shinran's thoughts, so he stretched out his hand and gripped it tightly. Shinran, did you know? In my eyes, you're very, very, very good at what you do, and I actually don't think it matters how successful a woman is in her career, character, hobbies, personality, talent, those are the things that I think are important. Song Shinran's originally dull eyes suddenly lit up. She knew that this was Han Haoren sensing her unhappiness and comforting herself. So Song Shinran spoke up very directly and asked, "So, Han Haoren, do you like my personality, hobbies, persona and talents?" "That's a good question." Han Haoren replied without the slightest thought or hesitation. "Of course I like it. Otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here having dinner with you, would I? I'll only reach out to women I like." Song Shinran's face immediately turned red, but her heart was sweeter than honey. Song Shinran understood that although Han Haoren said he liked himself, the girl Han Haoren liked was definitely not just himself. For example, the one I saw today, Hijichi, like Hot Shouty, and even Tong Yayat and Su Siu. But what does that matter? Han Haoren was such an excellent person that it was impossible for him to be deeply in love with only one girl. As long as Han Haoren could like himself, wouldn't that be enough? Rice, New York, Wall Street. Inside the conference room of the Quantum Fund, Soros, Rogers and Druckenmiller gathered. Although by this time, Rogers, the co-founder of the Quantum Fund, had long since left the Quantum Fund, and Druckenmiller has long since set up his own company, Dekena Capital Management. But these three, in the Quantum Fund has been the figurehead, have come to this. They are familiar with the old place. At this point they are on a video call conference call, and anyone in the financial world who saw the man on the TV screen was in for a shock. These people, all of them, are the same as Soros, the famous super financial predators. Dario, president of Bridgewater Associates, the world's largest hedge fund firm, Wall Street's most spiritual cheetah Paulson of Paulson Hedge Fund, a rising star in the financial world. Tepper, founder of Appaloosa Investment Management, one of the world's greatest hedge fund managers, once netting $1.5 billion a year. Simmons of Renaissance. Then there are the two Berkshire Hathaway giants, Buffett and Munger. Soros is clearly not in a good mood. You could tell by looking at his tightly furrowed brow that he was in a state of shock at the moment. And the others, too, had no smiles on their faces. Soros said with some exasperation, "We're being sniped. Although, we didn't lose any money. Because of this mysterious organization that struck before us and cut us off, we made at least a few tens of billions of US dollars less." Dario sighed and said, "Though I'm chagrined to be sniped, but it has to be said that the other side completely saw through our actions. He's been ahead of us every step of the way. If I didn't trust each and every one of you, I think our plans were leaked early. Our opponents are very strong. It can be intimidating." Tepper spoke up, "George, did you find out now which organization that mysterious organization is? It's a couple of other hedge funds and Rice that we don't get along with? Or is it a consortium from Europe?" Soros didn't say anything, and Druckenmiller, who was helping Soros tap away at his computer, suddenly looked up. "I've got it. That mysterious agency that sniped us is not from Rice itself or from Europe. And he didn't hide his information with scattered hundreds and thousands of accounts. He only used one account, and this account, from China." Chapter 154, Buffett's Retreat. Wasia, Soros plummeted. Soros has no doubt whatsoever about the accuracy of the information provided by Druckenmiller. With Druckenmiller's connections and abilities, it would be far too easy to find out information about large-scale transactions in any financial market. What's more, his opponent had no disguise this time, and only traded with one account. To Soros, it would be tantamount to a clear declaration of war with himself. However, Soros' inherent notion is that there is no single trader in China who can be called his rival. After all, compared to the United States, almost all financial instruments and financial products are their invention of the most developed capitalist countries. China for the capital to all kinds of restrictions. Fund companies in China must have a national background. The stock market in China, too, is extremely informal. As for futures, it is a completely new concept in China. Most Chinese people don't know what futures are really like. Soros even argues that the Chinese trader is not even a trader at all. Even a frontal confrontation are afraid to touch with their own trader. In the mind of Soros, just these a trader. However, this time the account that sniped itself actually came from China. Soros frowned and said, "Chinese? Stanley, are you mistaken?" Yet Druckenmiller's later words caused Soros to tremble wildly inside. "George, I'm not mistaken. And I'm going to tell you something even more amazing. I've double-checked that it's true, but it's so unbelievable. This account from China. He's sniping more than just our last short sale. As a matter of fact, this account completed 3 transactions on this day. In the first one, the option to sell short when the price of rebar was at 4,712. In the second one, a few minutes before we started pulling up the price of rebar, he sold all of his short sale orders and then chose to buy long with all of his money. In the third, he chose to sell short again at the highest price of rebar, before we started to smash the short sale. These 3 operations are simply as precise as they can be, deals that allow him to maximize his profits. But the good news is that this account probably have just wanted to have some fun and earn some pocket money. His initial capital investment was only $250 million soft dollars, which is about $30 million US dollars. 30 million? Small change indeed for Soros. However, Soros quickly remembered something. Take the big rise and fall in rebar today. If he had maximized his gains in all 3 transactions, then even $30 million dollars, 3 perfect trades at the best of times, would be able to bring him dozens of times the profit. Druckenmiller nodded and said, "George, you're right. I expect that his return on earnings for this one is about 90 times, which means that he took $30 million dollars and turned it into $2.7 billion in this one hand." Druckenmiller expected more of a decline in rebar than Xiao Hongba and others, so he predicted a higher gain for Han Hong than Xiao Hongba predicted. Soros had been shocked beyond words. Buffett, on the other hand, suddenly spoke up. Although this time following new hedge funds to play a speculation did not make much money, but instead used up a lot of energy. Still, it's grown on me to see something so interesting. However, today's events have also made me realize that speculation is, after all, speculation, and the risks are too high and there are too many uncontrollable factors. Today, for example, this account from China nearly capsized us. I think it's better for Berkshire Hathaway to focus on investing from now on. Next time you speculate in the futures, options, and exchange rate markets, you don't have to call me. I'm too old for something like futures to be too risky for me. Berkshire Hathaway is better off investing in the stock market in peace. Soros did not expect this one accident, so that he was hard to pull together. Buffett have produced a retirement. To know who Warren Buffett is? He is now the richest man in the world. So, an unnamed Chinese guy scared Buffett off? Soros said to the camera on the video call, "I'm sorry guys, there may have been some poor decision making on my part this time. Perhaps, my behavioral pattern has been drilled into me. That's why this mysterious person used it to make big money off of us. It's fair to say that our behavior of jacking up the price of rebar and then suppressing it just did the job for this guy. I've always believed that the best traders in the world in this speculative market are in our rice country. That Chinese man is very powerful, but it's actually not enough to worry about. This time, we are in the light and he is in the dark. He must have planned for a long time, waiting for us to make our move, coupled with our dropping the ball. That's why we lost a step. Next time, it won't. Any manipulation of this account is something I keep a strict eye on. I'll also keep an eye on any money movement before the next operation. Believe me, I'll make him spit out the money he's made today like a good boy. Warren, don't be so quick to say you won't play first. Stocks, where's the thrill of futures? And Berkshire Hathaway, or you yourself, can turn the capital markets upside down by transferring even a little bit of money. Next time, we'll just be more prepared." Buffett still shook his head. "I'm old. Better to toss in my familiar territory. Investment and speculation, after all, are 2 very different relationships. What I'm good at is investing, and what you guys are good at is speculating. So let's just each do what we're good at, but we can still meet up and go out and play golf. After all, my body needs exercise at my age." Seeing Buffett's determined look, Soros didn't try to convince Buffett anymore. Even if Berkshire Hathaway launches, the hedge funds controlled by the owners of this video conference have enough money to pry the whole world apart. For example, in this case of rebar, they didn't call in all of their money because the rebar itself was too small to require their full attention. Soros continued, since Warren doesn't want to rejoin, we're reluctant. I'd like to talk to you all about something now. Perhaps, in a short time, we'll cross paths with that mysterious Chinese star. Chapter 155, Soros' Ambition. Sniping the soft currency? Seeing that everyone's expressions were beginning to look serious and solemn, Soros began. Has everyone noticed the recent situation in Southeast Asia? The currencies of New Zealand, Malaysia, Thailand, South Korea, and the East have once again begun to depreciate, and the soft dollar is starting to destabilize. Is this like that financial crisis in Asia in '97? Last time, the Chinese government used all their foreign exchange reserves against us, but this time it's different. Huaxia is more open than 10 years ago, yet also more restricted. 10 years ago, they could hold on to the soft currency without devaluing it, but now, if they want to do the same, they're going to be under a lot more pressure, and we control more than 10 times more money today than we did then. As long as we are completely prepared, even if the Chinese government goes all out, they may not be able to fight us. We short sell their Chinese soft currencies. I don't believe the mystics will stand by and do nothing. When the time comes, I look forward to another encounter with this mysterious Chinese in the exchange rate market. Buffet shrugged. Like I said, I'm not involved in any of this. Make yourselves at home. And Dario, Paulson, Tepper, and Simmons said almost simultaneously, trigger another Asian financial crisis? Interesting, George, you really are the craziest of us all. So much fun. I'm in, Soros said. I trust all of you to help me keep this a closely guarded secret. I need about 2 or 3 months lead time. I'll let everyone know when it's time to move. This time, we'll start again with the Thai baht, and then short sell the currencies of Asian countries one by one, and the ultimate target will be the soft money. Huaxia is developing rapidly these days, and is on the verge of reaching a point where it threatens the hegemonic position of our rice country. So, whether it's for the sake of the country or for our own good, this time, we're only allowed to succeed and not fail. Dario smiled and said, George, we have the same goal. You have the full support of my Bridgewater United Foundation. Paulson chimed in. So did the Paulson Hedge Fund. Simmons, Renaissance joins. Tapper, Appaloosa Investment Management joins. Soros continued. I can also find 10 hedge funds with more than $50 billion of capital at their disposal to work with. By the time we get there, we'll be in control of about $1 trillion US dollars. The Chinese government's foreign exchange reserves, too, are only $2 trillion. With our level of maneuvering and the addition of other lobbyists, we're winning. Simmons laughed. Well, wish us luck in advance. That's pretty much it for today's video conference, right? Although we were intercepted by a mysterious man from China, we all made a small gain. I'm still going to pop the champagne and get a bunch of beauties to celebrate. Bye guys. One by one, these bigwigs of the financial world dropped out of the video call, and Soros and his one-time partner, Rogers, and one-time beloved Druckenmiller conferred for a while and dispersed on their own. Soros is going to be in shutdown mode, and he's decided that he's not going to do any more speculation until he makes his next move and short sells the Southeast Asian currency exchange rates. Love Shack. Han Haoren naturally didn't know that he was being targeted by so many of the world's most famous capital predators, much less the machinations of Soros against China. Han Haoren just heard about the special plan of the Meet the Rich and the Poor program team again, and his brain hurts a little bit. After Han Haoren returned to the villa, the program staff gathered all the male and female guests at home together. Turning to the crowd, the staff announced, Ladies and gentlemen, it has been 5 days since the last time our love message was sent. I believe that the guests have been able to interact with each other, and bond with each other a little bit more. Shi Yuhan nodded. She did have a deeper exchange with Han Haoren. She tells Han Haoren all about the troubles that are plaguing her, and Han Haoren is very forthcoming in offering to help her. This made Shi Yuhan very moved. It also reinforced that she was right to vote for Han Haoren every time, and from that day on, Shi Yuhan also began to take the initiative. Originally, Shi Yuhan felt that the 5 people of Hot Shouty, Tong Yaya, Su Siu, and Song Shinran surrounded Han Haoren alone and were afraid that their brains were broken. Now, Shi Yuhan has also joined the Braindead 5 and has made a pact with all of them to work every day in exchange for a little time to interact with Han Haoren alone after dinner. Song Shinran, though, had been clear about her innermost thoughts after her last date. However, today's experience made Song Shinran's understanding of Han Haoren much deeper. In the past, Song Shinran knew that Han Haoren was very capable, and also knew that Han Haoren had such a long list of titles, but Song Shinran had not personally experienced it. Today, however, Han Haoran's astonishing act of making 20 billion soft dollars with 250 million soft dollars was witnessed in its entirety by Song Shinran. Such a capable person might easily become the richest man in China, or even the world, right? This made Song Shinran's feelings toward Han Haoran, on top of liking, adoring, and clinging, add worship, Tong Yaya, on the other hand, had grown quite a bit more favorable towards Han Haoran because of the dinner he continued to help her make this week. The female guests had different thoughts while the staff continued. Tonight, it's time for another one of our Love Connections moments. The 3 male guests and the 6 female guests will once again send your love messages. And before sending a love message, we have set up a special session to help you better determine who you should send your love message to. That would be the anonymous question and answer session. Each female and male guest may choose a guest of the opposite sex to ask a question anonymously. And after dinner today, everyone will gather to complete the Q&A. All guests must honestly answer any questions he receives, and everyone still has until 10 p.m. tonight to finish sending love messages. After announcing this new process, the staff member left quite voluntarily, leaving behind a group of chattering female guests. They chatted around Han Haoran. Chapter 156, It's a Question of Death. After dinner, the 3 men and 6 women gathered on the living room couch, and although Zhang Hanxiao, who came back only after dinner, looked normal, she would glance at Han Haoran a few times from time to time. Zhang Hanxiao thought about it all day today, whether to go to Han Haoran's room in the middle of the night. Messing up the work was not in shape, and shooting an advertisement took a long time to pass. This surprised Zhang Hanxiao's assistant. Sis, you're a movie queen. Shouldn't something as simple as an advertisement be one line over? Zhang Hanxiao certainly didn't tell her annoyance, and since Zhang Hanxiao's room didn't have a camera, there was only a device for video calls with the studio. Zhang Hanxiao did not actively talk to other observers. Then the observers could not see what was going on in Zhang Hanxiao's room. So even the other 5 observers in the studio only knew that Zhang Hanxiao had completed the task of sending a love letter to Han Haoran. But none of them knew that Zhang Hanxi received a reply from Han Haoran. Qi Yuhan was closest to the mailbox with questions sent by the program team. So Qi Yuhan took the initiative and said, I'll draw a question first, and then the person who is being asked the question will take the initiative to answer it. Then the person who has answered the question goes on to draw the next question. Is that okay? The crowd nodded their heads that they had no problem with it. So Qi Yuhan drew the first envelope. Qi Yuhan opened the envelope and just looked at Han Haoran with a smile. This one is a question for Han Hong. Which one or more of the female guests here has given you a heart attack? Han Haoran smiled helplessly and bitterly. Who asked this question? How come it's this kind of life-giving question right off the bat? Zhang Hanxiao guffawed and laughed. Life-sending question. Han Haoran. That's really quite an apt description for you, so you have to think about it before you answer. Han Haoran gazed at Zhang Hanxiao. This question, it wouldn't be you asking it, would it? Zhang Hanxiao denied it flatly. How could I ask such a boring question? Han Haoran looked at the eager and expectant gazes of all 6 great beauties and was a little apprehensive inside. Luckily, it's not a who to save when your girlfriend and mom fall in the water at the same time kind of question. The keyword in this question is which one or which ones, so Han does not necessarily have to say only one. So Han Haoran narrated, on the first day I came to this villa, the first female guest I met was a very lively and lovely little girl. I thought she had a very Audrey Hepburn-like demeanor, so the first time I saw her I was impressed. She has a very bright personality and has a lot to talk about with me. Hottie gave me a heart attack the first moment I met her. Hottie couldn't hide his joy at all at this point. She did not expect that Han Haoran actually loved at first sight. In fact, Hot Xiaodi also had an electrifying feeling at the first sight of Han Haoran. Therefore, Hot Xiaodi thinks that she and Han Haoran are in love. However, except for the joyful Hot Xiaodi, several other female guests simultaneously revealed a despondent and sad look. Song Shinran, in particular, experienced an unforgettable date where she gave her first kiss to Han Haoran. And today, Han Haoran took her, again, to the BOC, to witness a high-end game in the financial market and a miracle. Song Shinran felt that Han Haoran must have a good feeling about himself, but Han Haoran answered Hot Xiaodi's name, which made Song Shinran a little sad. Just as Song Shinran was gloomy, Han Haoran continued, maybe it's because I'm more of a womanizer. There's another girl who first struck me as a drop-dead, femme fatale type, and I was fortunate enough to have a secret date with her that allowed me to learn more about her little girl side. She's really cute, and the view from the Ferris wheel at the fairgrounds gave me a heartwarming feeling. I'm sure I'll never forget this memory for the rest of my life. All of a sudden Song Shinran's mood had a 180-degree shift, from great sadness to great joy. That date at the amusement park, that kiss on the Ferris wheel, is also a perfect memory that Song Shinran will cherish in her memory for the rest of her life. Although Han Haoran mentioned one mention of Hot Xiaodi and only mentioned himself in the second, Song Shinran didn't mind at all anymore. Just when the crowd thought Han Haoran had finished answering the questions, Han Haoran continued, there is still a female guest. The impression I got when she walked in the door was that she was very, very shy and didn't talk. But when she opened her heart completely to me and I heard her story, I was moved and heartened. She was a very special girl. A lot of her qualities struck me. Her aspirations and goals are very ambitious. And the way she works so hard and seriously every day to achieve them makes my heart sing. Su Siyu shyly lowered her head. Today, she was wearing one of the sets of clothes Han Haoran had given her at the time, and the way she looked when she blushed looked very cute. Chi Yuhan's heartbeat quickened a bit when she heard Han Haoran say 3 female guests in one breath. Chi Yuhan knew that she hadn't touched Han Haoran too much during the 10 days she had entered the villa. Chi Yuhan also knew that the order Han Haoran had just said was in accordance with the order of the female guest's entrance. That is, the order in which Han Haoran had seen all the female guests. The first was Hot Xiaoti, the second was Song Xinran, while the third was Su Siyu, and Chi Yuhan was the fourth person to step into the villa. Chi Yuhan wanted to hear her name in Han Haoran's mouth, but Chi Yuhan was also a little worried. Would she be the only one to be skipped? Because, among the 5 female guests, Chi Yuhan felt that her bond with Han Haoran was the least. Chi Yuhan had always just unilaterally admired and worshipped Han Haoran very much, and when Han promised to help her win back neat happiness, it was Chi Yuhan who was unilaterally attracted to Han Haoran. However, while Chi Yuhan's heart was moved, she didn't give Han Haoran the same attraction, which made Chi Yuhan feel that she was just in unrequited love. Thus, after Han Haoran finished talking about Su Siyu, Chi Yuhan began to get nervous. If she was really skipped, Chi Yuhan would be very sad. Chapter 157, this is a sick question. Han Haoran's next words caused Chi Yuhan to unfold a bright smile. There was another female guest, and the first thing that struck me about her was that she was very passionate. She initiates conversation and speech with everyone and is also very attentive and observant, able to notice a lot of details, though there hasn't been much opportunity for me to interact with her. But after eating the San Ono black and lemon tart she made herself, I tasted something called happiness. Tanya also sensed Han Haoran's pattern. Wasn't this the rhythm of having a heart for all female guests? However, Han Haoran's words of love were quite touching. Thus, Tanya was full of anticipation for Han Haoran's words of love to himself. Sure enough, Han Haoran immediately said, the last female guest. She is a very gentle and virtuous person. The first day we arrived at the villa, she offered to cook. She was an exceptionally good cook, and she's very thoughtful about preparing breakfast for everyone every day. The moment I ate the food she prepared with her heart was the moment my heart went out to her. Seeing the bright smiles of the 5 female guests at the same time, Han Haoran knew that he had passed this hurdle. I'm done answering this question, Han Haoran said. Studio, Luigi analyzed. Han Haoran has again shown everyone what it means to have a high performance in both IQ and EQ. This question is, in fact, very difficult to answer, especially at a time when Han Haoran and the 5 female guests are more or less having an affair. It's not good to compliment anyone. So, Han Hong was smart enough to choose to say a love quote to each of them. This made all the female guests focus their attention on the lovey-dovey words Han Haoran said to her. Looking at the expressions of each female guest at the time, they were all very joyful, and it was clear that they were all touched by Han Haoran's words of love. So, they instinctively ignored Han Haoran's words of love to the other female guests. This allowed Han Hong to gain the hearts of all the female guests. And the smartest thing about Han Haoran is that even Chi Yuhan, with whom she had little contact, he didn't skip her. But I don't have any memory of when Han Haoran had eaten Say Ono's black and lemon tart made by Chi Yuhan. I remember the 2 times Chi Yuhan made dessert. Han Haoran wasn't there. Song Shanshan agreed. I think Han Haoran got full marks for his answer to this question. It's the embodiment of perfect emotional intelligence. Oh Yang Mi suddenly realized something. Wait, I've discovered something particularly important. Han Haoran seems to have confessed his love to only 5 female guests. But, even though we know that Sister Hanshin is an imposter female guest, according to the current program flow, Sister Hanshin is the 6th female guest. Han Haoran confessed his love to the other 5 female guests, but only ignored Sister Hanshin. I think Hanasia-san is going to blow a gasket. Zhang Man nodded. I agree. Song Shanshan also said, I'm a little heartbroken for Sister Hanxiao, who was previously said to be a 27-year-old woman. Today was another day of skipped confessions by Han Hong. She's so miserable. Obviously a super first-tier beautiful big star to come. Yet she was treated differently by Han Haoran, just as the observers expected. Zhang Hanxiao's heart thumped when she heard the last female guest, and when Han Haoran said, I'm done answering this question, Zhang Hanxiao was even more furious and jumped to her feet. After waiting for half a day and seeing that Han Haoran had shut up and didn't speak, Zhang Hanxiao couldn't help but point at herself. What about me? Han Haoran, don't you have any heart for me? The others also realized that Han Haoran seemed to have neglected Zhang Hanxiao. Li Feng, the dog licker, hurriedly said, Zhang Hanxiao, you're the female guest I'm most moved by in this villa. and Wang Songsong gave a rare lick. After all, the target was his adored Zhang Hanxiao, who wouldn't be touched by a perfect woman like you, unless he's not a man. Unfortunately, Zhang Hanxiao was indifferent to the true confessions of the two licking dogs. She just stared at Han Haoren with wide-eyed pout and exasperation. Han Haoren secretly laughed. Wang Songsong Wang's paragraph is not as high today as it was in later years. Doesn't he know that dog licking will end up with nothing? Looking at Zhang Hanxiao, who was eyeing him intently, Han Haoren said, "It's not that I haven't had much contact or understanding with you yet. I'm sure by communicating and getting to know you better in the future, I'll have a heartfelt moment for you too." Han Haoren deliberately raised his head and looked at his room. Zhang Hanxiao immediately got Han Haoren's hint. Wasn't that a hint to myself to keep my promise and go to his room in the middle of the night in my sexy pajamas? This will naturally lead to deeper communication and understanding. Zhang Hanxiao, who had originally seen a big scene, actually felt a bit unsettled as she hurriedly said, "Alright, count on you to finish answering this question. Draw the next question quickly." Han Haoren happily ran over to the draw box and picked up a random envelope. Opening the envelope, Han Haoren's face darkened. The text of this question was remachined by the program, so you can't tell by the handwriting who the question came from. What made Han Haoren depressed was that the question was still asked of him. How do you like the opposite, or same, sex? The previous questions are fine, but the ones in parentheses, are they really serious questions? Han Haoren answered after a moment's thought, I would only like the opposite sex. I'd probably prefer a girl who's a bit cuter and gentler, who has her own hobbies, who can think independently, and who shares my personality. Hot D thinks cute goes with her. Tong Yaya felt that gentle was referring to herself. Su Siyu certainly has the most unique hobby. Song Shinran thought able to think independently described her. Chi Yuhan, on the other hand, felt that she and Han Haoren had similar personalities. All of a sudden, everyone found their own labels in Han Haoren's short sentence. Only Zhang Hanxiao was a bit depressed. None of these adjectives seem to fit well with myself. After answering the question, Han Hong ran to the box again. This time, Han Haoren finally revealed a smile. For the next question, please answer Zhang Hanshan. That's a sick question. Even though it's anonymous, you can't ask that kind of question, right? Will this program be allowed to air? Seeing everyone, especially Zhang Hanshan, looking at him curiously, Han Haoren read the question. May I ask Zhang Hanshan, what color and style of underwear and panties are you wearing right now? Han Haoren flashed the paper in his hand. I didn't make it up. I'm just reading out the question, and this is definitely not a question I asked. Chapter 158 Zhang Hanshan's straightforward seduction. Zhang Hanxiao froze when she heard this question, but she quickly responded, then looked at Han Haoren with a smile. I knew you wouldn't ask that kind of question, but do you want to know the answer to that question? Perhaps you'd like to verify that answer for yourself? Han Haoren realized that Zhang Hanxiao's eyes actually carried a hint of charm. Han Haoren bristled non-committally. I'm only responsible for reading the questions. It's time for you to answer next. I've answered 2 questions already and need a break. Zhang Hanshan was just sad. She's already worked up the courage to seduce Han Haoren, but it seems like Han Haoren just remains indifferent. But there's not much to avoid about this kind of question, even though it's very private. Zhang Hanxiao had watched a few very hot variety shows, and there were also many popular actresses discussing such issues in public, and also describing the styles in great detail. So Zhang Hanxiao replied, my first lesson in the industry was to become a star, a public figure. You have to expose all of yourself to the public. The more popular you are, the less privacy you have. But I think that by asking me this question anonymously, you're missing an opportunity to really get to know me by asking such an uninteresting question. Okay, I like more comfortable styles, so it's just a normal style, no lace or anything like that, and it's not sexy. Han Haoren, aren't you a little disappointed? The colors are all black. Han Haoren, I'll just sit down and take a breather. Why even CUE to me? Why would Zhang Hanshan ask himself if he's disappointed? Is it possible that she knows about her system reward? But it does not make sense. This kind of thing system has to be secret. This world only may he himself guess no. Inside the studio, Yang Mi smiled daintily and said, I'm curious who asked this question. Wang Songsong or Li Feng? Unless I have a particular crush on someone. People ask me that question and I absolutely slap them across the face. Song Shan Shan smiled and asked rhetorically, Mimi, can I interpret it that way? Of the 3 male guests, if Han Haoren had asked you this question, you would have answered. If it had been the other 2, you would have slapped them across the face? Without any hesitation Yang Mi replied, haha, it seems so. Of course, since I didn't draw the chance to go as an imposter girl, there's no way Han Hong could have asked me that question. Zhang Hanxiao quickly finished answering the question and quickly drew out another one. Then Zhang Hanshan smiled. Next question, to Han Haoren. Are you able to clearly perceive that others feel good about you? Han Haoren replied after a moment's thought. Yes, I can. and sometimes I think I'm a little full of myself. Hot Shouty pfft and laughed. Han Haoran, you don't have. Luigia commented again. That's a very good question, and Han Haoran's answer was perfect. In fact, the 5 female guests in the room, by now, can all see that all the female guests, except for themselves, have a crush on Han Haoran. Han Haoran, on the other hand, seems to be in the stage of hesitation to reach out to anyone right now. So, with this question, Han puts himself bluntly in the spotlight, saying that sometimes he feels like he's being self-absorbed. And the "you didn't" line from Hot D is classic, and falls into the category of a variation of a confession. Han Hong drew the next envelope and sighed helplessly. Still a question to Han Hong. Where would you want to go with your own girlfriend if you were in a relationship? Han Haoran felt that this question was somewhat like the one asked by Su Siu. Han Haoran thought for a moment before answering directly. There are a lot of places I want to go. How about I sing a song about it? So Han Haoran directly cleared the song. I want to take you to romantic Turkey. Then we'll go to Tokyo and Paris together. I actually like Miami. And there's beautiful Los Angeles. Together in bustling Shanghai and Beijing. There's also Dali and Yunnan to preserve the memories. Su Siu felt joyful inside, while Zhang Hanshao spoke directly. Han Haoran, have you finished writing this song? If there's a full version, can you sell it to me in a package together? I didn't hear the full part, but I feel like the song is romantic too. Tanya also exclaimed. Han Haoran, you're really talented. How many songs have you actually written? Han Haoran smiled and said, this song came to me on the spur of the moment after I heard this question. Of course there's no full version. Han Haoran wasn't lying about this statement. He did come up with it on the fly, but he didn't say he wrote the song. Then Han Haoran looked at Zhang Hanshao. Big star, you're too stingy, aren't you? $1 wants to buy the rights to 2 of my songs? Zhang Hanshao smiled like a flower. I didn't say $1 to buy 2 songs in a package. I can raise the price. Han Haoran still didn't hesitate to say, the song is just a part 1 sang off the top of my head. There's no full version. Even if there was a full version, I wouldn't sell it. Next, Han Haoran drew out the envelope again. This question to Hot D. What are your dreams? Do you have a plan for your life? When Hottie heard this question, she had a vague feeling that this question was asked to her by Han Haoran. The reason is also simple. Only 3 male guests were able to ask the female guests questions, and regardless of Wang Song and Li Feng, neither of them had any dealings with Hot Shouty, so naturally, they wouldn't waste the only opportunity to ask questions anonymously with her. So it's a pretty good guess as to who asked this question. So, hearing the question posed to him, Hottie was still happy inside, and just as Hottie expected, the question was indeed asked by Han Hong. Han Hong found that he had the most contact with Hottie on his first day. However, in later times, she had memorable dates with both Song Shinran and Su Siu and talked about many things. There was also quite a bit of alone time chatting with Tanya during the time they spent making breakfast. Even Chi Yuhan, Han Haoran made a trip to her dessert store. Instead, Han Haoran seldom had any more contact with Hottie, the person he was most familiar with in the beginning. That's why Han Haoran used this opportunity to ask a question where one person only gets one question on Hottie. Chapter 159, willing to fight the world for her. Hottie pondered for a moment, then replied, and I'm not afraid of the jokes. My dream before I came to this program was to become a singer, or an actor. My experience is somewhat similar to Yaya's sister then. I was also a dancer before and have been practicing dance since I was young, but I want to do something more challenging. My goal in coming to the Imperial City is to get into the Conservatory of Music or the Film Academy or the Drama Academy in the Imperial City. Zhang Hanshao looked at Hot Shouty and said, Sister Shouty, your appearance condition is outstanding even in the entertainment industry. If you want to go into show business, we can leave contact information. I thought you and I hit it off the first time I saw you. Sister just happened to step into the entertainment industry at your age. And now that she's been in this entertainment industry for 10 years, she has some connections. Zhang Hanshao had originally thought that Hot Shouty would cheerfully thank herself, but I didn't expect Hottie to suddenly say, but after participating in this program, my mind suddenly changed. I suddenly realized that I actually found that my obsession to become a big star wasn't that strong law, and with my personality, I don't seem to be suited for the entertainment industry. I've talked to Sister Yaya and I've also talked to Sister Siu. Through chatting with Yaya's sister, I know that the entertainment industry is not really a good place to be law. It's also not like you get into a good acting department at a good school and graduate and get a play. And without a background, everyone starts out in supporting roles and may not be the lead for a long time. And in the entertainment industry, a condition like mine isn't really special law. Everyone is too pretty and too good. And through chatting with Sister Siu, I know even more about how much perseverance and hard work it takes to be able to make it in an industry. Sister Siu and I are considered to be the ones who have spent the most time in this villa. I can hear Sister Siu practicing the piano every day. It's just that one song and she practiced it over and over again. I think that Sister Siyu has already played perfectly and movingly and as I listened carefully, I didn't hear any difference in each performance at all. This means that Sister Siyu's playing has already reached the realm of perfection, and there won't be any mistakes. Then why do you still need to practice over and over again? I asked this question to Sister Siyu, and the answer she gave me touched me. She said she's not at the highest level of that Hall of Fame today. Even if she plays it 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it won't be any different from the previous time. And yet, maybe just after the 10:001 ST time, there's a breakthrough? Hot Shouty finally concluded. There's no way I can do what Sister Siyu did. Actually, I didn't really want to be a big star and make a name for myself. Besides, when I think about it, if I have someone I like, I'm sure I'd like to have more time for him. Hot Shouty looked at Han Haoren with some grudges. She just felt that Han Haoren was too busy. Even when he was recording the program encountering the really rich and poor, he seldom came back. If you're in the entertainment industry, when opportunities abound and your career is on the upswing, it's rare that you can make time at all. And if, say, the guy I like is also a busy guy, I don't think we'll ever see each other. So, my dreams have probably changed now. I just want to find someone who truly loves me and then spend my life happily with him. Isn't that unproductive? Tong Yaya was the first to answer. No, not like this. On the contrary, do you think better than I do? Zhang Hanxiao also said, people have their own aspirations, and I think the happiest thing for a woman is not how successful she is. It's whether or not you'll meet the right man. So, little sister D, you're actually very smart. Things that many people can't figure out in their entire lives, you figured out at this age. Song Shinran didn't really agree with Hot Shouty's words. In Song Shinran's eyes, it is important to meet a good man, but a woman who becomes successful in her career and improves herself all the time can increase the chances of meeting the right person, right? And Chi Yuhan also felt that her thoughts were a little different from Hottie's. Hottie smiled and pumped out another question. Han Haoren, you're so popular. This question is still for you. What is the most extreme thing you can do for your loved one? Han Haoren smiled and replied, that's a good question. I would make an enemy of the world for her. Enemy of the whole world? Hottie was instantly moved by Han Haoren's answer. A fragment appeared in her mind, and she felt that if Han Haoren could really be as he said, making enemies of the world for himself, that would really be so romantic. Zhang Hanshan also kept glaring at Han Haoren. She suddenly felt that she had changed her mind about Han Haoren again. But what made Zhang Hanxiao indignant was that she, the goddess in the hearts of countless people in Huaxia, was in this villa, in Han Haoren's heart, and her weight was not as heavy as the other 5 female guests. Is it because you joined too late? Or is it really true that she doesn't have much of a chance with Han as he said? No matter what, Zhang Hanxiao secretly made a decision. Today, in the middle of the night, go to Han Huang's room and have a good conversation with him about life. Anyway, at night, there was no camera in his room, and Han Huang was bound to turn it off as usual. So, the matter of going to Han Haoren's room by himself was so godless that no one would know about it. Zhang Hanxiao just couldn't believe it, even though she was a few years older than Han Haoren. But her skin, body and looks were nothing less than a 17-year-old girl like Hottie. In addition, she has the charm and aura that other girls do not have. Zhang Hanxiao thinks that after she and Han Haoren deep communication, she will be able to capture Han Haoren. I just can't believe it. I'm so unattractive right in front of his eyes? Zhang Hanxiao thought indignantly. At this moment, Zhang Hanxiao overlooked a problem. Why was she so concerned about Han Haoren? Why did she just have to want to gain Han Haoren's favor, just to fulfill the task of getting Han Haoren to say I like you to her? Chapter 160. Are you suggesting something to me? Han Haoren drew out the last envelope in the mailbox. One last question. This question is addressed to Tong Yaya. If there's a good chance of being able to become famous, and yet you must give something, what would you choose? Han Haoren finished reading the question and swept his eyes at Wang Songsong. Wang Songsong didn't notice Han Haoren's gaze because he was depressed at this moment. Love messages. He hasn't gotten one. Now in this anonymous questions session, there is still no female guest to ask him a question. The questions are all asked to Han Haoren. Is he so unattractive? Tong Yaya replied firmly without thinking or hesitation. If I can get a better chance with my own hard work and daily exercise of form and line acting, I will be very happy. But some of the other crooked stuff, sorry, I refuse. My dream is to be a good actor. There may be shortcuts on this path. A lot of actresses will choose to go for that shortcut. But I'm sorry, I won't choose to take shortcuts. I will save all my best for the one I truly love. Han Haoren smiled and looked at Tong Yaya. Tong Yaya's answer was exactly what Han Haoren had expected. This is Tong Yaya then. Han Haoren jokingly said to Tong Yaya, yeah, there are actually any shortcuts that can still be taken law. For example, the one sitting across from you right now, Han Xin Chang, you asked her to take you in a play. It's a shortcut like that for nothing. Tong Yaya shuddered inwardly. In fact, The moment Zhang Hanxiao entered the villa as the sixth female guest of honor, Tang Yeye knew that this might be the best opportunity she had had for so many years since she arrived in the entertainment industry. Previously, no matter filming the CCTV documentary or participating in the competition, it didn't bring Tang Yeye too many good opportunities to develop in the acting circle. Though he got a few movies, they were supporting roles with no presence. Therefore, it was impossible for Tang Yeye to have the opportunity to come into contact with a big star of Zhang Hanxiao's caliber in normal times. Undoubtedly, if Tang Yeye and Zhang Hanxiao made a good relationship, as long as Zhang Hanxiao slightly gave her a little bit of resources that Zhang Hanxiao couldn't see, or took her to shoot a movie, Tang Yeye were able to take off straight away and make it big. You have to know that in this entertainment circle, there are actually very few female celebrities who are as clean as Zhang Hanxiao and Tang Yeye. They are willing to climb into the bed of a popular male star for a role, and it doesn't matter if they play threesomes and foursomes with the director and producer, as long as you can wrestle your way to the top and have a chance. Tang Yeye naturally wouldn't do that. However, if she really crossed paths with Zhang Hanxiao, then it could really help Tang Yeye's acting career immensely. Even if Zhang Hanxiao hadn't taken on any new dramas lately, Zhang Hanxiao's curiosity was extremely well connected in the entire circle. With a single word, Zhang Hanxiao was able to shoehorn a female third or even a female second into a big budget, big production movie. Although she knew that Zhang Hanxiao might be helpful to her, Tang Yeye had not gone to please Zhang Hanxiao or climbed into a relationship with Zhang Hanxiao to draw closer these days. Even Tang Yeye deliberately kept a distance from Zhang Hanxiao compared to the other female guests, because Tang Yeye's own character is like that. She didn't want to reach out to someone on purpose herself. It was too impure. That's why Tang Yeye barely spoke to Zhang Hanxiao. What Tang Yeye didn't expect was that her behavior of deliberately not trying to climb the relationship with Zhang Hanxiao seemed to have been detected by Han Haoran. Tang Yeye also knew that Han Haoran was actually helping himself as soon as he opened his mouth with these words. Han Haoran was hinting at it, so that Zhang Hanxiao could take care of herself. This made Tang Yeye feel warm inside. Tang Yeye felt that it didn't matter whether Zhang Hanxiao would she take herself in a drama in the end. This action of Han Haoran would be very moving to Tang Yeye. Of course, Zhang Hanxiao knew that Tang Yeye was also an actress. She had a crush on Tang Yeye when she was an observer. It was different from Ouyang Mi's favorite song Shinran. Zhang Hanxiao's original favorite female guests on this show were Hot Xiaodi and Tang Yeye. Zhang Hanxiao had waited for Tang Yeye to take the initiative to draw closer to herself, and then Zhang Hanxiao was also able to naturally exchange a contact with Tang Yeye with each other. What can help Tang Yeye in the future? Zhang Hanxiao will naturally do. Just a show of hands. It's a normal thing for seniors in show business to lift up their juniors. Besides, Zhang Hanxiao felt that she and Tang Yeye were still quite destined to be together. However, what made Zhang Hanxiao feel surprised was that Tang Yeye had never taken the initiative to find herself to chat. Hearing Han Haoran's words, Zhang Hanxian asked, Han Haoran, are you implying something to me? Han Haoran said directly, I'm not implying it. I am explicitly can't you even hear that? Tell you what, how about we make a pact? If you can take Tang Yeye in a movie and cast her in a substantial role above third female, I can write you 3 customized songs for $1 each. Hearing Han Haoran's words, Tang Yeye almost couldn't hold herself together. All of her heart was moved at the moment. Tang Yeye was unwilling to go and climb into a relationship with Zhang Hanxiao because she felt that both she and Zhang Hanxiao were female guests of this program and were not friends per se. There's something a little too blunt and deliberate about going to engage with Zhang Hanxian to get your own way on this show. But in fact, Tang Yeye also knew that her relationship with Han Haoran, although she already had a crush on Han Haoran, but in fact, her relationship with Han Haoran is also the relationship between the female and male guests on the program. She knew Han Haoran only a week earlier than she knew Zhang Hanxiao, and the contact wasn't much more than with Zhang Hanxiao. However, Han Haoran actually took the initiative to speak up and help her sell in front of Zhang Hanxiao. And that wasn't all. Han Haoran actually used the price of helping Zhang Hanxiao write 3 songs to help her in exchange for a chance to be able to star in a movie. If any other person of the opposite sex did this, Tang Yeye's character might have politely refused. However, when Han Haoran did this, Tang Yeye's heart was only touched and would only feel that Han Haoran had treated her so well that she was unable to repay him. Tang Yeye was very moved at this time. Zhang Hanxiao, however, was a bit depressed. Han Haoran offered to write her a song, so of course Zhang Hanxiao was happy. However, Han Haoran was just making a deal when he helped her write a song, and the condition is that you take Tang Yeye in a play yourself. So Han Haoran is picking up girls? And you're just a tool for Han to pick up girls? Zhang Hanxiao looked at Tang Yeye's expression now, and estimated that Tang Yeye was going to love Han Haoran to death in her heart. Zhang Hanxiao didn't understand why Han Haoran could be so nice to Tang Yeye, but so cold to himself? Is it that you're not good enough? Star. Chapter 161, In ancient times, the emperor had 3 palaces and 6 houses. Although there was some loss in his heart, however, the temptation for Han Haoran to write 3 songs for himself was too great. Zhang Hanxiao didn't know why, but she felt that Han Haoren had written a song that suited her perfectly. Moreover, Zhang Hanxiao had intended to help Tang Yaya, so Zhang Hanxiao looked at Han Haoren and smiled. Deal. Han Haoren purposely went forward and shook hands with Zhang Hanshan, indicating that a deal was struck. Tang Yaya, on the other hand, was in an entire state of confusion. Just like that, he had a chance to be able to star in a movie and at least be the third female? A third female in an average movie probably wouldn't be too impressive. If it's a purely manly movie, the third woman won't even get much of a shot. However, the female third of Zhang Hanshin's movie is different. It was important to know that Zhang Hanxiao, as one of the top batch of female stars in China, was equal to a box office guarantee for every movie she appeared in. And a movie that can afford to hire Chang Hanshin is a big production. A movie like this has all the big names in the configuration from the director to the actors. Not to mention the third female. A bunch of first-tier actresses are rushing to try to be the female number 4, female number 5, or even a guest extra in it. This is the curiosity of Zhang Hanshin. Being able to be a female third in a movie with Zhang Hanxiao as the female lead is because Tang Yaya will definitely be able to enter the public eye, and will be able to quickly accumulate popularity and become popular. The anonymous questioning session is over. It was getting late and the male and female guests went to their respective rooms, and the 5 female guests who agreed to be able to be alone with Han Haoren for a few nights happened to be Tang Yaya. Tang Yaya and Han Haoren came to a corner of the second floor. Tang Yaya asked directly, Han Haoren, why did you use the copyrights of 3 songs to help me exchange a chance to star in a movie with Sister Han Xiao? Han Haoren naturally knew what Tang Yaya was thinking inside, so Han Haoren looked sincerely into Tang Yaya's eyes. Yeah, I just really think that you'll become an excellent actress, and you're just missing an opportunity right now. Now, Chang Hanshin is your chance, but these past few days I've watched as you haven't been in contact with Zhang Hanxiao, and I've been anxious for you. But when I think about it, isn't that the kind of personality I like in you? You don't try to curry favor with others because you can get better. Yet, I also truly feel that you can be a great actor. You can realize your dreams, and all you're missing is just an opportunity. So, since you're too embarrassed to ask Chang Hanshin yourself, I thought I'd do it for you. Don't worry, 3 songs are a piece of cake for me. It won't take much time. Actually, it's just a matter of lifting a finger for Zhang Hanxiao to help you. You don't need to be too psychologically burdened. Tang Yaya nodded, knowing that what Han Haoren had said made sense, but she always felt bad inside. Han Haoren, I'm really grateful to you, but I don't know how to repay you. Han Haoren smiled and said, I never wanted you to repay me either. You just need to take this one chance to take a firm step toward your dream. Studio, Wu Yangmi said emotionally, I'm crying. Are you guys? Han Hong really treats every female guest well. From Song Xinran, Su Siyu to Tang Yaya, it's almost like being nice to them without asking for anything in return. If, on the other hand, Han is dedicated to being nice to someone like that, I very much think Han is a very great and good man. But now, I can't tell if Han Haoren is a warm man or a scum. After watching the clip of Han Haoren and Tang Yaya just now, I'm a bit unworthy for Song Xinran. Han Haoren is very nice, but I don't think that Han Haoren is a person who will be exclusively good to one person. Song Shanshan also said, yeah, Han Haoren is also very good to see you, but I think, whether it's Siyu or Song Xinran, or even anyone, the moment they approached towards Han Haoren, they were clear about this, right? They are all well aware that Han Haoren is so good that they are not the only ones who like him. They must be well aware that Han Haoren will be surrounded by many beautiful girls, yet, they still defiantly choose to like Han Hong. So, it's the female guest's own choice and Han Haoren has nothing to do with it, and I don't think Han Haoren calls this slagging either, except to say that at the moment he doesn't know what his options are either. I would like to ask the 2 male observers on the floor, Mr. Lu and Mr. Luo, what would you do if you were in Han Haoren's situation? Luo Jinhao smiled and said, first of all, I'm not as handsome as Han Haoren, nor am I as talented as he is, so basically, there won't be a situation where there are a lot of outstanding girls who like me at the same time. I will say, though, that throughout history, good men have actually been surrounded by more than one beautiful woman. Most typically, the ancient Chinese emperors had 3 palaces and 6 houses. Su Jima had 3 women in his life who were all very important to him, not just Lin Huiyin. I think that if I were in Han Huang's situation, the way he's handling it so far would be the best. He can't say to all the female guests, I'm sorry, because I'm going to be single-minded, but I can't make a choice within myself right now, so I can't be nice to you or accept you being nice to me, right? Though I don't know if Han Hong will be able to find a girl he truly loves and make a confession of love before the show ends. But the one thing I do know is that right now Han Haoren still hasn't come to a conclusion within himself. That's why he continues to reach out to all the girls who express favor with him. Luijia also smiled and replied, I agree with Mr. Luo. This is supposed to be a program. What's wrong with having more contact with the female guests and getting to know each other better? However, According to the rules of the program, the male guest is only allowed to choose one female guest to confess in the end. I'm looking forward to see if anything will happen in the ensuing hours that will ultimately influence Han Huang's decision. Chapter 162, The 3 Lines That Will Never Change. Seeing that the observers had all expressed their views, Yang Mi replaced Zheng Hanxiao as the moderator. Well, the time is now approaching 10 o'clock, and we've reached the end of our 4th installment of Encounters with the Really Rich and Poor. It's time for the final Love Connection segment again. For the first 3 installments, Han Haoren amazingly received a unanimous vote. And will things change in this installment? Will the 5 female guests send love messages to Han Hong once again? Also, our observer, Zhang Hanxiao, she has entered the love hut, and although she is not really a female guest, she also has the right to the message of love. Who would she send it to? It's a personal battle, but we can talk to each other. What's more pitiful is that the program group actually asked us to guess who Zhang Hanxiao would send it to, and if we guessed wrong, we still failed in our speculation even though we judged the other female and male guests' connections correctly. I'm a little skeptical that Hanasia-san will purposely mess with us to keep us from guessing correctly. Luigia rubbed his bald head and said, I think this is very likely. After all, technically, we are considered rivals with Zhang Hanxiao. She's entered the love hut, so unless she can complete the quest, she can't obtain the Heraldry of Glory. She certainly doesn't want us to get the Herald of Glory so easily. So, it's hard to guess Chang Hanshin's choice. Yang Mi smiled and said, let's not worry about Sister Hanshin for now. Connect the easy ones first. The other 5 female guests, Chi Yu Han, Su Siyu, Tong Yaya, Ha Chao Di and Song Xin Ran, they will all send love messages to Han Haoren, right? Luo Jinhao said, that's right, it's a very simple 5 connecting lines, Tong Yaya, Ha Chao Di and Song Xinran. Needless to say, until the end of the program, I felt that there was no way they wouldn't have sent the love message to Han Haoren if something shocking and super duper reversed hadn't happened. It's safe to say the 3 of them are connected in a way that will never change. Even Chi Yuhan, who we thought might be wavering before, has recently launched her offense against Han Haoren. She even joined an alliance of 5 female guests who agreed to play fair and take turns spending time with Han Hong. Tong Yaya, on the other hand, because of what happened tonight, her favorable impression of Han Haoren has deepened to the point of liking or even loving him. Because, Tong Yaya's character, if she doesn't really like it, she won't accept the opposite sex helping her so much. With 5 lines, it's a no-brainer to continue to vote unanimously for Han Hong. Yang Mi quickly connected the link to her question board. Then Yang Mi asked, Li Feng's connection, I think it should be given to Sister Han Xiao. Does everyone have a different opinion on this? Song Shanshan smiled and said, no comment. Our Han Shinsan still has a lot of charisma. Even though she wasn't able to create enough of an attraction to Han Haoren, Li Feng and Wang Tsongtsong both had their hearts set on her. Yang Mi continued, so Wang Tsongtsong switched targets again? No longer Tong Yaya, but Zhang Han Xiao? Luo Jinhao said, I don't think that's necessarily true. Because of the anonymous questions from the 3 male guests, as far as I can determine, this question of hotties was naturally asked by Han Haoren. That question from Zhang Hanxiao was asked by Li Feng. This person looks silent and honest, but he's so stuffy inside. Actually interested in what color panties Zhang Hanxiao wears. And that question from Tong Yaya is the one asked by Wang Tsongtsong. So, Wang Tsongtsong chose to ask Tong Yaya a question in the anonymous question session. So will he really change his vote again and vote for Zhang Hanxiao? I think Wang Tsongtsong's choice this time is still Tong Yaya. At least he's still interested in Tong Yaya. It's just that because Tong Yaya likes Han Haoren, Wang Tsongtsong is a little frustrated. Luigia had a rare difference of opinion with Luo Jinhao this time. This time, I do think Wang Tsongtsong will vote for Zhang Hanxiao, because, that anonymous question from Wang Chengcheng, he probably didn't get the answer he wanted. And after this, Wang Tsongtsong naturally discovered that the relationship between Han Haoren and Tong Yaya had further become even closer. So, knowing that at this point Tong Yaya could not have chosen anyone other than Han Haoren, then why did Wang Tsongtsong still want to happen a love message to Tong Yaya? From the last time, Wang Tsongtsong directly changed his vote from Song Xinran to Tong Yaya. We can see that Wang Tsongtsong is not that persistent or infatuated. When he realizes he doesn't have a chance, he changes targets quickly. So, I think Wang Tsongtsong will send it to Zhang Hanxiao. I've already connected the dots and won't change it. Yang Mi smiled and said, both teachers have a point, but I've decided to cast this vote for Sister Hanshin. Sort of a friendship vote. It's my heart's most loyal wish. I hope that even if Han Shinsan can't get Han Haoren's vote, she'll still be able to get love messages from the other 2 male guests. That way, she has a bit of face too. Well, now comes the hardest question of all. Who will Han Haoren and Zhang Hanxiao vote for? Zhan Han Shirao? If we go by who he has the biggest crush on among the 3 male guests, it's undoubtedly definitely Han Haoren. But I'm just afraid that Sister Hanshin will do whatever she can to get us to answer wrongly and vote for Li Feng or Wang Tsongtsong. And Han Hong. Actually a lot more happened after the date. Will he still stick to Song Shinran? I don't think it's useful to discuss these two puzzles. Let's just judge the connection for ourselves. I hope at least one of the 5 of us will get it right today. Liaiga analyzes. Actually, if you just make sure one person gets it right, we can do it easily by working together. That's when everyone connects the ones that are completely sure, leaving the ones that are not sure, and we each choose a different answer. This basically guarantees that at least one person will get it right. But really, there's no point in making sure someone gets it right. Let's just connect the dots as we see fit. Chapter 163, Zheng Hanshao's message. 0 o'clock a.m. Wait for me. 10 points. Han Haoren sits in the room, and at the director's request, he agrees to turn off the camera after recording the segment in which he receives a message of love. Thus, Han Haoren waited patiently for this moment. Sure enough, the love message came right on time. You really surprised me today. I will keep the secret that you are actually the richest man in China for you. Han Haoren was instantly able to tell that the message came from Song Shinran, the richest man in China? Actually, he's not yet. Or to say thank you one more time, I'll treat you to a movie when it comes out. This one comes naturally from Tong Yaya. Whether I end up keeping neat happiness or not, I'm very grateful to you. This is Chi Yuhan. I really want to go on a date with you. Using the process of elimination, Han Hong knew that this one came from Hottie. Let's go to Turkey together after the show. Han Haoren hadn't expected that Su Siyu was now so proactive and had even extended an invitation to herself to travel abroad. 5 more text messages, and Han Haoren had wanted to put his phone down. But then he suddenly realized that he had received another anonymous text message. Wait for me at 0 o'clock a.m. Han Haoren? Is Zhang Hanshin so proactive? He was just kidding when he wrote back studio. Everyone is wailing and sighing. Chang Hanshin sent it to Han Haoren. Han Haoren sent it to Song Shinran. Wang Songsong sent it to Zhang Hanshao. All 3 results, if the round is single, are answered correctly by someone, but none of the 3 got it right at the same time. So, once again, all 5 observers failed in their speculations. Yang Mi still had an unbelievable look on her face at this moment. Zhang Hanshao actually did send a love message to Han Haoren. Unbelievable. I can't believe it now. This isn't how I remember Hanasia-san. Is she giving us points? I made a random guess between Wang Songsong and Li Feng. I thought I had at least a 50% chance, but I didn't expect that Sister Hanshin sent me the option that I had ruled out from the start. Zhang Man said, maybe, Han Shin-san knew we thought she wouldn't send it to Han Haoren honestly, so she did the opposite? And I have a doubt. Why can't we see the love message sent by Hanasia-san? Is there a bug? The general director quickly replied from the sidelines. No bugs. Since Zhang Hanshi was originally an imposter female guest who went in as an observer, on the game settings, she wasn't supposed to send love messages. Just as in the anonymous questions session, Zhang Hanshin didn't actually ask a question, but Zhang Hanshin discussed with the program to be authentic, so she's also of sending love messages, but she asked that the content be kept secret, and our program agreed. It's not just you guys. Our program can only know who she sent it to, but we can't see what he sent. She got this message sent directly to Han Huang's cell phone using encryption. The 5 observers didn't say much after hearing the directorate's explanation. Yang Mi records the 4th installment of Ending for Zhang Hanshin. In the 4th installment, our mysterious imposter female guest Zhang Hanshin enters the love hut to try to stir up the situation in the hut, and both male guests voted for Zhang Hanshin, which means that in a certain sense, Zhang Hanshin succeeded. And of the special tasks that the show's team assigned to Zhang Hanshirao, she completed one. She hasn't gotten Han Haoren to say the words I like you to her where there are cameras recording for the time being. Next installment, another exciting date session. This dating session was set up differently again than the one before, and our imposter female guest, Hanshin Zhang, will also participate in this dating session. On a date, who and who will spark love again? Please stay tuned for the 5th installment of Encounters with the Really Rich and Poor. Han Haoren was in his room, turned off the camera, and then started editing up a Weibo sweepstakes blog as usual. Han Hao, however, the earliest prizes drawn, such as the Lenovo laptop, had already had Fatty send it out for himself. From the moment Han Haoren proposed to start his own business, the fat man refused Deloitte's formal offer and started to run errands for Han Haoren. Han Haoren's plan is to first set up a company for advertising and planning, as well as a company in the financial industry. Although Han Haoren was banned from the entire industry, he set up his own company, and other financial companies can't control it. And these days, the fat man's process is very fast. The formalities of business tax of the 2 companies are almost done. The business license has also been obtained, soon to be able to get on track. At the same time, sponsors have to reach out to fat people one after another every day. However, Han Haoren, because he was no longer short of money, asked Fatty to delay, and when the advertising and planning company was established, he used the company's name to sign the contract. This gives the startup company some whole business. Secondly, you can also make a name for this advertising agency. Although, Han Haorun only sent out the sweepstakes tweets to make money, but it had to be said that this continuous sweepstakes had built up a lot of fans for Han Haorun. At this time, Han Haorun's microblog followers had already broken through the 10 million level, and now ranked second in the number of followers among all accounts in the entire microblog, second only to Zhang Hanxiao. And the average number of retweets of Han Huang's regular daily sweepstakes blog is 500,000 plus. Many predicted that the number of retweets of Han Huang's sweepstakes blog would drop a lot over time. However, to the surprise of these people, what they predicted did not happen. There seems to be a large group of people who have gotten used to retweeting Han Haorun's sweepstakes blog every day. There is even a very large group of people who very much enjoy reading Han Huang's reviews. This group clicked into Han Huang's Weibo to see Han Huang's measured tweets about the various sponsors' prizes. Not really for the sweepstakes. They found Han Haorun's review to be interestingly written and practical. So they also became the first regular followers of Han Haorun's microblog. Although Han Haorun had already earned almost all of the advertising money from this batch of sponsors. Moreover, Han Haorun, who has accumulated his first bucket of money through advertising fees, is not too far behind the advertising fees of these sponsors, but the popularity of Weibo is of some use to Han Haorun's subsequent plans. Therefore, Han Haorun intends to continue operating this microblogging account. Chapter 164 Rich? Buy a building first. After Han Haorun sent out that new tweet, he dialed Fatty Phonyamin's number. Fatty picked up the phone and reported back to himself, "Brother Han, I received a few more calls from sponsors today. The most surprising thing is there was another company that wasn't even on the list for that Twitter sweepstakes. The director of marketing for this company asked directly that he could pay the original price of the highest level package and not have the test blog. Just the ad copy that came with it. Han, don't you think this is a buyer's box?" Han Haorun replied indifferently, "Don't reject it, drag it out for now, and like the other sponsors, formally sign a contract with the advertising planning company once they're officially established." For Han Haorun, writing an ad copy for as little as 10 minutes won't be a chore. Anyway, they were all ideas from the future, so Han Haorun didn't need to bother his own brain. Phonyamin continued to report, "Brother Han, the formalities for the two companies are almost complete, but we need to have an office space now, otherwise the address on the business license won't know what to put. I suggested to you earlier that we rent a random, cheaper place first, and you said to wait, but the way things are now, the company can't afford to put it off any longer if it's going to be set up soon." Han Haorun had wanted to talk to Phonyamin about this matter. "Fatty, don't drag it out. I have decided that the office will be located in the financial center." Phonyamin was a bit dazed. "Han, financial center? That's a landmark building on Financial Street that has just been built to attract investment, and the rent there is not cheap. And I've heard that when financial centers want to rent, they can't just rent an office, but at least half a floor to start. For a company of our size, it's better to rent a smaller office in a cheaper office building, right?" Of course Han Haorun knew what the financial center had to offer. This was a luxurious office building built at great expense by a once-established real estate company in Huaxia, with a total of 88 floors and more than 400 meters. It is currently the tallest building in the imperial capital and even in China. And the financial center is located in the busiest financial street. Nearby are the buildings of some of the top financial firms. For example, 3 of the 4 largest state-owned banks in China are headquartered right next to the financial center, within walking distance of a few hundred meters. And even the Chinese headquarters of the world's most famous financial institution is on Financial Street. In later times, renting an office floor in a financial center is a symbol of the company's status. However, Han Haorun also knew that there was a story about the financial center. The original developer of the financial center, that well-established real estate company, had a serious cash flow crisis even before the completion of the financial center. They are facing a crisis of cash flow breakdown because they have expanded too rapidly. Especially the cost of building financial centers is too high, but it is difficult to recover the capital. If, however, the cash flow is broken, then the company cannot repay the loan and pay for the goods. It can only declare collapse and bankruptcy. Therefore, Han Haorun remembers that this real estate company, at that time, was selling the financial center building together with the land in a package at a very low loss price. It just so happens that Wang Tsonson's old man's Yida took over, and within 5 years, Yida was relying on rents to recoup the full cost of buying the building. And with the real estate industry booming, the price of housing soared, the financial center of the price of this building, but also at least 10 times. In other words, Yida bought the financial center at that time, which was a very cost-effective, $1 billion business. Han Haorun remembered that the price of Yida's acquisition at the time was $35 billion soft dollars. That was barely enough to cover the cost price. And 10 years from now, this building in the financial center will be worth at least more than $25 billion. Every year, rents in the financial center skyrocket, and by 2019, the financial center's one-year rental income exceeded $1 billion soft dollars. As soon as the futures expire, Han Haoren has enough money in his hands to buy the building in the financial center. So naturally, Han Haoren's intention was to go for the cutoff. In this life, that old real estate company, too, encountered the exact same crisis. As long as Han Haoren offered a price a little higher than Yida's purchase price at the time, then the financial center would lose Han Haoren. Han Haoren said to Feng Yimin on the other end of the phone, "Fatty, we're not renting a financial center. My conscience is to buy this whole building in the financial center." There was no movement on the other end of the line for half a day. After a long time, Feng Yimin said, "Brother Han, your joke isn't funny at all. Not to mention that it will take at least $3 billion to take the building, and it took the developers 7 years to build the building, so how could they buy it for you?" Han Haoren smiled and asked, "Fatty, you only need to answer me if the financial center is classy enough to be our headquarters office." Feng Yimin said without hesitation, "Of course it has class. The tallest building in Huaxia, alas. The landmark building of the imperial capital, alas. If the financial center can really organize an office of a few dozen square meters, I think we can really rent an office there. But people must start renting at least half a floor. The rent must be tens of millions of soft sisters dollars a year, right? We can't afford to rent it for our small company with not many people." Han, I know you make a lot of money advertising for these sponsors though, but mustn't the money be saved? You said that right now in the company. It's just me and you. Even if we are recruiting some manpower, renting a floor is not necessary. Han Haoren smiled and said, "Fatty, I'm not joking with you. We're really going to buy a building. I didn't tell you before. Do you know how much money I've already made from sponsors?" Feng Yimin estimated a rough figure. "Big tens of millions. Brother Han, once our follow-up contract is signed, we can still make about 100 million renminbi. Yes, 100 million soft currency is really a lot, very impressive. It's also barely enough if you want to pay half a year's rent for the financial building. But, Han, if we follow the plan that you and I said, we have to make a system that can kill Microsoft in Windows. The research and development cost can be high. Microsoft spends more than a few $100 million a year on R&D alone. It's still US dollars, tens of millions of dollars, for renting a house. Yes, but isn't it unnecessary? It's more important to put money into R&D than flashy office space, right? Fat people are just prone to gushing and talking about themselves." Han Haoren, who understood this character of Fatty, quickly interrupted Feng Yimin. "Listen to me, Fatty. First of all, the money I made from those sponsors before wasn't big tens of millions, but 2.5 billion soft dollars. Secondly, I used the 2.5 billion soft dollars to walk the futures market. It hasn't been delivered yet, but guess how much money I'll have in 2 months? Star, Chapter 165, Accelerating Expansion Plans." Feng Yimin exclaimed, "Brother Han, I admire you. A futures market. You dare to go to such a treacherous place. From what you're saying, you must make a lot of money. Doubled, I guess, to $500 million? With those subsequent advertising dollars, it really seems like you could go to the financial center and rent half a floor." Han Haoren's face was covered in black lines. How come this fat guy only follows his own brain circuits? He all but said he was going to buy a building. Instead of renting half a floor, Han Haoren said directly, "Fatty, listen up. At a conservative estimate, I made $20 billion. Beep beep beep." A busy signal came over the phone. Han Haoren said in his heart, it wasn't that the fat man was scared silly and dropped the phone, was it? Half a minute later, Feng Yimin called again. "Brother Han, you really aren't joking with me, are you? If it's a joke, then you have to accompany me with a cell phone. The screen is all broken." Han Haoren laughed and said, "Who let you figure fresh to buy iPhone? You use the original Nokia. It is not as bad as a dump. Okay, down to business. I didn't lie to you. What can I gain by teasing you? 20 billion soft dollars, as in fake. Have you heard about today's market for rebar? That's where I make my money. And I heard the news that the financial chain of the developer of the financial center is broken, and they are eager to sell the whole building of the financial center. And it's your job now to get to that developer before anyone else does. Get the contract signed. We can even pay a portion of the deposit up front. In 2 months, we'll be able to pay the full amount." Feng Yimin said solemnly, "Brother Han, rebar did fall badly today. I can barely believe you when you say you're in the futures market and made $1 billion with 250 million, but 20 billion is a bit too much. Even if you're leveraged 20 times and the price of rebar falls by half, that's still just a dozen times the return." Han Haoren patiently explains, "If you first sell short at the highest point of the rebar price at the opening with all your money, and then buy more before the rebar price gets jacked up like crazy, finally sell short again before the price of rebar is suppressed by hedge funds, how much do you think 250 million will turn into?" Feng Yimin heart calculation, if theoretically speaking, the highest point to sell short, the lowest point to buy more, and then sell short at the highest point. Taking into account the later rebar prices will continue to fall, there will indeed be more than 50 times the return. But it's just a theory. Hardly? Han Haoren smiled and said, I turned theory into reality. Fatty didn't say anything for half a second and finally sighed. Brother Han, I really admire you to the core. 20 billion. There aren't many people in all of China who are richer than you. Why do I sound so insubstantial? I remember that the market capitalization of Tempest now is just under 200 billion Hong Kong dollars. Beaver is even less than 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. Xiaodu is listed on the Nasdaq in the U.S. and has a market capitalization of just 12 billion U.S. dollars. With this amount of money, becoming the #1 internet company in China is just around the corner, right? Han Haoren smiled and said, yes. So Fatty, do you think the #1 internet company in China needs to have a grand office building? Just build it yourself. I don't have that kind of time to wait a couple years, so buy the tallest building in China. What do you think? And I'm going to change the name of the financial building. Just use my company's name. How about Haoran Mansion? Feng Yamin flattered. I think it's great. Haoran Mansion. Atmosphere. Han Haoren said, don't worry, Fatty, in the future, our company will expand very quickly, and we won't have fewer employees then. Now that we have the money, we can focus on more than just the internet industry. Real estate, finance, new media, entertainment, media, and new energy. We're going into whichever industry can make a lot of money. One day, let's not talk about Chinese companies. I'm targeting Microsoft, Google, and Amazon combined are no match for me. In the short term, even if we don't use the 88th floor, we can rent out the remaining floors. Feng Yimin quickly said, okay, I'll go find the developer of the financial building. With $20 billion and in cash, it's really like buying a building for fun. Nowadays, Yida, Vank, Cinnamon, all these real estate developers, who can have so much cash on their books? Several of the big names in real estate are friends with my father's family. I had no difficulty contacting the seller. As long as he's willing to sell and offers a reasonable price, I'll make sure he sells it to us. The deposit is not expected to be necessary. Just sign the contract. But Han, what's your psychological price? Can you give me the bottom line? Han Haoren said, 3 to 2, 4 billion, I think, 35 billion. The price at which Yida's takeover took place in the first place suggests that this price has been able to get the seller's heart racing. So this price quoted by Han Haoren was very precise. Han Haoren also wanted to see Feng Yimin's ability and his family's true background. If Feng Yimin can take it for 3 billion, it shows that Feng Yimin is really something bigger than even Wanda. Even if the final transaction price was 4 billion, Han Haoren could accept it. Feng Yimin patted his chest and said, okay, brother Han, I'll just go ahead and negotiate at the price you quoted. I'll get back to you if the talks don't work out. Han Haoren remembered something. Right, Fatty, our expansion plans need to be accelerated as well. You need to help me to register another real estate company, an IT internet company, a logistics company, and an entertainment economy company. Feng Yimin replied with a full reply. No problem. We're rich, and incorporating is not a piece of cake. Only, Han, are you thinking of setting up a group parent company, and then all the companies will hang under the parent company? Or does each company operate independently? It's each to their own. Of course, the parent company we would choose to be registered in the Cayman Islands or something like that so that we can reasonably avoid taxes. Han Haoren thought for a moment and replied, let's go all independent for now. Han Haoren knew that if he focused all of his resources, becoming the #1 company in China within a few years would definitely not be a problem. But it's also somewhat uselessly challenging. If every company in a different industry could be a leading unicorn in that industry, that's even better, isn't it? Han Haoren chatted with Feng Yimin a few more times before hanging up, went to take a shower, and by now it was past 11:30 p.m. Han Haoren was a little curious if Zheng Hanxiao would really come over in her sexiest pajamas later as promised. Star. Chapter 166. A late-night visit from a big star. It's just after 12 o'clock. Han Huang's unlocked door was pushed open. Han Haoren looked toward the door. Zheng Hanxiao had arrived as promised, and she was really wearing a set of black pajamas. Zheng Hanxiao and Han Haoren smiled lightly in greeting and sat themselves down on Han Haoren's bed. Do I look good? Seeing Han Haoren looking straight into her eyes, Zheng Hanxiao asked with a delicate smile. Han Haoren looked down from above and saw that Zheng Hanxiao's skin was as delicate and glistening as white porcelain, and her long, dark, silky hair was naturally draped. The black hair is smooth, hanging down and flowing, more and more reflecting the pretty face, white and tender, inging like jade. This skin, where does it look like a 27-year-old lightly matured woman? It's simply pinker than even 17-year-old Hot D. Han Haoran wasn't shocked by Zhang Hanxiao's directness, and he also sat on the edge of the bed close to Zhang Hanxiao. Good looking. The moment he got close to Zhang Hanxiao, Han Haoran smelled a nice body odor, and at this time, Zhang Hanxiao's chin was slightly raised, and the snow-white neck near her eyes was slender and elegant. Amazingly beautiful. Zhang Hanxiao's ears were starting to flush. Wearing such pajamas in front of a person of the opposite sex was already the first time in her 27 years of life. Even if Zhang Hanxiao is a popular actress, but Zhang Hanxiao does not accept any large-scale scenes. Even kissing scenes are borrowed or use a body double. Looking at Han Haoran, who was less than half a meter away from her and looking straight at her, Zhang Hanxiao had a feeling that her entire body was going to be looked at by Han Haoran. I should have known better than to come, Zhang Hanxiao thought darkly. At this time, Zhang Hanxiao, who was particularly wimpy inwardly, was still holding on to her mouth. Am I not sexy enough in my own right? Besides, it really is the sexiest of all my pajamas. Han Haoran smiled non-committally. So the big star is here to talk to me by candlelight, right? Zhang Hanxiao nodded with a light smile. Yes, wasn't that what you said? Wanted to get to know me better? Han Haoran looked at Zhang Hanxiao's flushed face and smelled the breath coming out of her mouth. There seems to be a whiff of alcohol. Han Haoran asked directly. Have you been drinking, big star? Zhang Hanxiao's cheeks were red, but her eyes were distinctly bright. I'm the one who didn't drink, and don't call me a big star. My name is not Big Star. You can call me Hanshin. Hanshin? Han Haoran froze a bit. Zhang Hanxiao's age, however, was 3 years older than Han Haoran. Shouldn't you be called Hashino-san like Hot Toddy? But Han Haoran also knew that one of the most sensitive things about women was their age. So Han Haoran said naturally, Hanshin, you've also honored your promise to come through. Isn't it time to go back? You get an early night? Although the woman in front of him was beautiful, Han Haoran knew that if he really had something going on with Zhang Hanxiao at this time, it's definitely going to be a pain in the ass. When Zhang Hanxiao heard Han Haoran's words, her heart first let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Hanxiao gathered her courage and came to Han Haoran's room, already at her limit. She even did have a glass of red wine after sending her love message, to get her courage up. At this moment, Zhang Hanxiao didn't even dare to meet Han Haoran's gaze, and dressed like this, so close to Han Haoran, Zhang Hanxiao really had the feeling of being looked at by Han Haoran. This feeling made Zhang Hanxiao very shy. It also made Zhang Hanxiao unwilling to stay in this room much longer. However, Han Haoran's words caused Zhang Hanxiao to simultaneously develop a rebellious mentality. Such a big beauty like herself had gone out of her way to come to Han Haoran's room in the middle of the night, dressed like this. Listen to Han Haoran's tone. Is this smack? Kick yourself out? Is he really that unattractive? Zhang Hanshin was no longer afraid of making eye contact with Han Haoran and directly raised her head, tilting her entire body forward and coming up to Han Haoran's face. Han Hoin, don't I look good? Han Haoran was startled when he realized that Zhang Hanxiao had suddenly stuck up. As soon as he lowered his head, Han Haoran accidentally saw the scenery inside Zhang Hanxiao's pajamas. Although it usually looked like in her clothes, Zhang Hanxiao's size was not as good as Hot Xiaoti's and Su Siu's. But after seeing Zhang Hanxiao's true level, Han Haoran couldn't help but marvel. But at this moment, Han Haoran's innermost true thought is, this big star, so active? You want to make a big deal out of it the minute you get here? Although, Han Haoran would still like it if he didn't have to be responsible for it. But this is the taping site of a program on the Fruit Channel. Although the room's cameras were turned off, but in case the commotion is too loud, it wouldn't be good if the cameras in the corridor recorded any sound, right? Looking at Zhang Hanxiao's straight gaze, Han Haoran replied, you're good looking, very good looking. It's just that I think we're moving a little too fast, I guess. I'm not ready for that. Finally hearing Han Haoran's mouth praise his words, Zhang Hanxiao sat back in her original position with satisfaction. But after hearing Han Haoran's later words, Zhang Hanxiao felt like she was being lit up by Han Haoran again. What do you mean? Moving a little too fast? What do you mean? Not ready? Did Han Haoran think that she had just seduced him to have sex with him? And listening to Han Haoran's tone, if he really took the initiative to undress here, Han Haoran might even refuse? The more Zhang Hanxiao thought about it, the more she felt that Han Haoran was insulting her. Han Haoran realized that Zhang Hanxiao's mood swings were very big, and Zhang Hanxiao must have been drinking in this state. So Han Haoran decided to stabilize Zhang Hanxiao's mood first. Hanxiao, didn't you say you wanted us to understand each other more? Let's chat. Star. Chapter 167, Zhang Hanxiao is exposed. Zhang Hanxiao nodded and chatted. Also good. She did have a lot of things she wanted to talk to Han Haoran about. Zhang Hanxiao was curious as to why Han Haoran seemed to be omnipotent at such a young age. Not only is he very successful in his career, but he is beyond talented in music, in cooking, and in writing lyrics and compositions. Though it is true that there are differences in talent between people, but this talent of Han Haoran's, it's too heaven-defying, isn't it? Zhang Hanxiao got up and went to the refrigerator in Han Haoran's room, and sure enough, he saw a case of beer prepared by the program. Zhang Hanxiao took a few bottles and walked over to Han Haoren. Let's drink while we talk. Han Haoren scratched his head, remembering what had happened at He Jiqi's villa a few days ago. Zhang Hanxiao doesn't look like he can drink too well. You won't go crazy if you drink too much, will you? And even if Zhang Hanxiao was drunk and fell asleep in her own bed, by the next morning, it's not easy to explain. Han Haoren said very directly, wine can mess with your mind. Let's not drink, just chat. Zhang Hanxiao clearly remembered that this was already the third time Han Haoren had disliked her in such a short period of time today. Zhang Hanxiao snapped, if you're really drunk and disorderly, you're the one who's cheap, right? I'm not even afraid. What are you afraid of? Zhang Hanxiao directly opened a can of beer and handed it to Han Haoren. Are you going to drink it? If you don't drink it, you're not giving me face. Han Haoren was a bit speechless at this point. Zhang Hanxian is already drunk, right? Only a drunk woman could be so unbelievable. The beer isn't too strong though, so a little bit should be fine. So Han Hong took a swig from the beer can to his mouth. Seeing Han Haoren take such initiative, Zhang Hanxiao finally happily revealed a smile. The stirring charm made Han Haoren's eyes glaze over. Zhang Hanxiao also opened a can of beer for herself, and after taking a sip she asked, Han Haoren, can you tell me how it's possible to write these great songs? Although so far, the songs that Han Haoren sang in front of Zhang Hanxiao were all songs that he had copied. Still, at this point, Han Haoren has masterful songwriting skills. That's why Han Haoren also had the courage to speak eloquently. Han Xin, I wonder if you have the same feelings as me. There are times when I'm suddenly touched and the creative juices just spill out of my brain, and then a song just came naturally. Zhang Hanxiao beamed. I didn't empathize with you. It takes me a lot of time to find inspiration for each song I write. And even when inspiration comes, I can and will only write a small section. It's so hard to write a song, and I have to rethink and revise it over and over again, and that's what makes it complete. To be able to compose a song on the fly, I really envy you. Han Haoren smiled and said, don't be envious, I wrote the song for you, didn't I? I'm not a singer or a music producer myself, so what's the point of having that kind of inspiration? Zhang Hanxiao lamented, just because you obviously have such a genius talent, yet you refuse to join the industry. This is what makes me feel that the world is so unfair. How nice to give me this gift of yours? Alas, you simply write good songs and sing well, but you're also so good at playing the piano in such a way that moves people. Tell me, is this heaven just so unfair? Han Haoren suddenly sensed a loophole in Zhang Hanxiao's words. Han Haoren asked directly, playing the piano? Hanshin, you even heard the other guests say that I play the piano at a high level, but I've only played the piano in this villa once, and you weren't there at that time, were you? But by the sound of your voice, why do you sound as if you've heard me play the piano yourself? Although Zhang Hanxiao was a bit slightly drunk, she was still conscious. Hearing Han Haoren's questioning, Zhang Hanxiao was shocked that she had blurted out, spilling what she had seen in the studio. Zhang Hanxiao took a large gulp of beer violently to hide her inner panic, and her mind raced with thoughts. Soon, Zhang Hanxiao thought of a response. It's true that I haven't heard it myself. I just heard everyone talking about how the piano you play can move people and make them weep. Ugh, when are you going to play the piano for me? If it was an ordinary person, Han Haoren naturally wouldn't have noticed the panic in Zhang Hanxiao's eyes and the unnaturalness of her speech. But now Han Haoren was a master psychologist with Freud's psychological abilities. Zhang Hanxiao's expression clearly betrayed her. Han Haoren was already certain inwardly that Zhang Hanxiao had definitely heard himself play the piano. Zhang Hanxi was definitely not there at that time. So that must mean that the actual program team played the clip of themselves playing the piano to Zhang Hanxin. Combined with what Han Haoren had seen from the start, Zhang Hanxiao and himself hadn't been rusty at the moment they met. As if he was familiar with himself, Han Haoren was able to conclude that he was right in this speculation. Maybe the program team had already put all the clips about their own sets and showed them to Zhang Hanxiao. So Han Haoren smiled and tried. Then have they told you about my other strengths? For example, I'm a very good cook. Zhang Hanxiao was not a person with a delicate and sensitive mind, and the current her had been drinking. She didn't even hear the words as Han Haoren testing her. Zhang Hanxiao smiled charmingly and said, of course, they all said that your cooking skills are very good. It's simply better than any dish made by a 5-star hotel chef. A smile appeared on Han Haoren's face. Han Xin, really? Who said that to you? Zhang Hanxin casually babbled. I forget who it was, but more than one guest said that. In Zhang Hanxiao's mind, Han Haoren would definitely not ask the other guests this question one by one to prove the authenticity of his words. However, Zhang Hanxiao hadn't anticipated that she had long since fallen into the trap of Han Haoren's language. Han Haoren continued to smile as he looked at Zhang Hanxiao, his eyes looking straight into Zhang Hanxiao's eyes. Hanxiao, I've actually never cooked in this hut before. I just helped Tong Yaya twice. But the one who cooks very well and has cooking skills that everyone raves about is Tong Yaya. Zhang Hanxiao's pupils instantly dilated. Star. Chapter 168, Zheng Hanxiao takes the initiative. Zheng Hanxiao's pupils instantly dilated, and she finally also realized that she had said the wrong thing. Indeed, she, who had watched everything happening in the villa from a god's perspective in the studio, knew that Han Haoran was a good cook, and Tong Yaya's cooking was average, except that Tong Yaya and Han Haoran had reached a tacit understanding. However, the fact was that the guests in the villa would even now decide that Tong Yaya was the chef among them, and that both meals were cooked by Tong Yaya. Zheng Hanxiao realized that her back was drenched in cold sweat. Zheng Hanxiao could only continue to pour wine into his own mouth to hide his inner panic, and because she drank too quickly, Zheng Hanxiao accidentally choked and started coughing. Han Haoran carefully handed over tissues. After this interlude, vain Zheng Hanxiao took the initiative to chat about other topics. It was as if what had just happened hadn't happened. Han Haoran didn't mind. After all, he was already convinced that Zheng Hanxiao must have already watched the images related to this program before the program provided by the crew. And Zheng Hanxiao was definitely not an ordinary female guest, but more like someone from the director's team. As for why the crew wanted Zheng Hanxiao to join the program, Han Haoran wasn't sure, but Han Haoran felt that it had nothing to do with him either. Han Haoran, what kind of girl do you like? Zheng Hanxiao asked seriously. Han Haoran smiled and replied, haven't I answered enough this afternoon? Zhang Hanshan unconsciously pouted again. I know, you like girls like Hot Shouty, you like girls like Tong Yaya, you like girls like Su Siyu, you like girls like Song Xinran, and you like girls like Chi Yuhan. You just don't like me. Han Haoran knows that Zheng Hanxiao is still jealous because he didn't mention her in his first answer to the first question. The moment of heartbeat. So Han Haoran said, Han Xin, you're too unsure of yourself, aren't you? You're so good looking, how could I not like a girl of your type? It's just that you give me the feeling of being the high and mighty star. It feels so far, far away, not tangible at all. I don't think I could have any possibility of a relationship with a big star like you, and it was taping, so there must have been a lot of your fans who would have watched. That's why I didn't mention you in my answer to the first question. I like you, naturally. Zhang Hanshan couldn't help but come closer to Han Haoran again. Don't call me a big star. Call me Hanshan. Why do I have to be a superior being in your mind? Is it that I'm not approachable? Or am I just not easy to get along with? Is it not a plain little girl that I exhibit before you? Why, between you and me, must there be no possibility of love? Zheng Hanxiao took advantage of her drunkenness to say the words hidden deep inside her heart. In fact, in the observation room, when Ouyang Mi has been unapologetically said I love Han Haoran, I want to confess to Han Haoran. Zheng Hanxiao's deepest heart was also touched by Han Haoran. As a top actress, Zheng Hanxiao's vision was very high. After all, there were really many people who pursued her. Even a man that the average girl greatly admires and considers to be perfect is disdained in the eyes of Zheng Hanxiao. Until she saw Han Haoran, Zheng Hanxiao felt that Han Haoran was the template for the perfect male god in her heart. First of all, you have to be good looking. And secondly, you have to be able to cook. The most important thing is to be coaxing and talented. Han Haoran accounted for all of them these days. And when Han Haoran was dating the female guest, Zheng Hanxiao also automatically the female guest substitutes herself. It's because she has a crush on Han Haoran that she wanted to come to the love hut as a fake female guest and was so excited when she drew the red ball. It was precisely because she had a favorable impression of Han Haoran that she had uttered, "Little brother, you're so handsome," during her first meeting with Han Haoran. It was because she had a crush on Han Haoran that she appeared in Han Haoran's room at this time wearing her carefully selected pajamas. It was also because she had a crush on Han Haoran, and even though she was 27 years old, she had always been a little girl in front of Han Haoran. Zheng Hanxiao took the initiative and reached out her hand, cupping Han Haoran's face. The two of them looked at each other. Looking at Han Haoran's handsome face near at hand, Zheng Hanxiao suddenly realized that one of her hearts slowly sank and completely fell. Zheng Hanxiao decided to take the initiative once she was ruthless. Han Haoran realized that Zheng Hanxiao's snow-white, slender arms were wrapped around his waist, while the reassuring scent lingered on the tip of his nose. In a moment, however, Zheng Hanxiao had already discarded her armor and was panting against Han Haoran's broad chest. Her flushed little face seemed unsure if it was because of the alcohol or the shyness. Zheng Hanxiao's entire body was soft, like a well-behaved cat curled up in Han Haoran's arms. Zheng Hanxiao's slightly drooping eyelids are brought with an indescribable soft charm and clearness, provoking the soul, while there is a layer of wet sweat on the snow-white neck, and the body is a burst of tautness. Han Haoran felt that he was a bit of a heartthrob at this moment. Zheng Hanxiao taking such initiative was out of Han Haoran's expectations. At this time, Han Haoran could no longer suppress his inner desire for beautiful things either. The big star exudes glamour factor all over her body. Just as Han Haoran couldn't help but take it a step further, he was pushed away by Zheng Hanxiao. At this moment, Zheng Hanxiao's expression was also very complicated. She had to be very eager inside. She wasn't getting any younger, and for the first time in her life, She had met someone who could make her heart flutter. But Zhang Hanshan also knew that it wasn't a very good occasion to be in Han Haoren's room today in the villa where all the cameras were. Besides, she'd heard that you bleed the first time. If the snow-white sheets were stained with her blood, then nothing could be said. Zhang Hanxiao had already blushed from her cheeks to her neck. Han Haoren, this is still my first time, and it seems, am not ready. After saying this, Zhang Hanxiao picked up the pajamas that had been removed by Han Haoren in her hand and ran into the restroom. Han Haoren couldn't help but become despondent as he heard the sound of water flowing. Today he naturally could not touch Zhang Hanxiao again. But how to put out the fire that was aroused by Zhang Hanxiao? Chapter 169, The Real Reward of the System? Zhang Hanxiao came out of the restroom and also saw Han Haoren's very obvious same. Zhang Hanxiao looked at Han Haoren with eyes as clear as well water, but said something that made Han Haoren incredulous. Me? Under Han Haoren's reluctance to leave, the shy Zhang Hanxiao quietly slipped out of the room. Han Haoren walked into the restroom and found a black one on the restroom sink. Han Haoren guffawed. It turned out that the first prize he drew after obtaining the system was honored at this moment. Han Haoren suddenly felt that everything he had just experienced with Zhang Hanxiao should be considered the system's real reward, right? It was a bit unexpected for Han Haoren that 27-year-old superstar actress, Chinese movie queen, Grammy winner, and adored by countless people, Zhang Hanxiao, actually kept it. Zhang Hanshan is really as clean as rumors say. Han Haoren raised his eyebrows abruptly, suddenly thinking of something. Before Han Haoren was reborn, that is, 10 years later on Zhang Hanxiao's birthday, Zhang Hanxiao committed suicide. You know, that time was the peak of Zhang Hanxiao's career. Zhang Hanxiao successfully went from being the #1 actress in China to a world-class superstar and a superstar in Hollywood. At the same time, Zhang Hanshan has also become a Hall of Fame figure in the pop music industry. As in classical music, the Hall of Fame in popular music is the highest level of honor. Due to the short history of the pop music industry, there is only one person who can be called a legend, and he is no longer alive, Michael Jackson. Why did Zhang Hanshiro, who was at the peak of his life, commit suicide? Or maybe it wasn't a suicide, but a murder? In the old days, 10 years later, whether Zhang Hanshiro committed suicide or was murdered, she had no connection to Han Haoren. Han Haoren hadn't even thought about this matter in particular after Zhang Hanshan had entered the villa, much less said that he wanted to go and remind Zhang Hanshan of it. Originally, in Han Haoren's opinion, Zhang Hanxiao's life and his own should be like two parallel lines that never intersected. Even when Zhang Hanxiao entered the villa, Han Haoren didn't really treat Zhang Hanxiao as a female guest. Today, however, everything is different. Even if he hadn't proceeded to the final step, Han Haoren had already taken Zhang Hanxiao as his woman. Whether it was suicide or murder, Han Haoren secretly resolved that he would never let such a thing happen to Zhang Hanxiao. If there was a conspiracy involved behind this, Han Haoren was also determined to find the black hand behind it and let him die without a burial place. Early the next morning, Han got up for breakfast as usual. Tong Yaya happily served Han Haoren his food, and when Han Haoren was halfway through eating, he met Zhang Hanxiao, who happened to be coming downstairs. Morning, Ya. Good morning, Han Haoren. Zhang Hanxiao's expression at this moment was as normal, as if nothing had happened. Han Haoren couldn't help but admire the fact that professional actors were awesome. Han Haoren was tempted to tell Zhang Hanxiao that she had left a piece of intimate apparel in her restroom, but come to think of it, in this villa surrounded by cameras, forget it. Han Haoren, who had finished breakfast, planned to pack up and go out. He had an appointment with Hejichi to accompany Hejichi on her date today, but just as Han Haoren was about to go out, he was called by the director's team. Han Haoren didn't know what the program was up to again and obediently followed the director's team into the secret room. The director of the scene didn't hold back and said directly to Han Haoren, Han Haoren, what I want to announce to you is that your long-awaited date session is coming up. Han Haoren almost choked. After adjusting his emotions, Han Haoren said with a stern face, why is it the date session I was expecting? The on-site director said with a smile, how can you not look forward to a date with so many beautiful female guests? Okay, let me talk about the flow of this dating session. On this date, it's still the male guest who picks the location, but the male guest also needs to take the whole part of his date and think of a keyword. Then the female guest picks one of her favorite keywords and is paired with a male guest for a date. Since there are 3 male guests and 6 female guests at this point, there is bound to be a situation where there is 1 male guest and more than 2 female guests, so please, take that into consideration when choosing where to date. This is likely not a solo date, and just like last time, you don't know the female guest you're paired with until you're on a date. Now, please tell me the keywords for the place you want to date. Han Haoren froze a bit. Director, don't you even give me a little time to think about it? The director of the scene smiled and said, the date is set for tomorrow, Sunday. You can design the flow of the date all day today, but you must give me the keyword now, because we still have to do the session where the female guest chooses the keyword. I don't think it takes too long to think of a keyword given your intelligence, does it? Han Haorun nodded helplessly. This director is so badass. Taking the IQ. Wouldn't you look like you don't have a very high IQ if you didn't give the field director a keyword right away? Han Haorun thought for a moment that this was a random date though. But if you want to be paired up with the person of your choice, then you can't just write randomly on the keywords. If it is possible for the other person to surmise that the person behind the keyword is themselves, then it's not actually a random pairing. So Han Haorun said to the director of the scene, I've got it figured out. The keyword for me is, the rainy season here is only a day or two. These are the lyrics to an original song he sang in front of all the female guests. This time it was the scene director's turn to be confused. Are you sure this keyword has something to do with where you're going on a date? Our date location must be chosen within the boundaries of the imperial city. Oh, how is it possible that the rainy season is only a day or two in this part of the empire? Han Haorun smiled and replied, you only asked me to give you one keyword. Who says the keyword has to be very relevant to the location of the date? After saying this, Han Haorun ignored the murderous gaze of the director of the scene and turned to leave. He'll have a date with Hijichi later. Star. Chapter 170, Disaster Still Happens. Han Haorun and Hiji Kite strolled all morning. At noon the two sat in a very stylish mood to get a small restaurant. The restaurant is small, but the chef is so good that you have to make a long reservation to come in for dinner. It was also thanks to Hiji Kite's frequent visits here that she was able to queue up without making an appointment, and took advantage of a table of guests who couldn't make it because of an important matter to cut in. Eating the delicacies on his plate made Han Haorun feel that it was almost comparable to his own cooking skills. Han Haorun asked with a smile as the chef came out to entertain the two. Master, are you interested in being a personal chef? Although this small restaurant gets a steady stream of business, the size of the restaurant doesn't allow for too many customers per day. And while the cost of a meal here can be considered expensive, the profits aren't really too terrible considering the top-notch ingredients the chef uses. In Han Haorun's opinion, although this chef was very good at his craft, the money he earned was far less than if he had gone outside and opened a large restaurant. For Han Haorun, although he was a good cook himself, he didn't really have that much leisure time to cook. When he gets busy with work and more women in the future, it's still important to have a private chef who's a good cook. The chef, whose name is Li Qing, smiled nervously and said, no, it is my hobby to let more people taste my food. Whether I make a lot of money or not is secondary. Han Haorun had wanted to persuade him for a few moments, as Li Qing's cooking was really the most to Han Haorun's liking in so many years, before he could open his mouth. However, Han Haorun's full attention was drawn to the news playing on the television. At 7 a.m. this morning, a 7.9 magnitude earthquake struck Yucheng. Since the epicenter of the earthquake is in a high-traffic area, the casualties are high as of now. Han Haorun sighed. In this life, the Yucheng earthquake that was supposed to happen last year did not happen. Han Haorun had thought that this disaster wasn't going to happen again, but what Han Haorun didn't expect was that the catastrophe was just postponed. Hiji Kite immediately frowned when she saw the image broadcast on top of the TV. How could this happen? Han Haorun took hold of Hiji Kite's hand, holding Hiji Kite's soft little hand in the palm of his hand to show comfort. Han Haorun noticed at the same time that Li Qing's expression suddenly changed. Han Haorun remembered that Li Qing's specialty dishes were all Sichuan, so it's hard to believe that Li Qing's home is in Yucheng. Seeing Li Qing's reddened eyes, Han Haorun knew that his guess should be about 8 or 9 out of 10. Han Haorun looked at Li Qing and asked cautiously, Chef Li, do you have family in Yucheng? Li Qing shook his head. My family has now moved to Imperial Capital to live with me, but Yucheng is my hometown. I grew up there. My classmates, my friends, a lot of my relatives, they're all still in Yucheng. I want them to be safe. I'll make a call to my hairdresser. Li Qing took out his cell phone and made a call, but eventually he put the phone down in disappointment. Han Haorun comforted. Don't worry too much. Those base stations in the quake zone must have been destroyed, so there's no signal in the disaster area now. Just because you can't broadcast a call doesn't mean there's an accident. Earthquakes are different from fires, and as long as you hide in a safe place during an earthquake to avoid getting smashed, or are able to run to an open area, there is still hope for survival. Li Qing nodded. Borrow your advice. On the TV news, that host was still calling out, our country has sent all the troops stationed nearby into the disaster area to help. At the same time, the disaster area is in urgent need of many supplies, such as tents, thick clothes, medicine, bandages, etc. We have opened an official fundraising channel. Whether it's an emergency item or a donation, please raise money through the official fundraising channel. Disasters have no mercy, and when one party is in trouble, 8 parties will support it. But we would like to inform you that the affected areas are still dangerous today and there may be aftershocks. Please keep unofficial rescue teams and relief organizations out of the disaster area. I repeat, please keep unofficial rescue teams and relief organizations out of the disaster area. When Li Qing heard the words of the host on the news, a fire surged up inside him. It's this time of the year. Isn't it true that the more rescue teams there are, the higher the hope of rescuing the trapped people? Han Haoren nodded back. Li Cheng was right. Although there are many people hiding in collapsed houses after the earthquake, their lives are not in danger for the time being. However, they are desperately short of food and water, and if they are not rescued as soon as possible, then the longer the time drags on, the lower the hope of their survival. This is especially so because of the injured, whose lives could be lost at any time if their injuries are not treated as quickly as possible. The more people who participate in the rescue, then the hope that these victims will be rescued will naturally be greater. But the news is also right. At this time, the professional capacity of China's civil rescue is not high. Lack of professional training and equipment. Their tools were primitive picks and shovels, while life detectors and search dogs were not popularized. At that time, there were quite a number of spontaneous disaster relief teams which, because of their lack of professional knowledge and ability, caused their own casualties in the course of rescuing the victims instead. Han Haoren frowned. He knows the number of casualties from the Usemorgeologia earthquake. Had the rescue equipment been in place and the rescue plan properly organized after the earthquake, the number of casualties would have been at least half. Although this disaster still happened, Han Haoren was very distressed. But at this time, Han Haoren decided that he must do something, because, with his latter-day experience, he knew better than those in command of the rescue center what to do at this time. Even if he could save the life of one more Chinese compatriot, it was something Han Haoren was obligated to do. He Ji Kite's hand had been grasped by Han Haoren, and her beautiful eyes looked at Han Haoren. Haoren, let's do something. We're going to donate money to the disaster area now? Donate supplies? Han Haoren shook his head. There was little point in donating money. Han Haoren looked at Jiqi and asked, Jiqi, does your family have any cooperation with foreign high-tech apparatus factories? I need to purchase a bunch of life detectors, sonic detectors, slope radar, and medical equipment. It must arrive as soon as possible. 2 days. It must be transported to the vicinity of Yuching in 2 days' time. Ji Kite nodded and said, I'll go ask. Star. Chapter 171, Han Haoren's influence. Against the mouthpiece of the official media. Han Haoren also broadcast a call to Fatty while Jiqi was on the phone. After all, Phone Yinin's family had a lot of energy as well. Speaking into the phone, Han Haoren said, Fatty, put the company matter aside for now. I need a bunch of life detectors, sonic detectors, slope radar, and medical equipment now. It needs to be shipped to the vicinity of Yuching within 2 days. Phone Yinin also just saw the news about the earthquake in Yuching, and without any nonsense said directly and painfully, no problem. Han Haoren had invested all of his previous 250 million soft dollars in the futures market though, and the futures had yet to be delivered. But the subsequent advertising fees that arrived one after another made Han Haoren's account now have nearly 100 million soft currency cash. Han Haoren said, Fatty, I want the best instrument. I'll put $50 million into the company's bank account, and the cost of the instruments will all be deducted from here. Phone Yimin laughed and said, Brother Han, what are you talking about? The compatriots in the disaster area are not also my fat compatriots. I'll just talk to my family about the money for the instruments. I promise that within 2 days, I'll send these instruments to Yuching. After talking to Fatty on the phone, Han Haoren tenderly looked at Jiqi, knowing that today's date was not going to go ahead. Not to mention that both of them weren't in the mood for this at the moment. Han Haoren had more important things to do next. Driving a Lamborghini to send Ji Kite home first, Han Haoren immediately returned to the love hut. In the downstairs living room, Han Haoren met Tong Ye and Chi Yuhan with red eyes. I think they also saw the news about the earthquake. Han Haoren ran up the stairs at fire speed and quickly turned on the computer to edit the microblog. Han Haoren does not have any influence to intervene in what a TV station has to broadcast, like the one that says, unofficial rescue teams and organizations are asked not to enter the disaster area. But what if the officially designated strategy is wrong? Watching your compatriots lose their last chance of survival because of a poorly formulated rescue strategy by the experts on the rescue team's side? Han Haoren couldn't do such a thing. Han Haoren felt that he could use his influence to call on more people to join the relief effort. So what if we go against the official media? Weibo, as an emerging media, has a huge number of users from all over China. Undoubtedly this was the best platform Han Haoren had at this time. At this time, the number of followers of Han Haoren's microblog was the second highest in the entire microblog after Zhang Hanxiao. More than half an hour later, Han Haoren finished editing and released a tweet. Do you know how long the victims who were trapped because of the earthquake were able to hold out? Do you know how important it is to be the first responder after an earthquake? In fact, even if we are not a professional rescue team, as long as we are willing to offer our part, we can accomplish the rescue. Here are 10 rescue codes for after an earthquake. First, it is important to have the correct area and place demarcated and set up prior to the search. Second, the site must be cordoned off and access strictly controlled. I call on organizations in the vicinity of Yucheng that are in a position to do so to set out immediately to launch relief efforts if they have the supplies and equipment to do so. Maybe because of your power, a life can be saved. In addition, I have personally procured state-of-the-art life detectors, sonic detectors, slope radar and medical equipment from abroad. In 2 days you can reach Yucheng. Please ask the rescue teams that arrive in Yucheng at that time to contact me. I will distribute various instruments to all of you. Lastly, please, if you see this tweet, please actively retweet it so that more people can see it. Han Haoren knew that by sending out this tweet, he might be suspected of going against the official mouthpiece media. After all, TV stations are telling non-professional rescue teams to stay out of disaster areas, and by doing so, Han Haoren was clearly singing against them. However, at this moment, Han Haoren knew that the most correct choice was to have all the civilian rescue teams in the vicinity of Yucheng set off for the disaster area at the first opportunity to start relief efforts. That's why Han Haoren sent that tweet without the slightest hesitation. All of Han Haoren's disaster relief experience on Weibo is the most complete disaster relief experience summarized after 10 years of the Yucheng earthquake in his previous life. It can be said that these experiences, in the present, is a treasure book of disaster relief. Absolutely more professional than the most professional rescue teams in East Japan or Europe and the United States. Han Haoren believed that if the organizers and people in charge of this disaster relief operation, those troops who were specialized in disaster relief, saw this microblog of theirs, they would also be able to learn a lot. Undoubtedly, one more person who saw this microblog and saw the method of disaster relief posted by Han Haoren could save more lives. Kam City, the largest provincial capital city near Yucheng. Hu Jiancheng was anxious inside. He had felt a strong tremor even in Jincheng when the earthquake hit Yucheng. Knowing that the epicenter of the earthquake was Yucheng, Hu Jiancheng's heart lifted up. His parents, wife and children are in Yucheng. I'm going to Yucheng. Immediately go to Yucheng to save my family. This was Hu Jiancheng's first reaction. However, on top of the news, the host has repeatedly called for non-professional disaster relief teams not to enter the disaster area, which makes Hu Jiancheng anxious. He was hesitant about what he should do. Hu Jiancheng wasn't afraid that his own life would be threatened. He was just worried about entering the disaster area as a person without half the knowledge of disaster relief. Will it not only fail to save lives, but also impede normal rescue efforts? Hu Jiancheng anxiously brushed the microblogging. Watching those stars painlessly said Yu Chang strong. God bless China, and attached a selfie. Hu Jiancheng is very chagrined. It's that time of year and these stars are still posting selfies. What's the point of talking about this? If you say Yucheng is strong 100 times, will one trapped victim be rescued? If you say God bless China 10,000 times, won't the god of thieves really send disaster? Hu Jiancheng refreshed his microblog, hoping to see his family and friends in Yucheng update a microblog to report safety at this time. Although Hu Jiancheng knew that this hope was very slim, because he had heard that the internet and phone signals in the whole of Yucheng were all cut off. Suddenly, Hu Jiancheng's eyes lit up. He realized that the sweepstakes blog he had been following earlier had sent out a tweet, and the tweet had 100,000 plus retweets in just under 10 minutes. After reading the contents of the microblog, Hu Jiancheng did not hesitate to pick up the car keys and ran out of the house. The layman. Do I have to be a professional to save my own family and children? Labor has no expertise, so it's just going to wait around and do nothing? After reading those 10 rescue guidelines, Labor is now a professional. Labor is leaving now. Go to Yucheng. Hu Jiancheng cursed as he ran downstairs. Chapter 172. Because of a tweet, the country changes its plans. Soon Hu Jiancheng's shepherd headed in the direction of Yucheng. Meanwhile, cities in all directions around Yucheng, an SUV loaded with supplies and improvised tools, headed towards Yucheng. Whether it is as in the case of Hu Jiancheng, whose family is trapped in Yucheng, or someone who is passionate about wanting to do something to help the disaster area, they saw the tweets that Han Haoren had sent and without any hesitation, they decided to leave immediately. What's the danger? They are not afraid. It's all worth it if it saves just one more person. All the people in the vehicles speeding towards Yucheng. At this moment they had the same goal. It's Yucheng. It is disaster relief. Yucheng Earthquake Emergency Response Team Conference Room. An old man who was well known throughout China was the leader of the rescue group, the highest person in charge. At this moment, on the screen of the computer in front of him was Han Haoren's microblog. The old man read the tweet carefully and then asked the group of experts as well as officials around him, is there anything wrong with the 10 rescue codes as written? An expert specializing in earthquake relief replied, there is no problem, and the ideas and many of the rescues on this code are more effective than what we currently have. Suffice it to say, I think we must popularize these 10 rescue codes in our official rescue teams. Our original rescue plan must be overturned altogether and a more effective rescue adopted from this tweet. The old man's eyes widened. So, Expert Wang, you think we should reformulate our rescue plan along the lines of this tweet? The expert nodded decisively. Yes, his suggestion was also supported by other experts present. Chief, these 10 rescue codes are indeed more professional. Reformulate the rescue plan. It will take a little bit of time, but we will definitely be able to save more people. The old man nodded and continued. Then there is another question. Can an ordinary person without any general knowledge of rescue be competent in rescue missions after reading these 10 rescue codes? Several experts exchanged words and discussed for a while and finally gave the result of their discussion. Chief, it's possible. The old man was so angry that he stomped his feet. Then you weren't fooling around before. Let the news play over and over again to keep unofficial rescue teams and relief organizations out of the disaster area. If we really follow the previous plan, how many lives will be delayed? Several experts and officials bowed their heads. Hadn't I not seen this tweet before and not realized that a rescue could still be mounted in this way? Under the circumstances, it was indeed inappropriate to allow unofficial rescuers to enter the disaster area with their existing knowledge and conditions. Now, it does get slapped hard in the face. It's different now. One more person is more power. The old man shook his head. So many of the most professional experts in this industry came together to discuss the program. It was actually inferior to the program given by this microblog. The old man quickly ordered on the spot. Have all TV stations and various media outlets stop broadcasting that previous program. Organize the rescue plan inside this microblog and broadcast it all over the media. I want everyone in all of China to be able to see this new rescue program immediately. Also, call on all civil organizations around Yucheng, civil rescue forces with the ability and conditions to run to Yucheng together. What we are doing now is a race against death. Everything has to be fast. After Han Haoren finished his tweets, he went downstairs and watched the TV with the guests gathered in the living room. Keeping an eye on the latest situation in Yucheng, Han Haoren wondered if his tweet would do the trick. I also wonder if the tweet will be deleted by Sina because of conflicting opinions and officialdom. Although at this time Han Haoren and Sina official maintain a very good relationship, but if it is above the request Sina delete blog, Sina naturally dare not violate. Han Haoren only hoped that the tweet would be seen by more people before it was deleted. Suddenly, an emergency news insert appeared on the TV. Urgent news. Emergency adjustments have been made to the earthquake relief program. Here are 10 updated rescue codes for all volunteers who want to get involved in rescue work to keep in mind. First, 10th. Finally, we call on all the civil rescue forces around Yucheng to join us in the rescue operation. Whether you have specialized rescue knowledge or not, just familiarize yourself with these 10 rules. Cooperate and coordinate with each other. Let's all of us each do our part to save more lives of our fellow citizens in the disaster area. After reading this emergency inserted news, a smile finally appeared on Han Haoren's face. Han Haoren knew that he had won the bet. The biggest TV station in China, the official media, changed its caliber because of this one tweet of its own. Meanwhile, netizens swiped up messages under Han Haoren's microblog that had already gotten 1 million plus retweets. This tweet is bull. Even the officials have completely reversed their previous tone because of this tweet. I was expecting this tweet to be deleted for some unspoken reason. Really awesome. I've always thought of this account as a sweepstakes microblogging account, and today my perception has undergone a complete change. Although the blogger is not a celebrity, and I don't even know what the blogger's real name is, whether it's a man or a woman, but I'm a big fan of the blogger from now on. Peace be upon you. Then a few painless cheers from the stars. Bloggers are our heroes, the hero of the disaster area. I have never obeyed anyone in my life, but today I will obey the blogger. On this day, on Weibo, everyone retweeted this tweet from Han Haoren. The number of retweets on this tweet had already broken Han Haoren's previous retweet record for that koi blog within 3 hours. It's close to the number of retweets for that official Twitter super sweepstakes. On this day, countless vehicles loaded with relief supplies were heading towards Yucheng. Star. Chapter 173, the date of 7 begins. Prior to dinner, the director's crew came to get input from the guests. Due to the sudden earthquake in Yucheng, everyone is not in a good mood or condition at the moment. The pairing is complete. Though, is the appointment scheduled for tomorrow going to be cancelled? Tanya didn't say anything and turned her gaze to Han Haoren. The moment she saw the 3 date location prompts, she knew which date location was Han Haoren's. So Tanya voted for the rainy season here is only 1 or 2 days without hesitation. So, whether the date is cancelled or not, Tanya herself has no opinion. Everything depends on Han Haoren. Similarly, both Hot Shouty and Su Siu looked at Han Haoren. Han Haoren originally wanted to say that it would be better to postpone this date, but suddenly, Han Haoren was struck by an idea. Han Haoren raised his head and looked at the director. Director, I think the date should be as usual. Only the location of the date, I want to change it slightly. Han Haoren opened his mouth and immediately gained everyone's approval. The crew didn't object when they saw how determined the guests were. After all, the cycle of filming this program is only 2 months long. processes and sessions are booked in advance, and most of the male and female guests can only date on weekends. So this date cancellation is going to have a big impact on the flow of the show, and it's going to cause a big headache for the showrunners. So, the male and female guests' insistence on continuing to date is actually more in line with the show's thinking. The director looked at the crowd and said, "Before tomorrow's date, it would be best if I recorded a video of everyone praying for the people in the disaster area. And then on your date tomorrow, don't wear brightly colored clothes, preferably in black and white." You guys know what? A lot of the traffic stars on Weibo were scolded by netizens today. It said that they were posting prayers for the disaster area on their tweets and also posting selfies, saying that what so many of their big names have done, combined, doesn't compare to the sweepstakes blog from Familiar World Strange Self. So even though we're just in the recording stage of this show not aired, it's better for everyone to keep a low profile. Han Haoren suddenly heard his Twitter account. God, sweepstakes blog. Sweepstakes Bo is just a means to build up popularity. Okay? Han Haoren's plan. This microblog will become the most influential self-media account in the entire network. Han Haoren knows that with the rise of microblogging and other platforms, self-publishing will soon thrive. It's different than now, when most of the fishing vessels are still controlled by official mouthpieces. The future age of self-publishing will be a completely different situation. Weibo, on the other hand, is one of the largest channels for self-media in all of China. In the evening, both He Zhikite and Feng Yimin called Han Haoren. They all said that the batch of equipment that Han Haoren had asked for had been taken care of. Most of the equipment is now on direct flights to China, and when it gets off the plane, it will be shipped to its destination on the hoof overnight. We'll be able to reach Yuchang by tomorrow morning at the earliest. Han Haoren breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he had done everything he could to do what he could, although he didn't personally go to Yuchang for disaster relief. But when the Yuchang Earthquake Emergency Rescue Team finally adopted his plan, the number of casualties of this Yuchang earthquake was undoubtedly kept to a minimum. The next morning, Han Haoren, dressed in a handsome black suit, was waiting at the appointed place. This was a date that Han Haoren didn't really think of as a date in the true sense of the word. The previous date location was also overturned by Han Haoren and replaced with a new one. Without waiting long, Han Haoren saw a group of hordes of female guests walking towards him. Ha Di is a horse in the lead. Tang Ye and Zhang Hanxiao were walking side by side and seemed to be chatting about something. Behind them were Qi Yuhan and Su Siyu. Song Xinran walked at the end. Han Haoren counted the number of people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It seems that all the female guests are very smart and have guessed the hints they have given. Heartbreaking for Wang Songsong and Li Feng for a second. All 6 women were dressed in plain or black and white, but even with this kind of attire, they can't hide their natural beauty. Such a group of beautifully poised female guests quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. In particular, they realized that there was someone among these 6 beauties they seemed very familiar with. Have you noticed that the pretty girl in the second row looks a bit like Zhang Hanshan? Not some resemblance. This is Zhang Hanshirao, isn't it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I see a big star? What is Zhang Hanshan doing with the other 5 beauties? Shooting a movie? But I've heard that Zhang Hanxiao's new movie hasn't started shooting yet. The casting hasn't even been fully decided yet. Maybe it's a recording of a program, right? We saw Zhang Hanshan waving her hand. The object seems to be a little handsome guy over there. Wow. I didn't even notice until you told me. That handsome guy is really handsome. It seems like all 6 beauties are headed in his direction. Zhang Hanshan is recording some kind of program, right? A program with 6 big beauties and a little handsome guy? Chang Hanshin approached. The surrounding passers-by shouted out in unison. Zhang Hanshan, Zhang Hanshan. This made the program a little nervous. However, this time, because Zhang Hanxiao, a diva, was going to participate in the recording, the Fruit Channel was still completely prepared. A team of a dozen security guards blocked around the female guests and would not let anyone get close. Han Haoren had learned the lessons of his first amusement park date, and watching the 6 walk in, he took the lead and led a group of beautiful women to the date. This date was indoors. Of course, Han Haoren wasn't going to let what happened before when he was surrounded by a group of people happen again. Just as Han Haoren was leading the 6 great beauties toward their date destination, another corner of the imperial capital, Wang Songsong was dressed in the most handsome suit, with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of leather shoes on his feet and a watch worth nearly $10 million on his wrist. Holding a bouquet of red roses, Wang Songsong shivered in the cold wind. In Wang Songsong's opinion, this time, only the keywords of the dating location will be announced, not the corresponding male guests. That way, one's hopes for a date increase dramatically, because the female guests don't really know who the male guests are corresponding to each keyword either. Even if they had a date with Han Haoren in mind, they wouldn't necessarily be able to pick Han Haoren's project. So, Wang Songsong intends to perform well and turn things around properly by dating. However, after a long time, Wang Songsong didn't see a female guest that her heart was waiting for. Wang Songsong could only say to the group of camera crews following him, "No way. There's no one coming here, is there? 6 female guests, 3 date locations. Shouldn't it make more sense to split them evenly? Is my dating program that unattractive?" The camera team's assignment this time was to capture the shot of Wang Songsong waiting for a long time but not seeing anyone, and finally getting gradually despondent. They hadn't shot enough at this time, so although they knew the final result in their hearts, neither of them answered Wang Songsong's query. "It's not that your dating program is unattractive. Rather, Han Hong was so badass that he directly hinted at it on the cue. Once the female guests know who the cue word corresponds to, they're no longer choosing where they want to go on a date. They're totally choosing the person. And coincidentally, the person all 6 want to date is Han Haoren. Star. Chapter 174, Unexpected Dating Theme. Han Haoren had yet to lead the women to their official date. Carefully, Zhang Hanxin guessed the place of the date. Because of this road, Zhang Hanxiao was also very familiar with it. Zhang Hanxiao smiled and asked, "Han Haoren, are you taking us to the recording studio for a date today? That studio out front is the most professional and best recording studio in all of Imperial. I've been here a lot too." Having been nailed by Zhang Hanxiao about the location of the date, Han Haoren no longer hid it. "Yeah, it's the recording studio." Han Haoren led a group of people to the recording room with great vigor. This entire recording studio had been chartered by Han Haoren today, so he wouldn't encounter any outsiders. Of course the cost is all out of the fruit table. Of the 6 female guests, only Zhang Hanxiao is most familiar with the place. Hot Xiaodi curiously surveyed the professional equipment in the recording studio. Although she quite liked singing, she had never been to such a professional place as a recording studio. Hottie smiled and asked, "Brother Haoren, are you bringing us here to record a song? But let me ask you a question first. Did you guess that there would be 6 female guests to date you?" Oh Yang Mi screamed out at the big screen. Hot Xiaodi's name for Han Haoren has changed. Hey, she no longer calls Han Haoren by his first name, but Brother Haoren. Lu Yijia nodded. Actually, Han Haoren's name for the other female guests has long since changed, not by name. He called Hot Xiaodi Xiaodi, Tong Yaya Yaya, Song Xan Ran, Su Siu, and Chi Yuhan. Even our sister Hanshin. Under her coercion, Han Haoren changed her name to Hanshin, but girls are always more reserved. They don't even know what they should call Han Haoren. Would it be a bit rusty to call Han Haoren? But if you call it more intimate, they've actually only known Han Hong for about 10 days. But Hot D took the first step, and since she's younger than Han Haoren, the title Brother Haoren suits her. Han Haoren looked at Hot Xiaodi and replied, "Xiaodi, to be honest, I did guess that there should be 6 people coming this time. I'm sure you can all spot the hints I gave on the keywords." Zhang Hanxiao laughed and said, "Han Haoren, you're so stinky. You really just think that all of us want to date you?" Han Haoren scanned the circle, then replied with a smile, "Isn't that so?" Song Shinran smiled and asked, "Okay, in all seriousness, what are we doing here today? A recording studio seems a little special for a date, doesn't it?" Last time, Song Shinran had a great time at the amusement park, so she was looking forward to Han Haoren's choice of date location this time as well. Even though Song Shinran knows that it's impossible for her to go on a date alone with Han Haoren this time, she still envisions romance happening. So when they arrived at the recording studio, Song Shinran seemed a bit surprised. "Come to the studio to record a song? But I'm not good at recording songs, and it's not like she and Han Haoren will have much of a chance to interact during the recording process." Han Haoren heard Song Shinran's question and explained, "Actually, this date location, too, was something I decided to change on the fly last night. Today, I asked everyone to come over here to record a song." Zhang Hanxiao seemed to have guessed what Han Haoren was up to. "Han Haoren, this has something to do with the Yuqing earthquake yesterday, doesn't it?" Han Haoren nodded. "Yes, I want to record a song that can make the people in the disaster area gather courage, and I also want to record a song that calls for more people to immediately enter the disaster area to rescue them. My intention is that after I record the song today, I'll do the post and fix the sound and release it to all the major platforms online by the end of the night. Any copyrights and proceeds from this song go to the people in the disaster area." Zhang Hanxiao smiled and said to Han Haoren, "I knew it. I must be counted in for something so meaningful." Han Haoren said, "Han Xin, in fact, everything I envision this time around is still largely dependent on you, on your fame. I want the song to be heard by more people in the first place, so I need to rely on your fame to promote the song. I envisioned the song being released under your name so more people would hear it." Zhang Hanxiao pondered for a moment and said, "In fact, as a star and a public figure, it would have been my obligation to do such an act of kindness, so I'll be working with every channel to promote the song. But the idea was yours. You're the one who brought us to the studio. The lead is you, so naturally the song should be signed by you and not me. Of course I'll sing my part, and tonight I'll tweet about it. And early tomorrow morning I'll hold a press conference to call for earthquake relief. Han Haoren pondered a little on what Zhang Hanxiao had said, and there was actually nothing wrong with what he said. Han Haoren didn't want to dwell on this waste of time and immediately decided, for this song, let's record it in the name of the seven of us. It's not just Hanyu, but also Yaya, Shinran, Xiaodi, Yuhan, and Siyu. The seven of us will finish the song together, signing each of our names. Su Siyu was a bit hesitant, but, the other day at the villa, it was my first time singing. I don't know how to sing. I'm afraid I'll drag everyone down. What Su Siyu said was from her heart. In Su Siyu's opinion, Zhang Hanxiao was, not to mention, the best female singer in the Chinese language circle and a Grammy winner. Tong Yaya and Hot Kitty both sing very well, and Qi Yuhan and Song Shinran, too, sang better than themselves. Han Haoren looked at Su Siyu with encouraging eyes. Siyu, you have to believe in yourself. You can do it. You've got a great tone and a great pitch, and I hired the best sound team. With my arrangement, we'll be perfect for this song. When Su Siyu heard Han Haoren's encouragement, it was as if she had suddenly ignited her courage. Okay, I'll try. Zhang Hanxiao looked at Han Haoren once more. But Han Haoren, we shouldn't be covering someone else's song, right? You finished writing another song in one day? That's so surprising, isn't it? Han Haoren smiled and replied, I finished the lyrics to this song last night. As for the tune, I adapted a classic old familiar song and added my own arrangement as well. I think this way, everyone knows the tune and it's easier to record for us non-professionals. I've applied for the rights to the original. They heard I was doing it for charity and were very supportive. Zhang Hanxiao nodded. Then I'll look forward to your adaptation. Star. Chapter 175, The Most Romantic Date of My Life. Han Haoren handed the printed out lyrics and sheet music to the 6 female guests. Afraid that some people wouldn't be able to read the score, Han Haoren explained, this song is a rewrite of Sea and Sky that I composed. Beyond also gave me the license to adapt it, and they said they donate all the copyright proceeds as well. Everyone should be familiar with Sea to Sky, right? Let's split the subtext. Zhang Hanxiao's eyes lit up when she took a look at Han Haoren's lyrics. The rhetoric is not flashy, but it is very capable of impressing people, and the lyrics, as you can tell at a glance, were written to fit the Yuchang earthquake that just happened yesterday, and the lyrics are no longer at all those of Haigua Tian Tian, and every line of the lyrics written by Han Haoren looked as if they had been finely crafted, so that Zhang Hanxiao couldn't pick out even the slightest fault with even the most demanding eyes. Zhang Hanxiao was originally skeptical, saying that Han Haoren said he wrote the song on the spur of the moment, when in fact Han Haoren had been writing it for a long time. But it's only been less than 1 day since the earthquake in Yuchang. Han Haoren was able to write the lyrics for the song so quickly. Such creative talent. It really makes people jealous. Han Haoren began after distributing the lyrics to all of them. I've marked on the lyrics who will sing each line. If everyone is okay with it for now, let's try recording it and see. We'll see what we can adjust then. Knowing that time was of the essence, Zhang Hanxiao said as she said, there are 2 sets of recording equipment here, and I'm half a professional when it comes to recording. After all, I've recorded too many records myself. Han Hong and I will be responsible for half of the people. So let's start recording. Zhang Hanxiao was originally a person with a strong aura, and due to her popularity and prestige, she became the older sister of the female guests. Zhang Hanxiao opened his mouth, and naturally, no one questioned it. Han Haoren also felt that Zhang Hanxiao was most efficient in this way, so Han Haoren looked at Zhang Hanxiao and said, I'll be in charge of the first half, so you take care of the second half. Han Haoren pulled Su Siyu aside first. You're responsible for singing the lyrics at the beginning, because I think your voice is so clean and pure that it can grab people. Su Siyu was a bit hesitant, but isn't the beginning part the most important? Can I? Han Haoren squeezed Su Siyu's hand. Siyu, trust me, you can do it. Show the confidence you have when you're playing the piano. You'll be perfect for the recording. Su Siyu nodded and followed Han Haoren to the recording room. Han Haoren helped Su Siyu bring on the recording equipment, so he stood aside and instructed, Siyu, you sing it once first. Su Siyu opened her mouth and sang, How many people, how much happiness was robbed? Han Haoren frowned, then said, Siyu, your voice is too soft. It sounds too soft. Your own voice is really pure, in that whiny baby voice. When you sing, just don't intentionally change your vocalization. Just sound exactly like you. Su Siyu said an apology and then said, let's try again. The second time, Su Siyu clearly interpreted it better than the first time. Han Haoren continued to encourage, you've improved a lot. You're great. Siyu, sing along with me once more. How many people, how much happiness has been snatched away? Su Siyu nodded her head vigorously. She is an obsessive person in her own right and can stick to something and keep doing it and doing it. With Han Haoren's encouragement, Su Siyu finally finished her part. Han Haoren, in addition to Su Siyu and his own part, was also responsible for Tonyaya and Hot Shouty. For his own part, Han Haoren passed it in one go. With masterful singing skills, there is no difficulty in singing a song, and both Tonyaya and Hottie are among those who can sing. Although both are from singing and dancing troupes and are best at dancing, Tonyaya has participated in cultural performances in the singing category, and Hot D has even won a singing competition. So, it was still easier to instruct these two to record than Su Siu. Soon after, Tonyaya and Hot D finished recording their parts as well. On Zhang Hanxiao's side, Zhang Hanxiao, Song Xinran and Qi Yuan also finished recording almost simultaneously. Han Haoren looked at the time. Only an hour and a half had passed. This progress was very fast. So Han Haoren said, "The seven of us, we'll record the chorus part together again, and then it's done." During the solo part, everyone had experience in recording. So when it comes to recording the chorus parts, it's all in good hands. And in the chorus itself, it's the harmony of all the people together that's important. With two great gods, Han Haoren and Zhang Hanxiao, leading the others, the chorus part was completed quickly. Finally, after repeating the recording several more times, Han Haoren listened to the radio and announced, "Done. Thanks for the hard work everyone." Everyone applauded desperately, especially Hottie. She felt that today she had accomplished something very meaningful with Han Haoren, and with everyone she liked. Han Haoren said to the 6 beautiful women with different personalities and looks, but all of them were very good. "I'm really a bit sorry to all of you for letting you accompany me to record a song for today's date. When I heard the news of the earthquake in Yucheng yesterday, my heart has not been in the right place, and I thought that even if my power is meager, I would like to do something for my compatriots. I had actually thought of designing a romantic date to give you different memories. However, I think what we did today, which was more meaningful, is something I want to do more, so I want to say sorry to all of you who chose my date. It wasn't romantic at all." As soon as Han Haoren's words fell, Song Xinran immediately shook her head and said, "No, this is the most romantic date I've ever experienced in my life." Su Siu chimed in, "Although it's the first time in my life that I've recorded a song, I think I'm especially happy today." Hottie chimed in, "I feel like today, I did the most meaningful thing I've done in 17 years of my life." Zhang Hanxiao also smiled and looked at Han Haoren. "Although it's true that this date wasn't romantic at all, but I don't think I'll ever forget this date." Han Haoren looked at everyone and said, "In the time that follows, I'll have to fix the sound, produce the post-production, and then complete the parts we recorded to make a song. It can take quite a while and the process is quite boring. You guys still want to follow the show back first? I'll try to get the song released before the night is out." Hot Shouty said obediently, "Okay, Brother Haoren, we'll leave you alone." Zhang Hanxiao looked at Han Haoren. "I'm considered a half-professional producer. Why don't I stay and help you?" Chapter 176, Wang Tsontson's obeisance. No one but Han Haoren. Han Haoren and Zhang Hanxiao stayed in the recording studio while the other 5 female guests returned to the villa with the program team. Half of the show's camera crew stayed in the studio and the rest went back together. With the help of Zhang Hanxiao, Han Haoren finally finished the entire song. Han Haoren and Zhang Hanxiao smiled at each other and gave a high five. "It's finally done." Ouyangmi was still staring carefully at Han Haoren and Zhang Hanxiao's side at this point, and saw Zhang Hanxiao's expression in the close-up. The sensitive Ouyangmi said, "I feel like there's something going on between Sister Hanxiao and Han Haoren that we don't know about." "Ha! These two look at each other like a little couple. Can it be that Sister Hanxian really captured Han Haoren's heart in the program, and got her way? Wow! I'm so unhappy. Obviously I should be the one romantically eye-to-eye with Han Hong." Louis Jia said with a straight face. As Han Haoren said earlier, this date is not romantic at all, but it's really, really meaningful. This is the most impressive date I've had on the show so far. When Han Haoren's music is produced and posted on the internet, let's all help him promote it. Jiang Man laughed. "That's certainly something. I'm going to get all my comic fans to support buying the song." Song Shan chimed in. "Although classical music and pop music are not in the same circle, but I don't care. As long as I'm a fan who likes me, I have to go and support the song." Ouyangmi said, "Even though my popularity and fans are far inferior to Sister Hanxian's, I'll work hard to publicize it, and I'm looking forward to how the song will end up being recorded." Han Haoren and Sister Hanxian were both wearing headphones, and we weren't able to hear the final version. I will, however, be the first to purchase the song and the first to listen to it, recorded by the men and women of our encounters with the truly rich and poor together. Han Haoren and Zhang Hanxiao finished packing up their tools and walked out of the recording studio. The song, which has begun to be uploaded to music sites on all major networks, can be sampled for free or purchased as a lossless audio download for $1. All proceeds will be donated to the rebuilding after the disaster. At the same time, each of them recorded a passage and put it at the end of the song, which was a heartfelt encouragement and wish for the people in the disaster area. Love Shack. Wang Songsong and Li Feng, who had been let go at the same time, both looked at each other and were very silent. Seeing the villa at this point, it was just the two of them and no other female guests. Both Wang Song and Li Feng know at the same time that it's not just one of them who has been stood up, but the other one doesn't have any female guests to date him either. So all the 6 female guests all ran off to date Han Haoren? Wang Song really began to feel that it was a huge mistake for him to participate in this variety show, because the development of things, and Wang Song's own expectations, were very different. It can be said to be the opposite. He came here, not to pick up girls at all, but to be hit. All the female guests, all of them are Han Huang's. Wang Song looked at Li Feng helplessly and sighed. Man, have you ever felt that the two of us are a bit redundant in this program? Li Feng said very matter-of-factly. To say it's redundant isn't exactly right. Wang Song pricked up his ears, wanting to hear what Li Feng had to say, whether or not it could comfort his heart that was broken into pieces. Li Feng said word for word, all bright red flowers must be accompanied by green leaves. We are the greens. Wang Song? He felt as if he was sadder. The two of them, Wang Song and Li Feng, looked at each other for a long time again, and finally the first female guests came back. Wang Song, however, didn't see Zhang Hanxiao or Han Haoren, so Wang Song asked, "Are you guys done with your date? Where are the others?" Wang Song's first object of concern in the villa at this time was Zhang Hanxiao, and the second object of his attention was Han Haoren. Yes, Wang Song is now paying more attention to Han Haoren than any other female guest. Wang Song was really curious as to what Han Haoren was capable of, that he was able to make all the female guests have a crush on him, and that he was able to make all the female guests get along. This is a skill that Wang Song very much wants to be able to possess himself. So when Wang Song realizes that neither his first and second objects of attention have returned together, he's concerned about what's going on. Hottie kindly replied, "They both have business to attend to, so they may be back later." This made Wang Song even more puzzled. There's business in dating? Can it be that Han Haoren first went into a group date with 6 female guests and then went on a solo date with Zhang Hanxiao? This is too much of a gas. Wang Song couldn't be bothered to ask Han Haoren and Zhang Hanxiao more about what exactly they were doing, so he casually asked, "Did you guys have fun on your date today?" In Wang Song's opinion, so many female guests, one male guest. Even if Han Haoren is powerful, he can't take care of everyone, right? And girls are always jealous of each other. Dating 6 beautiful women at the same time, Han Haoren is in big trouble. So when Wang Song returned to the villa and learned that all the female guests had gone on dates with Han Haoren, he wasn't too depressed, but rather somewhat gloating. Wang Song felt that this time, it was expected that there would be a rift between many female guests and Han Haoren. However, what dazzled Wang Song was, the 5 men replied almost in unison, "Happy, this is probably the most memorable date of my life." Wang Song, what's the situation? What kind of magic does Han Haoren have? Anyway, one guy goes on a date with 6 guys, and it actually turns out to be one of the female guests' most memorable dates? Is Han Haoren Superman? Or does Han Haoren know evil magic? Or can Han Hong be 1v6? Wang Song had already begun to plan to secretly run to Han Haoren and seek him out to learn from him. In his life, he, Wang Song, obeyed no one but Han Haoren. Chapter 177, Han Haoren's Little Mind. Recording results. With much anticipation, Han Haoren and Zhang Hanxiao finally returned. As soon as Han Haoren returned to the villa, Wang Song saw a scene he envied but had nothing to do with. All the beautiful guests, no matter what they were doing or where they were before, the moment Han Haoren returned, they all swarmed towards him. Hot Shouty spoke directly and asked, "Brother Haoren, is everything going well? Has it been released?" Han Haoren estimated the time. At the time he drove Zhang Hanxiao back in his car, the song should have finished going on. So Han Haoren nodded. "It should have been released by now. I'm going to go get a speaker and let's all listen to the fruits of all of our labor." Su Siyu's expression was a bit tense, though after one recording session after another, she received encouragement from Han Hong that she had been improving, and the solo that she recorded at the end of the day also received an affirmative indication from Han Haoren that she had passed. However, Su Siyu was still vaguely worried if she would drag everyone down. Hot D is just completely childlike. She jumps at the chance to hear the song she recorded. Although the usual hottie loved to sing very much, it was also the first time she entered a professional studio to record a song, which gave her a feeling of being a singer. Song Shinran, on the other hand, was in a very happy mood. She had thought that her intersection with Han Haoren was that she was the little fan, the admirer, who watched Han Haoren with unblinking eyes on the side but couldn't help in any way when Han Haoren was killing it in the financial market. This time, however, it was sort of like she was really working with Han Haoren on something together. This sense of involvement with Han Haoren working towards a goal to do something made Song Shinran happy. Tong Yaya's thoughts, on the other hand, were a little more complicated. She knew that when Han Hong released the song, he would sign all 7 of their names. and most of the 7 people were not public figures, and even someone as powerful as Han Haorun was very low-key. Tong Yaya even searched for Han Haorun on the internet, and apart from searching out a piece of news that Han Haorun had gotten the top prize in the college entrance examination years ago with a score that exceeded the second place by a very high margin, there was no information that was related to Han Haorun. So, among the 7 singers of this song, only Zhang Hanxiao and Tong Yaya are considered public figures. Tong Yaya searched in her heart, Han Haorun must be signed by everyone. Is it also to take care of themselves? If the song had caught fire and circulated widely as Han Haorun had expected, then people will naturally care about the publisher and the singer. Zhang Hanxiao's name, naturally, was as famous as thunder. However, among the 7, even among the insiders in the entertainment industry, apart from Zhang Hanxiao, the only one that people might have heard of is her, Tong Yaya. Tong Yaya felt that whether Han Haorun was intentionally arranging it in order for her to be able to stick to Zhang Hanxiao's traffic. For the other female guests, recording the song was just doing something very meaningful, and for Tong Yaya, who has stepped into the showbiz industry without any success at all, she might be able to reap unexpected popularity. Wang Songsong and Li Feng listened to Han Haorun's conversation with the women and probably knew what Han Haorun was going for with so many beautiful women this time. Is it like going to record a song? Wang Songsong was puzzled. What kind of magical dating place was this? There are so many romantic places in this world. Why did you have to go to record a song? No woman, Wang Songsong thought, would enjoy such a date. However, after watching the reactions of the 6 female guests, Wang Songsong realized that he was wrong. Wang Songsong scratched his head secretly. Is it hard to look handsome and do anything to attract girls? Should I take a trip to South Korea to get the whole look? Wang Songsong sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, also looking forward to what kind of song Han Haorun had taken the 6 beauties to record. Right under everyone's expectation, Han Haorun played the song that had been uploaded to the online platform in the living room. The beginning of the first paragraph was the part that Su Siyu had recorded for a long time. Su Siyu no longer remembered how many times she had repeated the recording. She only remembered that the first time she opened her mouth to record, her voice was as small as a mosquito. However, this time, when the intro ended and her own voice appeared, Su Siyu couldn't believe that this was the song she had just recorded. A clear, pure voice that sounded like heavenly music directly pierced into the eardrums of all the people. How many people and how much happiness have been robbed? How many lives have been buried in a single moment? Everything becomes silent. Wang Songsong was originally just curious about what kind of a song Han Haorun would lead the group to record, but after he heard the first sentence, Su Siyu's pure voice, his entire goosebumps came out. Of course Wang Songsong could hear whose voice it was, but Wang Songsong never thought that Su Siyu, a top pianist, could actually sing such a moving song. Shi Yuhan was also listening to the finished song for the first time, and she felt like her ears were getting pregnant. On the way back, Su Siyu kept saying that she felt a little ashamed that she had recorded the song over and over again due to the fact that she had never sung it before, slowing down everyone's progress. At that time, Shi Yuhan even comforted Su Siyu, telling her that the matter of singing was much simpler than playing the piano. Once you get good at it, you'll be fine. And now, Shi Yuhan's entire body froze. Such a perfect and pure singing voice would be more than enough to go out and release a movie as a singer on its own. Is this what Xiao Siwu meant by recording many times and slowing down everyone's progress? The next part is Hot Little D's part. Tears glistened in my eyes. Dust stains the contours of the lost. I'd rather it was me. Hot D's voice, again, is something else, as cute and quirky as her person. If the beginning of Su Siyu is like a clear trickle of water, Hot Kitty's singer, however, is one of those voices that, on first listen, creates heartfelt pleasure. Tong Yaya felt her whole heart crumble when she heard Hottie's singer. Hottie was also more surprised. It wasn't exactly the voice she had heard before in her own karaoke bar. It was 100 times better than her usual singing voice. Hot Xiaodi had heard Han Haorun say before that in the recording studio he could fix everyone's voice to perfection, still not believing it. However, at this point Hot D was completely convinced. Star. Chapter 178, the first person Wang Songsong admires in his life. After Hot Xiaodi, it was time for Tong Yaya's part. Needless to say, you have me behind you. I'll be with you through thick and thin. One for you and one for me. Tong Yaya's voice is refreshing and able to hit the heart. And this one, with a slightly more difficult soprano part. Tong Yaya remembers being here. She recorded it several times. Although listening to the previous part, Tong Yaya had already prepared herself that Han Haorun would fix his voice to sound good. However, when she actually heard her part, Tong Yaya was still a bit surprised. Wow, I can't believe I can pio that high myself. What follows is Han Huang's part. It had been good girls before, and the sudden addition of male voices didn't seem out of place at all. And Han Huang's mastery of his own tone is too perfect. Straight out of the box with that straight from the heart feeling. Carrying on does not require vulnerability. It's going to get wider as we go along. You still have me. Anyone can be afraid to face the dark corners. I won't hide even if I have to suffer for you. Especially the sentence I will not hide even if I suffer for you made Li Feng, who was listening in silence, feel the urge to cry. And once again, sentimental Hottie's eyes were red. As a member of the post-production team, Zhang Hanshin had naturally heard the version before the final upload. She was the most aware of the fact that a few of the other female guests had their voices repaired, such as Su Siyu's part and Shi Yuhan's part, and Han Haoren, and she had repaired them for a long time before they could interpret them to their present perfection. However, Han Haoren's part, almost all of it was not repaired. That means Han Hong sings it, and it's just so flawless. A diva-level singer like Zhang Hanxiao was somewhat dwarfed by Han Haoren. All Zhang Hanxiao knew was that for this recording of the song, she had fixed her own part of the sound more than Han Haoren had. Of course it wasn't that Zhang Hanxiao, a diva, sang at a lower level than Han Haoren, although Han Haoren was great. If Han Haoren was willing to make a debut, he could definitely be a big hit. But Zhang Hanshin knew he wasn't bad. Zhang Hanshin's live is still quite explosive and every concert is packed. However, during the recording, Zhang Hanxiao was already used to post-production voice modification, so she didn't present all of her perfect voice. However, Zhang Hanxiao realized that Han Haoren was different. Han Haoren had achieved the ultimate in perfection when it came to recording. Zhang Hanxiao felt that this also matched Han Haoren's personality, who was meticulous in everything he did. After Han Haoren came Chi Yuhan's part. I want your old life back. I've made a lifelong commitment. You don't have to tell me that you've got my back. The future is just rocky and will be with you through it. Chi Yuhan's voice was just as sweet, able to make people happy and healing as her profession as a confectioner. Wang Songsong felt very healed when he heard this part. Hearing it now, Wang Songsong also knew the song, a song written to sing to the victims of the earthquake in Yuchang. Although it is a rich second generation, but Wang Songsong still has a very strong national complex in his bones. For in this disaster, Wang Songsong is also very worried. He also made a substantial donation to the disaster area just today. Perhaps before, Wang Songsong was still puzzled by Han Haoren's behavior and why he had to go to the recording studio for a date. But after listening to this song, Wang Songsong was in deep admiration of Han Haoren at this point. It's not because Han Haoren is capable of capturing the hearts of so many female guests. Rather, it's because the song Han Hong wrote and this thing he did was so meaningful. Much more meaningful than him, Wang Songsong, just donating money. Hearing Chi Yuhan's voice, Wang Songsong felt that he was the people in the disaster area. Even if he was tortured by the disease, he would be cured, right? After Chi Yuhan, there was Song Shinran's part. One for you and one for me. Carrying no need to be vulnerable. It's going to get whiter as we go along. You still have me. Song Shinran's personality is intellectual, generous, optimistic and positive. And her personality is fully reflected in her voice. Song Shinran smiled brightly at Han Haoren when she heard him fix his voice so nicely. The final finale solo, naturally, is the diva of the singing world, Grammy winner Zhang Hanxiao. Anyone who's afraid to face the dark corners, I won't hide from you even if it's hard. I want your old life back. The vocals of Zhang Hanshin are just very Zhang Hanshin. It's completely and utterly in the thick style of Zhang Hanshin. But having your own unique style and making each song your own is a basic skill that Zhang Hanxiao has as a diva. These are lyrics that don't have a very hard pugilistic soprano part, and they're actually quite short. But Zhang Hanshin illustrated all the emotions very perfectly. After listening to all the solo parts, Wang Chengcheng thought, even if Su Siyu's voice before was amazing and made him feel incredible, Chi Yuhan's voice healed again. Truly of the seven, it was Han Haoren and Zhang Hanxiao who interpreted it most perfectly and impressed him the most. Zhang Hanxiao is also not to say, the diva is the diva. People are God's reward face, born to do singing this business. But the fact that Han Haoren could have such a perfect singer really surprised Wang Songsong. Then he remembered Han Haoren's piano from earlier, and also remembered Han Haoren's many titles and occupations. Wang Songsong immediately thought, how come this Han Haoren knows everything? For Han Haoren, Wang Songsong admired him to the core. Wang Songsong though has a very brash personality due to his family's origin, as if he is not convinced by anyone. But for those who have the ability, Wang Songsong still admires them. The original Wang Songsong only admire one person. Is his old man Wan Yida? Single-handedly laid the foundation of Yida's hundreds of billions of family business. At this time, there was one more Han Haoren on the list of people Wang Songsong admired. It wasn't because of Han's talent, and it wasn't because of all those titles Han had. Rather, it was because of Han Haoren's commitment. Wang Songsong realized that his choice to come to the show encountering the truly rich and poor might be worth it after all. It's humiliating though, and I don't think I'll be able to pick up a single female guest. But to be able to get to know someone as amazing as Han Haoren, it's not a bad trip. While the part where everyone solos is over, the song isn't over. The voices of the seven were combined in a way that seemed very harmonious and unified indeed. Han Hwa's voice modification was perfect. If you listen carefully, you can distinguish each voice in the chorus. However, the combination of the 7 voices gives the song an emotional lift. Determined to make this lifelong commitment. Even if the mountains shake and the earth breaks down, we'll get through it. I've got you and I've got you. Anyone can be afraid to face the dark corners. I won't hide from you even if it's hard for me. I want your life back. I've made a lifelong commitment. I want your life back. A lifelong commitment has been recognized. Finally, the song came to a close. Hot Shouty's originally red eyes finally filled with hot tears. Today, it really is the perfect memory I can't forget in my life, isn't it? The original hottie was very much looking forward to a solo date with Han Haoran. After all, both Su Siyu and Song Shinran had such opportunities, and she hadn't. However, today's date for 7 has made Hottie realize that even if she can't go out with Han Haoran alone, as long as 2 people go and do something meaningful together, then it's a very memorable day. Star. Chapter 179, the other male guests have surrendered voluntarily? When the song ended, Wang Songsong got up from the sofa on his ass and ran to Han Haoran. Man, I've never served anyone in my life, but I'm so impressed with you. We're going to have to exchange contact information when we get out of this program. Han Haoran looked at Wang Songsong's sincere gaze, but felt a bit surprised. He was naturally aware of Wang Songsong's character of looking down on everyone and feeling that no one could compare to him. Wang Songsong offered to exchange contact information with himself? Aren't the two supposed to be rivals on this show? And shouldn't Han Haoran have made Wang Songsong feel humiliated by focusing all the female guests' attention on himself? However, a young master like Wang Songsong had opened his mouth, so Han Haoran naturally wouldn't refuse. No problem. I might have something to work with afterward. Han Haoran's so-called cooperation was naturally not an entry into the esports field. Although for a few years later, after the maturity of the smartphone, the spurt of development of the hand game field, Han Haoran still decided to go to a share of the pie. But that's open game raking in the cash. For something as low return as forming a battle team to play in a tournament, Han Haoran didn't have the time to get involved for the time being. The cooperation Han Haoran was referring to was naturally in the real estate field. After all, today's landscape of big real estate companies has taken shape. If Han Haoran is new to this field of real estate, he must find someone to work with. And Yida, as the top real estate developer in China, was naturally an object Han Haoran could seek to cooperate with. Wang Songsong patted Han Haoran's shoulder hard. Brother Han, when you have a way to make money in the future, don't forget to bring me along. Han, Chi Yuhan, who was at the side, was a bit surprised. She was considered the one who talked to Wang Songsong the most out of the 5 female guests. She knew from the moment she met Wang Songsong on the first day that Wang Songsong himself was a very conceited person. Chi Yuhan chance can conclude that Wang Songsong must have been born with a golden spoon. Originally, Chi Yuhan thought that Wang Songsong would instinctively become hostile when she met someone like Han Haoran. After all, men are jealous and hateful towards those who are better than them. So Chi Yuhan was very puzzled by Wang Songsong's phrase brother Han. Is it possible that Han Haoran's charm has become so great that not only all the female guests are attracted to him, but even the male guests are starting to have a crush on him? What made Chi Yuhan even more surprised was that Li Feng, who had been very silent since he entered the villa, as if he was an outsider, also opened his mouth. I admire your ability, Han Haoran. In terms of IT and the internet, the two of us can also cooperate. Han Haoran smiled and replied, no problem. Yang Mi witnessed a scene that made even she find it unbelievable. She looked at the two psychologists. We can tell from God's perspective that in fact, both Li Feng and Wang Songsong still possessed some animosity towards Han Haoran before. Of course, this hostility comes from the fact that Han Hong has all the girls attracted to him. But today, it took a shocking turn. It's obvious that both Wang Songsong and Li Feng are taking the initiative to show goodwill to Han Haoran. I'm a little confused as to why they did this all of a sudden. Can the two teachers help me explain? Lu Yijiao replied. Obviously, it's because of Han Haoran's charisma. There are those who are born with a leader-type personality, who are able to make all those who come into contact with him gradually grow to favor and even admire him. And it's clear that Han Hong is the one with the leader-type personality. Let's not talk about Wang Songsong and Li Feng. Let's say the observers who are watching everything from God's perspective. Those of us who have a crush on Han Hong, admire him, appreciate him, and want to be friends with him raise our hands. Soon, all 5 observers in the studio raised their hands. Lu Yijia continued. Since those of us who looked at Han Haoran in the big screen, all of whom had never met him in person, had developed an appreciation and admiration for Han Haoran, Li Feng and Wang Songsong, the two of them are the ones who actually had daily contact with Han Haoran. Though a lot of their encounters, the cameras didn't catch or the director's team didn't think it was important enough to edit it for us. However, I believe that even if the two of them start out with hostility toward Han Haoran, that hostility will shift subtly, because Han Haoran is too good. They also realize that Han Haoren is also superior to them, and that Han Haoren is better than them. Yes, males are repulsed by males who are stronger than they are. This is explained by the principles of psychology. But what if when he realizes that the difference between the two is just too great? It's like the emperor and his subjects in ancient times. When the difference between two people's ability, status and position is too great, the original rejection becomes submission. Would you go and envy someone who is 100 times better than yourself and think what makes him get so much? No way. And all the attention that Han Ho-ran is getting at the Love Shack is because Han Ho-ran deserves it. Because Han Ho-ran is just so good. And Wang Songsong and Li Feng realized it too. They're not as good as Han Haoren, and the gap is just a bit too big, so it's only natural that the female guests are naturally attracted to Han Haoren. Luo Zhenhao also added. Actually, Wang Songsong and Li Feng aren't as good as Han Haoren, but they're also very good people in their own right. They don't get jealous and resentful because someone else is good, but they decide to play nice with Han Hong as well. They want to be friends with Han Haoren. They want to work with Han Haoren in the future, in their careers, because they know that working with someone as good as Han Haoren will definitely bring them great rewards. So that's why I think such an attitude from Wang Songsong and Li Feng today is very normal. They've given up on competing with Han Haoren in this program, because of one blow after another. They've recognized the fact that as long as Han Haoren exists, they won't be able to gain favor with any of the female guests, but they're not going to make enemies of Han Hong because of the competition on the show. Making Han Haoren his friend is undoubtedly the best choice. Yang Mi listened to the analysis of the two psychologists, and asked plausibly, so I'll summarize what you guys are saying, which means that the two male guests, Wang Songsong and Li Feng, have already surrendered of their own accord? Lu Yiga. You could say that. Star. Chapter 180, Unprecedented Heat, Record-Breaking Song. It was at the Love Shack that everyone started preparing dinner. Once again, the internet exploded. This time it was because of a song. A song that has just been released, can be sampled for free, is available in lossless audio for $1, and promises that all proceeds are donated to the victims of the Yuqing earthquake. The song was composed by Wang Kakue, a think who died young due to an accident that left countless people sighing. The lyrics and arrangement are by a name no one has heard of, HHR, and there are 7 names on the list of vocalists. They are, HHR, Zhang Hanxiao, Song Xinran, Su Siyu, Hot Xiaodi, Tong Yaya, Qi Yuhan. Since Zhang Hanxiao and Yang Mi, Song Shanshan and the girls hadn't started their promotions yet. At first, everyone who saw the song thought that it was a song that an internet singer or an underground singer had just finished recording. They have never heard of the name HHR, which is the first name of the lyricist, arranger, and singer. It should belong to the internet singers who are not very famous, and this Zhang Hanxiao, who is signed in the second one, is supposed to have the same name as Zhang Hanxiao, who is a well-known big star. However, when the song was released, it made it clear that it was a song written for people in the disaster area, a song to encourage everyone to beat the odds and get back on their feet. So many people were curious to click on the demo. Then, they were attracted by Su Siyu's clear and moving voice at the beginning. The group realized that the lyrics of the song were very positive and that even though it was a multi-chorus song, every single person sang every part of it. The sole male voice, in particular, elevates the song as if it were the finishing touch. And by the time we heard the crescendo, the end of a song, everyone was wide-eyed. Chang Han Xin. This is definitely the voice of Zhang Hanxiao. Chang Han Xin's voice is too recognizable. Even if they weren't fans of Zhang Hanxiao's songs, as long as they were passers-by who had heard Zhang Hanxiao's songs, they would be able to distinguish Zhang Hanxiao's voice. We all realized that the second-ranked Zhang Hanxian in the byline is not a person with the same name as Zhang Hanxian, but is really Zhang Hanxian. Zhang Hanxiao actually participated in such a chorus song to pray for the earthquake in Yuqing, and Zhang Hanxian's byline, actually not in the first place. Although Zhang Hanxian's fans were puzzled as to why Zhang Hanxian, who was obviously so busy, would record such a song with some internet singers that they had never heard of. More than that, I don't understand how Zhang Hanxi's curiosity could not be put in the first place of the byline, even if Chang Hanxian only has the last 3 lines in the solo portion of the song. But it's clear that whether it's the solo or the final chorus, Chang Hanxian's contribution to the song is immense. And showbiz, in the first place, is a place where people are ranked in order of curiosity, just like a movie with a cameo from a movie queen like Zhang Hanxiao. Even if Zhang Hanxiao only has a few shots in the movie's cast list, Zhang Hanxian's name will also be placed at the top as lead actor or guest actor. In the back is the real curiosity of the protagonist who is lower than Zhang Hanxian. It's all about respect for Chang Hanxian, and it's a gimmick. But for this song, Zhang Hanxiao's name was actually placed second. Fans of Zhang Hanxian searched for the names of the people who sang with her, especially HHR. However, they were surprised to find that there was no previous record of the person HHR at all. The rest of the chorus is not the internet singers they had previously speculated about. but basically no such person. Except for Tong Yaya, who is supposed to be a third-tier, no-name actress. Although it was curious as to why Zhang Hanxiao participated in the recording of this song, but there is no doubt that the song is of very high quality. Whether it's the lyrics or the singing of each singer, it's in the platinum single category. Coupled with the addition of Zhang Hanxiao's fame, the song was already on fire before Zhang Hanxiao and the others even started promoting it. By the time Han Haoran arrived at the villa and played the song for the guests in the villa, the song called Promise had already gotten tens of millions of plays, and the number of people who had paid to download it had already surpassed 500,000. It is important to know that at this time, China for music copyright protection, is still very in place. Few people are in the habit of paying to listen to songs, and many of the music sites that are online don't have any copyrights. So, in just half an hour, to have 500,000 people pay to download the song's audio source has actually set a record in the history of Chinese music. And on Weibo, on posters, and on major music sites, many people who were moved by listening to the song Promise have taken it upon themselves to publicize the song, together with those Zhang Hanxiao's fans. For a moment, this song that was originally only released silently caught fire all of a sudden, just when Zhang Hanxiao's fans have spontaneously publicized their idol's new song. Zhang Hanxiao also finally edited and released a tweet. One of the songs I had a hand in, Promise, written for the Yuqing earthquake, has been officially released on multiple platforms. Try it for free and download the lossless audio for only $1. And all the proceeds from this song will be donated to the victims of the Yuqing earthquake. Please support the Promise. I also ask that everyone who is in the vicinity of Yuqing today, and who is in a position to join the rescue team, please be able to take active action. I thank you for the people in the affected areas, and their families. Almost at the same time, Oh Yang Mi, Song Shan Shan, Zhang Man, and the band Beyond all posted pretty much the same tweets to promote Promise. At the same time, the Weibo of the one-time Weibo Koi, now a hero of earthquake relief, whose popularity on Weibo is now second only to that of Zhang Hanxiao, also retweeted Zhang Hanxiao's Weibo. Two megatraffics with the first and second highest number of Twitter followers promote a song at the same time, and the song's super first-tier singer, Zhang Hanshan, also sang on it. It certainly lifted the song to a new level of hotness. Jin Cheng, Hu Jiancheng has just delivered his family safely to his home in Jincheng. Because of that microblog from Han Haoran, Hu Jiancheng arrived at Yuqing in the first place and also rushed to his home in the first place. Hu Jiancheng saw his family in a temporary shelter near his home, so Hu Jiancheng sent his family to Jincheng together again overnight. According to the news broadcasts in the past few days, there was the possibility of aftershocks in Yuqing at any time, so Hu Jiancheng still decided to send his family to Jincheng first. After ensuring the safety of his family, Hu Jiancheng pondered what he should say to his family to get them to agree to allow him to go to Yuqing alone again to help those in need with disaster relief. And at this time, Hu Jiancheng heard the song Promise. In an instant, Hu Jiancheng burst into tears. He is lucky because all of his family is safe and sound. But along the way, Hu Jiancheng also saw countless tragic situations that made his heart ache and even made him want to shed tears. After listening to the song, Hu Jiancheng hugged his children hard and then said to his wife, "Get you to safety. I must go. There are more, waiting to be rescued. They could be in the corner of fear-faced darkness right now. I'm going back now. Will you city? Star." Chapter 181, Commendation from the People's Daily. 2 days. Han Haoran got up and went downstairs for breakfast, and the excited director's crew took a newspaper and put it in front of Han Haoran. Han Haoran, good news. The song we recorded yesterday was named and praised by the Chinese People's Daily. The People's Daily is the most widely circulated newspaper in China and the most authoritative newspaper in China, and it can be said to be the mouthpiece of the official ZF. Like the Chinese People's Daily and CCTV's news broadcast, the information published on it represents the wind direction of the ZF. And a song that has been praised by the Chinese People's Daily by name is something that has never been done before, although the show hasn't started yet. But the showrunners of Meet the Really Rich and Poor have really amassed enough material. Originally, the director's team thought that Zhang Hanshiro's mission to impersonate a female guest was the best explosive point of the program, but now it seems not. In fact, two of the biggest breakout moments of the show are closely related to Han Hong. The first one is naturally the legendary level of Han Haoran's piano music. These two explosions are the whole process of 7 people recording the song Promise, which was praised by the Chinese People's Daily by name. Now on the internet and on Weibo, there is a flurry of speculation as to why Zhang Hanxiao would go ahead and record such a chorus song. Who is the mysterious HHR? Who are the other singers besides Tong Yaya? Some speculated that Hot D was a newcomer to Zhang Hanxiao's agency. Some speculated that Tong Yaya, a third-tier actress, might be turning over a new leaf and would be working with Zhang Hanxiao on a new movie. In short, the rumors are all over the map and unbelievable. Now the Fruit Channel is having a lot of fun watching the song heat up a little bit, but it's keeping it a mystery. After all, it's the fact that people continue to guess that keeps the conversation hot, and when encounters with the really rich and poor heirs and all is revealed, the ratings for this show will explode, and all thanks to Han Haoren. It was Han Hong who set the date in the studio and finished recording such a perfect charity song. Han Haoren picked up the newspaper. Just see the headline of an article on the front page of the Wasia People's Daily. 2 moving things to do when disaster strikes. This post naturally mentions the song The Promise. The positive and energizing lyrics of the song The Promise have inspired many people in the affected areas, as well as their relatives and friends, according to the Wasia People's Daily. And the practice of donating all the income to the disaster area is worthy of many celebrities. However, after reading the entire article, Han Haoren realized that the song Promise only took up a very small portion of this headline article in the Chinese People's Daily, and most of this post is about something else. In the case of a microblogging account that, after the disaster, realized that the official disaster relief strategy was wrong, and quickly published 10 rescue codes to the internet, causing a huge amount of retweets and thus saving countless lives. In today's internet, everyone anonymously plays an identity. There are people who, because no one in the network knows them, troll for no reason and even use the network to do bad things. Yet there are others who use the internet to do good and promote positive energy. Although we will abide by the person's wishes and will not try to detect who the person behind the Twitter ID is. But, on behalf of all Chinese people, I say to this hero, thank you. You may have saved tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of people with that tweet. The corners of Han Haoren's mouth rose. These 2 things that the Huaxia People's Daily praised by name are both related to himself. Fatty Fengyimin and He Zhikite had both sent messages to Han Haoren in the morning, and all of Han Haoren's predetermined equipment and medical devices were in place, and there are already people in charge of distributing rescue tools to the rescue teams entering Yucheng, and according to news reports broadcast on TV, there is news of victims being rescued at any time due to a more scientific and rational approach to rescue. The song The Promise has surpassed 10 million downloads, and virtually every well-known public figure has taken it upon themselves to promote the song. After all, the Walpo had set the tone, so of course they would follow it, and the number of Han Haoren's microblog followers has experienced another discounted surge. These new fans no longer follow Han Haoren for the lottery, but simply because they admire Han Haoren, the unsung hero who has saved countless lives. Some fans had been swiping comments under Han Haoren's microblog, saying that they wanted the hero to disclose his identity, and that they were just too curious about who the person behind the microblog ID was. They wondered why this hero knew so much about disaster relief. More than anything, they wanted to know if the hero was male, female, how old he was, and where he lived. More fans, on the other hand, feel that the wasp is right. If the hero doesn't want to be famous and have his life disturbed, does it really matter that much who that person behind the account is? Not every hero has to be sensational and famous, and some of the sponsors that Sina officially contacted with Han Haoren naturally knew about Han Haoren's identity, but they are all in the spirit of non-disturbance these days. Not only did he not tell anyone about Han Haoren's identity, he didn't even send Han Haoren a single text message. Looking at his soaring number of followers, Han Haoren could be sure that even if he stopped the evaluation lottery on this microblog, he wouldn't lose too many followers. Although it is not yet time to disclose his identity, but Han Haoren does not intend to remain anonymous. Han Haoren imagined that when the time came that he really needed to disclose his identity, when everyone realized that the Weibo Koi, the unsung hero, the piano master, the person who led the release of the song Promise was one person. The person who led the release of the song Promise was one person. It's going to be quite a sensation then, isn't it? Asterisk. Chapter 182, Rescue Teams from Abroad. Unexplained Thoughts and Amp, quote. Han Haoren slipped out the door after breakfast. Today he was going to see Feng Yimin to complete the final formalities for the company's registration. After all, Han Haoren is the actual owner of several companies. The final step of the business tax procedures or need to do it himself is more convenient. When he saw Feng Yimin, the fat man said with a big grin, "Brother Han, you're awesome. I see you've made a big splash on Weibo again. It's all been praised by the Chinese People's Daily by name. How do you know so much about the concept of earthquake relief as a finance guy? You know what? There's speculation online that you're an expert in archaeology." Han Haoren smiled and asked, "And what does archaeology have to do with earthquake relief? Doesn't archaeology go underground?" Feng Yimin laughed. "It's probably because people think that your tweet about how to dig with tools like shovels is described professionally. But Han, have you heard? Since yesterday, foreign countries have sent rescue teams to our China. It's rumored that the rescue team from the east will arrive tomorrow morning. But how do I feel that they are unsettled?" Han Haoren pondered his past life. After the Yuqing earthquake in the previous life, the ZF of Huaxia approved the professional rescue teams from abroad to come to Huaxia, but due to the timeliness issue, by the time they arrived in Yucheng, it was past the best time to be able to rescue the victims. You know, The fastest foreign rescue team to come to Yucheng was already 4 days after the earthquake. And where can the average person, in general, last that long without water and food? Although it is a beautiful thing to say that when one party is in trouble, 8 parties will come to help. But if the other party's motives are not too pure, it is another matter. In his previous life, the Eastern Rescue Team was the first of the international rescue teams to arrive in Yucheng. The 31 professional rescuers arrived in Yucheng and said, "As long as there is a ray of hope, we will work until the last moment." However, their bravado didn't materialize much. By the time the rescue team left China, the East Japan Rescue Team had recovered the remains of a total of 18 victims. Yes, just finding the remains and not even saving a single life can be a case of operating like a tiger and then hitting 0/5. Moreover, after East Japan sent a rescue team in their previous life, their rescue team requested that no one should watch while they were rescuing, and they did not allow other rescue teams to help them in their rescue operations. This means that the operations of the East Japan Rescue Team are completely closed, and no one can see their specific rescue process. And one more thing, when the East Japan Rescue Team was rescuing, they got lost while walking because they were alone and didn't speak the language. Even if they got lost, they also broke into a Chinese military base near U City. The explanation given by the East Japan Rescue Team for this was that they had taken a wrong turn and arrived at this military base by mistake. Since they were helpers and volunteers who had come to the disaster area of Yucheng with good intentions, the matter was left unsettled. Therefore, Han Haoren knew that Fatty's feeling was right on the money, and that the motives of Eastern Japan or even other countries sending rescue teams over were not pure. In particular, this rescue team from East Japan may have come with other missions in mind. Han Haoren looked at Fatty and asked, "So our ZF has approved this rescue team to come in?" Phonyami nodded. "Yes, we have over 100,000 troops entering to perform the rescue in U City today, and more than 100,000 self-organized rescue teams from the private sector have reached Yucheng, together with the state-of-the-art instrumentation that we support. It's fair to say that actually there's almost enough manpower today. We now have at least a couple thousand more rescue teams just arriving in Yucheng every day. Do we need this 31-man team from East Japan? Obviously not. They're not Ultraman. What can they do if they come over? But people are standing on the highest moral ground. They came here in a humanitarian spirit. How can you ask us to refuse? One can only hope that they don't screw something up." Han Haoren said to Fatty after a little thought. "I'll send out a tweet." After the natural disaster, almost everyone's attention was focused entirely on Yucheng, and that microblogging account of Han Haoren has become the focus of attention. Definitely, after being named by the WA People's Daily, it amounts to the official tone having been set. The title of Unsung Hero has been placed on Han Haoren's head. So, the first moment Han Haoren posted a tweet, everyone realized that the Unsung Hero tweeted again. Some thoughts on foreign rescue organizations coming to Yucheng for rescue. First of all, I myself am touched by the fact that foreign countries are so concerned about the disaster in Yucheng. I am naturally grateful for the helping hand they have thrown. Although, I think it might be more practical to donate money and instruments as opposed to sending out teams of dozens and dozens of people. Today, our rescue teams in the affected areas number more than 200,000 people. I urge everyone to make sure they take care of our guests who have traveled so far to support us, and to learn from them about the advanced rescue concepts from abroad. My opinion is that everyone must give them the utmost care in return for their assistance. We must send out several teams to move with them, to support and assist each other. Accompany each of them one-on-one the moment they set foot in Chinese territory, and don't let them get lost. Let them feel the heartfelt gratitude that we, the Chinese people, have for them. The tweet was a bit of a euphemism, but many people read it. There were a lot of replies at once. One-on-one companionship, yes? No problem. Definitely won't give them a chance to fall alone. Yes, resolutely can't let them get lost. People don't speak the same language. It's not good if they run into some military base of our country. That's right. If we can really all work together to rescue the victims, that would be great, of course. Otherwise we'll just consider it as a companion for them. Chapter 183, Han Haoren's business map. Phonyamine read Han Haoren's tweet on the spot and directly gave 2 thumbs up. Brother Han, powerful. After a busy day, Han Haoren completed the registration of 8 companies. Each of the 8 companies operates across different sectors: real estate, IT, finance, advertising and media, new energy, logistics, entertainment, and blockchain. All 8 companies are named Haoran. For example, the real estate company is called Haoran Real Estate Company Limited. Seeing that all the formalities had been completed, Phonyamine couldn't help but ask, Brother Han, for example, real estate, finance, and IT, I understand when you set up these companies, real estate and IT are definitely industries that will grow rapidly in the future and can bring us huge profits. Finance, this is your line of work, and I'm looking forward to the fact that when we're strong, We can wrestle with giants like Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, especially McKinsey. We certainly can't make it easy for it when the time comes. Isn't it an industry-wide ban? We'll just start our own company and take over the financial industry. The advertising, media and entertainment industry, too, has a lot of profit margins. However, I really can't understand the two blocks of new energy and blockchain. Han Haoran wanted to quiz Fengyimin. Fatty, first tell me about your own views on these two industries. Fengyimin thought for a moment and replied, the goal of the new energy industry, well, naturally, is to replace traditional gasoline and use batteries as power. Although it's a trend that should be encouraged around the world when it comes to energy efficiency and environmental protection. Today there's just one good idea. Can new energy vehicles really replace traditional cars? Like that Lamborghini you drove in today. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 3 seconds. This is something that a new energy vehicle powered by batteries can't do anyway, right? I think new energy is just a concept. As for the blockchain, pardon my ignorance, but I really don't know what the hell that is? Han Haoran replied, Fatty, your understanding of new energy is generally correct, but what I'm trying to say to you is that new energy is no longer as simple as a concept. I'd suggest you look into a company called Tesla. It's an electric car and energy business that Elon Musk, once the owner of PayPal, invested in. Their niche is making high-end electric sports cars. They've been going full speed since 2004 and last year they've released the first model they've developed, the Router. The new energy vehicles you're talking about are no longer a concept, there are now finished new energy vehicles being made. Fengyimin's eyes immediately lit up. Brother Han, do you have 72 hours in a day? Why do you know everything? Han Haoran didn't answer the question. He naturally didn't have 72 hours in a day, but he had experienced the next 10 years more than anyone else right now. Han Haoran looked at Fengyimin and said, Fatty, since we've mentioned Tesla as a company, I'll give you a task. I want to buy Tesla. 2009 was the lowest point for Elon Musk in Tesla, although in 2008, the first Tesla Router rolled off the production line and began deliveries, but the Router has gotten Tesla into a bit of trouble due to actual costs exceeding expectations. Originally planned to sell for $100,000 US, the Router actually cost $120,000, so far from the established $70,000 cost that Elon Musk had to raise the price to $110,000, while selling for $110,000 US, which hasn't been able to recoup the cost price. This was met with great dissatisfaction from most of the pre-order customers. What's the rationale for raising the price when it was agreed upon? It's safe to say that today's Tesla is on the verge of bankruptcy. In a previous life, Tesla found Daimler as a lifesaver, exchanging 10% of Tesla's shares for the all-important $70 million investment that kept them alive on the brink of collapse. And it was Tesla's IPO listing on the Nasdaq in late 2010 that solved the immediate financial need, which then led to the breakout models in 2012 and the Model X afterward. And in May 2013, with the models on fire, Tesla became a hot business, with its stock price rising about 80% in nearly a month and its market capitalization topping $10 billion. That means that what started out as a $70 million investment by Dellums turned into $1 billion 3 years later. Han Huang's goal today is certainly not to trade a small amount of cash for a cheap stake in Tesla, as Dellums did. Han Haoran is aiming for a direct merger with Tesla, valued at Dellums' 10% stake of $70 million. Tesla's market capitalization today is in the roll of $700 million. With less than 6 billion soft currency, Han Haoran could have taken out even the full amount. And Han Haoran knows that Elon Musk, who is now on the verge of bankruptcy and at the lowest point in his life, wouldn't mind selling Tesla if he could find a suitable seller. After all, Elon Musk's most heartfelt company is not Tesla but SpaceX, or Space Exploration Technologies. Musk's goal in life is to launch rockets into space as a private enterprise and plans to achieve Mars immigration in the future to create a true space civilization for mankind. So, Han Haoran knew that this was just the right time to acquire Tesla. Han Hong gave Musk enough money to buy Tesla out. Musk, for his part, could also have enough money with which to continue to maintain his whimsical Mars immigration program. It's really a two-way street. As for the future of the new energy sector, from the future of Tesla's fire, and all the major car brands are investing in the development of new energy vehicles, we know that this is a blue ocean. Is the future of the unchanging trend? Moreover, Han Haoran also knows that in the latter days, the ZF of China will have a great subsidy for customers who buy new energy vehicles in order to encourage new energy vehicles. And most countries have set timelines for the complete elimination of fuel cars. After all, oil is finite and with today's overexploitation, it will run out sooner or later. And new energy vehicles that use batteries and are charged by charging posts must be the future trend all over the world. Acquiring Tesla and developing a new energy car that belongs to China but leads the world is definitely $1 million profit. Chapter 184, Getting Ahead of Bitcoin. Feng Yimin had now realized one thing. Han Haoran's vision could not be wrong. So Feng Yimin didn't ask Han Haoran why he wanted to acquire Tesla but asked, "Brother Han, how much does it cost to acquire this Tesla?" Han Haoran replied, "My estimate is over $700 million US dollars, with a maximum of no more than $1 billion. Feng Yimin sucked in a breath. $1 billion? That's more than 8 billion soft dollars. He thought Tesla was a small company today. Don't spend much to be able to complete the acquisition. But $1 billion company can't be considered small in any way. Han Haoran's current tone of voice when he said he wanted to acquire a company worth $1 billion was as casual as saying he wanted to buy a toy. Previously, it was to spend $2-3 billion to acquire a building that is a landmark in China. And Feng Yimin is still in the negotiation stage. Now Han Hong is buying up $1 billion company. Although it was said that the 20 billion soft dollars that Han Haoran possessed was enough for the time being. But if it continues like this, 20 billion won't be enough to spend. Feng Yimin asked, "Brother Han, is it worth spending this much money to acquire a company?" Han Haoran asked rhetorically. "Fatty, if let's say we go back 10 years, if there is a chance to buy Microsoft for $1 billion, do you think it's worth it?" Feng Yimin nodded his head in a hurry. "With the current experience, it's simply worth it." Han Hong continued, "That's right, maybe Tesla can be the next Microsoft?" In later years, Tesla naturally didn't reach the level of Microsoft, but Tesla was easily in the top 100 of the Fortune 500. Moreover, what Han Haoran valued most was the technology developed by Tesla's R&D team, world's largest lithium battery, fully autonomous driving technology. Even before Han Hong was reborn, Musk announced that Tesla's next-generation sports car, the Router, was capable of hovering over the ground. This is not a new energy vehicle. It's the kind of black technology you'd find in a movie, isn't it? In any field, there is a first-mover effect. For example, Tesla in the field of new energy vehicles, as the first in the industry, they have the best patented technology and the top R&D team. Even if traditional car brands like BMW and Mercedes-Benz start to develop new energy vehicles, they are undoubtedly too far behind Tesla. And Han Haoran's goal is to become a leader in the new energy industry. Feng Yimin saw that Han Haoran was so optimistic about Tesla and so optimistic about the new energy field, so he didn't say much and continued to ask questions. Then Han, "What is blockchain?" Han Haoran replied, "It is a new mode of application of computer technology such as distributed data storage, peer-to-peer transmission, consensus mechanism, encryption algorithm, etc." Feng Yimin, he suspected that he had studied in vain for these 4 years at Mizuki University. Being able to rely on his own skills to get into Suweimu University, Feng Yimin's IQ belonged to the existence of crushing his peers. But Feng Yimin didn't understand a word of Han Haoran's words. Of course, all of these words, Feng Yimin was able to understand, but combined together, Feng Yimin was as if he was listening to heavenly books. Seeing Feng Yimin's confused expression, Han Haoran then said, "Fatty, this regional chain is complicated, and I don't have that much time to explain it to you. If you're interested, you can read a paper published late last year by a pseudonym called Satoshi Nakamoto. The area chain is the key concept of Bitcoin. He came up with a very interesting concept that describes the Bitcoin model. In contrast to fiat currencies, Bitcoins don't have a centralized issuer, but are generated by the calculations of the network's nodes, and anyone can be involved in making Bitcoins. Bitcoins can be circulated around the world, bought and sold on any computer with internet access, and can be mined, bought, sold, or collected by anyone, regardless of location. And that outsiders are unable to recognize the user's identifying information during the transaction. Under Satoshi Nakamoto's vision, Bitcoin is not controlled by central banks or any financial institutions. Bitcoin is a digital currency that consists of a computer-generated string of complex code. And new Bitcoins are manufactured through a predetermined program that slows down the rate at which new coins are made as the total number of Bitcoins increases. 21 million. The upper limit of Bitcoin. But Satoshi Nakamoto just came up with the concept. And today Bitcoin is not official. My plan is to get ahead of Bitcoin and launch our own regional chain e-currency. Han Haoran knows how many electronic currencies and cottage coins of the so-called regional chains in the latter days. Bitcoin is the most valuable and well-known representative of this, no doubt because of its first-mover advantage. Now, Satoshi Nakamoto's paper is the only one that suggests the concept of Bitcoin, but Bitcoin has not yet been officially created. The year 2009 is when Bitcoin was officially launched. At first, Bitcoin was just a toy for digital cryptocurrency insiders and did not catch on. On May 22, 2010, Laszlo Honitz, a programmer from Rice, said in a forum that he was going to offer 10,000 Bitcoins for $50 US, but no one bought them. Someone offered a $25 pizza coupon for the 10,000 Bitcoins, and Laszlo agreed. This is the first transaction in the history of Bitcoin. So, before Bitcoin becomes officially popular, Han Haoren has all the time in the world to make his e-currency replace Bitcoin as the most popular and common virtual currency in the world. Phony still seem to understand. But what is the point of doing this? Any currency, it needs to have value to be able to circulate. And this virtual currency we're launching, will it have value? Will anyone buy anything with this virtual currency of ours? And will there be sellers that accept this blockchain virtual currency? Han Haoren smiled and said, Fatty, trust me, it will happen. And it may be far more than you can imagine. At its highest point in the latter days of Bitcoin, it had topped $20,000 US. That means that the value of the 2 pizzas purchased by Laszlo Honitz back in 2010 was over $200 million. Whether it's because of speculation or something else, Han Haoren knew that the direction of blockchain, as long as it was operated properly, was more profitable than real estate or IT. Chapter 185, How I Wish You Were Ordinary and Not a Big Star. Just as Han Haoren and Feng Yimin were discussing their future development plans, in the Love Hut, Zhang Hanxiao was talking to the other 5 observers in the room. Yang smiled and said to Zhang Hanxiao, Sister Hanxiao, one thing I must remind you of is that a large portion of your time as an imposter female guest in Love Hut has already passed. Tomorrow will be your last day at the Love Shack, and you're only halfway through the 2 tasks you were initially given by the program. You haven't gotten Han Hong to say the words I like you to you yet. Song Shanshan smiled and said, Sister Hanxiao, we know that this mission is rather difficult. Why don't you just give up on this mission? Lu Yijiao chimed in. Last installment anyway, we didn't have anyone guessing correctly, so the connection. And for this installment, I don't think any of us will get the Herald of Glory either. It's just too hard to guess all the connecting lines correctly. If you come back without completing your mission, then you're also on the same starting line as us. Give up? Zhang Hanxiao skimmed her mouth in disdain. Yang Mi and Song Shanshan, you 2 little ninnies, you really don't know about your relationship with Han Haoren. Her relationship with Han Haoren nowadays had skyrocketed, and there were times when she was naked. Zhang Hanxiao smiled and said, with my charisma, isn't accomplishing this task a piece of cake? I merely hadn't started trying before. Just you wait, this is definitely a handy, easy and enjoyable task. Yang Mi laughed and said, Sister Hanshan, you just keep blowing. Honestly, we all missed you during your time at the Love Shack. Every day we looked forward to you coming back soon. Zhang Hanxiao laughed and said, you're lying to ghosts, aren't you? How could you miss me? You were expecting that you and I would switch places and you'd go to the Love Shack, weren't you? But Mimi, you're out of luck. You missed your best chance. Let me tell you, Han Haoren is more handsome in real life than inside the screen. Yang Mi beamed and covered her ears. I won't listen. My skin has gotten a little bit worse these days because of jealousy. Zhang Hanxiao laughed and laughed. Ha ha ha, a random set of words, and it's out. So it's not because you're expecting me to come back because you miss me? It's because you're jealous that I get to be with Han Haoren now. Yang Mi said with some embarrassment. Oops, both reasons. Anyway, Hanasia-san, remember your mission. Let Han Haoren say the words I like you to you, since you'll have to leave by tomorrow night, and Han Hong is not home during the day. So the truth is you only have one last chance tonight. Zhang Hanxiao smiled and said, I've already discussed this with the other female guests. I'm going to cut in on the time they have scheduled to spend alone with Han Hong. So, tonight's Han Haoren is mine, and it only takes 1 second to accomplish this. Yang Mi felt a little strange about Zhang Hanxia's jealous confidence and arrogance, but she didn't say anything more. So, go for it, Hansu-san. Good luck with that task. In the evening, dinner was served. Han Haoren felt a bit confused and surprised by the female guest who had launched a solo invitation to him today. It's actually Zhang Hanshan. Is Zhang Hanxiao, a big star, joining the boring take turns to be alone agreement with the female guests? But Han Haoren also suddenly realized that this big star whose own whole body looked naked and was just 1 step away from the last step beyond what should have happened, was already the one who had made the fastest progress with him in the villa. Hot shouty, Han Haoren at best proceeded to cuddling and pulling hands. Song Shinran, and only that kiss on the Ferris wheel. After all, during the taping of the show, it's too hard to make more intimate progress with a female guest. This is not a restricted show. And that one time, Zhang Hanxiao was really kind of a misadventure. Han Haoren never expected that Zhang Hanxiao, who had been strengthened by alcohol, would be so fierce. Zhang Hanxiao and Han Haoren sat down face to face. Zhang Hanxiao then deliberately bent over, deliberately posing at an angle where the camera couldn't capture her. But Han Haoren happened to be able to see. Zhang Hanxiao directly asked, Han Haoren, do you like me? In Zhang Hanxiao's anticipation, she and Han Haoren were in this relationship, and it was a matter of course for Han Haoren to say the words I like you. However, Han Haoren's reply disappointed Zhang Hanxiao. In Han Haoren's opinion, his secret with Zhang Hanxiao was not something that could be exposed to others, and at this point, it wasn't a space where Zhang Hanxiao was alone with herself. There were no outsiders to interrupt, but there were at least 3 cameras trained on themselves here. So Han Haoren answered after a little thought. I don't follow stars. Han Xin Zhang. What the hell? No groupies? Zhang Hanshin remembered every concert, award ceremony, or those at the airport who frantically shouted their names, shouting, Zhang Hanshin I love you, Zhang Hanshin I love you. The fans. So Han Hong means that he thinks of himself as a star, and one he doesn't really like? Zhang Hanxiao thought of that night, when her whole body was touched by Han Haoren, and she used her hand to help Han Haoren vent. She was then very sad. So Han Huang's emotions and liking for her are not as good as the fans who support her? Though Zhang Hanxiao also knew that Han Haoren couldn't show too much intimacy to himself in front of the camera. But the answer of no stargazing is too hurtful, isn't it? Zhang Hanxiao still wouldn't give up inside. Han Haoren. I don't mean the star chasing kind of like. Rather, can you think of me as a normal person? Do you like me? Han Haoren saw through Zhang Hanxiao's expression at a glance, and knew that answer that Zhang Hanxiao was expecting inside. Han Haoren decided not to joke with Zhang Hanxiao. Otherwise she was afraid that Zhang Hanxiao would be unable to think about herself today. Han Haoren smiled and stared into Zhang Hanxiao's eyes. Like it. It wasn't love at first sight, though, but the present me loves the present you. How I wish you were just a normal person and not a big star. Zhang Hanxiao's cheeks immediately began to blush. Star. ______.